10-star ring wreck graveyard no. 217. Chu Hang woke up on the cold metal floor discovering he was lying in a strange cabin surrounded by rows of glowing green incubation pods. Human silhouettes floated in the culture liquid resembling a lab from Resident Evil. Chu Hang paused for a moment then calmly stood up. No big deal. It was 2088 after all, what weird things hadn't he seen? Even if it was time travel he had prepared 42 contingency plans. In short, he was bored out of his mind. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone to fight with a hacker who ended up burning his computer pod and turning him into roasted chicken. It took him a while but Chu Hang roughly sorted out the memory fragments in his mind. He had indeed time traveled. The original host was a captain stranded in the wasteland. If Chu Hang hadn't arrived in time the body would have started to stink. This was the original host's crashed spaceship, extremely mysterious. As for where the mystery lay, one only had to look at those tanks. Inside them were not biochemical weapons but human clones prepared for the Spark project. Simply put, it allowed external consciousness to control the clones, creating super soldiers to restore a kingdom. How very Avatar. The plan itself was nothing special. What was impressive was the Spark system. As the executor of the plan, it could not only transmit consciousness across universes but also grant clones growth potential, allowing their genetic sequences to continuously advance, one man an army. Now Chu Hang was the head of the Spark project and the heavy responsibility of restoring the nation fell on his shoulders. Wait, isn't this just a VR online game? Chu Hang immediately thought of the games he often played. If the clones were handed over to launching players to control and this place was packaged as a game world with genetic sequence advancement corresponding to player leveling objectives issued as quests and resources plundered by players used as quest rewards, he could ruthlessly harvest the players. Perfect. Chu Hang even came up with selling points: 100 sensory realism, fully free growth system, real-time world evolution and a stage spanning the universe, a landmark online game. This game was bound to be popular. Just then he heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding. Spark loaded. Generating game architecture based on the host's idea. Recruitment quest 01: recruit 4 players within 24 hours. Failure will result in repatriation. Repatriation. Chu Hang was startled. His original body had already been roasted. If he was deported back, how could he survive? Alone and friendless, I'm not going back to launching. He needed to find some people to fool. Soon a system panel appeared in his mind, divided into personal and administrator sections. The former contained Chu Hang's attributes, system functions and quest rewards. The latter included his operations as a game administrator, issuing slots, managing forums, publishing quests, force offline. After figuring it out, Chu Hang used the system to connect to a game discussion group he used to frequent before the time travel and began to advertise. Lantasama Single Push Association. Losha Shohei Group owner. What is this Stardust? If anyone else posts ads, instant mute. Why Senmo, no, it's not an ad. It's a real good game, a Star Travel version of Sword Art Online. Don't you want to try it? Day 2 administrator. Oh, it's you. Is this game reliable? Kikexiu 100 realism. If there's no logout button I won't play. Joke Lion hate the graphics feel like a worse version of Doghead. Seeing the lurkers popping up one by one, Chu Hang excitedly rubbed his hands. Hey, they took the bait. These 4 were the most active in the group and all were top players. They had impressive rankings in many VR games and used to carry Chu Hang through tough battles. Since the number of players he could recruit early on was limited, Chu Hang naturally picked the strongest ones. Why Senmo? Honestly, this game is a massive project our company spent billions on, mainly for verifying next-generation VR technology. Who knows if it'll even be released. I pulled some strings to get 4 closed beta slots and I thought of you guys first. Kikexiu, nice, it wasn't in vain that I carried you. Losha Shohei Group owner. Interesting. A fully immersive VR online game. Can the tech actually do that already? Day 2 administrator. If it's safe I wouldn't mind giving it a try. Lion hate, I've read related papers. Even the best VR tech can only simulate 56 of real-world data. The sense of disconnection is still severe. Why Senmo, you're right, but Stardust is. 10 minutes later Chu Hang finally dispelled their doubts and they agreed to log in on time in 12 hours using their own VR pods. When the time came, the Spark system would guide their consciousness signals over and stuff them into the clones. Phew, done. At that moment the system's voice came through his mind. Ding. Quest complete. Protocol 1 Archive Protocol unlocked. Protocol 2 Scan Protocol unlocked. Protocol 3 Subspace Protocol unlocked. The 3 protocols that unlocked in a row were his quest rewards. Chu Hang took a look. It wasn't wrong to call them his beginner's gift package. Archive was the system's database. It stored countless advanced knowledge, starship blueprints and super tech. Every item of which could make the tech giants on launching drool. Unfortunately less than one was unlocked so far, slightly better than Baidu. Scan was a combination of perspective and analytical abilities. Chu Hang could use scan to see through an object's internal structure and obtain annotations from the system. The detail of the annotations depended on the archive level. All information was directly imaged onto his retina via the system. Subspace was an independent spacetime. For now it had 1 cubic meter of space for storage. In the future it would also have precision machining capabilities and could even be used to dock starships. In any case the future was promising. Well, although the functions were all basic, they should be enough for the early stages. Chu Hang felt a little more grounded. There was no helping it, the world he had traveled to was an interstellar wasteland, debris everywhere, sandstorms raging. Full of dangers was not enough to describe its peril. Not only was it a harsh environment, but the original host had also been hunted by enemies, crashed here while escaping, and then got robbed by local raider forces, leaving him saddled with a huge debt. How much was this debt worth? According to the bandits called the Grey Rock Clan, about 1 billion energy credits. With the purchasing power of energy credits, this amount would be more than enough to buy a current generation star-destroying warship. Recalling everything, Chu Hang was stunned. Was his but really worth that much? No, wait. Were interstellar bandits this professional already? They deliberately let the original host go, making him come back regularly to pay off the debt with parts salvaged from the wreck. If he missed the deadline, they would detonate the bomb on the slave collar. That's right. The so-called slave collar was hanging around Chu Hang's neck right now. He had inherited both the original host's debt and the bomb collar. Checking the time, it would explode in about 2 hours if the debt wasn't paid. As for what the original host had prepared recently, Chu Hang glanced at the empty cabin. The original host had been lying around as a corpse all this time. Of course he hadn't prepared anything. This was simply a huge pitfall. Geez, system, help me out. This is unbearable. Chu Hang sighed. He was merely venting inwardly. He remained remarkably calm. Having weathered so many tribulations before, he knew how to stay composed and adapt. The Greyrock clan's demands for tribute were not actually excessive. The real issue was that most scavengers lacked the skills to recover high-value scrap, forcing them to rely on luck and time. Chu Hang sifted through fragments of memory, moving ceaselessly through the sunken vessel. With the system's scanning ability, I can find a cutting torch on this ship, and my subspace can transport heavy loads. If I can dismantle one set of high-value components within 2 hours, I'll be done. Chu Hang plotted as he located the tool compartment, grabbed the cutting equipment, pulled on the windproof suit at the entrance, and sprinted outside. The moment he stepped outside, a fierce sandstorm hit him in the face. Chu Hang quickly donned his wind goggles, grabbed his tools, and climbed the nearest massive shipwreck. This place he inhabited was a graveyard of starships. The ground was scarred with the gruesome traces of vessels that had fallen, and his own shabby craft hardly qualified. Most of these ruins were remnants from the cataclysmic war that had occurred centuries ago. Chu Hang's hands were steady, and the cutting work went smoother than expected. He first used his scan to locate 2 sets of military-grade coils, then went full power, cutting inward. Scrap metal generated mid-process was collected by his subspace and later deposited outside. The entire process was tense yet orderly. 2 hours later, the roar of engines echoed from afar. The people of the Greyrock clan had arrived. Chu Hang was nearing completion. He glanced at the 2 sets of coils before him, carefully removed one, wrapped it in his arms, and hurried toward the newcomers. Chu, it's time to repay your debt. The Greyrock clan arrived in a patrol vehicle, a rugged weaponized pickup, but with a more desolate, savage aesthetic. 5 raiders sat aboard. 4 in the front and the 5th stood in the open bed behind, manning a heavy machine gun. They cast a dismissive glance at the dust-covered Chu Hang. There was no intention to disembark. Accustomed to such debt collection rituals, they couldn't be bothered to step out into the scorching sun. Chu Hang felt a slight relief and hastily handed over the coil. The one who took it was a wasteland punk, sporting a red mohawk. Is this all? Who do you think you're fooling? Suddenly a furious shout rang out beside Chu Hang's ear. A whipped shadow flew from the car window, striking Chu Hang hard. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, but on his face he could only force a smile. Brother, these coils were manufactured by Starforge Industries. They're quite rare and should be worth a good amount. At the mention of Starforge Industries, the man visibly hesitated. He looked down and re-examined them, then glanced at Chu Hang mockingly before lashing out again with the whip. Fuck, you're still hitting me. You say it is so. Can't I inspect it myself? This isn't enough. Chu Hang cursed vehemently in his heart, but had no choice. With a grim face he ran back, dismantled the second set of coils from the shipwreck, and brought them over to the Mohawk raider. Mediocre. Consider this pass, for now. The man grinned triumphantly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. But next time you must hand over parts worth double this value or consider yourself dead. Then from the car window a pack of dark unappetizing rations and several bottles of filthy water were tossed out, supplies the other side kindly provided to keep him from starving to death. Of course this too had its cost. Within moments the vehicle sped away. Faint unrestrained laughter echoed from the back with remarks about opening a few cans to celebrate. Pa! Chu Hang spat fiercely onto the ground. If he could have kept that coil set he could have used it to repair his own sunken vessel, one piece at a time. But they were extorting him and he didn't dare gamble whether they were bluffing. So he could only endure it for now. His players were arriving soon. The next rent payment was due in 7 days, enough time to prepare and avenge the slight. Picking up the food and water from the ground, Chu Hang returned to the sunken vessel exhausted. A series of upheavals had drained him both physically and mentally and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Inside the cabin only the beeping of the cultivation pods remained with clone bodies forming rapidly. The next day Chu Hang woke early. To welcome the first batch of players he first forced down a meal, then gathered plenty of parts outside. Using knowledge from the system's library he DIY'd a shotgun. Pure wasteland style. Slung the shotgun over his shoulder and checking himself in the mirror, Chu Hang nodded with satisfaction. Though not particularly dignified, he at least looked the part of an NPC, not too destitute. Instead this wasteland-style cloak ensemble lent him an air of mystery and competence. Even though his gun held no ammunition he looked like someone with a story. Soon it was time for the scheduled login. After a series of urgent beeping sounds the liquid in the 4 cultivation pods dropped rapidly and the pod doors slowly opened. After a moment. Holy shit. This is fucking amazing. A young man with a buzz cut sat up from the open cultivation pod staring around in astonishment. His face was filled with delight and he couldn't believe it as he touched the metallic pod wall beside him. Is this really the Stardust world? Until a minute ago he had been muttering to himself, wondering if his friend was pulling his leg. Yet the moment he connected to Stardust his consciousness had flowed through a tunnel of light and in an instant he found himself inhabiting this unfamiliar body. This is too realistic. The young man marveled at his surroundings. What met his eyes was a lavishly decorated metallic chamber. He had never imagined a game's resolution could one day rival the human eye. Moreover, every texture and model in this game was exquisitely crafted, filled with a unique beauty he had never seen before. In short, it was spectacular. The artists are fucking incredible. Shouldn't the producers kowtow to the art team first? Stepping out of the cultivation pod, a current of air brushed against him from above, feeling slightly cool. The wind carried a faint earthy scent and upon closer inspection there seemed to be the smell of burnt wires and rust. This sense of smell. Absolutely incredible, this game couldn't be described well enough. He never thought that in his lifetime he would actually experience such fully immersive VR technology where even the scents in the air could be simulated with such depth. Superb plus. If only the taste of food could be fully simulated he would never again fear those food YouTubers who always say fans eat first. Just thinking about it made him eager. Holy crap, are you big too? At that moment a familiar voice suddenly came from beside him. The player identified as Big Two turned his head and saw a rather burly naked man climbing up from the adjacent pod, examining him with keen interest. You're little Hey. How did you become such a pretty boy? This is hilarious. To be fair, this guy looked decent in the game, though his temperament was completely different from reality. However, both quickly realized something simultaneously, almost in unison. Your face. They both froze, reaching out to touch each other's faces at the same time. Hey you two, that's enough. It's utterly appalling to the eyes. Yeah, exactly. The players named Kakexio and Lian Hate also emerged from their cultivation pods one after another. Wait, haven't you noticed? I know what you mean. Our game characters' appearances are adjusted based on reality. Strangers won't notice, but acquaintances can recognize each other. Am I the only one who thinks I look cooler than in real life? This is definitely alien technology, truly terrifying. The 4 of them stared at each other completely naked in the room, each unable to help glancing downward. TCH. By the way, does this game forcibly access real-world data? Which company hasn't done that? It's all written in the user agreement. User agreement. Did we even sign that thing? Hey, forget about that. The real point is, shouldn't the fact that this game actually exists be the focus? Xiao Hei's excitement was palpable. Indeed, whoa, they even have the damn pain sensation. Kakexio gave Xiao Hei a hard pinch, and seeing him grimace his own eyes suddenly brimmed with tears of emotion. Unbelievable. It's a miracle. Dreams have become reality. Waku waku. Beside them Lian Hate was also full of shock, but soon a look of regret appeared on his round face. Why is the gender defaulted? I mean, can we create a female character? The other three were stunned, suddenly feeling as if they had opened the door to a new world. Bro, you really know VR games? Holy shit. Good buddy, if you succeed, can you let the brothers? If possible, I prefer smaller ones. The three of them grinned mischievously. Get lost, get lost. I was just saying casually, you bunch of old perverts. The few good friends teased each other for a bit, then scattered around the room, carefully exploring, releasing their restless curiosity. Hey, we've been waiting for ages, why isn't anyone receiving us? Where's the NPC? No idea, maybe the tutorial hasn't started yet. As soon as the words were spoken, the door of the room opened. A tall figure appeared at the door, an imposing aura instantly enveloping the players. The room fell silent. You all seem to be in good spirits. The newcomer's voice was deep and magnetic, sounding like a man in his 30s, giving off a calm and reliable impression. The group didn't speak, but they all widened their eyes in unison. After a long moment. Damn, a live NPC. It's exactly like a real person. This aura, even the drill instructor in college, isn't this real? This outfit is way too cool, I want a set too. After the initial shock, the players were instantly revived, enthusiastically discussing, which made Chu Hang break out in a cold sweat. Silence. Anyone who disobeys orders will be immediately sent back. At the mention of being sent back, the group immediately behaved. While the authority figure was not to be trifled with, they didn't want to say goodbye to such an awesome game. Seeing them obedient, Chu Hang felt smug. At ease, privates. He cleared his throat with authority and began to recite his pre-prepared opening speech. Welcome to the 10th star ring. I am the Empire's Supreme Commander in this star sector, your Captain Colonel Chu Hang. Chu Hang deliberately paused, but the four players were unexpectedly well behaved, all listening with bated breath, afraid to miss any key plot point. Chu Hang nodded inwardly. True veteran players already thinking about the plot and digging for hidden clues. First, I have to tell you some bad news. During your hibernation, our motherland, the greatest nation in this starry sky, fell. It was destroyed by a group of despicable traitors and ultimately perished together with the enemy. The four veteran players immediately put on expressions of anger and grief as if they were truly members of the Empire. Chu Hang found it amusing inside, but put on a solemn expression on his face. But the good news is that the most elite forces of the great motherland did not perish. Even now they are still fighting in every corner of the galaxy. It is now the 533rd year after the Doomsday War. What is encouraging is that we have successfully weathered the most difficult years and are about to declare war on the descendants of those traitors to reclaim our homeland. Soldiers. You are all elites among the Empire's reserves. You willingly gave up the chance to say goodbye to your families and slept through to today, 500 years later, proving yourselves to be the most selfless and fearless warriors. On behalf of the motherland, I thank you for your loyalty and dedication. Now, I, as the Supreme Commander of the 7th Task Force of the Stellar Forge Empire, command you. Immediately prepare, enter combat readiness, and fulfill your oath under the Empire's banner and the Eternal Star emblem. Save our compatriots, revive our homeland. Long live the Empire. This opening speech was made up by Chu Hang from fragments of memory, basically reflecting their current situation. When other players arrive later, he plans to say it again. After all, he had thought hard about it. The players were stirred up by Chu Hang's grand promises, and Chu Hang seized the moment to hand them 4 wristbands. These are your personal terminals used for task assignments and short-range communication. Your current rank is private. Completing missions will accumulate military merit, unlocking higher permissions and rewards. At the mention of military merit, permissions, and rewards, the group became excited, eager to start the mission immediately. I will show you around the environment, go over some precautions, and most importantly, the prohibitions. You are soldiers of the Empire and must always take it as your duty to safeguard the Empire's interests. Chu Hang took out several sets of jumpsuit crew uniforms and handed them to the group. Get ready and follow me. Our ship urgently needs repair supplies. You can find them in the nearby salvage yard. Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission. The players eagerly changed into the uniforms, stroking the realistic fabric while looking around as they followed Chu Hang out of the ship. The clothes felt amazing. Once outside, the group was once again deeply shocked by the spectacular scenery. Especially when they heard from Chu Hang that this was an open-world game, their expressions became even more excited, cheerfully discussing finding invisible walls and exploiting glitches. Chu Hang glanced at them. Judging by their reactions, how could he not know what they were thinking? He himself had been a player, so he knew the player's nature all too well. He immediately issued a prohibition strictly restricting the player's range of activities. Want to go out and have fun? No way, with such abundant energy it would be a waste not to send them picking up trash. Half an hour later, Chu Hang looked with satisfaction at their busy backs as a second mission popped up in his mind. Conquest Mission 01 eliminate a Grey Rock Clan patrol team. Reward Subspace Protocol upgrade unlock basic processing capability basic equipment blind box 1 basic energy coins 100. Chu Hang's eyes lit up. And he began to look forward to the next time he collected debts. But before that he still had to go repair the ship's food synthesizer with 4 more mouths to feed at home. The pot was about to run empty. Chu Hang gripped the shotgun behind his back. What to eat? Maybe he should treat them to some alien giant cockroaches. 3 days later. Players are all a bunch of idiots. Really? This was the second truth Chu Hang had realized since his transmigration. For instance, right now. Before him stood 4 players with heads bowed looking as timid as if they had done something wrong. You say you fixed the signal jammer to help me get rid of this slave collar. Chu Hang's face darkened. He held up the dusty metal collar by its tip, swinging it before their eyes like a hula hoop. The players grinned with extreme awkwardness. They had no idea that Chu Hang could remove the collar from his neck himself. When they first saw this NPC wearing a slave collar, they thought there might be a hidden quest. Later, through indirect inquiries, they learned the origin of the collar and wanted to do the NPC a big favor to get some hidden rewards. Classic players. But the truth was, with his scanning ability, Chu Hang could have removed this lousy collar long ago. However, he wanted to play the fool and lie low to develop, so he kept it on. Now the jammer the players had repaired cut off the collar's signal, directly alerting the Grey Rock Clan. No doubt they would soon send someone to investigate. It was only the 4th day. Did he have to rebel ahead of time? Chu Hang ground his molars, calculating in his mind. Soon he made up his mind and began operating on the system panel. Ding! A crisp notification sound came from the wristbands of the 4 players. Atone for crimes by meritorious service. Cooperate with Colonel Chu Hang's operation and defend wreckage. Dump 217 with your lives. Reward high-quality weapon. Green 1 penalty for failure. Revocation of closed beta qualification. The 4 of them lowered their heads in unison to check, and immediately their faces lit up with joy. There really was a quest. Although the failure penalty was terrifying, the reward was generous. They were still barely equipped right now. A high-quality weapon was the 3rd tier, already excellent gear at this stage. Moreover, this was a closed beta. And it was said that the data would not be wiped. Given the realism of Shingshan, would there be a shortage of players in the future? They, as closed beta testers, were absolute beta-advantaged players. The snowball would roll. The few of them eagerly clicked accept quest and obediently waited for Chu Hang's orders. Soldiers, a moment of crisis for the Empire has arrived. A gang of thugs will soon attack our outpost and we must annihilate them. Now I need someone to take equipment to the top of the pass and break apart the wreckage there. I also need hands to prepare heavy firepower and set up barricades. Most importantly, I need a warrior to scout ahead and lure the enemy into the ambush. According to Chu Hang's arrangement, the few of them excitedly stepped forward to take their orders. Then one by one they clenched their right fists against their chests and gave a proper imperial military salute. Chu Hang nodded slightly. That was starting to look like something. All right, begin the operation. The players scattered in all directions and Chu Hang turned back to the crashed ship to prepare his own things. The Grey Rock Clan was the overlord of the nearby area. Even if this time it was only a patrol team, and was absolutely not to be underestimated. Therefore Chu Hang prepared to fight an ambush. The nearest outpost was at the foot of the mountain 10 kilometers away. Considering the road conditions, he had at most 2.5 hours to prepare. It sounded somewhat unbelievable. After all, this short time was already quite long enough for a fugitive to vanish without a trace. However, the vast majority of survival resources in the vicinity were monopolized by the Grey Rock Clan. Fugitives would either die in the wilderness or be captured and tortured to death, so the other side did not mind letting slaves go a bit farther. As for the fate after being caught, it was said that a camp once took a brave step, but after being caught the women suffered inhuman torture before death. The men were forced to fight mutant beasts to the death, and the children were even directly served on the dinner table. Even the corpses of all the dead were eventually made into canned goods and sold to mutants. It could be said that every member of the Grey Rock Clan was steeped in evil. Thus Chu Hang had no psychological burden. All of them deserved to go to hell. He returned to the workshop inside the small wrecked ship. Chu Hang first took off the shotgun on his back and carefully wiped it. This shotgun, full of wasteland aesthetics, was equipped with 4 barrels and could fire 4 times in succession. It was Chu Hang's earliest weapon. Loaded with homemade shells, it could blast enemies within 10 meters into a sieve. But this was clearly not enough. The Grey Rock Clan was the only force nearby that could produce its own ammunition. Almost all warriors were equipped with guns, and their firepower absolutely dwarfed Chu Hang's side by several orders of magnitude. Moreover, Chu Hang had seen their patrol vehicle. The one that came last time not only had steel plates welded on but also mounted a heavy machine gun. And from Chu Hang's observation they seemed to believe in some strange religion, all of them quite fanatical. If needed they would rush to fight to the death in minutes, making them very troublesome. He figured that only players who were equally reckless could go toe-to-toe with them. Chu Hang shook his head, went over the plan details in his mind once more and began assembling a medium-range air rifle. Although he had dabbled extensively before his transmigration, when it came to actual combat he relied on the professional knowledge instilled by the system's library. These knowledge and skills emerged from his mind like his own memories, making him very proficient in using them. The parts scavenged from here and there soon covered the workbench. The seamless steel tube and compressed air tank were salvaged. The ammunition used steel balls from bearings. The receiver was covered with welding marks and the joints were wrapped with duct tape. In short, the whole gun looked quite heavy and wild. Half an hour later Chu Hang finished debugging. Although he was reluctant to admit it, silence might be the only advantage of this gun. Well, low carbon count should also be one, since he had to manually pressurize the air tank before firing. At this moment Xiao He, who was in charge of reconnaissance, sent a message. Captain, I see dust at the foot of the mountain, only one vehicle. Got it, continue reconnaissance. Chu Hang nodded. As expected, it should be Moxigan and his crew. They must catch them off guard. For example, by making some roadside bombs. Explosives on the wasteland were not as hard to obtain as bullets. In just over half an hour Chu Hang assembled 2 pipe bombs and 4 Molotov cocktails. Seeing his proficiency, one would think he had a side business in the Middle East. He also took time to sharpen a few machetes when the players' calls came through his mind. Captain, could you come here? We've encountered a problem. Wait. Chu Hang side-swept the equipment on the table into his storage space with a wave of his hand, got up and walked out. This batch of players was no good. Couldn't they look up guides themselves? Chu Hang first went to the top of the pass where De2 was in charge. Captain, this piece of wreckage is too big. There's no way we can cut it in 2 hours. De2 was a bit disheartened. The small wrecked ship had crashed in a valley and the surroundings were filled with large pieces of wreckage. Chu Hang asked him to cut the dozens of meters long piece in front of them in order to block the valley entrance and trap the Grey Rock clan like a turtle in a jar. Yet for such a daunting task De2 had only received a small cutting torch. After trying for a long time he felt it was impossible to complete and thought there must be a scripted event later. Chu Hang gave him a speechless glance. Isn't this a piece of cake? Scan protocol activated. Watch. Chu Hang casually picked up a piece of limestone from the ground and sketched on the wreckage, quickly drawing a large area of auxiliary lines with cutting sequences noted beside them. You do it like this first, then like this, and then like this again, and finally like this. Understood. Big Head nodded doubtfully and began cutting. Unlike before, Big Head quickly noticed something different. Simply following Chu Hang's guidelines, the wreckage in front of him split open effortlessly by gravity alone, not nearly as solid as it had been. In just 5 minutes he had accomplished more than he would have in the previous hour. Big Head cheered and wanted to thank him. But when he turned around, Chu Hang was already walking away, humble and unassuming. Captain, you're awesome. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, then turned back to work with renewed confidence. Is this what a true captain looks like? Simply magnificent. He descended from the pass. Chu Hang wound around several massive shipwrecks and reached a clearing midway up the hillside where Manhwaedit was busily hammering away at an iron frame towering several meters high. What do you need? Rumor had it that this Manhwaedit held an engineering license and even a doctoral degree in military industry. He had been tinkering with this contraption since the day before yesterday. Commander, allow me to present the Thunderfire 1.0. Fully alloy frame, stable and durable, easy to operate. It can launch 80-kilogram projectiles with a range of up to 200 meters. Chu Hang cast a glance at the metal frame. A trebuchet. Manhwaedit wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly began explaining. Captain, don't let its age fool you. I have incorporated a quite novel recoiling mechanism. It can fire up to 8 projectiles per minute with a dispersion of no more than 10 meters. A single strike could easily blanket an entire convoy. Is it really that formidable? Chu Hang shook his head. Your device does not operate smoothly, does it? The main body experiences severe vibrations that cause the trajectory to deviate. Manhwaedit was immediately startled. How did you know? While the trajectory deviation occurs because there are no proper projectiles, the centers of mass of these metal scraps are all off. Chu Hang shook his head again and pointed to a connecting rod. That is only one factor. The root cause is insufficient material strength here. Just weld a few more steel bars. As for uniform projectiles, steel balls from giant bearings will suffice. I will bring some over. Manhwaedit stood speechless, his mouth hanging open. The problem that had plagued him for 2 days was solved so easily. And the solution was so straightforward. Though the trebuchet itself held little technical complexity, this was a game, and without instruments to assist pinpointing the exact issue in such a short time was nearly impossible, especially given how realistic the game's physics engine was. Unaware that Chu Hang possessed scanning abilities, he instantly felt this NPC was rather impressive. Soon after, Chu Hang returned with over a dozen steel balls and demonstrated his spatial storage to Lian, making him exceedingly envious. "Alright, see that stone pillar at the valley entrance? Let us conduct a test fire. Yes, this time it will definitely work." Lian rubbed his hands with a foolish grin. This mission reward was practically guaranteed. The test firing went exceptionally smoothly. Apart from not directly striking the stone pillar, both the dispersion and power were excellent. "Not bad. Do well later, the future of the Empire rests in your hands." Good heavens, so he was this important. Lian's expression immediately grew solemn and he patted his chest to pledge. "Yes. I will resolutely complete the mission." Chu Hang nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to the valley entrance to retrieve all the iron balls that had landed, erasing all evidence. At this moment, the third player, Chikisho, approached Chu Hang with keen anticipation. "Captain, I have finished setting up the roadblocks. Enemy vehicles absolutely will not be able to get through." Chu Hang followed him to inspect neatly burying iron pipe bombs along the roadside and arming the fuses. Chikisho exclaimed in amazement the whole way, but upon turning back could not spot a single trace of where the bombs had been buried. He secretly thought the captain was truly remarkable, a tremendously impressive NPC he must cling to. Noticing Chikisho's expression, Chu Hang could guess what he was thinking and chose to ignore it. "Where is Xiao He from downstairs? He should be back by now." Chikisho shook his head, indicating he had not seen him. "Never mind, take these. Lie in ambush by the roadside and wait for the right moment." As he spoke, Chu Hang handed over the quadruple-barreled shotgun and Molotov cocktails, finally stuffing 2 sharp machetes into his hands. "I am leaving this to you." Chu Hang patted the other's shoulder with weighty earnestness. His solemn expression nearly read, "Go now, the hour has come to serve the Empire." There was no way around it. Players could resurrect. Weapons like shotguns, machetes and Molotovs that required close combat were too dangerous for Chu Hang to use directly, so handing them to players made more sense. Players would not mind at all, they would thank him instead. "Indeed. Thank you for your trust, Commander. I shall complete this mission at the cost of my life." Axio wore an expression of selfless devotion, though inwardly he was overjoyed. "So much equipment. Just wait and watch me perform, you little noobs. Your brother will carry you." The time was about right. Chu Hang concealed himself among a pile of wreckage 50 meters away, set up his air rifle and waited for Xiao He to lure the enemies into the trap. After another 10 minutes or so, a rumbling sound came from beyond the pass, followed by a Greyrock clan patrol car speeding toward them, screeching to a halt at the newly erected roadblock. "Surnamed Chu, get out here." There were 6 people in the vehicle altogether. Among the 4 who stepped out, 3 were dressed as Greyrock soldiers, and as for the 4th, if it was not the missing Xiao He, who else could it be? "You damn idiot." Xiao He was being flanked by 2 burly men, and his player bracelet had been confiscated, which is why he could not send information back. "You brat, is this how you lure enemies?" Chu Hang felt a headache coming on. But looking at Xiao He's smug expression, it was as if he were saying, "I told you they would come." Chu Hang really wanted to blow this guy to pieces. His lips twitched. They were already short-staffed, and now a proper 5 versus 5 had turned into 4 versus 6. "Chikisho, when the fighting starts, can you provide support from your position?" Chu Hang transmitted to Chikisho, still hoping to save Xiao He's life out of a sense of responsibility. But to his surprise, Axio replied, "Captain, I read Xiao He's lip movements. He is saying to fire at him." "These idiots." "Fine, I will accommodate you." Just as Chu Hang was about to give the order, Xiao He pulled another stunt. He actually led 2 soldiers toward the valley interior. The Mohawk did not follow. It seemed he was still a low-ranking officer. After handing a cigarette to his companion in the car, he found a stone pillar, sat down and began puffing away. If Chu Hang was not mistaken, that stone pillar appeared to be the target used during the earlier test fire. Captain Xiao He seems to be leading them somewhere. Though the other party does not understand what he is saying, they seem quite interested in your game bracelet, so they followed. This actually works. It seemed the Greyrock clan was so accustomed to arrogance that they simply did not believe anyone would dare to ambush them. If that was the case, then the rules of this wasteland would be broken by his own hands. "All units take note. Fire." Without wasting words, Chu Hang pulled the trigger on a soldier escorting Xiao He. An almost imperceptible whistling sound rang out, and a deep crimson blood bloom burst open on the man's face. He gave a muffled grunt and collapsed. Ambush. Both were seasoned veterans of the wasteland. The other man reacted instantly, grabbing Xiao He, who was trying to flee with his left hand, while swiftly raising his submachine gun with his right and spraying bullets in Chu Hang's direction. "Damn that reaction." Chu Hang cursed, quickly ducking his head to dodge. Though he knew they were firing blindly, he feared the chance of a stray bullet hitting him. After all, he only had one life. Seizing the moment, Chu Hang pulled out a remote and pressed it decisively. A dull explosion echoed from a distance. The roadside bomb he had planted was detonated. At such close range, despite the patrol vehicle of the Hui Yin clan being armored, the windows were left open for ventilation in the heat. So some of the shrapnel still landed inside the car, riddling the two drivers with wounds and leaving them dazed. After detonating the bomb, Chu Hang immediately activated the signal jammer. That way, even if the vehicle had a radio, they couldn't call for reinforcements. Moxigan was the first to lie prone behind a stone pillar, peeking out while shouting to the people in the car. "Get on the turret, close the armor. Those two-legged sheep don't even have proper guns, they can't possibly penetrate it." The two men in the car were stunned by the blast. Hearing the shout, they barely managed to get moving. One lowered the armored window panel while the other crawled into the rear compartment to operate the machine gun turret. Bang 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 bang. Soon the roar of a heavy machine gun filled the air. Though they didn't know where the enemy was, the sheer volume was enough to strike fear into hearts. Just then a dull whistle came from above. A dark shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the open ground beside the vehicle. The steel ball bounced a few times on the ground, leaving a series of craters. Moxigan was stunned at first, then burst into loud laughter. "A catapult. You trying to make me die laughing? With that you want to resist? I bet your crappy weapon can't even touch a single toe of mine. Just wait to die, little darlings." Before he finished, a second steel ball fell from the sky. Who knows if Moxigan's mouth was blessed, but his words were like a jinx. The steel ball directly struck the stone pillar he was hiding behind, shattering it instantly. The flying debris hit Moxigan, causing him to howl in pain, but it was clearly not enough to kill him. "Ha, missed me. Ah." Moxigan was about to boast when the steel ball, having smashed the pillar, ricocheted off. It arced in a small parabola and landed squarely on Moxigan's leg. Moxigan's piercing scream echoed through the valley, startling even the machine gunner on the nearby vehicle. Chu Hang also drew in a sharp breath. Looking at the bloody scene, that Lian really knew how to shoot. Soon more solid iron balls rained down from the sky. Though the accuracy was no longer as exaggerated as before, it still sent the patrol vehicle scurrying in panic, and the machine gunner behind could no longer continue firing. Chu Hang's face lit up with joy. What a huge help! He immediately leaned out, intending to take down the man holding Xiao He. Xiao He obviously understood this as well, so he bit the man's hand hard, drawing blood. But unexpectedly, the man only screamed once, then punched Xiao He right on the nose, stunning him completely. He seemed indifferent to his own bleeding left hand. He too weak. Powerless. The man sneered disdainfully, pulling Xiao He in front of him to block Chu Hang's line of fire while shouting, "Come on, shoot. Kill him first. I'm not afraid of death, see if he is." With that, he kicked Xiao He twice more, slowly backing toward cover. "Damn, you had a chance and you didn't use it." Chu Hang thought, then suddenly had an idea. He immediately disconnected Xiao He from the game. The logged-out Xiao He went limp like a corpse. No matter how the man kicked or hit, he was completely unresponsive, as heavy as a dead drunk. Helpless, the man had to abandon Xiao He and dash toward the nearby cover. Fought. A burst of short, rapid shots rang out, and the man took several hits, collapsing onto Xiao He in frustration. On the other side, the driver in the car had barely recovered from his dizziness. Earlier he had been too busy dodging the falling iron balls. Now that Lian seemed out of ammunition, he immediately thought to call for help via radio. Because of the ringing in his ears, his voice was quite loud. Chu Hang gathered that he was saying they had been ambushed by the neighboring Qi Yin clan and were outnumbered. What thick skin! However, the endless static on the channel drove him to despair. Seeing no reinforcements coming, he decisively shifted into reverse, intending to abandon his comrades, whether alive or dead, and flee. Such a true bond of brotherhood. Just then a massive piece of debris fell from the sky, landing right at the valley's exit, blocking it completely. It was the dragon-slaying boulder that the two had been busy with all this time. With their retreat cut off, the two remaining enemies had no choice but to hunker down inside the vehicle, firing their heavy machine gun defiantly. Sizzling hot shell casings cascaded down like a waterfall, making Chu Hang lament the waste. "Come on. Taste this. For Valhalla. For Valhalla." The driver joined in the roar, flooring the accelerator and ramming the patrol vehicle into the roadblock ahead, truly acting like a madman. At that moment, a Shio who had been lurking for a long time finally made his move. Hunched over, he crawled out from a pile of wreckage, sneaked up from the enemy's blind spot, and hurled a lit Molotov cocktail at the machine gun turret on the roof. "Take that." The sound of shattering glass rang out. Flames spread through the fuel into the armor's gaps, and soon agonized screams came from inside. The gunfire abruptly ceased. "Damn, that's too satisfying." Kakexio's eyes lit up. He felt like he had discovered a new world. He then crept around to the side of the vehicle and threw the remaining Molotov cocktails at the cab and the engine hood. The entire patrol vehicle was soon engulfed in raging flames, waves of heat sweeping over. Whoa, this fire is amazing. Kakexio quickly retreated a few steps, gaining a deeper appreciation for the game's physics engine. If NPCs could also react realistically. With that thought, Kakexio picked up his machete and crouched eagerly beside the car door. Sure enough, the burning door was soon pushed open from inside. A raider covered in flames tumbled out of the vehicle, only to be taken down by Kakexio, who had been waiting for him. First blood. Kakexio cheered. The NPC's reaction. The spurting blood. The feel of the blade slicing into flesh. Kakexio could hardly contain his excitement. This game was so realistic. Thud. Just then a heavy sound of something falling came from the other side of the car. Kakexio's expression changed slightly as he remembered there was still one more enemy. By the time he hurried over with his machete, the enemy had already risen from the ground, aiming his gun at him. His charred, blackened face was twisted with ferocity. Run or attack. For a player, there was no question. Of course you go for it. Die. Kakexio charged forward without hesitation. The man fired at the same time, but perhaps because of his severe injuries the bullet only grazed Kakexio's scalp. The next moment 2 cold blades descended one after another. The man barely had time to raise his gun horizontally in front of him before the first blade split it apart. The second blade struck him hard in the chest, sending him flying backward. Blood sprayed, staining the yellow sand beneath. Oh my god. After killing 2 enemies in quick succession, Kakexio's face flushed. The effects of adrenaline began to fade and he collapsed, sitting down on the ground in exhaustion. Staring at the corpses nearby, he felt a delayed sense of discomfort. But it came and went quickly. He felt a flash of white light in his mind and all the discomfort vanished, leaving only the thrill and satisfaction of overcoming a powerful enemy. Kakexio let out a long breath. Damn, this game is too realistic. Conquest Mission 01 completed. Reward: Subspace Protocol Upgrade, Beginner Equipment, Blind Box, X1 Energy Coins, X100. Alright, let's begin the draw. A surge of delight filled Chu Hang's heart as meteors swiftly streaked across the system interface. He counted and found 6 distinct colors. Gray, white, green, blue, purple, and gold, each corresponding to one of the 6 tiers of equipment. Green and blue were the most common, while gold, the pinnacle, had appeared only once before his eyes. Here it comes. Will gold appear this time? Chu Hang's fists clenched unconsciously. Whoosh! A moment later a violet radiance landed before him, revealing a pulsating mass of silver liquid within the light. Purple gear. Not bad, not bad. Chu Hang was not too disappointed. After all, it was second only to gold and absolute steel. Nanosymbiotic armor, beginner quality, rare, energy level 3, tech level B6, functions: mimicry, protection, amplification, medical. Chu Hang gave it a try and soon gleamed with joy. This thing was incredibly useful. With a mere thought, the silver liquid composed of countless nanobots came alive, swiftly burrowing into Chu Hang's body and forming an invisible shield on his skin. He picked up an enemy's iron tube rifle and tested it. The weapon could not penetrate at all. Moreover, his muscles, bones, and neural reflexes were drastically enhanced in a direct strength test. The amplification was at least 30. And then there was the mimicry ability. The next moment the silver liquid began to surface, detaching from his skin and coating his clothes. After a brief writhing, his previous attire was replaced by a lifelike officer's uniform of the Stellar Empire. With this, Chu Hang could transform into a super spy possessing 1,000 faces. Stellar technology, so terrifying. Chu Hang's mouth hung open for a long while before he could only sigh in amazement. His cheap homeland truly had its merits. With a sharp tool in hand, the desire to kill arose. Chu Hang hadn't yet decided on his next move, but the nanosymbiotic armor granted him the audacity to dream. Why not eliminate the threat once and for all by taking out the Greyrock clan outpost at the foot of the mountain? The moment this thought crossed his mind, the system immediately assigned him a mission, as if afraid he might back out. Conquest Mission 02: Capture Greyrock Clan Outpost 217. Reward: Archive Protocol Upgrade, including Cultivation Pod, Blueprint, Beginner Equipment, Blind Box, X1, Beginner Energy Coins, X100. Chu Hang rubbed his chin, now beginning to understand the quirks of this mission system. In summary, there were 2 categories: first, those required by the Spark, mandatory tasks with no choice but to complete. Second, those he needed himself. The system would issue missions aligned with his strategic goals, seemingly as a form of encouragement, allowing him to receive rewards in a logical manner. Understanding this, Chu Hang accepted the mission with peace of mind. He then strode over to the Mohican lying lifeless on the ground, only to find the man already in shock, blood pooling around him, clearly beyond saving. Right, the medical function. Chu Hang crouched down and injected the nanobots into the Mohican's body, briefly reviving him. After extracting some intelligence about the outpost, he let him die. Truly a heartless scoundrel, a paragon of callousness. 2 minutes later Chu Hang discarded the ravaged Mohican and began clearing the battlefield, summoning the players to extinguish the fire. Meanwhile Xiao Hei finally reconnected. Damn, how did I disconnect just now? Xiao Hei was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the corpse of the burly man in his arms. Shit, how did this guy die? I was about to counter-kill him. Did the story skip? This game definitely has bugs. Lion happened to pass by, heard him and pulled him up with a laugh, patting his shoulder. Bro, if it weren't for the captain's sharpshooting you'd be waiting for respawn back home right now. With that Lion handed him a shovel. Go dig sand and put out the fire, engineering suits you better. Get lost, I'm a scout. This was just a mistake, the NPCs in this game have way too sharp eyes. Chu Hang didn't need to ask how Xiao Hei had been exposed. In most games NPCs have a detection range. As long as you keep your distance you could practically dance right in front of them. But clearly the NPCs in Stardust were different. In their eyes Xiao Hei's stealth probably looked no different from an ostrich with its head buried in the sand. Who else would they catch? A few minutes later the players scrambled to extinguish the fire on the patrol vehicle. Kekexio had enjoyed the arson, but now he endured complaints from his teammates while putting out the flames. You losers, you're just jealous that I got a double kill. Bullshit, without me risking my neck to lure them you think you could have picked off the kills so easily. Give it a rest, you two at least showed your faces. I spent ages on the mountain charging up heaven and earth collapse and all I hit was a leg. The kills were all stolen. Screw that, you think you have it worse than me. I was stuck cutting wreckage the whole time and didn't even get to participate in the fight. No, I'm the worst off, at least what you did had strategic value. The captain won't forget your contribution. The group started comparing their misfortunes. It was just like overachievers complaining after an exam about the questions they got wrong, infuriatingly smug. Chu Hang walked over and coughed sternly. Gather up. The players immediately stopped arguing and scurried over to line up, faces full of anticipation. Everyone performed well in this battle. I'm awarding 50 merit points each and a high-quality piece of equipment. Nice. The joy was written on their faces. Additionally, this battle was a victory against overwhelming odds, firing the first shot of the Empire's counterattack and with 0 casualties on our side. By special order of the commander, all participants will receive an extra 50 merit points. I hope you'll continue to strive for the revival of the Empire. By the end the players were cheering. Long live the captain. Damn, 100 merit points. That means a direct promotion in rank. Not just that, we're almost at corporal. Chu Hang watched the players' animated discussion with satisfaction, feeling a lightness in his heart. The merit system was his designed promotion ladder for the players. All players started as private. To reach private first class required 50 merit points. After deduction, reaching corporal required another 100 points. That was a total of 150 points. Over the past few days the players had completed the gathering tasks Chu Hang set, with rewards usually in single digits, barely accumulating 50 points combined. This battle was a massive windfall for them, no wonder they were so thrilled. As for what the rank was good for now, Chu Hang simply said it looks good. Of course that was only temporary. Currently equipment and supplies were allocated on a ration system. Later, when more players joined, they would have to rely on merit points to exchange for gear. The higher the rank the better the equipment they could obtain and the more lucrative the missions. When the treasury was richer, mission rewards would also include real currency. The player information in the system had been updated. Everyone was now a private first class, and Kekexio, who had secured the first kill, was merely 5 points away from becoming a corporal. Next came the distribution of equipment. In Stardust, setting equipment quality was divided into 6 tiers. The worst was Grey, poor common was white common, and better was green fine. Chu Hang collected the spoils. In total, 4 iron tube rifles, over 200 rounds of 6mm ammunition, a heavy machine gun with only about 40 bullets left, and some throwing spike grenades and Molotov cocktails. It seemed like a lot, but the quality was abysmal. After system scanning, all 4 iron tube rifles were poor quality, no rifling, and the one Kekexio had cut open even had a bent barrel. Only the heavy machine gun was marginally better. Is that it? Besides being able to fire bullets, accuracy, range and recoil were completely ignored. If this were on Blue Star, every designer and manufacturer would be hauled before a military tribunal. But in the wasteland these were decent ranged firepower deterrents. Most importantly, they weren't picky about ammunition, even the poorest quality rounds rarely jammed. Want them? The players nodded eagerly, making Chu Hang chuckle. These guys weren't picky, but perhaps they had no real concept of firearms, thinking it was just a matter of different stats. I won't give you these inferior pieces. I'll provide you with better ones later. Chu Hang looked up at the sky and continued. For now I want you to change into the raider's clothes, take the patrol vehicle and wait for me at the foot of the mountain. I'll send you the meeting point. We rendezvous in 1 hour. Move out, the battle isn't over. Let's finish this. With that, Chu Hang left. The players exchanged glances, reading the excitement in each other's eyes. Woohoo! We get to go out and cause some trouble. There must be a follow-up mission. Are we hitting the outpost? Damn, something big is coming. The group moved swiftly, acting with utmost enthusiasm. Thinking today's storyline had ended, they were still savoring the excitement when unexpectedly there was more to come. Even better, a larger stage had been unlocked, the open world was now accessible. Could the next area already be built? This game is so generous. He really makes me cry. Chu Hang first used the subspace to remove the debris blocking the valley mouth. Then the players took the lead, stepping on the gas and driving the pitch-black patrol vehicle toward the foot of the mountain. Dado, acting as the driver, was having a blast, shouting that the game's vehicle system was awesome. Ha, watch me do a rocket start and drift through the curve. Holy crap, are you looking at the road? We're gonna crash. Relax, I'm an old driver, steady as can be. Listening to the noisy carload fade into the distance, Chu Hang shook his head and returned to the sunken ship to prepare for the next round. There were still 2 hours until nightfall. After dark, the temperature would plummet, sandstorms would intensify and reduce visibility, and mutated beast packs would roam. In short, the night turned human strongholds into isolated islands without shelter humans could not survive. And this was precisely the perfect opportunity to eradicate the enemy root and branch. Over an hour later, the players had arrived at the agreed meeting point and were idly looking around. Why isn't the captain here yet? He doesn't have a vehicle, how's he supposed to get here? You don't get it, do you? Which game's NPC can't teleport? You just finish a quest and the NPC is already waiting at the mission location. True, but this game is so realistic, it shouldn't have such immersion-breaking mechanics, right? Holy crap, look up in the sky. As they spoke, Kekexio suddenly pointed at the sky in astonishment, jaw dropped. The other three followed his gaze and widened their eyes as well. No way our captain can fly. So that's how he solves it. That's incredible. To be precise, it's gliding, but still amazing. When did the captain upgrade his gear without telling us? I think our actions are driving the NPC's growth. Just you wait, if we help the captain complete more missions, his equipment will keep getting better. Their eyes lit up. Raising an NPC, so later when they want to show off they can point at Chu Hang and say, see this badass captain. We raised him. The thought alone was hilarious. Chu Hang had no idea his little players were planning to sponsor him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. After all, free meals were always welcome, bring him on. At that moment he spread his arms and rode the wind down his wingsuit, flapping loudly. Just before landing, it flowed like water into a parachute, carrying him safely to the ground. Upon landing, the parachute turned back into a silver liquid, quickly merging into Chu Hang's body and forming an unremarkable brown trench coat indistinguishable from the wasteland attire. If the players hadn't been watching closely, they would have thought they'd seen a ghost. This was of course the effect of the nano-symbiotic suit. Its debut left jaws on the floor. His was only the basic model, capable of mimicking various garments, such as a wingsuit, holographic camouflage, or any clothing scanned by the system. But fortunately, the core functions were not compromised. While greatly enhancing physical capabilities, it also allowed him through neural stimulation to master skills he had never learned before, with data synchronized from the system library. For instance, when he glided from the mountain to the rendezvous point. In the past he would have crashed headfirst, but with the nano-symbiotic suit he moved like an extreme athlete, executing the entire sequence with fluid grace. This reminded him of an old movie, The Tuxedo. The Tuxedo in that film had similar abilities, instantly turning a novice into an expert in various fields. With the nano-symbiotic suit, Chu Hang could instantly transform from an amateur military enthusiast into a special forces operative, wielding combat skills with ease. That was his greatest asset for capturing the stronghold. Ignoring the players' gleaming eyes like bulbs, Chu Hang made no explanation about his new gear. Instead, he retrieved 4 brand new steel tube rifles from his subspace. These 4 guns were just assembled using the newly upgraded processing capabilities of his subspace. Each rifle consumed the energy equivalent of 2 energy coins. The structure was largely the same as the common iron pipe rifles of the wasteland, but improvements in materials and machining precision upgraded their quality from gray to green. The steel barrels even had rifling, ensuring accuracy within 50 meters. To conserve ammunition, Chu Hang deliberately removed the automatic firing mechanism, converting the rifles to semi-automatic, and issued 50 rounds to each player. Seeing the players fondling their new guns with delight, Chu Hang felt that his hard work had paid off, and a sense of accomplishment welled up inside him. Alright, listen up. For the next mission we need to infiltrate the enemy outpost and seize control of this stronghold. After he finished, Data raised his hand. Chu Hang nodded for him to speak. Captain, on our way here the vehicle radio crackled, but since we couldn't understand the language we didn't respond. Chu Hang frowned. It seems the enemy has already noticed the patrol's disappearance. Going missing in the wasteland is never a good sign, but it's not uncommon either. Therefore, until they get more information they probably won't react excessively. We need to hurry. The players grew serious, their eyes burning with determination. Since they're already on alert, we'll have to revise the infiltration plan. Chu Hang pondered for a moment before continuing. New plan split up. I'll handle the infiltration personally. You take the patrol vehicle and act as a decoy to draw them away, creating an opening for me. As Chu Hang laid out his strategy, the players felt a pang of doubt. Would this plan work? It sounded like a suicide mission. They had scouted the so-called stronghold with binoculars earlier. The Greyrock clan's outpost was built into a cliff at the mountain's foot. They had carved a massive cave about 5 meters above the ground, accessible only by a metal drawbridge. Thanks to the elevation advantage and the cliff backing, the outpost only needed to defend the front, easy to hold, hard to attack. Moreover, both sides of the drawbridge were fortified with bunkers. Judging by the firing ports, there were no fewer than 10 gun emplacements. How could Chu Hang possibly take them all alone? Even if they all charged together, they'd just be cannon fodder. The players hesitated. Though they had only known each other for 3 days, Chu Hang had treated them well and they had grown fond of him. They didn't want this NPC to die, so they voiced their concerns and urged him to reconsider. Chu Hang was taken aback, then smiled warmly. Soldiers, don't worry about me. Just as I trust you, you should trust me. Alright, the plan stands. Tonight we'll sleep in their stronghold. Move out. Yes, Captain. 10 minutes later at Greyrock Clan's Outpost 217. Has the patrol team still not made contact? What the hell are those incompetents doing? Inside the bunker of the outpost, a burly man with a scarred face wore a grim expression, cursing incessantly about the missing Moxigan and his crew. Suddenly a subordinate beside him pointed out the observation window and shouted. Boss, look. Isn't that our vehicle? The scarred man quickly looked, and indeed in the distance an off-road vehicle was driving, but not toward the base, it was fleeing the base, heading into the distant wasteland. What's going on? Have Moxigan and his men defected? It's less than an hour until dark, where could they possibly escape to? The scarred man immediately sensed something suspicious. But then he recalled the high-grade parts delivered from the No. 217 dump last time. Could it be that Moxigan and his crew had found something extraordinary again, willing to gamble everything, hoping the night would conceal their tracks? The scarred man never once considered that Moxigan and his group might have been wiped out. After all, even if communication was cut off, they could have fired a flare for help, they wouldn't have been completely silent. In the end, the greed in his heart made the scarred man resolve. Lower the drawbridge. All vehicles attack. Bring them back, I want them alive. On the other side. Big head, speed up. They're chasing us. 4 players drove the patrol vehicle racing across the boundless wasteland, tires kicking up clouds of dust. Speed up, my ass. If we go too far, what if they stop chasing? You know how to pull aggro. Heaven knows how far this game's NPC aggro range is. Little Black sat in the passenger seat acting like a commander, but his frequent glances back showed he was clearly panicked to the extreme. No help for it. They had been bragging and cruising, having a blast, but soon they were being hunted down by 3 off-road vehicles from the Greyrock clan. Although the decoy plan was already set, wasn't 1v3 a bit too thrilling? Even if players have cheap lives, they didn't want to die so easily. They hadn't even passed the key plot yet. Holy shit, they're accelerating. Suddenly Lian, who was manning the machine gun in the back seat, yelled. The others turned to look, and sure enough, among the pursuers 2 beetle-like light off-road vehicles emitted high-pitched engine roars, spewing thick black smoke and dust as they rapidly closed in. Damn, they must have nitrous boost. Don't we have any on our car? Kakexio said, frantically searching the cabin, but the interior was charred black, making it hard to find anything. Look for a canister. That thing should be aftermarket, check under the seats. This was where the engineer's value shone. Lion specialized in this in reality and had shooting experience, which was why he was the one handling the only heavy machine gun. A few seconds later. Found it. Kakexia shouted in surprise. How does this thing work? First open the valve on the canister, then follow the wires to see which button on the dashboard it's connected to. Try them all. Oh, got it. Big Head, that red button on the center console. Big Head, who was driving, kept checking the rearview mirror. Seeing the pursuers less than 100 meters away, he rejoiced at his companion's shout and slammed the red button. Whoosh! A sound of compressed air burst forth and the patrol vehicle suddenly accelerated, the immense inertia pressing the occupants hard into their seats. Woohoo, takeoff! Ha ha ha, eat our dust. Our brothers it seems were still not faster than them. Lion looked closely and though reluctant to admit it the distance was still closing just not as fast as before. Damn it must be because our car is too heavy. Then how about we throw the most useless person out? Stop the nonsense, prepare for battle. Lion after all worked in the military industry and had received some military training so he took on the role of commander. He pulled hard on the charging handle of the heavy machine gun. With a click the antique comparable to a World War II relic was chambered. The ammunition box beside it held only half a belt, about 40 rounds he had to conserve. The others in the car also moved, lowering the armored panels on the windows and poking their gun muzzles through the firing ports. Listen, our ammunition is limited, we must conserve. Don't fire unless you're sure. I know, just like our ancestors' tactic, let them get close before firing. Exactly. The captain trusts us, we can't let him down, right? The four were full of drive with fighting spirit burning in their eyes. Come on, let's fight to the fullest. Big head, I'll count to 3 and you release the throttle, don't hit the brakes. Parallel them right. Got it, I'm a seasoned driver. Lion gripped the cold receiver, a hint of excitement curling at the corner of his mouth. 3, 2, 1, engage. As the words fell the speeding patrol vehicle suddenly decelerated. The pursuers on both sides, caught off guard, surged forward to a position parallel to the players. Surprise motherfucker. Die. Bang 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 bang. The heavy machine gun roared first its deep sound. Lion aimed it at the enemy vehicle on the left and opened fire at the moment of intersection. The gun shuddered violently, numbing his hands. But instead of letting go he gripped the handle tighter, suppressing the recoil and keeping the muzzle aimed at the enemy vehicle. Bang 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 bang. The roar at close range pounded against Lion's heart like drumbeats. The heat waves from the gun washed over his face, making him flush with excitement. He watched the bullets tear holes in the enemy's door, riddling the vehicle with holes, sending metal fragments flying, and heard the screams and curses of the dying enemies. Every feedback was so real. Stardust gave him an unprecedented immersive experience, the thrill of destroying everything deeply captivated him. After an unknown amount of time. With a boom the vehicle in front turned into a massive fireball, its burning metal frame collapsing to the ground in pieces. Meanwhile the machine gun in Lion's hands let out a clicking sound of empty ammunition. Aye. Holy shit. I took one down. By now Lion had lost all his previous calm. He screamed excitedly, slapping the machine gun repeatedly. Damn, what about conserving ammo? You used it all for yourself. No, did you see that? This game is fucking awesome. Even if I die right now I'll shout with my decaying voice, Stardust is awesome. The others in the car were equally excited to the extreme. With perfunctory replies of awesome, they had already devoted all their energy to the intense battle. The previous fight had been too low intensity. Except for Kakexiu, the others had hardly felt any thrill. Not like this time. The roar and recoil of the rifles firing stimulated the players' nerves every moment. This exhilarating combat feedback was incomparable to any real-world game. What boy doesn't like guns? Now there was a game that not only had no danger but also allowed 100 experience of the most realistic battlefield feedback, letting them freely vent their violent and destructive desires. At that moment they all decided. If Stardust never shut down they would play it for life. When they got back they would recommend it to all their friends. Such an awesome game couldn't be kept to themselves. The players firing like madmen caught the Greyrock clan off guard. But compared to these rookie players they were true veterans. Almost instantly they reacted, the vehicle on the right turned sharply, its front slamming into them. Although Big Head was a seasoned driver he had never driven a bumper car in reality. In his haste he was slow to react. Bang! The two speeding vehicles collided violently. The enemy's vehicle was a lightweight interceptor, low in tonnage but welded with many spikes and ramming horns for puncturing tires, quite different from the player's sturdy armored car. The patrol vehicle shuddered violently from the impact. Lion, not holding on, hit his head on the cabin and knocked himself unconscious, disconnecting from the game. Kakexiu, also in the back seat, barely steadied himself, then saw Lion slumped in the gunner's seat, blood streaming from his head. Grief struck him. Brothers, Lion is down. At the main bunker of the Greyrock tribe outpost a warrior hastily lowered his telescope and turned to report to the Scarface leader. Boss, they actually dared to open fire. We lost one interceptor vehicle. If you think I'm blind. Scarface's face darkened as he snatched the telescope from his subordinate, his grip causing it to creak ominously. How dare they? That bastard Mohawk, how could he steal from the tribe within our own territory? Ungrateful wretches. Tell the pursuit team no more mercy. But bring back the treasure, intact. Scarface was now convinced that the fleeing patrol vehicle carried some precious artifact. The tribe commanded over 100 outposts. As the head of Outpost 217, Scarface not only had a traitor among his men but had also lost half his patrol vehicles. Without a treasure to appease his superiors, he would face a grim fate. Just then a panicked voice reached his ears. "Boss, communications are down again, we can't reach the pursuit team." "What?" Scarface frowned, a knot of unease tightening in his chest. Losing contact with the patrol vehicle was one thing, Mohawk might have tampered with it, but they were far away now. How could they still interfere with the outpost's communications? Boss, what if they're luring the pursuit team away to ambush us?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Scarface's expression froze for a moment, then twisted into scorn as he roared at his subordinate. "You cur. I personally chose this outpost's location, built against a cliff 5 meters above the ground. The only entrance is flanked by 2 bunkers and 1 hidden bunker with high-voltage electric fences along the cliff edge. Anyone who tries to break in will meet only death. Who dares to target me?" Yes. "You're right, boss. I was just worrying needlessly." The subordinate dared not argue and forced a fawning smile. Scarface's anger subsided slightly, but the loss of the pursuit team left him with a lingering unease, a sense that events were slipping beyond his control. After a moment's thought, he ordered, "Go prepare the artillery. Aim carefully and blow the traitor vehicle to pieces." "Yes, sir." The subordinate scurried away. What Scarface didn't know was that just a few meters below his feet, Chu Hang was silently climbing the cliff like a gecko, his movements utterly soundless. He had even heard Scarface's roar. "No one dares to target your outpost." "Ha!" Chu Hang let out a soft laugh and quickened his pace. His palms, elbows, knees and toes were now covered by nanite swarms, providing extraordinary grip that allowed him to crawl swiftly like Spider-Man. The deeper he delved into its use, the more Chu Hang appreciated the power of the nanite suit. It was the dream equipment of any special forces soldier from his past life. Its combat capability was secondary, its unparalleled functionality and battlefield adaptability were priceless. With this suit, Chu Hang felt he could conquer heaven and earth. If the basic version was this formidable, would the intermediate version turn him into Iron Man? Could the advanced version allow him to breach the atmosphere single-handedly? A humanoid mecha, an army of one. Imagine boarding a starship in a space battle. The thought was exhilarating. As his imagination ran wild, Chu Hang had already reached the cliff edge of the outpost's cave. True to Scarface's words, a ring of high-voltage electric fences stood there, capable of hurling a human body away according to his scanning system. But this posed no challenge for Chu Hang. He extended his right hand, covered in nanite swarms, and grasped the electric fence directly. A flash of electricity arced, but instead of being repelled, Chu Hang heard a system prompt: "Charging in progress." The nanite swarms tamed the high voltage, allowing the system to absorb it cleanly. "Charging in progress, current progress 12. The spark system was a voracious consumer of energy. Every function Chu Hang used required power. Until now, the only way Chu Hang had fueled the spark was through energy coins. Originally a solid-state battery of the Stellar Empire, these coins were difficult to counterfeit and of excellent quality, gradually becoming the currency of the wasteland. Based on his experiments, roughly 100 energy coins provided one charge, so a full charge would require nearly 100,000 coins, and that was assuming minimal usage. Now presented with free electricity, he naturally seized the opportunity, determined to drain Scarface dry. Within 3 minutes, the outpost's control room erupted in chaos. What's going on? Why is the power dropping so fast? Where's the leak? Scarface grabbed a technician by the collar, spittle flying in his face. "Boss, I don't know. The outpost's batteries suddenly drained. I've started the backup generator, power should be back soon." As he spoke, the lights flickered back on as if nothing had happened. But Scarface's unease only deepened. He had just boasted that no one could get in, only to be immediately proven wrong. Yet his pride was nothing compared to his own safety. He paced irritably, then gritted his teeth and ordered, "Go wake all the war children. From now on, everyone patrols in pairs. Search every corner. I refuse to believe some ghost can slip in unnoticed. Whoever comes dies." "Yes, boss." The subordinate hurried off, muttering inwardly. He had warned that someone might target the outpost. He was a man of foresight. But truth be told, this whole affair was eerie. Now he almost hoped his guess was wrong. He'd rather the boss be right. By now Chu Hang had slipped into the outpost. The spark had charged to 13, but the entire backup power of the outpost was worth only 100 energy coins, barely a nibble for the system. He hadn't been discovered because the nanite suit provided full-body holographic camouflage, rendering him nearly invisible unless he made violent movements. Even the air rifle in his hand was covered by the nanite swarms. The rifle was a newly crafted superior piece, more powerful, compact, and faster firing. Combined with the holographic camouflage, it made barely a sound when fired at close range, the perfect assassination tool. That was why Chu Hang hadn't charged in guns blazing. Why not enjoy the thrill of stealth kills while invisible? Soon he had circled the outpost using Mohawk's pre-death confession to map the terrain and personnel distribution. As an outpost built into a cliffside cave, the usable space was limited. Excluding the central garage and repair workshop, most rooms were carved into the rock walls like cave dwellings. Currently, aside from 5 men in each of the 2 bunkers and 2 hidden snipers in the concealed bunker, everyone else, about 20 people, was on guard or patrol. With such numbers, light and heavy weapons in fortified bunkers, they could easily repel a 100-man assault. No wonder Scarface had been so boastful. But as the saying goes, fortresses are breached from within. Now that Chu Hang was inside, how could they possibly prevail? Who should he target first? The 2 in the hidden bunker. Chu Hang hated ambushers more than anything. Daito, drive the damn thing faster. The player's patrol car was careening wildly, or rather fleeing in a desperate retreat. Minutes earlier, the interceptor of the Greyrock clan had blown out the player's right front tire, causing their speed to plummet. Not only could they not shake off the car on their flank, but the one behind was now closing in. It was the same model of armored vehicle as theirs, equally equipped with a heavy machine gun. The armor on the player's vehicle was thin, adequate against makeshift pipe rifles, but utterly insufficient against a heavy machine gun. They would be riddled with bullets. Axio hasn't rain come around yet. Shohei in the front seat kept firing out the window, but with both vehicles swerving and locked in fierce combat, the bullets were flying everywhere, managing only to keep the enemy at bay. Not yet. That unlucky kid probably has a concussion. Who knows when he'll reconnect? Kakexio quickly abandoned any attempt to revive Rain and joined Shohei in returning fire. But they had clearly forgotten their earlier promise to conserve ammunition. The moment the shooting started, they lost all restraint. Click. Click. Damn, I'm out of ammo. Suddenly a cry came from Shohei in the front row. He frantically searched around and found the space beneath his seat littered with spent casings, yet absolutely no ammunition. Daito, lend me your gun. Don't fucking shoot back, I haven't even had my fun. Why don't you take the wheel instead? But clearly you couldn't swap drivers while the vehicle was hurtling along. Daito cursed grumpily. If it weren't for buying time, he would have rammed the other car already. Who was afraid of whom? The car behind is catching up. Get down, get down. Kakexio's shout came from the back seat. Daito instinctively jerked the wheel hard. The next moment, bullets screamed past the vehicle, kicking up a trail of dust on the sandy ground. In the pursuing vehicle. Shit, who told you to open fire? The boss wants them alive. They had no idea the boss had changed his mind. The squad leader on the vehicle gave the gunner a vicious kick and roared at the driver, ram into them. Sandwich them between us. As he spoke, the engine roared to life. Seconds later, the ram on the vehicle's front smashed into the player's car, crushing the rear end completely. A whole sheet of iron plate was torn loose by the impact, exposing the panicked players inside. Kakexio was dazed from the collision, but he knew he couldn't let the enemy board. So he decisively opened fire backward and threw 2 Molotov cocktails, though both were skillfully dodged by the opponents. The pursuers skillfully circled around and closed in from the left, forming a pincer with the interceptor on the right, squeezing the player's vehicle tight between them until it couldn't move. Slow down, would you? The firing port on the window was blocked by the enemy vehicle's body, forcing Shohei to holster his gun. Can't. The body's jammed by the other car. If we slow down, we'll all flip. You don't want to get out in hand-to-hand fight with those lunatics, do you? Boom. Before the words had finished echoing, the vehicle shuddered violently as though something had detonated on the roof. What the hell? Kakexio stood in Rain's former position and happened to see someone leaning out from vehicles on both sides, hurling javelins bound with explosives toward them. Shit, spike grenades. Wastelanders called this contraption a spike grenade, designed specifically to blow up vehicles, essentially a crude gun launcher. Boom. Another impact. Though the explosive charge in each spike grenade was modest, a few more strikes like that would likely shred the patrol car's roof armor, letting the enemy leap right aboard. Aha, you useless lot, fight back. All traitors who forsake the Hall of Valhalla must answer to the great immortal old Joe. The plunderer's raucous laughter echoed from outside. Since the players had donned the plunderer's garments, the enemies assumed those in the vehicle were Mohican and his crew. For a band of self-serving desperados, there was no brotherhood on the wasteland, only the law of the jungle, where the strong devour the weak. For a moment the players were stunned by the spike grenades. To their opponents this hesitation signaled weakness and cowardice, drawing forth a barrage of taunts. What the hell are those bastards screaming about? The players adapted quickly. Once they composed themselves, they caught the eerie yells from outside. Though they couldn't understand the words, they knew it wasn't anything favorable. Boom. Cut the chatter, figure something out quick, we're about to become a convertible. Watch this. Kakexio declared, throwing open the hatch above him and leaning out to unleash a furious barrage on the enemy javelin throwers. Bang bang bang. Following a chaotic burst of gunfire, the opponents fell where they stood. The players' weapons might have been subpar, but at such close range, coupled with Chu Hang's upgrades, they managed to land hits even blind cats occasionally catch dead mice. The enemies were shocked the players dared to return fire, but the bullets came relentlessly in reply. That's when the stark difference between quality and inferior firearms became apparent. Kakexio engaged both opponents in a prolonged exchange. While neither side landed critical shots, the players' bullets proved far more devastating. Rifled barrels meant a single hit could drop an enemy. Damn trash. Put. Kakexio flipped the bird before retreating. Bloodstains dotted his clothes. He'd been hit, but with the game dampening excessive pain sensation, he still had the energy to brag to his companions. Ha ha ha, aren't I impressive? Save the laughing, you've really pissed off those lunatics. Before the words left his mouth, louder screams echoed from outside, roughly translating to rise. Mozov. The Hall of Valhalla calls for you. Mozov. For the immortal old Joe. Then, to Kakexio's utter astonishment, the man he'd previously shot somehow rose to his feet again. Blood continuously poured from that person's chest, a wound far more severe than his own. Was this even human? He then sprayed a silvery liquid into his mouth, and like a final surge of energy he rallied with renewed vigor. Gripping a spike grenade in one hand, he howled fanatically, "Behold my sacrifice!" Instantly the surrounding plunderers erupted in excitement, chanting wildly, "Witness! Witness for you!" These desperados were clearly brainwashed, eager to enter the so-called Hall of Valhalla. They behaved like religious zealots, fearless in the face of death. For the Hall of Valhalla! The man shrieked, then threw himself toward the player's vehicle. Boom! An even more violent explosion erupted overhead. Amid the roaring and shrapnel, the players saw the sky suddenly appear as the entire roof was blown open, leaving them instantly unprotected. Witness! Witness! Kill! 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 Cheers rose from outside, each louder than the last. Though the players couldn't understand the words, they could sense the enemy's fervent morale. It was a world apart from their own spirits. Danger! Were they about to be finished off? At that very moment, Rain, who had been lying motionless in the carriage, slowly stirred. He shook his dizzy head and opened his blood-stained eyes. Damn, finally reconnected. His earlier disconnection had left him fuming, and now seeing his comrades nearly destroyed, coupled with the relentless taunts from enemies outside, his temper surged. Fuck, just a few NPCs acting so cocky. Rain was now consumed by an insatiable urge to destroy. He scanned the area and immediately spotted the spike grenades in the carriage. Without hesitation he grabbed two and scrambled onto the damaged roof. Worthless. All worthless. 3 against 1 and 2 get killed. On the top floor of the outpost bunker, the scar-faced man angrily smashed his binoculars to pieces on the ground. He grabbed the gunner beside him and shook him violently. What are you waiting for? Fire the damn cannon. Blow them up. The gunner cursed inwardly but obediently operated the ancient 90mm anti-aircraft gun. Amidst a series of creaking calibration sounds, the barrel pointed toward the last two vehicles entangled in the distance. Minutes ago Ryan had made a desperate leap. Though his movements were far from graceful, he managed to roll under the enemy vehicle and successfully flipped the last light pursuit car, instantly freeing data from the pincer attack. Now only 2 armored patrol vehicles remained. Since the player's vehicle had lost most of its armor plating and become a convertible, it was not much slower than the enemy. With the increasingly strong sandstorm providing cover, they barely managed to hold on. Just then a thunderous explosion erupted between the two vehicles. The violent shockwave spread instantly, directly flipping the player's vehicle over. Damn, what the hell hit us so hard? Hold on tight. The players clung desperately to the doorframe as the cabin tumbled. The explosion was from a 90mm high-explosive shell produced by the Greyrock clan's arsenal. The entire outpost had only 10 such shells, and their power was naturally far beyond that of a small spike grenade. The shot was remarkably precise. The impact point was slightly skewed toward the players, flipping them over, while the pursuing vehicle only swayed slightly. Good shot. As expected from the boss. That's right. The boss used to be our clan's famous gunner. He once blew up the bridge of the Blazing Flame clan ship with a single shot until he took an arrow to the knee. The subordinate boasted with excitement, but the irritable scar-faced man shoved him away. All of you get to work. Send out transport vehicles. Clean up the battlefield. His broken leg was a permanent pain in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't have been sent to guard this outpost. He had once been a candidate for the position of gunner on the clan's land cruiser. But this time misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. If he could hand over the treasure the traitors had taken, he might still have a chance to undergo mechanical ascension and return to the clan's main force. This was a good thing, but why was he so uneasy? Guard. Haven't you found the intruder yet? No one answered. Guard. A chill ran down Scarface's spine. He didn't know when it happened, but the entire bunker had become eerily silent, devoid of his subordinates' crude voices. The intruder had sneaked in. Impossible. He dove behind cover in panic, drew his pistol with his right hand and pulled a grenade from his belt with his left. Without hesitation he tossed the grenade into the room. It didn't explode but released a powerful electromagnetic pulse. Scarface was no country bumpkin, he knew about holographic camouflage equipment. This EMP grenade was his contingency plan. Sure enough, the wall near the door suddenly rippled like water, revealing a figure. Scarface fired without a word, hitting the man several times. The figure panicked, stumbled into a storage room. Scarface was overjoyed, the scars on his face writhing with his expression. The storage room was a dead end. He was about to capture an enemy equipped with holographic camouflage. Such a rare item could only belong to the Federation advance team. If he handed it over to the clan, he wouldn't even need to wait for the treasure from Mohican and the others. This alone would be enough to bring him back to his peak. Moreover, based on his years of intuition, this person definitely came from a brand new force. Otherwise, why would they attack an outpost so stealthily? If he could capture the intruder alive and obtain first-hand information from him, he could even sell the intelligence to the Federation advance team in exchange for their protection. The Greyrock clan was nothing but a rural landlord. It was said that the Federation had reclaimed city ruins and had their own organic farms. If only he could taste that delicious apple again. Scarface's eyes gleamed with intense greed, his triangular eyes fixed on the storage room door. Listen, you inside. You have no way out. Come out and surrender now, and I promise you won't die. I swear on the honor of the Greyrock clan. But after several calls, the storage room was as silent as if no one were there. Could he be dead? Scarface grew anxious. If the man was dead, he couldn't defect to the Federation and would have to honestly hand over the spoils to the clan. Just as he was thinking, a strange male voice suddenly sounded in his ear and he felt a gun barrel pressed against his head. Don't move. His gun was snatched away. Scarface turned his head stiffly and saw the same figure standing behind him, completely unharmed. How are you not injured? I definitely hit you. Scarface was utterly incredulous. Chu Hang withdrew his gun and took 2 steps back, cutting off any chance of close combat. He chuckled. EMP grenade. I didn't expect you to have such a good thing. Got any more? The sudden electromagnetic pulse had indeed caused him some trouble. But that was all. The nanite swarm quickly recovered, blocking a few bullets for him in the process, allowing him to re-stealth from the storage room and sneak up behind Scarface. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Are you human or ghost? You bang. Chu Hang used Scarface's own pistol to blow a hole in the ground beside his foot. You're a prisoner. Prisoners don't talk so much. Chu Hang pointed the gun at the cannon nearby. Do you want to live? If so, fire another shot for me. If not, I'll send you to hell right now. Scarface finally calmed down a bit. Unlike the fanatical raiders below, he agreed almost without hesitation. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything for you. I've already repaid the clan tenfold with my life. Now I want to live for myself. Chu Hang nodded appreciatively, ignoring the man's excuses for his betrayal. He pointed to the distant battlefield. Fire. Destroy your own vehicle. On the other side, the last 3 players crawled out of the twisted, deformed cabin to find the enemy vehicle stopped nearby, its heavy machine gun trained on them. All 3 were badly injured. Axio in the back seat hadn't fastened his seatbelt and his clone body was now paralyzed. But because the game had blocked the extreme pain, he was still lucid as if nothing was wrong. Oh my god, I just wanted to steal a car. Was a cannon really necessary? No martial ethics. 1 versus 3 took down 2, not a bad trade. We're done for. But wait, are they trying to capture us alive? Why didn't they fire earlier? Despite their complaints, they all raised their guns in unison. Ridiculous. Death was certain anyway, but these enemies were all experience points and war merits. 1 kill was a win. Just then their game bracelet suddenly buzzed and Chu Hang's voice came through. Find cover immediately. Prepare for artillery. What? Artillery. Where? Before they could think further, the sound of a shell whistling through the air reached them. Shohei and Data dragged the paralyzed Kikaku toward the back of the vehicle, but before they could take a few steps, the shell landed. The shockwave sent them all sprawling. Damn, no more. I can't take another charge today. Spit that out. Stop dawdling. Grab the guns. The dust hadn't settled yet. They scrambled to pull themselves out of the sand ready to fight to the death. But when the smoke cleared, the enemy was gone. Only a burning vehicle frame and a few homeless wheels remained. Holy shit. They stared in disbelief. A moment later they finally understood and burst into laughter simultaneously. The captain is awesome. Night fell. Inside Outpost 217 of the Wei Yan clan, Chu Hang sat alone by the campfire leisurely roasting sand rat meat with the howling wind and sharp beast cries echoing outside the outpost. The battle at dusk had ended 2 hours ago. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, overall the results were pleasing, a resounding victory. The 3 surviving players had all logged off. The uncontrolled clone bodies were placed in the outpost's dormitory awaiting the return to the wrecked ship tomorrow to be sent into the incubation pods for maintenance. Before that, Chu Hang had performed several surgeries using scans and magnite swarms, successfully extracting the shrapnel from the players who were sleeping like logs and then sutured the wounds to stop the bleeding. In this way the 3 clone bodies that had been nearly played to ruin were saved, unlike Lian, who still had to wait for a 2-day resurrection cooldown. Now the outpost had changed its name to Chu. Only Scarface among the enemies remained alive, all the other small fry had died in the battle. Chu Hang had held nothing back, each shot a kill, so no one survived to waste his food. Keep these brainwashed war children. With those resources, wouldn't it be better to summon more players? They are useful and obedient. But having killed so many, logically he should have some psychological burden. However, the opposite was true. Chu Hang felt no discomfort at all, instead he became even more efficient at killing. Although these raiders were all guilty of heinous crimes, was he being too cold-blooded and bloodthirsty? Is this still me? Because of the memory fragments? Or because of the system? Chu Hang frowned. Come to think of it, would he eventually become a complete butcher like these raiders? Thinking this, Chu Hang suddenly laughed at himself. He was being so melodramatic. It was hard enough just to stay alive, why play the saint? Being cold and selfish was not bad in the wasteland. On the contrary, being gentle and kind would only make him out of place here, and it would eventually harm both himself and others. In short, he only needed to act with a clear conscience. Alright, let's eat. With no more worries, Chu Hang suddenly felt he was starving. He eagerly brought the roasted sand rat to his mouth and took a big bite of the sizzling greasy hind leg meat. Delicious. What have I been eating these days? After a few bites, Chu Hang felt something was missing. He got up, rummaged through Scarface's room and brought back 2 cans of drinks. He opened one and took a big gulp. Ah, that's better. How can you eat barbecue without beer? Although the wasteland beer was as bland as water and had a strange taste, who cared? It was all about the feeling. Half an hour later, Chu Hang finished his most sumptuous meal since his transmigration. He hummed a tune as he made a round of the outpost's defenses, then went over to the unconscious Scarface and gave him another hit with a hammer. Only then did he return to his room, set up the early warning device and begin his daily routine training, such as gun maintenance and draw training. An hour later he fell asleep exhausted. It had been almost 4 days since his transmigration. Tonight he would rest well. If anything came up, he would deal with it tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the Lantan Yushi Hitorishin Kai chat group, Lian Hate, who had died and returned early, was bragging to his friends. Lian Hate brothers, you didn't see how awesome I was. I did a sliding tackle and blew up an armored vehicle. Bozi Yuning keep talking, we're listening. Laji Jiwang, how long has this symptom lasted? Isn't your 2D anime wife enough for you? Fence Bing Xiang Sai, another one driven crazy by thesis writing. Li Sanguang, where's the dog operator called Y Senmo? All day promoting, but you never give out keys, damn it. Guatian Li Cha must be tough running a game that doesn't exist. Y Senmo. These days, as soon as Lian and the other 3 logged off, they would rush to the group to brag about how awesome Stardust was, how groundbreaking, how unique, as if not playing it would mean experiencing a relatively failed life. The 4 of them had considerable prestige in the group. With their strong recommendations, many lurking members were tempted and expressed willingness to try. However, after all the bragging, when it came to handing out spots, Chu Hang's side was having trouble. There was no helping it, his little broken ship only had 4 incubation pods. The blueprint for the incubation pod was unlocked only today after capturing the stronghold through the domination quest 02. Before that he could only draw pies for the brothers in the group. Until today. Kakexio are absolutely amazing. I'm blowing up over today's battle. Day 2 next time I want to be the center. Loxia Xiaohei group owner brothers, good news. I just heard from the NPC that the player scale is about to expand. Everyone has a chance to get on board. Weilai KG Yuengong shocked. Lion Hate, damn, you guys finally came back. Is the battle over? Did you die in the end? Kikexio die my ass. Some people blow themselves up at the drop of a hat and in the end we had to come in and sweep up. Hands on hips. Day 2 but you looked really cool in your paralyzed state Kikexio Bozi Yuning I don't understand but I'm in awe. Lion hate a bunch of noobs. If I hadn't stabilized the situation you would have been wiped out. Kikexio you're right. But you can't log in for 2 days lol. Lion hate fuck soon Shohei typed out the subsequent story. Upon hearing that there was a fireworks show at the end Lion immediately beat his chest and regretted dying too early missing the key plot. After hearing Shohei's description the group members flooded the chat with 666 and awesome but clearly more were just cheering. Guatian Li Cha really? I don't believe it. Li Sangguang disbelieve 1 unless you give me a test key Day 2 brothers the Stardust world is absolutely real. It's highly likely independently calculated by an AI. The world will evolve naturally and us players will become variables in the world's evolution. That is to say we can change the fate of NPCs and decide the future of the world. Isn't that awesome? Bozi Yuning you're right but I can't play. Li Sanguang 1 Guatian Li Cha anyone can talk big. Without proof you're talking shit. Guatian Li Cha was muted for 30 minutes by the admin. Lo Xia Shohei everyone calm down. Spots will come soon. The NPC in charge of guidance has promised but there won't be many. After all Stardust is still in closed beta so capacity will definitely increase little by little. But I'll negotiate with the operator so that everyone can have company in the game. We can even form a guild. Li Sanguan group owner is awesome. Bozi Yuning that sounds good. Price listening to the group owner talk about the battle details my hands are itching. It would be great if you could bring us old brothers along. Day 2 what did you guys do before? Price hair retired military. Just looking for a hardcore game to reminisce about the past. Kikexio respect. I guarantee Stardust will satisfy you. And we happen to be short a few instructors, this game is way too hardcore. Retired veterans. Lo Xia Shohei's eyes lit up. He took a screenshot of the group chat and sent it privately to Wai Senmo. They were that familiar, why not a little backroom deal? The next day Chu Hang woke up refreshed and revitalized. He first patrolled the watchtower to stretch his limbs then went to check on Scarface. When he saw him this guy was glaring at Chu Hang with a deeply resentful expression a massive lump forming on his head, clearly Chu Hang had hammered him rather hard the night before. Chu Hang casually untied him tossed him half a bottle of water and a piece of inferior travel ration while he himself ate the leftover roasted meat from the previous night not far away. A slave collar now encircled Scarface's neck. Ironically it was precisely the same collar that had previously been around Chu Hang's neck. Fate had returned it to its rightful owner. You know what to say later right? Yeah. Scarface nodded reluctantly then viciously took a bite of the dry ration nearly choking himself to death in the process. Chu Hang found this quite amusing. This ration was exactly the kind Mohican had thrown at him during their last debt collection, generally meant for pack beasts. It tasted like swallowing shards of glass hence the nickname tempered glass. Scarface clearly hadn't consumed this stuff in quite some time. The searing pain in his throat overwhelmed him with a mix of sorrow and indignation and his gaze turned dark and vicious. A miserable life is better than a glorious death, wouldn't you agree? Just then Chu Hang's calm voice drifted over instantly extinguishing the fire burning in Scarface's heart. He managed another reluctant and fell completely silent. Chu Hang set aside his murderous intent and continued eating. Whether Scarface was actually a traitor hardly mattered to him. Chu Hang merely needed him to deceive the Greyrock clan, making the base command believe that Watchpoint 217 was functioning normally, thereby buying more time for peaceful development. After finishing breakfast Chu Hang escorted Scarface to the Watchtower's communications room for the routine check-in with headquarters. Chu Hang's position was precisely located in the 4th district of the 10th star ring. The entire 10th star ring was a colossal space structure, an artificial ring spanning kilometers in diameter with an inner surface area reaching millions of square kilometers, complete with mountains, rivers, oceans and an atmosphere. District 4, one of 6 major divisions, was predominantly hilly terrain representing the highest elevation across the entire star ring world. Consequently this region possessed natural defensive advantages. Combined with the massive wreckage left behind by the war, this location would serve as an excellent base until the dilapidated ship could return to space. Chu Hang intended to develop this into the first resurrection point for players after their arrival, planning to relocate to the ship once it underwent upgrades. However, each time he considered the astronomical resources required for ship repairs, his head would throb with dread. Firebrand was essentially a gold-swallowing beast. Never mind, take it slow. 5 minutes later the communication concluded smoothly. As expected of the season's second-in-command, Scarface hadn't given anything away to the other end. The atmospheric control system in District 4 was non-functional, which not only caused increasingly severe droughts, sandstorms and extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night but also allowed war debris to drift on the wind, frequently devastating the wasteland's outdated communication infrastructure. Especially long-range communications, which were mostly unusable. Therefore, for remote outposts like Watchpoint 217, establishing contact with headquarters within 3 days during favorable signal conditions would prevent being classified as lost. Even more leniently, periods of 4 to 5 days without communication were not uncommon. After Scarface successfully deceived his contacts this time, Chu Hang could enjoy several days of relative peace. Alright, you're dismissed for now. Rest here. Don't cause trouble or you'll end up getting yourself killed. Chu Hang didn't offer further warnings. He herded Scarface into a dormitory, locked the door and set 2 booby traps outside before leaving. He proceeded to another dormitory where 3 corpses lay. After using the system to unlock the player's login permissions, the 3 bodies suddenly sat up with a spring, rapidly rising to their feet. Good heavens, didn't these 3 have anything else to do? Had they been waiting constantly to come online? In Stardust, time flowed at a 1:1 ratio relative to Earth. Daytime in the game corresponded to nighttime in reality, and players required 48 hours to cultivate new clones after death, establishing a 48-hour respawn cooldown. Rain, who had suffered his first death, was already driven to the brink of madness. Upon logging in, the 3 players spotted Chu Hang at the entrance, their eyes lighting up as they eagerly gathered around him. Chu Hang had withheld mission rewards yesterday, but this raid on the stronghold presented greater difficulty and naturally warranted higher compensation. Warriors, I'm relieved you're unharmed. With an air of authority, Chu Hang nodded approvingly at the players. You've performed commendably on this mission. The Empire is proud of you. Captain, this is merely our duty. All for the Empire. It's just that Rain. Chu Hang nodded slightly. Patience. I am aware of Rain's contributions. His sacrifice this time has secured the Empire's victory, and the Empire will honor him upon his resurrection. However, his voice suddenly rose as his eyes burned with intensity fixed on them. This does not mean I condone suicide attacks. You are the Empire's most precious treasures, possessing the most powerful genetic sequences in the entire universe. If everything relies on mutual destruction, when will the Empire ever be restored? You should think more, train harder, and overwhelm enemies through wisdom and strength rather than self-destruction. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. The 3 players meekly accepted the reprimand, their minds somewhat calmed. Regardless of whether Chu Hang's words held merit, the mere 48-hour respawn cooldown alone deterred them from taking unnecessary risks. Unless death proved truly valuable, they would need to exercise extreme caution in these wastelands. Chu Hang practiced the approach of striking first, then offering comfort. After reprimanding the players to keep them humble, he quickly moved to announce the mission rewards. All participants in this mission will receive an exclusive campaign medal and 200 military merit points. Among them, based on the kill count recorded by the wristband, each enemy eliminated earns an extra 10 military merit points. As the team's logistics support data receives an additional 50 points. Rain, destroy 2 enemy vehicles in succession, earning an extra 100 points. Furthermore, each of you may learn 1 introductory skill from me. The list has been sent to your wristbands. Come find me when you've decided. Chu Hang distributed military merit points as fairly as possible. Even Datu, who barely fired a shot, received 50 points. This prevented discouraging player enthusiasm and avoided a scenario where everyone competed solely for kills in the future. As for skill learning, this was a new ability unlocked after his library upgrade. It allowed him to extract specific knowledge from the library, store it in equipment called a neural adjustment device, and then provide it to players for use. This learning method functioned identically to Chu Hang accessing his library, directly equivalent to immediately mastering the skill. Thus, beyond issuing missions and trading items, Chu Hang could now serve as an instructor, teaching players skills, making his NPC role increasingly comprehensive. This reminded him of an old meme from the classic game Civilization: a villager has discovered nuclear fission and shared it with you. The thought alone was quite thrilling. Boss Chu is awesome. Ghost, we can finally learn skills. The players erupted in cheers and soon received the redemption list Chu Hang had prepared for them. There were 6 skills in total. They were Wasteland General Knowledge, Basic Combat Techniques, Basic Marksmanship, Basic Engineering Technology, Basic Information Technology, and Basic Medical Technology. The skill descriptions were straightforward to understand. The General Knowledge skill was essentially a wasteland encyclopedia, helping players better comprehend the world of Stardust. The remaining skills would shape early gameplay, but since they were all beginner-level knowledge, learning multiple ones was fine. Each only cost 100 military credits, which was hardly expensive. A single storyline campaign would earn enough. Chu Hang glanced at the players, guessing these 3 would need some time to deliberate, so he went ahead to organize the outpost supplies. After Chu Hang left, the 3 immediately huddled together. I told you so. Although Stardust is set in a wasteland, it's still the interstellar era. If we couldn't learn skills, we'd never be able to pilot starships or mechs in the future. Exactly. When I was scavenging earlier, I could already feel how insane the game's modeling is. The moment scavenging came up, D2 grew enthusiastic. Do you believe it? This game company definitely has something up their sleeve. Maybe a tech giant is behind it. Setting aside those insanely detailed elements inside the wreckage, just the layout and connection of parts gave me an indescribable yet harmonious feeling, as if it could genuinely function. What's even more absurd is that those parts all have the most realistic physical feedback. Not only can they interact, they can even chain react. One slight slip and I nearly triggered a cascading explosion. This is way more awesome than Kerbal Space Program. If Lyin were here, that guy would have already started building rockets. D2's words earned nods from the other two. Chikashio pointed at the pile of parts on the bed and said helplessly, indeed the details in this game are impeccable. I tried disassembling the gun the captain gave me earlier, and guess what? I can't put it back together. Damn idiot. Xiao Hei rolled his eyes while the two chuckled. Just go learn basic marksmanship. It should cover firearm disassembly and maintenance. But I haven't decided yet. Chikashio was somewhat conflicted. Although shooting is satisfying, I prefer close combat. I took down 2 guys before, you know. That feeling was way more thrilling than firing a gun. Ha! Wait bro, you don't actually believe that a blade is faster within 7 steps, do you? Xiao Hei and D2 both stared at him in astonishment and earnestly advised, we're in the interstellar era now. Even thermal weapons aren't considered firepower enough. What can a single sword possibly do? Exactly. It's the interstellar era. Chikashio's eyes lit up. Since it's the interstellar era, why can't there be exoskeleton mechs for individual soldiers, with shield stealth capability, high-frequency blade weapons allowing you to charge through enemy lines again and again? D2 and Xiao Hei exchanged glances. That wasn't entirely wrong. Chikashio's words had opened their minds, and they suddenly realized their expectations for Stardust might have been too conservative. Wait, this game doesn't seem to restrict players to a single class, does it? So you can train anything then. Why not DIY a custom class based on your own strengths? Meanwhile, Chu Hang was happily counting the spoils of this battle. First up were the system rewards. The archive upgrade unlocked Tier 2 for him, containing technology roughly equivalent to late 21st century Blue Star, slightly ahead of current Blue Star standards. With the incubation pod blueprint unlocked, he could produce more pods in subspace and recruit more players. But the premise was having enough resources. Building one incubation pod required 10 units of basic alloy, 1 unit of intermediate alloy and 2 units of polymer. If cultivating player clones, an additional 1 unit of organic matter was needed. Chu Hang's primary source of organic matter was the massive number of enemy corpses. Excluding those reduced to scrap at a 3-to-1 recycling ratio, subspace ultimately returned 14 units of organic matter to him. 1 unit was used by the system to fabricate Lai Yin's new body. The remaining 13 units could allocate 10 for recruiting newcomers, leaving 3 units in reserve. Additionally, the system reward included a basic equipment blind box. To his surprise, it turned out to be a lightsaber. Chu Hang downloaded the introduction to lightsaber from the archive and delightedly swung it around a few times, instantly falling in love with it. This paradoxical weapon, blending retro and futuristic aesthetics, was not only flashy but exceptionally effective for cutting. It sliced through a 10cm alloy door panel in mere seconds, quite brutal. As for whether wielding a sword in the interstellar era was too outdated. Just as Chikashio had said, lightsabers needed to be used in conjunction with equipment, swordsmanship, timing, and other factors. In certain situations they could unleash power far exceeding firearms, but ordinarily they were best suited for showing off. Chu Hang satisfiedly strapped the lightsaber to his waist and continued counting the loot. After 2 hours of work, the inventory was finally complete. Overall, the spoils were quite substantial. If not for Chu Hang's stealth-equipped suppressed airgun being so overwhelmingly dominant, the enemies wouldn't have been rendered completely defenseless, leaving him such a rich legacy. There were 5 major loot items in total: 1 90mm anti-aircraft gun, 1 high-power radio station, 1 80 kilowatts diesel generator set, 1 complete wind power generation system with battery pack, and 1 8x8 heavy off-road truck. Chu Hang had carefully scanned each piece of equipment. The anti-aircraft gun resembled the World War II-era 88mm gun, capable of both anti-air and anti-tank rolls. Its maintenance condition was average, with 8 rounds of ammunition remaining. The diesel generator set was mainly used to operate the drawbridge and pump underground water, while daily electricity was supplied by the wind power system. However, the equipment was quite aged and required frequent repairs. However, this heavy truck truly caught Chu Hang's eye. 8x8 independent suspension, a 12-liter engine, 600 horsepower, fully armored, bulletproof body, a crew capacity of 5 in the cab, a twin heavy machine gun turret on top, and a rear compartment suitable for both cargo and troop transport. No need to ask, this black beast was definitely used by the outpost for escorting supply convoys. With it, almost no one on the wasteland would dare to target the Greyrock clan's supply convoys anymore. The security of materials had improved dramatically, and its value might equal that of the previous 4 patrol vehicles combined. Take it home and modify it and it becomes a mobile fortress. Hey, let's use it to transport supplies to the sunken ship later. Chu Hang was quite satisfied. The other supplies were mainly provisions for 50 people, enough to last about a month. As for light weapons, there were even more, over 100 in total. But more than 90% were outdated iron pike models unsuitable for serious use. Among them, the most valuable were 5 heavy machine guns. Although their conditions weren't great, they made up for it with formidable firepower and a decent ammunition reserve of roughly 2,000 to 3,000 rounds. Only 2 guns qualified as premium quality. One was a 10mm revolver and the other was an 8mm semi-automatic rifle with a 4x scope. Both were well maintained and originally belonged to Scarface. But now they also bore the surname Chu. Captain, we've chosen the skills we want to learn. Back in the dorm, the 3 players stood at attention and reported to Chu Hang the skills chosen to study. Chu Hang asked if each person would learn 2 skills. He studied their satisfaction. Not bad. Some cling to their military merits but use them to enhance their own power, which was clearly the best arrangement for Chu Hang's interests. The stronger the players, the more tasks he could hand down and the more energy he could save to focus on repairing the ship. Chi ultimately chose close quarters combat and firearms. Little Black positioned himself as a scout, so he chose firearms and the Wasteland Encyclopedia. Big Head chose firearms and information technology. On Lan Xing, he was a half-baked hacker, so he believed the hacker path would have a bright future and was worth pursuing. Building the neural adjuster will take some time. I will provide it to you when we return. For now I need hands to haul supplies. Now Chu Hang could issue tasks with practiced ease. As he spoke, his consciousness operated the system, syncing the task details to the players. The players instantly felt a surge of motivation and quickly grew used to it. Even to curry Chu Hang's favor, they would go the extra mile. They handed the hauling tasks to the players while he himself first went to the armory and hauled away all the ammunition. Then, with tools in hand, he climbed to the top of the outpost and dismantled the entire communications antenna to facilitate future communications with the Huiyin clan's main camp. Chu Hang had no plan to disturb the other power systems for now. After all, this outpost's location is quite good and could serve as a forward outpost for player activity later. For now, manpower is insufficient, so it should be sealed temporarily. The pumping system would still be used later. They would periodically arrange for players to come fetch water. Chu Hang planned to take all the materials and equipment away. A single transport truck would be enough to haul it all. Back home, he planned to lay out his valley properly, turning garbage dump 217 into his own back garden. Once a safe environment existed, he would recruit players on a large scale to gather resources for repairing the small ship. Besides the paralyzed Chu Hang and the others worked through the morning, finally loading all the supplies and hitching them onto trucks before temporarily leaving the outpost. Scarface was also on the truck. The road's mood swung from clear to cloudy and he seemed to be thinking about something. The players were curious about him, always hoping to uncover hidden tasks. Unfortunately, the 2 sides spoke different languages. Chu Hang had no plan to teach them the common tongue for now, or who knows what mischief the players might cook up. At 2 in the afternoon, the enormous transport truck roared into Sunken Ship Valley. The obstacles at the entrance had been cleared by Chu Hang and the truck rolled up to the small wreck ship's door and stopped with a creak. Seeing the small wreck ship that hadn't been seen all day, Chu Hang felt a warm sense of home, as if this place were his. Just then the raging sandstorm subsided. A rare clear sky transformed the scenery above them. What the heck is that? Little Black was the first to spot the anomaly overhead, and in his shock he nearly threw Chi off his perch. There's a breathtaking view ahead. My God, a halo. Big Head could hardly believe his eyes. Under the pristine blue sky at the edge of the distant mountain peak, a curved skyladder abruptly rose, narrowing inward as it continued upward until the central position above, where a dazzling sun hung. Turning around, the sight behind them was a symmetrical scene as well. The skyladder's hue shifted from green and white to yellow and black. The players were utterly dumbfounded. That damned operator never claimed this wasn't a planet. After all, there is atmosphere, gravity, climate, and day-night changes. After 4 days in stardust, the developers have delivered such a surprise. Perhaps those textures were just rendered. It's spectacular, isn't it? Chu Hang's voice drifted as he turned his head, a hint of nostalgia on his face. Here is the 10th star ring, an artificial celestial body built by our empire, shaped like a giant ring. Damn, it really is a halo. Big Head suddenly grew cocky, but when he saw Chu Hang glaring at him, he awkwardly covered his mouth. Chu Hang continued with his lines. The ring's diameter spans thousands of kilometers, its width 100 kilometers, its thickness 22.3 kilometers. It is mainly composed of metal, rock and soil. The exterior is mechanical and the interior houses a nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere and a biosphere generated by a powerful artificial gravity field that causes gravity and controls the ring's spin. The ring's center hosts a micro-artificial sun. The surface bears a hollow Dyson sphere. Half the sunlight passes through the hollow sections and shines evenly onto the inner ecological circle to form daylight. The other half is blocked by the hull, transformed into endless power via the Dyson cloud. Then power is transmitted wirelessly to the entire ring. In its heyday, the entire ring could accommodate hundreds of millions of people. In the post-disaster era, it's hard to say whether there are even 1 million lives left on the ring. The 10th star ring has been divided into 6 zones. Here we are in Zone 4. The wreckage and metal scraps are the second most abundant on the ring. From a development perspective, it's a good place. In the future, this will be the starting point of the Empire's revival. We will revive more of the Empire's warriors. I will build our flagship, judge the traitors here, and return to this starry sky. We will reclaim everything we lost and let the Empire's flag fly again over the entire universe. And this requires all of you to fight together. Chu Hang had intended to explain the game's background, but as he spoke it turned into a speech and a pie-in-the-sky promise. Still, the effect looked pretty good. Chu Hang privately graded himself an 8 out of 10. At that moment the 3 players on site were buzzing with energy, not knowing which of their plans would best suit them, but he could assure them these were his own goals and he would achieve them. Players were incredibly excited. After all, Chu Hang's speech was information-dense, not unlike the opening lines when entering the game, and the whole scene exuded a seductive, enticing aura that drew them in. Seizing the opportunity, they peppered Chu Hang with questions. He feigned answers for a while, then sent the group to the cultivation cabins for repairs, since if they didn't repair their bodies they would deteriorate beyond repair. Chu Hang inspected the small wreck ship. It was still the same. He then unloaded the loot and moved it into the ship's warehouse. On board there were many resources that he and the players had stockpiled over the past days, enough to meet the needs of 10 cultivation chambers. Chu Hang handed the construction tasks along with the neural adjuster orders to the system for processing while he opened Lan Xing's chat group. Let me see who should get the next 10 slots. Within the Lanta Ladies Devotion Society, Chu Hang was considered a veteran member. Before his transmigration he had frequently lurked in the group chat, so he held a general impression of its members, making it fairly easy to find a few reliable players. After nearly a week of networking, Chu Hang finally finalized the selections for the second batch of players. There were 10 slots in total, divided into 3 groups: the scavenger group consisting of Li Sangwang, Shirtsuan, Uncle Halansua Wang, and starting with the dog; the combat group made up of Price Soap, Ghost and Nikolai; and the logistics group featuring Vivi Woodcutter and Brotherly I'm Hungry. On Blue Star, in the year 2088, personal privacy had deteriorated to a profoundly grim state. Using his remote system, Chu Hang effortlessly gathered basic information on these players from the internet and only granted them closed beta qualifications after verifying there were no issues. He had not chosen arbitrarily. Li Sangwang's team consisted entirely of seasoned players particularly skilled at scavenging and combat gameplay, forming the second-tier echelon right behind Shohei and their group. Price's group was composed entirely of retired military veterans, yet the unit he had served in was far more complicated than he let on, carrying a high classification level. After the mission, only those 4 brothers from his squad survived. Even so, all 4 were bedridden by illness, able to pass their time only through the virtual network. Chu Hang had always harbored deep respect for true soldiers like these. Since he now had the opportunity to help them gain a new life in another world, the minor risk of being watched by relevant authorities was hardly worth mentioning. Most importantly, the combat records of these 4 were truly formidable. Even fragmentary details on paper were enough to thrill him. Without exaggeration, these 4 could match 100 ordinary soldiers. As for the final 2, Vivi Woodcutter had formerly been a construction contractor until machine laborers took his livelihood away. Recently left idle at home, he had been recruited by Chu Hang for manual work. Brotherly was a food content creator with culinary certifications, coming from a family that owned a supermarket. Cooking and filming videos were merely his hobbies, but Chu Hang reasoned that since he would be cooking wherever he went, he might as well recruit him. Perhaps he could even help promote Stardust in the future. Thus concluded the player roster for this phase. Because cultivation pods needed to be manufactured anew, this batch of players would go online 2 days later, 1 day behind Rhine. After arranging the production schedule, Chu Hang suddenly noticed the group chat had erupted. Taking a closer look, he realized some show-offs had already begun fishing for attention in the group after receiving their credentials. Li Sangwang: haha brothers, I got the closed beta qualification. Neck twist, right? What the hell? Future tech employee: wait a minute, there was no lottery system in this group, why do you guys have it? Melon Patch: charming, that is exactly what I am saying. The waters here are deep, full of backroom dealings and favoritism. Let us just watch the drama unfold. Pink Fridge: damn it, come on, I want to try as well. Why Senmo Seastark and want to test one? Additionally, Chu Hang's private messages were flooded with requests to negotiate or questions regarding the authenticity of Stardust. Chu Hang thought about it and decided that since the group members were so eager he might as well launch the official website now to give everyone something to look forward to, and he happened to have some free time as well. He acted on his idea immediately. Gaming websites on Blue Star were as numerous as hairs on an ox, so Chu Hang instructed the system to apply a few templates and quickly assembled the Stardust official website framework. Then he had the system post content on his behalf. The main focus was Stardust's worldview, the game's basic settings, and a large collection of gameplay screenshots. Chu Hang's own eyes served as the system's camera. He began filming from the cultivation pods where players would awaken, expanding outward. The decayed yet ornate corridors of the sunken ship, towering jagged mountains of garbage, the surreal interplay of clear skies and sandstorms, the orbital ring arm reaching toward the horizon, wasteland modified heavy trucks, battered iron pipe rifles, and the catapult manufactured by Rhine. Dozens of high-definition images were all uploaded. Chu Hang had a sudden inspiration and uploaded a combat video as well. The video was processed with virtual technology, allowing anyone wearing VR equipment to experience it from a first-person perspective, documenting Chu Hang's entire infiltration of Outpost 217. It was both tense and thrilling, coupled with the pleasure of covert operations. The main selling point was full immersion. Once finished, Chu Hang shared the official website link in the group. Mo, everyone stay calm. We are urgently expanding our computing power, and I guarantee more slots will be released within a few days. You can browse our official website in the meantime to get a preview of what Stardust has to offer. Pink Fridge, what the hell? You dog operator. Watch me throw my master ball. Melon Patch Charming, really? I do not believe it. Our official announcements always like this. Rhine Hamlet, everyone look at the official site. Pictures speak louder than words, and I even appeared on camera, haha. Neck twist right, holy crap, you guys need to see that promotional video right now, I. Future Tech employee, look at that, the kid is so excited he cannot even speak properly. With that remark, the group gradually fell quiet. Although everyone claimed they did not believe it, their bodies betrayed them as they instinctively clicked open the Stardust official website. After a short while, the group chat messages suddenly exploded in volume. Holy crap! So awesome! This is absolutely incredible. Who dares to do this in a game? Is this a promotional video? And it is shot in a single continuous take. Even old Zhang would shake his head at this. Damn it, if this is actual gameplay footage, then the physics engine is utterly overpowered. You could convince me the game company actually raided a real outpost. Is that it? This looks fake at first glance. The NPCs are standing around like idiots, letting the protagonist slaughter them, absolute trash. Is there a possibility they simply cannot see the protagonist? No way, surely nobody is blind enough to miss that the protagonist's hands and weapon are invisible. Holographic camouflage combined with an air rifle producing extremely low decibels, the enemy truly would not know how they died. Frankly speaking, why even make a game with this technology? Just produce a film and focus entirely on that continuous single-take approach. Buying closed beta qualifications at premium prices. Chu Hang watched the spectacle from the sidelines with great interest. But suddenly the conversation shifted toward him. Upon closer inspection, it was Shohei and the others reappearing. Restoring cloning bodies would forcibly log players offline. Having just finished viewing the official website, their excitement far exceeded that of other casual observers. Kakexio, holy crap, so the captain's storyline was not merely a scripted death. They actually recreated the entire process. This game is incredibly generous. Since they had operated separately, the players had not witnessed how Chu Hang had secured the outpost. They had originally assumed it was part of the narrative design, which was standard practice among their peers. They had never expected Stardust's official team to produce a separate promotional video fully dramatizing the other NPC storyline. It was nothing short of an industry benchmark. Chu Hang, what is there to be surprised about? It is not about being generous or not, I simply wanted you all to witness my magnificent prowess as captain. I'll die without playing Stardust. Lyin wailed in the group chat, incessantly muttering about how much longer he had to wait until his ban was lifted. This humble brag clearly failed to elicit sympathy. Even the second batch of players who had obtained closed beta access disassociated themselves from him, joining the other group members who hadn't gotten access and mocking him. Inside the game, Chu Hang led the three revitalized players past the scar-faced man who was toiling away on the foundation and arrived before a colossal shipwreck. The wreck before them stretched over 100 meters in length. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be the rear section of some spacecraft now lodged diagonally into the valley slope, half buried under fallen rocks and soil. Chu Hang turned back to glance at the three fully armed players and said in a low voice, "Warriors, we've just fired the first shot of our counterattack, but this is far from enough. We have many tasks ahead: repair the mothership, transmit more troops, and establish an imperial outpost in this valley. We have no time to waste, we must race against the clock." Today's mission is to delve into this wreck and recover every resource we can use. The wreck is fraught with dangers. I'll lead you this time, but you must obey orders and stay vigilant at all times. I don't want any casualties. Understood. The three were eager to begin. Before setting out, they had each received their neural adjustment devices from Chu Hang. In addition to the one rewarded from the mission and one purchased with their own points, Chu Hang had also given them one containing the scavenging skill to facilitate this operation. Before coming, Chu Hang had already scanned this half-wreck. It was one of the few military transport ships in the valley, crashed over 500 years ago, currently a relatively easy target with high recovery value. The entrance Chu Hang chose was Airlock 11, located about a meter above the ground. This airlock led directly to the engineering deck, primarily designed for the passage of engineering machinery. And those very machines were one of Chu Hang's objectives for this trip. The access control of Airlock 11 had long since failed. Chu Hang initially planned to use the scanning function to locate a hidden emergency mechanical switch, but he discovered that the door was severely deformed. Even if found, it would likely be jammed. So Chu Hang opted for the simplest and most direct method. Time for the lightsaber. Shing. A blue-white blade shot out from the hilt, instantly drawing a chorus of woe. The players had never seen a lightsaber before. Amidst their curiosity, Kakexiu appeared especially fervent, practically wearing the word "want" on his face. Chu Hang casually twirled the blade and thrust it into the hatch. The aged hatch erupted in sparks under the plasma blade, melting 10 times faster than the cutting torches the players wielded. Even Xiao Hei and the others began to covet it. This thing was so effective. In less than 2 minutes, a 2-meter diameter hole was cut in the hatch. Chu Hang stowed the lightsaber, switched on his tactical flashlight, and stepped inside first. The weapon he carried was an 8mm light machine gun. A classic model from the wasteland, using conventional firing mechanisms, simple to maintain with decent power. After Chu Hang replaced it with high-precision parts, it had been revitalized. He chose this gun mainly because the Wei Yan clan's craftsmanship was poor. The 6mm rounds they produced were too weak. Even Kakexiu, after being shot multiple times, was only paralyzed. That was a living example. Chu Hang had considered equipping the players with 8mm weapons as well, but given that he couldn't just hand them out for free and that 8mm ammunition was truly scarce, he had to shelve the idea for now. Upon entering the wreck, Chu Hang took the lead at the front. The players were content to hang back, shining their flashlights around and quietly discussing the realistic interior details. Damn, this environment is so realistic. The dev team must have polished this wreck long ago, just waiting until today to let us experience it. Yeah, I wonder how many more such exquisite scenes there are. Hey, haven't you noticed something? We didn't load any map when we came in. Holy crap, you're right. And this is still a free game. A bunch of greenhorns who had never seen anything. Listening to their hushed chatter, Chu Hang found it amusing but could understand. After all, he had been a player himself once and he too had never seen such sights. Ignoring them, Chu Hang continued leading the team deeper, discovering various odds and ends along the way. The three grew excited at the sight of every crate, wanting to rummage through each one. But Chu Hang stopped them all, since this trip wasn't about such petty gains. The Level 2 data library had not yet unlocked the blueprints for this type of ship. So Chu Hang had to rely on the experience inherited from his predecessor, groping his way toward the engineering bridge. Fortunately, the ship was not complex. After bypassing a few blocked passages, the group of 4 finally reached their destination an hour later. Outside the engineering bridge was a T-junction. Chu Hang went up to break through the door while the 3 players waited idly behind, murmuring complaints. This mission is pretty boring, no leaving the team, no enemies. Bear with it, once the story sequence is over we should be able to move freely. The captain is just showing us around. Ah, so dull. Bring on an enemy so I can kill something. The moment the words left his mouth, the spark system suddenly issued a warning to Chu Hang. Detected unknown energy accumulation. Bearing 102. Chu Hang reacted instantly, shouting to the players, "Get down." The 3 players froze for a moment, then dropped to the ground. The next second a red beam swept over their heads, melting a scorched mark into the metal wall behind them. Fire at 4 o'clock. Chu Hang's machine gun roared first, its muzzle flash lighting up the dark corridor. The players only saw a dark silhouette in the distance and began firing wildly in that direction. Half a minute later. Cease fire. Cease fire. Chu Hang shouted twice and the gunfire gradually subsided. Several beams of white light swept across, revealing the attacker to be an old track robot, its body riddled with holes, scattered metal parts all over the floor. Here comes the enemy. Who was jinxing it earlier? The 2 had no idea that a 500-year-old wreck could still have active threats. He laughed dryly, making excuses. "No worries, our aim is good, whoever comes is just feeding us XP. My aim is good, you guys still need practice." Chu Hang shot to 2 a speechless glance. Reload. Stay alert. After giving the order, he stepped forward to inspect the robot. Seeing the curiosity on the three players' faces, he began to explain. This is a defender robot typically used to guard key facilities or valuable supplies. It runs on energy coins. After wireless charging failed, the energy in the coin was enough to keep it dormant for 500 years, continuing to execute its last received command. So danger lurks everywhere. It could be human, it could be machine, or it could be lethal radiation. Let this be a lesson to you. The three players nodded repeatedly. Captain, where are these energy coins made? They're so powerful. Chu Hang suddenly asked out of curiosity. Chu Hang almost lost his composure. He restrained himself and replied flatly, the Zhuxing Empire. Chu Hang was stunned. Ha! The Zhuxing Empire. Wasn't that the very faction the players belonged to? The question he asked was so dumb that only someone who had been illiterate for centuries would ask it. Well, at least NPCs probably wouldn't mind. Right. After taking down the defender robots, there were no more enemies outside the engineering bridge. Chu Hang and his three companions safely entered the control room, only to find it somewhat messy but without any explosions or fires, much to their relief. Chu Hang had no intention of repairing it. His target was everything that could yield advanced resources: consoles, pipelines, electrical cabinets, etc. The spark system could also be upgraded. Its level was the same as the small ship's level, currently at 0 order. Upon advancement, the spark would release a massive swarm of nanobots to overhaul and upgrade the small ship inside and out, not only saving Chu Hang the effort of repairs but also significantly strengthening the mothership. But the prerequisite was that Chu Hang had to provide sufficient resources. Excluding the thousands of units of basic and intermediate alloys, he still needed to prepare 10 units of advanced alloy and advanced polymer plus 1 unit of stardust. What did these advanced resources mean? Even an ordinary interstellar cruiser likely wouldn't need such luxurious materials, let alone stardust, the most precious strategic resource in the galaxy. In terms of energy, unless he could repair the ship's fusion reactor, he would need to prepare energy equivalent to 100,000 primary energy coins. For reference, 1 energy coin could power a common electromagnetic rifle, while a large defender robot typically required only 5. Therefore, aside from recycling advanced resources, Chu Hang also wanted to see if he could dismantle the sunken ship's reactor and bring it back. No danger for now. I'm assigning you a task. As he scanned, Chu Hang marked spots on equipment cabinets, ceilings, control panels, and so on. He explained to the three. At these marked locations you'll find advanced parts urgently needed by the Empire. I want you to recover these resources and safely transport them back to the sunken ship. Based on the total value of the recovered resources, you'll receive high military merit rewards. The three perked up. What? High rewards? What more needed to be said? They instantly grasped the key point. Without any further nonsense from Chu Hang, they picked up their cutting torches and got to work with great enthusiasm. Chu Hang shook his head in amusement. These guys who couldn't be bothered to wash dishes in real life were unstoppable when it came to moving bricks in the game. Was this the charm of scavenging? Maybe he should create a limited edition title like Trash King to make the scavengers competitive. Chu Hang suddenly felt he had the potential to be a tycoon dangling rewards. He smiled and left the control room alone. With the safety hazards eliminated, he could let the players do their thing. Now he planned to check the energy compartment and see if he could dismantle the reactor. If not, even getting some fuel rods would be great. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side this time. The cause of the transport ship's crash was a fire in the power compartment which had engulfed all core chambers. Intact equipment was out of the question, he'd just have to recycle the materials. Passing over this resource point for now, Chu Hang headed straight for the engineering warehouse. There he would usually find engineering vehicles, maintenance supplies, and emergency energy coins, the most promising place for a windfall on this expedition. The warehouse entrance wasn't hard to find, but a massive collapse blocked Chu Hang's path. After searching around, Chu Hang decisively crawled into the ventilation duct above his head, twisting and turning inside until he finally bypassed the blockage using his scanning see-through ability. With a clang, Chu Hang kicked off the grate at the ventilation duct exit. He jumped down lightly, sweeping the flashlight beam across the warehouse. Soon the white beam fell on a huge metallic machine. Found it. Chu Hang's eyes lit up. It was a toppled space engineering vehicle pinned under shelves from the ship's crash. Scattered around were a large number of maintenance spare parts, and Chu Hang's sharp eyes spotted a sealed box of energy coins. Good stuff. Chu Hang pulled the energy box over. This energy box was standard specification for the Stellar Empire, capable of being plugged into large facilities as a whole energy battery or used by itself. Very convenient. The energy box was protected by a mechanical lock designed by the Stellar Empire. This lock was notoriously difficult to open, especially for wastelanders 500 years later, but for Chu Hang, a legitimate Imperial, it was nothing. Opening the protective shell revealed 50 neatly arranged sets of energy rods. The rods emitted a blue glow, each 3 centimeters in diameter, and each set contained 20 primary energy coins. The entire box contained 1000 coins. This amount of energy was trivial for a massive starship, but in the wasteland 500 years later it would be a huge fortune. For instance, the armored truck Chu Hang had captured from the outpost was worth only about 20 energy coins. This showed the strong purchasing power of energy coins. After all, only the Stellar Empire could produce these things, and since its fall they were now out of production. Taking out a set of energy rods, the fully charged rods glowed with a faint blue light, looking magnificent. Chu Hang stowed away the remaining fortune, climbed up the big machine a few steps, located the energy compartment, inserted the rods, then fumbled his way to the cockpit and eagerly sat down. Manual. Start button, got it. Begin system self-check. Chu Hang fiddled for a while and soon the cockpit screen lit up. The screen first projected the massive Imperial emblem, then the 4 characters Stellar Heavy Industry, followed by a dense self-check program, and finally began displaying external images. Chu Hang rubbed his hands excitedly and slowly pulled the control lever. Up. With a tremendous roar, the engines roared to life and the enormous steel body began to rise, slowly pushing aside the shelves, pressing down on it. Though called an engineering vehicle, it was actually a huge engineering robot. Its chassis moved on 2 sets of tracks with a plasma thruster on its back. Its arms featured functional modules like mechanical claws, cutting torches, welding torches, and drills. Although it had no weapons, it was huge. Not only was it nearly 5 meters tall, its engine output was astonishingly powerful, capable of flipping a heavy truck. With this thing, not only would base construction speed up greatly, but even if he welded some weapons onto it, it could serve as a formidable guardian. Woohoo! Chu Hang sat in the cockpit, his face full of excitement. After all, what man could resist the temptation of piloting a giant robot? His operation wasn't very skilled, mainly because his library level wasn't high enough to unlock the relevant skill trees for the interstellar era, so he had to rely on self-learning. However, Chu Hang was clearly the sharp-minded type with excellent coordination. It took him only half an hour to get familiar, and he could drive the engineering mech smoothly through the warehouse, crashing around. Alright baby, let's go out and get some air. The cockpit was a confined space, so Chu Hang no longer needed to maintain the demeanor of an NPC. He could briefly let his guard down. He manipulated the mech to raise its arm, aiming a massive cutting torch at the warehouse door. In the next moment, blue light and sparks erupted simultaneously, quickly cutting a large hole in the door. Then Chu Hang resumed his mountain moving mode, clearing the obstructed passage along the way as the tracks roared, driving the mech into the energy compartment. He planned to dismantle a reactor for practice. Admittedly, this mech was truly a masterpiece of the Empire's intelligence. Although it was not a neural interface system, it was surprisingly convenient to use with well-thought-out designs. If he had to rely solely on a lightsaber to dismantle things, he would exhaust himself long before the saber could overheat. But with this behemoth work-efficiency sword, pieces of metal scrap were cleanly cut off and fed into the subspace for devouring. The other end of the subspace connected to the spark. The garbage was swallowed and the spark automatically decomposed it into useful resources, storing them for later use. Chu Hang himself had no idea how vast the spark subspace was. Currently only a 1 cubic meter corner was allocated for Chu Hang to store his belongings. After toiling for half the day, the vast reactor compartment became empty. The central position where the reactor once stood, now a massive circular depression. From the high-grade alloy alone, Chu Hang recovered 0.9 units. According to Chu Hang's estimate, the intact transport ship must have been over 500 meters in length, with roughly 23 units of high-grade material. An average cruiser's usage was only a few dozen units, still far from the 100 units required for the spark's evolution. This illustrated the preciousness of high-grade materials as well as the extravagance of the spark mothership. While the more powerful the spark, the more confident he would be in opposing the world. It was just a bit of a glutton, he wouldn't starve it, would he? Time to work hard at scavenging. After recycling the reactor, Chu Hang drove the engineering mech toward the tail of the wreck. Before entering, he had noticed 2 relatively intact engines over there. Now before dark, he wanted to see if he could salvage them. While Chu Hang was making such a commotion over here, the players on the other side were in an uproar. They had been gleefully scavenging, having already hauled back quite a bit from the wreck, when suddenly they heard rumbling noises from within the wreck, as if some giant beast had awakened. What's going on? An enemy? I don't think so. Judging by the direction, it's probably our captain's doing. Whoever it is, aren't you curious? The 3 exchanged glances, then understanding each other, grabbed their gear and crept deeper into the wreck. 10 minutes later. Holy crap, an SCV. Admittedly, Chu Hang's new toy did bear a 7 or 8 out of 10 resemblance to an SCV, but the craftsmanship of Starforge Heavy Industries was clearly superior and its performance was far more powerful. At that moment Chu Hang was cutting the main energy pipeline connecting the engine. The mech's onboard sensors detected the three players and immediately alerted Chu Hang to avoid any engineering accidents. A slight smile curled at the corner of Chu Hang's mouth as he continued his work. Only after cutting the entire section of pipe did he lift the multi-ton pipeline with one hand and activate the loudspeaker. "You're here." Chu Hang's aloof voice echoed through the wreck. The three players stared at the towering mech and the pipe in its hand that could easily crush a person utterly awestruck. A barrage of exclamations like "damn" filled the air, greatly boosting Chu Hang's prestige. "This is an engineering machine I found. I tried it out and it works quite well," Chu Hang's voice continued. "I won't be piloting it myself in the future, so I plan to appoint a driver." The words had barely left his mouth. Me. Captain, pick me." "Are you kidding? You're illiterate, can you even read the manual?" "Put trash. As if you can read it. I studied information technology, so I definitely know more than you. Move aside, I know how to operate an excavator, nobody knows better than me." Watching the three players start arguing, immediately a triumphant smile appeared on Chu Hang's face. Dangling a carrot, he was a professional at it. Let them fight for now. He hadn't had enough fun with the mech yet. He'd make the players wait a few days, they'd need training anyway before they could take the job. The day passed quickly. By evening the players returned to the cultivation pods to log off. Scarface ate something and fell into a deep sleep, too exhausted to speak. Finally only Chu Hang remained on the ship tallying the gains. The day's harvest was quite gratifying. The players had a talent for scavenging. They dug 3 feet deep and successfully dismantled most of the parts from the wreck's control room, yielding 0.4 units of high-grade resources and over 100 units of low to medium-grade resources. His own harvest was even greater. He had obtained 1.9 units of high-grade resources alone, thousands of low to medium-grade resources, and a 70 intact plasma engine. After repair it could still be used, but it was too large to match the miniature size of the small wreck. The small wreck was the core mothership of the Spark system. It was only 49 meters long with 3 decks, the upper deck for living quarters, the middle deck for the core area, and the lower deck for engineering. On the upper deck the forward section housed the bridge captain's quarters and common lounge. Along the corridor on both sides were 8 crew cabins, each capable of holding 4 cultivation pods, accommodating a total of 32 player crew members. The middle core area housed the Spark system, filled with equipment cabinets shimmering with mysterious light. But Chu Hang suspected these cabinets were merely a decoy. The true Spark core should be located in a safer subspace. After all, the nanite swarm used by the Spark to upgrade the mothership was nowhere to be found on the ship. He couldn't imagine where else it could be hidden except in a subspace. The lower deck was the power source of the small wreck, containing the reactor anti-gravity engines and other equipment. However, due to the violent impact of the ship's belly landing, the entire lower deck was a mess, the most severely damaged area of the ship. If Chu Hang wanted to get the small wreck back into the sky, he would need to repair the reactor and engines and patch up the hull breaches. Otherwise he would have to wait for a major overhaul during the Spark's upgrade. Coincidentally, a new mission appeared in the Spark system today. Mothership Mission 01 charged the Spark core to 20, reward unlock modification protocol allowing salvaged ship modules to be loaded onto the mothership. The system's remaining energy was 5. The 20 target was not too high, the energy boxes scavenged today could cover about 10. If the reactor was beyond repair, Chu Hang could directly use energy coins to complete the mission. But one mission after another left Chu Hang inwardly grumbling. Who was the master here? This system just kept issuing missions, utterly oblivious. Couldn't it provide more benefits? Praise the sun, I can log in at last. Outside, the battered shipping heart faced the artificial sun, arms spread in an embrace, his face bright with the relief after a period of restraint. But in the next moment his face froze, eyes widening. What the hell is that? Far among the wreckage a colossal metal mecha roared past its wide tracks, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lionheart seized the nearby Chu Hang and shook him hard. What did I miss? Why have I not logged in for 2 days, and at home there's even a mech? Chu Hang scratched his head undisturbed. Well, it's just an SCV. Look at you, you brat who hasn't seen the world yet. Ha! This isn't right. Such a big thing, how did the 3 of you not brag in the group last night? Lion suddenly spotted a clue. Ha! Didn't we say so? Then perhaps you forgot. The 3 of them laughed and dashed off. Nonsense, there's only one SCV. Since Lion didn't show up yesterday, he wouldn't have received the pilot selection task. If you tell him, that guy will cling to the captain and become your rival. Lion watched their odd behavior. This wasn't as simple as it seemed. These guys knew him too well. Perhaps they planned to cash in behind his back, their consciences unusually callous. Then don't blame me for sneaking home. Lion's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he strode off to seek Chu Hang. Chu Hang was currently dismantling a massive armor plate intending to haul it to the valley mouth to forge an ally pass. Scavenging is fun but vigilance is necessary. Although Scarface had temporarily hoodwinked the Grey Rock clan who knew when the other party might blow a fuse and drop by his guests. If unprepared, the great situation could be buried. "Captain, I want to learn some skills." Lion waited a moment, and when he saw Chu Hang fully dismantle the armor plate he stepped forward and shouted loudly. "We'll talk tonight." Chu Hang replied, somewhat impatient, not noticing that he was tied up with work. Lion had anticipated this, so he quickly added. "Captain, you have countless responsibilities, you can't possibly handle such rough tasks all the time. I think our forward outpost should designate one person to handle the SCV piloting." "Captain, I haven't had a chance to learn any skills yet. I was wondering if I could use this opportunity to study piloting this Imperial behemoth to ease your burden." Chu Hang raised an eyebrow. "Good lad, so you were waiting here after all. This game's quest system really lets you play it to the hilt." He thought for a moment before speaking. "As you say, this mech is a national treasure. I cannot hand it to the wrong hands lest it bring ruin. But Lion, you are the Empire's warrior. In the last battle I saw your valor and I am willing to give you this chance." Lion's face brightened with joy. "It's a done deal. The hidden storyline has finally appeared. Not wasted his effort to win the NPC's favor, truly a payoff at the end." Chu Hang felt amused inside, continuing to keep his stern demeanor. "But ordinary skills won't let you pilot this behemoth. You must master basic mecha operation before I can hand it to you for piloting. Given your performance, I can temporarily unlock this skill for you. You need to pay 250 battle merits to learn it. Are you willing?" "Willing," Lian answered without hesitation. Only a fool would decline. This is a hidden skill enough to leave Xiao He and his three pals behind with a single path of universal skills. Chu Hang nodded slightly. "Good. The corresponding battle merits and quest reward counts have been deducted. Return at noon to claim the neural adjustment instrument from me." "Yes, Captain, I'll get to work." Lion bowed respectfully and withdrew, but his steps felt as if sprung with a spring under his feet. "Three little rascals trying to trick me." He knew Xiao He and the others had each learned 2 skills. They had no spare money. Normally he planned to join them to study basic shooting and basic engineering techniques. But since these 3 dogs played dirty, he couldn't blame himself for not showing chivalry. The mission reward allows 1 skill exchange to offset 100 military merits, with Lion's family fortune bringing in another 150. It might just work. Perhaps the NPC's AI is deliberately blocking this route. Though he wouldn't rise to sergeant for the time being, he would surely get his hands on this mecha. His specialty was in military industry. The mecha's allure was 10-fold stronger than any woman. Chu and the others often teased that he was a mechanical lover. Just say it. Can a woman crash through a cement wall? Can a woman lift multi-ton homogeneous steel plates? Can a woman withstand a tailfin-stabilized armor-piercing shell? No. They would only wail and cry. So the mecha still wins. Look at those sturdy lines, those powerful arms, the pleasing servos, the intoxicating scent of oil. Ah, praise the mechanical god. Ignoring Lian, Chu Hang kept himself busy. In the 217th sunken ship graveyard, metal debris was everywhere, so there was no shortage of materials for building a fortress. What was lacking was the productivity to move and install them. Now with this engineering mecha, fortress building became simpler. Chu Hang spent the morning stacking 12 blocks of multi-ton homogeneous alloy plates in a clearing at the valley's mouth, satisfying his mecha itch. These armor plates were all torn from a sunken destroyer, enough to defend against any medium-small caliber traditional artillery. Like the 90mm anti-aircraft gun he had seized before, fitted with armor-piercing rounds, it would probably only leave a dent. At noon, back at the wreck, Chu Hang distributed rations to everyone. Only then did they have something to eat. After all, food is the key resource on the wasteland. It must be held by trustworthy hands. Now he still has to handle it personally. When a new batch of players logs in tomorrow, this work could be handed to the new cook, saving him a lot of trouble. Seeing Chu Hang finish eating, Lian immediately slid closer secretly, which immediately put the other 3 on alert. But it was clearly too late. Chu Hang handed Lian a neural adjustment instrument. Lian breathed a long sigh of relief, then his demeanor relaxed into swagger as he waved the prize at Xiao He and the others. The 3 swarmed around him. Xiao He draped an arm around Lian's neck. "Spill it, what is this?" Lian replied with a wide, innocent smile. "Nothing much, just the piloting skill book for the mecha, ha ha ha." The 3's faces immediately contorted into savage scowls as they pounced. "Are you freeloading on your own? Tisk, no honor, we're done with you. Brothers attack now, tear him apart together." Chu Hang forbade players from PKNG each other, so the 3's actions were just roughhousing among friends and would not truly steal Lian's belongings. Chu Hang watched amusedly, feeling a twinge of envy. Sigh, he might never again enjoy such sincere camaraderie. As for romance. He suddenly shook his head hard. Ugh, courting fans isn't good. That day Li Ming tidied up his luxurious kitchen and eagerly climbed into the virtual pod. He first posted a status update on Bilibili. Your brother Li is going to check out a brand new online game today. If it's fun, I'll get things set up and everyone can join in. He has millions of followers. Within seconds of posting, comments started appearing below. Sofa. Brotherly, aren't you live streaming cooking tonight? Brotherly, what game are you playing? I'm a pro, I'll carry you. The guy above is a kid confirmed. Brotherly laughed heartily, launched the Xingshan program that had materialized out of thin air in the virtual pod, and the next moment he felt his consciousness traverse a tunnel of light. When he awoke, he was lying in a large glass tank with green nutrient fluid draining away. Oh my god, is this real? This is so awesome. Li Ming felt around in disbelief, carefully experiencing the incredibly real sensations, unable to conceal his shock. This feeling was absolutely mind-blowing. He had never played such an amazing game before. Usually he only played mobile games. Accepting Chu Hang's invitation was just a whim, but he never expected to open the door to a new world. He stood up from the culture pod in anticipation and saw 3 other naked men in the same room staring at each other wide-eyed. Damn, what the group leader said is actually true. This is full immersion technology. Which company developed this black tech? It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Why can't we customize our faces? I wanted to try playing a female character. Come on man, look at yourself. Be grateful they didn't give you a 12. What's everyone's name? I'm Lumberjack, we're all workers now, nice to meet you all. With shared interests it's easy for young people to get along. In just a few minutes. These guys had become very familiar with each other. They curiously put on the jumpsuits next to the culture pods, opened the hatch and walked out. Outside the door was a lavishly decorated corridor. Various patterns covered the surface of unknown metal, all in a design style unseen on launching, grand and ingenious. People from other cabins came out one after another. Seeing them look around with a hyperactive, goofy manner, it was obvious they were also new players. At that moment, the sound of boots stomping on the floor came from one end of the corridor. Everyone looked towards the sound. Damn, this NPC is so handsome. The newcomer was a tall, straight human officer, followed by 4 guys who were clearly players. No need to guess, it was Chu Hang and his group. The leading officer. Wearing a white uniform with a military insignia and 3 golden 6-pointed stars on his chest, likely representing rank or seniority. The crisp collar and cuffs were adorned with alien motifs, even more intricate and exquisite than the corridor decorations. Behind him was a snow-white cape, its lining a deep blue with tiny stars twinkling. On the back, unseen by the crowd, a huge golden national emblem was embossed in the center of the cape, shining brightly. The entire outfit was breathtakingly handsome, instantly elevating the wearer's status to the highest level. Combined with his handsome face, composed demeanor and sharp eyes, an overwhelming sense of authority washed over, making the new players' voices drop significantly. Oh my, is this our captain? He's too handsome. This outfit. This aura. I dare say the design team is amazing. If I were a woman I'd scream. Am I the only one who cares about this outfit? I want a set too. Should I buy a membership or pull for gacha? Shouldn't we shut up? The pressure is getting heavier. The players' voices gradually faded away. Chu Hang nodded slightly, increasingly satisfied with his attire and aura. This outfit was simulated by his nanosymbiosis, adopting the style of the Imperial Guard fleet captain's dress uniform of the Zhuxing Empire, already one of the finest in the Empire's military attire. The 3 golden stars on his chest represented his rank of Imperial Colonel. Combined with the killing aura he had accumulated from slaying dozens of people, it was easy for him to intimidate a group of inexperienced players. Even Chu Hang and the others, who were already familiar with him, were awestruck when they first saw him in this outfit, and their speech became much more reserved. At ease. Privates, welcome to the 10th star ring. I am your captain, Colonel Chu Hang. After the show of authority, Chu Hang began reciting his opening remarks, the same ones he had prepared last time. The players before him were all reliable ones he had selected. Thus there was no annoying situation of acting like a fool during the cutscene. They all listened attentively to his explanation, not missing a single line of the story. Then Chu Hang improvised a few more words. The general idea was: military merit is a good thing. Not only can it be used to learn skills, but it can also unlock more benefits. For example, his current cool uniform could be unlocked once a player's rank reached 2nd lieutenant, though the decoration would be simpler. When reaching Major, one could obtain the same style of uniform but without the starry cape. The starry cape was exclusive to the captain. If you really wanted it, then go command a battleship for Chu Hang. Sure enough. As soon as Chu Hang painted this rosy picture, the players instantly became excited, including the veteran players behind him. However, the highest rank among them was only Sergeant. But what's wrong with showing off? Especially in an online game, dressing up glamorously and showing off in front of female players. What they want is the feeling of being surrounded by admirers. Furthermore, due to the system upgrade, you can now check your personal attributes on your wristbands. Chu Hang smiled slightly, dropping the second bombshell. The crowd buzzed. Wow, a game interface. That's more like it. So this is how it's implemented. Interesting. The new players fiddled with their wristbands. I thought it would be projected directly onto the retina, but this is fine too. This realistic style feels pretty good. Stop talking nonsense, let's check the stats. Chu Hang watched with a smile. The player wristbands were essentially terminals under the system's remote control. While assisting players, they could also collect player data and record improvements in gene sequences. As the player sample grew, the Spark system finally simulated the algorithm quantifying the player's physical abilities into numerical values. Players have 3 types of attributes. Basic attributes include strength, physique, and agility, corresponding to the strength of muscle tissue, vitality, and reflexes respectively. Advanced attributes include spirit and perception, corresponding to brain development and insight affecting neural connection, danger perception, etc. Awakening attribute only includes psionic power. After awakening, one becomes a noble mage capable of performing a series of supernatural abilities. Basic attributes are available to everyone with a baseline value of 5. Advanced attributes are relatively rare. For ordinary people, spirit and perception are both 0, and they can only increase by 1 to 2 points through specialized training. As for the awakening attribute, it goes without saying. It's the hardest to obtain, only available after awakening psionic power. For example, the historical Zhuxing civilization. Every one of them was a natural psionicist, and this trait was well inherited by Chu Hang, but his talent has not yet been awakened. According to the system, when the spark advances to LV1, he as the spark's binder will also undergo a promotion in life level. By then. Bro, what are your stats? 555 in you. Same here. I asked a few others, and it seems all clone bodies have the same initial values. In the corridor, players were discussing fervently. Chu Hang stood quietly aside, giving them time to digest. I told you, how could a game not have leveling in stats? According to the captain, we're all reserves of the star-casting empire, with our true bodies sleeping in a place called the Fireseed Vault. Our consciousness comes to the front lines fighting through clone bodies. This setting is so damn cool. Right, and our gene sequences can be upgraded, which boosts our stats. I just wonder if we can allocate points ourselves. Hey, aren't you curious about the 4 veteran players' stats? The new players instantly turned their heads toward the 4 whispering veterans and swarmed around them. How high are the big shots levels? May I ask, can you allocate points after leveling up? Bro, mind showing us your stat panel? Dude, is there a quick way to level up? The enthusiasm of the newcomers delighted the 4 old birds. If playing a game isn't for showing off, then where's the fun? They exchanged glances, deciding there was nothing to hide. Xiao Hei cleared his throat and said, we 4 arrived a few days earlier than you all. Now our gene sequences have all reached LV1. As for stats, my strength, agility, and constitution are 7, 5, and 5 respectively, making me a strength-type player. The points weren't allocated by me, the gene sequence evolved autonomously, reflecting the innate talent of this body. D2 added, mine is 557, agility type. Lian is 575, constitution type. As for Chi Kushio, you can ask him yourself. The more I talk about it, the more annoyed I get. D2 glared at Chi Kushio, who winked back and grinned. Mine is 666. If I had to say, it's the balanced type. The crowd erupted. Damn, that's impressive. Just 1 level and you've improved that much. Right, 1 level adds 2 points, but Brother Shio added 3, unmatched talent. Chi Kushio waved his hands dismissively. It's nothing special. I just awakened a talent called Balanced Force. Each level up increases all 3 stats simultaneously, but the downside is that leveling speed slows down significantly. I'll definitely be surpassed later, and it's driving me crazy. Listen to that, is that even something a human would say? Xiao Hei and the other 2 clenched their teeth in frustration. We all started together, so why do you get 3 points per level? And here you are humble bragging, if you don't want that talent, give it to me. Chu Hang's 5 senses were exceptionally sharp. He overheard the discussion from outside the crowd and couldn't help glancing at his own stat panel, his expression turning strange. Chu Hang. Gene sequence Fireseed Captain levels up with crew members' levels. Level LV1. Base stats strength 11, constitution 11, agility 11. Advanced stats spirit 11, perception 11. Well. No comparison, no harm. If Chikashio gaining 3 points per level was considered impressive, then what about him gaining 5 points per level starting with 2 extra stats that others didn't even have, a pentagonal attribute? As the saying goes. If it's not broken, is it hacked? But then again, his stats were overpowered among players yet not so conspicuous among the NPC factions since there were far more monstrous NPCs. This stat panel function had just been unlocked by the system. It was a refinement of the game's mechanics. Along with it came Recruitment Mission 02, which required recruiting 30 players. Current progress 1430. The reward was 1 lottery chance and an upgrade to the scanning protocol. He had been stunned when he first saw his own stats. He had always thought the nano armor was what made him strong, but it turned out his own genes had long surpassed ordinary humans. The equipment panel was also upgraded. Now he could see the attributes of the nano armor. This purple rare equipment amplified the wearer's base stats by 30, making the strong even stronger. For the weak it was somewhat mediocre, inferior to pure mechanical exoskeleton enhancements. His light sword was a blue fine quality equipment, entry level among light swords. It could penetrate up to 100 mm of standard alloy plate powered by 5 energy coins and 1 star casting crystal. As for the other firearms, they were only green quality, no different from the players since they were all mass-produced from subspace. Seeing that time was almost up, Chu Hang cleared his throat and spoke authoritatively. Alright soldiers, we have no more time for idle chatter. The Empire's enemies lurk in every corner of the world. We must accelerate our preparations and be ready for battle at any moment. Yes, sir. The 4 old birds responded, first saluting with a standard imperial military salute. The other players quickly followed suit, copying the gesture. After all, the veterans had already taught them the ropes. Never miss a chance to boost the captain's favor, be an enthusiastic sycophant, and at the end of the day hidden missions await in abundance. Wasn't Lai Yin the perfect example? I have a few tasks. The pass at the valley needs construction. A temporary observation post must be set up on the mountaintop. The shortage of repair supplies remains critical and the ship's supplies need to be sorted. Soon after assigning the tasks, the players set off with great enthusiasm. Establishing the observation post naturally required professionals, so it was assigned to the 4, including Price. The pass construction was handled by Famagon, who along with the 8 players other than Li Go were his fellow workers, usually doubling as scavengers. The outpost still needed to cook, a role that no one other than Li Go could fill. In his spare time he would also go hunting. After assigning the tasks, Chu Hang waved to Li Go. Li Go, I'm hungry. Come with me to familiarize yourself with the ship's supplies and the cooking area. What kind of name is that? Li Ming hurried forward, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Sir, just call me Xiao Li. Chu Hang nodded. That's more like it. The two soon arrived at the pantry outside the captain's quarters. Though called a pantry, it was actually quite well equipped with a coffee machine that could filter wastewater, but no coffee. There was also a Star-era food synthesizer which Chu Hang had repaired and used to process the confiscated ingredients. Due to the harsh wasteland environment and the luxury of using electricity for refrigeration, the supplies from the Grey Rock clan were nothing special, mostly rock-hard dried meat, compressed rations, or bags of tuber-like vegetables. Forget about refined rice or flour. The raiders often cooked these rations into porridge, making them easier to swallow on cold nights. As for barbecue, that would have to wait until they caught some prey. Even sand rats were extremely difficult to catch on the wasteland. However, in Chu Hang's garbage pile, alien cockroaches were abundant. Xiao Hei and the others probably didn't know that the hearty meals Chu Hang had prepared for them earlier included these precious proteins. You ask if Chu Hang eats them himself. Are you kidding? That's not human food. Inside the storage compartment of the wrecked ship, Chu Hang pointed at the sacks piled within. All the ingredients for the outpost are here. From now on the task of cooking is yours. Clones consume 3 times the energy of an ordinary person, so you must ensure the soldiers are fed while conserving supplies as much as possible. Any problem? Ha! Sir, feeding them is no problem, but conservation. Those two are completely contradictory. Li Ming was deeply troubled. His habit was to cook in large quantities, emphasizing volume and abundance, and he was far too generous to be thrifty. You have to manage whether you like it or not unless you can conjure up ingredients. Otherwise you must conserve. The outpost has no plans for outside expeditions, so your hunting grounds for ingredients are limited to this valley. Go. Chu Hang waved his hand, leaving Li Ming alone to fret. There was no helping it, the player clones were incredibly voracious, and even he himself was the same. It was the necessary price for a powerful physique. Fortunately, the water supply was supported by the pump at the Huiyan clan outpost, but food was something they had to figure out on their own. Chu Hang strode out of the wrecked ship. Once outside he saw a large group of players gathered around the SCV touching and examining it with great curiosity. Soon Lian lifted the tempered glass of the cockpit and beckoned to the crowd, "All aboard, I'll give you a ride." Cheers erupted from the crowd and they all scrambled onto the mecha like passengers boarding a train in some vast cosmic nation looking like external reactive armor. Then with a roar Lian drove the SCV into the distance, the valley filled with the cheers and boasts of the players. Chu Hang could only shake his head. Reckless driving brings tears to loved ones. Well, it didn't matter, the players were all orphans in this world and their clones were tough. Having a mecha for transport did boost morale. Leaving the players behind, Chu Hang alone delved back into the piles of trash. He was the only one with scanning ability, if not him then who? Yesterday afternoon Chu Hang had roughly located the position of a fusion reactor. This time he needed to examine its condition closely and decide whether to dismantle or repair it. Carrying a lightsaber, Chu Hang skillfully made his way deeper into the target wreck. This was a military frigate, but it did not belong to the Zhuxing Empire, it was from the Empire's enemies. Its technological level was relatively low, but it was just right for Chu Hang at his current stage. After all, even though the previous captain had left him many techniques and knowledge, single-handedly handling a sophisticated shipborne reactor was still a daunting and colossal project. Along the way Chu Hang found 3 Guardian robots that had lost their power. These Guardians were almost intact, merely lacking energy. The problem was that they did not use energy coins as backup power. Their ordinary energy cells had failed centuries ago and the entire energy compartment was in a mess, requiring repairs before they could be reactivated. Chu Hang activated his scanning function. Guardian 35 Autonomous Defender. Quality Premium. Tech Level C5. Energy Level 2. Armament: triple 20mm autocannon, 1 40mm smart grenade launcher, 1 smoke projector, 8 small phased array radar, 1 integrated sensor array. The raw data alone made Chu Hang's eyes light up. This thing was impressive. It might be nothing in the space age, but on the wasteland it was a devastating weapon. If it could be repaired, it would be far superior to their current equipment. With such a good start, Chu Hang continued deeper in a cheerful mood. The blue lightsaber swung through the dark corridor, cutting through countless tangled cables like a blade through thorns. Finally Chu Hang arrived before a door marked with a special insignia. The reactor chamber lay beyond. He took some effort to break in. What greeted him was a clean and orderly interior. The entire compartment had been preserved just as it was when the ship crashed and sealed itself like a dust-covered treasure. Promising. Chu Hang eagerly began scanning and the results filled him with ecstasy. Unknown model, first-generation fusion reactor. Quality Premium. Tech Level C7. Energy Level 3. Integrity 97. Fuel 0. A nearly intact fusion reactor. And it was a frigate-grade reactor, likely powerful enough for the current spark. The only pity was that the fuel rods had expired, but the ship graveyard was vast. Chu Hang was bound to find usable ones. The target was found. The next task was to figure out how to dismantle it completely, then install it on their own small broken ship and also repair its damaged chassis. This was not something that could be done in a short while. So Chu Hang decided to take it step by step. First, bring back the 3 paralyzed Guardians and see if they could be repaired. Half an hour later Chu Hang emerged from the wreck. It was exactly noon and the players had all returned to rest and eat. Li Ming had indeed lived up to expectations. Using only tubers, dried meat, and the synthesizer's processing capabilities, he had created a smooth, thick paste. Though it was still a paste, it was far more palatable than Chu Hang's protein blocks. There were no strange ingredients added nor the lingering fishy smell. Chu Hang also ate some of the paste and gave a rare comment, "Not bad." This surprised the 4 veterans. Chu Hang had never eaten with them before. They had assumed it was the captain's way of maintaining mystique and authority, but the truth was quite different. Chu Hang simply didn't want to eat cockroaches. Work continued in the afternoon and Li Ming kept worrying about the dwindling supplies. Where would he get more food? He specifically sought out Xiao He for advice, since only Xiao He had exchanged for the Wasteland Encyclopedia. The two mumbled for a long time, finally reached an agreement and vanished from the worksite. By evening, when work wrapped up and they gathered for dinner, Chu Hang had already partially dismantled the reactor's protective shell, achieving considerable results. On the player's side, the outer wall of the pass had been erected. They used the armor plates Chu Hang had salvaged earlier, set a foundation welded rebar and deeply embedded it into the mountain on both sides, very sturdy. The observation post on the mountaintop was completed even earlier. The 4 veterans led by Pulai Si had set up the post in a rocky crevice, offering a full view of the approach while being sheltered from wind and sun and well concealed. Everyone did a great job today. The Empire is proud of you. Chu Hang offered a few words of encouragement and settled all battle merits. Buddies, dinner's ready. Brotherly shouted, bringing out a huge grill. Chu Hang didn't pay much attention at first, but the next second his eyes nearly popped out. Where the hell did this roasted meat come from? Judging by the shape, it seemed to be roasted chicken. System permissions scanning protocol LV. 15M penetration depth library protocol LV. 2 early intelligent era subspace protocol LV. 21 cubic meter space basic processing recruitment protocol LV. 11430. Shall we come here for a moment? Chu Hang gestured and summoned Li Ming to his side, asking in a low voice, "Where did you hunt that prey?" Li Ming replied with a proud simple smile. "Xiao Hei and I caught it." Hey, he said, "This is called a sandfalcon, a common mutant bird in the wasteland with low intelligence. So I was wondering if I could catch a few to add to everyone's meal." As he spoke, Li Ming pulled a rice ball with a pungent odor from his pants pocket and handed it to Chu Hang. Chu Hang frowned slightly but still took it. Getting closer, he instantly recognized a familiar smell. Alien cockroaches. Exactly. Li Ming's eyes lit up. Xiao Hei told me these giant alien cockroaches are the sand falcon's favorite snack, so I thought of using them as bait to lure passing falcons down. Chu Hang nodded slightly. Good idea. How many did you catch? Only 2. Because I spent a lot of time experimenting with bait formulas before. In the end, I discovered that crushing the cockroaches and roasting them in the coffee machine creates the strongest attraction for sand falcons. Once tomorrow comes, we can hunt sand falcons on a large scale. The hell, my coffee machine? That wasteful thing. Chu Hang's face darkened instantly, but considering Li Ming's outstanding contribution, he ultimately played the role of an NPC should. Well done. I'll reward you and Xiao Hei with an extra 50 military merit points each. From now on, every sand falcon you catch will earn 5 military merit points. Keep it up. Hey sir, just wait and see. Li Ming happily went to distribute the meat to everyone. Chu Hang was also given a bird leg. Though the meat was a bit tough, the cook's skills were decent, using limited seasonings to best bring out the natural flavor of the ingredients. This was already considered one of the few delicacies in the wasteland, and most importantly, the protein content was high enough. For Chu Hang and his group of over 10 people, just 2 roasted sand falcons per meal could sustain them for half a day. Paired with ordinary ration porridge, they could conserve even more supplies. Not bad, this cook has some skills. Chu Hang was satisfied with the people he had chosen. After finishing his meal, Chu Hang found the scarred man in the corner and sat down to chat for a while, much to the others' astonishment. In the end, the scarred man seemed to have completely yielded, nodding helplessly. Chu Hang gave a faint smile, stood up and called out to everyone. "Alright, everyone go back and rest." The new players still looked reluctant to leave, experiencing the wonderful taste in the game for the first time, and were still full of talk. But Chu Hang didn't give them a chance to linger. Like driving ducks, he began to clean up. In the end, he kicked all the reluctant players offline. He wasn't unwilling to have the players work for him at night. The main issue was that it was impractical to go out during the wasteland's nights, and there wasn't enough work on the sunken ship for these over-energetic players, so he had no choice but to put the clones into hibernation to conserve energy. Even so, the players would surely go wild in the group chat after logging off. Chu Hang opened the group chat and, as expected, Lady Lanta's Single Push Association. Li Sanguan, ha 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 ha, I finally got to play Stardust. Kixiuxio, how about that, brothers? I didn't lie to you, right? Haransuwa Wang, no, the scenery, the sense of touch, and we can actually eat. Wah 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 wah, woodcutter, I'm moved to tears. Poor brothers finally got another project. And that mech is absolutely awesome. Nizi Yuning, holy shit, hearing you talk like this makes me want to play too. Pink refrigerator all wins the next lottery for spots. Cha-cha in the melon field, Hal, just quietly watch your performance. Dade 2 cha-cha baby, how about I talk to the operators and get you a spot? Cha-cha in the melon field, that wouldn't be bad. Cha-cha in the melon field, but don't worry brothers, I'm just testing the waters for everyone. I'll definitely criticize it harshly. Lion IE, late bro, you're overthinking it. Dade 2 probably can't get spots, funny expression. Cha-cha in the melon field. Employee of future tech buying accounts at high prices. Chu Hang avidly peeked at the screen for a while, then began his own nightlife. First was his unshakable routine of practicing with guns and swords. Although the library's enhancement had allowed him to master numerous skills, the absorbed experiences still needed careful refinement. Only through thorough integration could they be truly mastered. Chu Hang tirelessly practiced drawing his gun, aiming and shooting, drawing his sword, slashing and dodging over and over again. It wasn't until after 2.5 hours that he considered it complete. After nearly a week of adaptation, Chu Hang had completely adjusted to this new body. Now he could perform any movement with precision and speed, handling firearms as effortlessly as toys in his hands. His marksmanship was no worse than Price and the others. Then Chu Hang began trying to repair the damaged defender robots, working until midnight before ending his busy day and falling into a deep sleep. The next day was another day full of hope. After getting up and washing, Chu Hang unlocked the incubation pods for the players. Within half a minute the players charged out of the ship's cabin yelling and grabbing their tools to start working. Good, very energetic. The daytime tasks were no different. Xiaohei and Li Ming were busy catching birds, almost forgetting their grand ambition to become scouts, held back by the reality that each sandfalcon only earned 5 military merit points. All one could say was that military merit was still appealing. Catch a few more and he might become the first player promoted to sergeant in the outpost. At 10 a.m. Chu Hang pulled the much quieter scarred man and boarded the modified truck. The truck roared toward the valley entrance. Upon arrival, Chu Hang made a detour to inspect the newly constructed checkpoint. The woodcutter proved capable, managing everything in order despite leading a group of unruly players. Various firing positions had been reserved under Price and the others' professional guidance awaiting weapon installation. The outpost currently possessed only 5 12mm heavy machine guns. As for that 90mm anti-aircraft gun, Chu Hang planned to build a concealed bunker on the mountain summit, allowing him to control the entire mountainous area. Besides that SCV, this cannon had become Ryan's second favorite possession. He was after all a doctoral student in military industry, and according to himself his research direction was ground armored vehicles, namely tanks. Such ancient artillery had long been thoroughly studied by him. At his own request, Chu Hang entrusted him with the task of upgrading and maintaining this gun. The bunker on the mountain summit now had its foundation dug, but progress was temporarily halted due to a lack of cement. Chu Hang calculated the outpost truly lacked everything: food, ammunition, building materials, energy, manpower. He wanted all resources. When production couldn't meet demand, the only way to quickly acquire resources was to plunder. Chu Hang now planned to lead people out to rob. Price, take your squad and follow me. The 10th star ring was a colossal circular structure with the 4th sector sandwiched between the 3rd and 5th sectors. The 3rd sector was the best preserved area of the ring. It was said that the land there still retained its vitality, with lush greenery stretching across vast plains now occupied by the Federation's pioneering forces, the outsiders who had arrived in recent years. The 4th sector was a land of savagery. Life existed there, but only in sparse measure. It was now the domain of a multitude of post-war remnants, with many barbaric tribes like the Greyrock clan. They scavenged pre-war resources from the 4th sector and hauled them to the 3rd sector, trading with the Federation for crops and advanced technology. As for the 5th sector, it was a desolate wasteland of death. Originally a military zone established by the Empire, the war 500 years ago had utterly devastated it. Now the area was riddled with radiation and ruins, along with an unknown number of Zergs. Zergs. Aren't the Empire's enemies human traitors? Amid the roar of an armored truck, Chu Hang was briefing 4 veterans on history. When he mentioned the Zergs, Price couldn't help but ask. Chu Hang sighed. The Zergs are the enemies of the entire universe, but the traitors foolishly ignored this fact. They stabbed the Empire in the back while it was fighting the Zergs. Thus the Star Ring is littered with the remnants of war from 3 factions: the Empire, the Rebels, and the Zergs. Price and the other 3 instantly showed expressions of fury. As soldiers, they despised betrayal above all. Though they knew it was a game setting, they couldn't help but adopt the Empire's military perspective, growing increasingly contemptuous of the traitors' vile actions. Commander, if the 5th sector has Zergs, aren't we in danger? The group immediately thought of the location of Outpost 217 and frowned. Chu Hang nodded. The potential risk is immense. Our Outpost 217 is near the border of the 4th sector. Although a 100-meter-high isolation wall stands on the border, the wall will eventually fall. Before that day comes, we must repair the spacecraft to secure our position. The veterans nodded in agreement. They had previously felt uneasy about turning to banditry, but now they clearly recognized the urgency of the situation. The target of this raid was Outpost 203, also belonging to the Greyrock clan. Chu Hang's Outpost 217 was among the farthest from the main base, and so was Outpost 203, but in a different direction, closer to the neighboring Crimson Flame clan. After looting it, they could easily frame the other clan. The 4 veterans had all disguised themselves as members of the Greyrock clan. The only difference was their weapons, the Empire's RX-17 assault rifles. This rifle used a traditional chemical firing mechanism and 6mm standard ammunition. It was a niche weapon specially developed by the Empire for specific environments, essentially a filler for the arsenal. However, precisely because it was obscure and technologically low-level, it appeared in the Level 2 arsenal, eventually reverse-engineered by Chu Hang piece by piece. Nevertheless, the design of the RX-17 had reached the pinnacle of traditional firearms, almost to the point where no further improvement was needed. In terms of technology, materials, and craftsmanship, these 4 rifles were among the finest on the wasteland. Current players simply couldn't afford to exchange for them. Thus these guns were essentially mission props for this operation to be retrieved after use. The 4 veterans were connoisseurs of firearms. The moment they held the RX-17 their demeanor changed entirely. Their faces were filled with fervor and awe and they couldn't stop fondling the rifles throughout the journey. It wasn't until they neared their destination that they regained their composure. If one looked closely they would see a newfound confidence in their eyes that was usually absent. Listen up. We'll split into 2 groups. You and Scarface will ride in the truck posing as Greyrock clan members and enter Outpost 203 through the main gate. I will infiltrate, take out their firing points and create chaos. Once chaos erupts you immediately seize the gate, prevent anyone from escaping and cooperate with me in clearing the enemies inside the outpost. Any questions? The outline of Outpost 203 was already visible outside the window. Chu Hang, while observing through binoculars, briefed the 4. Commander, what about prisoners? Chu Hang hesitated slightly, then said coldly, no mercy. We don't have the manpower to guard prisoners. The 4 stiffened but nodded in agreement. Then they fell silent, quietly waiting for the vehicle to arrive. This time Chu Hang did not employ the same tactics he used against Outpost 217. Because Outpost 203 was a border outpost situated on a small hill with a clear view of the surroundings. According to Scarface, it was equipped with a large number of thermal imagers and motion sensors, making it impossible to infiltrate even with holographic camouflage. So Chu Hang had to make them open the door voluntarily. Once inside the outpost, the holographic camouflage could then shine. The truck soon entered the warning range of Outpost 203. The radio on the truck received a call from the other side. Chu Hang had Scarface fabricate an excuse to fob them off. The other party clearly knew Scarface and after a few casual taunts let them through. The truck continued forward along a long ramp and finally drove into Outpost 203. The architectural style of this outpost differed from Outpost 217. Outpost 217 prioritized concealment and defense, while Outpost 203 resembled a massive military camp, equally large but with higher walls, more barracks and garages. The number of raiders stationed here was twice that of Outpost 217. Before the truck even stopped, Chu Hang had already leaped out invisibly and vanished into the camp. The 5 people on the truck were nervous. This was the enemy's den with a numerical ratio of nearly 201. If they were exposed, they would be torn apart by a hail of bullets in an instant. Hey Scar, you scumbag, why aren't you rotting in your doghouse? What brings you here? Suddenly a familiar voice came from outside the truck, making Scarface's heart leap. Damn, why is this bastard so idle and personally coming over? The arrival was the head of Outpost 203, also Scarface's old rival in Sofu. He was clearly doing better than Scarface, evident from his attire and the geographical advantage of his outpost. I'm just here for fuel. I've got nothing to say to you. Scarface replied darkly with a cold tone. The more he said, the more mistakes he'd make. Instead, this abrasive and stubborn attitude aroused no suspicion. And Sofu snorted in boredom and waved to his men. As you wish. Hope next time I see you it's not as a corpse. Fill them up. With that, he was about to leave. But just then Sofu casually glanced at Price and the other 3 and felt something was off. They were all dressed as raiders, their faces wrapped tightly against the sandstorm, which should have been fine. Yet there was an awkwardness about them. What was it? They were too rigid. They lacked the casual, slovenly air of raiders and instead resembled the Federation's regular troops. Sofu's hand unconsciously moved toward his waist. Scar, which squad are these guys from? They look unfamiliar. Poof. My people don't need your management. Scarface knew things were about to go south upon hearing those words, but outwardly maintained his composure and fired back. However, in the next moment Soap leaped directly from the vehicle and slammed Unsakov to the ground. Then Ghost and Nikolai also jumped out, and Unsakov never even had the chance to draw his weapon before all 3 burly men dragged him into the car. Scarface inside the car was utterly stunned. Were these taciturn guys really that fierce? Why did they seem so practiced at this? Price and the other 3 were of course proficient. After all, capture operations were second nature to them. From the moment they suspected anything was wrong, they struck without hesitation, never giving their target a chance to react. It wasn't until then that the guards outside began shouting and converging on them. However, Price and his team were riding in an armored vehicle and were completely unfazed by these grunts and their inadequate firearms. Price gripped Unsakov's neck and forced his head out the window, then casually glanced sideways at Scarface to signal him. Although the 2 sides couldn't understand each other, Scarface instantly comprehended the ruthless man's intention. It was using someone's prestige to intimidate others, something he excelled at. Hey you idiots outside. Your boss is negotiating with me in the car. All of you stay crouched outside or I can't guarantee whether that bastard Unsakov will come out missing arms or legs. Now get lost. After finishing his show, Scarface gave Price a refreshed nod and Price promptly yanked Unsakov back inside. Watching Unsakov's disheveled state, Scarface suddenly felt that he wasn't so humiliated after all. No matter how well this guy had done for himself, wasn't he still sitting here as a prisoner just like him? Actually, if these tough guys could wipe out all the surrounding watchtowers, then maybe he could even position himself as a puppet commander and trample his former comrades beneath his feet. As Scarface was indulging in his fantasies, Unsakov's roaring voice suddenly pierced his ears. "You malformed cockroach arsehole, how dare you kidnap me? Do you have any idea how many men I command? My watchtowers will reduce you to nothing but slag. If you know what's good for you." Wham! Soap, who was busy with the binding play, delivered a solid punch to his face. "What's that bastard saying?" "Don't know, but chances are he's threatening us to let him go." No creativity. The searing pain had curled Unsakov into a shrimp-like ball. He dared not threaten the players anymore and instead turned his roars toward Scarface. "You bastard, who are they?" "Federation. How dare you collude with outsiders? My men have already reported everything here. Just wait until the clans come hunting you down." Creak. Bam. Hardly had the words left his mouth when the towering communications antenna at the center of the watchtower suddenly toppled over, crashing headlong into a nearby off-road vehicle. An unfortunate soul who was repairing it was instantly reduced to paste. "Looks like headquarters won't be able to find out about this now," Scarface said. Earlier he had been somewhat uneasy, but now it had all turned to mockery. Unsakov's face turned ashen. He had no idea why the perfectly fine communications tower had suddenly collapsed and could only continue bluffing. Just equipment aging. Even without communications, do you really think you can escape? See those bunkers on both sides of the gate? I've got heavy and light machine guns and mortars, any one of them could lay waste to you." Boom. Before he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion rang out. Dust and smoke billowed throughout the watchtower. Unsakov looked out in shock and rage, only to see the two bunkers at his own entrance rapidly crumbling. Ha! What the hell? Was his mouth literally blessed or something? Why did everything he said explode? Scarface beside him burst out laughing and jeered, "What bunkers? I don't see any bunkers." Enraged beyond measure, Unsakov made his final desperate roar, "I have hundreds of elite soldiers. You are completely surrounded. You'll never escape with wings on your back. BRRRT. As if an answer to Unsakov's words, gunfire erupted violently inside the vehicle. Price and the other three had heard Chu Hang's signal to move. They immediately unleashed full firepower, and the barrage fired from their RX-17s under their precise control locked onto the surrounding enemy forces. The enemies closest to the truck dropped instantly, and the soldiers behind them fell like wheat before a scythe. "Cover! Take cover! You useless bastards!" Inside the vehicle, Unsakov watched as over a dozen of his men were killed in an instant. Regret overwhelmed him. Why the hell had he come to mock Scarface? He was truly foolish, truly. If he hadn't come, his men wouldn't have died and he wouldn't have fallen to such a wretched state. However, no matter how agitated he became, he could not stop the four players from harvesting lives. All four of them fired in controlled bursts, but their rate of fire was lightning fast, dropping one enemy with barely 2 or 3 shots. Even if the watchtower raiders took cover behind obstacles, as soon as they dared reveal even the slightest part of themselves, a fatal bullet would instantly claim their life. The watchtower garrison was not without thoughts of counterattacking. However, they were pinned down by the armored vehicle's firepower and unable to close the distance. At this range, the trajectories of their pipe rifles became entirely random, bullets pinged harmlessly against the armor, accomplishing absolutely nothing. A bunch of incompetence. Couldn't you have driven an armored vehicle over too? Unsakov was beside himself with rage, wishing he could jump down and personally teach them how to fight. After leaving more than 20 corpses behind, the watchtower garrison finally stabilized their formation and sprinted shouting toward the garage. Soon after, the roar of vehicle engines could be heard. Without a second word, Nikolai swiftly climbed onto the turret atop the cab and operated the heavy machine gun to open fire on the enemy. The first vehicle to appear was a light patrol truck. Although a machine gun had been welded onto its rear bed, it was riddled with holes by Nikolai almost as soon as it emerged. The thin steel plating simply could not withstand the dual-barrel machine gun spray. Fuck! Who the hell is driving this piece of junk? Where's my beast? Drive my beast here. Slaughter these bitches. Unsakov was still roaring. However, Scarface's expression beside him had grown somewhat peculiar. Brother, didn't you forget that you're in our car too? Unsakov froze instantly. His mind had been consumed by rage just now. Calming down, he realized if his subordinates actually brought out the beast, wouldn't he be blown sky high right along with them? I'll try to persuade them. Unsakov instantly folded. However, before he could continue speaking, a distinctive engine roar echoed from deep within the base. His beast had been activated. The next moment everyone witnessed the true appearance of the beast. It was a heavily modified tank with 5 pairs of road wheels. A massive cannon barrel rotated into view, revealing a dark muzzle that sent shivers down everyone's spines. "Fuck! You idiots!" Unsakov wailed, and in the next moment Price kicked him out of the vehicle. "Abandon the vehicle. Take cover." The 4 players jumped down from the armored vehicle in unison. The next instant a deafening explosion and shockwaves surged forth, and rolling black smoke rose into the sky above the watchtower. A dark silhouette was thrown through the air. Only after it hit the ground did everyone realize it was a tank turret. "My vehicle." Unsakov watched in agonized despair at his beast, whose roof had been torn clean off and collapsed completely onto the ground as though his very soul had been drained away. Just then gunfire erupted wildly behind the enemy ranks. A large number of opponents fell, struck from behind, and corpses quickly littered the ground. How could the players not realize Chu Hang had made his move? They all shouted excitedly, "Attack!" The battle came and went swiftly. With 4 godlike killers wielding legendary weapons and possessing uncanny marksmanship at the front, and a phantom that appeared and vanished without a trace at the rear, no one could fight with peace of mind. Thus the defenders' morale plunged into the abyss, then veered irreversibly toward a strange direction. "For Valhalla, witness me! Witness!" Cries rose and fell within the outpost, soon merging into a single chorus. If Chu Hang and the others were here, they would have known exactly what these madmen were about to do. But Price and his team had never experienced this before, so they were momentarily caught off guard. When they saw madmen charging out from cover, each holding a bomb, their expressions turned dumbfounded. The next second, "Damn idiots!" Bang! 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 The charging figures were instantly brought down. Soap spat disdainfully, "And here I thought it was something special, just a suicide attack. How unoriginal." Originally, street fighting was a perilous affair where even battle-hardened veterans could easily fall to ambushes. But since the enemy had lost their minds and came howling out of cover, they had done them a huge favor. The players only needed to wait for them to offer themselves up one by one. And so it was. The enemy's morale had shattered. Driven by sheer fanaticism, after someone led the charge, the others followed suit, throwing themselves into a massive wave and calling GG. The battle ended quickly. Chu Hang emerged from the shadows, machine gun in hand, and nodded to the still unsatisfied group. "Good work. Now clean up the entire outpost immediately. Leave no witnesses." "Understood." The plan was to frame the neighboring clans so naturally no survivors could be left. He then summoned Scarface and gave instructions. "Go drag all the bodies in the outpost to the center of the square." Scarface obediently agreed. But as he turned to leave, he heard Chu Hang add, "Oh, and if you deliberately leave any traces, I'll tie you to the back of the vehicle and drag you all the way back." "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Scarface shuddered at the memory of the terrifying combat prowess of the 5. "Are you kidding me?" He still had no idea what kind of beings the players were. If everyone was as formidable as these few, then no matter how many people the clan sent, it would be useless. After everyone dispersed, Chu Hang glanced at the bound Insuofu and then turned and left the square. 2.5 hours later, flames roared into the sky within the outpost. 3 heavy trucks laden with supplies and an armored off-road vehicle roared away, finally disappearing into the endless wilderness. "Captain, we hit the jackpot this time." On the way back, Price and the other 3 each drove a vehicle, chatting through their game wristbands. Chu Hang sat in the lead armored vehicle with Scarface and a dejected Insuofu in the back seats. Insuofu now wore a collar identical to Scarface, officially becoming Chu Hang's second prisoner. Chu Hang ordered them to supervise each other. If either misbehaved, both would be punished. As the senior, Scarface answered directly to Chu Hang. This was also the first step toward his dream of becoming a puppet army leader. The operation had been highly fruitful. Chu Hang was now flipping through the loot inventory, his spirits soaring at the thought of 3 full trucks of supplies. The first truck was loaded with daily necessities, fuel and motor batteries. Given the players' appetites, even if they ate freely, this would last them over half a month. The second truck was packed entirely with weapons and ammunition. Outpost 203 was far better equipped than Scarface's place. The most obvious sign was over 20 light and heavy machine guns, 20,000 rounds of 12mm ammunition, 4 90mm mortars, and over 100 shells. Chu Hang clearly couldn't transport all of it. After careful selection, the players took 6 heavy machine guns, 20 rifled iron-barreled rifles, 10 shotguns and bolt-action rifles, all 4 mortars, and every bullet an explosive. This haul was enough for Chu Hang to arm all the players. As for the last truck, it was filled entirely with bags of high-grade cement. This Insuafu was absolutely a bunker maniac obsessed with building bunkers and pillboxes at home, even hoarding so much cement. If Chu Hang hadn't stealthily blown up all his pillboxes, Price and the others would have been doomed. Now this cement perfectly solved Chu Hang's urgent needs. Half would be used to reinforce the pass foundation and the other half to build hidden bunkers on the mountaintop, hiding all the artillery inside. Whoever came, they'd blast them. Absolutely perfect. In addition, there was another gain: biomass recovered from enemy corpses. After this battle, the biomass in Chu Hang's hands reached 40 units. Very nice. Finally, Chu Hang also found over 100 energy coins, rounding off the raid with a perfect conclusion. The convoy sped along and finally returned to the outpost base before nightfall. All the players were waiting eagerly at the pass. Seeing the convoy return, they cheered and rushed forward. This made Chu Hang frown, yet also feel a warmth. Was this what coming home felt like? He quickly suppressed any excess emotion and stepped out of the vehicle with authority. Why are you all crowding around? No vigilance at all. What if the enemy had driven our vehicles back? Faced with Chu Hang's reprimand, the players looked at each other in confusion. Finally, Xiao He stepped forward to explain. Captain, after entering communication range, we confirmed with Price and the others. Even if something had gone wrong, Lai Yin was on the mountaintop keeping watch with the artillery ready to fire at any moment. Ha! When had these guys become so reliable? Had he misjudged them? Chu Hang's expression softened slightly. Even so, you should not expose yourselves outside cover without any protection. What if there's a hidden sniper out there? What if an aerial unit attacks? Even if Lai Yin opens fire, you'd all be bombed here together. The players hung their heads sheepishly. Chu Hang found it amusing. These guys really needed to be kept in line. I know you meant well, but I'd rather have you all alive than any welcoming ceremony. The players' eyes lit up at his words. The captain truly loved them after all. Alright, let's not make this a habit. It's getting late. Let's go back for a feast. We can add a few extra dishes this time. Chu Hang waved his hand and the players cheered as they climbed onto the trucks. The group headed joyfully toward the battered ship, their laughter echoing through the valley. Feast. 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 Long live the captain. Long live the captain. Long live the Empire. Hey, old Price, tell us, where did you guys get all these treasures? He just raided an outpost. Whoa, old Price, you're awesome. No, it's the captain who's awesome. We just did some target practice. The convoy soon arrived at the wrecked ship camp. At Chu Hang's call, the players quickly and busily carried the captured supplies aboard. The difference was that the players drooled over the weapons and ammunition, while the chef Li Ming had his eyes gleaming at the crates of ingredients. Commander, are we free to eat as much as we like? Then whatever I make, everyone better not leave a single bite. Li Ming moved in with large and small packages to cook. After half an hour, Chu Hang directed the players to sort and store all the loot, leaving only a row of firearms neatly arranged on the rest area table. The players guessed what was coming and their eyes lit up with excitement as they rubbed their hands together. Chu Hang smiled slightly and spoke loudly. Everyone has been doing well lately. The outpost construction has advanced by leaps and bounds, and the raiding operations have been clean and efficient. Most importantly, we now have sufficient weapons available for personal purchase, so I have decided to organize an auction. Cheers erupted from the crowd immediately. Finally, they could buy guns. Do you know how we have survived these past days? That damn Xiao He showed off with his gun every day. I genuinely want to strangle the bastard. Fortunately, the developer understands us players. Chu Hang observed the passionate atmosphere in the restroom and immediately sensed this sale would be unprecedentedly hot. Without further delay, he picked up a gleaming revolver. The first item, the sidearm of Scarface, the leader of Outpost 217. It is of premium quality, engraved with the Greyrock clan totem and Scarface's name on the barrel. An 8-round cylinder loaded with 10mm handgun ammunition. If swapped with hollow-point rounds, the power is enough to take down a mutant. Whether for self-defense or collection, this gun is worth far more than its price. Starting bid 30 combat credits. Minimum increment 1 credit. Cap 50 credits. I bid 50. Chu Hang. Where did this rich guy come from? He turned his head and saw it was D2. Amidst the envious gazes of the other players, D2 happily stepped forward to receive the gun, wearing an expression as if he had found a treasure, while others could only turn back at his bid. You see, ordinary players could only earn around 10 to 20 combat credits per day, whether working at the construction site or recycling scrap. Those with 50 credits had already exchanged them for skills and would not spend it on an expensive pistol. Only an old player like D2 had enough spare money. Returning to the crowd, the other players shot him looks of watching a rich fool and silly but wealthy. D2 rolled his eyes and said proudly, "You know nothing. This is green quality gear. Not to mention the performance and acquisition difficulty of green items, but the uniqueness of this gun alone makes it highly collectible, you know. The other newcomers had not yet experienced firearms, and hearing this they felt overwhelmed and impressed. They all regretted not pooling their money to win the bid. The second item, also sponsored by Scarface, a semi-automatic marksman rifle equipped with a 24x adjustable optical scope. It is also of premium quality. Caliber 8mm can fire armor-piercing rounds against heavily armored targets with an effective range of 300 meters. Starting bid 30 credits, minimum increment 2 credits, cap 60. 60. Chu Hang. What is wrong with these guys today? Do they have money to burn? This time it was Xiao who struck first. Chu Hang wordlessly handed the rifle to him, but his mind was racing. Perhaps he should develop more channels for combat credits consumption, otherwise he would be letting down the players' enthusiasm. Amidst the fierce gazes of the surrounding players, Xiao triumphantly returned with his sniper rifle. The hefty sum of 60 credits still made them hesitate. But this momentary hesitation allowed Xiao to swoop in and steal the deal. This was the only scoped weapon in the entire outpost. Who among FPS gamers did not dream of having their own sniper? What are you looking at? As a scout, isn't it normal to issue a sniper rifle? Scout my foot, you are just a hunter. What's wrong with hunting? Hunting needs scopes too. With this gun you will all have a treat later. The players quickly fell into noisy bickering, which soon drifted to who could afford to buy. Li Sanguan could not agree and retorted, you only got here early and played through 2 more story arcs with the captain. Old Pooh and the others likely earned plenty of combat credits during this raid too. It is not certain that they have less than you. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously to look at the quiet Price and the other 3 veterans. Old Pooh, why did you not bid? You need good guns too, right? Price smiled and waved his hand, no rush, let us wait a little longer. Wait for what? Is there something better coming? The auction continued. Then Chu Hang brought out an iron pipe rifle, a shotgun and a bolt-action rifle, but all were of common quality, meaning white-grade gear. Although the quality was slightly inferior, they were still snatched up by players at around 20 combat credits, achieving the goal of equipping every player with at least 1 firearm. Only the 4 veterans continued to wait. Finally Chu Hang reached into subspace and pulled out an RX-17. Its futuristic and rugged appearance immediately caught everyone's attention. Price and the other 3 suddenly began breathing heavily. Here it comes, here it comes. Chu Hang observed their expressions and smiled slightly. The RX-17, an automatic weapon specially designed for our Vanguard team. Precise, reliable and easy to maintain, suitable for use in wasteland environments. It fires 6mm standard ammunition and is of fine quality. The players erupted instantly. Holy crap! It is blue quality. The first blue item in the game. Do not dare to compete with me. Ah! What a damn pity I spent all my credits. The RX-17 was clearly different from those mediocre items before it. Every part of it screamed nobility. It could be said to be the most sci-fi firearm in Stardust. The most important thing was that it was cool. Looks equal combat power, you know. However, Chu Hang's next sentence directly poured a bucket of cold water over everyone present. The quantity of RX-17 is limited. During wartime I will issue them to staff sergeants. If you wish to own one privately, you only need to advance to the rank of lieutenant. Imperial lieutenants receive free issuance. Ha! The players were dumbfounded. What? It actually requires military rank. So that is how this rank system works. At this time the players generally held only the rank of corporal, and their combat credits had been emptied by Chu Hang. To advance they would have to save from scratch. As for how much was needed, it was not much either. Sergeant at 200, staff sergeant at 400 and lieutenant at 800, totaling only 1,400 credits. Chu Hang was then grinning like a shrewd merchant. Look how cool and useful this gun is. Do you want it? Then work harder and strive to repair this rundown ship. Alright, starting tomorrow I need to double my brick carrying efforts. Count me in. Just working during the day is not enough. Can we go online and work at night too? That is too slow. Why do not we also go raiding? Making war earns credits faster. Chu Hang watched the players with their high morale with satisfaction, then added one final remark regarding ammunition. In collective combat I will directly issue ample ammunition. But if you want personal supply you will need to purchase it with combat credits. 1 credit can exchange for 10 inferior bullets or 5 normal bullets or 1 premium bullet or special ammunition. As expected, Chu Hang earned away the last few scraps of credits from the players. This time they really had not a single credit left. Chu Hang observed the players' expressions of excitement mixed with pain as he thought to himself, laughing like an old farmer. Sigh, I am truly a shrewd merchant. Half an hour later the food was finally served. Staring at the table laden with an abundance of dishes, Chu Hang was dumbfounded. Was it necessary to make so much? And all in just 1 hour. Li Ming, dressed in a white outfit like a chef, stood behind the counter holding a ladle, enthusiastically beckoning everyone to come and serve themselves. Surrounded by the players, Chu Hang naturally was the first to fill his plate. Why so much? Stop with the nonsense, hand me the plate. Li Ming grinned, snatched the plate from Chu Hang's hand and began his performance. Sir, try the main course, charcoal grilled alien ribs, perfectly seasoned, our specialty, goes great with rice. All right. The ribs indeed looked enticing, with a golden skin glistening with oil and an aroma that stirred Chu Hang's appetite. A rib was placed on the plate. Chu Hang weighed it in his hand, generous portion. Here's a scoop of alien mashed potatoes mixed with cured meat, incredibly fragrant. And stir-fried insect legs, crispy and flavorful with every chew. This one roasted alien kidneys, sir, you need to replenish. And a vegetable dish, alien melon stewed with sand rat. Chu Hang was dumbfounded. This was too lavish. Looking down at the plate piled high with food, he pointed at the last vegetable dish and asked, is this a vegetable? Where's the melon? Isn't it all meat? What? Dessert. We have sweet and sour hyena tenderloin. The sweet and sour flavor comes from wild crabapple jam, all natural. But this is too much. This is nothing. You've worked hard during the day, you need to replenish. Don't worry, there's more in the pot. Chu Hang was amused and exasperated. Fine. When he sat back at the table, the food on his plate was piled like a small mountain. What a waste. Chu Hang took a big bite of the grilled rib, spicy, savory, and delicious. But this was such a waste. He scooped a large spoonful of mashed potatoes into his mouth, salty, creamy, and rich in flavor. Yet he still felt pained. He picked up a stir-fried insect leg and chewed, crispy outside, tender inside, with a satisfying texture. But. No buts. He risked his life outside, why shouldn't he enjoy a hearty meal at home? If it came to it, he could just go out and loot again. Chu Hang decisively surrendered to the culinary temptation. His life as a transmigrator was already fraught with anxieties. If he had to scrimp on meals, it would be too stifling, unbecoming of the style of a proper transmigrator. That's right. So this meal was thoroughly satisfying for Chu Hang. He left nothing behind. Letting out a burp, he saw the other players were in the same state, feeling a sense of contentment and joy. Everything before him was so real. This was his second life, and also the second life he had promised to the players. He would do his utmost to protect it. However, this meal was indeed extravagant. Perhaps he should let the players pay for their own food and drink. After carefully considering the feasibility, Chu Hang reluctantly set aside this little revenue-generating idea. After all, the players couldn't venture outside yet, and their opportunities to earn battle merits were limited. It wasn't appropriate to add to their burdens. After the meal, Chu Hang as usual herded the players back to the cultivation pods. He first arranged the construction of 18 new pods, then opened the Lady Lanta Solo Fan Club to start distributing slots. He planned to expand the population to 30 to complete recruitment task 02, thereby upgrading the scanning protocol to improve his efficiency in searching for useful junk and speed up the repair of the broken ship. Lady Lanta Solo Fan Club. Lee Sangwang tears. After playing games for so many years, I finally got to touch a real gun. Waku waku. Bozi Yuninga, I really want to play Stardust. Why aren't the slots released yet? Fafafafaf, you worker, this game is getting more and more hardcore. Even building a pass involves military-grade explosion-proof considerations. Looks like I need to call in my mentor. Sure, CUNAI Shu, what does your teacher do? Is he free? Fafafafaf, you worker, oh, he used to build armories for giant corporations. He went to prison for taking the fall and was just released last month. He wanted to come to me, but I was unemployed too, so he's even more idle than I am. Frozen canned food, awesome, another big shot. I'll dog operator for you. Wyson Imo, what did the guy above just say? Frozen canned food, big shot, I'm sorry. Wyson Imo, on a serious note, the company made some technological breakthroughs today so we can accommodate more players for testing. We plan to release 16 new slots. But as you know, our game is quite hardcore, so we intend to recruit some more professional players this time. Fafafafaf, you worker, my master is absolutely professional. Wyson Imo, alright, count him in. Reinhold, I know a few professional friends who are quite interested in Stardust. Is there a chance? Wyson Imo, what specialties? Reinhold, ship engineering and atomic physics. Wyson Imo, acceptable. Kichiku, boss, recruit some girls this time. It's boring with all men. Helen Sua Wang 1 Luciahe Bozi Yuning, if I go for surgery now, would my chances of being selected increase? Hua Tian Li Cha, still looking for experts. asking people to test bugs for free. Did to your brother cha out stealing melons? The next morning the players logged in on time. This time everyone was even more enthusiastic, skipping breakfast and heading straight to the construction site to work. After all, battle merits were in short supply. Chu Hang had already confirmed the third batch of players the night before, including group members and random folks who had signed up on the official website, all selected after a preliminary check by him. The key requirement was to have plenty of free time. Since Stardust had no time acceleration, he planned to open nighttime gameplay soon. Those who had day jobs would struggle to be available. As for players staying online, 247. Chu Hang could only say that it was technically feasible. After all, when players connected to the game, their bodies would fall into deep sleep. As long as they didn't mind wetting themselves, they could stay online indefinitely. But the issues this could cause were something Chu Hang didn't want to see. So for the sake of the player's health, he reluctantly set the maximum continuous online time to 23 hours with a 1-hour cooldown before reconnecting. What a tremendous loss of potential. He was truly a great benefactor. Currently 16 clones were developing in the new cultivation pods. It was worth noting that this batch of players actually included 2 female players. After reviewing their profiles, Chu Hang found them very impressive. Ahem, they were both straight and, well, let's just say they weren't the whining type. Not only did they have extensive gaming experience, but they also possessed relevant professional skills perfect for contributing to the great cause of the Empire. Just take it as gospel. Time had slipped to the afternoon of the third day. Over these past 2 days, Chu Hang and the others had stayed dutifully in the valley, throwing themselves into construction. The clones for the new players were nearing maturity, and just then news arrived from the past that it had been completed, a double celebration. Chu Hang put down his work and headed straight for the valley pass. Admiral, the fortress at the pass has been completed. Please inspect it. Behind the pass on the open ground, everyone was present except Soap and Phantom, who remained on duty at the mountain summit. All eyes were fixed on Chu Hang. Chu Hang nodded slightly and the group entered the fortress. As soon as they stepped inside, the space was brighter than expected. Lights illuminated the first floor storage area, revealing neatly stacked crates of ammunition and emergency supplies. Admiral, the fortress's power comes from 120 solar panels mounted on the valley's inner walls. In addition to interior lighting, they supply the searchlight sensor modules on the 3rd floor and the operation of the main gate. Uncle AI from Stone Village spoke up first, explaining that with his electrical engineering background he had overseen the entire power system. Not bad, Chu Hang remarked approvingly. The circuit equipment used here was mostly salvaged scrap, giving the place a distinct post-apocalyptic feel. Most importantly, it hadn't required much of his oversight. This was excellent, it showed they had become self-sufficient players. The group then ascended to the fortress's 2nd floor. The 2nd floor had been divided into small rooms serving as quarters and common areas for the garrison, spacious enough to house over a dozen people with room to accommodate incubation pods later. Above that, the 3rd floor served as the combat chamber, sectioned off with steel plates, so each compartment housed a heavy machine gun for safely laying down fire on approaching enemies. My turn. My turn. The designers were Frozen Can and Harlan King, both reportedly tower defense enthusiasts, though how that translated to fortress architecture remained unclear. It didn't matter. As you can see, one explained the entire combat floor uses compartmentalized gun ports rather than open decking, similar to a battleship's design, preventing a single shell from sweeping through the whole level. Quite the clever idea. Continuing upward reached the fortress terrace, modeled after ancient city walls with overhead awnings for shade where players could stand and fire downward at attackers. This setup would make for thrilling zombie defense. Overall not bad, Chu Hang concluded. He had inspected the fortress thoroughly, using his scanning ability along the way, confirming the materials were solid and the design sound. While aesthetically rough, it should withstand several hundred caliber rounds without issue. The players had clearly invested real effort into this. With such dedication shown, Chu Hang decided not to hold back on rewards. Everyone has done excellently these past days. I'm granting each of you an additional 100 battle merits, with the team leader receiving 150. 100 battle merits. That amounted to 2 skill books completely separate from their daily allocations. The players erupted in cheers, their gratitude spilling over in enthusiastic praise. We hit the jackpot. This work was worth it. What is this sense of fulfillment? So rewarding. Long live the Empire. Captain is awesome. Captain's got it all. Every mother-in-law in the nation is Captain's future mother-in-law, and every night he's the groom. Something odd had slipped in there. Chu Hang chuckled and shook his head, then led the group to the mountain summit for a tour. Progress here had been slower, mainly because SC Versus couldn't navigate the terrain, forcing the bunkers to be built by hand. Despite the delay, all 5 gun emplacements had their foundations poured, and 1 anti-air gun plus 4 mortars were fully deployed, concealed beneath protective covers and camouflage netting. Price stepped forward, rendered a crisp salute and began his report. Sir, the main emplacement sits along the ridgeline with unobstructed fields of fire in all directions. The 4 secondary positions are deployed on the reverse slopes within the valley, optimizing our mortar's indirect fire capabilities without requiring fortified overhead cover. With Rhine's assistance, all these cannons are in peak condition and ready to fire at any moment. The only weakness is the main emplacement, which lacks a roof and therefore has reduced protection. Chu Hang understood immediately. Excellent work. Our construction focus will shift here shortly and the main bunker will be capped soon. No need to worry. Chu Hang paused, then added, defending the summit and calibrating the artillery are demanding tasks. To recognize your efforts, I'm awarding your squad and Rhine an additional 50 battle merits each. Keep up the good work. Yes. We'll see it through. Price and his men had endured harsh conditions atop the mountain far longer than the others, so this bonus also served to encourage acceptance of such difficult postings. With this reward factored in, Price and his squad had all been promoted to Sergeant Major, finally catching up to Xiao He and the vanguard, a textbook case of latecomers overtaking the pioneers. Just then Chu Hang's sharp eyes caught dust rising in the distant wasteland. His pupils contracted slightly as the view zoomed in, resolving into crisp detail on his retina. It was an armed convoy. The system's scanning capabilities proved invaluable even at such distance, providing surface-level intelligence on the vehicles, though interior visibility remained limited. Armed escort convoy, faction Greyrock clan. Composition: 4x Vulture light armored patrol vehicles, 2x Flame armored fighting vehicles, 3x Bison heavy armored transport trucks. Armament: 12mm heavy machine guns, 20mm autocannons, 60mm rocket launcher pods. Strengths: mobility, anti-infantry, anti-light armor. Weaknesses: lack of heavy firepower protection, lack of long-range early warning. Chu Hang raised an eyebrow. What business did the Greyrock clan's transport have here? The formation didn't suggest hostility. They'd formed a tight escort circle around those transport vehicles, treating them with unusual care. What could be inside? He was genuinely curious. Judging by the sky, they wouldn't make it back before dark, and with only Outpost 217 nearby, the destination seemed obvious. They were headed straight for Outpost 217. Could their activities here have been exposed? Unlikely. Scarface had shown no recent movement and the system was watching him closely. Then something must have changed here. Chu Hang frowned slightly and activated the communication link on Scarface's collar. Scarface, is there anything you haven't told me? Which aspect, sir? The situation, resources, anomalies near Outpost 217, anything about this remote area that might draw interest, especially anything you've already reported to the clan. Scarface pondered for a long moment before replying uncertainly. As for resources, patrol teams did happen across a few chunks of Crimson Flame or nearby. And then there's the military coils you brought in, given they're from Caststar Heavy Industries. Chief, we've received a distress signal from Outpost 217. On an armored vehicle of the Greyrock convoy. Nikisi, the Centurion in charge of this escort mission, listened to his subordinate's report. What's the specific situation? We've been trying to reach Outpost 217, but they didn't respond. Only a minute ago we suddenly picked up a very faint signal. The caller claimed to be Scar, the Decurion of Outpost 217, saying that the outpost had fallen and he was fleeing with survivors to a nearby valley. Nikisi's brow furrowed immediately. Keep contacting them, I need more detailed intelligence. Also slow the convoy down and don't approach Outpost 217 for now. Yes, sir. The convoy began to decelerate. 10 minutes later, Nikisi's subordinate reported again. Chief, the unknown interference has intensified again. The signal is intermittent. The other party only said there are ghosts in the outpost, the rest is unintelligible. Ghosts? Nikisi's expression turned strange. He had roamed the wasteland for over a decade and had never heard of ghosts existing. Even if they did, they would be the spirits in the clan's own Hall of Heroes. But even that was merely a tale to fool the lower-ranking warchildren. Ghosts don't exist. Nikisi said to his subordinate without hesitation. Scar is either insane or has a guilty conscience. Continue to Outpost 217. If Scar has truly betrayed the clan, we will judge him and take over everything here. Chief, rest assured, I'll bring back his head. I will bear witness for you. The armored convoy roared toward Outpost 217 and Nikisi sat in the vehicle sneering coldly. Bullshit ghosts. There must be something shady in the outpost for Scar to play tricks and try to keep me away. No way. I'll see what the hell you're hiding in that outpost. Nikisi's confidence came from the warriors under his command. The forces he brought this time were all clan elites. These warchildren were far superior to the outpost garrison in equipment, skill, and even fanaticism. The convoy soon approached Outpost 217. Little did Nikisi know, on a distant mountaintop a row of small heads was peeping at him. How far now? How far? Stop shouting, there's still 2 kilometers. Hey, are you done yet? It's my turn. On the mountaintop a group of players were scrambling for the few binoculars each face revealing an irrepressible glee. They're here. They're here. Don't push, let me see. On the nearby gun platform Chu Hang stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze following the convoy's movement. He didn't know if they were just passing by. But to keep them here he had to find a way to lure them over. He had made Scar tell that clumsy ghost story. Whether they believed it or not didn't matter, as long as curiosity about the outpost took root in their minds, even if just a thread, they were already hooked. What exactly is in the outpost? Hey look, they've stopped. Probably sending scouts, haha, how naive. Here it comes. Here it comes. Before the words faded a violent roar erupted in their ears. The players didn't cover their ears and were instantly deafened. This is too damn loud. Li Sanguang shook his head, desperately craning his neck to shout at his companions. Chu Hang was by far the most elegant and composed on the scene thanks to his nano-implant protecting his eardrums. He watched a dark shadow fly toward the foot of the mountain and accurately hit a parked armored vehicle. Boom! A muffled explosion came from below the mountain and a massive fireball rose in the field of vision, steel blazing fiercely in the flames. Nice shot, Scar. Scar was still holding the firing lanyard while Insav had already deftly loaded the second shell into the breech. It had to be said these two brothers in misfortune had been well disciplined. This was already Scar's second time shelling his own people. He had given up on redemption, let it blow, for it was better to be a living dog than a dead lion. Insav, gradually accepting reality, shared the same thought. You can aim the second shot a bit off, don't scare them away. Chu Hang didn't intend to blow them all up at the foot of the mountain. He wanted them to charge the pass fortress so he could let the players take the stage. Of course they had another option. Hide in Outpost 217 where the rocky outcrops would shield them from direct cannon fire. But if they did, they'd have to spend the night there, and Chu Hang would inevitably have to make another wingsuit flight to show them whether the outpost really had ghosts. Soon the second shell landed. This time it landed far off, not even scratching their paint. Then came the third, which was closer but only shattered a vehicle's windows. After 3 shots Chu Hang ordered Scar to cease fire. 6 shells remained, they had to be conserved. Sure enough. The 2 consecutive misses gave the enemy confidence. Instead of retreating they floored it and charged up the mountain. It had to be said that was exceptionally brave. The mountain road would take over an hour to drive. Since they had chosen their way to die, Chu Hang went to arrange his forces. A new batch of players was also arriving soon, just in time to give these newbies a little taste of Stardust shock. On the other side, the Grey Rock convoy. Damn it, where did that shelling come from? Did Scar move the outpost up the mountain? Who's helping him? Nikisi's face darkened. The war children beside him were also seething with rage, ready to unleash a slaughter. Scar had only been half right. Nikisi's trip this time was for the Crimson Flame Bane, the Starforged shipwreck, and most importantly to support the Greyrock clan's new strategy in the border region. So, Nikisi wasn't being entirely arrogant. He had planned to go up the mountain anyway. Chu Hang's provocation succeeded in enraging him, so he decided to go all out and take the entire 217 region in one fell swoop. Half an hour later Nikisi began to regret it. Damn it. This mountain looked small, why was it so exhausting to climb? And he had to bring 3 heavy transport vehicles along the mountain road, the agony was indescribable. As the saying goes, at the third charge morale flags. His war children had been howling to fight, but after an hour of that who could withstand it? By now they were exhausted. But since they had come this far, turning back was impossible. Nikisi was the first to crack, he felt his blood pressure rising. If you think I'm out of tricks, you scum. Release the drone swarm, kill them all. The next moment, the back of one armored transport vehicle opened and 8 rotorcraft equipped with machine guns whirred into the sky. Half an hour earlier inside the dilapidated ship. Hiss. With the sound of the cultivation pod opening, a snow-white little hand reached out from within, curiously touching here and poking there before retracting back inside. Wow, this game is so realistic. A crisp exclamation of admiration rang out from the cultivation pod, brimming with wonder and excitement. But immediately after, the voice's owner let out a startled shriek filled with embarrassment and indignation. Ah! Why doesn't this damn game make characters wear clothes? Can this even be considered a proper game? A giggling laugh came from the adjacent cultivation pod. Haha, Sister Zio Yugen, this is part of the game's charm, that's what makes it feel real. Here, the clothes are in the cabinet by the door, put them on yourself. Isn't there some kind of one-click outfit option? A small head peeked out from the cultivation pod that had opened first. Beneath the raven-black hair were two lively eyes like black gemstones, their long lashes trembling slightly, clarity and curiosity mingling with wariness in their gaze. Her oval face was fair and delicate as porcelain, now flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. Her rosy lips were pressed tightly together, causing her delicate cheeks to puff out slightly, giving her an adorable pout reminiscent of a plump hamster. She glanced around the room, and only after confirming no one was watching did she finally exhale in relief, then grumbled toward the adjacent pod, "You go first and grab me one when you're done." The girl in the next pod chuckled as she rose confidently, strode over to the cabinet and selected two whole-body crew uniforms. Tossing one to the bashful girl, she slipped into the other, the tight-fitting garment barely containing her curves. Her only flaw was her slightly petite stature. But paired with her baby-faced radiant smile, she activated that irresistible combination of youthful innocence and striking figure, easily earning a 9 out of 10. The petite girl changed quickly, but when she noticed her companion still dawdling, she pounced with a mischievous grin. "Oh, why be so shy? It's just a game. Your body metrics are all fake anyway." But that's exactly why it feels so awkward. The rustling sounds from inside the cultivation pod suddenly ceased, followed by the girl's indignant squeal. "Ah, Tanchuan. Stop squeezing me around." After 5 minutes of tussling, the girl emerged from the pod with puffed cheeks. Her snow-white delicate feet touched the cold metallic floor, sending a shiver through her, and she quickly pulled on her shoes before straightening her tall, graceful figure. At 1.7 meters tall, with her curves on full display and perfection in her features, her spirited brows combined with the crisp uniform gave her the commanding presence of a female captain. "Wow. Sister Zio Oyugan, you're way too pretty." The petite girl lunged forward again, only to be pushed away with a palm to her face. "Move it, let's go find the NPC and get our quests." Their in-game IDs were Tanchuan Slime and I Love Dried Fish. They were already friends in reality and had agreed to dive into the game together. As the only two female players among the newcomers, they were assigned to this women-only cabin containing pods 29 and 30. When they reached the corridor, all 16 new players had already gathered. The moment they appeared, male players immediately swarmed around them, their compliments and requests for friendship flooding in. "Girls, let's team up. Pretty miss, add me as a friend, bro, will carry you both." Though they understood the impulse, they could only helplessly decline them all. They preferred playing on their own terms. It wasn't until Chu Hang appeared that they escaped the onslaught of male attention, their curiosity shifting toward the NPC. Chu Hang wore the same impeccably handsome military dress uniform, his chiseled features and calm demeanor causing the players to collectively lose their words. The male players thought, "This outfit is ridiculously cool, I want one too." Tanchuan thought, "Such a handsome NPC, so pleasing to the eyes, I want to get close." Zioyugan thought, "This NPC has such an aura, clearly someone with a story, need to figure out how to make him talk." Chu Hang was accustomed to these reactions. But when he spotted the two female players, his eyes lit up unexpectedly, genuinely impressed. After all, the seed had implanted and optimized each player's own genetic material into their clones. Both girls already possessed stunning beauty on Blue Star, which naturally made them even more captivating within the game world. The longing gazes from the male players made it clear they couldn't even focus on the opening story. A miscalculation. He had recruited them simply to please the eyes, never expecting they'd not only cater to these men but also steal attention from the captain himself. More critically, they'd strut around in battle like peacocks, displaying their feathers, difficult to manage indeed. That wouldn't do. Chu Hang suddenly got an idea and used subspace technology to modify the player wristbands into eyepiece visors, transparent from the outside but opaque within, allowing clear vision while projecting the player interface directly into their field of view. Though it looked sophisticated, it functioned identically to standard game wristbands, preserving complete game balance. At most, it could serve as sunglasses or wind protection. Chu Hang calmly distributed the wristbands and visors to the male and female players respectively. When Tanchuan received her visor, she boldly brushed her fingers against Chu Hang's hand, catching him completely off guard. This flirt. The players accepted the different designs for men and women setting without hesitation and immediately began enthusiastically exploring their terminal's features. After a moment, Chu Hang spoke aloud. "Alright, time is short and there's battle ahead, everyone follow me now." The moment they heard about action, the players forgot all about their wristbands and cheerfully followed Chu Hang out of the sunken vessel. Upon emerging, the players were once again stunned by the breathtaking scenery outside, and in a state of excited disbelief, Chu Hang led them to the fortress front line. Chu Hang parked the truck in the clearing behind the fortress. The fortress stood 8 meters tall, constructed entirely from silver alloy with varying tones. Its rugged wasteland aesthetic instantly captivated the newcomers, who praised it continuously while already making a run for the ramparts. This was getting out of hand. Chu Hang furrowed his brows and called out to stop them. "Everyone assemble. Listen up." The players reluctantly returned to form ranks. "Soldiers. As new recruits, you're unfamiliar with the battlefield, so for this operation I only require you to observe and assist veterans where possible. When necessary you must obey commands from those with higher rank. Even if you believe you have better solutions, those debates don't belong on the battlefield. Order comes first and orders are to be followed without question. Anyone who can't manage that gets immediately recalled. Understood. The players erupted into chaos. What? Obey orders. Is this even a game anymore? Right. Aren't games supposed to be played freely? Well, not exactly. Large-scale raid instances do require following command structure to succeed. But here any veteran player has higher rank than us. Doesn't that mean we have to follow whoever's orders? Accustomed to freedom, the players struggled to accept having to obey orders, the core issue being their reluctance to acknowledge the authority of veteran players. Captain, there are drones. At this moment Chu Hang was still standing outside the fortress alongside the new recruits. Upon hearing the observation post's report, he immediately ordered the players indoors and activated the signal jammer. Hurry up, enemy air raid. Chu Hang bellowed, instantly raising his gun to scan the sky for threats. He had already caught the whirring of the rotorcraft crystal clear even against the wind. Move it. While Chu Hang was urging them on, the new player recruits nearby seemed remarkably carefree, dawdling and clearly eager to stay outside and watch the commotion. The enemy aircraft appeared in an instant. The first to open fire were Price and his team of 4, along with Little Black wielding a sniper rifle. They unleashed a ferocious barrage from the top of the fortress, their gunfire quickly merging into a continuous roar. The visceral sound effects struck at the recruits' hearts one by one, each face unable to conceal their astonishment. Holy crap, these sound effects are insane. That's nothing, they say you actually feel the recoil when you fire. I'm just here to shoot. Hey look, something's coming. What are you talking about? That's an enemy aircraft. Dodge. The recruits erupted into chaos at once. Some sprinted toward the fortress, some took cover behind nearby trucks, and a few fancifully attempted S-shaped evasion maneuvers. A couple of clueless fools simply stood frozen in place as though they intended to stare the enemy aircraft out of the sky. Chu Hang watched this scene with utter speechlessness. He sighed inwardly. Training a bunch of goofballs into qualified soldiers was indeed rushing things on his part. Still, this could serve as a good lesson for them. Let them see the true face of this game. BRRRT. Chu Hang took cover behind a truck engine, raising his RX-17 to spray the sky. The signal jammer had already been activated. Since the enemy drones were still operational, they must have been equipped with combat AI capable of autonomous patrols and target elimination. Such advanced drones were exceedingly rare in the wasteland, each commanding a minimum price of 20 energy coins. Losing even one would sting like hell. Chu Hang never expected the enemy to be so reckless with resources. Otherwise, even if the recruits were utterly unreliable, hunkering behind the fortress walls should have kept them perfectly safe. Drones in hunt mode were astonishingly fast. Chu Hang sprayed for what felt like an eternity before finally scoring a hit on one. It spiraled downward, trailing black smoke, instantly drawing cheers from the recruit players. Someone even whistled. Great, these guys actually had the nerve to sit back and watch. Chu Hang was completely dumbfounded. Such were the players after all. They wouldn't truly die, so they could never grasp the urgency of a battlefield. Unless forced to personally experience the consequences of death, they would never learn their lesson. On the other flank, Price and his team had already brought down 3. They quickly discovered the drone's targeting bug and began luring them up the stairs into the interior, where waiting players finished each one with point-blank shotgun blasts. Chu Hang's situation was far more troublesome. With his nano-armor he was immune to the drone's small-caliber machine guns, but the recruits were not. It was nearly impossible for one man to cover everyone. All aboard. Chu Hang shouted once more. Whether it would do any good he didn't know, but he had done his part. Just then a crisp voice reached his ears. Captain, may I ask if there's any surplus weaponry? Chu Hang, busy aiming and firing, heard the voice and tossed his sidearm, the flamethrower machine gun, over without looking, then returned to his duties. From the sound of it, the person nearby fumbled for a moment but ultimately managed to mount the machine gun on the truck and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chu Hang. The next moment the distinctive roar of the flamethrower machine gun erupted. At first she struggled to control the recoil, but the gunfire soon settled into sustained bursts. Enemy bullets continuously impacted around them, ringing off the truck like hail, yet the barrage beside her never ceased for a single instant. Not bad composure. Chu Hang assessed silently in his mind. It wasn't until an enemy drone suddenly detonated midair that he cast a surprised glance at the person beside him. It was her. Little Fish at that moment turned to look at Chu Hang as well, a grin spreading across her face, the same beaming expression a child wears while awaiting parental praise. Caught off guard by that smile, Chu Hang suddenly found himself hoping to see her crestfallen. What a twisted sense of humor. Not bad. Keep firing. Okay. The girl muttered, continuing to spray the machine gun until the final drone was shot down. Only then did she stop. Chu Hang exhaled deeply. He first inspected and holstered his RX-17, then reached out to Little Fish, retrieving the machine gun from her reluctant grasp. Have you handled firearms before? Yes. I trained with my dad in Hawaii. Chu Hang nodded slightly. Good shooting. But don't next time, 100 rounds for one drone. What a waste. Little Fish had expected praise, so her delighted expression froze mid-smile. She stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless. By the time she recovered, Chu Hang had already walked away. She immediately stuck her tongue out at his retreating back in a huff, then excitedly went to boast about her performance to Frosting. Chu Hang emerged from behind the truck, scanning the faces peeking out from behind cover. Seeing no serious injuries, his expression darkened at once. He thundered, anyone who disobeyed orders and remained outside the fortress loses 10 war merit points and receives a formal reprimand. One more incident and you'll be expelled. The recruits, who had been exuberant moments before, instantly wilted. They dared only to grumble quietly among themselves. Man, this NPC's temper is massive. We're doomed. We performed so poorly back there, our favorability must have tanked. Damn it, why couldn't I keep my legs under control? Never acting out again, I promise. Chu Hang strode toward the fortress. Passing by Little Fish, he noticed her crestfallen look and said in his commanding tone, your performance just now was decent. You'll be exempt from the reprimand. Little Fish's face instantly brightened. Then what about my war merit? Still deducted. 100 rounds of 8mm to take down one drone, I'll count it as 10 merit points earned. You're penalized 20. He said this and promptly slipped away, afraid he might burst out laughing. Ard, chew the skinflint. After Chu Hang left, Little Fish stomped her feet in frustration, sending Frosting into peals of laughter. Little Fish, you just said this game's not serious, right? I agree. Come on, let's quit together, I won't let you suffer here alone. Get lost. Who said I'm quitting? Little Fish shot Frosting an exasperated glance. If I quit, where am I gonna find another game this fun where I can shoot whenever I want? I've only fired 100 rounds, I need 1,000, 10,000. I want to pilot a mecha one day. Frosting's jaw dropped in genuine surprise. Wow. I had no idea you were such a violent lady. You're so cool. Piss off, you're too filthy-minded. Who can tell me where are my drones? I have so many drones, how incompetent are you to lose control of them? Inside the armored vehicle, Nix was furiously ranting at the subordinate controlling the drones. Having been scolded, the subordinate said with an aggrieved expression, the signal interference here is too strong, our vehicle's antenna signal is not powerful enough, so we had to put the drones into hunter-killer mode. But don't worry, Captain, our drones are extremely powerful and can easily handle a few petty thieves. This has been proven in previous battles. Poof. It'd better be. Hearing this, Nix barely calmed down a bit. What the subordinate said was not wrong. The 8 drones he brought were purchased at great expense, already the top-tier products among the clan's self-produced drones, and he usually cherished them dearly. Since he had taken them all out today, how could there be any reason for failure? Alright, speed up the convoy. The enemy must be entangled with the drones now, let's catch them off guard and crush them completely. Yes. The captain is brilliant. With the Centurion in action, the enemy will be scared to death. In my opinion, by the time we reach the mountain, we'll only need to collect their corpses. The Sons of War, who had been somewhat deflated, immediately perked up. First they flattered Nix, then began discussing tonight's revelry, fantasizing about how they would torture the captives of this battle. The armored convoy suddenly accelerated. Accompanied by rumbling roars, a long dragon formed of dust and smoke twisted and turned along the mountain road, finally heading straight for the pass fortress. All units prepare for battle. And don't let the recruits stop, keep them training. Chu Hang stood by the cannon on the mountaintop, instructing Big Head beside him as the sounds of sporadic gunfire could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Captain, rest assured they are very obedient now and won't cause any trouble. Big Head assured with a smile. A few minutes ago Chu Hang had just finished reprimanding the recruits. But upon second thought, the gunfire ceasing too quickly was not a good thing, it would alert the enemy. So he turned back and issued each recruit a shabby iron barrel rifle plus 50 rounds of poor quality ammunition and gave them a mission. No shame and be brave, your performance has been disappointing. Now you have a chance to prove yourselves, complete shooting training in battle and successfully kill an enemy. Reward can offset 10 points of battle merit penalty. After receiving the mission, the players who had been feeling down perked up and immediately became spirited again, carefree and unconcerned. Now these players were practicing target shooting behind the fortress. The sound of target practice was an excellent camouflage, making the enemy mistakenly believe that the defenders were still resisting, thus causing them to be reckless and advance rashly. Sure enough, the enemy convoy, seeing the towering fortress from afar, not only did not stop but accelerated towards it. Inside the battle vehicle, Nyx was passionately delivering a pre-battle speech. Sons of War, you are all the warriors of the tribe. Your bravery is beyond the reach of the enemy. Listen. Those bugs hiding behind the city walls are still using the worst weapons. They think the walls can protect them. My warriors use the blades in your hands to show them who is the master of this wasteland. I will bear witness for you. For Valhalla. Witness me. Witness me. Under Nyx's brainwashing, the Sons of War all fell into a state of frenzy. One by one they sprayed a bright silver chromium-containing spray into their mouths, believing it would bring them closer to Valhalla, making them fearless and divinely aided. Finally, the convoy arrived outside the fortress gate. Upon arrival, Nyx realized he had been overly optimistic. The city wall looked low from a distance, but that was only in comparison to the towering mountains on either side. Standing right in front of it, one would feel their own insignificance. But backing down was out of the question. Nyx immediately roared fiercely at the driver, "Fire the turret." Bang 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 bang. Nyx's Blaze IFV was equipped with a 20mm autocannon. Shells of this caliber nearly as thick as a forearm. How could it fail to penetrate conventional targets on the wasteland? However, shell after shell struck the silver fortress gate. Duong duong. Ricochet. Ricochet. Still ricochet. Captain, we failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. The gunner shouted in shock, unaware that his reaction would greatly dampen their own morale. Shut up, I can see that. Nyx was particularly furious, but he couldn't demand too much from these brainwashed Sons of War. After all, their bravery came at the cost of their brains. His face dark, he gritted his teeth and tried to save face for his side. Alright, since they are so ungrateful, we don't need to show any mercy anymore. Launch rockets. Let them repent in the flames for their rebellion against the Greyrock clan. Kill. 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 No wonder Nyx could become a centurion. He was adept at manipulating people, especially in fooling a group of pitiful fools. Under his command, the Sons of War's morale was restored and they all howled, ready to charge in and slaughter. Whoosh. 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 From behind the turret of the Blaze IFV, tongues of fire suddenly spurted out, and one after another 60mm rockets screamed toward the fortress gate. The next second, violent explosions echoed throughout the valley. For Valhalla. Kill. Nyx unhesitatingly drew his sidearm and fired into the sky with all his might. Dozens of elite Sons of War weapons in hand howled as they charged into the smoke at the city gate. In their minds, behind the smoke must be the gate that had been blown open. However. Fire. Ha ha ha, die. Die. All die. Pfft, after all that blabbering, you finally charge. Don't rush, aim carefully, everyone in line gets a chance. Come on, let's see who kills more. No kill stealing allowed. The fearless charge of the Greyrock clan was in the players' eyes nothing but a meaningless suicide run used for target practice and score farming. So when the Sons of War rushed wildly into the smoke, what awaited them was a hail of bullets mercilessly reaping their lives. No. This is a trap. Ugh. Cries of agony rose and fell, but soon fell completely silent. As the smoke cleared, Nyx stared in horror at the corpses strewn across the battlefield, the city gate resembling a hellish scene. His hand holding the gun trembled uncontrollably. This. Impossible. He swallowed hard to alleviate his shock. In an instant he understood everything. The enemy had lured him step by step here just to make him walk into their slaughterhouse. All those rookie gunners, their hits were just luck. They didn't fire halfway, so they must have run out of ammo. The enemy is still using the worst guns and still tangled with drones. It was all just self-deception. At this moment he was filled with immense regret. Why had he foolishly walked into the trap, directly burying his future and his life? He couldn't help but look at the gun in his hand, slowly aiming the muzzle at his temple. Bang. Nyx took his own life. From a certain perspective he was evidently more principled than scum like Scarface. But regardless, his irresponsible conduct directly deprived the children of war in the convoy of their guiding force, leading them inevitably toward self-destructive madness. Chu Hang harbored no interest in saving these brainwashed enemies. Since they chose to make a last stand, they became the finest experience rewards for the players, to be dispatched by both veterans and newcomers alike. Chu Hang's only action was to direct Scarface to destroy the fire war tank with a single shell. Regrettable as it was, its threat to the players had grown too great to ignore. The battle concluded in barely 10 minutes. 30 players erupted in unrestrained cheers, releasing the euphoria of their hard-won victory. Even the newcomers who had previously voiced sharp criticism of the game underwent a complete reversal, joining the veterans in praising its brilliance. Because this brief gameplay session of less than an hour completely overturned their prior assumptions about games. The raw authenticity and hardcore nature of this title had thoroughly won them over. They recognized the gap between themselves and veterans, yet found no condescension, only the genuine care of seasoned players toward the newcomers. Of course this care could sometimes prove rather exasperating. Jokes and teasing were inevitable, if they weren't they wouldn't be players at all. Over the next hour everyone embarked on the lengthy and meticulous process of clearing the battlefield. All warplayer terminals, and with the system monitoring every action there was no opportunity for anyone with sneaky fingers. Post-battle statistics recorded 31 enemies eliminated, 0 captured, 7 players with minor injuries and no fatalities. The spoils included 3 heavy armored transport vehicles, 22 standard quality rifles, 13 handguns, 1 heavy machine gun, nearly 2,000 rounds of ammunition, over 30 energy coins and various personal supplies. A resounding victory indeed. The reason the loot was lighter than previous engagements was that these children of war fought with fiercer determination, engaging the players in a deathmatch from within their tanks. And since the players' marksmanship left much to be desired, they often resorted to overwhelming their enemies with sheer volume of fire, thereby damaging the loot in the process. However, Chu Hang cared little for such trivial gains. Under his careful supervision all 3 transport vehicles remained undamaged. The drivers had been eliminated by Xiao Hei's sniper fire before they ever had the chance to sabotage Chu Hang's supplies. Just listen to that reasoning. The moment he laid eyes on those transport vehicles, every piece of material inside belonged to Chu Hang in his mind. Banditry at its finest. After clearing the battlefield, Chu had to drive all the transport vehicles into the valley, only feeling at ease once the gates were sealed shut. Open the cargo bays. Chu Hang gestured to the players and someone eagerly scrambled to comply. The first vehicle was a drone carrier capable of housing 12 small drones, complete with integrated charging stations and command hubs. Properly operated, a single vehicle could eliminate an entire small stronghold. The second vehicle was laden with machinery. System scans revealed these devices were primarily for exploration along with sampling and analysis instruments. Strangely, the vehicle also carried a compact smelting furnace. They were here for mining operations. Chu Hang's eyes flashed with sharp realization, and he immediately recalled what Scarface had mentioned about the crimson flame or veins. The adversary's primary objective here could now be confirmed to verify whether the intelligence Scarface had submitted regarding the ore deposits was accurate. This crimson flame ore was no ordinary resource. Classified as a strategic material, it consisted of orange-red crystals rich in nitro compounds, though its origins remained unknown. Through simple processing it could serve as a substitute for conventional gunpowder, becoming the primary component in propellants and high explosives, an asset of paramount importance in a wasteland devoid of chemical industry. Consider the Crimson Flame clan neighboring the Greyrock clan. They rose to prominence solely through crimson flame ore. Their ammunition was both affordable and reliable, beloved by wasteland travelers everywhere, which naturally bred resentment in the Greyrock clan. If a genuine crimson flame vein were discovered here, the Greyrock clan would undoubtedly push to develop this valley aggressively, and Nyx's convoy would serve as the vanguard tasked with securing the territory on the clan's behalf. If that were the case, then the contents of the third vehicle became even more promising. The answer came swiftly. Chu Hang gazed upon a black and yellow metallic sphere within the cargo bay, his eyes instantly blazing with intensity. A portable nuclear reactor. And equipped with fuel rods no less. They had struck gold. Chu Hang rushed forward with barely contained excitement, and the results exceeded all expectations. The reactor's energy rating was merely Tier 2, designed for camp power supply rather than shipgrade systems, but it was in perfect condition, with 67% fuel rod integrity remaining. After system calculations, the electricity this unit could generate was sufficient to charge the Fireseed beyond 50%. Even after fulfilling the 20% requirement for Mothership Mission 02, a substantial surplus would remain. For Chu Hang this was an absolute pleasant surprise. As expected, plunder truly was the more efficient path to wealth in the wasteland. Farming and grinding were far too slow. By now dusk had fallen. Chu Hang led all the players back to the sunken vessel where the highly anticipated distribution ceremony awaited. This time Li Ming had prepared a feast in advance. Everyone shared dinner first, enduring another round of the newcomers' amusing bewilderment at Stardust's quirks before the evening's auction commenced in a lively atmosphere. The weapons seized this time were generally quite fine. Among them, Nyx's sidearm was the most exceptional, a premium 10mm pistol. Yet it ultimately went unsold at auction. As for the reason, it traced back to Chu Hang's earlier promises. The RX-17 had already been praised to the heavens by the veteran quartet, and all the old players were currently hoarding their battle merits for upgrades. With no buyer in sight, Chu Hang had no choice but to keep it for himself. He was after all in need of a reliable handgun. The remaining standard issue weapons were mostly purchased by newcomers. Chu Hang extended credit to them, knowing that once their rewards were distributed they would have battle merits to settle their accounts. That portion generated nearly 300 battle merits in total. Next came the settlement phase. Unlike previous distributions, Chu Hang decided to adopt a new reward method, calculating the total value of all spoils and dividing them equally among every participating player. This participation bonus operated independently and did not conflict with kill rewards or special mission incentives. In the end, the system tallied over 2,400 battle merits. Alone, the reactor was valued at 2,000. Including auction proceeds, the total prize pool reached 2,700 points. Divided equally, each player received 90 battle merits, a genuinely lucrative haul. Both veterans and newcomers celebrated enthusiastically. Several veterans earned promotions to sergeant while all newcomers cleared their debts. Only Xiao Yugen sat somewhat dejected. She had failed to secure any headshots during the battle, so 20 battle merits were deducted from her share. The thought made her gnash her teeth as she glared at Chu Hang's retreating figure. But the moment she touched the newly acquired rifle against her chest, her anger instantly melted away. She had just inspected it, and the gun she received seemed ever so slightly superior to the others the newcomers got. Was it merely luck? After settling accounts, Chu Hang intended to dismiss the players as usual. But at that moment someone shouted, "Damn, I leveled up. Am I the first to reach LV? 3. The crowd instantly erupted. Shocked. Awesome, boss. I'm only LV. 2. You're too fast. Did you secretly take a hidden quest? Spill the beans. Chu Hang turned toward the voice and found it was Xiaohei showing off. After a moment's thought, he understood. Today Xiaohei had racked up many kills with a sniper rifle in battle. These experience points were equivalent to the development progress of the gene sequence, so leveling up was only natural. Interestingly, after Xiaohei leveled up, Chu Hang felt that he himself had also become a bit stronger. He opened the panel and saw it was indeed the case. Chu Hang. Gene sequence spark captain level increases with crew members' levels. Level LV. 3. Basic attributes: Strength 13, Constitution 13, Agility 13. Advanced attributes: Spirit 13, Perception 13. Pending basic equipment: Mystery Box 1. Tisk. Gaining 5 points per level up is really satisfying. Could I become a legendary Pentagon warrior? Wait. Where did the mystery box come from? Chu Hang was stunned for a moment, then remembered that he also had a recruitment task 02 which had automatically been completed after the player count reached 30. The joy of obtaining the reactor earlier had been so overwhelming that he had temporarily forgotten. There's no time like the present. He decided to open it right away. A familiar 6-colored meteor streaked across his vision. Chu Hang was already accustomed to that. But the next second, when a golden meteor came crashing toward him, he instantly lost his composure. Holy crap! A gold drop! Chu Hang jumped up from his seat with a start, only to find 2 pairs of big sparkling eyes staring at him. He quickly composed himself and walked out with feigned dignity. Tang Xuan, did you see that? The captain was acting really weird just now. What? AI Xiaoyugan was full of curiosity about Chu Hang, this NPC. It was her habit in games to dig up all kinds of interesting stories. Leveling up was secondary. As for now, she had one more hobby: shooting. Indeed, very suspicious. What do you think if we sneak after him? Might there be a hidden quest? Tang Xuanshi Laimu also became interested. Her cute eyes turned into crescent moons, just like the funny face and emoticons. Chu Hang didn't know 2 little tails were following him. He walked to the corridor near the airlock and took out his first golden reward. This is. The moment he took out the reward, a golden luster reflected in Chu Hang's eyes. At the same time, the entire corridor was illuminated by a hazy golden starlight. The light originated from Chu Hang's palm. There lay a single grain of sand, yet it gave the illusion that the entire universe of stars had been condensed within it. Its dreamlike radiance was billions of times more dazzling than any diamond in the cosmos. Wow! So beautiful! The girl's exclamation suddenly echoed in the corridor. Chu Hang turned his head and saw his 2 female players staring intently at the golden grain in his hand, their eyes brimming with desire that was almost overflowing. Chu Hang smiled and spoke slowly. This is a stardust, the most mysterious substance in the universe and the root of all wars. At this, the 2 girls finally snapped back to reality and trotted over to him. They tried to restrain their desire, but their gazes were still irresistibly drawn to the stardust, as if it were not a treasure but a soul-capturing black hole. I want it. Ah. No. That's the captain's thing. Gosh, are they really that materialistic? So embarrassing. Their pretty faces instantly flushed red, ashamed of their earlier loss of composure. Chu Hang found it amusing, but he kindly comforted them. Don't belittle yourselves. Stardust is such a magical existence, it has an innate attraction for all living beings. Everyone wishes to obtain it, including me. So there's no need to feel ashamed for a desire that everyone has. You are still young, and there is a great possibility in the future for you to obtain your own stardust. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. For a moment it seemed as if there were 4 more stardusts in the corridor. If there were an instrument to detect affinity, one would surely see the numbers 11 popping up above the 2 girls' heads. Thank you, Captain. Chu Hang received the most beautiful smiles in the world for his kindness. Then he smiled and extended his palm holding the stardust toward Xiao Yugan. Ha! Give it to me. Xiao Yugan's eyes instantly sparkled with little stars. She was too shy to take it as if he were offering a diamond ring. But the next second Chu Hang directly clenched the stardust in his hand. The golden light instantly retracted, bringing the corridor back from dream to reality. Just let you have a look. It's mine. Chu Hang watched the beautiful girl before him from her startled open mouth to finally becoming a puffing hamster. His mean streak was instantly satisfied. Alright, the stardust is still too far for you. You should go rest. Pleased, he put away the stardust, then regained his usual authority and turned to leave. Xiao Yugan and Tang Xuan blinked their big eyes at each other. Tang Xuan, do you think I was just teased by an NPC? No doubt about it, you were teased. He, who would have thought our Xiao Yugan is so popular that even an AI wants to get close. Don't talk nonsense, he's just an AI. Xiao Yugan's voice grew softer. Could an AI really be this natural? Maybe he's a game company employee in disguise. You. If that's true, then my clone would have been seen naked. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. Let's go back. Anyway, tonight wasn't a total loss. Accompanied by a scream, the outer wall of the little broken ship was suddenly struck heavily by something. The impact was so powerful that the wreck beneath their feet trembled slightly. Chu Hang, who hadn't gone far, quickly rushed back. With a grave expression, he went to the airlock door and saw the situation outside through the door's camera. Damn, it's a horde of mutated beasts. Mutated beasts were creatures that had evolved from beasts infected by the Zerg over 500 years ago. They had more beastly habits than Zerg traits and could also be called primitive aliens. During the war, the Starforge Empire added a special radiation to the artificial sun which could effectively suppress the Zerg. This weakness was also inherited by the mutated beasts, causing them to only come out at night and hide in underground lairs during the day. Correspondingly, the night became their domain. Once humans were exposed, they would face annihilation. But the problem was the little broken ship was usually well hidden, so why did it attract the mutated beasts' attack today? Moreover, judging by the constant thumping sounds, it was as if Chu Hang had cuckolded them. Why were they so desperate? That stardust. Xiao Yugan had somehow come to Chu Hang's side. She tugged at his trench coat and whispered. Beasts also desire stardust, right? Stardust. Chu Hang looked at Xiao Yugan in surprise, not expecting the girl to be so sharp. Under Xiao Yugan's expectant gaze, Chu Hang nodded slightly. I agree with your guess. A smile immediately bloomed on the girl's face. She raised her rifle excitedly and spoke in a crisp voice. Then what do we do? Fight our way out. Fight our way out. Chu Hang was amused by Xiao Yugan's bravado. He grabbed her and pulled her in front of the access control monitor, pointing at the infrared images, at least 7 or 8 of them, and said mockingly. Are you sure you want to go out? Seeing the ferocious silhouettes on the monitor, Xiao Yugan instantly cowered, shaking her head like a rattledrum. No, never mind. After all, I don't have your strength. At least she had self-awareness. Chu Hang then shooed her aside and observed the outside through the access control camera. The crashing sounds grew more violent, even alarming the reveling players in the cafeteria. A large group of them came running over, shouting and carrying guns and ammunition in their arms. Chu Hang was speechless. Can you guys be any louder? Are you afraid the mutated beasts outside can't hear you? Before he could speak, Xiao Yugan stepped forward and frantically made a shush gesture to the players. The players instantly understood and hurriedly crept over on tiptoe. Captain, what's the situation outside? Xiao He asked. For some reason, a pack of mutated beasts has been attracted and is attacking our wrecked ship. Mutated beasts. The players gasped in awe. They had only heard of these ferocious wasteland aberrations before, never actually seen them. It seemed the game designers of Stardust were planning something big, a direct monster siege event. We just finished a battle. Seriously, don't the game's programmers need sleep? They keep releasing events one after another without any transition. But hey, we love it. The more story, the better. Let the storm rage on. Captain, we request to join the fight. That's right, we can't let the monsters destroy our ship. Let's go out and eliminate them. Captain, this is a perfect chance to test night combat, don't miss it. Captain, lead us in one more charge. The players' fighting spirit instantly ignited. They urged Chu Hang in hushed tones from all angles as if they were considering his interests. Chu Hang was exasperated. You guys just want to play night combat, stop pretending to be noble. But letting the beast pack rampage like this was not a good idea. There were only 7 or 8 now, but what if they called more companions? After a moment of thought, Chu Hang made up his mind and spoke seriously. Alright, due to the sudden situation we will carry out a night operation. Everyone must obey orders. No problem. Captain, just give the order. I will offer my heart to the Empire. Chu Hang directly ignored those inappropriate responses and began arranging the plan. The creatures attacking us are mutated hyenas, but they have grown to 3 meters in length with sharp teeth and claws covered in bone armor. Their impact can flip a car weighing several tons. These beasts have thick bone armor that can withstand small caliber bullets. Sending you out would be a suicide mission. So you need to stay inside the wreck and provide cover fire, aiming at their weak points, mouth, eyes, abdomen. By time for me and Lien. Hearing his name, Lien was overjoyed. Captain, what do you need me to do? I'll make it happen. Chu Hang turned to him. I want you to start the SCV. Those beasts can't bite through its armor. Once you get into the cockpit you can counterattack freely. Lien's ecstatic expression froze. He asked weakly, I understand the logic, but how do I get into the SCV? Those aberrations. Chu Hang patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll cover you. When the door opens, just dash toward the SCV and don't think about anything else. Alright. Though his heart was pounding, Lien solemnly accepted the task. The other players all had support roles. Although disappointed, it was already time to log off and they figured any playtime was a bonus, so they didn't mind. Everyone gear up. Watch out for the sandstorm. Don't stray far from the ship's entrance. Understood. The players put on goggles and scarves. The night sandstorm was no joke. The sand in the wind was as sharp as blades and not a single patch of skin could be exposed. Chu Hang stood at the airlock with Lien behind him and the armed players further back. He didn't carry a gun, instead he held the hilt of a lightsaber. Ready. Snap. All the searchlights at the wreck's entrance turned on. The brilliant white light instantly provoked the aberrations outside. As the airlock opened, deafening roars mixed with howling wind flooded the players' ears. Charge. Chu Hang dashed out first, the hilt in his hand instantly extending a blue blade of light. The humming blade sliced through the sandstorm, cleanly sweeping across the aberration, blocking the entrance. Its ferocious ugly head flew off and thudded to the ground. Holy crap, one-shot kill. That huge aberration could swallow half of me in one bite, and the captain just killed it like that. Captain is awesome. That's so cool. I want a lightsaber too. Stop talking, open fire and provide cover. Gunfire soon erupted. Bullets rained down on the remaining aberrations. Although they couldn't penetrate the bone armor, the kinetic energy of the bullets was enough to slow their movements. Lien, go. Oh, okay. Lien steeled himself and dashed toward the SCV 10 meters away. Chu Hang did not follow him. Instead he turned and sprinted in a different direction, his speed like lightning. His burst of speed even outran the nearby aberration, causing it to miss its pounce. Then a flash of the sword and the aberration crashed heavily to the ground, its head separated from its body. But immediately 2 more broke through the hail of bullets toward Chu Hang, and another chased Lien, about to bite his rear. Captain, watch out. Xiao Yugan had been watching Chu Hang's situation. Seeing him caught between 2 aberrations, she instinctively wanted to rush in to help. At that moment Chu Hang took out the stardust and pressed it onto the hilt of his sword. Hum. The next second the lightsaber burst into brilliant light. The blue blade was instantly replaced by gold, and its length surged from over a meter to 2 meters, turning into a spear of light. Chu Hang skillfully wielded the light spear. With a sweep and a slash, the 2 aberrations beside him fell dead. The one chasing Lien was also attracted by the stardust, and before it could leap, impaled itself on the light spear. Oh my god. Holy crap, triple kill for the captain. That's freaking awesome. Captain, I want to learn. The players erupted in excitement, but just as they were about to cheer they saw Chu Hang sprinting back. Fall back. His lightsaber had run out of energy. Chu Hang's wave of slaughter left the players utterly exhilarated. Yet no sooner had their excitement surged than it ended within 3 seconds, leaving their emotions disjointed. There was no helping it. While Stardust granted the lightsaber tremendous amplification, it also consumed energy at a geometric rate. Though Chu Hang hacked away satisfyingly in those mere seconds, the lightsaber drained a full 5 energy coins from him. Under Chu Hang's urging, the players reluctantly returned to the wrecked ship. Chu Hang then projected the external view inside, allowing the players to see the blurry towering silhouette amidst the wind and sand. Our mission is complete. Next up is Lien. It was only then that everyone noticed Lien had, under Chu Hang's cover, successfully slipped into the cockpit of the SCV. Holy crap, why am I so excited? I'm pumped too. What the hell, Pacific Rim? The damn planner sure knows how to pull stunts. Damn, I wanna pilot a Gundam too. As he spoke, the massive engineering mecha roared to its feet. The remaining 4 xenomorphs, sensing the threat, all lunged at it, frenziedly tearing at its tracks and arms. But their claws and fangs were far from sharp enough. After all their efforts, they merely scratched the paint. I feel filled with power. Lion, somehow having activated the mecha's loudspeaker, cackled with theatrical bravado before the crowd, using the giant mechanical claw to grab a xenomorph and crush it to pulp. Ha ha ha, utterly pathetic. Lion laughed aloud, flinging the charging xenomorphs away with one hand and hammering them with a clenched iron fist, smashing the ones at his feet into meat paste in a few blows. Trash. Come on then. Damn. Lion was about to continue his taunts when the last xenomorph, using a garbage heap for leverage, leaped onto the mecha's back beyond his reach. Just then a burst of rapid gunfire rang out. Bullets raked the xenomorph with precision, knocking it off the mecha's back. Seizing the opportunity, Lion reversed abruptly, the massive tracks rolling over the xenomorph, finally putting an end to the cunning beast. Holy shit. That was amazing. The players snapped back to reality, only then unaware that Chu Hang had opened the airlock at some point. It was he who had saved Lion, or else the latter might have been dragged out of the cockpit by the xenomorph. Awesome. The captain's the man. Damn, this mecha is way too powerful. Planner, look at this. Don't you think it needs a nerf? Holy moly, that gore effect. It's like dancing on Shinhee's face. Amidst the roar of machinery, Lion drove the SCV back. He leaped excitedly from the cockpit, eager to show off to the players. Did you see that? Did you see that? Am I not awesome? 666. The mecha was awesome, not you. Exactly, your piloting sucked. You needed the captain's help in the end. If it were me. Chu Hang paid no attention to the players' antics. Instead, he dashed out and collected all the xenomorph corpses. If he left them, not only would the flesh be eroded by the wind overnight, but it might also attract other xenomorphs. 5 minutes later, the exterior of the battered ship returned to stillness. The only difference was that the SCV was parked beside the ship, its cockpit facing the airlock. Alright, everyone performed well tonight. Lion gets 50 merit points, the rest of you get 30 each. Given the situation tonight, I think we need to recruit some sentries for daily patrols and night watch. Every night shift will earn an additional 20 merit points as allowance. Before Chu Hang could finish, the crowd erupted. Holy shit, we can log in at night. Me. Captain, I can do it. You can do shit. Don't you have to work during the day? I'm a full-time writer, I have time. But what about your daily updates? Forget updates. I'm going on hiatus. From now on, call me Ancient Gong. Chu Hang was both amused and exasperated. Finally, considering the players' real-world situations on Blue Star, he selected 8 people, granting them 24-hour login access, including 4 bedridden veterans. They were divided into 2 teams responsible for the night watch of the wrecked ship and the Mountain Pass Fortress respectively. The 8 of them would be split into 2 teams handling the night watch of the wrecked ship and the Mountain Pass Fortress respectively. Soon the unselected players logged off reluctantly. It was daytime on Blue Star, and they would shift to the group chat or forums to bring more hype to Stardust. Back in his captain's quarters, Chu Hang used the subspace to strip the Stardust from the lightsaber. This operation was performed by the system. Under normal circumstances, unless the carrier was completely destroyed, Stardust was extremely difficult to separate from its carrier. Only the Star-Forging Empire's technology could perfectly separate the two. Back in his captain's quarters, Chu Hang used the subspace to strip the Stardust from the lightsaber. This operation was performed by the system. Under normal circumstances, unless the carrier was completely destroyed, Stardust was extremely difficult to separate from its carrier. Only the Star-Forging Empire's technology could perfectly separate the two. But this did not include the case where Stardust combined with an organic body. That is to say, although this Stardust could amplify Chu Hang's physical capabilities by more than double once it fused with his body, it could not be extracted. The unit of Stardust required for the spark's advancement would then be lost. Thus, suppressing his burning desire, Chu Hang resolutely merged the Stardust into the spark. Stardust fusion complete. All protocols LV. 1. Subsequently, Chu Hang consumed over 1000 energy coins worth of electricity to charge the spark to over 20. Mothership Task 01 raise spark charge to 20 completed. Reward module protocol unlocked. Mothership Task 01 raise spark charge to 20 completed. Reward module protocol unlocked. 7-star forging spark recruitment protocol LV. 3 recruitment quota 30,100 scanning protocol LV. 3 penetration scan depth 15 subspace protocol LV. 3 primary processing storage capacity 10 cubic meters library protocol LV. 3 mid-intelligent era Blue Star early 22nd century module protocol LV. 2 can install additional functional modules on the mothership small slots 03 medium slots 01. All protocols upgraded by 1 level. Damn, Stardust really lives up to its name. Chu Hang's face lit up with joy, deeply satisfied with his decision. On the wasteland, individual strength was nothing, collective strength was true power. Though Chu Hang had given up personal ascension in terms of life, he could bring a leap forward for his entire faction. Previously they had to develop stealthily and cautiously, now they finally had the confidence to take the initiative. The core of it all was the unlocking of the module protocol. This protocol was essentially a microcosm of the Spark's capabilities. It could invoke the Spark's super nano units to perfectly load mismatched modules onto the mothership. You see, equipment compatibility had always been a major obstacle to combat effectiveness. Take for example the domestic aircraft carrier of a certain most populous country on Blue Star. It was packed with cutting-edge equipment from all over the world, boasting impressive on-paper stats. But if it ever went out for a real run, it would break down in no time. Thus the value of the Spark system, which could perfectly integrate external modules, was self-evident. More importantly, Chu Hang didn't have to install these modules himself. Spark started loading the portable reactor. After Chu Hang gave the order, the small reactor stored in the subspace vanished. A slight vibration came from the deck beneath his feet. Chu Hang ran to the middeck for a look and found an empty equipment compartment sealed by the system. Through the window he saw it was filled with surging golden viscous liquid. This was the super nanite swarm of the Spark. Chu Hang did not know their technological level, but they were absolutely exorbitantly expensive to the point of despair. Just look at the resources required to upgrade the Spark, that was enough to build several cruisers. Chu Hang had only managed to gather 10 of it so far. He decided to immediately expand the player roster and develop the entire 217-ship graveyard. That day, on launching, the official website of Xingshan began massively distributing closed beta qualifications with as many as 70 slots, the largest batch since the launch, plunging the long-waiting players into a frenzy. Within just half an hour all qualifications were distributed. Though it was called a lottery, it was actually Chu Hang's careful selection and predetermined list, which included experienced veteran players and honest individuals with certain professional skills. Most importantly, these people basically had no criminal records. They were among the few good people on launching in 2088, at least with decent moral character and values that aligned with Chu Hang's. Dealing with such people would be more pleasant for him. With a harmonious atmosphere, work efficiency would be high. It was worth mentioning that the guy in the group named Bozi Yuning was not selected again, not because he had a bad character but because of his background. Chu Hang wouldn't have known if he hadn't checked. This guy turned out to be an agent of the Special Intelligence Bureau and still active duty. Originally he was just slacking off in the group, but as Xingshan became more popular he started to get serious, always trying to sneak into Xingshan to stir up some big news and claim rewards from his superiors. For such a traitor, Chu Hang naturally kept him at arm's length. If he became useful later he might consider it. As for that guy Guatian Cha, he recently unlocked an achievement called Still Stubborn and was promoted to the group's pet. In every topic he led the opposition to Xingshan, but in reality he was the one who most wanted to play Xingshan, just too embarrassed to admit it. Chu Hang's slots were tight now, but when they became more available later he could bring him along. After arranging the slots, Chu Hang did not announce the specific launch time. First, there might be an alien nest in the valley, and second, the wreck ship had no space left for cultivation pods, so everything would have to wait until the next day after settling in. After his routine exercise, Chu Hang fell asleep peacefully. The next morning Chu Hang couldn't wait to go to the middeck. The nanite swarm in the compartment was gone, leaving only a small reactor sitting brand new in the center of the compartment. Wow, this modification! Even its own mother wouldn't recognize it. Originally this thing clashed with the luxurious style of the broken ship, but after one night it looked exactly like an original factory-matched part, truly amazing. The appearance was secondary, the main thing was that its functions were now fully integrated into the broken ship, allowing it to provide power. System unlock: the energy compartment. The lock was released. Chu Hang stepped up to the reactor, lifted the protective cover with his left hand, then held the fuel rod in his right hand, aimed it at the circular hole in the center of the reactor and pushed it in firmly. The process was very smooth. With a crisp sound, the entire fuel rod reached the bottom, firmly held by the latch, and began to slowly inject fuel into the reaction chamber. That's it. Chu Hang closed the protective cover again. The entire reactor then emitted a slight hum and the energy indicator scale began to rise rapidly. The lights overhead suddenly became much brighter, as if the energy-saving mode was turned off. This ensured the power supply of the entire 217 base for a short time. Then Chu Hang took out the energy box he found in the wrecked ship and connected it to the reactor to charge. Soon the 1,000 energy coins inside would be fully charged again and ready for use by various departments, saving the trouble of laying wires in the valley. After finishing the energy matters, Chu Hang woke up all players and began the most important task of the day, raiding the alien nest. The pass fortress was the only entrance to the valley. Since the aliens could appear outside the wreck last night, it meant they must have another route in, or even the nest was inside the valley. During the daytime, Chu Hang mobilized all players to conduct a thorough search and finally found traces of alien activity in a huge rock crevice. Yes, this is the alien nest. Follow me in. Chu Hang held a light sword and walked at the front, followed by fully armed players. His scanning protocol could now see through 15 meters, which was quite useful in the narrow and winding cave. If an alien was lurking around a corner, he would know immediately. It's not that I don't trust the captain, but is it really okay for him to walk so far ahead? It's dark and winding here, what if he gets ambushed? At the front of the player line, Tang Shuang said worriedly to Xiao Yugan. It's fine, we're following him. If he gets ambushed, we'll immediately jump in and take the hit. The captain will definitely reward us. Xiao Yugan's little scheme was already in high gear, planning to use this opportunity to massively boost Chu Hang's favorability. But soon her expectations were dashed. When Chu Hang turned a corner, he swung his sword upward without warning, and a small-sized alien happened to leap out, impaling itself on the blade. The two girls closest were startled. This is definitely cheating. It's like the enemy just ran into it. Can the captain foresee the future? They were a bit deflated. TCH, why doesn't the captain give us a chance to save the hero? Exactly. I just hope he gets lost. I made marks at all the forks when we came. Chu Hang, walking ahead, listened silently and found it amusing. How could he get lost with his X-ray vision and system? Half an hour later, Chu Hang, like a whirlwind, slaughtered over a dozen young alien beasts with ease, and the group finally reached the deepest part of the cave. It was a huge cavern dotted with red crystals. Inside there was not only a pure water source but also countless red flame ores. Holy cow, we're rich! The players immediately cheered, and Chu Hang was also very surprised. The Grey Rock clan didn't even know where this vein was. Originally they could only go outside and try their luck with exploration equipment, but unexpectedly they stumbled upon it by chance. What's more, there was a passage at the other end of the cave. It was most likely the way out of the valley, otherwise the red flame ores wouldn't have been accidentally carried out by the aliens and eventually found by Scarface's men. Thus Chu Hang gained an extremely secret escape route. From now on, anyone planning to attack the valley would have to watch their rear. Confirming that the cave was free of aberrations, Chu Hang announced the good news to the players, eliciting a burst of cheers. Hooray! Now we can finally mine. Form a team to go mining. I'm a pro with diamond pickaxe. Count me in, I've achieved everything in Deep Rock Galactic. Ryan, can you bring the SCV in? You guys are too brutal. These ores are meant for making explosives. Don't worry, I'm an old miner, very steady, won't blow up. Chu Hang was pleased with the players' enthusiasm. So he planned to set up a daily bounty, which was a list of pending tasks prioritized for players. Upon accepting and turning in the quest items, they would receive rewards. After returning to the wrecked ship, Chu Hang quickly set it up and sent it to all players. The wristbands and visors of all players beeped simultaneously. Look! The captain has a new task. Damn, scrap metal prices went up. Originally 10 kilograms of medium-grade alloy traded for 1 merit point, now it also gives an extra energy coin. There's a mining task too. 50 kilograms of crimson flame ore yields 1 merit point and 1 energy coin. Fuck, that's such a big difference. You don't understand. Alloys have to be found in the dangerous wrecks and you have to cut them to bring them back. Mining, you just swing a pickaxe a few times and you get it. One is a skilled job, the other is manual labor, of course they're different. There's also a hunting task, 10 kilograms of edible prey for 1 merit point and 1 energy coin. Alas, this is also hard, I don't even know where to find prey. The players were discussing when Kixio suddenly noticed Ryan squatting aside sighing and asked out of curiosity. Ryan, shouldn't you be the happiest? You have the SCV, you can get merit points like free picking skyrocketing. Ryan looked up at Kixio and sighed. Don't even mention it. How would the captain allow such a game-breaking bug? I already asked. The SCV is Imperial property, all resources earned go to the Empire. I'm just a lousy worker, only getting the base salary for driving the SCV. Hearing this, Kixio burst out laughing, quickly calling over Xiao Hei and Tu to join in, mocking their good buddy. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Serves you right for trying to game the system. We might become rich overnight by scavenging, but you can slowly grind on that base salary. Ryan rolled his eyes at the three and said calmly. I know driving the SCV has its limits, so I gave up this qualification. At these words, the three looked at Ryan in surprise. The captain has already agreed. He said he would open up the qualification to learn mech piloting skills so others can also drive the SCV. Then what will you do? Scavenge with us. Ryan shook his head and smiled mysteriously. Working for a salary has no future. Scavenging is too luck-based. So I'm planning to start a real business. Want to join? Let's partner up. Starting a business in the wasteland. Are you out of your mind? The three looked at him as if he were an idiot, but Ryan earnestly began to explain. What's the most important thing in gaming? Resources. As long as you have resources, even if your skills are mediocre, can the opponent's rifle take down your power armor? This concept applies to Stardust as well. If you don't believe me, think about last night's battle. The three thought about it and realized it was true. Even the captain, as powerful as he was, his physical capabilities were far inferior to the massive aberrations. The victory was due to the captain's lightsaber and Ryan's SCV. In the future it will be even more so. No matter how strong your physical body is, can it surpass spaceship cannons? Do you think this is some fantasy MMORPG where you can cross the cosmos with your bare body? So Ryan was right. The equipment multiplier in this game greatly boosts combat power, especially in the early stages. Seeing that the three agreed with his idea, Ryan excitedly continued. Right now our outpost is dirt poor, lacking everything, but everything is being handled by someone. The only thing no one has touched is arms manufacturing. Holy shit. Awesome. You're starting to compete with the captain. Excuse us, excuse us. The three turned to leave, but Ryan quickly grabbed them. Listen to me. The captain is the only NPC who can manufacture quality equipment. That's fine, but haven't you noticed his production capacity is insufficient? I suspect he uses the precise 3D printing equipment on the wreck to make those quality items, so the cost must be high. My plan is to take the low-end route, complementing the merit store, focusing on quantity and affordability. Most importantly, the captain has already agreed. Ryan flashed a sly grin. Damn, why didn't you say that earlier, you bastard? Exactly, trying to trick me out of my hard-earned cash. Cut the crap, what exactly do you want to do? Ryan smiled confidently. Rocket artillery. Hiss, you mean the old-fashioned kind that doesn't need precision, just used for area saturation? Those big firecrackers. Exactly. When it came to his specialty, Ryan became excited. This game's physics engine is renowned for its realism. So I thought, using our Earth technology combined with the advanced equipment here, we could set up a makeshift workshop. There's scrap metal everywhere here. The rocket bodies and launchers are easy to make. What's lacking is fuel and propellant. Now with Crimson Flame Ore, I spent a full 250 merit points to get the conversion process from the captain. It can convert the ore into high explosives and solid fuel. Perfect. The three buddies were shocked by Ryan's decisiveness. Damn, 300 merit points, you went all in. Of course. It's a game. Even if you lose, you get a chance to start over. Why not use our early advantage to take a big gamble? If we win, we'll take off directly. There will be no shortage of war orders in the future. As he spoke, Ryan extended his fist to the three. So want to join? The three were very tempted. After exchanging glances, they all reached out and bumped fists with Ryan. Let's do it, brothers. Whether we take off or not depends on this. That's right, if we fail, we'll just go work as laborers together, ha. Ryan was moved. 200 to 300 merit points was no small amount, especially in the early game. This trust brought back the tacit understanding and passion he had when fighting alongside his buddies in the gaming world. Alright, it's settled. Chu Hang is responsible for buying ore from players, D2 for buying metal materials and electronic components. Kixiu and I will find a suitable location, preferably the aircraft hangar of the wreck. The three nodded repeatedly. By the way, since we're starting a factory, we need a name. Could it be the legendary Liang Steel? Ryan grinned. Look at my ID, you should know. It's Rhine Metal, of course. From now on, Stardust is our territory. Chu Hang listened through the entire plan devised by the four members of Rhine's group. It was rather underhanded, but he had to ensure the players wouldn't pull more tricks to screw him over. After all, these jerks had already pulled something like that once before. He had to stay vigilant. Fortunately, upon hearing their full plan, it turned out to be rather solid. Tasks that Chu Hang himself couldn't handle or that weren't cost-effective were well suited to be delegated to the players, a truly excellent choice. The players would enjoy themselves while simultaneously bolstering the group's strength. Why wouldn't they want to? Let them go at it. Who knows, the weapons the players create might just shine on future battlefields, much like the trebuchets of old. It wasn't just Rhine's crew looking to stir things up. The garbage group, composed of Li Sangwangshi, Cunai Shu Halan Suowang and Bingdong Gantu, had finally gotten their chance to scavenge. They pooled together 500 battle merits and contracted with Chu Hang for half the salvage rights of a sunken vessel. From then on, 30 of all yields from the wreck after deductions would go to them as rewards. This was a pretty good deal. After all, ordinary players could only recycle scrap metal from junk heaps, but they might find complete equipment and resources from those sunken ships. Of course, Chu Hang didn't lease out just any sunken ship. The ones he handed to players were always the scanned but useless wrecks. High-value targets like warships and transport vessels he would personally excavate. Otherwise, if a player brought back treasure worth thousands of battle merits in a single haul, the entire merit system would collapse. Chu Hang had already spotted this potential flaw. He planned to fix the battle merit points awarded for missions once he'd accumulated enough energy coins. All extra rewards would be settled in energy coins, so even if a player got extraordinarily lucky, they'd just become wealthy rather than jumping straight to a senior officer rank. In the future, the bulk of battle merits would ultimately come from actual combat, keeping the system true to its name. Meanwhile, the lumberjack and his master had gathered quite a few farming-type players to form the engineering group. They'd taken on a series of projects from Chu Hang: mining tunnel development, water drainage pipe installation, defensive structure construction, and had already gotten to work. Meanwhile, the girls group formed by Xiao Yutgan and Tanshuang had approached Chu Hang to learn mecha piloting, taking over as the new SCV operators in place of Rhine. The two girls took turns assisting the engineering group, and in their free time each pursued their own little hobbies. Xiao Yutgan had double majored in basic engineering knowledge. She spent her time studying mecha mechanics, pestering Chu Hang to pick his brain about technical matters. It looked like she intended to repair and modify mechas on her own down the line. Tanshuang, on the other hand, had double majored in basic medical knowledge. After much pleading and coaxing, with generous perks, she'd finally coaxed basic biological knowledge out of the captain, whose composure was clearly wavering. She seemed to be aiming to become a doctor, perhaps even picking up a bioengineering credential along the way. Speaking of engineering credentials, we're talking about real-world qualifications on Blue Star. Didn't Chu Hang recruit some professional contacts Ryan had recommended, one specializing in nuclear physics, the other in naval architecture? Recently, these two had banded together to form the scientific research group, constantly tagging along to help repair the spaceship. But upon examining it, they were absolutely astounded. After thorough joint verification, their conclusion was staggering: the technology featured in Stardust was entirely replicable on Blue Star. Setting aside the technologies Blue Star already possessed, the real prize was the missing ones. They were pure black tech. Ship a single set out and you could file patents and make a fortune. Once this conclusion came out, the players went absolutely wild. Outside the game, everyone scrambled for test qualifications, while inside the game, players grinded furiously to level up and unlock more skill books from Chu Hang. After all, compared to gradual learning, direct neural implantation via the neurological conditioner was far more efficient. Players could absorb knowledge in-game and instantly apply it in the real world. This was one of Stardust's epic-making significances. As for whether giving Tanshuang special treatment violated fairness, here's how he reasoned it. This game needed a healer. And Tanshuang, as the only player volunteering as a battlefield medic, would benefit from advanced biological knowledge to better fulfill her sacred duty as a ship's doctor. Yeah, that was his answer for anyone who asked. Take it or leave it. For this reason, Xiao Yutgan teased Tanshuang relentlessly, endlessly curious about what exactly she'd been doing in the captain's quarters with Chu Hang. Right before logging off, Xiao Yutgan finally cornered Tanshuang and tackled her onto the cultivation pod. Tanshuang, did you really spend 3 hours playing flight chess in the captain's quarters? Really? Tanshuang's expression was a bit unnatural. I don't believe you. Your face gives you away. Spill it. Xiao Yutgan pounced with mischievous curiosity and tickled Tanshuang mercilessly. Panting and giggling, Tanshuang surrendered, exposing her belly and raising her limbs in defeat. Alright, I confess. I was just giving the captain a massage, you know my skills, so I tried it on him and he showed his approval through his actions. What did he do? Moan in pleasure? Or take advantage of you? Could it be that? Xiao Yutgan's face flushed crimson as her imagination ran wild. No, he fell asleep. Tanshuang said helplessly. The captain drifted off in just 5 minutes, completely ignoring this beautiful maiden's advances. Put. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yutgan doubled over laughing. No way. You're not seriously thinking about getting involved with an NPC, are you? Tanshuang shrugged. Let fate decide. I don't have any grand plans, but if something were to happen, I wouldn't exactly object. Papa, you heartbreaker. Xiao Yutgan pinched Tanshuang lightly. This is your first time, don't go messing around. Oh come on, it's just a game. My body is just data anyway, I'd never act recklessly in reality. That not okay. Doing that with an NPC is just too weird. Xiao Yutgan's face grew redder the more she thought about it. She shook her head vigorously and declared firmly, sure, the captain is handsome and charming, but emotional connections with NPCs, even in a game, are something I strongly oppose. Right. You think he's cool too, right? Ah, stop pinching, I get it. I'll be more restrained. The conversation ended with Tang Xuan's capitulation. Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters, Chu Hang was taking a cold shower. Remembering what had just happened, he quickly shook his head. EW. Female hooligans are terrifying. Girls from 2088 are indeed too. Liberated. Lucky for me, I was quick-witted and used the sleep technique to block everything. Boys alone outside need to protect themselves. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Haha, I finally made it up. Praise the Stardust, the Stargate. On the open ground outside the rundown ship, a group of new players were jumping around wildly, some frantically kissing the sunken vessel, others rolling around in the sand. In a word, it was truly eye-catching in the worst way. Not far away, veteran players were ribbing the newcomers. TCH, such amateurs. We didn't act like this when we first logged in. Come on, spare me. I remember you tried to take your pants off back then and the captain made you stand for an hour. Oof, a true warrior doesn't boast about past victories. How was I supposed to know the NPCs in this game would be this smart? Cut the crap, there are cute girls this time too, 2 of them. There were 20 new players in total, and the most conspicuous were naturally the 2 figures standing in the center of the crowd. Where are they? Where are they? Damn, they're so hot. They're only a notch below Xiao Yugen. Sigh, it's the same old story, too many wolves and not enough meat. Why don't you ask Xiao Yugen and Tang Xuan out? We're in a game anyway. Get lost, don't even think about my goddess or I'll PK you. Meanwhile, in the ranks of the new players, the 2 fresh girls were being swarmed by a bunch of veteran players. There was no helping it, Tang Xuan and Xiao Yugen were simply too difficult to approach. Everyone had tried over the past few days, but those 2 girls only worked to earn money and hung around the captain, never giving them a chance to show their affection. It might seem unreasonable to be jealous of an NPC, but what could they do when every player in the game was just a rough guy? With no battles lately, the male players' hormones were practically overflowing. Now finally 2 new girls had arrived looking easy to fool, and these aging perverts couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, they want to add me as a friend and play together. Fanqing, you don't understand this game yet. Let me take you mining, I can earn 50 combat points a day. Get lost, you brute. How could Dadian's sister do such rough work? Come explore the sunken ship with me instead, on a lucky day you could make 100 combat points. TCH, what exploration? It's just picking through trash. You'd be better off coming fishing for sand rats with me, the meat is delicious. The in-game avatar for Fanqing Dian was a tall, voluptuous, mature woman. Her expression held a dazed quality, as if the tight uniform was constricting her chest and making it hard to breathe, giving off an impression of being big-breasted but not particularly bright. Standing cluelessly in the crowd, her arms were quickly filled with a pile of trinkets the scavengers had gathered from the shipwreck, all looking quite exquisite. Beside her stood a pure young girl known as Piggy Princess. She chatted cheerfully with the veteran players, and to everyone's delight she proved remarkably skilled, catching every gaming reference thrown at her. Their admiration grew instantly, and they began stuffing all sorts of good items into her arms. Stop stuffing things at me, I can't hold anymore. Piggy Princess, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, quickly protested. I'm just here to play with guns, I don't need all this. Oh, it's no big deal. I happen to have an unused iron pipe rifle, you can take it for now. Is 100 rounds enough? If you need more, just come find me. One veteran player said this while handing over a tattered rifle wrapped in tape. Oh dear. What if your grey quality rust bucket jams and blows up Piggy? Take mine instead, mine's white quality. Damn, you're even embarrassed to pull out white quality. One big bro directly unbuckled the gun from his back and forcefully pressed it into Piggy Princess's arms. Use mine, mine's green equipment. Piggy Princess's eyes widened in shock. This is far too valuable. The man waved his hands repeatedly. Don't feel obligated. Just take it and play with it, I'll earn it back quickly from grinding and we can team up then. After saying that, he struck a cool pose with his back to them and strode away. Once someone led the way, the scene quickly turned peculiar. The veteran players' vanity ran wild and they eagerly stuffed gifts to both girls without even giving them a chance to refuse. Comparison was human nature, especially when 2 delicate fresh-faced girls were around. So within just 10 minutes both girls were draped in so much equipment they resembled Christmas trees. Only then did the veteran players reluctantly disperse, shooting cold snorts and glares at each other as they left. Wow. These people are way too enthusiastic. Piggy Princess didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thank you, big shots. But we can't possibly use all these parts, right? The departing crowd called back. Just sell them to the captain, that'll give you startup capital. What's given to you is yours. Piggy, dispose of them however you like. That's right. Fanching, sell them to arm yourselves, then we'll go hunt monsters together. The veteran players left satisfied. Piggy helplessly exchanged a glance with Fanching, then carried the pile of equipment to crew cabin No. 8, reserved exclusively for female players. Tanxuan, come greet us. Holy shit, did you two rob a bank right after arriving? Tanxuan and Zhao welcomed them inside. It turned out all 4 girls were roommates. Piggy piled the odds and ends from her arms onto the table and stuck out her tongue. I told them I didn't want any, but they insisted on giving them. Giggle, looks like our Piggy is quite popular. Too bad everyone was broke when I arrived, so you two got the better treatment, Tanxuan chuckled, flipping through the parts on the table. Zhao also came over to look, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. This must be worth at least a few hundred energy coins. About that. I didn't expect so many people to have such good stuff now. Tanxuan shrugged. So how should we handle all this? Everyone said to sell them to the captain and use them as startup capital. But what can a few hundred energy coins even buy? That's plenty then. Freedom with guns and ammo is guaranteed. But since yours includes everything, I'm not sure what else you could buy. Zhao shook her head. How about we donate everything to the captain on everyone's behalf? Consider it a contribution to the empire. That's not a bad idea either. Just then Fanching Dian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Let's invest with it. Invest. The 3 turned their gaze to the mature woman, whose dazed eyes now sparkled with cunning. Exactly. Consider these things as the principal everyone lent us. We make a profit, then distribute dividends among them, no one loses and everyone is happy. The other 3 were somewhat tempted. But we don't have any projects to invest in. Just then Zhao suddenly remembered something and exclaimed excitedly, I know a great project. We can contract that SCV. Isn't that imperial property? Can it really be contracted? Tanxuan looked puzzled. That's what they say, but the captain plans to weaponize that SCV and it hasn't been decided yet, contracted out to players. If we take the contract, I'm sure the captain won't let us suffer a loss. I think we should give it a try. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find the captain and take the quest. Oh. You want to take on the SCV modification task? Chu Hang looked at the 4 people lined up before him in surprise. Zhao was classical and ethereal, Tanxuan sweet and lovely, Zhuju pure and lively, Fanching mature and sensual, 4 distinct beauties arranged together, dazzling and captivating. That's right, we're a team of 4 and we want to take the task as a team. Zhao declared firmly. Chu Hang withdrew his gaze, nodded slightly as he met her eyes. All right. You've learned the relevant technical foundations, but you still need to prove to me that you have sufficient resources to avoid losses to the Empire's assets. Before he could finish, the table in front of Chu Hang was cluttered with equipment and parts. Is this enough? Chu Hang raised an eyebrow. Goodness, had these girls gone on a robbery spree? The system quickly appraised the value of these items. Them altogether worth 400 energy coins, barely enough. In the past few days Chu Hang had uncovered 3 more shipwrecks and found a considerable number of starforging energy chests, bringing his disposable energy coins to over 100,000. So he optimized the rewards for the tasks. Aside from the fixed war merit rewards for completing bounties, all other rewards were paid in energy coins, and transactions at the official store were also changed to energy coin settlement. War merit would henceforth be used only for privileges. This led to the older players having a bit too much idle cash, trending toward becoming hoarders. After all, Chu Hang hadn't updated the store much recently and the veteran players were already god-tier equipped, so their desire to purchase diminished. Naturally, they began hoarding small valuable materials. He wondered how the 4 girls had managed to drain the veteran players' reserves. But still, it just happened to solve his urgent need. In a good mood, Chu Hang approved the 4's task request. The task was to weaponize the SCV. If the upgrade was good and passed Chu Hang's inspection, he would lend it to them for 10 days of free use with no need to hand over profits during that period. Chu Hang had issued many similar tasks to arm the base as quickly as possible. Remember, you only have 3 days for the modification. I hope you seize the opportunity. The 4 left cheerfully. Chu Hang put away his light expression, furrowed his brow and opened the holographic sand table on the desk. The storm is coming. Just a day earlier Chu Hang had recovered a high-power communication array from a shipwreck. After loading it onto his small battered ship using the module protocol, he suddenly received many signals he hadn't been able to get before. The most important signals came from 2 directions. One was from the Red Flame clan, reporting that they had been attacked by a swarm of aberrants suffering heavy losses. And the trouble was, they were attacked during the day. When had the aberrants become active in daylight? The other was from the Grey Rock clan, an urgent communication from their headquarters to the Vanguard led by Nyx repeatedly asking about the situation in Zone 217 and why there was no reply. It seemed they had noticed something was wrong on this side. With no response for so long, they would surely send more troops. Outpost 217 was caught between two sides, giving a strong sense of imminent storm. Chu Hang checked the outpost's resource status. Currently the spark upgrade was about 50 short, with the biggest gaps being high-grade alloys and polymers. Medium-grade alloys and stardust were already fully stocked. The spark energy had been filled to 67. There were plenty of discarded nuclear fuel rods in the warehouse. Squeezing them in would be tight but manageable. On the armament front, Chu Hang had used the subspace processing capabilities combined with the library's technology to set up an ammunition production line. It could start from raw red flame ore to produce propellant, then recycle scrap metal to roll cartridge cases and bullets, finally assembling them into pristine precision ammunition. All standard calibers could be produced, and if manual work was included they could also make 90mm shells for anti-aircraft guns. Tests showed that all self-produced ammunition was 30 more powerful than Grey Rock clans, and most importantly it almost never jammed or misfired. This type of bullet was only successfully trial-produced yesterday. Chu Hang planned to sell it in the store tomorrow to recover the players' excess resources and manage them centrally. Regarding the players, Chu Hang had added 20 more incubation pods. 2 were placed on the shipwreck and the remaining 18 on the second floor of the pass fortress. Players on duty could request to transfer their incubation pods, setting their respawn point at the frontline fortress. The 4 members of the veterans group, including Price, chose to change their respawn points. As for food, the outpost was severely short lately. The bounty rewards kept increasing, but provisions still couldn't keep up. Even Shefley had to abandon lavish cooking methods, grumbling as he scrimped on every horned potato and every grain of salt. To address this, Chu Hang introduced a related update. Players would now need to pay for their own meals, like eating in a cafeteria where they pay for each dish. This made the veteran players accustomed to feasts wail in protest, and they were determined to solve the base's food source problem. But the reality was that food was always the hardest to obtain on the wasteland. The Grey Rock clan controlled the few oases in Sector 4, and the vast number of scavengers had to buy food from them at high prices. Thus, when working players had to pay special attention to small animals they usually ignored, because catching one meant a snack at least better than going hungry. The current problem's first, lack of intelligence, forcing us to defend passively. Second, shortage of supplies limiting the scale of further player recruitment. 50 players still can't land. Third, lack of heavy firepower to sweep the battlefield. The artillery position barely counts, and the rockets from Rhine's side, if they can be built, would also count. And the girls' modification of the SCV, if successful, could also count. Chu Hang drew and scribbled on the sand table, growing more and more troubled. Where can I get both heavy firepower and enough food? Just then the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. New radio communication detected. Transferring signal. Soon an audio clip played. A man's panicked voice shouted, "Mayday! Mayday! This is the Federation Advance Team's 14th caravan. We are being pursued by aberrants and need support. Repeat, we cannot shake them off and urgently need shelter. All survivor outposts receiving this. If anyone is willing to take us in, I will give you all the goods from the caravan as thanks. We have plenty of food. Federation caravan." A glint of killing intent flashed in Chu Hang's eyes, but it quickly vanished. He knew he was being influenced by the original owner's obsession, because the Federation was one of the traitors 500 years ago, usurpers that fed on the rotting flesh of the Starforging Empire. After a moment's deliberation, Chu Hang made up his mind. He issued an assembly order to all players through the game system. Emergency assembly. We have a business opportunity. He pondered briefly, then quickly came to a decision. Through the game system he issued a gathering order to all players. Emergency assembly. We have a customer at the door. The players instantly perked up at the mention of business. Since the opening sequences of Stardust had come one after another, the lull over the past few days left the now spoiled crowd feeling restless, itching to stir up trouble. It would take some time for the players to return and assemble. Seizing the moment, Chu Hang patched through to the Federation caravan. Oh, thank heavens, someone finally answered. I thought everyone in Sector 217 had kicked the bucket. The same shrill voice from before crackled over the channel. He urged impatiently, since you responded, that means you want my goods, right? Then send someone to escort my convoy immediately, or you won't get a thing. Tisk, so arrogant. Chu Hang didn't indulge him, he cut the line without a second word. He tapped his fingers on the desk. Within 2 minutes the other party called back. Ahem, esteemed Wasteland Lord, I admit I was a bit loud earlier. May I ask when you can dispatch support? Chu Hang pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. What do you have on your vehicles? 2 trucks of organic grain from the 3rd District, 1 truck of air-dried meat from the 3rd District's ranch, 1 truck of condiments and non-staple food and 1 truck of purified water. The other party knew Chu Hang couldn't be easily fooled, so he unhesitatingly revealed his biggest bargaining chip. Chu Hang was inwardly satisfied but remained impassive on the surface. Find 5 trucks of supplies in exchange for me saving your skin. Deal. Yes, yes, yes. Please come quickly. These beasts have all gone mad. Give me a route and I'll pull back toward you. Then they exchanged location intel and information on the aberrations, ending the call. Chu Hang stepped outside the ship. The players had already assembled, buzzing with excitement about what new tricks the game designer had cooked up. They fell silent the moment he appeared, staring eagerly for their mission. We're going to rescue a Federation convoy. Even though the Federation is our enemy, we need their supplies and trade channels to bolster our strength. So this isn't a compromise with our enemy, it's a straightforward transaction. We save their sorry hides, take the resources we deserve, then let them go as a favor to pave the way for future moves. Remember, until we've grown strong, avoid drawing too much attention from outsiders, and never expose our identity. Alright, here's the plan. After Chu Hang laid out the plan in detail, the players scattered to prepare on their own. Awesome, finally a new faction. It's only been a few days of closed beta, I swear Stardust's programmers never sleep. And this game doesn't wipe. Content is burning so fast, will the company go under? Maybe we should chip in some cash to support the server. The problem is they don't even give you a chance to pay. If I could, I'd wail out in a heartbeat, just get a full set like the captains. Hey, didn't you hear the captain? He's playing the long game, planning to string the Federation along with sweet talk. This undercover drama is gonna be epic. Everyone, don't blow our cover. Blow what? Does anyone here even speak Federation? Damn true. This game doesn't even have subtitles. Bad review. Half an hour later, 2 armored trucks roared out of the fortress gates carrying 24 elite players with the highest ranks. The rest stayed behind to guard the stronghold. That was the perk of high rank, those below it could only take low-level missions. Both trucks had been further modified into true mobile fortresses bristling with machine guns and firing ports. Chu Hang was now seated in the turret atop the lead truck. Before him lay a 30mm autocannon produced from subspace, its design sourced from the Stellar Library. It was of fine quality, equipped with an autoloader, electric traverse ballistic stabilizer and electronic sighting system. That was already a luxurious setup in the wasteland. After all, most other factions' same caliber autocannons were just oversized heavy machine guns operated entirely by manpower. My lord, where are you? The aberrations are about to catch us. Damn, how can these beasts run so fast? Chu Hang sneered inwardly. Aberrations. More like wild xenomorphs that leaned closer to the insectoid swarms. Depending on how much insectoid genetic material they carried, aberrations could behave more like beasts or more like bugs. Normal beasts wouldn't chase a convoy this far. So the other party must have pissed off some insectoid nest and was now fleeing in utter panic. An hour later, Chu Hang and his team reached the outpost at the foot of the mountain. Though unoccupied, the facilities were still functional. He sent 2 players to lower the drawbridge before continuing. He wasn't foolish enough to be a pawn for the Federation. He had already planned a fallback if the enemy lied and the number of wild aberrations far exceeded expectations. They could retreat to the outpost and defend using the terrain and bunkers. 10 minutes later, Chu Hang finally spotted the dust in the distance and the sky full of black dots. Damn! He cursed outright. He had expected the other party to exaggerate their intel by 50%, but aside from the fact that there were aberrations, not a single word was true. It was 100% fabricated. Those weren't ordinary aberrations at all. They were mutated sand falcons, at least 7 or 8 of them. The normal sand falcons the players usually caught already had a wingspan of over 2 meters, but these insectoid gene-mutated individuals had a staggering 5-meter wingspan. Their feathers were all gone, replaced by bat-like leathery wings, and their bodies were covered in chitin and spikes. Chu Hang watched as the largest of the mutated sand falcons snatched the Federation's last light escort vehicle and then like a toy dropped it from a great height to smash on the ground. He gasped sharply. No wonder the Federation's elite escorts were helpless, their convoy had no anti-air weaponry. Who would have expected such a nightmare creature? Turn around immediately. We're falling back to the outpost. Chu Hang shouted to the player driving. Both armored trucks made a sharp U-turn and sped back the way they came. Hey! Hey! Why are you leaving? The other party's frantic voice rang out from the channel. Ha! Chu Hang snorted coldly. I'll come back to collect your corpses later. No, please. I was afraid you wouldn't come if you knew the real situation. The survivor camps around here have no real strength. Boss, I'm not looking down on you, but if you just have your men draw their fire so we can escape, the goods on the trucks are yours. That's a sweet deal, lives here are worthless anyway. No way they're my brothers in arms. At this the corners of Chu Hang's mouth curled up. You'll have to pay more. After a tense standoff, the other side finally agreed to pay more, the amount depending on how many of them survived. Now only 5 off-road trucks and 10 caravan members remained on the enemy side. If they could save everyone, the other side promised an additional 5 truckloads of supplies with half a truckload deducted for each death. This was a generous offer, one that only Federation people would consider their own lives so valuable. Chu Hang picked up the walkie-talkie again. Attention all units, change of plans. We're going back to rescue those Federation bastards because they've offered a hefty price for their own worthless hides. So I want you to save as many as possible. For each one saved, an extra 20 battle merits. Move out. A burst of cheers erupted from the channel. Damn, if we save all of them, that's 200 battle merits. Woohoo, long live the captain. Charge. Killing those freak birds also gives merits. After this wave I'll be a second lieutenant. Go all out. Let's do this. The 2-player vehicles roared toward the alien flock. Meanwhile in the Federation convoy, Donald sneered and instructed his men. TCH, a bunch of crude hillbillies. Do you think Federation supplies are that easy to earn? You all will die here for the noble Federation people. Drivers, speed up and shake them off. We'll take refuge at the 217 outpost of the Grey Rock clan. Damn it, those barbarians didn't even reply to my comms. Don't they know that even Busi Chow has to treat me with respect? Donald was the leader of this Federation caravan. This identity was considered highly prestigious among all the clans in the 4th sector. As long as you wanted to buy anything from the Federation, you couldn't afford to offend these arrogant outsiders. Donald originally planned to seek help from the 217 outpost of the Grey Rock clan, but his communications were met with silence. Later, when Chu Hang, an unknown nobody, approached him, Donald decided to use Chu Hang and his men as cannon fodder. He wasn't targeting anyone in particular. With their rustic equipment and tactics, unless they used their lives to stall the alien flock, could they possibly turn the tables? Hadn't they seen that even the Federation's elite guards had been wiped out? Don't misunderstand. Donald didn't intend to renege on the deal. After all, a merchant's word is his bond. He certainly had the capacity to deliver the promised supplies, but the question was whether those savages would live to claim them. With a contemptuous smirk, Donald watched the 2 battered vehicles pass him and charge toward the alien flock. Keep moving. May God bless these poor souls. But the next second a distinctive roar of autocannons erupted from behind, causing Donald's face to twist in shock. ZX-30. How do they have a ZX-30? He scrambled to the rearview mirror, eyes wide, staring at the scene behind. The largest alien falcon, which had been strutting just moments ago, now let out a piercing shriek, flapping as it plummeted from the sky, blood raining down in a torrent. With a heavy thud, the creature crashed to the ground. The dull impact echoed like a drumbeat against Donald's chest. This is impossible. How could the wasteland's conditions possibly support the production of ZX-30 and its ammunition? They must have dug it up from a wreck. Damn, what rotten luck. ZX-30, like RX-17, was a pinnacle of traditional kinetic weaponry. They might have been obscure 500 years ago. But today they were undeniably the kings of light weapons, offering the best cost-effectiveness and expandability, capable of spawning hundreds of variants. Even in the Federation market, they remained the ceiling in the field of traditional kinetic weapons, especially in the harsh environment of the 10th star ring. The energy weapons brought by the Federation's advanced teams frequently malfunctioned and were difficult to supply, far less reliable than RX-17. Donald had long wanted to equip his caravan guards with the cast Star series, but production capacity was always insufficient. If his convoy had 2 ZX-30s, they wouldn't have had their weapons jam run out of shoulder-fired missiles and been chased like rats. The roar of the autocannon continued. On the other side, the players were in a completely different, relaxed mood. Haha, the captain shoots brilliantly. These freak birds aren't so tough. How could the Federation not handle them? You wouldn't know this. Data said with a smug grin, spreading gossip. I heard the captain's cannon uses many advanced materials costing at least 200 energy coins. And the bullets are special, 30mm armor-piercing rounds, each worth 1 energy coin. So that's why they can easily pierce the bird's shells. Damn, so expensive. When will we be able to splurge like the captain? Also, the Federation isn't all useless. Look closely, many of the aliens are wounded. That means their firepower is decent, but they lack armor-piercing capability. Even shoulder-fired missiles might struggle to kill them. Geez, they're that tough. Then how do we fight? Don't worry, haven't you noticed the captain's been targeting their wings? Once they land, we can use machine guns, spike grenades and molotovs to wear them down. Everyone looked outside. Sure enough. Under Chu Hang's precise aim, half of the aliens had already crashed to the ground, bloodied and battered. The remaining few in the sky dove to attack the armored trucks, but those vehicles were welded with thick steel plates, ugly yet sturdy and heavy. The aliens' claws barely left scratches on the steel before they were torn apart by the players' heavy machine guns, fleeing with mournful cries. 10 minutes later the sky was clear of aliens. All the bald feathered birds were floundering on the ground. The two trucks immediately surrounded them, beating the grounded birds. Haha, take this spike grenade. Chu Hang, a strength-type player, found his aim too poor to hit the bird's eyes. He grabbed a spike grenade from the truck bed and hurled it with a roar. Hey demon, taste this. Eku. Boom. The spike grenade traced a graceful arc, striking an alien's neck. The violent explosion nearly severed the beast's neck. Holy crap. How did you throw that? His companions were stunned. Chu Hang grinned smugly. I usually practice throwing at a 100-meter target. Now at less than 30 meters I can hit it with my eyes closed. Plus I used a super spike grenade. You saw the power, it can easily flip a vehicle. The player's eyes lit up. This thing had a low learning curve and was practically a melee weapon. So where can we buy it? Hey bro, you've come to the right person. We Lying Metal are having a grand opening sale. 3 energy coins for 110 for 3. Limited stock, first come first served. Wait, something feels off. No, just buy it. Place your order now. The battle ended shortly after it began. Chu Hang's 2 trucks slowly drove back their cargo beds and interiors loaded with relatively intact alien specimens, while those reduced to scraps were converted into organic matter and stored via his subspace ability. The sunset paints the western hills crimson as soldiers return to camp from target practice. The players cheerfully clung to the sides of the truck beds, much like passengers on trains in a certain populous Asian country. They sang against the setting sun, seated atop grotesque alien corpses, wind and sand whipping their cloaks to reveal steel rifles and muscular frames beneath. It was a scene of noble heroism. Provided you didn't listen to them speak. We're raking it in. Raking it in. Base reward 100 combat merit. Not a single federal dog died, so that's another 200 merit, straight to 300 points. Plus we split over 20 energy coins from the alien kills. Li Sanguan laughed triumphantly at the sky while checking his wristband. Beside him, Price, a man with a sharply angular mature face, was also beaming. He, I'm finally a lieutenant now. RX-17, here I come. After this battle at least a dozen players would qualify for promotion to lieutenant rank and earn the RX-17 issued by Chu Hang. Holy crap, these monsters drop insane EXP. Killed 1 alien and I leveled up straight away, I'm a level 3 boss now. Noob big bro's already level 4. Chu Hang patted the player beside him smugly. His experience had shot up rapidly from those few spike mine throws. Sigh, having too much combat merit is such a burden. After becoming an Imperial officer, the RX-17 is practically free standard issue and the captain's shop never updates. There's no way to spend this money. The big-headed guy began his humble brag. Just then the pink fridge beside him gave a mysterious smile. Brother, why not join my Star Swine Piggy faith? Ha! What kind of nonsense is that? The Star Swine Piggy faith, once you're here we're all family, all brothers and sisters. We are dedicated to helping adorable and fragile female players achieve a better gaming experience, focusing on nurturing goddesses and exploring the world alongside them, bringing love and hope to this desolate and despairing wasteland. Kakexio's face was covered in giant question marks. That's not love and hope, you're just lusting after their bodies. You're despicable. Not at all. We value the journey and companionship. After all, companionship is the longest confession and scenery grows brilliant through sharing. The real world is already wretched enough and Stardust is so immersive. Why not unleash ourselves and live as we please here? Let us ignite our passion and savor a pure romance. Chu Hang and the others stood there dumbfounded. What a splendid sermon, I almost believed it myself. Too bad I'm already married. My kid's old enough to go buy soy sauce on the street. If my wife found out I was misbehaving in the game, you. Data quickly shook his head, banishing those improper thoughts. Chu Hang and Kakexio cared little, though their dispositions leaned more rational. Haha, merely a matter of personal choice. We came here to vent our killing urges while others naturally seek different pleasures. As long as you don't force yourself on others or cross Captain's red line, I trust there are plenty of old lechers. I wish I could bring a girl along too, but I'm more of a passive type. The group chattered merrily as they rode back to the abandoned foothill outpost, only to discover Donald's caravan halted beneath the suspension bridge, Donald leaning from his vehicle roaring furiously at the player on guard duty. What's this bastard yelling about? Probably telling us to open the gate. The players watched Donald's tirade with amusement, for they had already assimilated the Empire's perspective and harbored no goodwill toward the Federation. Hearing the engine, Donald turned, and when he saw the player's truck piled high with alien corpses, his heart skipped 2 beats. These barbarians actually wiped out all the alien creatures. Even with ZX-30 rifles, such kill efficiency should be impossible. His guess was accurate. Weapons are lifeless, the crucial factor lies in the wielder. Chu Hang's scanning system could precisely lock onto alien weaknesses, then dispatch them with pinpoint accuracy using the ZX-30's superior performance. Veteran players all possessed basic marksmanship, and combined with clone bodies far stronger than ordinary humans, they could easily maintain balance within the truck cabin and control firearm recoil. Not to mention Chu Hang, a human spike mine launcher. Through this battle the players' prowess had begun to show, and no wonder they had shattered Donald's stereotypes about wastelanders. Chu Hang stepped down from the truck, followed by a large contingent of players radiating fierce aura and heavily armed. Mr. Donald, as we agreed, I rescued you and your people. It is time you honored your promise. Donald sighed, and recognizing the situation likewise descended from his vehicle, exchanging his previous demeanor for an overtly grateful and enthusiastic countenance as he eagerly grasped Chu Hang's hand. It is only right, only right. All this cargo belongs to you. Once again, thank you for your assistance. Chu Hang gave a slight nod. And the rest. And the rest. Donald feigned ignorance. But the suffocating killing intent radiating from Chu Hang before him left him. Daring not to dodge the issue, he hastily offered a servile smile. Yes. There is more. Forgive my poor memory, 5 additional trucks of supplies are stored in the warehouse at nearby Market 191. I will send people to deliver them to you immediately upon my return. However, Chu Hang merely shook his head slightly and smiled. No need for such trouble. We will accompany you to collect them. Ha! Donald was instantly dumbfounded. Though he valued his word, it was predicated on equal footing between both parties. Once he safely returned to his own controlled territory, these provincial upstarts would be powerless against him. Why should he play the fool? Those were 5 full trucks of organic grain. The entire Greyrock clan could scarcely afford 10 trucks per month. Could a rundown scavenger camp like theirs manage 5 trucks and still demand another 5? Did they not fear being stuffed to death? Donald composed his tone, striving to appear as sincere as possible. My lord, you may be unaware, Market 191 is a cesspool. Though nominally under the Greyrock clan, it is infested with gangs and scavenger factions by the dozen, utterly chaotic. With my Federation credentials, they would not dare harm me. But if you go, those 5 trucks of grain will inevitably draw covetous eyes. Should your subordinates come to harm in the process, the loss would far outweigh the gain. So allow me to return first and have someone deliver them to you. Chu Hang listened attentively, then shook his head once more. You have no escorts now. Do you truly believe you can return to Market 191 safely on your own? Donald's expression froze. Was this a threat, or did the other party truly know something? He nervously reached toward his chest, but quickly restrained himself. Then what are your intentions? If we do good, let us do it thoroughly. I will go the extra mile and escort you home. How about that? Then. That would be wonderful. A rigid smile spread across Donald's face. Excellent. Now we can discuss the escort fee. Escort fee. Donald was stunned. Wasn't it you who insisted on going to retrieve it yourselves? You even called it escorting the caravan, but now you're charging extra for the escort. These aren't savages, they're bandits. Donald's face twitched. He wanted to lash out, but constrained by his own dire circumstances, he finally gritted his teeth and asked. How much do you want? Chu Hang smiled faintly, pointing at Donald's convoy. Not much, just these transport vehicles. Not much. Donald's face turned purple as he said coldly, Lord, my vehicles are all original imports from the 3rd district, each worth 100 energy coins. Are you sure you can afford them? 100 energy coins each. Not that expensive, the players could pool that amount easily. Chu Hang was unimpressed inside. It's only 500 energy coins, is that a lot? Not a lot. Donald was stunned, momentarily unable to tell whether Chu Hang was genuinely foolish or pretending. Chu Hang had forgotten that other factions, when excavating the Starforge Empire's wrecks, did not possess the same advantages as he did. Let alone the fact that others lacked X-ray vision. Even the attacks from mechanical defenders alone could cause heavy casualties among scavengers. Even if they eventually found the energy crates, cracking the Starforge Empire's encryption locks was a major headache. Moreover, energy coins had always circulated as currency, mostly scattered among wastelanders. This meant that even the wealthy households didn't have many energy coins. Perhaps the vast Greyrock clan possessed fewer energy coins than what Chu Hang could find by scavenging for a few days. Chu Hang didn't feel it, and the players felt it even less. Everyone looked at Donald with indifference, which made him suddenly think of a possibility. He tested the waters in disbelief. My lord, do you have a great many energy coins? Chu Hang raised an eyebrow and immediately guessed the other's intention, so he replied impassively, I have some. Donald's face lit up. Would you be interested in exchanging these coins for some treasures? What treasures? Chu Hang feigned disinterest, though inwardly he was delighted. Getting in touch with the Federation caravan was truly the best outcome. These fellows had been in the 10th star ring for some time and must have amassed many good things. It depends on what you need. As long as you need it, we can sell anything. Really? Then give me a spaceship. Donald's expression instantly fell. My lord, the orbital defenses of the 10th star ring are still operating autonomously. Even if you obtained a spaceship, it would be shot down as soon as it leaves the atmosphere. Oh. Is that so? That's valuable intelligence. Then I still want one, just tell me if you have it. At this moment Donald looked at Chu Hang as if he were an African chief with a gold mine at home, the epitome of a fool with too much money. Yes, we have a 30-meter low-altitude gunship for sale priced at 1 million energy coins. Would you like to order one? This time it was Chu Hang's turn to sneer. Do you really take me for a fool? Your gunship doesn't sound that great. On the interstellar market I could pick any for 10,000 energy coins and they can fly in space. Why would I buy your neutered version? 1 million is enough to buy a decent star destroyer. Chu Hang certainly couldn't show that he knew the market, so he pretended to be short on cash and said with some indignation, I don't want a spaceship anymore, I want to buy a nuclear bomb. Oof, country bumpkin. Donald muttered inwardly but kept a smile on his face. Tactical nuclear bombs, 10,000 each. How many would you like to order? Bah, profiteer. This price is at least 10 times too high. Oof, I'm not buying, you're not sincere. Oh, please don't misunderstand, we are very sincere. Donald spread his hands, the contempt in his eyes growing stronger. Chu Hang felt that his full persona had been sufficiently established, so he finally spoke his true purpose with a petulant tone. Then how about this, you bring me nuclear fuel and I'll build the bomb myself. Cut. Donald almost lost his composure. Build a nuclear bomb yourself. How? By hand. A bumpkin is a bumpkin. Even if you gave them more fuel rods, even if you gave them several lifetimes, they could never build a nuclear bomb. So Donald said nonchalantly, fine. I happen to have a batch of half-used old fuel rods, 20 in total. How about I charge you 1,000 energy coins? Chu Hang thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. Deal. Hey, the kindling energy is secured. Haha, the energy coins have been tricked out of him. Their hands clasped together, both harboring ulterior motives, each convinced they had made a killing. With a foundation for cooperation established, Donald finally agreed to the truck deal through gritted teeth. The Federation caravan had 10 members on the return trip. They would ride in the armored trucks provided by Chu Hang. Their original 5 vehicles along with the cargo were all driven back to the valley base by the players. Price and his 4 companions stayed behind keeping watch as Donald and his group spent the night in the outpost at the foot of the mountain. The next morning Chu Hang would take the players who hadn't fought earlier along with the escort convoy down the mountain to pick up Donald and his party, proceed to Market 191 to collect his due payment and then complete the trade for the 20 old fuel rods. That evening, upon arriving at Outpost 217, Donald was surprised to find it empty. He wanted to ask Price and the others about the whereabouts of Scarface but found that they couldn't communicate due to language barriers, so he gave up. At the same time he became increasingly convinced that Chu Hang and his people were an ancient remnant crawling out of some remote mountain valley, wealthy yet disconnected from the world. Should he call in the Federation army to rob them? Donald thought it over carefully and finally gave up. Forget it, the mission is more important. Donald carefully pulled out a metal rod from his chest, inside which was a tawny gem, the very thing he had dared not reveal during his earlier conversation with Chu Hang. For this gem his caravan had nearly been wiped out. He didn't know what gem it was. He only knew that this thing could grant the aberrations the ability to move during the day. When his men stole it from the aberrations' nest, the aberrations went mad chasing them. Therefore this thing must be brought back to the general. As a reward he would be allowed to form a larger caravan and contract a third of the 4th district. Donald put the metal rod away with blazing eyes, then fell into a peaceful sleep. Little did he know that a transparent figure had been watching him from inside the room. Naturally it was the elusive Chu Hang. Chu Hang had noticed the metal rod since daytime. He had been curious about why the aberrations relentlessly pursued the Federation people. After searching around, only this metal rod on Donald stood out. Its material could even block the system's scan. This aroused Chu Hang's curiosity, which is why he pulled this reach-around move. As it turned out, the sight filled Chu Hang's face with surprise and delight. The moment Donald took out the yellow gem, Chu Hang instantly sensed a familiar fluctuation. Damn, this gem actually contains a stardust. Stardust is eternal and indestructible, merely transferring from one vessel to another. The earthen yellow gem cradled in Donald's embrace serves as such a vessel. It is precisely due to Stardust's attribute of ascending all things that the gem's inherent radiation has been dramatically amplified, triggering mutations within this nest of aberrants. Without Stardust, although the special radiation emitted by this gem would still hold research value, it would take at least several years to produce mutations visible to the naked eye. Stardust accelerated this process by over 100-fold. In other words, even if Chu Hang were to secretly extract and carry away the Stardust at this moment, the Federation scientists would only detect a weakening of the gem's radiation with no basis to trace it back to Stardust. After all, when reporting this matter, Donald had no knowledge whatsoever of Stardust's existence. "Cat, I never took your yellow gem." "Stardust? What's Stardust?" Chu Hang gave a mischievous smirk and silently executed a masterful switch without anyone noticing. Early the next morning, Donald jolted awake from his bed. Instinctively he retrieved his metal rod for inspection. Only upon seeing the yellow gem still intact did he finally exhale with profound relief. For some reason he felt the yellow gem appeared slightly dimmer than yesterday. Perhaps the special radiation is dissipating. It seems I must hurry back. When exactly are those remnants supposed to depart? Donald stepped out of his room in frustration, only to find Chu Hang already waiting outside. "Good morning, Mr. Merchant." Chu Hang's face broke into a warm smile, clearly in excellent spirits. Donald couldn't help but return the gesture. "Respected Lord, when shall we set out?" "Now." As Chu Hang spoke, he led Donald and the others toward the convoy. The convoy consisted of 3 vehicles. The first 2 were the same ones seen the previous day. The additional third vehicle was a heavy flatbed truck, its cargo wrapped in thick canvas with distinct angular outlines visible beneath. "What is this?" "No need to worry about it, just some local specialties perfect for selling at the market." Donald nodded in acknowledgement. He assumed it was merely scrap metal or something similar. After all, rural wealthy folk often treated anything as treasure. It was likely nothing more than a pile of discarded copper and rusted iron. The convoy soon departed. This time Chu Hang had brought along numerous newcomers. After all, the veteran players had already had their fun the day before, and favoritism would hardly be fair. It was the perfect opportunity to expose the newcomers to the wider world. This thoroughly envied the veteran players. After all, when discovering a new map, who wouldn't want to explore it at the earliest opportunity? Chu Hang reflected on this. Very well, then everyone would go. It would serve as a team-building outing. As for guarding the base, the task was entrusted to the loyal and reliable 4 members of Price's group. Still uneasy, Chu Hang also placed the 3 repaired defender robots under their control. Combined with the defensive installations holding the valley, should pose no significant problem. Chu Hang's entourage of over 30 boarded the 3 trucks in grand fashion. The carriages were quickly filled with enthusiastic players. Watching their carefree grins, Donald found the scene particularly absurd. "Are you going on a picnic or what?" Country folk are just country folk. They truly believe numbers alone will save them. In the end, they'll be devoured whole by the market's local bosses, reduced to nothing but scraps. Bringing so many people along was tantamount to attending a funeral. The players ignored Donald's sour expression, instead discussing with great excitement the scale and scenarios of this new map. Most importantly, they would encounter quite a few NPCs this time. By the way, the system computing power of Stardust has grown increasingly impressive. Facing the morning sun and rolling sandstorms, the 3 trucks roared to life and set forth. Chu Hang sat in the passenger seat of the lead truck, already pondering the development plans for the next phase. Once Donald returned, the valley base would certainly be exposed. With the Grey Rock clan already on alert, they would inevitably send someone to investigate or even launch an attack. Ordinary caravans posed little threat, but the real danger lay in the possibility of the enemy rashly bringing their main force and heavy firepower. Therefore, the goals ahead were clear. Besides continuing to accumulate repair resources for their battered vessel, they needed to seek suitable functional modules to strengthen their firepower and begin addressing the mess on the lower deck. After returning from the market, the food and energy shortages would be completely resolved. At that point, player numbers would expand to 100, making it time to allow players to venture out independently. This meant players who preferred squad-based operations would need off-road vehicles, and fuel reserves would require substantial preparation. Finally, there was the language barrier. Chu Hang considered and decided to enable real-time translation functionality on the players' personal terminals. Of course, the system would only translate NPC dialogue, not player communication. This would significantly restrict player interactions and prevent any troublesome situations from arising. Inside the carriage, holy crap. I'm not seeing things. The personal terminal actually updated. Let me check. It's added simultaneous translation. Now I can finally understand what other NPCs are saying. As expected, I said it, the new area has so many NPCs. Without understanding them, how could we play? Pity we can't translate our own words to the NPCs. This must be a clever design workaround, no need to create extensive response logic for NPCs. Do you think? This game might have actually created an entirely new language. Tisk, this person is truly terrifying. The vehicles continued speeding across the desolate Gobi Desert. Soon towering yet crumbling metal structures began appearing along the route. These great towers could be spotted roughly every 10 kilometers, yet none remained intact, they had all been blasted to pieces. Their internal components and materials had long been scavenged by ragpickers, leaving only corroded metal shells behind, now serving as ragpicker camps or even nests for aberrants. Wow, these towers must have been over 100 meters tall when complete. What were they used for? These are cloud flow towers, energy nodes of the 10th star ring. The tower tops house receivers oriented toward artificial suns, continuously converting light radiation into electrical energy, then transmitting it wirelessly to nearby users. Damn, Chu Hang knows a lot. Hey, it's scary how ignorant some people are. This is all in the Wasteland Encyclopedia. Chu Hang also caught sight of those dilapidated cloud flow towers. The one before him was already the fourth they had passed. The fifth cloud flow tower marked the location of Market 191. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chu Hang's group finally caught sight of the fifth cloud flow tower. This one differed noticeably from the previous ones, not in terms of structural completeness but in the abundance of human habitation traces covering its surface. Tower 191 rested at the foot of a mountain range. The tower had collapsed from approximately 20 meters above, with the fallen structure forming a natural hollow against the mountainside, a wind-protected haven where Market 191 was nestled. The market's entrance was constructed from an entire section of the Cloud Flow Tower's outer shell, far more magnificent than the gatehouse at Valley Base 217. The players behaved like ignorant countryfolk who had never seen the world, pointing at the spectacular scenery and shouting in amazement. No surprise that this drew scornful glances from the Federation citizens. Have from here on out, may fortune favor you. Attention everyone, the purpose of our journey is to acquire necessary supplies, so until the goods are in hand no one is to cause any trouble. Otherwise you'll be sent back immediately. Ah. All right. The players reluctantly nodded in agreement. Deprived of the chance to stir up mischief, they felt like salted fish, all zest for life draining away. Donald observed the players' reactions throughout. He found these countryfolk to be exceptionally emotional, almost schizophrenic, one moment euphoric, the next despondent, then huddled together muttering bizarre gibberish he couldn't fathom, leaving him utterly perplexed. Before entering, Donald spoke to Chu Hang. Lord, as your business partner I suggest you wait here. I'll have someone deliver the goods we discuss later. There's no need for you to wade into muddy waters. Donald himself didn't know why he felt compelled to advise again. Perhaps it was the intuition honed by years of trade acting up. At any rate, he had done his utmost. Sure enough, Chu Hang remained unmoved by his suggestion. Donald said no more, for good words were wasted on the damned. He had made up his mind, once the transaction was done he would flee far from these lunatics. With Donald's intervention, Chu Hang and his party easily entered the 191 market. The market was a long narrow strip of land. To the left stood the collapsed Yunlu Tower, to the right a mountain wall. The main road stretched from the entrance all the way to the base of the Yunlu Tower at the far end, where the Grey Rock Clan's outpost in the 191 market was located. On both sides of the main road stood countless low-lying tin shacks. These shacks were stacked in layers, concealing a labyrinth of narrow alleys where a few lives could easily vanish without a trace. Apart from the storefronts along the street, the vast shantytown was undoubtedly under the sway of so-called gangs and local bullies. Tell your men no shooting in the market. Gunfire will attract the Grey Rock Clan's patrols, and regardless of who's right or wrong you'll be slapped with a massive fine. Donald warned. Chu Hang nodded, then addressed all the players in Chinese. Everyone attach silencers. If you shoot, make sure no one knows. Understood. You can count on us. As long as we kill all the witnesses no one will ever know we fired a shot. Donald watched as these barbarians one by one pulled silencers from their backpacks and expertly screwed them onto their rifles. Stunned, he turned to Chu Hang and demanded, "What did you tell them?" "Don't sweat the details. Let's head straight to your warehouse." Without giving Donald a chance to dwell on it, Chu Hang made him point the way, and the convoy drove to the federal warehouse at the market's far end. The guards there were all Donald's men. Chu Hang stayed by his side the entire time, only releasing him after all the goods were fully accounted for. 5 carts of grain plus 20 used fuel rods. We've loaded all the rods for you. And the grain. You're not thinking of swindling me out of 5 of my transport trucks, are you? Absolutely not. Back on his own turf, Donald's tone grew much bolder. Chu Hang shot him an amused glance and said calmly, "No need. Do you have any spare transport trucks? I'll buy them with cash. Of course I'm not interested in those 100 energy coin ones of yours." Donald looked at Chu Hang in surprise, never expecting this fellow to haggle. Had he been faking it all along? Find 5 standard transport trucks. I'll give you the market price, 20 energy coins each. Deal. Chu Hang nodded. By the way, I'm also looking to buy a batch of off-road vehicles. Do you know anyone? Yes, I'll have someone come over in a bit. You can negotiate with him yourself. It's getting late and I have things to do. If we meet again, you're welcome to trade with me. I'll give you a 5% discount. Chu Hang nodded and watched Donald disappear into the warehouse. Soon after, Donald's underlings drove over the 5 trucks Chu Hang had ordered. The players busily loaded sack after sack of grain onto the vehicles. At that moment, the man Donald had introduced arrived, a typical wasteland merchant, his triangular eyes brimming with cunning. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Hang placed an order for 12 light off-road vehicles in 70% condition priced at 810 energy coins each, plus a fully loaded fuel tanker for 30 energy coins, a total of 150 energy coins. Chu Hang paid the full amount generously, then sent 13 players to drive the vehicles back with the merchant while he remained with the rest to continue loading. After the merchant left, Chu Hang instructed the players to keep an eye on the supplies, then walked into the shadows of the warehouse and vanished. Meanwhile, the 13 players followed the merchant jubilantly to pick up the vehicles, chattering about how they would be allocated. Finally, we can buy cars. Anyone want to team up? Definitely gotta team up unless you want to drive out there and die alone. I hope the auction price isn't too high. If the cost is too steep, we won't have enough left for other gear. Just then Big Head's voice drifted over ominously. Don't get too excited. I've got a feeling that Swindler is up to something. He's got shifty eyes. I'm not likely right. This is a legitimate market, isn't it? Yeah, this is the Grey Rock Clan's turf. Would they ruin their own business? Big Head curled his lip but said nothing more. 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the so-called car dealership. It was a parking lot near the market entrance, hidden from view by the street-facing shops, so they hadn't noticed it on the way in. Rounding the low steel plate buildings, the players were greeted by an open sight. The square before them was packed with all sorts of modified vehicles, exuding a heavy wasteland punk vibe that made the players shout with delight. As they were discussing which vehicle to pick, a horde of burly men armed with steel pipes and clubs suddenly surged from the surrounding alleys, encircling the players with vicious grins. Are we being robbed by NPCs? Far from panicking, the players' eyes began to gleam. Captain, it's not our fault, they attacked first. Enough chatter. I knew this would happen. Big Head shrugged helplessly. Ha, isn't it your flag that jinxed us? The players' laughter angered the surrounding wasteland thugs. A towering 2-meter-tall brute at the front grinned savagely, twirling his cleaver with practiced flair before pointing it at one of the players. You're mine. I'm going to have some fun with you. The targeted player, Princess Piggy, was startled. No way, I'm wrapped up so tight, how could he tell? Piggy, don't worry, I'll protect you. Li Sangwang stepped forward, shielding Piggy behind him, glaring bravely at the hulking man. What a good boy. Since you stepped up, don't make me waste words, drop your pants. The brute reached out to grab Li Sangwang. Li Sangwang. Brother Guang, I think he wants you. Princess Piggy couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into silvery laughter that caught the thug's attention. Oh. There's a cute little sister hiding here. Come over and let us have some fun. A torrent of vulgarities washed over them, making Piggy's blood pressure skyrocket. I can't take it anymore. Let's start the fight. All right, brothers, charge together. White Emperor, sacred sword, follow me. Yura. Holy shit. These country bumpkins not only refused to surrender but actually dared to fight back. The thugs were startled by the sudden burst of momentum from the players, but quickly grabbed their weapons and charged forward. Who fears who? As the local bullies of the market, they were used to oppressing others. Anyone daring to resist was simply asking for trouble. The two sides soon clashed in a fierce melee. One of the thugs cornered Princess Juju, brandishing his cleaver with a menacing swing, leering as he threatened her. Don't run, little girl, the more you struggle the more excited I get. Juju had only been here a few days and her physical condition was no better than an ordinary person's. Facing a vicious thug, she was at a disadvantage. But the next second. Put. A low gunshot rang out amidst the crowd's roar. You. The thug's eyes bulged in fury, a large patch of blood spreading across his chest. He finally collapsed to his knees in defeat. Sir, the times have changed. Juju smiled, twirling the silenced pistol in her hand, then gently pushed the corpse aside. She proceeded to seek her next target, firing her concealed weapon with deadly precision. On the other side, in the main battlefield of the fierce clash, the thugs grew increasingly alarmed. Something's wrong, boss. These guys are too fierce. They're like they're on drugs. Damn it, then you take drugs too. The 2-meter-tall brute was at his wit's end. He found himself unable to overpower Kakexiu before him and was instead being forced back by Kakexiu's dual-blade style. But we already took our drugs. The minion cried out in despair. As if hitting a critical threshold, the thug's morale began to plummet. Boss. Jin Gang is down. Some kid jumped up and shattered his entire knee. Help! There's a monkey darting around on the rooftops taking down half our brothers with crossbow bolts. Someone block him. Arg. This bastard just won't die. He's been slashed 7 or 8 times. Ugh. Boss. Save me. Screams and wails kept pouring from the thugs while the players grew bolder and bolder, howling as they chased and cut down their enemies. Ha ha ha, I got a triple kill. Don't anyone steal my pentakill. Awesome. Did you see that backhand stab? I practiced it for a whole year and finally pulled it off. Damn, I wore him down. Which bastard stole my kill? Hey big brother, slow down. Let me bandage you, your intestines are about to spill out. Within less than 5 minutes, the thugs who had outnumbered the players 2-1 were utterly routed, throwing down their weapons and fleeing into the labyrinthine shantytown. Some players caught up in the thrill of the fight wanted to give chase but were quickly restrained by the more level-headed ones. Don't follow. We don't know the way, they might ambush us. Yeah, are you gonna chase into the jungle without vision? The eager players looked disappointed but obediently held back. So what do we do now? At this moment Fanqing Jintian stepped forward, adjusted her glasses and said in a sweet voice, I just contacted the captain. He said we should pick the 13 best trucks and drive them away, prioritizing the fully loaded oil tankers. Take as many as we can. He's done over there and will rendezvous with us soon. The players cheered. Long live the captain. Ha ha, zero cost shopping, right? Woohoo, I'm gonna pick the coolest car for myself. Don't be too happy, these vehicles are quest items. They only count as yours once you've been photographed with them. No problem as long as I'm the first to ride it. You. The players chatted and laughed as they indulged in their zero-cost shopping spree. Meanwhile, Chu Hang had reappeared and with 8 fully loaded trucks headed toward the market entrance. At the same time, on the helipad deep within the market, Donald had already boarded a helicopter bearing federal insignia. The helicopter roared as it lifted off. As it flew over the market, Donald spotted Chu Hang's convoy driving away. Oh, looks like our chieftain is in trouble. Fly lower. The circling helicopter began to descend. Hearing the noise, Chu Hang glanced up, saw no weapons on it and paid it no further attention. Donald took the best viewing spot, cheerfully poured a glass of red wine and said to the military attaché beside him, though I owe my survival to these country friends. They are too arrogant, daring to challenge the established order without knowing their place. Consider this a free lesson from me. Only by suffering a bit will they learn to respect. So that's why you introduced him to a black marketeer. The federal military attaché also watched the convoy below with interest. He usually guarded the market warehouse and was now escorting Donald back to report. Exactly. Donald took a triumphant sip of wine and continued. Though these country bumpkins are crude, they still have some good treasures in their pockets. If they survive this, they might become our trading partners. Provided they straighten out their attitude and accept the order the Federation brings. Sir, it seems they've run into the Greyrock clan. Oh. Donald looked down. Sure enough, Chu Hang's convoy was blocked by a Greyrock clan patrol vehicle. 2 clan warriors got out, lazily gesturing at Chu Hang and his crew. See? I said one shouldn't be too cocky. The real trouble in Market 191 has never been those rats in the shantytown but the Greyrock clan. Obviously the Greyrock clan isn't exactly civilized, birds of a feather flock together. Donald's face was full of disdain. As a man from the civilized world of the Federation, he naturally felt superior. On the ground, Chu Hang sat in the passenger seat of the lead truck, coldly watching the approaching Greyrock patrol. Stop. I suspect you're hiding contraband. Everyone get out for inspection. Hear me. And you guys look unfamiliar, first time here. Paid your taxes. If not, it's triple the fine. The patrolman, confident he had the upper hand, stood before the truck, blustering loudly. Captain, what do we do? The player driving, aided by the system translator, understood the threat. Chu Hang ignored the Greyrock people. First he contacted the players at the car dealership, confirming they were ready to depart. Then he called Xiao Oyugan, telling him to get ready too. Finally he said coldly, ram them. Kill anyone who blocks. Yes. I've been waiting for that. The player's eyes lit up, a grin spreading uncontrollably across his face as he silently mourned for these poor NPCs. Sai, why did you have to provoke him? The engine roared to life. The thugs blocking the way scrambled in terror to dodge the charging truck, shouting in fury, damn it, you wanna die. I've got hundreds of cannons on that tower trained on this spot. Are you rebelling? Bang. With a furious roar from the Grey Rock soldiers, the armored truck's ramming spike slammed heavily into the patrol car, blocking the road. Amid a screech of grinding metal, the patrol car was flipped over and the soldiers inside, caught off guard, were instantly turned into pulp. You! How dare you! The first patrolman, who dodged trembling, pulled out a whistle from his pocket and put it to his mouth, ready to blow. But then a gunshot rang out and a bloody hole appeared on the patrolman's forehead. His expression of shock and rage froze completely as he crashed straight to the ground. Damn! Where did that shot come from? The other patrols in the market instantly erupted into chaos. It had been so long since anyone dared to cause trouble here. Who could be so reckless? Although puzzled, they quickly assembled with discipline, not making the same mistake as the previous patrol car. Speed up and charge toward the gate. Everyone prepare for battle. Chu Hang barked, then surprisingly climbed out of the window and onto the top of the cab. He knelt on one knee, gripping an RX-17 fitted with an electro-optical system. His center of gravity shifted back, the muzzle steadily sweeping the fan-shaped area in front of the truck. His cape flapped loudly in the fierce wind. Holy shit! The captain is about to show off. I see it. I see it. That pose is damn cool. Tell the brothers in the convoy to keep an eye out, don't let some small fry hit our captain. Back at the vehicle depot, the 13 players had already driven the convoy onto the main road. Turning around, they saw Chu Hang's heroic posture and began yelling in the channel. At that moment, Chu Hang opened fire first. A squad of Grey Rock soldiers suddenly burst out from an alley on the left side of the street. Chu Hang fired immediately. The advanced armor-piercing round from the RX-17 struck the lead soldier's chest, causing him to collapse onto the street. The soldiers behind him were about to return fire, but Chu Hang had already shifted his muzzle laterally. After a few rapid bursts, blood spurted from the following soldiers and they fell one after another. The remaining soldiers, seeing this, quickly retreated into the alley. Shouting for reinforcements, they cautiously peeked out. But the next moment, the one who peeked had half his head blown off by a bullet that pierced the wall, terrifying the others into immobility. Holy shit, that's fucking accurate. I've never seen the captain practice shooting, must be some mysterious NPC talent, huh? Chu Hang ignored the players' reactions. He was like a sentry machine gun firmly fixed on the truck's hood. Whoever dared to show his head would be met with a deadly hail of bullets. High above, Donald and the Federation military attaché widened their eyes at the scene. Mr. Donald, I never expected your native friend to be so valiant. Indeed, who would have thought? Donald shrugged, his interest in Chu Hang growing a bit more. But still, as the saying goes, what use is personal valor on the wasteland? Let's see if he survives this conflict first. Soon the convoy encountered its first obstacle. It was a checkpoint composed of 3 armored vehicles with bunkers built on both sides of the road, separating the truck convoy from the vehicle depot's off-road fleet. Captain, we'll attack them from this side. The players on the outside launched a feint, but they had no heavy weapons. The vehicles they had captured mounted machine guns and cannons, but the problem was they had no ammunition. Moreover, they had to protect the 2 fuel tankers, so they fought timidly. On the other side, Chu Hang had the convoy stop far away out of the enemy armored vehicle's firing range. Haha, what an idiot, scared now, huh? The checkpoint guard, seeing Chu Hang's retreat, grew arrogant and radioed other squads to encircle the breakthrough convoy. However, the next moment the checkpoint guard's eyes bulged. By the Hall of Valhalla. What is that? In Chu Hang's convoy, the flatbed truck that had been covered with a tarp suddenly stirred. With a clear sound of servo motors, the tarp was thrown off by the massive object inside, revealing a tall mecha gleaming with metallic luster. It was the SCV that Xiao Jurgen and her team had modified. Although the time was short and the modifications were far from perfect, it was enough to handle the current situation. Woohoo, the show begins. In the cockpit, Xiao Jurgen cheered, maneuvering the SCV to rise from the flatbed, then with roaring tracks it headed toward the checkpoint. Fire! Fire! Whatever it is, blow it to hell! Instantly, gunfire and cannon fire erupted from the checkpoint. However, the mecha pulled out a massive shield from its back and advanced under the barrage. The small caliber cannons from the checkpoint bounced off the shield, unable to penetrate it. Whoa, an SCV. Ah! Some kind of ship armor plating. High above, Donald was a connoisseur. He had been equally shocked earlier, but now he had picked up his eyeballs and put them back, regaining his composure. However, the precious red wine spilled all over the ground showed how flustered he had been. He realized he had seriously underestimated them this time. He never expected these country bumpkins to be hiding such a deep secret, even possessing a fully functional SCV. That thing was not some broken-down wasteland vehicle that could be fixed with a little effort. It seemed he would have to seriously plan his next trade journey. On the ground, the SCV had advanced to a position 50 meters from the checkpoint. Xiao Jurgen did not approach further but instead raised the other arm attached to a fuel tank. The next moment. PSSH. A blue flame burst forth, pouring straight into the small checkpoint. It not only turned the 3 armored vehicles into fireballs but also roasted the guards in the bunkers into roasted chickens. All the comrades witnessing this were stunned, shouting, "Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! That's totally out of this world, my little baby! Wow, is this what Xiao Jurgen and her team made? So violent! Ha ha ha, burn them all! Burn all heretics! Hail to the great FFF group! Keep it down, we're in the middle of a battle!" Seeing the checkpoint breached, the defenders hiding in the buildings on both sides could no longer hold back. Using the buildings for cover, they approached the SCV with various explosives and RPGs. Rat-tat-tat. At that moment, the players in the convoy opened fire, mowing down a large swath of enemies. Ha ha ha, this road is closed. Exactly, we can't let you harm our Xiao Jurgen. The convoy moved forward with the SCV. At some point, Chu Hang had leaped onto the back of the SCV. He was now level 4. With a perception of 14 points, he could clearly sense lethal threats from the vicinity. He let the small caliber bullets bounce off his nano armor while his perception continuously locked onto the direction of each incoming enemy. His scanning vision then marked all enemies on the chaotic battlefield. A strange sensation rose from the depths of his heart, as if he could sense the direction of his own gun barrel. Bang! An enemy carrying an RPG fell to the ground. Hit! Only Chu Hang knew that he hadn't aimed at all with the shot he had fired purely by instinct. Yet he had an inexplicable confidence that the shot would definitely hit. Could this be absolute gun sense? Chu Hang was ecstatic. Well, have I been buffed? The Grey Rock Clan's people are about to be overwhelmed. In the helicopter cabin, Donald pressed his face against the window, murmuring to himself. He never expected that the Grey Rock Clan, the local power, would be pushed back by an outsider. Though it was only a patrol that had been routed, it was still shocking enough. The patrol is the weakest armed unit of the Grey Rock Clan. Their fighting spirit is even inferior to that of the Sons of War. Losing is no surprise. The real battle lies ahead at the city gate. The federal military attaché beside him sneered dismissively. After all, his own men could have won a fight of this caliber. He conveniently ignored the fact that his squad was equipped with mechanical exoskeletons. Chu Hang's performance, however, piqued the interest of the fellow warrior. Absolute gun sense. Truly a beastly intuition. If I get the chance, I'd like to spar with him. Poof. Donald shot him a speechless glance. You're a gene-enhanced warrior, for crying out loud. Why bother with an ordinary man? You could take 10 of me with one hand. Keep watching. They've regrouped. Donald poured himself another glass of red wine and resumed his observation. On the ground. The tracks of the SCV rolled over the smoldering wreckage of an armored vehicle heading toward the gate, followed closely by the transport convoy. Chu Hang remained standing on the back of the SCV. Since the battle began, no enemy had managed to force him from his position, nor had any been able to strike at the SCV's vulnerable rear under his cover. Here they come. The captain is mighty. Hurry up and join them. Let's grab some fries too. The player convoy waiting outside the garage joyfully merged with the main force rolling toward the market gate. No reckless cannon fodder dared to jump out along the way. As they neared the gate. Captain, they've raised the drawbridge. The market gate had a drop of over a meter to the outside. If the drawbridge wasn't lowered, the vehicles couldn't possibly break through. All units accelerate. We're charging straight through. Chu Hang's steady voice came through the channel. But the drawbridge. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it. Hearing Chu Hang's words, Xiao Jurgen said no more. She maneuvered the SCV, raising its shield, and charged toward the city gate. Open fire. Don't let them get close. The defenders at the gate immediately launched an attack from the battlements. A torrent of ammunition rained down on the giant shield, the violent impact slowing the SCV's advance. But the good news was that most of the heavy firepower at the gate was aimed at the wasteland. Caught off guard, they couldn't turn it around quickly, so the SCV's shield remained as firm as a rock. Finally, the SCV closed to within 15 meters of the gate. A blazing inferno erupted, instantly turning all exposed enemies into fireballs. Their agonized screams even drowned out the gunfire. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. There were simply too many heavy machine guns here and plenty of enemies charging with RPGs and explosives in their arms. Despite Chu Hang and the players' desperate covering fire, the unprotected parts of the SCV kept taking hits and the heavy flamethrower soon fell silent. Ha ha ha. They're out of fire. Get them. I want them alive. I'll tear them apart limb from limb. A swarm of sons of war howled as they surged out from all directions. The players' rifles were overheating, but they couldn't stop the enemy from closing in on the convoy. The only consolation was that the enemies no longer carried bombs and ordinary spike mines couldn't penetrate the truck's armor. Deploy smoke screens on the battlefield immediately. Double the amount on the enemy battlements. Chu Hang suddenly ordered. Ha! Smoke grenades. The players were baffled. Wouldn't that help the enemy who were already struggling to advance? Chu Hang ignored their confusion and continued after the smoke. Keep the convoy moving. Don't stop. Xiao Yugen, send me up to the battlements. Up to the battlements. Are you going to your death? That's the enemy stronghold with dozens of burly men waiting for you. Oh, right, the smoke. Xiao Yugen instantly understood Chu Hang's plan. Her eyes lit up. After a brief hesitation, she chose to trust him, maneuvering the SCV to hurl Chu Hang toward the city gate with all its might. Go Pikachu! She muttered a playful line, then fired all the SCV smoke grenades onto the battlements. Chu Hang soared through the air, his body turning transparent in an instant. The defenders on the wall thought something explosive had been thrown at them, scattering in panic and scrambling for cover. But they never expected that what fell among them was a god of death. Smoke billowed across the battlements. Chu Hang landed, drew his lightsaber and plunged straight into the smoke. The defenders, who had been bracing for an explosion, cursed furiously. Damn, we've been tricked. Get to the turrets. Ugh. What's wrong? Squad 4. What's your situation? No one answered. Instead, screams began to spread rapidly through the smoke. Brilliant flashes of swordlight flickered all around, and without exception those who screamed never got a second chance. Enemy attack. Damn it. I know that. The problem is, where is he? He's everywhere. Bullshit. Has anyone seen him? Whoever does, stall him before you die. I see him, he's... Ah. It was all useless. The defenders kept falling. The survivors noticed more and more corpses on the ground, and what horrified them further was that not a single body was intact. All had been cleaved in two by a sharp weapon. By the Hall of Valhalla, he must be a blade demon. Nonsense. Everyone rally to me. If we group up, he can ambush us. The surviving guards quickly gathered together. With numbers came a false sense of security, and some were already boasting about making Chu Hang pay. Just then. Clatter. Two round objects rolled to their feet. Someone looked down and their face turned ashen. Grenades. The battlements fell silent. A 30-man garrison was wiped out entirely. Chu Hang had no idea why they'd huddled together to offer him such a target. Didn't they know he could see through smoke? Even an ordinary person could hear their loud voices. Idiots. Chu Hang didn't linger. He dashed toward the drawbridge at superhuman speed. On the main road, the convoy, now free from suppression, picked up speed. It was about to crash into the raised drawbridge. Captain. What are you doing, Captain? Xiao Yugen at the lead was frantic. They were about to die in a crash. Should she slow down? Just then. A figure appeared atop the gate. The lightsaber in his hand blazed gold, and with two swift cuts he severed the massive chains holding the drawbridge. Creak. Bang. The drawbridge slammed down, clearing the path. Wow, that was cool. Little stars sparkled in Xiao Yugen's eyes. She decelerated the SCV slightly, catching Chu Hang as he leaped from the wall, then floored the accelerator. The SCV roared out of the 191 market. Time to go home. This. Donald on the helicopter failed to find the right words to express his feelings, but notably his beloved red wine had spilled over his foot once again. Interesting. Optical equipment that can see through smoke and a golden lightsaber. He's got plenty of good gear, no wonder he could cut through the defenders' positions. But it's useless. The federal military attaché beside him clicked his tongue in wonder. He couldn't see what was happening inside the smoke, so naturally he couldn't truly grasp the ferocity of Chu Hang. That's why he could make such sarcastic remarks now. The Greyrock clan has deployed over a dozen long-range artillery pieces on the high levels of Cloudflow Tower. Once they dare to leave the market, these cannons can open fire without restraint. No matter how powerful our chief is, he can't withstand cannon shells, can he? If they had decisively abandoned their supplies and driven the convoy into the shantytown to engage the enemy, I might have thought better of them. The attaché shook his head and withdrew his gaze from the window. But arrogance and greed made them choose the completely exposed wasteland, so all that awaits them is to be devoured by artillery fire. Let's go, there's nothing worth watching. Donald's expression was complicated. He sighed deeply. Alas, I was actually quite interested in trading with them. What a pity. The attaché cast a subtle glance at him. You weren't saying that before. Pilot, take us to the 3rd District headquarters, we must get there before. Boom. Beep beep. Shockwave. Hold on. The pilot roared. The next second the helicopter was struck as if by a giant hand spinning and flung out a dozen meters before stabilizing again just when everyone thought they were going to crash. Damn, what's going on? Sir, you'd better look outside. Donald and the attaché quickly looked out. The next moment expressions of both turned to stone. They saw that the base of Cloudflow Tower, originally about 20 meters high, had been half blown down, now billowing thick smoke with explosions and flames constantly surging out like an awakened volcano. How could the Greyrock clan's fortress explode? Donald was greatly shocked. Who else could it be? I underestimated them. The federal attaché snorted, irritably forced to admit he had misjudged. You mean? It seems a storm is coming here. After saying that, both fell into silence. Would the Greyrock clan, having suffered such a huge loss, really let it go? Obviously not. Although Market 191 was called a market, it was also one of the most important settlements under the Greyrock clan, with a population of over 10,000. It not only served civilian functions like material transfer, supply depot, processing workshop and trading services, but was also the Greyrock clan's largest military stronghold in the border region. It was the forward base for advancing to the 5th District. Inside the fortress converted from Cloudflow Tower, hundreds of Warsons were stationed along with their massive war convoy, ready to threaten the security of Base 217 at any time. During loading, Chu Hang infiltrated the fortress. Originally he only intended to disable their artillery system to buy time for the convoy's escape. Unexpectedly he stumbled upon those Warsons loading vehicles, apparently preparing for a large-scale sortie. Coupled with the loss of contact between the Nyx convoy and Outpost 217, the target of Market 191's forces became obvious. Chu Hang immediately refused to accept that. Good grief, I never expected the future enemies would spawn from here. Then I'll just blow up this spawn point, won't I? So Chu Hang went to extra trouble, specifically found the fortress's ammunition depot and set off a big firecracker inside, hence the earth-shaking scene just now. This strike not only collapsed half the fortress, burying the convoy ready to set out, but also nearly took down Donald's helicopter by accident. One must say this fireworks display was truly satisfying. On the returning convoy. Holy shit, what exploded? Look behind, damn, half the fortress is blown sky high. 666. That's so awesome. Fucking amazing. The sound effect just now gets a full score. I almost thought I was dead. You didn't see the fireball, it was that big. Princess Juju spread her arms widely. I want to set off a firecracker this big in the future. Ha, this is the plot, obviously our captain did it, the defenders lost big this time. The players chatted and laughed and the convoy swaggered away, leaving Market 191 in chaos. Zio Oyugan had already driven the SCV back to the carrier. She climbed out of the cockpit, ran excitedly to Chu Hang's vehicle and kept asking about his operation on the city wall. Her gossipy and admiring look was quite adorable. Chu Hang was in a good mood, but considering that bragging didn't fit his dignified persona, he just smiled and said nothing, no matter how Zio Oyugan pressed. In his mind he thought, I can't show off in the game, but I can upload the first-person combat video of this battle to the official website. Let all the players admire the captain's highlight moment. In the afternoon the massive convoy returned to the valley base in full force. The players defending the base were all startled, thinking enemies were attacking, but from afar they heard the boasting in the channel and realized the captain had led a big heist. Their eyes burned with excitement. My faction am so fucking awesome. After returning they tallied the gains and rewarded merits. According to statistics, this operation yielded 5 trucks of organic grain, 2 tanker trucks of fuel, 5 transport vehicles and 13 armored off-road vehicles. The transport vehicles were the same as Chu Hang's, all produced by the Greyrock clan, welded with armor and ramming spikes. The off-road vehicles had more diverse origins, but they were generally heavily modified and finely tuned. Obviously the players had snatched top-quality ones. It was said that this was thanks to Li Sangguang. In real life he was a tuning car enthusiast and he knew these wasteland modified cars like the back of his hand, or like his own wife's, pun intended, talking with great expertise. Chu Hang immediately announced new rules. All players with a rank of second lieutenant or above can form a 4-person squad. As long as they save up and purchase a vehicle from Chu Hang they can explore freely and go on missions. But the restriction was that all squads must not go far from the valley base and must return by the night, otherwise they would receive a demerit. The punishment for a demerit was that all mission rewards would be halved for 3 days. This point had been taught to the original unruly newcomers and presumably no one would be foolish enough to violate it again. After announcing the new rules the players all crowded around, eagerly staring at Chu Hang. Chu Hang didn't waste words. Alright, now let's start the auction of the captured vehicles. This is a 5-seat 4x4 off-road pickup truck equipped with a V8 engine turbocharging and nitrous oxide injection, a spare fuel tank, a high-capacity rear cargo bed, 20mm light alloy armor, bulletproof glass, a hardened steel ram and wheels, as well as a 6-barrel 12mm rotary machine gun. Truly a formidable vehicle killer. Its only drawback is that it guzzles ammunition. Therefore this vehicle will be auctioned in a bundle with 1200 rounds of 12mm machine gun ammo with a starting bid of 100 energy coins and a minimum increment of 5 energy coins per raise. Chu Hang stood atop a towering rock, his laser pointer aimed at an imposing off-road vehicle stretching nearly 6 meters in length. System scan data materialized before his eyes and all he needed to do was read from it. 110. Brothers, do me a solid, this will be the Death Squad's ride from here on. Li Sanguan spoke up first. 120. The Panga Squad is also interested, how about you show us some face? 130. Humph, let skill decide then. 140. Hesitate and you're a dog. The players grew heated in their bidding, but just then the usually taciturn Price broke his silence. 200 energy coins. The scene fell instantly silent. Holy crap. A whale among us. Good lord, old P is keeping a low profile and striking big. 200 energy coins for a vehicle. Is he out of his mind? You wouldn't understand. Are we buying a vehicle? The car is practically free with the ammo. 200 credits for 1200 rounds of machine gun ammunition, that's an absolute steal. 6 rounds per credit. Compared to Captain's 30mm armor-piercing shells at 1 round per credit, that's already dirt cheap. Well, we can't afford that either. Bullets were exorbitantly expensive in the wasteland, but that was market price. Chu Hang could mass-produce them himself. With ample materials, equipment and energy at his disposal, his costs amounted to only a tenth of the going rate. It was simply that the players had no idea. Merely from selling ammunition, Chu Hang could recover substantial energy coins. That was why he didn't mind distributing extra mission rewards on occasion. In the end, Price's squad claimed the firepower monster. Those 4 veterans had formed Squad 141 and were eager to take to the open road. Following that successful opening, Chu Hang auctioned off 5 more off-road vehicles. Each came bundled with ammunition, selling for anywhere from a few dozen to 100 energy coins. The remainder would have to wait until a new batch of players arrived before there would be demand. As the auction drew to its close, Xiao He and his crew, veteran players all, had remained curiously uninvolved, sparking the curiosity of everyone else. Hey, are you guys running dry on funds? Need me to lend you some? Xiao He offered a mysterious smile. We've got the credits, it's just that we have other plans. Other plans? The others grew even more curious. At that moment, Chu Hang's laser pointer swung toward a massive vehicle beside him. Final lot, a medium off-road truck produced by the Greyrock clan. 6x6 suspension, a 7-liter V8 engine delivering 400 horsepower, 30mm full armor body equipped with a 12mm remote-controlled machine gun turret. Payload capacity of 10 tons, supports autonomous modification, you can haul cargo, convert it into a mobile fortress, or even tow artillery. Whatever you fancy. Starting bid 100 energy coins, minimum increment 5 energy coins. 105 energy coins. Xiao He's eyes lit up and he raised his hand without hesitation. 105 energy coins once, do I hear another bid? Chu Hang asked casually several times, but with no further offers he closed the sale at 105 energy coins to Xiao He and his team. Well, I'll be damned. Who would have guessed you'd go for a truck? What's so great about a truck? It's heavy and slow. Sure, it's armored, but clearly mobility is king. Yeah, are you guys short on funds and just grabbing a truck to get around? Ha! Xiao He grinned enigmatically without explanation. You'll understand soon enough. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to drive this beauty back. The trio disappeared behind the garbage mound within moments. Ryan, who had been sticking with them, had gone unseen for quite some time. Nobody knew what he was up to. Meanwhile, deep within the valley inside a hangar of a sunken vessel, Ryan, who had been keeping to himself, was putting the finishing touches on his prized project. Ryan Ironworks had contracted the sunken ship. The cavernous hangar had once been filled with twisted machinery and collapsed steel beams, but through Ryan and 3 others' relentless efforts, an SCV had cleared the debris and restored a gantry crane mounted on the ceiling. Suspended beneath the crane was a 3x8 array, a 24-tube rocket launcher pod. In a dedicated production zone cordoned off in the corner of the hangar, rows of pitch-black rocket warheads stood neatly aligned, numbering no less than 100. Soon after, the roar of engines echoed through the hangar as Xiao He's truck rolled through the gate and parked directly beneath the crane. Ryan, check out what we just brought back. A supply vehicle. Ryan's eyes sparkled. This is amazing. I was wondering when I'd get around to asking Captain for one. Hey, we pulled off something big this time. Happened to have some spare credits so we bought it. What have you two been up to? Ryan asked curiously while inspecting the vehicle. Come on, Ryan. You're such a shut-in you don't even know Captain's picked up the nickname Demon in the Smoke. Should I? I even moved my cryopod down here. I hardly ever return to the sunken ship anymore. Tell me everything. Ryan shrugged helplessly. The days spent inventing down here brought back memories of his lab days. It felt pretty damn good to be honest. What the hell? Time flew by and before long 5 days had passed. During this period the entire Valley base operated like a wound-up machine churning relentlessly under the joint efforts of Chu Hang and the players. The latest batch of players had come online, swelling the player ranks to a total of 100. Recruitment Mission 04 was immediately completed, rewarding a subspace upgrade that expanded storage capacity to 100 cubic meters, enough to fit an entire truck. Now only one mission remained on Chu Hang's task list: Mothership Mission 02. The objective was to fully repair the mothership and advance the seed to level 1. To better repair the battered vessel, Chu Hang retrieved a second SCV from the wreckage and personally piloted it to construct scaffolding around the ship, temporarily assembling 6 heavy crane arms to lift the entire hull clear of the ground. Only in this way could he access and repair the damage to the ship's belly. Through Chu Hang and several professional players' tireless efforts, the ship's reactor was finally restored. Most of its components were scavenged from other wrecked reactors. It was a bare-bones, pitiful affair, and Ugly didn't begin to cover it. But thankfully once Donald's fuel rods were inserted it fired right up, boosting the seed's energy reserves straight to 100. From then on Chu Hang could produce equipment through the subspace without having to count every last credit. With that settled, he could finally overhaul the equipment store and dangle some real incentives before the players. And maybe squeeze out a little extra profit along the way. Official website. Stardust closed beta server beta 1.0 version update announcement. Major update expansion Conquer Gravity now released. Synopsis: with the collective efforts of all players, the Imperial outpost has finally been established on the perilous wasteland. The next step is to repair our mothership, free her from gravity, and return to the stars. But the Empire's enemies will not stand idly by. The dangerous Zerg are also stirring. If the mothership successfully launches, all players with an average daily online time exceeding 8 hours will receive the exclusive title Honorary Crew Member. If the mothership is sunk or the captain dies, the game will be temporarily shut down and all closed beta server data will be formatted. Update content. 1. Significantly increased enemy spawn rate near the outpost base. 2. Unlocked more exchange items, equipment, vehicles, skill books, venues, unlocked equipment customization function. 3. Richer wasteland mutants and wasteland ecology. 4. Added new factions: Federal, Vanguard, Crimson Clan. 5. Released 200 closed beta slots in batches. 6. Removed nighttime activity restrictions in the game, players can log in freely. 7. Fixed some minor bugs. Current number of reservations: people. Holy crap. Why are there so many reservations? Outs. Impossible. No hacker can deceive the Fireseed system. Then they must be real people. Is Stardust already this popular? Chu Hang hadn't checked the official website for a while, but when he looked today he was shocked to find that Stardust's fan count had already exceeded 110000. And he had only released 100 closed beta slots. With so many people in line, it would be a fierce competition. He opened the forum and sure enough. Hui Foam Lapo, what's going on? A 5721 win rate. When will I ever get to board the ship? Bozy Yuning, exactly. Please, I beg you all to cancel your reservations. These game slots are all about connections. You have no chance. Busu Shua EU, where are you all from, brothers? Haixing Guanto, I'm from Billy. That video, Captain's first-person stealth carnage, has gone viral, so I came to see if it's real. Hanswang Hong Kong, the guy above is out of date. Go watch the latest Ghost in the Smoke. Lightsabers. Song Jixian Dao Abandona. I came from the postgraduate exam study group. Didi and I go Wang Baden. Postgrad exam students, why are you here? Please leave the slots for those who really need them, thank you. Wajao Silifeng, holy crap, I'm from an academic group. My advisor told me to try that neural adjustment device, they say it's amazing. Song Jixian Dao Abandon, exactly that thing. My classmate said using it can memorize all the knowledge points instantly. Guatian Li Jia, trust me everyone. This game is definitely an alien conspiracy. Anyone who uses the neural adjustment device will become a puppet of the aliens. Everyone, don't be fooled. Hepping Shurja, then you cancel your reservation first. Ah, so that's it. Chu Hang understood. Among those who reserved half were attracted by his 2 VR promotional videos and the other half were drawn by the incredible effect of the neural adjustment device, hoping to gain useful knowledge without effort. The second group certainly included many spies from various major factions. And some tech companies might have even ordered all their employees to reserve, which explains the huge number. Among the black technologies manifested by Stardust, only the fully immersive virtual reality and knowledge infusion were particularly eye-catching. If the neural adjustment device could later infuse future knowledge of the interstellar age, then Stardust would inevitably be thrust into the spotlight. But that's a matter for several versions later. Chu Hang closed the forum and set aside a separate equipment room in the small broken ship filled with a dazzling array of new gear. He estimated that the players would come to get their share of the new gear after logging in. After a while, the sound of rapid footsteps came and Zhu Gongju pulling Fanqing Diandian arrived first. "Captain, what new equipment do you have?" Chu Hang pointed to a row of brand new firearms on the table and introduced them one by one. RX-18 Special Tactical Rifle. An improved version of the 17 model with a shorter barrel for easier indoor combat. Uses 8mm BLK subsonic rounds. The heavy bullet has excellent velocity retention, 3 times the power of a submachine gun with an effective range of 200 meters. Paired with its dedicated suppressor, the firing noise can be reduced to 80 decibels, making it perfect for stealth operations. Wow, that's amazing. How much is it? I'll buy 4. This rifle requires a second lieutenant rank. It costs 10 energy coins each and 8mm BLK rounds, or 1 energy coin for 10 rounds. That's expensive. I'll just buy 2 for now. Zhu Gongju stuck out her tongue playfully. After the last SCV rampage, the all-female Starlight squad of 4 players made a huge profit. They not only paid off their previous debts and gained the right to rent the SCV, but also earned a tidy sum. As for the male players who had lent them money, they were a bit upset. They had hoped to support the girls, but now the girls had become little rich ladies and didn't need them at all. It was a blow to their pride. "What about these?" Chu Hang casually picked up a large sniper rifle. RX-9 12mm anti-material sniper rifle. Its main features are accuracy and immense power. It's the most powerful firearm below electromagnetic weapons. 1 armor-piercing explosive round can disable an armored vehicle. 20 energy coins each and 1 energy coin per armor-piercing explosive round. Damn. That's also fierce. Give me 1. Hey, take it easy. Can your small frame handle such a big gun? Fanqing Diandian quickly tugged at Zhu Gongju. This girl was a hardcore FPS fan and couldn't resist guns. "Don't worry about that. Chu Hang interjected. The shop has unlocked many new skills, including advanced versions of basic abilities. For example, under basic marksmanship there are field specialist, CQB specialist, sniper specialist. If you also learn basic hand-to-hand combat, you can learn gun fu. Gun fu. Give me 1 now." Kikisi happened to arrive, and upon hearing about gun fu his eyes lit up. He bought the skill without hesitation. He had originally wanted to learn Chu Hang's sword techniques and then get a lightsaber. But Chu Hang himself was only a beginner with the lightsaber and had no spare to give. He only said that high-frequency blade weapons might be available later, so Kikisi should stay hopeful. Holy crap, there's even hacker equipment. Datu was also pleasantly surprised. He had wanted to go the hacker route, but the Wasteland's low digitalization level gave him no chance to use his skills and he lacked proper gear. What Chu Hang had added to the shop was a handheld computer. With it, Data could easily hack into the security systems of Wasteland outposts, even hijack their communications. Chu Hang watched as more and more players came to browse. Suddenly he clapped his hands. "There's one more high-end piece of equipment here, limited to 3 sets. First come, first served." With that he stepped aside, revealing a formidable metal frame behind him. The players' mouths instantly watered. Holy crap! An exoskeleton. On Earth in 2088, mechanical exoskeletons had already been universally adopted by militaries worldwide. Though models varied drastically, their core functions remained identical, significantly enhancing soldiers' mobility and load-bearing capacity while providing supplementary protection and modular expansion options. The Starforger Type 1 mechanical exoskeleton comes in 3 variants. Type A is military-grade, emphasizing lightness and protection. Type B is industrial, focused on power output and endurance. Type C is scientific, equipped with a complete NBC protection system and capable of mounting research modules. Each basic set is priced at 300 energy coins, with additional function modules available for customization based on your needs. TSK. That's expensive. The players collectively gasped as if doused in cold water. They had pooled their money together just to buy vehicles, and spending 300 energy coins on a single exoskeleton felt like an outrageous extravagance. "Captain, give me an engineering model." Just then Ryan's voice rang out from behind the crowd. Grinning, he squeezed his way up to Chu Hang and said boldly, "Captain, could you help me install some tool modules?" Chu Hang nodded. Everyone else erupted into commotion. "Ryan, you slippery one. Hidden depths indeed, but do you even have that kind of money?" Ryan grinned smugly and said to Chu Hang, "Captain, I submitted a bounty task. The reward should be enough to cover the payment, right?" Chu Hang found this amusing. "Indeed. The system has confirmed your completion. You will receive 100 combat credits and a reward of 326 energy coins." Holy crap, what kind of mission gives such a massive reward? The players were even more shocked by this result than before. They remembered their last raid with Chu Hang where each person had only received 30 or 40 coins. Hee, nothing much. I just built some military supplies for the Empire. The so-called bounty task was one Chu Hang had originally posted for him, to develop an affordable and effective fire support weapon that would complement the Empire's standard-issue arms produced in subspace, creating a layered combat capability. For this purpose, Chu Hang had even specially approved a sunken ship as his production base and provided numerous raw materials at discounted prices. And Ryan had lived up to expectations, finally developing his Thunderfire 2.0, a low-cost, simply constructed, highly versatile rocket launcher. But no matter how Chu Hang looked at it, he felt Ryan had plagiarized a classic Blue Star design. He had often seen similar civilian versions in war-torn regions. But what difference did that make? What could the wasteland's conditions possibly be like? Submit your requirements to the system and you can come pick up the exoskeleton tomorrow. Alright, I'll go back to my work now. Thanks for the trouble, Captain. Ryan was about to leave gleefully when Chu Hang suddenly spoke up. "Wait, you can't leave." "Ha!" Ryan was stunned, thinking he had gotten himself into trouble. The guard post spotted a convoy heading toward the base. "Hostile intentions. Hurry and prepare your weapons, they'll be needed for the upcoming battle." "Ah, that's what this is about. Just watch me." Ryan patted his chest with confidence. Upon hearing this, the other players thought, "Great, another fight. Right after the version update and they're already serving up something big." As expected of the Stardust official developers, they really know how to deliver. So everyone quickly purchased weapons and ammunition from Chu Hang, rubbing their hands in anticipation of the coming battle to earn money for exoskeletons. At the same time, outside the valley on the wasteland, a massive convoy was speeding toward them. Judging by the scale, the combat vehicles alone exceeded 100. Though most were light vehicles, the fanatical Sons of War riding atop them made it clear this was an elite unit of the Greyrock tribe. At the center of the convoy, over a dozen heavily modified heavy trucks formed the main phalanx. Aside from those serving as mobile bunkers and transporting ammunition and supplies, at the very center stood a colossal truck fully 2 stories tall. From its completely altered primer, it seemed to have been brought by the human forces that originally invaded the 10th star ring, designed specifically for transporting oversized ammunition and parts. 8 massive tires, each 3 meters tall, supported the vehicle. The spacious rear had been transformed into a steel fortress bristling with gun barrels. At the top stood the Greyrock tribe's totem banner, beneath which a red-clad bass player with a distinctly punk appearance was surrounded by loudspeakers pointing in all directions. Even from the hilltop, the players could faintly hear the insanely energetic heavy metal rock. "Holy shit, this NPC is so damn cool. It's getting me hyped. Don't believe me? Touch it yourself. Get lost, don't mess with me. Ha ha ha, this is our first battle. Everyone can't drop the ball. Aim carefully before shooting and watch your fire rhythm." All the players guarding the fortress at the pass were newcomers. Normally, when veteran players went out, the tasks of scavenging and mining were handed to them. So Chu Hang entrusted them with the safest position, allowing them to quickly adapt to the battlefield and earn their first combat credits upon entering the game. After the version update, daily missions only rewarded energy coins. Combat credits could only be obtained through collective warfare or wartime bounties. For example, when the Death Squad went out hunting and encountered a raider camp along the way, they simply destroyed it on a whim. Unless Chu Hang issued a specific wartime bounty demanding the heads of those raiders, the Death Squad would earn no combat credits from such encounters, only the right to claim all supplies from the destroyed raider camp. This greatly restricted the speed at which players could advance in rank. Promoting from lieutenant to captain required a full 1600 combat credits. The veteran players' benefit of advancing 1 rank every few days since server launch would hardly exist anymore. At this moment, the veteran players were all on standby in the war wagons behind the fortress. Chu Hang had never intended to passively take blows. When the time came, he would deliver a fatal strike. "Price, hold your fire for now, let them come closer." Understood. All members of the 141 squad were positioned on the mountaintop. It was not just the original 4 anymore, but a full 10. Having tasted success, Price had recruited many disabled comrades, and Chu Hang naturally welcomed them with open arms. With these 10 of them in place, Chu Hang felt completely confident about the mountaintop position. "Captain, the enemy has reached the outpost at the mountain's base." At the mountaintop observation post, Phantom lay camouflaged in a rock crevice, an RX-9 anti-material sniper rifle in hand. Soap crouched beside him, gripping an RX-17 fitted with a 6-power scope used as a designated marksman rifle. Beside them, ammunition cases were neatly stocked with various calibers of sniper rounds, all allocated by Chu Hang for their use. Not just these two, there were 2 similar sniper teams positioned across the battlefield providing cross-coverage. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 men under Price's command operated a 90mm anti-aircraft gun and 3 90mm mortars. All 3 guns had been upgraded and modified by Rhine, offering a qualitative leap in performance compared to before. Particularly impressive was their newly equipped subspace-produced high-grade ammunition, which would surely deliver substantial surprises to the enemy. One could say Chu Hang had basically deployed everything he had this time. He was just afraid the enemy wouldn't show up. The show was about to begin. Boom! At the foot of the mountain, outpost 217 is suddenly a violent explosion, devouring nearby off-road vehicles and turning more than a dozen of the Sons of War who went to inspect into ashes. Inside the fortress rear, a leather-clad, ammo-belt-wrapped muscular brute snorted. "This is a dispatch reconnaissance vehicles to locate that group of rats and let their blood wash away the stain of the 191 market." The Sons of War underling quickly relayed the order. A massive convoy dispersed, dozens of off-road vehicles charged up the hillside, scouring Chu Hang and his companions' traces like mad dogs, and finding the valley base would be only a matter of time. In the lookout atop the mountain, Chu Hang with Scarface observed the situation below. Scarface saw the enormous beast at the foot of the mountain and his face changed color, his voice trembling, calling out, "Qiangshi Hao. They actually brought the Qiangshi Hao. It seems you have really angered old Joe the Immortal. We should flee quickly." Scarface asked if it was Qiangshi Hao. Chu Hang with interest held the telescope. "It looks heavy, though it carries many cannons. Its caliber probably does not exceed 200mm, a caliber that would not pierce the valley fortress walls." Scarface opened his mouth, then sighed. "Qiangshi Hao is the Huiyin clan's second strongest war machine. He used to be its main gunner on it. The Nihon took him off that post." Chu Hang couldn't help but smile. "No, that's just self-deception. The real reason is that Qiangshi Hao has been fitted with an electromagnetic cannon purchased from the Federation, and I am not sharp enough to operate that high-tech, so I was kicked out for my disability." Electromagnetic cannon. Chu Hang's expression grew solemn. He asked what model it was and the mass of the projectile. "Of course, I spent many sleepless nights memorizing those damned parameters," Scarface said, showing grievance. "That electromagnetic cannon was refurbished and sold to us by the Federation. It can fire a 1 kilogram shell with 500 megajoules of kinetic energy. Its power is terrifying." Chu Hang nodded slightly. "This power is indeed formidable. The kinetic energy of the main gun of Blue Star's conventional main battle tanks is only 20 to 30 megajoules. As for Blue Star's historically famous 460mm day cannon, muzzle energy is around 444 megajoules, but the two weapons are vastly different in size. The power is impressive, but I don't believe you can handle it unless the gunner and maintenance crew are Federation personnel." Scarface nodded with a bitter smile. "Indeed. Federation vanguard troops are scarce. They couldn't lend it to us. When the cannon was bought, the Federation taught only 3 days, and since then the cannon has been malfunctioning. Whenever we asked for after-sales support, they claimed it was our misoperation, then forced us to buy replacement parts at our own expense plus labor costs." Geez. That routine sounds familiar. Blue Star's 3 brothers probably have a lot to say about this. "In short, this cannon is precious. Since purchase, it's been used mainly as a deterrent and has hardly fired. Now I doubt we can fire it at all. But this is only self-deception. If it really fires, we will all be reduced to ashes." Chu Hang nodded. "Thanks for the intel. Now draw the Qiangshi Hao schematics. After that you're done." "What are you planning to do?" "In the Qiangshi Hao's command chamber. Captain Xianfu, we have found man-made structures on the hillside in region 217. It's a valley fortress. I think the rats' main camp should be there." "Excellent." Captain Xianfu rose, slapping a subordinate's shoulder hard. "The opponent, seeing us, dares only to use traps and other unsightly methods to harass. That shows their strength is not great, and the advantage lies with us." The subordinate grimaced, but hurried to praise Captain Xianfu was wise. "Very well, issue my orders. The main force advances toward the target fortress. Prepare siege equipment and conventional artillery, and we'll spend the night at the rat's nest." "The Wrath of Qiangshi. Should we prepare it?" Captain Xianfu's face darkened and he slapped a subordinate aside. "You moron, use the Wrath of Qiangshi to hit the rat's nest. You're really something. You must be a Federation spy, right?" No, I'm not." The subordinate hurriedly kowtowed. Captain Xianfu stared at him with crimson eyes for a moment, then snorted. "Get out. I want to enjoy a fine meal. Seeing you fills me with disgust." The command room quickly quieted, leaving Captain Xianfu and a large table of bloody raw meat before him. The vast war convoy surged up the mountain. Due to the terrain, light tanks formed into rows climbing up along the winding switchback road. Look, they're already climbing the mountain. So many vehicles, there must be several hundred people. The more the better, these are walking battle credits. The defenders watched the enemy flood up from below like ants and began to murmur. Captain, how should we strike when the time comes? The defender in charge is an old player with rich siege experience. Wait until they come a little closer. The captain has equipped us with RPGs. Later each one gets a shot. If you miss, don't blame me. Understood. If you can't hit, I'll just dive down with a pack of explosives. Ha, do you think that behemoth at the foot of the mountain will climb up? Impossible. Which mountain road could bear such a heavy chassis? If it can climb up, I will eat my words on stream. Brother, you may start. Before the words finished, the giant silhouette roared to full power. 8 giant tires ground the rocks as it stubbornly crawled up the mountain road. What the hell is this demonic suspension system? No matter what, we're in trouble. I hope the captain has countermeasures. Everyone check weapons and ammo, prepare for battle. Half an hour later. The enemy drew nearer. The bassist atop Chansher How had already gotten into the mood. Behind him 8 strongmen pounding drums, the beats pressing like a black cloud. Chu Hang's voice crackled over the command channel. The defense forces follow the blast signals and prepare to fire. Click clack. A sequence of gunfire chambering sounded from the fortress. Next booms rumbled. IEDs set along the mountain road detonated one after another, flipping each light vehicle, yet the following squad surged onward. Fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dense gunfire echoed through the valley. Only machine guns. How come they have no artillery? Captain Shinfu gnawed on the bloody leg while the sounds of battle raged around him. All sons of war, charge. Our advantage is great. Suppress them with artillery. At the main position of the Wei Yin clan, the artillery carriers beside the strong stone unfolded, revealing large caliber howitzers no less than 150 mm rising from the cargo beds. At the command of the commander of 1,000, a crowd of war children howled as they rammed shells into the breeches and yanked the lanyards. Ha ha ha, tremble. Let undying old Joe reap your souls. Boo. 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 The thunder of artillery echoed as several large caliber shells landed near the fortress walls, with only one directly striking the wall, yet it merely left a few scorch marks on the steel armor. Ha ha ha, is that all the power you've got? Tickling me. Hey, let go of my leg before you say that. Tisk looks fierce, but the accuracy is so pathetic. Are you trying to scare us to death? Hey, you there, translate quickly. Facing the first barrage, the players inside the fortress mercilessly mocked their enemies, while the captive Ensuafu held a teleprompter and used an electric loudspeaker to taunt the opposing forces outside. Undying old Joe's bootlickers, didn't you get enough of his rotten footskin today? So weak and feeble. Ugh, who wrote this line? So gross. But it's addictive, ha 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 ha. This was a special arrangement by Chu Hang to create a taunting companion that would enrage the enemy, keeping their attention firmly fixed on the front line. The veteran players' convoy had already slipped out of the valley through the back entrance of the mine at the start of the battle, their whereabouts unknown. Meanwhile, inside the strong stone's command room, these rats dare to blaspheme undying old Joe. Keep bombing. I'll rip off their heads and drink from their skulls. The commander of 1,000 roared in fury, evidently far more loyal than Scarface. The war children grew energized, ceaselessly loading ammunition into the gun barrels. More and more shells landed near the fortress, blasting gravel and sand into the air in front of the gate. A large number of war children had already taken cover behind nearby obstacles, waiting only for the bombardment to end before storming the city for a massacre. Haha, he's triggered. He's triggered. Oh, stop bombing, I'm so scared. Hey, have you noticed? Insulting that so-called undying old Joe is super effective. Of course, with such high prestige, he's definitely a regional boss. Let's form a group and take him down. You're so twisted, but count me in. The players felt the earth-shaking explosions outside, yet they still had the leisure to joke and chat, utterly carefree. A few minutes later, the artillery fire finally subsided. The outer walls of the fortress were battered severely, with many places torn open, and the largest breach even had its armor plates stripped away. Yet the main structure remained stable and the players' casualties were not too heavy. Undying old Joe watches over us. For the Hall of Valor. Kill. Dozens of war chariots charged ahead, racing toward the fortress walls. Good grief, did that old Joe ascend to heaven or what? Watches over you. Take this RPG. Whoosh. A rocket-propelled grenade whizzed out from within the fortress, trailing white smoke, and struck the front of a chariot. Boo. The armor-piercing warhead released a blazing metal jet, instantly piercing the enemies inside the cabin. The out-of-control chariot plunged off the mountain road, tumbling down into the ravine. Ha ha ha, bullseye. Damn, who fires an RPG indoors? Choking me to death. It's dangerous outside, and besides we're clones, tough as nails, no big deal. Stop yapping, keep firing. Whoosh. Whoosh. One RPG after another shot out. But this time the enemy was prepared, so more than half of them missed, infuriating the players, who grabbed their guns and began a furious retaliation. A hail of bullets raked the battlefield again and again. However, the enemy was well versed in such siege warfare, and the siege vehicles they sent not only had extremely thick armor but also carried folding ladders on their rear platforms. Amid drums and rock music, waves of warchildren charged fearlessly toward the walls, only to be mowed down by players shredded by machine guns or riddled with grenade shrapnel. After sacrificing hundreds of lives, the latter vehicles finally managed to clamp onto the battlements, resisting the defensive fire. Molotov cocktails. A torrent of firebombs rained down. This time the effect was good. Fuel seeped through the cracks into the vehicles, followed by blood-curdling screams from within. Haha, taste the scorching truth. Whoa, dodge. The comrade beside him suddenly dove away. The first player didn't react in time and was engulfed by a tongue of flames spraying up from under the wall, instantly turning into a living torch. Damn, they have flamethrowers. The defending players were forced back by the flames, and the brief lull in fire allowed several more ladders to be set up in the chaos, but the players were too disorganized to manage. Move the ammunition away, don't let it catch fire. Get to the battlements and kick the ladders off. No can do, there are enemy drones in the sky, we can't go out on the platform. Where's the water? Put him out first. The new players perfectly demonstrated what it meant to each fight for himself. Everyone's idea was sound, but on the battlefield priorities had to be set. The player engulfed in flames stood there dazed. Ma, I'm on fire. Doesn't hurt. Just feels like all my tendons are twitching. A truly novel experience. He knew this body wouldn't last long. Once the nerves were dead, he'd be forced offline. So he decided to do something for his comrades before he died. Water's here. Whoa, what are you doing? Put down the satchel charge. His comrade rushed back with a bucket of water, only to see the burning man pick up a bundle of explosives, a brilliant smile spreading across his bloodied face. I'll blow up the siege vehicle for you. With that he jumped without looking back from a gap in the wall. A fey. No. Boom. A thunderous roar and the towering siege vehicle collapsed. Immediately after, a massive fireball rose from the base of the wall, reaching the height of the third-floor breach, apparently setting off the flamethrower's fuel tank inside. The players inside the fortress were jolted. Then. A fey, awesome. What a perfect blast. Right on time. This is how you fight. So damn satisfying. Damn, why be a coward in a game? I'll be back in 2 days as a fresh hero. Brothers, watch me become a god. Another heavily wounded player stepped forward. He had initially planned to test the health regeneration, but with the atmosphere building to this point, he felt compelled to do something worthy of the game's immersive realism. With that he mimicked the action, grabbed a satchel charge and leaped from another breach. Boom. Yet another siege vehicle was blown apart. The players cheered wildly, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Farewell, brother, I'll be right behind you. Long live the captain. Empire victorious. Kill. Take care of my 7th granduncle and his 3rd niece. Slaughter them all. It seems the new recruits have entered the zone. On the mountaintop observation post, Chu Hang and Price watched the battlefield, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. He naturally knew that the city wall had nearly been lost just now. And that was exactly what he wanted. He was pressed for time. If he didn't put some pressure on the newcomers, how could they grow quickly? What's more, he had hidden a full 6 defender robots in the fortress. Even if the players failed, these killing machines could retake the fortress. Rock solid. Captain, when do we make our move? Now. Chu Hang pointed at the enemy's main position several kilometers away. The enemy has committed hundreds to the siege. They can't use long-range artillery anymore. Rolling rocks would bury their own troops below. So you can fire it, will clip the wings of the Challenger and create conditions for the assault team. Understood. Price's eyes lit up, his long dormant killing intent and battle spirit were boiling. By the way, have Ghost take out that bassist first, he's too noisy. Okay, I'll notify him right away. Price couldn't help but laugh. Obviously he also couldn't appreciate the Wasteland Tribe's rock style. Over at Ghost's. Ghost, the captain thinks that red-clothed guy is too noisy. Understood, arranging it now. Ghost, wearing a skull mask, lay prone on the ground with a sand-colored RX-9 anti-material rifle in front of him, mounted with an expensive electro-optical targeting system that allowed him to clearly see targets 3 kilometers away. Ghost loaded an armor-piercing explosive round into the chamber. Bang! The muffled gunshot echoed across the valley. The bassist was still singing, dancing and rapping. The next second, half his body exploded into a mist of blood and the remaining half of his corpse spun through the air, smashing right into the command room window. At that moment the Chili Arch was cursing loudly over the frontline defeat. Then suddenly there was a bang and half a corpse splattered against the observation window in front of him. His vision flooded with red and the rock music from his ears ceased abruptly. The Kiliarch's face instantly twisted with fury. This was a blatant provocation. You dare kill my band? Fine. You've successfully angered me. As he spoke, the muscles beneath his skin began to swell, veins and sinews writhing like earthworms, and an endless surge of blood energy flooded his eyes. Lord Kiliarch, you must calm down. If this continues, you'll go berserk. His subordinates heard the commotion inside and knew exactly what was happening. They rushed in, throwing themselves onto the Kiliarch to hold him down, and one of them quickly injected him with a sedative. The Kiliarch finally calmed down a bit. All his subordinates wore expressions of having narrowly escaped death. If they had been a moment slower, the berserk Kiliarch would have torn apart every living thing in sight. This was the origin of his nickname Mad Beast. His best record was single-handedly slaughtering an entire enemy clan camp, over 200 people falling to his hands, and he still walked away unscathed after being shot dozens of times. In a way, his berserk physical attributes were even more monstrous than a super mutant's. Kiliarch Mad Beast finally regained a bit of reason, panting heavily as he spoke. Immediately activate the Wrath of Changer and crush these vermin. Yes, Lord Kiliarch. I guarantee that under the Wrath of Changer the enemy will go to hell to repent for everything they've done. Our brave sons of war will soon storm the enemy camp, bringing you victory and glory. It had better be so. The subordinate, relieved, went to execute the activation procedure. Just then the whistling of artillery shells suddenly came from above. Everyone in the command room looked out and saw countless meteors of fire raining down from the sky, their target exactly their artillery positions. Impossible. How could they have such a scale of rocket artillery? Didn't the intelligence report say they only had a few broken vehicles? Rather than saying the intelligence was wrong, it was more like there was no intelligence at all. All their understanding of Chu Hang's side was almost entirely based on their own subjective assumptions. Quick, disperse the convoy. But it was already too late. Rocket after rocket screamed down from the sky, dazzling flames instantly engulfing the entire position. Artillery carriers were overturned one after another by the explosions, and smoke columns and debris from the shockwaves soared hundreds of meters into the air. Woohoo, great bombing. Ha ha ha, now you know how it feels to be bombed. Dignity lies only at the edge of the sword. Truth only within the range of cannons. Fire. The Valley Fortress had already been breached by the fearless sons of war. The players' fighting spirit was in no way inferior to the enemy's. Amid the enemy's shocked and furious expressions, they stubbornly held the line, repeatedly contesting control of the wallhead, with the landing enemies eventually escalating into a brutal hand-to-hand combat. Just then the rocket artillery roared. The Greyrock clan's artillery positions suffered a devastating blow, and the players' morale instantly soared. Seizing the opportunity of the enemy's chaos, they sounded the horn for counterattack. Kill. Drive the enemy off the wall. Victory belongs to the Empire. Sound the charge, fix bayonets. Oh wow, I'm so hyped I can't stop. I want to fight 10. Some players without melee weapons grabbed any weapon they could see, shouting bizarre slogans as they charged at the enemy. A defeated army collapses like a landslide. The Kiliarch's fate was unknown, and the remaining Sons of War's morale instantly dissipated as they began to retreat in panic down the mountain. Damn, don't let them escape. Avenge the fallen brothers. Earn more merits for the fallen brothers. Wow bro, you're too real. Price and his team also joined the battle at the right moment. With the threat of artillery from below gone, the 90mm anti-aircraft guns were used in direct fire mode, one shot per vehicle, cutting off the enemy's retreat. Mortars fired rapidly, weaving the hillside where the enemy retreated into a hell of shrapnel and corpses. Warning, energy buildup detected bearing. The battle was going well, but just then the system suddenly issued an alert. The Changer had not been destroyed and its electromagnetic main cannon was charging. Chu Hang stood on the mountaintop gazing at the colossal beast below, his expression calm. Xiao Hei, where are you? A faint static came through the channel, and the next second Xiao Hei's flamboyant voice rang out. Ha ha ha, Captain, we're not late, are we? Chu Hang snorted coldly. Xiao Hei quickly coughed and became serious. Reporting to the captain, the assault team of 30 is in attack position. Please give orders. Immediately fire EMP grenades to disable the enemy's main cannon. Then kill on sight. Understood. Xiao Hei's voice instantly rose. Brothers, did you hear that? The captain says no survivors. Kill. For the fallen brothers. Floor it for the captain. For the sake of protecting Xiao Yugan's smile. For Chef Li's rice bowl. For all that is good in the world. Draw swords. Damn it, why hasn't the main cannon fired yet? Commander, we've been hit by an EMP attack. We need some time to recover from the electronic failure. His subordinate explained, sweating profusely. But judging by his flustered expression, he clearly lacked confidence in fixing the malfunctions. A bunch of incompetence. You have only 5 minutes or I'll feed you all to my hounds. But he wanted to explain to the commander how troublesome an EMP was. Even the Federation couldn't fix it in 5 minutes, but seeing the other's gradually reddening pupils, he wisely swallowed his words. No problem. The subordinate quickly scurried off. The commander paced irritably in the command room, admitting to himself that he had underestimated the enemy. To make his artillery fire more accurately, he had ordered the convoy to take the mountain road, eventually crowding them all onto a small slope, creating an opportunity for the enemy's rocket strike. But that was all a matter of intelligence. He admitted the enemy's rocket launchers were powerful, but once his Chancellor's wrath restarted, how would the enemy cope with the power of technology? Everything will be fine then. The enemy will crumble like tiles in clay before the Chancellor. What is that? The commander suddenly noticed 2 stealthy figures outside the vehicle using rocks and wreckage to approach the Chancellor. Though they were equipped with suppressors, the gunfire couldn't escape his mutated superhuman perception. In terms of perception alone, he was no worse than Chu Hang. Vile sneak attackers. Furious from earlier, he only now remembered a question: where did the EMP come from? Clearly these bumbling attackers were responsible for disabling his cannon. Since you dare to come before me, let my pets have some fun with you. The commander grinned with malicious delight. Outside the Chancellor. Big head, why do we have to infiltrate? Can't we just storm in? Kekexio crawled forward beside Big Head, muttering, I just bought this gun and it's already scratched. You brute. Big Head rolled his eyes, pointing at the 2-story tall Chancellor. That big thing is only disabled, not blown up. Charging in would be suicide. We only have a few vehicles. Where would we get replacements if they're destroyed? Besides, don't you want to capture this behemoth? That's definitely more meritorious than blowing it up. Fine. Kekexia shrugged. And that black dog, he's a sniper, so he's probably hiding in some corner. Sure, there are 2 people ahead. Let's take them out together. Big Head suddenly stopped. A dozen meters away, 2 sons of war crawled out from an overturned vehicle wreck, unaware of their presence. I'll take the left one. 3, 2, 1, fire. Put. The suppressed RX-18 fired BLK low-velocity rounds. The low gunshots were barely audible on the battlefield. Both enemies fell simultaneously. Wow, this gun is amazing. Both were delighted with the new weapon. Having experienced everything from the worst iron barrel rifles, they were qualified to judge a gun's quality. The RX-18 was clearly worth every penny. 50 meters left. I can see the door. Let's charge and kill everyone who sees us. That's a perfect infiltration. We won't even need Sangwon's support. Please don't jinx it. Kekexia wanted to cover Big Head's mouth. The last time at the 191 market he had jinxed them badly, and Kekexia wasn't trusting him again. They crept forward a few more meters. Then suddenly things went awry. What the hell is that? A dark shadow leaped from the Chancellor and charged straight at them. Shit. I told you not to jinx it. Kekexia's dynamic vision was sharper. He recognized it as an oversized hound, a mildly mutated mishmash, but its fangs and claws were all too real. Infiltration failed. Prepare for assault. Big Head shouted into the channel, then dropped prone and opened fire. The beast agilely dodged between cover rounds, missing it. It seized the moment when their ammo ran out and pounced on Kekexia. Kekexia abandoned his rifle. He drew his pistol, held it close to his chest, and as the hound lunged, he sidestepped, raised the gun, and fired point-blank into the beast's abdomen. Bang! 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 Rapid gunfire erupted. Blood sprayed from the mutated hound's belly. It rolled on the ground and fled in pain. Big Head reloaded and rushed to support. The beast was too fast. Big Head had thought Kekexia was done for, but he'd actually fought back. 666 nice moves. If you think my gunfu was for nothing. If I had a good melee weapon, I'd have done a sliding cut. Stop bragging. Those shots probably alerted every enemy. Kekexia quickly reloaded. Who knows how we were spotted? Don't stop here, charge in. They sprinted toward the Chancellor, the ladder to the door in sight. Left. They both fired left, driving back the hound that was about to attack. Then Kekexia leaped and grabbed the external ladder of the Chancellor. You go first. I'll cover. Kekexia climbed up quickly while Big Head fired frequently below, keeping the hound at bay. Just then running footsteps sounded from inside the door. Kekexia looked up from the ladder and saw a son of war poking his head out of the door. Their eyes met and a dark muzzle was already aimed at Kekexia's forehead. Wait. Kakexio's heart sank as he tried to stop the enemy from firing. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A few drops of blood splattered on Kakexio's face. He stared in astonishment as the enemy was shot in the head and tumbled heavily from the doorway. Nanny! He wasn't the one dead. Haha, you owe me one. Black Dog's voice suddenly came through the channel. Kakexio remembered that their half-baked sniper was still around. His face darkened. Damn, where the hell were you? Why didn't you help us with the dog earlier? Black Dog quickly changed the subject. Ahem, focus on the fight. Sanguang and the others are pinned down by the Chuncher's bunker. You need to open the way for them. He wouldn't admit that the beast was too fast for him to aim at. He could only shoot at slow targets to rack up his KPIs. Trash! Kakexio cursed as he climbed inside the Chuncher, and soon the clatter of gunfire echoed from within. Half a minute later, Kakexio poked his head out and waved at Big Head. Come on up, I'll cover you. Big Head quickly climbed the ladder. The mutated hound paced around below for a while, then vanished into the shadows under the vehicle. Phew, finally safe. Let's hurry and take out the fire points on the vehicle. Just then Black Dog's startled cry came through the channel. Watch out! Behind you! From behind! Kakexio reacted first. He turned and fired without hesitation, but in the next moment a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying off the vehicle and crashing heavily onto the ground. Damn it! Put! Kakexio couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It didn't hurt, but the punch left him gasping for breath, his vision darkening. Rat-tat-tat. At that moment the sound of the RX-18 firing came from the vehicle, but it soon stopped abruptly. A heavy thud landed beside him. Turning his head, he saw that Data had also been thrown down, looking just as disheveled. Bang! Bang! The roar of sniper rifles echoed in the distance, followed by Xiaohei's anxious voice over the channel. It's a boss. My bullets can't even penetrate him. You two get out of here. A boss. Kakexio looked up and nearly popped his eyes out. Damn, where did this Hulk come from? A man nearly 2.5 meters tall with bulging muscles squeezed out of the vehicle door, landing heavily before them. A bright yellow ammunition belt was crossed over his chest and a machine gun was tucked under his arm like a toy. He had just knocked Kakexio and Data flying with 2 punches. The beast that had attacked them earlier also emerged, obediently following at the man's feet, baring its teeth and barking with the arrogance of a lapdog. You can still get up after taking my punch, little mouse. You're stronger than I thought, worthy of being my main course. The Centurion sneered down at Kakexio and Datu. His eyes were almost entirely bloodshot, on the verge of losing control. Kakexio's mind raced. Escape was impossible. The boss's stats completely overwhelmed theirs, and the machine gun in his hand was no joke. If they resisted, they'd be riddled with bullets. In that case, don't kill me, I surrender. Kakexio tossed his gun aside, raised his hands above his head and performed a French salute. Data followed suit, seemingly giving up resistance. Tisk, rats are always rats. You're used to bowing to absolute force, and you'll never become warriors as strong as me. Tell me, who is your leader? Who gave you the guts to attack the Great Grey Rock Clan? The Centurion strode over and yanked Kakexio up. It was your mother who sent me. She told me to tell you that I'm your long-lost biological father. I should have shot you straight into the chamber pot back then you wouldn't have grown up to look like a face even your own mother wouldn't recognize. What did you say? The Centurion didn't understand, but Kakexio kept going. I can tell this is your first time being human and you have no experience. You've perfectly dodged every trait a person should have. Is that a tumor on your neck? Which page of the Classic of Mountains and Seas are you on? Did you hide when humans were evolving? Arg. Damn it, what are you talking about? The Centurion's limited patience had run out. Although the prisoner kept a fawning expression, the Centurion felt he was being mocked. He tightened his grip and Kakexio's neck creaked, his face turning purple. Just then, pfft. A large-caliber armor-piercing explosive round tore through the air, instantly striking the Centurion's arm, blasting it into a pulp, followed by the sonic boom of the bullet. The bullet had come from the mountaintop. Kakexio dropped to the ground, rolled behind a nearby obstacle and yelled, "Idiot, I'm waiting for backup." What are you waiting for? He pulled out a grenade and tossed it at the Centurion. Eat shit. The grenade arced gracefully through the air, but the next second a massive hand with bulging veins caught it and crushed it into a sparkler. Holy crap. Why does this boss have so much health? He had expected the boss to be heavily wounded after losing an arm, but instead the enemy reacted swiftly and precisely crushed the grenade. Ugh. I'll kill you all. The Centurion roared, raising his machine gun with his remaining arm and opening fire at Kakexio's cover. Bang. 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 A row of bullet holes appeared in the cover. Cachexia ducked down, shielding his head, and cursed, "Damn it, can you guys be any slower? Haha, we're here. Finally Li Sangguang's voice came through the channel, followed by intense gunfire. The main player force had arrived. How dare you bully my brothers? Only I can bully them. Hoo time to fight the boss. Axio, keep aggro on the boss. Monster, have a taste of justice from Old Sun's RPG. Within seconds the Centurion's towering figure was engulfed in concentrated fire. Cachexia finally breathed a sigh of relief, but just then the persistent hound appeared behind the cover and pounced on him. Damn. Help. Help. Teammates. Save me. Cachexia blocked the hound's jaws with his hands. The beast's strength wasn't as great as he expected, it must have been injured. Soon man and dog were locked in a struggle. After a moment. Bang. Datu arrived, blowing the beast's head off with his shotgun and pulling Cachexia, now covered in dog blood, to his feet. Phew, why am I the only one getting beaten when we're both holding aggro? Cachexia panted, glaring at Datu. Where were you when I was getting pummeled? Datu grinned and raised his shotgun. I went to grab a gun. Cachexia was speechless. What a fight. Originally he was supposed to ambush and create an opening for the main player force, but they ended up running straight into the boss. Now the main force had to come back and help them take down the boss. Still, it wasn't a bad outcome, killing the boss was worth it. Roar. What the hell was that noise? Everyone stared in shock at the source of the sound. And they saw a 3-meter-tall monstrous figure emerging from the smoke kicked up by the RPG. Holy crap, boss, second phase. Damn, this guy must have injected himself with G-virus or something. The players weren't wrong, the Centurion had completely lost his human form, becoming a grotesque creature like something from Resident Evil after a G-virus injection. No one knew what had happened to him. It was clearly beyond a berserk state, the excessive damage had triggered a mutation. Kill. The monster's distorted voice growled out a single word, then swung its mutated claws, tearing through the wreckage of a vehicle toward Cachexia. Oh crap. Cachexia's scalp tingled and he scrambled out of the way. Why doesn't aggro reset in the second phase? How are we supposed to fight this? He ran ahead, the monster chasing behind him while the other players gleefully fired away. But the second phase boss was almost bulletproof, even able to catch and crush RPGs. Finally Cachexia was cornered. He slumped to the ground in despair, watching the monster's claws descend. It's over. Just then a golden sword light descended from the sky, cleaving the monster in two. Through the falling corpse Cachexia joyfully saw Chu Hang calmly sheathing his sword. The silver liquid still dripping from his clothes indicated he had just glided down from the mountaintop to save the day. Cachexia rushed over and hugged Chu Hang's leg. Wah, Captain. Why did you take so long? Go burn this corpse completely. Chu Hang, his face dark, shook off Cachexia, who was clinging to his leg, and pointed at the corpse at his feet. Cachexia looked down. Damn. What was this? He nearly vomited his breakfast from sheer disgust. The entire cross-section of the boss's corpse had been charred by the light sword, yet at this moment countless flesh tendrils extended out, attempting to join the two halves together. This grotesque vitality made one's scalp crawl. He injected some kind of Federation biological agent, but it was clearly a half-finished product, turning him into a monster. Chu Hang pinned the blame on the Federation. Although there was no evidence, judging by the way Donald and his men kept diving into the alien nests, it was clear these outsiders harbored ill intentions. It wasn't entirely unjust to accuse them. Cachexia nodded in agreement and quickly called Data to incinerate the dangerous corpse. Chu Hang casually pulled out an RX-18, lightly leaped onto the changer, and the gunfire within fell silent after a moment. By the time the players boarded the vehicle, the ground was littered with the corpses of the Sons of War. For technicians crouched in a corner, their heads in their hands, staring in terror at Chu Hang, who looked like a god of death. These four are prisoners. Take them back. Chu Hang instructed the players and then walked into the Chilarka's command room. After a quick inspection, he easily found over 300 energy coins, several good guns, and a combat directive. It read: eliminate and occupy the rebel camp, establish a supply point and a helipad, and dispatch reconnaissance forces to the border of the 5th sector to monitor the movements of the Red Flame clan. Also keep watch on the Federation caravans, investigate what they have brought back from the 5th sector, but do not engage in conflict. The signature was of Undying Old Joe. The one who had been pulling the strings behind the Greyrock clan, the Valhalla being his fabrication. The 5th sector, huh? Chu Hang's interest was piqued. Thinking back, Donald, a mere merchant, had dared to lead a team near the border and stir up a nest of highly dangerous mutated sandfalcons. Apart from blindly stumbling upon stardust, he must have had some other purpose. According to the memories inherited from the original owner, the 5th sector was a crucial military district of the 10th stellar ring. Even though most of the bases and research facilities there had been destroyed in the war, they still held great excavation value. Not only that, Chu Hang also inherited a top-secret message. The 5th sector hid a secret shipyard where advanced warships produced by Starforge Heavy Industries were likely sealed away. It must be known that Starforge Heavy Industries, as the most premier military enterprise of the Starforge Empire, had the strength 500 years ago to dominate the galaxy. Even today, any warship originally manufactured by Starforge Heavy Industries, even a standard model, could fetch astronomical prices in the interstellar market, a rare treasure always in demand but never available. Chu Hang did not know if the Federation had obtained relevant intelligence. If they truly intended to plunder the Starforge Empire's legacy as the Empire's legitimate heir, he certainly could not allow it. Moreover, by Chu Hang's intuition, he felt the Federation had some designs on the insectoid race active in the 5th sector. Given the Greyrock clan's technological level, it was almost impossible to cause such mutation in a Chillark. Could Undying Old Joe be a great shaman? Don't be ridiculous. This was most likely the Federation using them as guinea pigs. Chu Hang was willing to bet that the Greyrock clan's defeat would likely make the Federation restless. Donald would probably show up again, probing whether Chu Hang could be used by the Federation to achieve their goals. Chu Hang sneered coldly. Old Tang, if you dare come, don't blame me for being rude." A few hours later, the battlefield was finally cleaned up. All the Sons of War, including those who had retreated from the hilltop, had returned to their Valhalla, providing a massive wave of experience for the growth of the players' gene sequences. The players' levels had risen from an average of LV 2 to LV 4, with Kakexiu being the fastest, having reached LV 7. It seemed that going head-to-head with the boss alone was quite effective. At the early stages, his balance force talent hadn't held him back too much. It was just hard on his pants. Meanwhile, Chu Hang had directly leveled up to LV 7. Upon reaching LV 10, attributes would undergo a qualitative change. Unlike the players, Chu Hang would likely awaken and become a noble mage. In this battle, all 100 players had participated, each fighting with style and tenacity. In the end, 21 were killed and nearly everyone was wounded. The result was astonishing. The players had killed over 400 enemies, including 1 Chillark, 3 Centurions, captured 4 technicians, 1 nearly intact Changer, and a large quantity of guns and ammunition. The victory was brilliant. After the auction, each player received at least 30 energy coins and earned over 200 war merits, allowing new players to be promoted from private to corporal. As for the veteran players facing the 1600 point gap required for promotion to lieutenant, they could only sigh in despair. After the battle, with the help of the prisoners, the players cheered as they restarted the Changsha, driving it all the way to the fortress gate with laughter, banter and boasting. To their dismay, they found they couldn't get it inside. Chu Hang was also a bit troubled. He had planned to dismantle the electromagnetic cannon and take it away, but Rhine suggested that the platform was perfect for mounting rocket launchers, creating a dedicated arsenal vehicle to cure the fear of insufficient firepower. Chu Hang was thoroughly intrigued. So after discussing with some technical players, he decided to demolish the fortress at the valley entrance the next day and expand and upgrade it to accommodate the Changsha. The original fortress had been riddled with holes during this battle, so it was time to tear it down and build a bigger and better one. The Greyrock clan had been hit so hard this time that no survivors could relay the intelligence back. It would be enough if Undying Old Joe could sleep without fear. He wouldn't have the time to trouble them. The Valley base could take this opportunity to steal a development phase to cope with the increasingly turbulent border situation. The next day, District 217 returned to its usual peace. But the bustling construction site at the valley entrance brought a different kind of vitality to the desolate world. At that moment, Chu Hang was on the Changsha inspecting his electromagnetic cannon. The 4 captured technicians followed behind him, trembling as they answered his questions. "How many of these advanced cannons do you have?" "Reporting to the Lord, there are 2 more purchased from the Federation. The most powerful and best conditioned one is mounted on Undying Old Joe's personal vehicle, the Undying Bird. Another of the same model as this one is mounted on the Mad Sand of Raiding Squad 2. Through interrogation, it was learned that the Greyrock clan had 3 main raiding forces. The one he had just defeated was the 3rd Battalion, the weakest of the 3, with only over 400 men. The other 2, one was Undying Old Joe's elite force permanently stationed at the stronghold, the other was the main raiding force currently out on a plundering expedition. Hence the 3rd Battalion, usually responsible for maintaining territorial order, was sent to suppress the rebellion in District 217. Chu Hang nodded slightly and suddenly asked, "You said only 2 were purchased. Does that mean there are others not bought?" "It's like this." The technician who was questioned stiffened, then gave a helpless wry smile. "Lord, you should have noticed that the 4 of us are different from those madmen of the Greyrock clan. We are end-of-days survivors." Chu Hang glanced at them with interest. "You have that kind of civilized restraint." "Hibernators." The 4 nodded. Yes, we all come from over 400 years ago. We survived by cryogenic hibernation until now but were captured by the Greyrock clan and forced to work for them. The survivors were divided into two types: war survivors and end-of-days survivors. The original owner of Chu Hang's body was a war survivor. Although he had lost most of his memories, he had truly experienced that cataclysm and survived to this day. The end-of-days survivors were the descendants of war survivors. They had not experienced that world-destroying war because the post-war conditions were too harsh to survive, forcing them to hibernate until centuries later, hoping for environmental improvement. That was one reason Chu Hang was willing to spare their lives. Another reason was that they had received relatively comprehensive scientific education, making them invaluable technical talents in the wasteland. Go on. Alright, the place where we hibernated was a wreck, specifically a nearly intact interstellar corvette. That corvette was buried beneath the Greyrock clan's stronghold, a precious legacy that Undying Joe had long coveted. The other electromagnetic cannons I mentioned are on that corvette. If repaired, they would be far superior to these Federation counterfeit refurbished goods. Chu Hang's eyes lit up. Good heavens, a nearly intact pre-war starship. No wonder Undying Joe kept it hidden. This was a prize that anyone would covet. Even the Federation's main naval force might not be interested, but their resource-limited advance team would surely want it. From previous casual conversations, Donald's insinuations were that their advance team seemed to be trapped here by the automatic defense system of the 10th ring, unable to safely leave the atmosphere. A reparable starship was an opportunity for them. If they could transmit intelligence here back to the Federation could dispatch a large force to occupy and develop this place, and every member of the advance team would become a great hero. If that were the case, it would be even more unacceptable to let the Federation benefit. Tell me more about the wreck. Chu Hang asked in a deep voice, his faint murderous intent making the four men's hearts tremble. Lying would be easily detected. It was an air defense model interstellar corvette, 120 meters long and weighing about 8,000 tons. It was equipped with one 1kg class electromagnetic cannon, 4 12G class electromagnetic point defense machine guns, 48 air defense missile silos, and some auxiliary equipment. Since it was designed for fleet operations, it didn't have a high-power radar or a hyperdrive, but it was equipped with a fairly good fire control computer. Chu Hang nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. His spark would completely refurbish the little broken ship when it advanced. But given the current state of the little broken ship, even if repaired, the bonuses from refurbishment would be quite limited. At best, it would turn from a tricycle into a luxury tricycle. Therefore, the best approach was to acquire a ready-made template. Let the little broken ship devour a source vessel during its advancement so that it could inherit the vessel's characteristics to the maximum extent and complete a full upgrade through the spark. Directly from a little broken tricycle to a luxury sedan. In Chu Hang's plan, he needed a starship with a complete hyperdrive to leave the 10th ring and head for a larger stage. Although this corvette didn't have one, an advanced onboard computer was equally indispensable, and an intact military reactor was far superior to the knockoff they had repaired themselves. With this corvette, the little broken ship could be upgraded to a corvette and gather the essential components for space navigation. How damaged is it? Only 10. Our ancestors were crew members on this ship. They spent over 100 years repairing the damage but were forced to stop due to resource exhaustion. By our generation, although only a little damage remained, we could barely survive, let alone repair the ship. Later, Undying Joe occupied the wreck. That barbarian was utterly clueless about technology. Even with our help, the repair parts he provided were far below pre-war specifications, so the progress remained stalled. Of course, he could have bought qualified precision parts from the Federation, but that would alert the Federation and he wouldn't be able to keep the wreck for himself. Chu Hang nodded slightly after hearing this. He had to admit this was his luck. The precision parts needed for ship repair could be fabricated in the subspace, and the spark could also generate them automatically during advancement, so it was no problem at all. The current problems were first how to occupy Undying Joe's stronghold, second how to transport the little broken ship there. Furthermore, these four guys were descendants of traitors. They might become enemies of the Empire in the future. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chu Hang's eyes. The four men thought they were about to be silenced and quickly knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Chu Hang examined them for a moment, then his furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. These were four cowards. Their allegiance would only be to themselves. Even if told they would have to oppose the world later, they would unhesitatingly choose the path that allowed them to survive now. In that case, he would keep them for now. It would be a good way to add some NPC mentors for the players. Remember, I spared your lives because you are still useful to me. You'd better work hard. If you become useless to me one day, you know the consequences. Understood, understood. The men nodded frantically with relief. The feeling Chu Hang gave them was completely different from the Greyrock clan. Chu Hang was both civilized and cold-blooded. Moreover, he was clearly knowledgeable, so they couldn't fob him off like they had done with the Greyrock clan. Your current task is to completely dismantle this electromagnetic cannon and then cooperate with my people to complete the modification of the Qianshi. After giving a few instructions, Chu Hang left. When he returned to the little broken ship before he could even sit down, a system voice sounded in his mind. Detected an aerial target approaching, confirmed as a Federation-painted armed helicopter. The other party did not send a pass request. Shoot it down. Chu Hang ordered without hesitation. The little broken ship now had 3 small and 1 medium slot, a total of 4 slots. The small slots were equipped with a recovered short-range radar, a self-produced quad-barreled ZX-9 anti-aircraft turret, and a multi-purpose mechanical arm. The power came from the original reactor after the little broken ship was repaired. The medium slot was temporarily empty. Upon detecting the enemy aircraft, the anti-aircraft turret opened fire. Dense and precise shells wove a net of fire in the air. The enemy aircraft dodged twice but was hit and began to smoke. Soon Donald's panicked voice came through the channel. "Lord, don't shoot. It's me. It's you I'm hitting." Chu Hang smiled faintly. "Let them in." The system-controlled turret immediately ceased fire and Tang Nade's plane, trailing black smoke, made a precarious forced landing on the open ground within the valley. The massive commotion drew the attention of the players. Seeing an enemy aircraft intruding, they dropped their tasks at once, grabbed their weapons and charged over. The new players were the first to arrive. Not recognizing Tang Nade, they immediately tried to disarm him without a second thought. Yet unexpectedly, the military officer beside Tang Nade suddenly retaliated, effortlessly taking down a cocky player and dragging him into the cabin as a hostage. Damn, where did that NPC come from? His skills are insane. Yeah, I didn't even see it, ergo was taken by them. Captain, let's charge again. Chu Hang arrived just in time to hear the players clamor and his face darkened. Charge. What nonsense. Tang Nade, release the man immediately or I'll order a direct assault. Hearing Chu Hang's voice, Tang Nade's fleshy face poked out from the cabin, his smile more pitiful than a cry. Lord, this must be a misunderstanding. Chu Hang remained non-committal, saying calmly, no, this is an invasion. No, how could it be an invasion? We came with sincerity. Tang Nade waved his hands frantically. What a joke. With just one small plane and a handful of men, who could they possibly invade? Chu Hang gave a cold laugh. Misunderstanding. You flew an armed aircraft into my airspace without permission, then struck first and took my people hostage. If that's not an invasion, what is? It really is a misunderstanding. We'll release him right away. Please also tell your men to lower their weapons. Tang Nade apologized with a careful smile, though inwardly he was cursing furiously. Damned bumpkins. The Federation can travel freely wherever it pleases, why would we need to ask for your permission? And airspace. The entire 10th star ring belongs to the Federation and we haven't even charged you rent. And that dim-witted fool family. You probably don't even know his name. Tang Nade grumbled inwardly, personally escorting the captive player out. Yet Chu Hang did not order his men to lower their weapons. What is this? Now let's discuss compensation. Tang Nade's face darkened. He glanced back at his officer, who gave a slight shake of the head. Resigned, he said, fine, name your terms. You trespassed into my territory, severely disrupting my subjects' daily work, total loss 200 energy coins. To defend against your invasion, ZX-9 fired 100 high-explosive rounds at 2 energy coins each, another 200 energy coins. Your plane's forced landing here incurs site occupancy fees, landscaping damage and daily maintenance, 100 energy coins. Tang Nade's eyes blazed with fury, he nearly choked with rage. Bloody landscaping damage. There's nothing but barren hills here. Fine, 500 energy coins it is. I'll pay. I hope this will remove any bad blood and let us forge a closer partnership. So generous. He must have big plans. Chu Hang narrowed his eyes, smiled and shook hands with the other. By the way, this brother of mine was frightened by your officer. He demands a personal apology and 10 energy coins for emotional distress. Fine, no problem. The officer suddenly spoke, pulled out 10 energy coins and handed them to Chu Hang. I am more than willing to apologize to this brother for my earlier rudeness. My name is Tang Mu. I've long admired your lordship. Might I have the honor of a sparring session with you? Chu Hang saw the combativeness and probing in the man's eyes. He remained non-committal. Just a genetically modified human, once the players reach level 10 anyone can thrash you. Maybe another time. With that, Chu Hang gestured for Ergo to collect his emotional distress payment, then led Tang Nade toward the wrecked ship. After they left. Wow, the captain is so good to us. He got us all these benefits. When we get back, I'll treat everyone to a midnight snack, order whatever you want from Li Gu. Haha, then we won't hold back. Thanks, Captain. Long live the captain. Aren't you going to thank me? Ha, thanks for your painful act, now we have meat to eat? That afternoon Chu Hang released a series of new bounty missions in the system. 1. Help the Federation build a supply depot for 100 people at the site of the old outpost at the foot of the mountain. Entire project contract 100 energy coins. 2. Recruit guides escorts to assist the Federation in exploring the border of the 5th sector. Squad missions 20 energy coins per day, tips not required to be handed over. 3. Sweep all scavenger camps in Zone 217, eliminate potential threats. Spoils need not be turned in. 100 war merit per camp. 4. Clear all alien nests in Zone 217, eliminate potential threats. 100 war merit per nest destroyed, 10 war merit per alien killed. 5. Recycle various high-grade parts, recycling price increased by 10. This was the result of the deal between Chu Hang and Tang Nade. The Federation's visit this time on the surface was to assess the situation here to see if it could serve as a bridgehead for exploring the 5th sector and be used for their own purposes. At the same time, they needed to stabilize the situation around Zone 217 to prevent the Federation's subsequent supply convoys from being harassed by wasteland marauders. The Federation had originally planned to cooperate with the Ashra clan. But who could blame those barbarians for being so incompetent as to be wiped out by a small faction? As it happened, Tang Nade knew Chu Hang, and having just been promoted, he volunteered himself and rushed over to negotiate with Chu Hang. It must be said that Tang Nade was quite sincere. The price he offered Chu Hang for the contract was generally more than double what Chu Hang subcontracted to the players. This allowed Chu Hang, the shady middleman, to make a hefty profit. At the same time, Tang Nade also promised that large quantities of grain would be shipped in and that he would buy the high-value junk Chu Hang collected at a good price, exchanging it for precious grain or energy coins. Thus Tang Nade earned the appreciation of his superiors. Chu Hang made a killing. The players received well-paid missions that boosted Chu Hang's strength, and the hidden dangers in Zone 217 were cleared, securing a safe environment for the base's development. It was a triple win. While Chu Hang won 3 times, he was already numb from victory. Only the Ashrock clan suffered and the world was set. And the biggest loser of all, Undying Lao Xiao, was at that moment sitting on his throne forged from human bone, silent and brooding. Just moments ago the Federation had sternly warned him to abandon his rule over Zone 217, to put the greater good first, to support the Federation's operations in the border region, and to stop stirring up trouble. This was nothing less than carving flesh from the Ashrock clan. The blatant contempt set his blood ablaze. Greater good? Your greater good has nothing to do with me. Everyone will pay for this, including your damned Federation. He pondered for a long time, then summoned his most trusted subordinate. Guangsha, disguise yourself and deliver something for me to the border. The next morning all players who had accepted the new bounty assignments set forth with boundless energy. The 100 players were divided into 4 groups. Each group was tasked with resource recovery, fortress construction, supply depot establishment and field operations. The Aurora Squad and the 141 Squad were the first to venture out. One was the oldest player squad, the other a team of military veterans, thus whether by level or equipment they were the cream of the 100. The full 141 Squad mobilized to eliminate potential threats lurking near the valley base. The Aurora Squad was assigned to escort Donald and his party, giving them a tour of the area to familiarize themselves with the environment and local customs. Inside the speeding armored SUV, Chikisho retrieved 3 cans of ice-cold beverage from the onboard refrigerator and handed one each to Xiaohei and D2 in the front seat before downing his own in one long gulp. The icy drink brought an unprecedented sense of pleasure against the scorching sun. Ah! Sand, endless sand. What madness drove those Federation folk to abandon their fine oases and come here to endure this wind? Xiaohei also quenched his thirst with a refreshing swig, lazily scanning the surroundings. Captain must know why, or he wouldn't have specifically assigned us as their escorts. After all, our squad is the best. Hey, I'd say the most troublesome, more like. D2 chimed in. Comprehensive combat capability, you know. Assessing the situation and adapting on the fly are also part of strength. Quick, the Federation folk have stopped. The 2-vehicle convoy came to a halt outside a mountain pass. Fully armed Xiaohei and Chikisho disembarked while the 2 remained on standby inside the vehicle. We need to conduct some reconnaissance here. Donald waved to the players. He knew these players couldn't understand common but could comprehend his intentions, so after greeting them he joined the others in unloading instruments from the vehicles, looking every bit the professional. Unlike Donald's surveying officer Tom, who accompanied them, was far more concerned with the players' equipment. Compared to the scavenger appearances from last time, Xiaohei and his companions were now fully geared up, armed to the teeth. Desert camouflage combat uniforms paired with windproof capes, bulletproof tactical vests with ammo carriers, wrist-mounted personal terminals and that overwhelmingly imposing RX-18 rifle. Even more outrageous was the fact that each of these guys carried two primary weapons, a mid to long range RX-18 and a mid to close range RX-19, a level of luxury that was simply extravagant. If not for the absence of exoskeletons, this gear alone would be far more luxurious than what his own subordinates possessed. And then there was another thing, he could actually sense a faint threat emanating from these individuals, which left him utterly perplexed. Could these guys also be genetically modified humans? But they didn't look like it. Apart from the Federation, who else could wield such long-lost genetic technology? With a hint of jealousy, Tom followed Donald up the mountain. The players were left behind to guard the vehicles. The Federation didn't want them privy to too many secrets. Xiao Hei didn't mind. He leaned back and chatted quietly with Chikashio. This is the third mountain pass we've surveyed today. They seem to have a particular fondness for this kind of terrain, meticulously checking each one. I wonder what they're looking for. Is it treasure hunting? From my professional perspective, I'd say this is a strategically defensible location, perfect for establishing a base. TCH, you're all brawn, no brains. Leave base selection to someone else. Just then urgent gunfire erupted from within the mountain pass. Ambush. They immediately jumped into the vehicle and D2 floored the accelerator, speeding into the pass toward the source of the attack. Upon arrival, they saw Tom leading Donald and an explorer in a desperate retreat with several familiar mutants hot on their heels. Chikashio couldn't help but laugh. Well, our old acquaintances, mutated hyenas. Can't the Federation even handle a few stray dogs? Cut the chatter and open fire. Rat-a-tat. The turret gun and RX-18s roared to life simultaneously, their dense armor-piercing rounds easily punching through the hyenas' carapaces and breaking the siege. The two parties regrouped. Hurry, one of our men was dragged into a mutant nest. Go rescue him. Donald pleaded urgently. Xiao Hei and his companions exchanged glances, casting a sidelong look at the unscathed Tom. The implication was clear: why didn't you go yourself? I must ensure Donald's safety. Tom explained ungracefully. Besides, we lack sufficient equipment. Xiao Hei and his team suppressed their amusement. These Federation folks were making excuses left and right. Admit it, you're just cowards. What lack of equipment? Besides lacking a heavy machine gun, your light weapons are more than adequate and you're wearing exoskeletons. Were you really that afraid of a single mutant swipe? These Federation gentlemen were clearly too pampered. They'd rather delegate others than risk venturing into a perilous mutant nest themselves. Rescue is fine, but it'll cost extra. Chikashio held out his hand with a grin. The mercenary contract covered only security, not rescue missions, especially not extracting someone from a mutant nest. That definitely came at a premium. Donald agreed readily. 1 life for 100 energy coins, a fair deal indeed. Chikashio and Xiao Hei accepted the side job with satisfaction. They returned to the vehicle to gather essential nest expedition equipment: shotguns, grenades, life detectors, blast shields, flamethrowers, route-blocking traps, and a dozen spider robots. The Federation folks stared in stunned silence. Do you guys bring all this gear just going out? This is insane, they're too professional. Xiao Hei and Chikashio set out quickly while the two stayed behind, remotely controlling the spider robots through hacking equipment. With these little drones providing reconnaissance combined with overwhelming firepower and superior physical conditioning, the two evaded direct confrontations and soon located the abducted Federation man, rescuing him from the mutants' clutches. Half an hour later they returned covered in wounds, dragging the bleeding and unconscious Federation explorer behind them. Seeing their injuries, Donald and the others couldn't help but gasp. Such severe wounds, yet they didn't even flinch. True warriors indeed, their willpower was terrifying. Deeply grateful, Donald paid them and enthusiastically grabbed Xiao Hei's arm. Friend, would you ever consider joining the Federation? We need warriors like you here. Salary is negotiable, we're offering 9 insurance and 1 housing fund. Xiao Hei smiled and shook his head, declining. Donald lingered with regretful pleas before the group set off on the return journey. Inside Xiao Hei's vehicle. D2, how's it going? Now driving, Xiao Hei watched as D2 cradled a handheld computer, his fingers flying across the interface. Hey, got it. After a moment, D2 slapped his fingers together in triumph. I hacked into the Federation's abandoned equipment and downloaded their survey data. Once we're back, we'll know exactly what they're up to. Nice work. I think we've hooked something big. The survey team hastily returned to the Valley base. Upon arrival, the Federation personnel drove their vehicle directly into a wrecked warehouse, combining the vehicle and warehouse along with electricity and water fees costing 100 energy credits per day in rent. Donald winced at the expense, desperately hoping the outpost at the foot of the mountain would be renovated soon so he could lead his people to move to their own territory. Chu Hang thought, what do you mean your territory? Under my watch everything is my territory. When Chu and the others found him, Chu Hang was repairing the engine system of a battered small boat. Donald had come to snoop around but dismissed it upon seeing it was a half-wrecked dinghy. Do you really think you can repair a spaceship yourself? Captain, we've obtained high-value intelligence on this trip. Oh. Chu Hang put down his pipe wrench, showing some interest. It's like this. The two immediately embellished the story, highlighting their wit in rescuing people while extracting intelligence from the Federation personnel. They practically became paragons of diligent service to the Empire. Well done. Chu Hang took the intelligence, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This intelligence is worth 100 battle merits each. Thank you, Captain. Long live the Captain. The three rejoiced, inching closer to the rank of lieutenant. Captain, would you mind sharing your analysis of this intelligence? The three didn't leave after receiving their merits. They all gazed at Chu Hang with curiosity, knowing that if they could extract this, it would be exclusive intelligence, perfect for bragging in the group chat later. Chu Hang pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly. Given that you are all Empire officers, I can share some of the analysis results. Their eyes lit up. A hidden plot was triggered. As expected, the rank of second lieutenant made a difference. If they were mere grunts, the captain would never have budged. We'll keep it absolutely secret. They planned to share it in the group chat later, hee. Chu Hang knew exactly what these three were like, but it didn't matter as long as the Federation didn't find out. The data you provided includes extensive geological, topographical and climatic information with a notable focus on the electromagnetic environment screening. Could the Federation be scouting for a base location? Chu exclaimed in surprise. Kakexiu, upon hearing this, smugly slapped Xiao Hei on the head. See, I told you it was a base. Chu Hang smiled faintly. It is a base, but not an ordinary one. Don't you think each of the proposed sites resembles a harbor? Do you mean? Chu Hang's expression turned serious, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The Federation is selecting a military port for their landship. The terrain blocks wind and sand effectively, while the flanking hills provide convenient locations for building maintenance docks and cranes. The favorable electromagnetic environment allows them to install high-power radar and communication antennas to contact their headquarters in the third sector. A landship. The three were stunned. The game designer was planning another major feat, even introducing landships. Damn, this isn't just about modeling textures and interiors, the thing has to deeply interact with the environment. If it moves, bugs will fly everywhere. The programmers are going to lose their minds. If it actually gets implemented, I'll freaking praise it. This expansion pack is too generous. Same here. The players laughed excitedly. Chu Hang poured himself a cup of coffee and fell into deep thought. The Federation's plan to explore the fifth sector seemed set in stone. He had expected a steady, methodical approach, but instead they were sending a transport ship right away, and Donald had been hastily promoted and assembled a makeshift team. It all felt rather rushed. What was the other side in such a hurry about? A second question: the composition of the Federation advance team had always been a secret. Did they have spacecraft capable of flying? If so, why not fly directly instead of deploying a less mobile landship? A third question: what was the Federation's true attitude toward local powers like him, exploitation, co-option, or even submission or annihilation? Currently, Donald's forces were still few. But as more Federation personnel arrived, the balance of power would shift against him. How should he respond? If the Federation decided to move against him with his current strength, it would be like an egg striking a rock. If the cloning pod in the wreck were discovered by the Federation, the trouble would be far greater. He might be imprisoned by the Federation for life, and the Empire's restoration would be utterly ruined in his hands. That absolutely cannot happen. Chu Hang felt the pressure. The enemy was strong and he was weak. The key lay in intelligence. He must extract the Federation's true purpose from Donald's mouth. He had already used listening devices and even infiltrated the enemy's stronghold while invisible, aided by his clairvoyance. But these Federation operatives were unexpectedly tight-lipped. Additionally, each of them had modified brain-computer interfaces transmitting information without relying on screens, rendering his spying useless. They were clearly prepared. Since technological methods failed, he would have to resort to supernatural forces. Psychic power, that was the solution he came up with. As long as he could level up to LV-10, he could awaken his psychic powers and extract intelligence from Donald. The uncertain situation unsettled Chu Hang, so he decided to stoke the fire among the players. Limited time bounty mission Empire Vanguard. As the situation grows increasingly dire, the Empire outpost urgently needs a contingent of powerful elite warriors. Any player who reaches LV-10 within 10 days will receive the exclusive title Empire Vanguard and a customized mechanical exoskeleton. 1 electromagnetic rifle. Nighttime curfew lifted. All players may freely allocate their time outside but must take responsibility for their own lives. During the event, all ammunition, fuel and skill books are sold at half price. All damaged weapons are repaired for free. A new batch of heavy weapons is available for rent at the shop. Those with the rank of second lieutenant or above may apply. The series of game prompts stunned the players. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Look at the kid, so excited he's talking backwards. Man, am I seeing things. The captain has gone mad. This is a mobilization for expansion and war. Hey, you don't know this. According to reliable sources, the Federation is planning to send a landship to Sector 217, posing a huge challenge to our security. The captain is being vigilant in peace, preparing for danger. Geez, is that true? The news quickly spread among the player community. Players returning from missions heard the news as soon as they arrived. Did you hear? The Federation is sending a landship fleet to carry out a mission. What? The Federation is sending a fleet to attack the valley. I didn't say that. What else could it be? The Federation is so evil they can't be up to any good, they must be coveting our base. Damn, you make a good point. The comrades quickly reached a consensus. Then what are we waiting for? Brothers, let's resupply from the captain immediately and head out to level up. Yes. Not for the limited rewards but for the future of the Empire. Prepare for war. Train hard. Sir Donald, it's terrible. Those savages have gone mad. Within the Federal Force's temporary stronghold, a subordinate panted as he found Donald and Tom shouting in utter panic. What's going on? Are they trying to take us hostage? Tom's face paled, his hand instinctively reaching for his pistol. No, no. His subordinate hurriedly stopped him. The savages are all heading out. The night is falling, yet they intend to camp outside. What? Donald and Tom exchanged bewildered glances. They were planning to venture out into the night. Had these people lost their minds? Their response mirrored the subordinate's bewilderment, yet this defied all logic. Even a child would understand that the wasteland's nighttime was a death zone. Sir, you should consult Chu Hang to see if they're abandoning this camp. All right. I share the same concern. What if they received information and are evacuating without us? I'll have my men pack first. If evacuation is necessary, we should leave with the natives. The Federal forces were thrown into disarray by the players' actions. 10 minutes later, Donald returned with a pained expression. I've verified it multiple times, they're not retreating. They're launching a nighttime hunt. Nighttime hunting. Tom's initial reaction was disbelief. How arrogant must these savages be to venture out for a hunt under cover of darkness? Has nothing in this world held any value for them anymore? Hunt what? Mutants, obviously. They claim daytime hunting is too tedious, so night operations prove more efficient. It's sheer madness. Tom paused, then spoke up. Might we observe? What? I mean, could we watch their hunt? Something about this feels off to me. I'm afraid not. Chu Hang was quite clear, no nighttime movements or the sentries will open fire. Well, looking at it another way, this could work in our favor. The more mutants they eliminate, the safer the 217 sector becomes. Then they exchanged knowing looks. Meanwhile, the player convoy rolled onward toward the hillside outpost. Though undergoing expansion, the natural terrain offered ideal conditions for nocturnal training exercises. Chu Hang joined them as well. Worried about leaving the players to their own devices, casualties could prove too costly, he transformed the night hunt into a structured training operation. Before dusk, Chu Hang shared a meal with the players, meals freshly prepared by their cook. Each container was nearly the size of a basin, nearly causing everyone to overeat. As Chef Lee put it, you need proper fuel to train effectively, hard to argue with that logic. Once satisfied, the players began establishing defensive positions around the outpost, deploying fire teams and high-intensity floodlights across the terrain. The outpost's perimeter blazed with artificial daylight. Xiao Yugen maneuvered an SCV into position, manning a riot shield beside the suspension bridge like a steadfast guardian ready for combat. The compact outpost teamed with all 100 players. Ensuring equal opportunity, Chu Hang organized them into 4 rotating groups so each would get their turn. Meanwhile, Chu Hang had positioned 4 defender units around the Federal encampment. Call it a siege if you wish. Not at all, Chu Hang clarified. We're ensuring their protection. Since we've been paid, allowing harm to come to our clients would reflect poorly on us. With the moment right, Chu Hang called for readiness and extracted the stardust from his lightsaber. Brilliant starlight burst forth, illuminating the entire battleground. All eyes turned to Chu Hang's open palm in rapturous wonder. Behold, the legendary stardust. Incredible. I've never witnessed anything so breathtaking. Blame it on some form of psychological conditioning in this game. Why am I a grown man so captivated by glittering debris? We ought to merchandise this stuff. I'm setting a piece on my wife's ring. Chu Hang remained unfazed by the display. Nothing could resist the siren call of stardust. After a brief moment he reabsorbed the light, wary of what might be drawn to its brilliance. As time passed, distorted silhouettes emerged from the howling sandstorm. They traced the stardust's glow, though it faded en route. But the outpost's fierce illumination, blazing through the darkness like a beacon, made it impossible to remain unseen by the mutants. The engagement began. Chu Hang held his fire, taking on dual roles as both commander and tactician, directing fire assignments and tactical decisions while simultaneously coaching improved movements and combat techniques. His vast knowledge base from the archive lent him profound theoretical grounding. He could articulate tactical data with clarity, and when paired with real-world combat cases and personal experience, his guidance proved truly illuminating for the players. Yet not all were receptive. The veterans remained skeptical. The captain's methods are unconventional. Should we really be adopting them? Forget it. We earned our skills through real combat, not some game. Don't take it too seriously. But this game's realism rivals actual combat. Squad leader, you decide. We'll follow your lead. The veterans deferred to Price. After consideration he gave his verdict. Learn them. The game allows room for experimentation, there's no harm in trying. The veterans shifted their mindset and began practicing Chu Hang's techniques. The results exceeded their expectations. Goddamn, it actually works. Exactly, it's sound methodology. Our tactical efficiency has improved significantly. This game is revolutionary. They've developed an entirely original combat system from the ground up. The investment must have been enormous. Have we never encountered a tactical master like this in our circles? We're done for. I can't go back to the old methods after learning this. Same here. Price, a hardened veteran of countless engagements, felt an indescribable shock. These revolutionary techniques, capable of humbling even his most battle-hardened troops, had no business existing in such an obscure title. Never before had he questioned the nature of the game itself. What Price failed to grasp was that these techniques and doctrines Chu Hang imparted represented the accumulated military wisdom of the Starforging Empire, a legacy forged by countless warriors across generations. Every technique, whether designed for human combat or alien threats, was grounded in vast battle data. This systematic knowledge was perfectly tailored to the Starforging physiology, maximizing each player's inherent capabilities. Countless cosmic factions had spent centuries searching for such knowledge, never succeeding. Yet Chu Hang was giving it all away, for free, to these players. Price grew increasingly awestruck with each lesson. After a long pause he asked Chu Hang, "Sir, may I call you instructor?" The remark stunned the other veterans. Instructor was a title reserved for the most respected commanders, never bestowed lightly. Chu Hang offered a faint smile. Granted. All right, the second team takes over the defense line. First team, come down and learn the routine. Chu Hang called out. Soon the exhausted first team was relieved by the second wave of players. After their initial excitement faded, they felt as though their bodies were falling apart, and at the mere mention of learning exercises a chorus of groans erupted. I'm so tired, all I want to do is lie down. Exactly, what's the point of these exercises? My last real workout was back in elementary school, purely a formality. This has to be the game designers messing with us, wanting to see us suffer. The players' enthusiasm was noticeably dampened. However, Fan Xing asked Chu Hang with genuine interest, "Captain, I've studied yoga, can this routine also help with body shaping?" Chu Hang nodded. Absolutely. This is the military calisthenics developed by the Zhuxing Empire, a training method unique to the Empire's armed forces. It not only relieves fatigue but also effectively enhances physical fitness, coordination, and genetic development. Before Chu Hang could finish speaking, the players who had just seemed like lifeless fish immediately crowded around him. "Captain, let's get started." Yes. I love exercising, my body would feel terrible if I skipped a day. I don't care about stats, I just don't want to waste Captain's kindness. These guys are so pragmatic. Chu Hang found it amusing in his heart. Chu Hang retrieved a holographic projector from his subspace and hung it on the wall. Soon a virtual instructor appeared before everyone. Form up and follow him. Upon realizing it wasn't Chu Hang himself who would be teaching, the players immediately erupted in disappointed booing, especially Tang Xuang and Fan Xing, those two rowdy women, with large regretful eyes. Chu Hang sneered inwardly. You want me to demonstrate personally? Please. Some of these exercises are rather embarrassing, and anything that undermines the captain's dignity is strictly off limits. Soon enough cries of delicious agony drifted from within the watchtower. Ah, my limbs are going numb. Who designed these movements? They're completely anti-human. This is so humiliating. Hey, don't you dare stare at my fanshing. Hee hee, we're all watching together. Hiss. You know what, it's not bad after all. You know what, I actually feel quite refreshed after all that movement. Could be psychological, but I feel lighter somehow. Seeing the players beginning to reap the rewards and exercise more seriously, Chu Hang felt deeply gratified. The night at the watchtower passed in a flurry of gunfire and starlight dust. The next day, as the artificial sun's rays illuminated the wasteland of District 4, once more a voice of surprise rang out among the exhausted players. Haha, I'm level 8. No way, that fast. You were surely stealing kills. What do you mean stealing kills? That's precision harvesting. 1 box of cigarettes, 1 sniper rifle, 1 night, and a miracle. Xiao He bragged, swinging his legs. He was now the highest leveled player server-wide. The disadvantages of his talent began to show, and he had successfully overtaken them. Even the veteran players, needing time to readapt their combat techniques, faced an inevitable transition period. Chu Hang walked to the center of the group with satisfaction. Everyone has worked hard. See, this is the miracle you created. The Empire is proud of you. As he spoke, Chu Hang raised his hand toward the wilderness beyond the watchtower. Under the rising morning sun, the players gazed in shock at the battlefield littered with corpses. Countless mutant corpses were piled in layers beneath the cliff, filling a several-meter drop into a gentle slope. It was hard to imagine that these once terrifying monsters now lay so tranquilly beneath the players' feet. A sense of conquest swelled within them. Holy crap, I'm awesome. Let me flex for a sec. Did we really kill all these in one night? Gue, I didn't even think about it during the battle. Exactly. The mutants came in endless waves, and several times our lines nearly collapsed. Thanks to the captain charging in himself, the golden sword flash will be unforgettable. As they spoke, some players' voices began to tremble. It's as if I've returned to the days of gaming with my brothers in the dorm. That pure passion and youth, it's all back. Yeah, after all these years of drifting aimlessly, I almost forgot what this feels like. Thank you, Stardust development team. Thank you, Captain. Long live the Captain. Victory to the Empire. Long live the Captain. Victory to the Empire. Someone led the chorus, and the players shouted in unison, venting the heroism and passion surging within them. Even the weathered veterans and middle-aged men who had seen too much of the world's hardships were swept up in the fervent atmosphere, briefly forgetting their real-world struggles and injustices, even experiencing the illusion that life here wasn't so bad. In that moment, everyone present felt themselves part of something greater. With the captain leading them, they believed they were invincible. That night, cohesion and a sense of belonging surged among the players to unprecedented heights. Gazing at those energetic faces, Chu Hang was deeply moved as well. It was precisely because of your support and trust that I can never be defeated. Thinking thus, Chu Hang declared in a resonant voice, glory belongs to every soldier of the Empire. Follow me and I shall lead you across the cosmos, granting you a new life. Long live the Captain. The players' cheers soared to the skies. At the time, everyone simply assumed this was Chu Hang, the NPC, reciting some Shinibu lines, so they paid it little mind and merely joined the cheering. But Chu Hang meant it sincerely. He was serious. If the players desired it, he truly could help them ascend into the Stardust world. Though he was unclear of the specific conditions, Chu Hang believed that the spark possessed the ability to do so. Before his transmigration, the situation on Blue Star was deteriorating rapidly. He did not know when this powder keg would ignite, but once the situation escalated, his players would have a fallback route. Under his protection, they could begin an entirely new, more brilliant chapter of life. All right, clean up the battlefield. Let's head back. Brotherly took the lead, and a crowd of players ran into the pile of mutant corpses, sorting through them to take away edible portions, while the rest were collected by Chu Hang as biomass, enough to clone over 100 people. Soon the hunting party returned triumphantly to the valley base. Seeing the players arrive, Donald and the others who had spent the night on edge finally relaxed. Those idiots went to die. How many do you think are left? I bet half. I'll bet a third. The Federation members emerged from their encampment to gloat, but their expressions soon froze. They haven't lost many at all. Are these the same natives who left last night? The Federation soldiers discovered in shock that every returning player was covered in blood, and a fierce aura of slaughter rolled off them in waves. By Tom's professional assessment, something new had been forged into these natives, a quality called confidence. Hiss, what overwhelming killing intent. Impossible. Did they completely transform overnight? Even our Federation's most advanced virtual training equipment can't achieve this. They must have slaughtered an entire settlement. Yet when truck after truck of mutant corpses was hauled back, all Federation members fell silent. My God. Are these people devils? Time passed swiftly to the night 7 days later. That evening Chu Hang and the players were leveling up at the outpost at the foot of the mountain as usual. Everyone had grown quite familiar with similar leveling activities. With the aid of Starforge military drills and Li Ji's attentive feeding, their level skyrocketed and they became far more proficient in using various weapons, equipment and tactical techniques. However, the hundreds of thousands of rounds expended caused Chu Hang considerable pain. These were all at half price. The accumulation he had built up over this period was nearly squandered by the players. Fortunately, after staying up all night, the group had no energy to fool around during the day, so they obediently opted for a more laid-back playstyle, staying in the valley to scavenge and mine. This somewhat alleviated Chu Hang's resource shortage. On the bright side, after this round of intensive training, all outdated weapons and ammunition had been consumed. Now every player wielded at least green-tier equipment, while the top players exclusively used Starforge Empire standard-issue weapons, even looking down on the inferior ammunition produced by the Grey Rock clan. With such good equipment, their kill efficiency naturally more than doubled compared to before. Among them, the most ferocious were naturally Price and his team of killers. The veterans who had learned Starforge tactics and techniques were utterly transformed, and with their superhuman physical abilities, each one exuded the aura of a wasteland werewolf. Their gene sequences had generally reached level 9, on par with the top-tier players. Tonight would have proceeded as usual, but this time the Stardust had attracted an extraordinary creature. What the hell is that shadow? Oh, looks like a longworm. Damn it, that's no worm, it's a sandworm. Damn it, don't sandworms all live in the deserts of the 5th district? How did it get here? Never mind what it is, open fire, take it down first. The players instantly engaged the dozen-meter-long sandworm. The creature wasn't particularly large, although the players felt pressured they weren't on the verge of collapse, and it was just right for leveling. Seeing that the players had stabilized the front line, Chu Hang didn't rush to intervene. Instead, he pondered the creature's origin. Although the 4th district experienced strong winds and sand, its terrain was mainly Gobi Desert with hard ground unsuitable for sandworm activity. This sandworm had clearly wandered far astray. However, what Chu Hang didn't know was that a few hours earlier a group of uninvited guests had arrived at the border between the 4th and 5th districts. Between the two districts, due to the war blockade 500 years ago, a towering alloy isolation wall 100 meters high had been erected. This sky-supporting wall had always been a miracle worshipped by the wasteland inhabitants. It was also the only barrier preventing the insectoids of the 5th district from entering the 4th. Tonight a strange vehicle quietly approached the base of the wall. The vehicle was meticulously camouflaged, appearing as a massive weathered rock. It was also very heavy, so it wouldn't be blown away by the night winds and sand. It moved in stops and starts. Whenever an aberrant creature approached, it would halt and disguise itself as a lifeless rock, fooling the not-so-bright creatures. By this method, stopping to camouflage during the day and creeping silently at night, it managed without being detected by any human forces to reach the base of the isolation wall after several days. Inside the camouflaged vehicle. Lord Quangsha, we have finally arrived. The dim, cramped space was crowded with several war children. The stale air was thick with the stench of sweat and oil, yet they persevered with relish at their posts, doing their utmost to maintain the vehicle's stealth. In the center of the compartment stood a gaunt, middle-aged man. His sharp eyes surveyed the surroundings through a periscope on the roof. Upon seeing the dark towering wall, he finally exclaimed with fervent relief, "Chieftain, by the Hall of the Valiant, my mission is complete." With that, he turned and lifted the large metal crate at his feet, revealing a tactical nuclear warhead glowing with a red light. This was immortal old Joe's treasure. He had unearthed it from the sunken ship beneath the stronghold. No one except his most trusted confidants knew of the warhead's existence, let alone that it would appear here at the border wall. His intentions were already clear. Wasn't the Federation trying to shake him off and head to the 5th district? Weren't the traitors in Area 217 rising up in rebellion? Weren't you two bastards conspiring together? Fine, then I'll grant your wish. Since I can't have Area 217, I'll destroy it with my own hands. Blow up the isolation wall, let the insect swarms from the 5th district in, and annihilate every living thing in Area 217. The insect plague would quickly spread to surrounding areas, and the nearest Red Flame clan would bear the brunt, inevitably suffering heavy losses. At that point, his Grey Rock clan would become the dominant force in the border region. The badly weakened Federation would have no choice but to come back and beg him, handing over parts and technology so he could repair the sunken ship and become the most powerful faction in the 4th district. Once he unified the 4th district, he could contend with the Federation in the 3rd district and carve up the 5th district together. He had thought this series of plans through quite thoroughly. And quite beautifully. But he had failed to account for one thing: Chu Hang and his crew using Stardust to lure monsters. Move and find a crack in the wall and install the nuke. Quangsha was fairly professional. After all, this was only a tactical nuke. He feared insufficient power, so he planned to drill a hole in the isolation wall and detonate the warhead inside the wall. The detonation timing would be when the main Federation forces arrived at the border just as they were about to begin exploration. It would be ideal if the nuclear blast caught the Federation troops, but even if not, the insect swarms would catch them off guard. This was what he and Old Joe had long agreed upon. Soon after his subordinates reported good news, they had found a deep-looking fissure that could save them a lot of drilling time. My lord, shall we start now or wait for sunrise? Quan Sha thought for a moment. Do it now. We haven't seen any aberrants along the way, it's safe here. He didn't know that the reason they hadn't encountered any aberrants was that they had all been lured away by the bright beacon from Chu Hang's side. Braving the wind and sand, they quickly began drilling. The sooner they installed the nuke, the sooner they could evacuate. Who would have thought that their movement would disturb the sandworms on the other side of the isolation wall? This nest of sandworms had been continuously provoked by Chu Hang's side every night, and in their fury they began to ram the isolation wall. The wall, battered by war and neglected over time, had indeed been carved with a fissure by the sandworms. Now, with the deliberate digging by the Grey Rock clan, it was instantly whitened several times. Consequently, a juvenile sandworm charged over first. Although its target was Chu Hang's side, it wouldn't pass up meat right in front of it. The war children, utterly defenseless, were devoured one after another. In the end, Quan Sha activated the tactical nuke in despair. A 1-hour countdown began. This time was originally meant for his escape, but he had already died in the sandworm's belly. The sandworm, having swallowed a few snacks, was in high spirits and headed toward Chu Hang's side. An hour later, the players sighed in relief as they watched the fallen sandworm's corpse. Before they could rest, they were stunned by the sight in the distance. Holy crap, who set off the firecracker? In the dead of night, a colossal crimson sun suddenly rose from the border, nearly blinding the players' eyes. Holy crap, why did my screen suddenly go black? No need to guess, you're blind. Silly kid, remember not to stare at a nuclear explosion next time, huh? Ha! No, seriously, why is there a nuclear explosion? The players were utterly bewildered, and even Chu Hang felt the same. Judging by the direction the nuclear explosion occurred at the border. He had been to the border several times. Aside from the high wall, there were no other facilities or ruins there. The nuclear bomb was most likely brought there by someone and detonated. As for the purpose, Chu Hang shuddered. Donald had mentioned that there were many remnants of the Zerg in the 5th zone, didn't he? Once the Zerg crossed the border, his base would be the first to bear the brunt. Everyone assemble. Grab your gear and the wounded and retreat to the valley base immediately. Chu Hang's expression was stern, and the players quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Captain, we must assess the situation at the border. Let me take a squad to scout. Price approached Chu Hang, who nodded after a moment of thought. Take the toughest armored vehicle, don't go too deep, retreat if you encounter danger, and bring a Geiger counter. Roger. We'll get the job done. Price led a few team members and sped off toward the border. Chu Hang frowned as he watched the vehicle disappear into the distance, sighing helplessly, what a mess. Truly a time of unrest. Nikolai was driving. He cautiously kept the headlights off, navigating the Gobi by the light of the distant fire. Perhaps because they had killed so many mutants in the past few nights, the mutant density in Zone 217 had plummeted. They encountered no reckless mutants along the way and smoothly approached the border. Nikolai parked the vehicle behind a small hill. Price took out a professional observation device and scouted the nuclear explosion site. Detecting trace radiation. Based on the explosion scale, it's a low-yield tactical hydrogen bomb. Damage effect: poor. It only caused a 100-meter-long collapse in the isolation wall. The gap is blocked by rubble, ground vehicles cannot pass. As for biological life, there's something. Price suddenly shouted. The other team members immediately grabbed their weapons, entering full combat readiness. The rotary machine gun on the roof began to hum as it spun. Through the scope, the soldiers saw a ferocious silhouette suddenly emerge from the still dark red heat-shimmering remains of the isolation wall. The figure stood about 2 meters tall, its entire body covered in brown exoskeleton. Its body was triangular with 6 sharp, slender, zigzagging limbs. The lower 4 supported it, while the upper 2, resembling scythes, slashed ferociously through the air. Its mouthpart was located in the middle of its body, and a pair of hooked mandibles like hydraulic clamps seemed capable of cutting through any metal. It climbed onto the rubble, heedless of the nuclear blast's lingering heat, and let out a piercing shriek toward the 4th zone. The shrill insectoid cry reached the soldiers' ears, sending a chill down their spines. Without a doubt, this is a Zerg, Price said in a low voice. He had thought mutants were disgusting enough, but never imagined that a lifeform called Zerg could be so repulsive and terrifying. His instinct told him that these creatures would become humanity's formidable enemy in the future. He just wondered if the game's stats would be too outrageous. Captain, what do we do? Price thought for a moment. Ghost, the wind is strong outside. Can you snipe it? I can. Ghost grinned confidently, shouldered his RX-9 heavy sniper rifle and leaned out of the vehicle. A fierce gust of sand instantly poured into the car. Ghost, don't push yourself. In this crappy environment even the best marksman couldn't hit it. Why don't I just go over and give it a burst? Soap, manning the rotary machine gun, joked. The best marksman. I'm the marksman god. In the team's voice channel, Ghost's hoarse voice rang out, accompanied by a deep gunshot. Damn, he actually hit it. Ghost, nice shot. In the scope, the Zerg that had been flaunting just moments ago suddenly burst with a large spurt of plasma. Half of its exoskeleton was torn off by the armor-piercing round, sending bone shards and gore flying far away. It twitched twice and toppled over motionless. Is that it? The Zerg aren't so impressive after all. Soap sneered, a bit disappointed in the Zerg's strength. He forgot, however, that the RX-9 paired with 12mm armor-piercing rounds packed a punch comparable to an electromagnetic rifle, making it highly effective against the bugs. But how many people in the wasteland could afford an RX-9? Most were stuck with pipe rifles which couldn't even scratch the Zerg's armor. Wait, something's wrong. Price, who had been observing the border, suddenly spoke up. Where the first bug had fallen, a second appeared, then a third. More and more bugs emerged until the entire gap was filled. Later, behind these bugs, a giant ant over 10 meters long appeared. Sparks flickered around its rhinoceros beetle-like mouthparts, and the next moment it ignited the fluid it spat out, melting a large chunk of the obstacles. Holy crap, there are so many. That must be over 1,000. I get it, but what the hell is that giant ant? A flamethrower tank bug. No, the valley base isn't ready yet. We can't let these bugs charge straight to the base. Lure them away. Where to? The group exchanged glances and said in unison, the Crimson Flame Clan. Haha, you guys are so evil, but I like it. The Crimson Flame Clan and the Grey Rock Clan are birds of a feather. The mutants are even more brutal, often killing people to fill their bellies. Oof, perfect. Let them eat the bugs. It's a service to the people. After a quick discussion, they decided on the plan. The vehicle's engine roared to life and the rotary machine gun sprayed bullets into the swarm, shredding the front rows into pieces. That was like poking a hornet's nest. Countless bugs screeched and charged down the collapsed wall, chasing the vehicle with a terrifying momentum that made one's scalp tingle. Shit, move it, move it. They're going crazy. Nikolai didn't hesitate. He spun the wheel and floored the accelerator, racing toward the direction of the Grey Rock Clan. The massive swarm followed the vehicle, tracing a wide arc across the wasteland and surging toward the opposite direction from Zone 217. Meanwhile, Chu Hang led the players back to the valley base in a hurry. Since it was still night, the 4 defender robots were faithfully guarding the security of the Federation outpost. But Donald and the others had clearly been awakened by the nuclear explosion, too afraid to come out, and were now shouting anxiously inside the outpost. The renovated valley fortress was complete. Chu Hang arranged for the players to take defensive positions, then found Donald. Lord, you. Chu Hang cut him off with a wave of his hand. Where is your Federation's main force? Tell them to rush here immediately, or they'll be collecting your corpse. What? Donald had a bad feeling, but he hadn't expected things to be this serious. Was Chu Hang just sensationalizing things? Lord, please tell me what happened. I'll assess the situation myself. Assess my ass. Chu Hang sneered and said directly, someone detonated a nuclear bomb at the border. What? Donald and Tom beside him stood up abruptly, their faces filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Nuclear weapons are controlled arms that only our Federation possesses. Have you ever seen a real nuclear explosion? Are you sure you didn't mistake some other bomb for a nuclear one? Tom glared at Chu Hang skeptically. Sensationalism. Someone like Chu Hang, a country bumpkin, would probably exaggerate any slightly larger explosion as a nuclear blast. Had the explosive force is right there. Does it matter whether it was a nuclear detonation or not? Anyway, the border wall is probably gone by now. How do you plan to respond? Donald and Tom's expressions immediately darkened. Though they didn't want to admit it, the intense shaking from the earlier explosion made them start to waver. Had the isolation wall really been destroyed? Damn it, the Federation has invested too much in Region 217 already. Excluding the caravans traveling here daily, just the investments in the foothill outpost, the exploration and supply preparations for the land cruiser Mother Port, plus the cost of hiring Chu Hang as a local guide, had already exceeded 5000 energy credits. Once Region 217 fell, not only would the Federation's exploration plans be significantly delayed, but his own future would be completely ruined. The Vigor people could find the 10th star ring at any moment. The Federation no longer had time to plan another expedition. They had to locate Base Zero before the Vigor arrived. Donald grew anxious. He quickly exchanged glances with Tom before addressing Chu Hang. Lord, please forgive our forwardness. We completely trust your judgment. Then may I ask what measures you propose? Could you send someone to investigate the border? Chu Hang's expression also darkened. Oh. You want my men to go to the border and walk into certain death? Donald waved his hands repeatedly. That's an overstatement. Who knows if the Zerg even exist? This recon mission might be as simple as a picnic. Of course, I'm also willing to compensate for any potential risks. I think 100 energy credits is a reasonable amount. 500. Chu Hang immediately demanded an exorbitant sum. He could see the Federals were in a hurry, so for the sake of saving time they wouldn't mind a slight concession. As expected, Donald agreed quickly. Agreed on 500. But the condition is that your people must survive to bring back the intelligence. We need visual records, not vague verbal reports. Naturally, my men are professionals. With that, the rewards for Price and the others were secured. Even if they all perished, there would be enough energy credits for compensation. After bidding farewell to the worried Donald, Chu Hang returned alone to the captain's cabin. System show the mothership repair progress. The structure of the battered vessel immediately appeared before his eyes. The entire mothership was spindle-shaped, resembling a golden seed. At this moment, the belly and tail of the seed were dominated by large patches of red, indicating areas that had not yet been repaired. Among them, the area with the most red concentration was the engine compartment. That was where the mothership had been directly hit, and the extent of the damage exceeded Chu Hang's repair capabilities. Time is running out. We must be prepared to abandon the valley base at any moment and flee with this battered ship. Chu Hang frowned deeply. System, there's still one empty medium slot on the ship. If we load a functional starship engine into that slot, can the mothership regain mobility? Matching suitable engine module. Found a complete destroyer main engine model. Simulating. Simulation complete. Result: it can take off, but the mothership will crash due to pipeline overload 6 minutes and 18 seconds after engine startup, with an 81% chance of fire and a 33% chance of disintegration. Upon hearing this result, Chu Hang winced. That intact destroyer engine had been painstakingly extracted from a wreckage pile by him in near perfect condition, meeting the loading requirements. However, because it was an engine designed for a destroyer, the excessive energy flow would actually damage the mothership, which was still merely a small craft, causing the original energy pipelines to burn out. In other words, even if installed, it would be like attaching a powerful rocket to a rickety small boat. The risks could cause the damaged vessel to crash again or even disintegrate entirely. Install it. We must install it. Even if we crash, it's better than being surrounded and annihilated by the enemy. After pondering for a long time, Chu Hang finally made his decision. System, run another simulation. This time equip the small craft with additional reverse thrust rockets and cushion airbags for hard landing. Half an hour later, Chu Hang breathed a sigh of relief. The simulation results finally reduced the disintegration probability to 1%. With his worries alleviated, Chu Hang decided to make a bold gamble. According to Chu Hang's will, the system timely released a new round of tasks. Dominance Task 03: capture the Greyrock Clan headquarters. Mission rewards: medium-grade equipment, blind box X1, library protocol LV. 1 subspace protocol LV. 1 Chu Hang accepted the task. Just at this moment, Squad 141 entered the communication range of the Spark system. Immediately after, Chu Hang felt a surge of power beginning to well up within him. Price and the others reached level 10. Chu Hang was both surprised and delighted. He had no idea what extraordinary feats the 4 of them had accomplished during this time. But after they reached level 10, the moment their gene sequences were recorded and uploaded by the system, a transformation began within Chu Hang. His 5-dimensional attributes synchronized and rose to 20 points. Then for the first time he felt his own soul. Before this, Chu Hang had not believed in the concept of a soul. He believed that a person's self stemmed from cognition shaped by memories, and since memories were stored in the brain, transferring memories to another brain would transfer personality as well. But at this moment he felt this was not entirely accurate. The soul, a higher dimensional memory carrier, manifesting through the awakening of spiritual energy. Ordinary people lacked spiritual energy, and their souls were too weak to bear memories or sustain existence independently. But for Starforged beings like them who were born with control over spiritual energy, they could become spirit-like entities after death, silently protecting their clan. Chu Hang had just become a spiritual energy user with an awakening attribute of 10. To reach the level of Starforged sages, one would need to at least become a spiritual energy master with an awakening attribute of 100 or above. Nevertheless, Chu Hang was now able to perform some minor spiritual energy techniques. Hey, it's time to go chat with Donald. Colonel Tom, where is Tang Nada? Chu Hang arrived at the Federation outpost and immediately spotted the who was drilling the troops. He walked up to Tom. There is news from the I came to talk to him alone. The efficiency was pretty high. Tom nodded slightly, about to agree, but his gaze was drawn to the bottle in Chu Hang's hand. What is this? Oh, I heard old Tang likes this, so I brought a bottle over, we can drink and chat. Chu Hang's eyes flickered as he spoke. Tom watched, his brow furrowed. We are in a wartime posture, there is no need for drinking. It's fine, the alcohol isn't strong, a little sip will lift the mood. Where is old Tang? You go ahead, I'll find him myself. Chu Hang's evasive move put Tom on edge. Bringing wine at this moment and asking him to keep Tang Nada alone looked like a clear scheme. Perhaps he's here to pry for information or even to bribe Tang Nada. Such clumsy tactics. Do you think these locals' tricks can fool Federation officers? Tom rejected outright. Tang Nada couldn't sleep all night, he's already asleep. I'm a Federation officer responsible for all military operations in Area 217, you can report the intelligence to me directly. Oh, so you're that powerful, you must know a lot of secrets, right? Chu Hang mused inwardly with a smile. But I made this deal with old Tang if he's not present. No problem. When he wakes I'll relay it to him. Alright, let's go talk over there and make it quick. Because of Chu Hang's deliberate misdirection, Tom now harbored some suspicion toward Tang Nada as well. After all, Tang Nada was a businessman by origin. Tom did not trust these hypocritical fellows, and his proximity to Tang Nada carried more of a watching role than protection. When necessary, he could completely sideline Tang Nada and decide all frontline matters himself. Half an hour later. Lord Chu Hang, thank you for the intel. Further cooperation details I will inform you after I consult headquarters. Then. Fine. Chu Hang wore a look of disappointed expectation and left quietly. Tom watched Chu Hang's silhouette and spat on the ground with a cold smile. What is this? You dare to seize benefits from the Federation, truly greedy, sooner or later you will spit out the principal plus interest you swallowed. On the other side, Chu Hang in a pleased mood returned to the captain's cabin with the same cold smile as Tom. He, what great is this, you dare to target our Zhuxing ruins. He now has 10 points of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy users gain 1 level for every 10 points. Level 1 ability is emotion perception, which can detect others' subtle emotions, usually most effective when paired with conversation to guide the interaction. It works well on ordinary people, but before professionally trained agents and those with deep minds its effect is weaker. That is why Chu Hang chose the more straightforward Tom as the target for obtaining intelligence. And Tom spent ages thinking he had thwarted Chu Hang's plot, not realizing Chu Hang's target from the start had been him, and in the end he successfully extracted the intelligence he wanted from him. Key points: 1. Federation's target is the Zhuxing ruins deep in Area 5. 2. Federation believes the threat is not the insect swarm but time their opponent is on the way, and anything that slows them down will be treated as a threat. 3. Federation's main force has already set off, expected to arrive in 10 days. They urgently need a relay base to store supplies from Area 3. Establish a communications relay and repair landships. The border insect swarm is hindering the relay base construction. 4. To solve the insect disaster, Federation plans to hire Chu Hang as cannon fodder while bombing the border twice daily, morning and evening, to reduce the swarm. Understanding the Federation's plan, Chu Hang's thoughts suddenly became clear. 1. The Federation still needs him, so he is temporarily safe and can enjoy a honeymoon period with them. 2. To prevent post-betrayal reckoning, he must withdraw from the Valley Fortress before the Federation's main force arrives. Until then he should extract as much as possible from the Federation to prepare for a future betrayal. 3. With the swarm entering, the greatest beneficiary is the Wu Yen clan. Whether or not they caused it, they must be destroyed, and this is required by the mission. Federation assistance can help accomplish this. For let the rickety ship upgrade first, then turn on the Federation, and before they react enter Area 5 to seize the initiative. 5. Exploring Area 5 requires sufficient supplies, and on this one could borrow some from Federation friends. After half a day, Chu Hang laid out the plan step by step, rechecking it, and then immediately began deployment. On the Valley Fortress walls. Why hasn't our captain moved since returning? Old Pooh and the others are back. Didn't you say the insect swarm had invaded in force? Not sure, maybe they're saving some big move. Li Sanguang shook his head. Turning his head, he suddenly saw something and his expression froze. Damn, look at that, it's insanely handsome. The surrounding players turned their heads and saw 4 Pulai C4 wearing brand new gear striding forward. Their flashy outfits instantly became the focus on the walls. Military-grade exoskeletons. This design is truly sci-fi. I've seen real police models, but this outshines them. It feels like the standard the Star era should have. And electromagnetic rifles, they don't feel heavy at all. Damn, the RX-18 in my hands suddenly isn't as appealing. Well, if you don't want the RX-18 you can give it to me. No, I remember they just reached level 9, why do they already have exoskeletons? Wake up, they're already at level 10. Okay. If you dare to run around with hundreds of bugs you could have reached early too. Soap boss, please let me touch it, really just a touch. The 4 veterans looked at this bunch of jokers with a wry smile. Hours earlier they had narrowly escaped death by luring the swarm to the neighboring Huiyan clan. Upon returning they discovered they had leveled up, then handed over the mission items and received this legendary gear from Chu Hang. All four chose the Zhuxingzhe Type 1 military version. In terms of player attributes, it provides them with an extra 15 points of strength, 10 points of agility and additional battlefield awareness. Armor rating is for its lightweight composite plates can resist 8 by 55 mm armor-piercing rounds. The exoskeleton uses a Zhuxing energy rod as power, loaded with 10 basic energy coins. Fully charged it can run at full power for 12 hours and can power expansion modules such as optoelectronic modules, remote communications modules, portable fire support modules and more. As for the electromagnetic rifle, for veterans remarked RX-18, we'd better not see each other anymore lest GX-117 gets the wrong idea. Just kidding. It wasn't that the veterans were fickle, it was just that this GX-117 in their hands was too astonishing. In comparison, the Gauss rifles they had been equipped with in the real military were nothing but piles of metal scrap. Boss, tell us about this gun. Yeah, even though it's in a game it feels incredibly real. The players were chattering away. What, you want to replicate it in real life? That would be too criminal. Ha ha ha. Soap laughed and swatted away a few hands reaching for his exoskeleton, then held up the GX-117 for everyone to see. Let me explain. The GX-117 Gauss rifle, blue quality. A standard electromagnetic weapon produced by Starforge Heavy Industries, firing specially made 3G mass rounds with a penetration level of 5. The crowd erupted in uproar. Holy crap, level 5 penetration. That's equivalent to the RX-9's power, and that thing uses 12 by 99 mm armor-piercing rounds. Geez. Really? This tiny little 3G pellet? That's right, such a small pellet is enough to cut us both in half. If I'm not mistaken, this thing is meant to take down power armor. The equipment produced by Starforge Heavy Industries is generally overpowered. Conservatively estimated it should be at least 20 stronger than Federation same caliber firearms. Wow, then our faction is awesome. We can unlock equipment that other NPC factions don't have. Soap listened happily to the discussions and continued to explain. It's not as exaggerated as everyone says. This Gauss rifle has too small a caliber. Although its penetration is strong, its damage capability is limited. Shooting at people will cause overpenetration. It must be used with special Ripper rounds to effectively kill soft targets. However, because of its strong penetration, it can deal with all lightly armored targets, including the exoskeletons of the bug race. The captain unlocked this weapon at this time probably for us to kill bugs. Otherwise, if it's just for fighting people, the effect is poor and the bullets are damn expensive, so it's not worth it. With Soap's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. This thing is a penetration artifact. What is the bug's advantage? Numbers. When bugs surge like a tide, what could be better than an electromagnetic weapon that can pierce through a line of them? No need for Ripper rounds. Ordinary mass rounds will tumble after penetrating the bug's carapace, causing extensive damage to internal tissues. Moreover, this thing is fully automatic with a decent rate of fire. Haha, you think that's all? Soap pointed to the optoelectronic module on top of the GX-117 with a smug smile. This gun is integrated with my exoskeleton helmet. When I move the muzzle, the corresponding reticle is instantly displayed inside the helmet visor, meaning I don't need to aim conventionally anymore. I can fire by sight like a pilot. Gee, that's hipfire god level. You can just stick the muzzle out without even peeking. Wait, isn't that just the standard crosshair design that should be in the game? Why does it feel like we've been working so hard only to restore some game functions? Don't ask, the answer is that this game is too realistic. Isn't the real warfare model also moving towards games like drones, remote control and such? Alright, when you put it that way, I don't know if this is a game or reality. The players messed around for a while and finally someone remembered they were still on duty. So the crowd dispersed and each returned to their defensive positions. Not long after, a new rule from Chu Hang arrived on the player terminals: kill bugs and get rewards. Kill one small bug and get 1 energy coin, kill one big bug and get 100 energy coins. The rewards were of course sponsored by the Federation people to make the players willingly fight for them. For them, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. Chu Hang was happy with this. The players' wealth was his wealth. In the future he would release more advanced equipment to drain the money from the players' pockets. As for why collect so many energy coins, it was to use them when they returned to civilized society later. Even if they looted all the way, there would still be places to spend money, right? After all, we're not completely irredeemable villains. We'll spend a little. Smoke and dust in the distance. After who knows how long, the defensive line was already quite well prepared. The players were so idle that they started doing exercises and wrestling, and finally the bug race made a move. Dust rose at the foot of the mountain and a dark brown tide surged up the hill. Among the tide were several giant tank bugs, each 2 stories high, and every step they took made the earth tremble. A piercing alarm began to echo over the valley. All the players went to the front line, leaving the Federation people somewhat flustered. They all huddled in the camp, which was the wreckage camp, reinforced layer by layer with steel plates, clearly intending to hold their ground and not come out. Very cowardly. Tom, do you think the natives' defense line can hold? Hard to say. Tom looked hesitant. Although in the reconnaissance footage the Alaki beetle can't withstand a single armor-piercing round, the bug race always wins by numbers. What's more, there are tank bugs. The tank bugs' flames can melt metal. This is a huge challenge to their city defenses. Donald scratched his hair in frustration. Then what do we do? Our defenses here are worse than the natives. Don't panic, I've already prepared a countermeasure. Tom smiled smugly. He pointed to a row of pillars in the hangar. This is an ultra-high voltage electric grid I specially requested from home. Didn't expect it to actually come in handy. Our space here is narrow. As long as the grid is up, any bug trying to cross will be electrocuted to charcoal. With the energy from our portable reactor, it's enough to last until headquarters rescue arrives. Donald breathed a sigh of relief. You're thoughtful. But let's pray our native friends can hold out, or our mission will be a complete failure. On the city wall. Bosses, the bugs are less than a kilometer away. Time to start the show. Contrary to what the Federation people imagined, the players were still in the mood to watch the veterans perform, and everyone looked relaxed. Price and his 3 companions lined up on the city wall, kneeling and aiming at the surging bug swarm. Fire! Price commanded, and the deafening distinctive gunfire immediately became a continuous roar. Holy shit, what the hell is that noise? It's too damn loud, isn't it? A Gauss rifle. Tisk illiteracy is scary. Gauss rifles aren't laser guns, the bullets have to break the sound barrier. Everyone shut the hell up, look at the bugs. The air was torn asunder by a dense barrage of projectiles. Each bullet, moving at multiples of the speed of sound, slammed into the insectoid swarm, its terrifying kinetic energy instantly flipping over a dozen creatures. The warped bullets ricocheted wildly among the bugs until their kinetic energy was fully spent. By then they had already torn away kilograms of flesh, shattered limbs and bone shards. Even though the Zerg possessed tenacious vitality, at this moment they could only fall to the ground, writhing, only to be trampled by their own kind behind them. Holy crap, this firepower is way too broken. The most ridiculous thing is that the rate of fire is so high. That's brutal. The bugs can't handle it at all. The bugs are also stupid, crowding so close. Just the ricochets alone can wipe out a whole swath. If I were the Zerg commander, I would definitely. Why are you covering my mouth? Quick, shut big head up, this bastard is trying to jinx us again. Yeah, his last jinx almost wiped us out. You're all slandering me, it's superstition. After Price and his team opened fire, the mortar positions followed suit, unleashing a dense barrage of rapid fire. Even the strong stone parked in the valley joined in as a large number of rockets roared into the sky. Originally this was merely the debut of the Gauss rifles. But it was as if a horn of attack had been sounded in an instant. Thousands of guns erupted in the valley, thunderous vehicles shook the earth amid flashes of lightning and fire. The terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the advancing insect tide. The players were dumbfounded. Had their own firepower become this fierce? The insect tide now seemed like waves crashing against a reef, directly shattering apart. Large chunks of broken limbs splattered everywhere. The scorched sand was soon covered with a layer of nauseating green insect blood, and piercing insect cries echoed over the valley. It was like the wailing of enemies begging for mercy. Holy crap, this firepower is way too fierce. Awesome. That lying guy is truly a terminal case of firepower deficiency phobia. This wave of rocket barrage is fucking awesome. Look. The bugs are chickening out. Has the sun risen from the west? Aren't the swarms supposed to be fearless? Accompanied by shrill cries, the surviving bugs rushed down the mountain path in large numbers, fleeing into the ravines on both sides. The mountain path was soon left with only burning insect carcasses and dense craters. No. They just took another route. Price suddenly spoke up to warn them. Everyone then realized that the scattered swarm showed no signs of fleeing. Instead, they surged up the mountain from every nook and cranny. Their sharp limbs easily pierced the steep rock, displaying astonishing climbing ability. Damn, these stinking bugs can even climb walls. This is too disgusting. Terrain advantages are practically non-existent against them. Stop talking nonsense. This is going to be a tough battle. Hurry and tell the brothers in the valley to take cover. From now on, nowhere is safe. Haha, they're just bugs. No matter how many, they're still bugs. That's right, let them see what the men of launching are capable of. You. Don't embarrass yourself with those little bugs. On the other side, Chu Hang had received frontline intelligence. He immediately ordered the players on the mountain to evacuate the artillery positions and assemble inside the strong stone, relying on it for defense. He thought for a moment, then also ordered the strong stone to move outside the Federation's camp to also look after these cheap allies. Colonel, the natives have driven their rocket vehicle to our doorstep. Inside the Federation camp, several Federation soldiers wearing exoskeletons gripping steel rifles shouted nervously to Tom. "Don't worry about it." Tom smiled faintly and spoke arrogantly. "They are just weaklings wanting to take shelter under the wings of the Federation. But since they are our allies, just ignore them." Ha! The soldiers below immediately showed proud expressions. The Federation's strength was beyond the reach of these natives. The Colonel is absolutely right. These natives may seem to have fierce firepower, but it's just a flash in the pan. They don't have a complete logistics system, yet they waste ammunition right from the start, which is utterly foolish. Presumably that rocket vehicle is now an empty shell, which is why they are so eager to seek our protection. That's right, the RX-18 is decent, but its penetration is completely insufficient to kill arachnid beetles. Besides, they don't have personal armor, which is extremely fatal when facing the swarm. Just thinking about them being pierced by the bug's sharp limbs and crushed by their giant mandibles makes me want to mourn for these poor souls. The Federation soldiers murmured their words full of concern for their allies. All right, enough of that. Guard your posts. What you should be worried about now is that once the natives retreat in defeat, don't let them break through your lines. Tom waved his hand. Remember, under no circumstances should you turn off the high-voltage electric grid. Even if the natives are crashing into it. Chu Hang didn't know how the Federation people were grumbling about him. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Run out of ammo in one round. Don't be ridiculous. If Lion was a severe case of firepower deficiency phobia, then he himself was a terminal case. The strong stone indeed couldn't carry that many spare rounds, but his subspace could. Since Lion bought the engineering exoskeleton, his production efficiency had skyrocketed. The rockets Chu Hang now had on hand were enough for another 3 full salvos from the strong stone. It's just that the bugs were now scattered, making a salvo less effective. Captain, all fighters on the mountain top position have been evacuated. How should we proceed next? Lion, clad in a rather heavy orange-yellow engineering exoskeleton, asked Chu Hang eagerly. The previous salvo of rockets had thrilled him immensely, and most importantly, every rocket fired was money. The more they fired, the more orders Chu Hang would naturally receive. How come this mindset feels a bit like the military-industrial giants of the US? Not important. Anyway, just fire all the rounds. Unfortunately, Chu Hang's reply greatly disappointed him. Retract the defense line, rely on the valley fortress and the strong stone to defend and reduce the swarm's numbers. This will be a protracted battle, no reckless suicide tactics are allowed. Furthermore, the strong stone will primarily provide fire support. Based on frontline intelligence, conduct targeted elimination of tank bugs that enter its range. Yes, Captain. The players immediately knew how to fight, just play it safe and sneaky. If they couldn't trade lives with the bugs, they would use terrain and brains to outsmart them. Retreat, don't stay on the city walls. The bugs will be here soon. We'll set up traps and then withdraw. With so many booby traps, the bugs will have a tough time. Soon the swarm surged from all directions toward the valley fortress. Frontline positions opened fire. The firing ports on the front of the fortress began to spit tongues of flame, blasting the bugs attacking from the front into pieces. At the same time, a large number of arachnid beetles appeared on the mountainsides on both sides. They jumped down from the cliffs like spiders, landing directly on the top of the fortress. Some of them crossed over the mountaintop and charged directly into the valley. Captain, some bugs are heading toward the Federation camp. No need to worry, let them ask for help first. Chu Hang stood with arms crossed in the command room of the Chancellor, gazing down at the arachnid beetles charging down from the surrounding slopes, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After several days of intensive training, his little players had become remarkably skilled marksmen. Combined with their excellent physical conditioning, they could easily control the recoil of their rifles, making their shots incredibly accurate. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. A series of rapid short bursts echoed frequently through the valley. The players were clearly using their heavy machine guns as sniper rifles, sending precise bursts of bullets tracking the insects, kicking up plumes of dust around them. Every bug in sight could barely advance far before being struck by bullets. The unlucky ones caught the attention of multiple players and were ruthlessly focused down. Even without Gauss rifles, the 12x99mm machine gun rounds were enough to cripple the arachnid beetles. A few shots and they were dead. Both the fortress and the Chancellor were equipped with numerous heavy machine gun emplacements. The bugs seemed to have broken through the defenses and surged into the valley, but in essence they were caught in a pincer movement, attacked from both sides by the players. The insect swarm's assault suffered a massive setback. Then they noticed a human concentration that seemed less aggressive than the others, a potential soft target. So a large number of bugs swarmed over. Damn, the swarm is converging on us. Inside the Federation garrison, the soldiers' faces paled as they instinctively tightened their grip on their Gauss rifles. Don't panic. These beasts will soon realize how foolish a decision this is. Team A, Team B, get on the walls. Team C, man the watchtowers. Prepare for battle. The Federation forces stationed with Chu Hang were not large. A considerable number of soldiers had to escort the merchant convoy away, leaving only 12 combatants divided into 3 squads. The good news was that all 12 were equipped with Federation-made Grizzly Mk4 mechanical exoskeletons and Striker Mk77 Gauss rifles. Their firepower was quite impressive. The Federation garrison was a wrecked ship hangar that Chu Hang had rented to them. Its advantage was that it was mostly enclosed with only one airlock for entry and exit. The downside was that the airlock's doors couldn't close and the opening was, well, a bit large since it was originally for fighter craft. With no other choice, Tom had hired players to build a wall inside the hangar, a trivial task for the dozen-meter-high space, and set up several watchposts on the ceiling and crane arms welding some 15mm sentry machine guns. At the entrance of the airlock now stood 5 pitch-black metal pillars, their bases connected to thick cables, a high-voltage electric grid that gave Tom his confidence. The insects' screeches grew closer. All soldiers waited in formation, ready for the swarm. They're here. The first bug crossed the kill zone created by the Changsha, approaching the Federation base's entrance from a blind spot. Zap! With a blinding flash and a thunderous crack, the arachnid beetle was instantly turned into a charred corpse. The players on the Changsha gasped in surprise. Whoa! Tesla coils. The players hadn't expected those 5 unremarkable pillars to be a kind of Tesla coil capable of burning any unit that approached with ultra-high voltage induction. TCH, no wonder those guys were so smug. If we had that gear, we wouldn't have to lift a finger, just wait for the bugs to suicide on us. The players drooled with envy, already plotting to steal them at night. Lion watched for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Interesting. The Federation might be in for a surprise. Ha! Why? The lightning pillars are 3 meters tall with an induction range of about 2 meters. But the hangar's airlock door is 8 meters high. That means there's a 3-meter wide safe zone at the top of the door that won't get zapped. The others found it hard to believe. Really? How could the Federation leave such an obvious flaw? I reckon the lightning pillars are usually used in open areas with no walls, so the bugs can only attack from the ground. But this is a hangar and bugs can climb walls. The consequences. Everyone drew a sharp breath, silently mourning the Federation soldiers. Look! The bugs are climbing the walls. They're clever beasts. Should we help? How? The machine gun turrets don't have the angle. We'd have to go out, but that means leaving the vehicle's armor too dangerous. I say the captain will eventually order a rescue. I'll go prepare. Watch my performance later. Lion smiled mysteriously and disappeared down the corridor. That guy's always disappearing. What's he up to? His companion shrugged, curiosity written all over his face. Oh crap, the bugs are getting in. Someone suddenly shouted. Players without shooting duties crowded around the observation windows only to see grotesque insects using their sharp legs to cling to the metal walls, clambering up to the hangar ceiling, bypassing the lightning pillars and swarming inside. Intense gunfire erupted from within. Damn, Lian was right. Look, those bugs are actually biting through the cables powering the lightning pillars even under fire. It's over. All the pillars are down. The main bug force is pouring in. Boom. Boom. The gunfire inside the hangar grew more frantic. After the lightning pillars failed, the Federation defenders began indiscriminately throwing grenades and rifle grenades toward the airlock. Gauss rifles and violent explosions inflicted heavy casualties on the swarm. But the bugs, sensing victory, were not about to give up. More rushed in, braving the Changsha's fire. Damn it, why did the lightning pillars fail? I don't know. The intel was wrong. The arachnid beetle's climbing ability is far superior to what we were told. God, they're everywhere. Ah, help. Colonel, we can't hold out much longer. We need the natives to send reinforcements. Now they remembered their native friends. As they spoke, a machine gun nest on the hangar ceiling suddenly went quiet as a swarm of bugs converged along the ceiling. The soldier, panicking, jumped down in a scream, only to be torn apart by the waiting bugs below. The blood-curdling screams turned the other soldiers' faces pale. Damn, my rifle's overheating. Mine's jammed. I can't fire. Someone cover me. I'm out of ammo. Anyone got spare? Panicked shouts spread across the position. Clearly these Federation soldiers weren't as elite as they seemed, even their courage fell far short of the players. Tom had already joined the fight. His face twisted with fury, teeth clenched. Hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. Lion, go assist our allies. Alright, Lion said with excitement, I can't wait to start killing. With that he left in his new gear. Bridge repositioned the Changsha to give us firing coverage over the Federation base. Once Lion breaks into the enemy lines, concentrate fire to cut off the Zerg reinforcements. Aye, Captain. Chu Hang sat steadily in the command room, then turned to Xiao Yugen and Tan Shuang. You two go activate the SC Versus to cover the Changsha's relocation. Remember, don't get isolated in the swarm, your armor can't withstand the arachnid's bite. Got it, don't worry. The two women were now Chu Hang's personal pilots specializing in operating the two modified SC Versus. Xiao Yugen's Unit 1 was equipped with a ballistic shield flamethrower and a 40mm grenade launcher boasting formidable firepower. Tan Shuang's Unit 2 was outfitted with a ballistic shield, a rotary machine gun and a portable emergency medical kit, allowing her to provide first aid to allies on the battlefield. The roar of the Changsha's engines drew the attention of some of the swarm. Seizing the opportunity, Lion leaped from the vehicle and dashed, his figure immediately spotted by the players aboard the Changsha. Holy crap, is that Lion? Why is he so fat now? Looks kind of like a delivery guy. Lion's orange engineering exoskeleton had undergone a drastic transformation. The engineering suit provided a 20-point boost to strength and 5 to agility, almost entirely allocated to output. So the arms dealer Lion had a sudden inspiration and modified himself into a mobile turret. On his back was a massive ammunition box with a wide belt feeding into the enormous gun in his hands. That thing looked even bulkier than a Gauss rifle, its pitch-black metal shell covered in rivets and welds appearing quite hideous. But the dark gaping muzzle made anyone who wanted to disparage it think twice. Speaking of which, this thing could almost be considered a cannon. Due to the heavy load, Lion was not fast, trudging step by step across the sandy ground. A bug soon spotted him and charged with a roar. Though not particularly fast, it was still much more agile than Lion. If he tried to flee, he would certainly be caught and torn apart. The watching players were sweating for him. But Lion was not flustered. Under his helmet his face was filled with frenzy and excitement, and he shouted for the Emperor. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! The bug in front exploded on impact, splattering green blood all over Lion, making him look like a butcher. Whoa, 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 whoa! What was that? Why did the bug suddenly explode? Yeah, he only fired one shot, right? Why was there a series of sounds? And what was that flash of light halfway? The players on the Changsha erupted in chaos. Everyone was baffled. They had never expected such an outcome. Even a Gauss rifle only left a few bloody holes in the bugs, nothing like this explosive effect. It was as if a bomb had been planted inside the bug. Ha ha ha, you little noobs, scared by Big Brother's treasure, huh? At that moment Lion's smug voice came through the player channel. Dude, what gun are you using? That's insane. Yeah, you blew the bug to pieces. Makes the Gauss rifle seem lame. Spill the beans. More importantly, get one for me too, damn it. Hold on. Before he finished, more firing sounds rang out from Lion's side. Lion was killing bugs with one shot each, enjoying himself immensely. Any bug daring to approach met an explosive end on the spot. Wow. Awesome. Sick. The players' praise in the channel intoxicated Lion. He quickly eliminated the approaching bugs and continued toward the Federation base. Where was I? You haven't said anything yet. Oh, this gun. Hee hee, this is our latest flagship product from Lion Metal, the Bolter. The players gasped. Hiss, could it be the legendary? Tell us more about the Bolter. Haha, as you can see, this gun has a 20mm caliber and fires specialized rocket-assisted ammunition. After leaving the barrel, the rocket provides secondary acceleration, giving it enough kinetic energy to penetrate the bug's armor. Lion paused to fire a few more shots. The warhead is packed with reactive explosives which detonate on impact, creating the blast effect you saw. In short, this thing is a bug killer, one shot, one infant. Absolutely satisfying. I call it the Lion pattern bolter. The player's eyes lit up. Lion, you're amazing. You actually made this. The explosive genius lives up to the name. Pre-order me one. Me too. I can't wait to massacre bugs. Nice, the money will flow into my pockets. Lion was overjoyed, but then someone suddenly threw cold water. This thing looks really heavy. Without an exoskeleton you can't even carry it. The players froze for a moment, then quickly caught on. Exactly. Look at that big box. These are artillery shells. A regular magazine can't hold many rounds, you need a whole ammo box to sustain fire. Forget it, you need an exoskeleton. I knew it. How could Lai Yin design gear better than what the captain sells? Cough, don't say that. The effect is pretty good. I think it's fine. After all, these bugs have no ranged attacks and aren't that fast. Picking them off one by one with this gun would be a blast. It's like a big shotgun, whoever comes gets sprayed. Hearing this, Lai Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. His carefully planned weapons exhibition wasn't a complete failure. Many were still interested and he expected plenty of orders later. Inside the Federation base, Colonel Tom's soldiers had retreated into the corridor of a wrecked ship. The hangar was now infested with bugs, forcing them to hold the corridor entrance and await reinforcements. Colonel, reinforcements are here. A sharp-eyed soldier spotted Lai Yin, his eyes lighting up. How many reinforcements? Seems like only one. What? While the Federation personnel were in disbelief, Lai Yin had already stormed into the hangar with his gun. A miniature radar had been mounted on his ammo box. A bug tried to drop from the ceiling to ambush him, but before it landed it was blown to pieces in midair. The Federation forces watched the scene, their faces filled with shock. Unbeknownst to them, the bug screeching had vanished from the hangar, replaced by only a series of heavy footsteps and a demonic figure. I'm here to help. Anyone still alive? Tom and his men snapped out of their daze. They emerged from the corridor and Tom strode up to Lai Yin, his first words not a thank you. I want 10 sets of your gun. 10 sets. Lai Yin's heart blossomed with joy. These Federation people were truly generous, no wonder the captain had deemed them such easy marks. Unfortunately, though he could understand the common tongue, the Federation people could not understand him. With the language barrier, he could not negotiate this deal himself and had to leave it to Chu Hang, the middleman. Thinking this, the captain was indeed quite cunning. But it was nothing much. Although an individual might be cheated, doing business with the Federation going through the captain's official channels was much safer, and it would also increase goodwill with the captain. With that thought, Lai Yin ignored Tang Mu. But to Tang Mu, Lai Yin's silence appeared as arrogance, disdain and silent contempt for them. He had recently boasted about lending a hand to the native allies, but he never expected to be proven wrong so quickly. His face burned with embarrassment, so he quickly tried to save face. I didn't expect the arachnid swarm to evolve so quickly. They originally didn't have such strong climbing ability. If we had known this key intelligence earlier, we could have defended this place on our own. Oh yes. Lai Yin rolled his eyes dramatically behind his mask. Then without a word he gestured for all the Federation survivors to follow him. You want us to go out? The surviving soldier's face changed instantly. Aren't you here to assist us in defense? There are ready-made fortifications here, how can we go out? That's right. Our Federation base has a lot of valuable property. You should stay and defend with us. If there's any loss of Federation assets, can you bear the responsibility? Lai Yin listened quietly to their words, his disdain growing stronger. He began to understand why the captain detested the Federation people so much. They were a bunch of arrogant, selfish bastards, only thinking of themselves as if everyone owed them something. Oof, I'm not serving them anymore. After all, the captain's mission was just to rescue them, right? With that thought, Lai Yin strode out as he had come. Hey, where are you going? Bastard, you can't leave. I'll complain to your lord. But Lai Yin acted as if he hadn't heard, already several meters away. These barbarians. Colonel, what do we do? Tang Mu's face was equally grim. He felt that the noble Federation people were being disrespected, but the situation forced them to rely on others. Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth and said, follow him. Seeing his men's indignation, he added in the team voice channel, focus on the mission first. When the main force arrives, we'll settle the score with these natives. Yes, Colonel. Tang Mu led the remaining soldiers, and a group of surveyors led by Tang Nada following Lai Yin in a noisy crowd in the column suddenly became cumbersome. Lai Yin frowned slightly and quickly contacted Chu Hang. The massive strong stone immediately started up, moved back to pick them up, and 2 SCVs flanked the Federation column escorting them. Tang Mu and his men's expressions eased a bit. These natives are somewhat reliable. SO. But they've modified the SCVs like this, such a waste of good engineering. Exactly. Using SCVs as weapons, what a waste of excellent engineering capabilities. Help. Just as they were speaking, a bug suddenly sprang out from behind a pile of trash, biting one man's thigh and dragging him away from the group. The others quickly opened fire, riddling the bug with bullets. But the man's leg was beyond saving and the wound was huge, bleeding profusely. Colonel, save me. I don't want to die. The accompanying medic immediately gave the wounded man a shot of hemostatic agent, but it was ineffective. Blood still gushed from the wound as if it were free. It's no good, Colonel. Jiaka needs surgery immediately or he'll die. I know. But look at where we are, how can we perform surgery here? Do you want to stay here and keep him company? The medic's face turned pale. But... Just then a sharp female voice rang out from one of the SCVs. Bring him in quick. Before the words died away, an SCV stopped in front of everyone. Then a coffin-like hatch opened on the back of the SCV, revealing folded transparent tubes and precision robotic arms on both sides. The medic's eyes lit up. A portable medical pod. Colonel, quick. Jiaku is saved. Tang Mu's face also showed relief, and he quickly ordered Jiaku to be shoved into the medical pod. The hatch closed immediately. Sister Yugan, cover me. Okay. Tang Shuang then set the SCV to autopilot, swiveled the seat and turned to face the console behind her, from which she could remotely control the medical pod and perform emergency surgery on the wounded man. The retreat wasn't long, but the terrain was complex and there were many bugs. It took about 5 minutes for the two sides to successfully rendezvous. All Federation survivors boarded the strong stone. The Federation medic waited anxiously for a long time before finally seeing their wounded. Jiaka, how do you feel? The wounded man named Jiaku was carried onto the vehicle on a stretcher, still in a daze filled with lingering fear after his brush with death. Terrible, but I should live. Who saved me? I don't know, but it was probably a woman. I didn't notice there were women here before. Can you ask for me? I must thank her in person. I will. The medic nodded and then gave a self-deprecating smile. How ridiculous. I thought these natives were wasting good resources, but I never expected they could modify the SCV so thoroughly. It's a stroke of genius. How did they think of attaching a medical pod to the back of an SCV? The most incredible thing is that they can even perform remote surgery from the driver's seat. The medic grew more excited. I must meet the person who modified this SCV. However, no one on the strong stone paid him any attention. The players whispered among themselves for a moment, then turned their focus back to the battle. Just then the strong stone beneath them suddenly shook violently. The Federation people, like startled birds, anxiously asked, "What's happening? Is it a tank bug? Be careful of the ground, tank bugs can burrow up from below." But the surrounding players looked at them as if they were idiots. In the Blue Star language they muttered, "It's just another round of rocket bombardment. Look how scared they are. These guys probably left their brains outside. Tank bugs can burrow, but have they ever seen one that can burrow through a mountain? Do they think it's a giant pangolin? Alright, stop mocking the allies. The captain just bombed the last tank bug. The swarm is retreating. Time for us to counterattack. Let's go. I can take 10 of them. Ha ha ha, we won. That was a satisfying battle. Brothers, how's the battle going? Our squad killed 23, but we ran out of ammo, otherwise we could have killed more. The Zerg are nothing special. I used only 70 of my power and slaughtered 10 little bugs. TSK tisk, you little noob. You didn't see me just now, a 3-point junk shot miraculously tossing a grenade into the tank bug's mouth. See that one over there without a head? 666. The big shot solo killed a large bug, netting 100 energy coins. No need to say more, treat us. Brotherly, let's hit the buffet. Outside the valley fortress, bug corpses lay everywhere. Everywhere were limbs pierced by bullets and charred by flames. The originally smooth fortress walls were now covered with scratches, and even many broken bug legs were stuck in them, with disgusting green blood constantly dripping down, looking exceptionally brutal. A massive tank bug carcass lay prostrate beneath the city wall. From its posture it had intended to climb the wall and spit fire. One of its forelimbs had hooked onto the edge, but its head was blown off straight. GG. A large number of players stood on the bug carcasses, cheering loudly, reveling in the exhilaration of victory. Donald and Tom followed Chu Hang up to the city wall. Seeing this, they felt bitter in their hearts. These were the natives they had always looked down upon. Using inferior equipment, they faced a swarm of thousands of bugs and still won with seemingly few casualties. Meanwhile, their own side, armed with the Federation's advanced equipment, faced fewer than 100 bugs and was utterly routed, eventually fleeing in disgrace to their allies' side and being rescued. A strong sense of shame rose from the bottom of their hearts. Were the Federation soldiers really that weak? Or were these natives just too strong? A strange light flickered in Tom's eyes. He completely set aside his arrogance and began to objectively assess the players before him. First of all, they were definitely not professional soldiers. They had no proper posture sitting or standing and showed no discipline whatsoever. They did whatever they wanted like a bunch of bandits. Yet oddly enough, these guys were incredibly strong in combat. Not only were they well coordinated, but their individual skills and tactics were top-notch. Their morale was always high and they showed no fear of death. If a self-destruct could save a critical battlefield situation, they would do it without hesitation. Their fanaticism was comparable to those brainwashed madmen of the Greyrock tribe. Truly a bunch of weirdos. But fortunately these weirdos with formidable combat power were now on the Federation side and their strength could be used by the Federation. Federation soldier, ahem boss, didn't you say we'd eventually kick them to the curb? Tom, first take them in as dogs, then kick them if they're no good. Chu Hang stood right beside Tom. He could accurately sense Tom's emotions, naturally knowing that this bastard was brewing trouble. He couldn't help sneering inwardly. Don't worry, friends. I won't let you bear the infamy of discarding your allies. Because I will be the one to strike first. Chu Hang operated his system a few times in his mind and the players below the city wall all lowered their heads. Captain has issued a new mission. Let me see, it's asking us to take the initiative, rescue the wasteland settlements not yet consumed by the bug tide, recover their resources and bring them back to build a base for the Federation. Wow, are we switching to a slave-catching squad? Don't put it so harshly, it's clearly a rescue team. Without us they'd definitely be overwhelmed by the bug tide. Sigh, alright. Since we're now the bigwigs of Zone 217, we gotta take care of the little guys below. Well said, but I'm here to save the pretty NPC ladies. As they spoke, the roar of helicopter rotors suddenly came from the horizon. Several black dots swept overhead, circled in the distance for a while, then approached. Tisk, are those Federation reinforcements? They arrived just in time. And they learned their lesson, they know not to fly over the valley recklessly. Haha, after all the captain is quite good at shooting down planes. The Federation helicopters circled and finally landed on the open ground in front of the fortress, which had just been cleared by the players. Rows of vehicles parked along the road turned into a guard of honor for them. This time the Federation sent 3 heavy transport helicopters. 30-odd Federation soldiers in grisly exoskeletons clambered down, their steel rifles gleaming, and marched toward the fortress in a mighty line. Pff, those Federation guys are still so cocky. After all, they're the big boss, they gotta keep up appearances. But our captain deliberately stands on the city wall. No matter how awesome they are, they have to look up like petitioners. Haha, awesome. Our captain is definitely black-hearted inside. On the city wall, Chu Hang glanced at the secretly excited Tom and teased, Colonel, did your reinforcements run into a traffic jam? Ahem, it's a long way, nothing to be done. Tom's face flushed. Now that the bug tide has receded and our people have arrived, I think it's time to start building the transit base. Lord Chu, I trouble you to receive my personnel and transport vehicles. Chu Hang nodded. As long as the payment is right, everything is negotiable. Perhaps a batch of cheap laborers will arrive later to help you build the base. That would be wonderful. According to the agreement, I'd appreciate it if you could guarantee the security of Zone 217. In the future, more supply convoys will arrive at the border and I don't want them to be harassed by bandits or bugs. Tom discussed with Chu Hang for a while, then went downstairs to greet the reinforcements. Colonel Tom, we're late. Tom sighed and waved his hand. It's not your fault. Did you bring everything? The first batch is on the helicopter and I also brought your power armor. Good. Go inside and get old Tang and the others, then relocate the base. I've had enough of this life under someone else's roof. I'll go gear up first. After another hour of fuss, the players had cleared the entire mountain path. The Federation convoy drove out of the fortress in a grand procession, ready to move. Ha! Who's that tin can? Damn power armor. This game actually spawned an NPC in power armor, awesome. So damn cool. Too bad it's Federation paint, must be that flashy Tom's. No worries, this game is super realistic. As long as we work hard to earn money, our captain will soon be able to wear power armor too. Besides, what's this junk? Our Starforge Heavy Industries armor will leave theirs in the dust by 8th Streets. Wow, I'm already looking forward to it. Alright, for the captain's power armor, time to go grind. On the city wall, Chu Hang watched the departing Federation convoy, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The outsiders are gone, time to go full throttle. 3 days later, in the ruins of a collapsed Cloudflow tower in Zone 217, a small swarm of insects was attacking. It was none other than the 191 market where Chu Hang and his group had once caused a ruckus. Due to the earth-shattering explosion Chu Hang had set off before his departure, the entire Grey Rock Fortress had collapsed, leaving the place desolate. The decline in safety factor led the Federation to choose the under-construction 217 transit base as the border logistics hub, while here with the Grey Rock clan's withdrawal, unprecedented chaos instantly erupted. Endless gang wars nearly destroyed the place. In the end, a faction called the Dajio Gang barely won, seizing control of the 191 market city defenses. Boss, there are too many bugs. The brothers can't hold on. On the city wall, a large group of armed men dressed as scavengers were crouched behind the battlements, firing wildly downward. But since most of them were only equipped with iron pipe rifles, the rampaging Alaki beetles faced little effective resistance climbing toward the wall in a pyramid-like formation. The defenders' faces were filled with terror. Some tried to flee but were immediately shot dead by the gang leader, narrowly preventing the faltering line from collapsing outright. The leader grabbed a subordinate by the collar. "Did you bring out all the ammunition from the warehouse? Damn it, don't hold back now, are you saving it for your funeral?" "Chief, there really isn't any left. After the Grey Rock clan left, we lost our supply of ammunition, and with the gang wars that followed, we barely had any rounds left. The brothers are now throwing Molotov cocktails." The leader's expression turned grim. His subordinate was right. They had just fired their last cannon shell, and the only thing affecting the swarm was the blazing fire at the base of the wall. But such flames could only drive them back. Once the fire died, so would this human settlement. Damn it! I struggled so hard to get this far only to see the Dajiao gang rise again. Could the heavens really intend to destroy me? Just then a subordinate suddenly cried out in surprise. "Boss, there's a convoy." A convoy. The leader's spirit lifted and he quickly grabbed binoculars to peer into the dust cloud in the distance. "All armored vehicles. 5 no 10. Wait, what is that? Could it be the Grey Rock clan's Qianshi?" The leader was stunned. He had once seen the Qianshi's convoy from afar, since that convoy had passed through the 191 market when it set out to avenge itself on Chu Hang. But wasn't it rumored that the entire convoy had been annihilated deep in the wasteland? Why was it reappearing here now? Had the Grey Rock clan returned to reclaim this place? He didn't know whether to be glad or disappointed. But as he hesitated, the other side opened fire. Rockets with long tails of flame soared into the sky, streaking smoke trails across the horizon, then plunged straight down toward them. "You bastard!" The leader barely had time to curse before dragging his subordinate and jumping off the wall. A blaze erupted behind them, consuming the gang members on the wall and the Alaki beetles below, all reduced to ash in the flames. Aboard the Qianshi. Haha, 2 birds with 1 rocket, awesome. Lai Yin was now lounging in the seat that had once belonged to the Centurion. This rocket launcher vehicle was his own modification. Since Chu Hang wasn't around, he had naturally assumed command, thoroughly enjoying his role. Xiao Hei and the other 2 stood beside him, envious. They were all wearing military-grade exoskeletons with smaller Lai Yin's bolt guns strapped to their backs. "Damn it, stop blowing everything up. You've already taken out everything we could kill." "Yeah. Just because the captain lent you the Qianshi doesn't mean you can go wild, you'll have to pay if you break it." Alright, I've pretty much blown enough. It's your turn now." Lai Yin shrugged with lingering reluctance. Ever since his impressive debut in the defense battle, his Lai Yin's bolt gun had earned Chu Hang's approval. Chu Hang had helped optimize it, making the whole set lighter and more durable, even compatible with military exoskeletons. The improved bolt guns sold well among players and were also exported to the Federation. Players got an internal price of 30 energy coins per set. The Federation paid an ally price of 100 energy coins. The final pricing power belonged to Chu Hang. The technology wasn't particularly advanced, but the Federation simply hadn't had time to set up a separate production line, so for now they could only buy from Chu Hang. Tang Mu was truly fed up with the unreliability of Federation standard-issue weapons. Their crappy Gauss rifles constantly jammed and overheated and were a nightmare to maintain, nothing compared to the simple and brutal bolt guns. So he spent a fortune purchasing 20 sets of bolt guns and 3000 rounds of bolt shells from Chu Hang. The total cost was a whopping 5000 energy coins. Chu Hang's grin stretched from ear to ear. After the transaction, he gave Lai Yin 500 energy coins as a patent fee. After all, everything was produced in subspace and Chu Hang provided the materials. Lai Yin still made a good profit. His initial RD cost had been less than 100 coins. With this money, the Aurora squad, to which Lai Yin belonged, instantly became the wealthiest among the players. The 4 of them put their heads together and planned a big scheme. The Federation's construction sites were desperately short of labor. For every qualified worker players sent there, the Federation paid them a 2 energy coin commission. After that, the workers became Federation employees with no further ties to the players. The players loved this money-making method. Though it involved depriving wasteland residents of their freedom as their saviors, introducing them to a job was hardly unreasonable. Besides, the Federation prided itself on being civilized. They wouldn't kill arbitrarily like the mutants, and they provided security and meals, conditions far better than being a scavenger under the Grey Rock clan. Thus the labor trade flourished in Zone 217, even dimming the shadow of the insect swarm. As for Lai Yin and his group's big business, it was to extend their reach to the 191 market, which they had encountered once before. Even after the chaos, over 1,000 wastelanders still lived there. If they could all be moved to the Federation base, what a colossal deal that would be. Of course they knew that moving everyone was unrealistic. But even half of them would be highly profitable. So the Aurora squad began their spending spree. First they rented the Qianshi from Chu Hang. Then they recruited many player squads to join the venture. Lian hired players and the players helped persuade and transport NPCs to the Federation's new base. Thus the earlier scene unfolded. As for why they blew up the city wall as well, obviously unless they cut off the Wastelanders' hopes would they willingly leave their settlement. Now that the wall was gone, the insect swarm could return at any moment. They had no choice but to leave. Watching the player convoy rush toward the 191 market, Lian shook his head inside. I'm such a villain. The leader of the Great Horn gang clambered awkwardly from the rubble of the city wall. What met his eyes was a chaotic expanse of ruined walls with broken limbs of humans and insects scattered among the debris. A mixed odor of gunpowder stench, scorched flesh and a hint of meaty aroma assaulted his nostrils. He nearly vomited. All his men were dead. The Great Horn gang leader glared furiously at the distant convoy and roared, "Damned bastards, ambushing us while we fought the insect swarm. Treacherous butchers. Disgrace to humanity. The Great Horn God will punish you." The Great Horn God was their faith, just as the Grey Rock clan believed in Immortal Old Joe and the Crimson Flame clan worshipped the Flame Titan. Surviving in the wasteland required a spiritual anchor. "Boss, you're alive. Thank heavens." A subordinate's choked voice came from beside him. The leader remembered he had saved a man when he jumped over the wall. "How many of us are left?" The subordinate looked around blankly, then sobbed. "Gone, all gone. Only the two of us remain from the entire Great Horn gang." The leader's face turned pale. If he hadn't forbidden the gang from retreating, his men wouldn't have been wiped out. No, the fault lay with the Strong Rock, the ship that slaughtered his men. He would have his revenge. "Do you have the flare gun?" "Yes, boss." The subordinate quickly handed the flare gun and a few flares to the leader. With a ferocious expression, the leader fired all the flares into the sky, then collapsed in exhaustion. "Boss, who are you signaling? No one will come to save us." "Save? No, give up. We're beyond saving. I'm firing the flares to attract the insects around so everyone will be buried with the Great Horn gang." The leader grew calm, then muttered to himself in a paranoid manner which was even more terrifying. "The insect swarm is invincible. They are the apostles sent by the Great Horn God. They will destroy all evil in the world and pave the way for his arrival, creating a pure divine kingdom." The subordinate stared at his boss in shock. The boss was insane. He felt himself teetering on the edge of madness too. Damn this world. Scree. At that moment a surviving arachne beetle suddenly emerged from the rubble. It had lost a leg but still lunged fiercely at the two men. The subordinate was frozen in terror, paralyzed on the spot. In that moment he thought of the widow next door, the wives of his gang brothers, the boss's cousin. Though this world was wretched, there were still beautiful things in it. He didn't want to die. A legend persisted in the wasteland: when a person's desire was strong enough, the gods would cast their gaze and send an angel to save their faithful devotee. For the sake of his future pleasures he had never been so devout. Then a miracle occurred. The ferocious insect before him instantly burst apart, splattering the gang member with disgusting green blood. Thud. The sound of the insect falling reached his ears. Then the kneeling gang member saw a burly figure holding a heavy firearm striding toward him with steady steps. "Oh, Great Horn God above! You must be the angel he sent." The gang member crawled forward on his knees and hugged the newcomer's leg. "Ha!" Xiao Hei stared blankly at the surviving NPC, then glanced at the translation on his wristband. "Angel. Great Horn God. What the hell? Could it be that Rhine's rockets fried their brains, giving them Stockholm Syndrome? They get beaten and then want to cuddle with the killer. Bastards. You damn scum, you killed the god's apostles." The Great Horn gang leader suddenly shrieked. Xiao Hei was startled. Reading the translation he had more question marks. The attitude was right, but who was this apostle of theirs? The reactions of these two NPCs left Xiao Hei baffled. He kicked them away in exasperation, then raised his gun and blasted the charging insects to pieces. Then amid the gang members' worshipful praise and the leader's hateful curses he wiped out all the nearby insects. Wastelanders are terrifying. None of them seem to have a sound mind. Xiao Hei couldn't be bothered with the two. Other players would come later to stuff them into trucks and haul them away. Just then Datu's voice came through the earpiece. "Xiao Hei, did you find whoever fired the flares? Insects are being drawn over and there are quite a few." Xiao Hei slapped his forehead, almost forgetting why he had come. Blame that pair of lunatics. He scanned the area and soon spotted an empty flare gun near the Great Horn gang leader. "So it's you who lured the insects here?" Xiao Hei kicked the leader, flying the force of the exoskeleton making him spit blood. But the leader still snarled, "Ha ha ha, wait for death. The Lord's apostles will descend soon and they will make you regret setting foot on this land. Your weapons are useless. The Lord's apostles can fly." What the hell? Xiao He was about to ignore the madman, but then he caught the key information in his words. Fly. He immediately shouted into the common NPCs as he saw flying insects. Everyone be careful. Don't just use bolt guns, equip a few Gauss rifles for warning. Holy crap, there really is one. It's on my side. Near the mountain, two players cleaning up the battlefield suddenly opened fire on a rock above them. Mass rounds shattered the rock and a flying arachne with insect wings fluttered up from behind it only to be riddled with bullets. Phew, thanks bro. Without your warning that beast would have ambushed us. Hey, no problem. Xiao He grinned and turned to look mockingly at the Great Horn Gang leader. The Great Horn Gang leader knelt on the ground, eyes red, clawing at his hair. No. Impossible. How could you kill the flying apostle? He was swift as lightning, appearing and disappearing. No one could evade his hunt. Don't think you've won. You'll die here. The subordinate's face turned pale. He stared in terror at the setting sun and suddenly screamed, "Angel, please take me away. It's getting dark. If we don't leave, it'll be too late." Xiao He was taken aback. What was so bad about the dark? Now the players stood at the top of the food chain in Zone 217. Even darkness couldn't stop them, though harsh weather might hinder travel. The subordinate hugged Xiao He's leg again. "Angel, please leave now while we have many vehicles and people. Those flying demons have built a nest on the mountain. They catch people every day and take them away to eat. They've killed hundreds in the past few days. If we don't go, they'll wake up soon." Xiao He stared at the translation for a moment, finally understanding. He kicked the man away in disgust. "To launch the drones. There's an insect nest on the mountain nearby. Find it. Ryan, prep the rockets. We'll rain a volley soon." Finally he grinned at the two NPCs and gave a thumbs down. "You losers, watch us perform." 10 minutes later, all the bugs on the ground battlefield of Market 191 had been cleared by the players. The leader of the Big Horn Gang glared at the encroaching players and roared, "Who the hell are you? How can you have so many exoskeletons and such fierce firepower? Even the Huiyin clan couldn't have such good equipment. Wait, could you be the Federation?" As he spoke, he negated his own thought. "No. Those good-for-nothing Federation members have been loafing around here for so long, relying on their superior equipment to bully and swindle, indulge in women, gamble and smoke opium. When have they ever possessed such combat prowess?" "I know. You are the demon tribe from the depths of the wasteland. It was you who destroyed the revenge force of immortal old Joe. You are the minions of death, the sworn enemies of my lord." The players who had just gathered were dumbfounded. What the hell is all this? You cursed the Federation and were good friends, but what's with all that death and sworn enemies stuff? However, the demon tribe sounds pretty cool. This NPC has lost his mind. Xiao He waved his hand. "Don't mind him, let's just watch the fireworks show." As soon as he finished speaking, the rocket launcher on the strong stone roared again, racing straight toward the mountain ridge above. The leader of the Big Horn Gang stared in despair at the smoke trail streaking across the sky, collapsing to the ground, his manic expression frozen on his face. "Impossible. This can't be. And nothing is impossible. Not to mention gods are just figments of your imagination. Even if a real god exists, as long as it dares to show its health bar, will kill it right in front of you." Xiao He laughed heartily, not caring whether the other understood, and turned to call out to Scarface, who was following. Scarface used the loudspeaker to tell the residents the truth. "Those willing to follow us, bring your travel expenses and gather at the gate." "Okay." Scarface nodded and bowed, approaching. He was now the player's exclusive translator, one of only two NPCs who could understand the player's language. The translator in his hand was connected to the Huizhong system and would automatically filter out any speech regarding the players' identities. Amidst the deafening explosions overhead, residents began to timidly emerge from within the market and gather at the entrance square. They had no choice. If they didn't come out, they feared being bombed. Most survivors clutched various odds and ends in their arms. Those were their travel expenses. Yes, travel expenses. Selling wastelanders to the Federation for labor and yet making the wastelanders pay for their own travel expenses. Damn, this idea from Lyin would make even capitalists weep. However, the effect was unexpectedly good. After paying, the survivors actually felt more at ease, thinking they had bought protection with their own money rather than being robbed. The players split into two groups. Half stayed to maintain order and organize the survivors onto the vehicles. The other half headed straight for the various warehouses in the market, where a large amount of goods stranded due to the war were stored, all of which now fell into Chu Hang's hands. Yes, the ultimate beneficiary was still Chu Hang. Because these supplies were quest items, the players had no distribution rights. They could only share the profits based on the total value of the loot after returning. These supplies mainly consisted of various scrap materials, high-grade resources gathered by scavengers, and rare parts, all of which would eventually end up in Chu Hang's hands. Inside Valley 217, the resources that were relatively easy to mine and recover had been nearly fully exploited. With this large batch of supplies from the market, the resources needed to repair the little broken ship and upgrade the Wuzhong were fully gathered, allowing Chu Hang to proceed with the next phase of his plan. The main player force stayed at Market 191 for one night. Early the next morning, the massive transport convoy rumbled back to the valley base, splitting off a convoy along the way to deliver over 600 survivors to the Federation. Before sending them off, Lian specifically asked Chu Hang if they should keep some as laborers. But with so many people, Chu Hang couldn't afford to support them. So he didn't keep a single one. All were sold off, ultimately earning thousands of energy coins, making Lian and his three companions a tidy profit. In the morning, the main player force assembled once again outside the familiar little broken ship. 30 main players stood in neat formation, each equipped with different models of mechanical exoskeletons and armed with Gauss rifles or bolters. That's right. Thanks to the bug invasion, all 30 of them had reached level 10 within the event period, earning the exclusive title Empire Vanguard and the full set of mechanical exoskeleton and Gauss rifle promised by Chu Hang. After reaching level 10, all players unlocked advanced attributes, namely Spirit and Perception. The Spirit attribute increases the reaction speed and link capacity of neural-operated equipment. For example, hacker players like D2, the higher their Spirit attribute, the more drones they can control neurally with higher precision. Furthermore, he can undergo mechanical modifications to his body, installing neurally controlled prosthetic limbs. The Perception attribute enhances a player's ability to gather environmental information, improving their danger sense and battlefield intuition. Veterans like Pu Lacey already had perception attributes from battlefield experience, but after level 10 their perception became even stronger, now even able to detect a gun barrel aimed at them from a distance. Other players' perception was unlocked later. Although not as extreme, it still granted them sharpness far beyond ordinary people, greatly aiding their ability to adapt on the fly. These were the elite players that Chu Hang had painstakingly forged. To create these 30 sets of blue equipment for them, Chu Hang had consumed a considerable amount of the intermediate and advanced resources needed to upgrade the Wuzhong, which was also the main reason he needed the resources from Market 191. Now these 30 elite players were divided into 3 teams: Aurora Squad led by Lian, Death Squad led by Li Sanguang, and 141 Squad led by Pu Lacey with 10 members each. Each squad had different preferences. Aurora Squad excelled at exploration and making money, being the richest and most lavishly equipped among the 3. Death Squad specialized in grinding monsters and looting, being the most hardcore. All of them were true grinders, later surpassing others with the highest average level. 141 Squad was adept at reconnaissance and special operations, possessing the strongest combat power, with each member being a battle-hardened veteran, the sharpest blade in Chu Hang's hand. The most astonishing thing was that the total sum of the 5 attributes of these 30 people averaged as high as 50 points. Although it couldn't compare to Chu Hang, a monster with 6 attributes totaling 110 points, it was enough to crush other kids on the wasteland. Only the mutants of the Red Flame Clan could match them in physique. As for the genetically modified humans of the Federation Advance Team, those weaklings with total attributes of only around 30 points were like chicks facing elite players, completely outmatched. Chu Hang was confident that relying on these 30 elite players alone, he could crush a Federation force 3 times their size or 10 times their number of Sons of War without suffering significant losses. This was his own foundation, the source of his confidence to dominate the wasteland. Chu Hang changed into his officer uniform, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the players, majestic and impassioned. "Soldiers, are you ready to fight for the Empire?" "Yes, Captain." Sector 4, Area 183, Central Mountain Range. There is a mountain fortress covering an area of over 10 hectares. The fortress is situated on the mountainside with a drop of 100 meters. Its main body is rock gray with steep terrain and numerous bunkers, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. This is the stronghold of the Huiyan clan, the Huiyan Fortress. Inside the fortress there are vast barracks and military factories used to train the Warsons, produce large quantities of inferior weapons and ammunition, as well as a small amount of high-quality items for self-use. At this moment in the main hall of the fortress, Undying Joe sat on a spacious throne shrouded in shadow and a heavy atmosphere. "You mean Area 217 not only didn't fall but is extremely safe, becoming a gathering place for survivors in the surrounding area. The Federation's relay base plan didn't miscarry either, and even gained a blessing in disguise, collecting thousands of cheap laborers." "Yes, my lord." The atmosphere in the hall grew even heavier, leaving only the exchange between master and servant. "Have you found out who did it? I know how many troops the Federation passes through here every day. Even with bomber support they can't both defend and gather survivors. We've found out. It's an unknown faction, but the Wastelanders call them the Demon Tribe. They are the ones who destroyed the 191 Bazaar and the Strong Stone. They have been very active recently. The Federation spent a huge sum to hire them. As it turns out, the Federation's deal is not only not a loss but even a huge profit. Had the demon tribe. Undying Joe gave two cold laughs and the hall fell silent again. After a long while he spoke slowly. I underestimated these traitors. I didn't expect these rats could withstand the swarm's attack. The Federation was also lucky to have encountered such a capable ally. It was my misjudgment. The confidant below was shocked. The proud Undying King actually admitted he was wrong. What magnanimity! The world only knows the Undying King's bravery and envies his undying body, but no one knows his great talent and profound craftiness. If outsiders think the Master is just a reckless man blinded by anger, then the Master will use their blood to prove how wrong they are. Thinking of this, the confidant's face was filled with zeal. The demon tribe must be destroyed. Their existence threatens the stability of the entire Sector 4. This time I won't give them another chance. Undying Joe did not disappoint his men. He stood up from the throne, his massive body fully 3 meters tall, and with the adoring gaze of his confidant he spoke confidently. The Federation calls us natives nouveau riche who got rich from war legacies. Aren't they the same? These hypocritical scoundrels plunder the legacy of the Starforgers everywhere, guarding against other survivors like thieves afraid that others might snatch it away. Such greedy, suspicious incompetents are the easiest to manipulate. Then how should we manipulate them? He asked timely. Use their jealousy and fear. Undying Joe stepped out of the shadows, his tall figure reflecting a large metallic sheen. His body had an extremely high rate of cybernetics. The demon tribe is unfathomable. This unknown will surely incur the Federation's fear. Previously the Federation couldn't do without the demon tribe, but now they have gained a foothold at the border, possessing a large number of laborers and supplies. Their fear of the demon tribe has outweighed their need. If at this time we propose to take revenge on the demon tribe and promise that our hiring fee will be only half of the demon tribe's, I think the Federation will be happy to see it happen. The confidant's eyes lit up. My king is wise. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee the demon tribe will not receive a single soldier or reinforcement. Not enough. Undying Joe gave a sinister smile. The Federation bombs the large swarms active at the border every morning and evening, which greatly reduces their numbers, allowing the demon tribe to handle them with ease. If on the day we destroy the demon tribe the bombing stops, what would happen to the demon tribe? SSS. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The confidant clapped in admiration. After the swarm attacks, it's questionable whether the demon tribe will even exist. Maybe we won't need to lift a finger. Not enough. Yet Undying Joe still shook his head. The Federation are a bunch of petty people. I never hope they will keep their promises. So you still need to visit the Chien clan. They've been troubled by the insect plague. They must be very eager to know who led the swarms there in the first place, right? You mean let them fight each other? Not just that. You also need to leak to them that the Federation camp currently has thousands of fresh blood food gathered there with chaotic management and weak security. A single night raid could snatch away hundreds of tender rations. Those mutants are already so hungry they're eating bugs they won't be able to resist the temptation. Once they succeed, the Federation will be like birds startled by a bow with no mind to meddle in our liquidation of the demon tribe. Hee. This. Perfect. At this point the confidant was completely prostrate. His king was simply too amazing, practically infallible in his calculations. With this series of maneuvers the demon tribe had absolutely no chance of turning the tables, only death awaited them. After the Federation leaves Area 217 will still be the Huiyin clan's 217 district. With luck they could even make the Federation deal with the Chien clan, making the Huiyin clan the master of the entire border region. Master, I will go and shall not disappoint. Remember to be discreet. Don't leave any evidence. Understood. Just wait for my good news. One day later, inside the Federation's new base. Old Tang, what do you think? I think it's a bit risky. After all, we've suffered quite a few losses from Chu Hang and his crew. Donald actually didn't want to take risks. After all, his task of building the relay base was near completion and Chu Hang had been a great help, albeit a bit shady. There was really no need to cause additional trouble. But Tom thought otherwise. Not to mention the previous humiliation, just Chu Hang and his group gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Leaving such a force on the Federation's supply line for exploring Sector 5 was irresponsible to the Federation's grand strategy. He must help the Federation eliminate the huge threat of Chu Hang. I've decided to accept the Huiyin clan's proposal. What? You? Tom waved his hand, signaling Donald to stop. It's an open scheme. No matter who wins between the Huiyin clan and Chu Hang, it's good news for us. This way no one can threaten our supply line and no one can interfere with our exploration of Sector 5. Donald frowned. He admitted Tom had a point, but he still felt uneasy. His years of merchant instinct told him this was not a good idea. It's settled. I'll contact headquarters to stop the bombing tomorrow and let the swarms in. Tomorrow we just need to watch the show. Tom said optimistically. In the end Donald could only sigh helplessly. Would things really be that simple? Captain, last night the Federation settlement was attacked in a night raid by unidentified individuals. The attackers moved swiftly and abducted over 100 laborers. Inside the bridge of the small broken ship, Chu Hang was engaged in a remote call with Price. Oh. Do you know who's behind this? It's a group of mutants. Though they tried hard to cover their tracks, the thermal signatures completely betrayed their height. Hearing this, Chu Hang couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. Wasn't this just fooling oneself? Mutants' brains really aren't that well developed as expected. What does the Federation say? Are they planning retaliation? Not really. They've only tightened security at the construction site and pacified the remaining laborers. I see. A knowing smile played on Chu Hang's lips. He had already received a message from Tom earlier saying that a Federation fighter jet had suffered an unexpected malfunction, so the morning bombing raid would be delayed indefinitely and to be cautious of the Zerg swarm. When did the Federation people become so considerate? After what happened last night, logically they should come to Chu Hang's group first, reprimand them for failing to maintain order in District 217, which allowed the criminals to take advantage of the vulnerability, and then order Chu Hang's group to bring the attackers to justice within a specified timeframe, shouldn't they? Why isn't the other side mentioning last night's incident at all? This is clearly a guilty conscience. It seems something major is going to happen today. It's time to settle this once and for all. Price, gather your squad and commence Operation Plan No. 3. On the other end, Price's expression turned stern, then he eagerly replied, "Understood, instructor. The guys have been waiting for this." Chu Hang nodded, then sequentially connected with Lai Yin and Li Sanguang, issuing Operation Orders No. 1 and No. 2 respectively. Half an hour later, all the war vehicles in Valley 217 sallied forth. More than 10 armored vehicles, including the Challenger, quickly disappeared into the wasteland. On board were the Aurora squad and over 30 ordinary players. Adding the 10 men taken by Price, there should have been 50 to 60 people remaining in the valley. But in reality, Valley 217 was eerily empty now, with only about 30 people from the Death Squad remaining, plus another 20 or 30. The remaining 20-odd heavy transport vehicles had vanished without a trace. Moreover, the entire valley was in ruins, desolate and abandoned everywhere. Now the only two places still showing signs of life were the fortress, where 20 players were on guard, and the temporary shipyard where the small broken ship was located. Outside, no less than 6 SCVs were systematically dismantling the scaffolding around the ship. The small broken ship had undergone a dramatic transformation at this point. Compared to its original form, I wouldn't say it was completely unrecognizable, but the difference was worlds apart. The once smooth hull was now welded with ugly recoil rockets all over. The belly was stuffed with large compressed airbags. The original rear had been hollowed out and replaced with an especially bulky engine, making one constantly worry whether the spacecraft would be torn apart. Inside the ship's cabin, all unnecessary facilities had been stripped away: the cafeteria, equipment rooms, life support systems. Everything was removed and replaced with player cultivation pods. A full 100, not one more, not one less, all here. More importantly, every single cultivation pod contained an unactivated player clone. If expressed in gaming terms, it would be all player lives set to 1 for the story campaign. This was everything Chu Hang had been preparing during these days while the players went out to earn credits. Everything was ready. Half an hour later, command room of the Challenger convoy. Data, have you found the target yet? With such a large target, it should be easy to locate. Looking. Seriously, this damn place has severe interference. Just keeping the drones from crashing is troublesome enough, you know. Got it. Data complained irritably, then his eyes lit up suddenly. In the footage transmitted by the drone, he discovered an enlarged convoy currently hiding furtively in a mountain hollow. Among them were 2 war vehicles even larger than the Challenger, with the totems of the Greyrock clan clearly visible on them. Let me take a look. Xiaohei, Lai Yin and Chi Keshio gathered around, pointing and discussing the convoy on the screen. Good heavens, they're bringing out all their forces. I never expected that even old Joe the Undying's personal guard would be deployed. Among them are his personal vessel the Phoenix and the flagship of the 2nd Battalion, the Mad Sand. These are all fierce units equipped with railguns. Then that's perfect. The fact that they can concentrate their forces is actually helping us greatly. Old Price and the captain's side will have it much easier. Just thinking about what we're about to do gets my blood boiling. Tell me about it. I feel like I could fight 30 right now. Stop bragging. Data, keep looking. The captain said there might be more than just this family of guests. Valley 217 Fortress. Captain, the Zerg swarm has reached the foothills. Without the Federation bombing, these nasty bugs have gathered at least 2,000 to 3,000. Doesn't matter. Lai Yin and the others will lead the swarm away. Chu Hang's calm voice came through the channel. At the same time, in a valley several kilometers away, dozens of large off-road vehicles were parked. These vehicles' decorative style was even more savage than the Greyrock clan, with skulls hanging all over them, blood-red totems painted on rusted iron plates exuding a primal aura. They all came from the Crimson Flame clan. Inside the vehicles, muscular green-skinned brutes were listening to reconnaissance reports. That damned batch of blood food has led the Zerg swarm away. Ugh. It's them. Last time they led the bugs right to our doorstep. Useless struggle. They've even sent out their strongest Qiangshi. Their home must be defenselessly empty now. Let's attack the valley directly. Alright, tear apart their defenses and devour everyone in the valley. With the roar of engines, the Crimson Flame clan's mutants drove their vehicles charging fiercely toward the valley base. What they didn't know was that all of this was being watched by the drones hovering overhead. Lai and the mutants have taken the bait. Excellent. It'll take them some time to breach Old Li's defenses. During this window, let's go pay the Greyrock clan a visit. The Qiangshi was now speeding across the wasteland, accompanied by the other war vehicles. Behind them was a swarm of thousands of fierce Zerg. The players' convoy led the bugs in a wide loop across the wasteland. Estimating that the mutants were already halfway up the mountain, they turned toward the Greyrock clan's main force hiding in the mountain hollow. Phoenix Command Room. Old Joe the Undying had personally led the expedition. His massive frame stood before the observation window, gazing at the fortress's defense battle, a cold sneer on his face. You really think repeating the same trick will work? This Zerg swarm is unprecedentedly massive. It can't be diverted by just a few vehicles, which is why we had to deploy the Qiangshi, a target large enough to draw them away. But doing this, not to mention whether the bait can escape unscathed, the emptiness of your home alone will be your demise. I don't even need to lift a finger. The mutants will take revenge on you for me. Old Joe the Undying was feeling smug when a sudden cry from his subordinate made his expression turn pale. My lord, the enemy has brought the Zerg swarm to our location. What did you say? Husi Lao Xiao in disbelief. Why, subordinate, by the 2-meter-tall underling in his grasp looked like a mere runt. He intends to stage a mutiny against me. Has he lost his mind? Ahem, my lord, they plan to go down with us. We must fire first so they don't disrupt our formation. Then let them be fulfilled. Quan Chao's main cannon is loaded, send them to hell. Understood. The massive Huiyan convoy sprang to life. They had to move from the mountain pass into the vast wasteland before the insect swarm is drawn near, so as to unleash the tank's firepower and mobility. However, boom! Boom! A string of explosions suddenly erupted along the convoy's forward path. My lord, the road ahead has been mined with landmines. Are you kidding me? What are sentinels for? How could the other side possibly bury mines right under your noses? This. The subordinate fell silent, equally baffled. On the other side of Qiangshi, how? Ha ha ha, De2, you really outdid yourself. Drone swan decoy mines, how did you think of that? Humph, don't underestimate me, you numbskull. De2 was immensely smug. It had always been these guys performing, now it's his turn to shine. The drones were not rotor drones, they were camouflaged spider robots equipped with explosives. These little guys camouflage as rocks scattered across the wasteland, then follow a preset path inching toward the target's choke point, and will detonate automatically when the enemy approaches. Because they do not require extremely nimble mobility, they're not much different from remote-controlled bomb cars, so De2 can accumulate a bunch of them by himself. As a veteran player, he had studied electronics and engineering. These gadgets are child's play for him. Hey De2, you're getting too excited too early, the opponent is advancing again. De2 pursed his lips. It's nothing but using people's lives as stepping stones on mine. Since they have this resolve, so be it. Lain, your turn. Roger. Lain grabbed the microphone, shouting through Qiangshi Hao's loudspeakers, brothers, everyone look this way now, D is coming. I'll count down a few seconds. Roar roars art is explosions. Cut the crap, hurry it up. From now on call me Director Xia. Ha, I think you're more of a lame director, eh? The players in the channel laughed and teased, utterly unaware of being hunted by the swarm or of the desperate charge they should be mounting. Very soon the rear of the speeding Qiangshi Hao swung open, revealing rocket racks inside doubled in number under the blazing sun. Every launcher tube looked loaded with warheads. All salvos. Fire. Captain of the second company, fire. At Lain's roar, countless players answered, and within moments rockets ignited and roared toward the Huiyan convoy. Half a second later the second volley rose into the air, followed by the third, then the fourth. Over 100 rockets were spent in under 5 seconds. The dense salvos traced dramatic trails in the sun, and in the retreating Huiyen convoy they bloomed into a sea of death. Woohoo, direct hits. Ha ha ha, the scorching truth, let the flames burn everything. Is there more? Not satisfying enough. Damn, this game is freaking awesome. That's even more satisfying than making the boss green with envy. Quit nagging the boss. The players all went wild with excitement. The channel was filled with their chaotic laughter, and in the laughter Lion and the others did not forget what mattered most. Whoa, stop laughing, hurry and slip away. Chikashio reminded, and they bolted from the vehicle. Yeah, if we don't run now we'll get blasted, retreat. After setting Quanshur how to autopilot, the four scattered, each leaping off the Quanshur how only to be caught by other players' tanks. Thanks, brother. Lion was hauled by a comrade and landed safely in the rear bed of an off-road vehicle. He wasn't wearing an exoskeleton and hadn't even brought a gun. Thanks for that, keep going, there's more to come. That man grinned, handing over a 20mm shotgun, a set of steel-plated armor, and a belt packed with shells and grenades. Lion smiled and strapped it on. Then he waved to the other 3 vehicles, the Xiaohei 2 and the others. They all understood, patting the roofs of their off-roaders, and several vehicles dispersed, pulling away from the speeding Quanshur. The players' convoy dissolved, more than a dozen tanks dispersed, continuing to press toward the Huiyen clan convoy, but all kept well away from Quanshur. In the next moment a dazzling flash of fire streaked from the dust in the mountain pass. A deafening sonic boom followed, and the Quanshur absorbed a mass explosive round, leaving only an empty shell to blow apart. Boom! The Quanshur's main frame cracked into quarters, debris flying everywhere. The damaged hull lurched forward a short distance, then stalled and was swallowed by the swarm behind it. Shucks, lucky we slipped away fast. Wow, this electromagnetic cannon, truly powerful. Whose side are you on? We were the ones taking the hits. What's the point? It was meant as a target for their venting, just fireworks for the plot. That's true enough. If Quanshur hadn't taken the blast, we'd be the ones getting blasted. Lion laughed aloud, then raised the big launcher and shouted, charge. Move in close and show the enemy our might. Roar. Roar. Rally to us. Rally to us. Yura. For the Empire. For the little dried fish. The players' tanks surged into the exploding smoke. The Huiyen clan's tanks had just cleared the minefield, then were torn apart by hundreds of rockets. Chaos reigned, and they could hardly tell friend from foe. Quanshur also took a rocket, though it managed to fire its electromagnetic main cannon. In retaliation, the vehicle caught fire, and thick smoke once again reduced visibility. At that moment the players' vehicles, deliberately painted with Huiyen clan totems, charged in with hardly any resistance, pressing up against Businyo and Quanshur. Brothers, come with me. Chikashio roared, then leaped from the top of the vehicle. The height of his jump left the enemies aboard Businyo dumbfounded. Enemy attack. Bang. The foe only had time to cry out, then was blown away by the blaster. Chikashio reached out, grabbed the edge, and like a monkey clambered aboard Businyo. A few seconds later a rope ladder was lowered. Chikashio's head then appeared, flashing a white grin. Hurry up, come up, I'll take you to take down the boss. Ugh. You damned bugs. How dare you? How could they dare? Even though old Joe the Undying was usually scheming and calculating, at this moment he had completely lost control of his expression. His remaining human face was grotesquely twisted, the ferocity on display so evident that anyone could read it. Master, the Quanshur reports that the Quanshur has been destroyed. Inside the command room his subordinates were deadly silent. The messenger, feeling it was necessary to boost morale at such a moment, loudly announced the Quanshur's victory. As expected, upon hearing that the Quanshur had fallen, old Joe's demeanor immediately lightened. He took a seat back on his throne with satisfaction, sneering, just like that. His subordinates quickly chimed in agreement. Exactly. They're nothing but cowards, not worth mentioning. Kokoko, after that shot their courage must have been completely shattered. That's right, send those bugs straight to hell. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. They probably don't even know how to use a main cannon. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't dismantle their main weapon to install rocket launchers. Look at them now, completely defenseless. Pathetic. Enough. Old Joe suddenly snapped, silencing them. He glared angrily at the useless group beneath him. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. The more you belittle your enemy, the more it proves that we who've suffered such heavy losses or even greater failures can't even handle a weakling. Clean up the remnants immediately, leave no survivors. And lose that swarm of bugs fast. His subordinates, unsure why their master was furious again, quickly fell silent and carefully acknowledged his orders. Yes, master. Rest assured, master, these stragglers pose no threat, will leave no one alive. Before he could finish, a panicked scream erupted from outside. Enemy attack. Bang. A gunshot followed and the voice that made it fell silent forever. Old Joe shot to his feet cursing wildly with shock and rage. You useless lot, you didn't even notice the enemy closing in. Get out there and wipe them out. His men scrambled for their weapons and rushed out. Soon the sound of gunfire echoed from outside, steady synchronized shots from the enemy. If he heard correctly, the enemy was using shotguns. They were clearly prepared. Fighting at such close range, his men would suffer terribly. At this thought, Old Joe couldn't contain himself any longer. He grabbed the black longsword leaning against his throne and charged out. Meanwhile, ha ha ha, have you eaten? If not, take a shotgun blast. Bang. In the corridor, a hastily arriving son of war was blown backward by a dense volley of steel pellets, taking down his companion behind him. Kikisi showed no martial honor at all. He rushed forward and fired 2 shotgun blasts at the fallen enemy, one at the body, one at the head. Even immortals would shake their heads in despair. No hope of survival. Before he could celebrate, a barrage of bullets came. Kikisi dodged nimbly but still took a few hits. 2 rounds struck the steel plates inside his bulletproof vest and 2 grazed his arm. But the wounds were already clotting. Kikisi barely noticed, turning around to dispatch the shooters with 2 more shotgun blasts. Elite players possessed such terrifying physical constitutions. Kikisi didn't even need to bother with the enemy's small weapons, he could tear through the warship with just a shotgun. It rivaled the bruisers from COD. With Kikisi leading the charge, the players behind grew even more comfortable, even venturing into the warship's engine compartment to massacre the weaponless crew. All those gleaming combat points were theirs for the taking. But just as they were slaughtering with glee, startled cries erupted from the direction of the command room. Fuck, don't. Come quick, found the boss. Can't hold them off. We're done for. Don't panic, we're almost there. Kikisi sprinted down the corridor, eliminating 2 foolish henchmen along the way until he finally reached the ambush site. Upon arrival, he couldn't help but hiss through his teeth. The corridor was littered with corpses. Whether player or son of war, everyone had been hacked into multiple pieces by a sharp blade. Even their firearms and bulletproof vests were cleanly sliced. The walls were scored with deep gashes, just looking at them revealed the weapon's lethal edge. Kikisi felt not anger but delight. Damn my sword. His melee weapon was finally within reach. Even if the boss still wielded it, he was determined to claim it. Xiao Hei de Tu Lei. Form a team, hurry. Coming. Bro, I'm on the Quansha, good luck. Hahaha, don't worry, we'll provide remote support. Xiao Hei and Lei Yin were aboard the Quansha. On the Firebird, besides Kikisi and Detu, there were several veteran players from the Aurora squad and over a dozen ordinary players. TCH trash. Kikisi followed the sound of combat and quickly located the boss wielding devastation. Holy shit. He couldn't hold back his words. The creature before him was entirely a humanoid mech, a towering 3-meter frame clad in gleaming steel armor. A shotgun blast was useless against such defenses. His eyes were immediately drawn to the black longsword in the boss's grasp. High-frequency weapon. Kikisi stared at the sci-fi blade with fanatic hunger, his desire so intense that even Old Joe noticed, letting out a scornful snort. Little rat, you think you can lay claim to my weapon? He expected Kikisi to trade insults, but instead the man raised his shotgun and opened fire without hesitation. The steel pellets were blocked by the alloy armor as expected, deepening Old Joe's contempt. Just as he prepared to kill Kikisi, a tremendous force knocked him staggering backward. How is this possible? Haha, you've never experienced the punishment of a buckshot round, have you? Kikisi's hands moved with blurring speed, pouring fire at the boss while deftly loading ammunition into the magazine. However, ordinary buckshot could only hinder the boss's movements through kinetic impact. To actually wound it, he needed far more firepower. Detu, where the hell are you? Here. Coming. The words barely left his mouth when 2 grenades marked with red patterns rolled from the other side straight to the boss's feet. Old Joe glanced down and began to dismiss the ordinary grenades, but the next instant terrifying heat erupted from below his waist. Haha, these are thermite grenades. Hope you've already said goodbye to your jewels, or else this is gonna hurt like hell. I'll tear you apart. Old Joe exploded in fury. His lower body was half melted by the thermite, now resembling a T-800 Terminator stripped of its synthetic skin. With a series of explosive cracks, Old Joe's upper torso burst open. Large sections of armor plating shattered away, reducing his 3-meter frame down to 2 meters, transforming him into a leaner, more compact form. His alloy legs pushed off the deck, launching him like a cannonball through the air. Wielding his longsword, he charged toward Kikisi at more than double his original speed. Shit, boss entered phase 2. Xiao Hei, save me. Here we go, confirmed the boss's position. Right behind me, he's about to hack my ass off. Alright, turn left ahead, head to starboard. Cachexia sprinted down the corridor of the Busi Niao with the second phase Undying Old Joe hot on his heels. A few seconds later they reached the outer deck. Get down. Trusting his teammate Cachexia dropped to the ground without a second thought. The next moment a sharp whistle of bullets whizzed overhead followed by the clang of metal being struck and the furious roar of the boss. Cachexia looked up and saw Xiao Hei providing support from the machine gun on the Quanxiahao. The Quanxiahao was already uncontrollably ablaze and the enemies inside were probably cooked. Now's your chance, get out of there. Lai Yin's voice followed. Cachexia didn't see much else but he noticed a turret turning toward him. His hair stood on end and he rolled to the edge as fast as he could. Damn, you're serious. Boom. A shell landed on the deck of the Busi Niao. Cachexia clung desperately to the handrail at the edge of the deck, barely avoiding being thrown off by the shockwave. Woohoo, that cannon's awesome. How was it? Did it hit? Did it blow him up? The voices of Lai Yin and Xiao Hei came through the channel but Cachexia was in no mood to respond. Damn my blade. If it's damaged, can the captain fix it? He climbed back onto the deck. As the smoke was swept away by the strong wind, Cachexia hurriedly looked toward the center of the explosion. No one. It should have hit. Did the blast throw him off? Just as the three were puzzled, a thunderous electromagnetic cannon shot came from beneath Cachexia's feet. What the hell? Cachexia traced the sound and saw that the turret where Lai Yin and Xiao Hei were stationed had been directly hit by the main cannon of the Busi Niao, tearing half the ship's hull open. Lai Yin. Xiao Hei. Are you alive? No response. Clearly things looked grim. Damn, all the enemies on the vehicle are dead. Who fired the main cannon? Just as Cachexia was bewildered, D2's voice suddenly came through the channel. Axio, I found the boss. He's badly wounded in the main control room. He was the one who fired the cannon. Block him. I'm on my way. Cachexio's spirits lifted and he charged toward the control room with murderous intent. Before he even arrived, he heard fierce gunfire. The distinctive roar told him it was a rotary machine gun firing wildly. D2 didn't have one, so it had to be the boss's. Sure enough, when Cachexia reached the spot, he saw D2 crouching by the door with a shotgun while the boss was holed up in the control room spraying the only entrance with his machine gun. Anyone who entered would be shredded. You're here, D2 said, grinning at the equally disheveled Cachexia. This bastard's hiding inside. I've got nothing. Hack. Do I look like I'm carrying equipment? If I die, will you compensate me? Cachexia smiled awkwardly. Then. Thermite grenade. Used them all. Those things are damn expensive, and even with a lieutenant's rank you can only buy 2. Oh, I'll get a couple for self-defense too. They work great. D2 rolled his eyes. So? What else? We'll just wait. It's not our problem soon. Keep an eye on him. I'll go find something useful. All right. Inside the control room, separated by a wall. My children, come to me. The enemy is defeated. Surround them, tear them apart, don't let them destroy our sacred war chariot. All valiant war sons shall enter Valhalla. Undying Old Joe looked somewhat disheveled at this moment. Though not directly killed by the blast, he was injured by the shockwave. His prosthetic limbs suffered multiple malfunctions, so he could no longer chase after people like before. He had to find a place to hold out and wait for reinforcements. Listening to the two enemies' loud scheming outside, he put on a fierce front but was inwardly panicking. Still, he hadn't lost his mind. He was Undying Old Joe. To maintain his immortal persona, he couldn't directly ask for help. Instead, he had to grandly trick his underlings into coming to his aid. Thus his appearance wouldn't be one of defeat but a symbol of heroic combat, earning him another wave of worship and loyalty. In short, everything would be fine. Provided those two lunatics outside stayed calm and didn't pull any suicidal tricks. So Undying Old Joe shouted outside invaders. Enough. I acknowledge your bravery. Now I offer you a chance to follow me. There was no response from outside. Undying Old Joe frowned. What's so arrogant? They don't even care about my offer of amnesty. It seems you don't realize the situation. You're helpless and my soldiers will soon encircle you. You have no escape. I am far more powerful than your leader. You've already experienced that. Why not turn from darkness to light, become my blade and conquer this wasteland with me? After speaking, Undying Old Joe heard the people outside whispering among themselves and a smirk curled on his lips. Pretending, but they're clearly tempted. But the reality. Axia, did you hear that? This guy wants to recruit us and says he's better than our captain. Ha, is he worthy? He's a commander with no troops left, still blowing smoke. Just wait, I'll beat the crap out of him. Cachexio crouched at the corner of the corridor loading an RPG in his hands, surrounded by a pile of grenades and Molotov cocktails he had scavenged. It looked like a small arsenal. By the way, Datu, can you contact the captain and ask if I can temporarily unlock the translation function? I want to talk to that fool inside. Datu nodded. Okay, I'll ask. The corridor quickly fell silent again. Inside the room, Undying Old Joe waited for a long time without hearing a reply. He was still hoping to recruit 2 fierce warriors, but why was it so quiet outside again? Ahem, what's your decision? Once my men arrive, you won't even have the chance to surrender. Death awaits. He bluffed with a menacing tone. An ordinary person would have panicked at his intimidation, but unfortunately players are not ordinary people. They aren't even human. Hey. Hey. Can you understand me? A synthesized voice came from outside. Undying Old Joe was very puzzled. What do you mean? Do you want to die? I'm telling you. Oh, so you can understand. Cachexio interrupted him directly. Stop with the nonsense. If you want us to surrender, you have to show sincerity first. Hand over your blade to me for safekeeping, then I'll trust you. On the other side, D2 almost burst out laughing. Good heavens. He's not even pretending anymore, is he? Your scheme is so blatant it's slapping me in the face. After half a minute, a black straight-back long blade along with its scabbard was thrown out of the control room and Cachexio quickly snatched it into his arms. No way, he actually fell for it. Datu was stunned, utterly unable to comprehend why the boss believed Cachexio's bullshit. Such an obvious scheme, even a fool could see it. Damn, it's broken. In just a few seconds, Cachexio plummeted from heaven back to earth. I told you. The blade was damaged in the explosion, so he took it out to fool us. Since we can't use it anyway, even if he changes his mind, he can take it back later. Data suddenly realized, then teased. So what are you going to do? Free return within 7 days. Of course I'll keep it. Cachexio declared righteously, I earned it by my own wits. If it can be repaired, won't that be a huge profit? Oof, that's just like you. This boss used a broken blade to toy with my feelings, he deserves to be punished. You saw it, he started it. Yeah, whatever makes you happy. Data rolled his eyes and casually took an RPG from Cachexio. Then they heard Cachexio yell, Boss, you're too kind. I believe in your sincerity now. Come out and I'll join you from now on. I also have some top secret intel to report to you once you come out. Hey, if he comes out after that, hell would freeze over. Datu thought sarcastically. As he expected, Busi Lao Chao's face had completely darkened. He admitted that he had entertained some unrealistic fantasies moments ago, but now he was sober and would not believe a single word from those 2 bastards outside. Ah, you're not coming out. I was planning to tell you our ultimate battle plan if you dared to come out. Ultimate battle plan. Go ahead and fool the ghosts. A cannon fodder like you sent to die, what would you know about the core plan? Cachexio, regardless of whether the other believed him, continued shouting at the top of his lungs, our plan is to launch a surprise attack on Huiyan Fortress. Put. Busi Lao Chao couldn't hold it in. Is this guy here to be funny? A surprise attack on his stronghold? How many drugs did you take to have such a hallucination? Interesting. Although there was no need to engage with him, Busi Lao Chao couldn't resist retorting. The pleasure of tearing an opponent to shreds was irresistible. Anyway, you're all about to die, so I don't mind telling you. My Huiyan Fortress is the most magnificent fortress in the entire District 4. All defensive works are welded from hull steel plates strong enough to withstand electromagnetic cannon attacks. Had just a turtle shell. A sharp gleam flashed in Cachexio's eyes as he gestured to Data to delay the attack. Data helplessly waved the RPG in his hand, signaling that it was fine. He really hadn't expected this boss to be so talkative. Probably the explosion had damaged his brain, making him get along so well with Cachexio. Turtle shell. Busi Lao Chao was instantly displeased and retorted, how my fortress has thousands of firing points guarding all the mountain paths. Light and heavy machine guns, various artillery, that's just the basics. I also have electromagnetic cannons and missiles that can strike dozens of kilometers around. As soon as your men dare to approach, they'll be blasted to bits by my firepower. You hear that, bits? Oh, I see. Cachexio took out his notebook and sent a message to Chu Hang via the player terminal. His mouth continued to be relentless. TCH, thousands of firing points. You're lying to ghosts. How many people does your Huiyan clan have? Most are here, right? At home there are probably only the old, weak, sick and disabled, can't even pull a gun bolt. Bullshit. My men at home are all elites. If you dare to go, I'll make sure you never return. Busi Lao Chao was clearly driven mad with rage today. The anger he had been bottling up now burst forth like a mountain flood, all because of Kekexio's provocation. Kekexio didn't let up and continued to taunt. Give me a break. So what if they're elites? I don't believe your doghouse can defend against air attacks. My men are like divine soldiers descending from the sky. If we attack from the air, how would you respond, sir? Air. Busi Lao Chao sneered. Not to mention how a bunch of country bumpkins like you could fly, even if you could, so what? I have complete anti-air positions on 3 hilltops around the fortress with anti-aircraft guns, radar and missiles, everything. Even Federation fighter jets have to steer clear. Who do you think you are? Damn radar and missiles too. Kekexio was a bit skeptical. After all, the other party couldn't even handle electromagnetic cannons properly. These high-end anti-air missiles probably weren't as effective as he claimed. Still, they needed to be cautious. Forget it, I'll send it all to the captain and let him worry about it. Anything else to ask? Oh right, I heard you have a treasure hidden at home, a star corvette, isn't it? Busi Lao Chao's angry expression suddenly froze on his face. His complexion changed several times before he flatly denied it. Nonsense, I don't know what you're talking about. Kekexio gave a sly smile. Give it up, your prisoners have all confessed. Hey, you wouldn't want the Federation to find out about your hidden warship, would you, my lord? Damn. Those damn cowards, I should have executed them all. Before he finished, Busi Lao Chao suddenly opened fire, sending a hail of bullets through the wall toward the direction of Kekexio's voice. The enemy, knowing about the hidden warship, immediately ignited Busi Lao Chao's killing intent. However, since Kekexio dared to say it, he had naturally taken precautions. He threw himself to the ground immediately and then scrambled behind a corner. At the same time, Data raised the RPG and fired into the control room. The roar of the rocket engine tore through the gunfire and the warhead flew into the room, causing a violent explosion. It was a high explosive round, since armor-piercing shells would have a hard time hitting the boss. The sound of the rotary machine gun ceased instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Kekexio frantically threw grenades and Molotov cocktails into the room, regardless of whether they hit or not, even if they just choked him to death. After a while of explosions, Datu's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Enemy reinforcements are here, retreat now. So fast. Go in and check if the boss is dead. No time, if he's not dead we'll have trouble escaping. Don't you want to take your blade back? Well. Alright. Execute the plan. The players outside had already been wiped out. Escaping was impossible, but they could learn from the boss and find a place to hold out. The two quickly picked up their gear and hurried laden with bags toward the lowest level of the Phoenix. That was the power source of the vehicle. Once damaged and immobilized, the swarm behind would engulf the entire vehicle in minutes, making it the most suitable place to defend. After all, the Phoenix would have to return to support eventually, and they could figure out a way to break out then. After the two left, the Warsons who arrived were shocked by the scene before them. They frantically searched and finally found Busi Lao Chao outside the control room window, clinging to the windowsill with only half his body remaining. I'll kill you all. No one can stop me, I swear. When immortal old Joe was rescued, only half of his body remained. His upper half was covered in scorch marks, and the skin on his face, which was originally thought to be original, had been completely burned away, revealing a metallic visage beneath that looked quite eerie. But there was no doubt that he was not dead. The gruesome sight before them struck fear into the hearts of the Warsons. Just how powerful an enemy could drive their master to such a dire state. Yet on second thought, surviving such a brutal encounter without dying truly earned him the title of the Undying King. This would surely add another chapter to their master's legendary tales. Take me to the captain's quarters immediately. The rest of you find the intruders and wait for me to arrive. Immortal old Joe was carried away by his subordinates. Even with only half his body left, this lump of iron still required a full 6 Warsons to barely lift him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kekexio and Dato had successfully slipped into the engine room at the very bottom. The cramped cabin was filled with noise and the smell of oil. Data carried a bag of explosives, placing them one by one in various corners of the engine room, while Kekexio stood guard at the door with his gun ready to prevent any enemies from rushing in. Soon a dense clatter of footsteps and shouts came from outside. They had been discovered. Bang! Kekexio fired first. The new Warsons had yet to experience his shotgun. The moment they charged, they were blasted away. They lined up in the narrow corridor, practically offering themselves as targets. Tisk tisk, this AI's combat logic is really poor. Who would dare to rush a shotgun in such terrain? Kekexio hadn't been smug for long before a riot shield appeared at the end of the corridor. Alright, I admit the AI's combat logic does evolve. But try this. He bit the pin off a grenade, held it in his hand for a few seconds, and then hurled it fiercely at the shielded enemy. His arm strength was astonishing. The enemy only saw him raise his hand and the grenade was already flying over the heads of the attacking team. Boom! An airburst grenade took out the entire corridor of enemies. Whoa! Kakexio exclaimed dramatically. After waiting a while when no more enemies came to their deaths, he sat down bored leaning against the doorframe. Data tossed him a bottle of water. How are you holding up? You've been fighting at high intensity from the start. Ah. Refreshing. Kakexio gulped down the entire bottle. Tired? Not at all. This body is even more powerful than I imagined. I feel like I just leveled up and now I have endless strength. I meant mentally, the stability of the neural link and stuff. Kakexio thought for a moment and shook his head. Not at all. I'm totally pumped right now, no fatigue at all. I even feel like my connection to this body is tighter, like we're one. Maybe it's the Imperial military gymnastics improving coordination. Perhaps. Anyway, lately when I log out, my real body feels heavier and heavier. After getting used to scaling walls and leapfrogging here, going back feels awkward. Even though I exercise every day, I can't keep up with the growth of this lag. In reality, I feel like I'm playing a game with high ping. Datu nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. It's like this side is the main account. I've started to despise my low-level account in reality. Haha, we're basically terminal internet addicts, aren't we? Absolutely. But so many people can't even play Stardust if they want to. Let's not complain. There's one thing I'm worried about though, this game world is so real. Will we ever be trapped in here, or will we willingly stay? Kakexio sighed and patted Datu on the shoulder. I understand your confusion. Unlike me, who has no attachments, your roots are over there. You've already been using the hacking knowledge you learned here to make money and support your family, right? Datu nodded. You know my family situation. I have to pay off my parents' debts from the sweat factory and save some money to get married. If one day I can't go back, can you help me? Stop. Kakexio quickly covered Datu's mouth. Don't jinx it. Healing teammates is fine, but you're even healing yourself with that kind of talk. Datu smiled. It's not that powerful, you're all just messing around. I don't care. We came together as a group of 4 and we'll leave together. If you fall behind, I'll call Shohei and Lain to come find you. Don't you dare sneak off on your own. Yeah, thanks. A look of relief crossed Datu's face. His real-life situation was utterly miserable. He played Stardust not only because he thought the game could make big money, but also as a way to escape reality. On launching, ever since the collapse of the Pulian country's elections and the dissolution of the Federation, warfare had been raging across the world, with heat pollution and extreme climate ravaging the entire planet. Humanity had to abandon vast polluted zones and concentrate 70% of its population into a series of super cities. Ironically, Stardust was a wasteland, and wasn't reality also a wasteland? The high concentration of population intensified social contradictions, pollution caused material scarcity, and war led to the collapse of order. A host of supercorporations seized the opportunity, rising brutally, grabbing power, ruthlessly exploiting the bottom of society and dominating the new order within the super cities. Data's parents were among the workers in the blood sweat factories. They sold their lifeblood every day to repay the ever-growing legal debts. Stardust was an opportunity. Whether it was Datu or many other players, they all saw Stardust as a means to achieve class mobility, which is why they played so seriously, one of the reasons Chu Hang chose them. Knowledge in reality was expensive and monopolized by the supercorporations. But knowledge in Stardust could be easily obtained by pledging loyalty to the NPC Chu Hang and completing his tasks. With this advanced knowledge, how could they not have a chance to change their lives? Or even change the world? Although Chu Hang could no longer return to his original world, he had a dream to use his players as a fulcrum to pry open the entire real world, establish a new order, and then build an army of players to conquer the world of Stardust in return. As long as there were enough players and as long as the players were strong enough, he could be invincible. Kakexio and Datu were not yet aware of Chu Hang's plan. They rested for a while, then were startled by a heavy sound of footsteps. Looking up, they exclaimed, "Holy crap, no way! After taking so much damage, how is this boss still alive? What's even more ridiculous is that he's fully healed now." The two stared in disbelief at the rejuvenated immortal old Joe. Immortal old Joe looked at the stunned pair, a cold smile curling on his lips. Little mice ready to die. Kakexio hurriedly raised the detonator in his hand. Hold on. Let me show you a big surprise. You recognize a detonator, don't you? Care to guess what it's connected to? Kakexio chuckled, successfully halting the charging boss with the remote in his hand. You planted a bomb on the vehicle. If looks could kill, immortal old Joe would have pierced Kakexio 1,000 times over with his glare. Unfortunately, he hadn't installed a pair of laser eyes. Instead his current electronic eyes were far too clear, allowing him to spot the suspicious explosive device in the corner of the engine bay from a distance, confirming that the other party was not bluffing. Damn it, even his own cybernetic eyes were working against him. What do you want? There are bugs everywhere outside. You should know the consequences of breaking down. There was no choice, a direct assault was now impossible. He had rushed back to his room at top speed, used an expensive advanced medical pod to repair his body and replace a full set of new prosthetics, then returned fully recovered to exact revenge on the players. But reality slapped him in the face, warning him not to throw a tantrum and to swallow his anger. It was infuriating. He felt as if his artificial lungs were about to explode. What do I want? Ha ha ha, Chief, you wouldn't want your beloved vehicle to be damaged, would you? Ease up or the boss will go berserk again. Remember last time you were chased by him? Kakexiu shuddered. Fine, I have no demands. Let's just sit here and chat for a while. Simple, right? Humph, trying to stall for time. Immortal old Joe stared at them suspiciously for a moment. Finally, with a cold sneer, he stood before Kakexiu, looking down on them as if they were ants. I'm curious. What are you waiting for? Reinforcements. All your elite strike forces have died here. Your base is under siege by mutants. The Federation stands aloof, tacitly allowing your annihilation. Who else can save you? Kakexiu grinned. No worries. We'll save ourselves. Immortal old Joe frowned. He found their calmness disconcerting, a death-defying spirit unmatched by his brainwashed fanatics. Damn, he wanted to recruit them again. No, he had vowed to tear them limb from limb. He couldn't go back on his word. Suddenly an absurd thought struck him. You're not waiting for my base to fall, are you? Ha! No way. You don't actually think you can seize my fortress, throw me into chaos and slip away in the confusion? SSS. Kakexiu looked shocked. Sogoi. You figured that out. Big Head, we've been exposed. Big Head rolled his eyes. His companion was indeed a joker. Their exchange of glances fell upon immortal old Joe, making him feel mocked. He gritted his teeth and threatened. I've decided not to kill you too. Oh. Thanks then. Haha, I'll hang you up, flay you alive, and make you watch as your comrades are captured, executed, and humiliated. I'll soak your limbs in irradiated water, making you watch yourself rot away piece by piece. I'll replace your prosthetics with rusty, filthy ones so you feel the agony of ants gnawing on your bones. Kakexiu and Big Head were stunned. The boss had quite the imagination, and it sounded terribly perverse. Was he planning a captivity play? Both shuddered involuntarily. R. B. Q. R. B. Q. Meanwhile, outside the 217 Valley Fortress, the mutant army was launching a fierce assault against the city's defenses. These green-skinned muscle-brained brutes charged fearlessly, wielding crude weapons to storm the gates. The defending players were few, so the battle was intensely stalemated. Brother Sanguan, when do we pull out? I can't wait. The players' eyes gleamed, their minds already far from the current fight. Wait for the captain's call. Focus on leveling up now, don't be distracted. As the city defense commander, Li Sanguan had to set a reliable example, even if he himself was itching to go. But these greenskins are too tough. We can't scratch them without good gear. Don't panic. Since we're moving out, the captain unloaded a batch of old ammunition on me. I've had it brought over. Use it freely and scratch them to death. Thanks, big bro. Haha, I won't hold back. Honestly, I'm a master of sneaky tactics. Li Sanguan waved his hand. Also, we're abandoning this fortress. We'll blow it up later so the mutants can't have it. Good heavens, the captain's blowing things up again. How generous. Please give me the demolition duty. Before the city gates, the mutants were unaware they were charging into a trap. Their hearts were filled with disdain and blind optimism about the battle. Little mice, ho ho ho. Use your tiny water guns to scratch my itch. ATU, you're not picky, but don't taint the food with a strange smell. Haha, such a magnificent fortress defended by so few. What a waste. We should move in. Exactly. These bloodbags have a nice territory, easy to defend, hard to attack, and bugs can't break in. Why don't we just move here? They say there's red flame or here too. What's the difference in mining? Right, the nearby Federation pigs are weak. They don't even dare to squeak after we raid them. After moving here, we'll have fresh blood every day. They hadn't even taken the fortress yet, but they were already daydreaming about their future life. Little did they know the players weren't fighting seriously. The greenskins' weapons were mostly white-tier garbage, poor quality, with little loot to speak of. The players simply weren't interested. Moreover, a major battle was coming and there would be no chance to scavenge the battlefield afterward. So Li Sanguang and his team didn't even use Gauss rifles, they merely took this opportunity to clear inventory, practice shooting and farm some experience. In other words, they were playing with the greenskins. The ridiculous mutants thought their opponents were mere chickens. The little ship, now called the mothership, was already fully prepared, parked in the center of the valley. Chu Hang stood at the airlock waiting for the system's final self-check to complete. Self-check progress 100. Launch authorized. A glint of sharp light flashed in Chu Hang's eyes. He immediately waved at the nearby SC Versus and contacted Li Sanguang on the front line. Prepare to evacuate. Li Sanguang on the city wall felt a surge of energy. He abandoned the defensive position and cheered to his comrades. Brothers, let's go. Time to feast. Look. The defenders are fleeing. Haha, I told you humans are all spineless, and indeed they are cowards. Roar. Charge in with me, chop these cowards to pieces. We'll have a bonfire party with them tonight. A whoa, bonfire party. At the mention of the bonfire party, all the mutants erupted in excitement. Recently the blood food market has been sluggish. The last time they held a bonfire party was when they conquered a settlement of the Greyrock clan. That time was truly thrilling. They consumed over 50 blood meals plus women. The taste still makes their mouths water and their eyes involuntarily turn as bloodshot as beasts. Without the players to stop them, hundreds of mutants quickly climbed the city wall. They howled as they charged into the fortress, brutally kicking open every door in their way, and then boo! Boo! The booby traps left by the players taught them a painful lesson. They probably won't dare to break into others' homes and kick down doors recklessly anymore. Found the blood meals. No, they fled into the valley. There's nothing here but a pile of weapons and ammunition. Ha ha ha, these cowards. They even abandoned their weapons. The warriors of the Blazing Flame clan would never discard their weapons. That's right. That's right. Roar, roar, roar. Chief, this ammunition pile looks strange. Chief, we've found traces of the blood meals. Two mutants shouted almost simultaneously. The leading green-skinned orc chose the latter without hesitation and followed his subordinates to the fortress wall facing the side overlooking the valley. From here one could clearly see the position of the small broken ship. When the green-skinned chief came up, Li Sanguang, who was at the tail of the team, happened to look back. His extraordinary vision allowed him to spot the largest greenskinned on the wall. He laughed heartily, gave them the middle finger, and then, as the greenskins were baffled, boarded the airlock of the small broken ship. The airlock closed. There were no living souls outside the wrecked ship. Even the 6 SC Versus were attached to the hull via special structures, looking as bizarre as could be. What are these blood meals doing? Do they think hiding in a wrecked ship is safe? Ha, how naive. We've dismantled plenty of ships. No matter how sturdy a wreck, we can drag them out. No. Look, why is that wreck moving? A spaceship moving is normal. Wait. Did they actually repair the wreck? Holy crap, the ship is starting to ignite. Under the stunned gaze of the mutants, the tail and side vents of the small broken ship turned downward, then began spewing brilliant blue plasma flames, melting all the sand and debris on the ground. By the gods, they actually flew up. Gosh, I've never seen a flying ship in my life. What does flying feel like? I really want to try. Damn, they're coming this way. Let's retreat. It's too big and can fly. We can't win. Quick, hide in the castle. The greenskins screamed in panic. Due to the discontinuity of civilization, they only knew of the existence of spaceships but had no idea of their capabilities. In any case, seeing a huge dark shadow bearing down upon them was enough to fill their savage minds with shock and terror. Don't be afraid. Conquer your fear. At the critical moment, the chief stepped forward to try to turn the tide. You are all warriors of the clan. The enemy is just putting on a show, nothing to fear, just. Bang. An exceptionally loud gunshot came from above. The upper half of the green-skinned chief's body exploded, instantly splattering disgusting flesh and blood all over the surrounding mutants. By now they had lost all appetite for their beloved flesh. They only wanted to flee into the fortress and hide far away from the massive thing above them. The top of the fortress was instantly cleared. The shooter was Zaya Oyugan, who was currently hanging outside the small broken ship with her SCV, conveniently using her grenade launcher to eliminate the threat below, preventing the enemy from damaging the ship with any strange weapons. Mothership attitude stable. Now increasing power. Everyone hold on tight. Inside the gorgeously decorated cockpit of the small broken ship, Chu Hang, dressed in a spotless white officer's uniform, sat upright in the central captain's seat. Before him was a steering wheel that had risen from the floor, which he used to control the mothership's flight attitude. On the original helmsman's seat sat Fanqing Diandian looking dignified and elegant. In the same row as her was the gunner and communicator Zhu Gongzhu. She had found her true love, the 10 kg class electromagnetic cannon. Li Sanguang and the other players crowded behind Chu Hang, forming a large semicircle, staring at everything in the bridge with wide-eyed wonder. At this moment Chu Hang felt a bit helpless. Originally only the two academic achievers Fanqing and Zhu were the regular bridge interns who had passed the system exam. But the group of slackers behind him were all just here for the fun. After all, it was the mothership's maiden voyage and no one wanted to miss this milestone event. As a result, the already cramped bridge was suddenly packed with over 20 players. Half of them were wearing exoskeletons reeking of sweat and gunpowder. Tisk, what a stench! Chu Hang was quite troubled, but he couldn't dampen the players' enthusiasm, so as long as they didn't cause trouble he let them stay and tour. Wow, this feeling of weightlessness is so thrilling. I'm a bit afraid of heights. Wow. Is this our bridge? So magnificent. The players whispered among themselves, since usually this place was locked and players were not allowed to enter casually. He, finally on the ship. He, this game is totally worth it. Well, although space has limited, the technology of our Starforge Empire is really awesome. Not counting those two rookies, the captain alone can control the entire ship. And the decoration style of the bridge, this elegant yet sci-fi luxurious style, matches perfectly with the captain's uniform. So cool. I want one too. Stop all that useless talk. Follow my command ahead, full speed. Forward space clear, guidance lights on, ready for jump. The players were absolutely ecstatic. If Chu Hang weren't watching, they would definitely touch every console and decoration and then sneak some souvenirs back, their hands not being clean. Quiet. Chu Hang silenced the players' increasingly absurd discussions. The mothership is about to accelerate. All exoskeletons switched to fixed mode immediately. Li Sanguang and the others obediently complied. The magnetic soles of the exoskeletons firmly attached to the floor, becoming anchor points in the crowd. The other players held onto their arms and legs to avoid falling. Good. We have flown over the swarm. Target Greyrock Fortress. The small broken ship suddenly accelerated, disappearing over the valley in an instant. Inside Fortress 217. It seems that monster has left. Phew, we're saved. Ha! What's that flashing light? I noticed it earlier and wanted to tell the boss. I think it's a time bomb. Damn, such an important thing, why the hell didn't you say it earlier? Boom. The loud commotion startled the three individuals who were having a heart-to-heart on the Immortal Phoenix. Old Immortal Joe waited for a moment before a subordinate hurried in, his face beaming with joy. My lord, there's news from the valley. Old Immortal Joe's lips curled upward, judging by the subordinate's expression it was certainly good news. Sure enough. My lord, a violent explosion just occurred in the valley. Based on the scale of the smoke column, the blast force is enough to destroy the entire fortress pass. Old Immortal Joe's face instantly broke into a gloating smile. Aha, this is truly the best news I've heard today. A great explosion. With this blast some people's hopes are about to be dashed, aren't they, little mouse? He eagerly looked at Cachexia, hoping to see a furious expression on his face. However, Cachexio's reaction disappointed him. It really exploded. Cachexio's face showed no frustration, on the contrary, it was filled with surprise and anticipation. A great explosion indeed. Cachexia suddenly slapped his thigh, startling Old Immortal Joe and his subordinate. This guy must be crazy, why is he so happy that his own home exploded? Kid, give it up. You don't need to pretend. I know you're mentally broken and terrified inside. You can just cry out loud and let us have a laugh. Ah ha 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 ha. Cachexia blinked his eyes. Suddenly he covered his face and pretended to cry. Oh yes, I'm so miserable, I'm so scared, what will I do now that my home is gone? But then Cachexia lowered his hands from his face, revealing a bright smile. I cried. Ha, I was just pretending. Honk honk honk. Old Immortal Joe was thoroughly enraged. I won't lower myself to argue with a lunatic like you. You're nothing but a coward whose mind has twisted from fear, too afraid to face reality. Cachexia shrugged with a smile. Whatever makes you happy. His demeanor was so infuriating that Old Immortal Joe wished he could chop this insolent wretch to pieces. As they spoke, hurried footsteps sounded from the corridor behind. My lord. What now? Spit it out. Another subordinate arrived, panting, and spoke in an incredulous tone. My lord. The observation post just spotted a spaceship bursting out of the smoke from the valley. It's flying toward us at high speed. What did you say? Old Immortal Joe's expression was quite dramatic. His reason told him his subordinate was talking nonsense, but then he recalled Kakexio's earlier words and he turned to look at that smug pest in disbelief. You actually have a spaceship too. And you've repaired it. Kakexio wore a nonchalant expression, picked his ear and made a gesture of being hard of hearing with his right hand. Huh? What ship? What repair? Old Immortal Joe gnashed his teeth. Denying it won't help. The Federation will find out soon, and with their pettiness your doom is near. Then we're in the same boat, aren't we? Kakexio meant that Old Immortal Joe also had a hidden spaceship, and if the Federation came knocking he wouldn't be able to keep his either. Old Immortal Joe ground his alloy teeth fiercely. This bastard was infuriating. When would he be able to kill him? Suddenly he thought of something. Tell me, where is your spaceship headed? Oh, I've told you there's no spaceship. It's a model. We launched a model airplane. A safe, harmless model. Do you think anyone will believe your lies? Old Immortal Joe grabbed Kakexio by the collar and lifted him up, startling the two others into raising their remote controls simultaneously. Fine, fine. I'll tell you, didn't I say earlier that I was going to your fortress? Old Immortal Joe was stunned. His hand involuntarily released Kakexio. As soon as Kakexio landed, he immediately retreated several steps and continued his sarcastic remarks. Some people are just cowards whose minds have twisted from fear, too afraid to face reality. This was what Old Immortal Joe had said to him earlier. Arg. I'll kill you. Old Immortal Joe exploded instantly. He wanted to attack but was immediately held back by two subordinates. My lord, you mustn't. We still need the Immortal Phoenix to return and support the home. In the end, Old Immortal Joe was dragged away by his subordinates. A large number of warchildren swarmed into the engine room surrounding the two men, while Big Head and his companion remained calm and composed, much like Li Yunlong with explosives strapped on. As soon as Old Immortal Joe returned to the battered command room, he saw a spaceship trailing a long fiery tail swooping down overhead. He wanted to shoot it down with the main cannon, but unfortunately the main cannon on the Immortal Phoenix didn't have enough elevation. He could only watch helplessly as the spaceship passed over the swarm and then sped irresistibly toward his home. Go back. We're going back. Immediately. But the swarm is still behind us. We'll bring the swarm back home. Send out decoys to lure the swarm away. I will witness them and the Hall of Valor will open for them. Yes, my lord. Witness me. The subordinate left fervently. Soon a detachment of the huge war convoy broke off and charged toward the swarm without hesitation. Old Immortal Joe's face twisted with fury. Counting the losses just now, our originally easy and perfect hunt had directly cost him half of his elite forces, and worse, the mad sand had been sunk by his own hands. He was furious. On top of that, his home was under enemy attack. This operation had cost him everything, even his underwear. Demon Clan, I'm not done with you. On the bridge of the little broken ship, Chu Hang suddenly shivered. A psychic danger warning. Who is thinking of me? He shook his head with a smile. Just then the voice of Squad 141 rang in his mind. Captain, we've locked onto the positions of 3 main anti-air emplacements. We can handle one, but what about the other 2? Just complete your part, don't worry about the rest. Yes, we'll get it done. The little broken ship was fast. In less than half an hour it had approached the skies above Greystone Fortress. Although Old Immortal Joe liked to brag, his base was indeed equipped with radar, so it immediately locked onto Chu Hang and his crew. Main cannon, prepare to fire. At Chu Hang's command, Princess Peggy eagerly began operating, and the main screen quickly displayed one of the 3 anti-air emplacements. Fire. Yes, main cannon firing. Princess Peggy shouted sweetly and pressed the ignition button. The ship shuddered slightly. The electromagnetic cannon mounted on its back fired directly. A 10 kilograms projectile struck the target emplacement in an instant, and the violent explosion blew the entire hilltop away. At the same time, another hilltop exploded, obviously the work of Price and his team. The remaining final emplacement, after a brief moment of chaos, finally reacted. 2 short-range anti-air missiles soared into the sky, heading straight for the little broken ship. All anti-air units prepare to intercept. The so-called anti-air units were the SC Versus attached to the ship. Except for Little Fish Jerky and Sugarfrost's SC Versus, which were active short-range defense, the other 4 were all passive defense. In plain English, they were external reactive armor specifically used to block shells. The Greystone clan's missiles were cheap and slow. One was quickly shot down by Little Fish Jerky. The other missile was lucky enough to break through the close-in defense. A player named Zinigel shouted for the Empire and resolutely activated the rocket booster on the back of his SCV, charging head-on into the incoming missile. Boom! A fireball lit up the faces of everyone on the bridge. Everyone held their breath. Finally Chu Hang barked, prepare to land. How is that possible? By the Hall of Heroes. That's a missile. Are they demons? They can even intercept missiles. It's over, we're doomed. They're just some shoddy goods that the federal people used to rip off the masses, yet in the hands of the Greyrock clan they became pinpoint-accurate divine weapons superstitiously revered by the natives. Watching their sure-hit attack intercepted by a player's physical body, their morale instantly collapsed. Hurry, load the ammo. Load it now. The demon is coming, let's retreat quickly and wait for the master to return. They won't blame us after all, the enemy is a demon. Shut up, you coward. I'll fight the demon to the death. Watch me achieve martyrdom. In the last air defense position, the war children were in chaos. The defenders frantically tried to reload the anti-air missiles, but it wasn't as easy as loading artillery shells. They soon made a mistake in the rush. The crane's hook slipped and a missile weighing nearly a ton directly crushed a war child, turning him into a pulp. Ah. This must be the demon's curse. We can't win, let's flee. The more ignorant, the more superstitious. The colossal flying object in the sky terrified the defenders, and they naturally began to make excuses for their mistakes and cowardice. Thus, until the little broken ship flew over the Greyrock fortress and successfully entered the radar blind zone, this air defense position failed to fire even a single missile, and the anti-aircraft guns were sparse and wildly off target. Woo! The piercing alarm had long sounded. Crowds of war children rushed out from the mountain barracks inside the fortress, shouting as they ran toward the city walls. There were also many anti-aircraft machine guns and dual-purpose guns, the last line of defense against aerial threats. When they reached the city walls, they were all dumbfounded. Damn, I thought it was about shooting down planes. No one said we'd be shooting down a spaceship. How can they possibly bring that thing down? But since things had come to this, they had to grit their teeth and go ahead. Soon black clouds created by anti-aircraft fire began to explode in the sky. In the bridge of the little broken ship. Damn, we broke through. Brothers Zenogri, nice work. Haha, the guys outside are all awesome and the captain's skill is impeccable, badass. And Lapu and the others taking out a position without anyone noticing, that's something. There's more. I heard Team 141 has to infiltrate the fortress interior to clear the way for our landing. Good heavens, this could be a standalone game. Return to Greyrock headquarters. Haha, that's possible. The bridge was truly the best seat in the house. The players, fully immersed in the experience, were all extremely excited, shouting in delight. After all, this was far more thrilling than riding in an airplane, not to mention the smooth flight of the little broken ship, but in real life they would never let you into the cockpit. Come on, come on. Time to parachute. Ha, fighting for Terminal C at the airport, dare to join. Who's afraid of whom? Want to compare kill counts? The loser calls the winner dad. You guys fight first, I'll go grab a car later. The players skillfully checked their gear, unable to keep their mouths shut, chattering endlessly. Chu Hang looked helpless. Just then a sudden warning, he fiercely pushed the yoke and shouted, hold on tight. Ha! Before the players could react, the little broken ship immediately nosedived. The immense inertia sent the players tumbling, but they narrowly avoided a volley of roaring rockets. Ouch, damn. What's going on? Did the captain drink fake alcohol? Fuck, who's sitting on my face? Move your ass. You're lucky I'm eating a mouthful of curly hair. Captain, enemy ground fire is too intense, we can't land. Just then the sharp cry of Fanqing Dian Dian rang out in the bridge, utterly out of place among the surrounding goofballs, so it had the effect of silencing the whole room. Juju, allocate shipboard firepower, bomb the ground. Chu Hang immediately ordered. No, the main cannon has no line of fire. Now we can only rely on Sister Yugan and Sister Tangshuan's SCV to counterattack. If this continues, the external landing assist devices will be heavily damaged. A hint of madness suddenly appeared on Chu Hang's solemn face. Charge first, the line of fire will be available soon. Everyone find a place to secure yourselves immediately. Did you hear me? Ah, yes. The players stopped complaining, quickly got up from the floor and orderly secured themselves to their teammates' exoskeletons, turning the bridge into a forest of Christmas trees. Li Sanguang and the others were the trunks covered in big men. Charge complete. Good, let's begin. Chu Hang smiled confidently, gripped the yoke with both hands and twisted it sharply. Damn. Hold me tight. Fuck, don't grab my balls. Amid the exclamations of the players, the entire little broken ship rotated 180 degrees, briefly becoming belly up, back down, with the dark cannon muzzles instantly aimed at the enemies who were happily firing. Fire. Ah, fire. Princess Juju, hanging from her seatbelt, screamed ah in her mouth, whether from fear or excitement, but her slender fingers tightly gripped the firing trigger. The electromagnetic cannon was far more powerful than the SCV's grenade launcher. One shot directly hit the largest bunker in the fortress. Boom. The violent explosion instantly destroyed everything, the anti-aircraft guns on top of the bunker, rocket launchers, and dozens of defenders all turned into fragments, collapsing along with the mountain rock beneath. The rubble rolled down to the parking lot below, burying the war children who were about to get into their vehicles. Woohoo, awesome. Haha, so thrilling, Captain, I want more. Do it again. Do it again. The little broken ship couldn't maintain this handstand posture for long, so he only briefly created a window of opportunity for the main cannon to fire. The little broken ship resumed level flight, roaring past the fortress. The firepower in the fortress was halved by that shot, and many war children showed despair, their movements involuntarily slowing down. Good, once more. Chu Hang was also having a blast. This was his first time piloting a spaceship, and he thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of leading the players through multiple cycles of attack and retreat. The little broken ship circled low, turned around, then flew over the grey rock fortress again. Chu Hang repeated the trick. Another mass round fell, this time directly collapsing a 100-meter-long section of the city wall. The players cheered, the girls screamed. Then came the third bombing. After this, there were no more large-scale fire points in the fortress. Not only were the enemies stunned, but even Team 141, which had infiltrated the fortress, was shocked. Damn. So this is how you fly a spaceship. The captain and the others are playing some fancy tricks. I'm shocked. Fuck, watching this makes me want to try too. Damn it, I'm done being a soldier. I want to transfer, I want to go to space. Shut up. The captain said, where the Space Marines were already under the Space Force establishment. At this moment, in the bridge of the little broken ship, all the players were panting heavily, their faces bearing the afterglow of climax. Chu Hang was looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction, a smirk on his face. Tisk, you asked me to do it again, but you can't take it after just a few times. You need training soldiers. The players looked at Chu Hang with resentful expressions. It's because the captain's moves were too intense. Chu Hang curled the corner of his mouth. Alright, catch your breath quickly, we're about to land. After a series of evasive maneuvers, the destroyer engine mounted on the Hulk began flashing warnings, threatening to flame out at any moment. Chu Hang seized the opportunity. After making the final adjustment to the hull attitude, he decisively cut off the energy supply that was on the verge of overload, and the blue plasma plume beneath the Hulk instantly extinguished. The next second, all the retro rockets mounted on the underside of the hull ignited simultaneously. Their orange-red exhaust trails arched upward like outstretched arms, lifting the spacecraft before it could plummet, carrying it in a relatively gentle descent toward the open ground at the fortress's center. In a twist of cruel irony, the Hulk's sliding trajectory overlapped with a section of the city wall. The defending soldiers hidden along the wall could only hear the thunderous roar of rocket engines before they were instantly incinerated into ash by the falling tail flames. Finally, the Hulk's altitude dropped to around 10 meters and the landing zone was less than 100 meters away. But just then, a retro rocket on the port side suddenly cut out. The instantaneous imbalance caused the hull to begin tilting to the left. These retro rockets were merely disposable external devices not integrated into the mothership's flight control system, so Chu Hang had no way to adjust the thrust output of each individual rocket. If this continued, the spacecraft would inevitably enter a barrel roll and its landing posture would be entirely left to fate. The players inside changed color. Damn. We're tipping over. Everyone move to starboard. Shift the center of gravity. A cluster of Christmas trees sprang up from the deck, struggling to make their way toward the right side of the ship. Chu Hang was deeply satisfied with their response. Regardless of whether their combined weight would make any real difference, what mattered was that they had tried their best. That was the attitude a crew member should have. The players' efforts weren't enough. Who said he was relying solely on them? Jettison portside ballast. Clang. Something on the portside fell away and the ship's listing motion immediately halted. Without needing to guess, Chu Hang had once again turned his attention to the SCVs hanging outside the hull. These SCVs served not only as external reactive armor but also, bloody hell, as external ballast weights specifically designed for situations like this. If the hull took a hit, they could even perform emergency repairs on the exterior plating. Hull stabilized. Altitude 8 meters. 5. 3. Jettison all retro rockets. Fanqing Diandian focused intently on the holographic panel and slammed down the button with all her strength. Dump all external units. Deploy all landing airbags. A series of multicolored packages on the underside of the hull instantly inflated, forming a massive cushion. The next moment, the spacecraft touched down. The hull skidded across the soft earth at an angle, and the tremendous impact burst the airbags on the bottom, instantaneously causing the previously repaired hull plating to buckle inward once more. The colossal mass continued charging forward, carving a trench over 100 meters long across the ground until the bow crashed headlong into a building and finally came to a stop. For a moment, the entire landing field erupted in dust and trembled like an earthquake. But fortunately, there wasn't a single spark. Though the landing posture was anything but elegant, this touchdown had been remarkably safe. Safe landing. Hull damage within controllable limits, no safety hazards detected. Fanqing Diandian summoned every ounce of her remaining strength and cried out the result. The players scattered and bruised across the bridge didn't even bother with their swollen faces, they erupted into uproarious laughter. Even the unfortunate soul who had been crushed at the bottom of the pile couldn't help but laugh. Woohoo! We made it! Holy crap, that was insanely intense. I thought we were gonna crash. Ha ha ha. So that's what SCVs are for, using them as ballast and chucking them overboard was too slick. Captain's awesome. Fanqing and Juju are awesome too. Roar 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 brothers, great work. We saved the mothership. Yeah right. Show some respect and get off me first. Though battered and disheveled, everyone was laughing heartily. They had just accomplished something extraordinary together, and that sense of achievement and belonging was what truly mattered. All right. Chu Hang rose from his command chair and clapped his hands forcefully. We just received a transmission from Squad 141. They've successfully infiltrated Fortress No. 3 and seized control of the target wreck. However, a large number of enemy defenders are pressing them hard. My order is this: everyone gear up immediately and rush to reinforce Squad 141. Seize our wreck. The players' spirits surged. With hoarse voices they bellowed yes. This had all been warm-up. They had come here for the wreck and they would not let it slip away. Death Squad, charge with me. Li Sangwan snatched up a Gauss rifle from the floor and charged ahead of everyone else. The elite players of Death Squad followed close behind, whooping and hollering. The dozen or so of them managed to sound like an army of thousands. Ha ha ha, old poo, here we come. Hold on. Persistence is victory. Let's do this. Brothers, hang in there. We'll blow their asses to kingdom come. Before the reinforcements had even arrived, their raucous shouts were already echoing through the comms channel. The veterans of Squad 141 could only laugh and shake their heads at the chaos. It was ridiculous, they were the ones driving the enemy back, yet it sounded as though they were about to be wiped out. Still, this boisterous atmosphere was genuinely heartwarming. It was almost as if their PTSD was healing. Just as Li Sangwan and his team reached the airlock, they collided head-on with Shohei and the others emerging from the opposite direction. These guys had just respawned from their stasis pods. All their primary weapons and gear had been ready just outside the pods, and Chu Hang had granted them respawn clearance the moment the ship landed. They had hurriedly dressed and came to rendezvous. In their urgency, some players hadn't even put on their outer coats, strapping directly into their exoskeletons, wearing nothing but shorts. Leading the group, Ryan was still as bulky as ever, but this time he had added armor plating and carried a 6mm rotary machine gun. Oh ho ho, I heard someone started a raid without inviting us. Ha ha, you guys woke up too late and missed the spectacular emergency landing show. Damn it, it's not our fault. The captain refused to unlock the stasis pods, claiming there was no room for us on board. What a joke. If this ship were at Sancho's place, they could have crammed in a reinforced battalion. Ha ha ha, cut the chatter. Race you there. Race you. Who's afraid of you? I've got 2 lives. Fucking, where's your shame? Ryan and his team had clawed their way back from the edge of death under Old Joe, successfully weakening the main elite forces of the Greyrock clan, but at the cost of losing their carefree boldness compared to Li Sangwan's squad. Sure enough, the moment Li Sangwan and the others burst through the airlock, they charged headlong into the storm of incoming fire without even attempting to dodge, looking like a pack of unleashed wild dogs sprinting straight into the enemy ranks. I shall lead the charge. Brothers, cover your heads, don't get your brains blown out by stray rounds, haha. Charge. Quack 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 quack. Yura. For the motherland. Ha ha ha, pathetic. Die, all of you die. Fuck these lunatics. Lay down smoke immediately, we don't need to throw our lives away. Provide covering fire from the rear instead. Roar roar roar, I'm in. The enemy is trash. Enemy lines broken. Plant our imperial flag. Victory to the Empire. Hold the line. Hold. Ack. Inside the Greyrock fortress, smoke and gunfire filled the air, mingling with the chaotic shouts of both sides. In less than half an hour, the fortress defenders had been completely overwhelmed. Under the players' relentless assault, they were quickly routed, throwing away their helmets and abandoning their armor, utterly defeated. By the Hall of the Fallen, why do they all have exoskeletons and Gauss rifles? Are they the Federation's favored sons? Bullshit, even the Federation isn't this fierce. They don't fear death, and why can they run so fast, jump so high, and not die? I feel like I'm fighting the Zerg. Ah. As he spoke, 2 more defenders were taken down by mass accelerator rounds to the head. The steel-plated self-sealing helmets the defenders had welded together were pierced clean through, useless. No use, the enemy's aim is too precise. Show your head and you're dead. Don't show your head and you're still dead. Those bastards' bullets can pierce walls. Damn, their firepower is too intense. We can't hold. Retreat. Retreat. Fall back to the next line. Chief, this is the last line. Behind us is the Lord's palace. We cannot let the enemy desecrate it. No use, they're all demons sent from hell. I clearly killed one, but then he showed up right in front of me again. Before the Son of War could finish, a bullet ended his words and his life. He died with his eyes wide open. Among the players, the atmosphere was far more jovial. Ha ha ha, another one down. I'm at 23 kills. Amateur. I only have 18, but I sniped 3 Decurions and a Centurion. Whoa 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 bros. I just led a squad to raid an ammo depot. Come grab some RPGs, plenty to go around. Hey bro, how many lives you got? Second one. I tripped up earlier, but I already got my revenge. Come on, rush B. Flank them from both sides. Ghost, see that fire point ahead. Shoot through it. Shoot through it. Zaya O Yugen, get over here. They locked the door, use your grenade launcher to open the way. Chu Hang did not join the assault. He stood with his hands behind his back in the bridge, surveying the entire battle through a virtual sand table. On the battlefield outside, 98 players had gathered, 28 of whom were equipped with exoskeletons and Gauss rifles. Combined with their enhanced physical abilities, they were an absolute terror. Though their defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, their astonishing mobility alone had already thrown the enemy into utter chaos. They reveled in pulling crossfires, executing clever flanking maneuvers, scaling walls and sliding into shots, all moves the Sons of War accustomed to head-on brawls had never encountered. Could even the most ferocious of them match players who had 2 lives? Moreover, old Joe the Undying had taken a large contingent of elite troops, leaving the remaining defenders with no means to resist against opponents who surpassed them in equipment, tactics, physical prowess, courage and combat mindset. They even discovered a terrifying truth: how could the enemy be so familiar with their fortress's layout? Little did they know how much intelligence Squad 141 had gathered for this campaign. The cumulative effect of these factors was that the enemy shattered at the first touch, granting the players an exhilarating experience of mowing down hordes like cutting grass. An hour later, the entire Grey Rock fortress had fallen. The disguised Imperial military banner flew atop the walls, and all the players stood on the fortress's ruins cheering for this unprecedented victory. Chu Hang appeared at the right moment, standing atop the battered little ship to deliver a victory speech. Well done, warriors of the Empire. I am proud of you. This is a victory for the Empire and for every Imperial soldier here. I have prepared a unique Grey Rock Fortress campaign commemorative medal for everyone to honor the bravery of all who fought. Holy crap, it's a limited edition badge. Awesome. I love exclusive rewards. Ha ha ha, I declare this medal my family heirloom from now on. Whoa, Captain rules. Empire forever. Waku waku. Chu Hang scanned the crowd with a smile, then suddenly felt he had forgotten something. What could it be? No matter, it can't be important. At that moment, aboard the Busi Nyao, Datu and Kakexiu were still locked in a standoff with the Sons of War, whose arms were growing weary from holding their guns. The 2 meanwhile were eating and drinking, completely ignoring them. Feed up, consider it your last meal. The Decurion in charge sneered, utterly helpless against these 2 eccentrics. Hey, why hasn't the captain made a move? Did we win or lose? I'm dying of suspense. What's the rush? Grey Rock Fortress is far away, our wristbands are out of range. Check the forums. Those guys will definitely boast on the forums the moment they get any news. Kakexiu's eyes lit up. Keep an eye on things for me, I'll log off for a bit. Seriously? Are you messing with me? What if the enemy attacks? I'll be right back. They'll just think I'm dozing off, they won't notice. Kakexiu chuckled, sat down against the rumbling engine and logged off. The official forum of Stardust. Haran Suawan, hahaha, look, I got the limited edition medal. Cool, right? Lingawa's dog, holy crap. Where did you get that? I'm so jealous. Bozi Yunyo, damn, I've been following for so long, when will I get a beta invite? 555. Lucia, hey hee, don't worry everyone. We've successfully captured the enemy ship. The captain said we'll be able to refresh the mothership tomorrow. That means we'll definitely expand the player count then. Huafeng's wife, damn, you guys sneak through the story again. And worst of all, you didn't take me. Kakexiu, whoa, what did I miss? Stunned expression. JPG Lion Geta We haven't seen you and Datu for ages. Where did you 2 go? Kakexiu, we didn't die. We're still on the Busi Nyao, facing off against the boss. Li Sangwang, holy crap. Lucia, hey, shocked. How did you 2 survive? Tanchuang Shalema, wow, did the boss catch you, and do you know what 100 times over? Kakexia, hey, don't underestimate us. We've got the boss completely under our thumb. The captain who was lurking in the forum, tisk, I knew I forgot something. Those two clowns are still out there causing trouble. He thought for a moment and sent out a small Easter egg task for the restless players. Rescue the big soldiers, provide aid to Kakexio and Datu who are trapped behind enemy lines. Rescue them or retrieve their belongings. Reward their gratitude. Then he forgot about them, there were more important matters now. Chu Hang's eyes blazed with fervor as he gazed at the colossal creature crouching in the cavern. It's time for the little ship to be reborn from the flames. Before him lay a vast man-made cavern. The cavern was fully illuminated with scaffolding surrounding the wrecked ship and a crane fixed to the ceiling. Thick cables led to an independent reactor. All signs indicated that Busi Lao Chao had invested considerable effort here, intending to transform it into a genuine secret shipyard. Even the accompanying supply depot was crammed with maintenance materials and fuel rods. Such a generous gift would make Chu Hang laugh in his dreams. Moreover, he had yet to plunder Busi Lao Chao's private treasury, and he could well imagine the state of mind of Busi Lao Chao, who was frantically rushing back. Stepping out for a while only to find his home stolen, his wife and secret stash taken by thieves, that must be exactly how it felt. Who wouldn't go mad under such circumstances? System begins scanning the wreck and determine the fusion plan. Scanning initiated. Generating spark advancement plan. Please wait. He entrusted the task to the system. While waiting, Chu Hang took the opportunity to claim his mission rewards, which he had been longing for. Conquest Mission 03, capture the Huiyin Plan stronghold completed. Mission rewards: intermediate equipment blind box, 1 library protocol LV. 1 subspace protocol LV. 1 claim all. Library protocol LV. 4 unlocked. Subspace protocol LV. 5 unlocked. Chu Hang examined the upgraded protocols. The level 5 subspace protocol greatly expanded the subspace capacity to 1,000 cubic meters. It also unlocked a second precision production line or 3D printing line, allowing simultaneous production of 2 projects. This effectively doubled efficiency. The level 4 library protocol unlocked part of the Imperial technology tree, raising the tech level to D rank corresponding to the late stage of the intelligent age. The technology tree of the Zhuxing Empire was divided into 10 ranks from S to G, each further subdivided into 9 levels from low to high. For instance, when Chu Hang first unlocked level 1 of the library protocol, all manufacturing projects were G rank technology. Only now, after reaching level 4, had he unlocked the corresponding D rank technology. Meanwhile, the technology tree on Blue Star was still struggling to climb toward E rank. Beyond that, C rank technology reached the early stage of the space age. Once the subspace's processing capability was upgraded to intermediate, Chu Hang could manufacture interstellar fighters and low to mid-level space vessels. The Defender robot he had previously found was a C5 creation. His purple rare lightsaber was B7 rank, and the basic nanosuit he wore was A2 rank, a high-grade equipment issued by the Zhuxing Empire exclusively for senior officers. You see, his nanosuit was a top-tier item drawn from the basic blind box. Now an intermediate blind box awaited him. What surprises would it hold? Begin the draw. Chu Hang rubbed his hands together, watching eagerly as light orbs flashed before him. Blue, blue, purple, green, purple, gold. In just a fleeting glimpse, the reward items within made his mouth water. Various energy weapons, towering and majestic mechas, sleek and cool fighter jets, shipborne weapon modules of all sizes, and an inconspicuous blob of golden liquid. Intermediate nanosuit. Air. It passed by. Chu Hang sighed regretfully as the golden orb representing the intermediate nanosuit drifted past. That should have been one of the top-tier rewards in the intermediate blind box. Finally, a purple orb landed before Chu Hang. Purple. Not bad. After a few minutes, Chu Hang carefully examined the item he had drawn, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Though it's purple for the current stage, this thing is the most cost-effective choice. Basic deflection shield type, force field shield, ship-mounted manufacturer Zhuxing Heavy Industries, quality purple, tech level C9, energy level 3, protection effect large angle full deflection, at least 50 kinetic energy reduction at perpendicular angles, shield capacity 3000 SBD, recharge rate 10 SBDS. Chu Hang had drawn a high-quality shield module. Manufactured by Zhuxing Heavy Industries, it was the most top-tier among all C-rank equipment. Being a product of his own faction, it not only perfectly fit the Spark warship but also did not occupy a special equipment slot from the Spark. Thus Chu Hang could reserve the Spark slot for grafting other external modules, enhancing the mothership's survivability. For the current stage, this was perfect. This shield required level 3 energy. Levels 1 through 3 fell within the realm of fusion energy, posing no pressure for Chu Hang. If it required level 4 energy, he would have to rack his brains to find an antimatter reactor or intermediate energy coins. As for shield capacity, it was a quantified simulation value created by the system which along with the recharge rate intuitively reflected the shield's performance. According to the memories, Chu Hang had inherited standard C-rank military shields on the market typically had a strength of around 1000 SBD with a full recharge time ranging from 10 to 30 minutes. Chu Hang's shield was not only 3 times stronger than conventional ones but it also required only 5 minutes to fully recharge. Truly it was a product worthy of Zhusheng Heavy Industries. Chu Hang was thoroughly satisfied. After waiting a while, the system presented the Mothership Advancement Plan. Plan 1 Missile Frigate Upgrade Direction Enhanced Missile Projection Capability Significantly Improve Radar Performance Extra Upgrade Resources Low. Plan 2 Artillery Frigate Upgrade Direction Enhance Artillery Projection Capability Significantly Improve Main Gun Performance Extra Upgrade Resources Medium. Plan 3 Multi-Role Frigate Upgrade Direction Enhance Multi-Mission Adaptability Significantly Increase Ship Capacity Capable of Carrying Fighters Extra Upgrade Resources Medium. Plan 4 Stealth Frigate Rare Upgrade Direction Balanced Improvement of All Capabilities Significantly Enhance Survivability Self-Sustainability and Versatility Extra Upgrade Resources High Stardust 1. What is this extra resource? Chu Hang asked in confusion. The system immediately answered if the mothership was upgraded using only the wreck as a template it would inherit only the template's original capabilities and the resource requirements would be the most basic. If one wished to perform customized upgrades based on the wreck, then depending on the upgrade path additional resources would be required. This would significantly enhance the mothership's performance in certain aspects but the corresponding resource consumption would be greater, possibly even doubling. In short, you get what you pay for. To have a powerful mothership, a formidable ship template was the most fundamental requirement. How it was upgraded afterward depended entirely on whether sufficient resources were prepared. Good heavens, the basic amount required for the upgrade was already outrageous and now there was an additional fee. This was really... Chu Hang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It was like being told when picking up your car that you had bought a stripped-down version and to get the full version or even the plus version you had to pay extra. What was the difference? But even though it was unpleasant, the upgrade options were truly tempting. Moreover, the number of spark advancements was limited. Once this chance was gone, it would never come again. Buy it, buy it. What else can I do? Chu Hang convinced himself immediately. What else is there to say? I want Plan 4. As for the resource gap, it all depended on whether Busi Lao Chao's private treasury was generous enough. After settling on this exorbitantly expensive upgrade plan, Chu Hang headed straight for the main fortress of Busi Lao Chao. As he left, a group of players from the research and logistics teams were driving SC versus laboriously dragging the battered little ship into the cave to facilitate the subsequent core ascension procedure. Captain. Hello, Captain. Entering the main fortress, many players were cleaning up the battlefield. The spoils of this battle were far too numerous to be carried away by a single ship, so Chu Hang's solution was to provide the players with a detailed price list and let them freely decide. They would specifically collect the resources urgently needed by the ship, calculate the total value and then convert it into energy coins to be evenly distributed among all players. Battle performance was differentiated by military merits. It was universally agreed that players who fought bravely would naturally earn more merits. As for whether some players might have sticky fingers, a few disbelievers had already tried. They ended up not only having all their ill-gotten gains confiscated but also being forced to move bricks for a period as punishment, during which they earned nothing. Of course, players were also allowed to collect small trinkets of sentimental value. As long as the loot size was within limits, it was harmless and its total value did not exceed 10 energy coins. It could pass the system's inspection and be brought aboard without issue. If players fancied expensive spoils, they could purchase them themselves and the system would record and archive their private property. On this matter, no one could question the system's impartiality. This measure was intended to mitigate conflicts among players arising from uneven distribution of spoils. For example, if whoever found a treasure during cleanup got to keep it, everyone would vie for it openly and covertly. In an environment with a small number of players, such antagonism was far from healthy competition and was extremely detrimental to crew unity. After all, the battle was won together. It wouldn't be fair to benefit only a few. Therefore, from now on, any official campaign storyline hosted by Chu Hang would adopt a combination model: equal distribution of spoils, extra merits for the capable, and a post-battle auction of loot. For higher returns, players could take on bounty missions. All earnings from bounty missions were freely disposable by the squad, though due to limited ship space, loot still had to be restricted in size and safety. On this point, the junk hoarding players all wept in despair. Oh heavens! Can't we even happily scavenge anymore? Perhaps when the ship has more space later, some compartments could be set aside and rented to players as storage, another promising business venture. Chu Hang mused happily as he arrived at Busi Lao Chao's secret warehouse. Calling it a secret warehouse, Busi Lao Chao had indeed hidden it quite well. But Chu Hang had an X-ray hack. His level 3 scan had a penetration depth of 15 meters, so no matter how well hidden the secret passage was, it was useless. Chu Hang drew his lightsaber slash through the wall and carved out a hole revealing the pitch-black tunnel inside. Fearless in his skill, he entered alone with his sword. Soon the sounds of clashing and clanging echoed from within. 10 minutes later all was quiet. The narrow secret passage was now piled high with mechanical debris, defender robots and various trap mechanisms that he had hacked to pieces. Chu Hang arrived at the vault door with an air of calm. "Oh, a blast door from Starforge Heavy Industries, nice taste." Seeing the ancient door engraved with exquisite patterns, he couldn't help but chuckle. The door was extremely sturdy and technologically advanced, rated at D grade. But the problem was that Chu Hang had just unlocked a database that contained its schematics. Why did Busi Laochao have to choose Starforge Heavy Industries? It was an open book exam. In less than 3 minutes Chu Hang swaggered into Busi Laochao's secret garden. Holy crap! Even though he had seen quite a lot, he had never seen such a sight. The spacious treasure chamber was filled with numerous chests and shelves covering an area of over 100 square meters with tens of thousands of treasures. This guy is a hoarder too, with such a serious collecting obsession. Chu Hang marveled as he walked between the shelves, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. Soon the system provided a detailed scan result. Chu Hang took a look and was stunned. 2000 low-grade energy coins. 10 mid-grade energy coins. 12 units of high-grade alloy ingots. 3 units of high-grade polymer. 1 stardust raw ore. 40 crates of crystal raw ore. 20 barrels of high-energy gas. 38 green quality or higher prosthetic limbs. 57 green quality or higher weapons. And a vast array of bizarre collectibles. For instance, Chu Hang found an entire shelf of organ specimens, some human, some alien, some from enemies, and even some removed from Busi Laochao himself. To transform himself into an immortal being, Busi Laochao had removed all organs except his brain, including his manhood. Thus he had no weaknesses. Even after being battered so badly by Kakexio and Data, he could still revive at full strength. Finally, Chu Hang found a highly advanced medical pod deep in the secret vault. Judging by the usage records, it was the device Busi Laochao used to swap his prosthetic bodies. Its technology level was C2, likely salvaged from some wrecked ship. Chu Hang didn't stand on ceremony. He took everything except the specimens. His subspace storage now had a capacity of 1000 cubic meters, plenty of space. He even dismantled the medical pod, revealing a huge black hole in the floor. What's this? Chu Hang was surprised. Another secret passage. He sent a reconnaissance drone inside and found it led straight outside the fortress, allowing someone to enter and leave unnoticed. I'll keep it for now, perfect for fishing. Chu Hang chuckled, deployed 6 defender robots to ambush there, and then left leisurely. Back at the cave where the wrecked ship lay. The battered little ship had already been moved into the cave by several SC Versus and over a dozen heavy tractors. The tractors were prepared by Laochao. As the entrance to the dock, the cave tunnel was spacious enough with rollers against the walls and even hoists and slides on the ceiling. The players assigned to the moving task were moved to tiers. This Busi Laochao was just too good. Not only did he gift them a base and resources, but he had even thought of these details. Such a warm-hearted soul. Busi Laochao, get lost. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. That was all prepared for myself. You bunch of robbers. Robbers. Yet Chu Hang and his crew had no sense of being squatters. They used the food from the warehouse to throw a lavish bonfire party and even had players take photos with the wrecked ship and Laochao's throne. After the festivities, Chu Hang saw that the core had almost finished consuming the raw materials needed for the upgrade, so he called for everyone to clear out. Everyone dismissed. No one is allowed near this cave for the next 24 hours. Tomorrow evening at this time the new mothership will meet you all. That night the sprawling convoy led by the Phoenix was racing through the swirling sands. The fierce wind and sand made the war children on the ordinary chariots suffer bitterly, but no one could stop immortal old Joe's determination to rush back to his stronghold. He firmly believed that even if the enemy had an airship, his Grey Rock fortress would surely hold until he returned with his forces. Everything would be fine. The next morning the dust-laden convoy finally arrived at the foot of Grey Rock fortress. As the wind subsided, the mountain was eerily quiet, mirroring the bewildered expression on immortal old Joe's face. Impossible, this is impossible. The absence of gunfire meant the matter was settled. Though he wanted to tell his men that their side had won a decisive victory, the series of past humiliations had made him wary of jumping to conclusions. Peering through the telescope, his heart sank to the depths. The fortress walls were covered with obvious battle scars, several main buildings had collapsed, and an unfamiliar flag flew at the highest point. Every sign told him that this supposedly invincible stronghold had fallen. Ah! Ah! Immortal old Joe, like a groundhog, vented his fury, unaware that a drone was stealthily creeping into his convoy, hugging the ground. Axiu Data, the courier, is here for pickup. Lion's laughter echoed through the player channel. The two in the engine compartment perked up, exchanging a glance. Make a move. Make a move. Bang. 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 The two suddenly attacked, taking down half of the war children watching them. Return fire. Return fire. The Decurion in charge erupted in rage and opened fire without hesitation. In an instant a dense hail of bullets flew through the narrow engine compartment, turning it into a slaughterhouse until silence fell. Still alive. Barely. Kakexiu and Data sat back to back, riddled with bullet holes, blood gushing like a river. The problem was that they felt no pain, so they could still joke. TSK Tisq 2 looked so pathetic. At that moment the drone controlled by Lian swayed in and hovered before them. Get lost, you trash who got one-shot by the boss isn't qualified to mock me. Kakexiu flipped him off. Alright, hurry up and get this blade back to the ship. Ask the captain if it can be repaired. Leave this place to us, we'll take the boss down with us. Good. Captain Shiobao glorious. Lian laughed, controlling the drone to grab the blade from Kakexiu's hand, then tossed a bomb to Datu. EMP bomb, know how to use it. Wait until my drone is far away before detonating. Got it, got it. Now scram. Datu waved his hand. The drone slipped away silently. Less than half a minute later a series of heavy footsteps approached and immortal old Joe's figure appeared. You're asking for death. Enough, who are you trying to scare? Kakexiu brandished the remote control in his hand, then pointed at the bomb held by Datu. Say one more word and we'll detonate. You've been threatening me all the way. Now that the Phoenix has arrived at Greyrock Fortress, even if you blow up the engine, do you think I'll still be intimidated by your threat? Kakexiu mocked in reply. Oh. Your home is gone. If this vehicle is blown up too, you'll lose your last retreat. Retreat? Ridiculous. Immortal old Joe sneered, stepped forward and crushed Kakexiu's leg into pulp under his boot, expecting to see agonizing pain on his face. Yet Kakexiu still grinned calmly as if the leg wasn't his. Is your leg fake? Immortal old Joe was dumbfounded. No. You must have been hit in a nerve, your lower body is numb, right? He thought he had found the truth and looked down at Kakexiu with pity. Pitiful rat, with injuries like that you're doomed. Unlike me, even if my injuries were twice as severe, it would only mean replacing a few parts. Such is the agony of flesh and blood. A mocking gleam appeared in his eyes and he added, you want to know how I'll turn the tables, don't you? Have you forgotten the role the Federation played in this conspiracy? This time Kakexiu was truly surprised. The Federation. Are they daring to intervene themselves? Those cowards certainly wouldn't dare send troops. But they have bombers. I sent a message to that bastard Tom yesterday. I'm sure he won't sit idly by while you grow strong, knowing the situation here. Listen, isn't that them? The roar of engines came from the sky outside the window. Immortal old Joe opened his arms in ecstasy. Ah, for the first time I find the sound of these flies so melodious. Greyrock Fortress probably has few anti-aircraft defenses left now, right? Your people are about to face a fatal betrayal from your so-called ally, the Federation. Next time you choose allies, remember not to sail in the same boat as a petty man. Ah, well. Kakexiu and Datu exchanged glances, whispering in their native tongue. Does this guy think Greyrock Fortress is important to us? Does he think we occupied it to use it as a base? His behavior, like a thief calling the cops to throw a grenade into his own house, does he have some kind of illness? Hey, we're not thieves. But if the boss knows the truth, he'll probably go crazy. Then let's stop wasting time with him. Let's just detonate. All right. The two grinned maliciously, looking at immortal old Joe with eyes full of pity. Bastards. What kind of look is that? We're leaving, silly child. We probably won't meet again. Next life, remember to grow a few more brain cells. Silly child, rest assured we'll send the Federation down to keep you company. With that they detonated the bombs simultaneously. No. Boom. Flames erupted from beneath the Phoenix's chassis. The massive suspension beams snapped by the explosion and the huge Phoenix toppled to the ground. More severe was the EMP bomb. The Phoenix's most precise main cannon suffered a direct hit, with numerous circuits burned out, reduced to scrap metal. Immortal old Joe, at the epicenter of the explosion, was once again rescued by his men at the risk of their lives, his fate unknown. Above Greyrock Fortress. Inside the cockpit of a Federation bomber. Calling forward base command, I just observed an explosion on the Phoenix. Awaiting instructions. After a crackling noise. This is Colonel Tom. Ignore extraneous matters. Proceed with the bombing mission on Greyrock Fortress as planned. Use penetrating bombs. Understood. Leave no one alive. Inside the forward base command room, Tom's lips curled into a cold sneer. Chu Hang. Old Joe. Mutants. He intended to leave none of them. The 4th District border needed only one power, the Federation. The Federation would bring a new order to the residents here. As for these stumbling blocks, let them fight among themselves. In the end, he would sweep away all survivors. The Great Expansion era is coming. The Federation will be great again under my leadership. Calling Colonel Tom, the bombing mission is complete. All target factory areas have been completely destroyed. Shortly after, Tom, stationed at Forward Base 217, received the report from his subordinate. Excellent. In this way, even if Chu Hang and his group survive the bombing, they can no longer rely on the industrial foundation of Limestone Fortress to stir up any trouble. Moreover, the remnants of the Limestone clan are still eyeing us covetously from below the mountain. Tom smiled smugly and clinked his wine glass with Donald beside him. Sigh, it was quite pleasant doing business with Mr. Chu. Alright, you've done an excellent job on this frontier expansion mission. You'll have plenty of business opportunities in the future. No need to regret a native. Donald took a gulp of wine, feeling utterly contemptuous. He was a civilized man, cheating people in business was common, but killing the donkey after it leaves the mill, backstabbing an ally, was a bit too much. Worst of all, it would sound bad if it got out. If it were him, he would use economic means to control Chu Hang and his group, making them willingly serve the Federation. A backstabbing act like Tom's would bring a devastating disaster to the Federation's reputation in the civilized world. Who would cooperate with the Federation in the future? But this is the wasteland and the Federation is the boss here. No one dares to question the Federation's credibility. So he could only keep his complaints to himself. When will our transport ship arrive? Expected tomorrow morning. By then the General will see our achievements and surely commend us. Mr. Donald, we're about to hit the big time. Let's share the joy then. Donald laughed and clinked glasses with Tom, directly dismissing the small matter of backstabbing from his mind. Chu Hang. Not really familiar. Limestone Fortress ruins. Holy shit, the Federation people are dogs. They actually fucking bombed it. These beasts. The captain had long told us what kind of people they are. How am I not surprised at all that they would do something like this? Sigh, it's just a pity about all the loot, we haven't even had time to clean it up. Alright. This time luckily the captain was prepared. He knew the Federation would bomb the factory and had us scatter and hide in the nearby mountains, so we escaped disaster. But the captain. Everyone then remembered that Chu Hang was still inside the shipwreck cave and they didn't know if the bombing had collapsed it. Everyone rushed to the cave entrance only to find the opening completely blocked by collapsed rocks, sinking their hearts. Hurry and contact the captain to see how he is. No good, can't get through. This only happens when out of communication range. It could also be the mountain blocking the signal. Then what should we do? We need to dig through the rocks to get in and help the captain. Right. If the captain is gone, what's the point of this game? I still want to raise the captain to legendary equipment. The players on site immediately fell into chaos. However, it was clear that Chu Hang, the NPC captain, had already gained an important place in the hearts of the players, at least not just a dispensable passerby. We still have Kakexiu and Datu. Ryan suddenly reminded. They probably haven't respawned yet and are likely still on the ship. Right. I'll log off and find them right now. I know where they live, I can force them to log off. No need to go. Those two assholes are bragging on the forum right now. They couldn't respawn, the cultivation pod shows as locked. Someone immediately poured cold water on everyone. Just as they were at a loss, Zio Yugen suddenly said, I think we should trust Captain Chu. He said wait 24 hours, then trust that he can solve all problems alone, just like he led us to victory time and time again. Right. Tan Shuang followed closely. Instead of worrying about the captain, it's better to hold the line before the countdown ends. If the captain comes out and sees we've lost the line, he'll probably have a sour face again. He. Ha, now that you mention it, I kind of want to see the captain's dark face. Makes sense. We can't let the captain be disturbed by those rabble from the mountain while he's busy. Right. Did they really think calling in Federation planes could make us submit? They've successfully pissed us off. Death Squad know what to do. Let's fuck them up. Twist the enemy's heads off and drink from them. That's it. Grab your gear and follow me to the walls. Li Sangwon led his squad away. Aurora Squad, are we going to be outdone? No way. Let's go to the walls. All invaders, no mercy. Ryan also led his people away. Meanwhile, Price, being a man of few words but great action, had already taken his weapons to various firing points and set up his sniper rifle. The remaining players, led by Zaya Oyugan and her group, began to deploy defenses within the fortress and gather any heavy weapons still usable to provide fire support for the front line. All players were orderly and high-spirited. At this moment, none of them remembered that Chu Hang was just an NPC. In similar situations, normally even if they did nothing, the NPC would respawn out of thin air according to the plot. Inside the mountain, Chu Hang looked at his little players with a gratified expression. He was extremely satisfied. This situation was deliberately created by him to train the crew members' cooperation and initiative, so they wouldn't wait for him to issue tasks before doing anything. After all, in future urgent battles he wouldn't always have time to issue tasks. The players needed to be flexible. Now it seemed that the players could do well without him. Since the players had not let him down, he would naturally not let them down either. As long as the time came, he would surely bring the final victory to the players. The battle for the fortress ruins soon broke out. The attackers, supported by the artillery of the convoy below the mountain, launched a fierce assault. The players' side had just been bombed, resulting in a severe shortage of heavy weapons, and they were also running low on high-grade ammunition. Thus they were not as fierce as before. The two sides fought until nightfall. The attackers and defenders seesawed back and forth along the line. The players repeatedly abandoned their positions and then used guerrilla tactics to reclaim them, exhausting the enemy. But until an elite enemy suddenly launched a flank attack from behind, the situation changed. Immortal Joe. This guy isn't dead yet. Staring at the boss that suddenly appeared on the inside of the defense line, all players were shocked. How much health does this guy have? At this moment, Immortal Joe had just emerged from the secret passage not long ago. He was first cornered and beaten up by 6 defenders. Although he won in the end, he was also wounded. Then he saw the empty treasure vault and immediately exploded with rage. This time even the mental inhibitor was useless. He directly entered a berserk mode like a monster, slaughtering the players and forcing them back step by step. No good. This guy is too tough and runs super fast. Anyone still have Gauss rifle ammo? Hold on a little longer, it's almost time. Captain, come back. I can't hold on without you. Hurry up. Damn it, stop your howling. The captain will be disgusted to death by you. At that moment the earth shook and mountains trembled. The tunnel entrance leading into the mountains suddenly exploded violently, kicking up dust in the sunset. A magnificent ship silhouette slowly emerged from the dust. The next second, Chu Hang's resonant voice came from the loudspeaker. Long have you waited, my warriors? It's time for our counterattack. Captain is awesome. Ha ha. It's our ship. Our ship has arrived. Hoo, great. The captain is safe, so the enemies are in trouble. Is this our ship? She is truly beautiful. Haha, not only is she a beauty, she's also a powerhouse. Look at those gun barrels. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. So magnificent. A ship this big, the sense of oppression is absolutely incredible. As I gaze upon this scene, I can't help but recall a great figure emerging into the world, the wild Kunlun, witnessing the beauty of the mortal realm. A million jade dragons soar, stirring the entire cosmos into a freezing chaos. Great poem. Wonderful. We must turn everything upside down. Brothers, reform the ranks, follow the captain, counterattack. Kill. Push them back. Sound the charge. I'll do it, I can blow the bugle. Damn, where did you pull out a military bugle from? Chu Hang emerged with the mothership, stunning everyone present. The resounding bugle quickly echoed across the battlefield. Coupled with the huge warship overhead, the players' morale instantly overwhelmed the enemy. The sons of war who were besieging the players showed terror on their faces, and their will to fight began to wane. The recent series of failures by Bu Si Lao Chao had severely dealt a blow to his subordinates' morale. If Bu Si Lao Chao was a loser, would his so-called gods still favor him? Could they still open the gates of Valhalla for everyone? But one person was unaffected. That was the already crazed Bu Si Lao Chao. Kill. 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 He had completely lost his mind, muttering mad ravings, charging toward the crowd like a wild beast, knocking away even his own people with a slap of his palm. The boss is coming. Focus fire on him. Don't let him. Boom, boom, boom. Before the player could finish, a series of shells rained down from the sky, directly striking the running Bu Si Lao Chao, sending his heavy body flying away in an instant. Damn. Good shot. So timely. Thanks, Captain. Such a nimble small target, and they hit it on the first try. The new ship's fire control is incredible. Damn, look, the captain is going all out. Before the words faded, all the turrets on the new ship's surface began to move. The next moment all guns fired in unison, the dark muzzles aimed in all directions, unleashing a devastating barrage. No. Ah. Dense explosions swept across the entire battlefield. A large number of sons of war were instantly blown away, their bodies torn apart by shrapnel, perishing in flames. More enemies fell to the ground, wailing despairingly, feeling their life drain away. Holy cow. The fire density is ridiculously overpowered. Is there any expert who can analyze what kind of firepower we have on this ship? Lion swallowed his saliva and spoke in disbelief. All of them are electromagnetic cannons. What? No way, this is different from the electromagnetic cannons we saw before. Lion shook his head, his face filled with fervor. These are all small caliber electromagnetic cannons of the 1 kilogram class. I don't know what driving method they use, but this rate of fire is simply insane. How insane? Seeing that there was no longer anything for them to do on the battlefield, the players gathered around to listen to Lion boast. Lion pinched his fingers together, pretending to light a non-existent cigarette. He sighed and said, "You're not insiders, so you don't know how severe the heating problem is for electromagnetic cannons. With a firing rate like that just now, back in our world the barrel would have burst long ago. Even if the barrel doesn't burst, it puts an enormous burden on the entire ship's energy system, the reactor power lines, cooling devices, supercapacitors, etc. Could all break down at any moment." Hiss. So how does the best on our blue Earth compare to this? Lion thought for a moment. In terms of rate of fire, it's at least more than double the difference. Damn. That's insane. But Lion waved his hand and continued, "This isn't even the most impressive part. You see, electromagnetic cannons can adjust their output power to change the rate of fire and muzzle velocity. The little fries on the battlefield right now, the captain certainly wouldn't use maximum power to deal with them, so." Ah, this. The players understood Lion's implication. That's right. The performance these turrets have shown so far is far from reaching their limit. In future high-intensity battles they can fire faster and hit farther. I didn't see any anti-aircraft gun mounts on the ship. Given the precise fire control we just witnessed, these electromagnetic cannons should be able to intercept incoming high-speed aerial targets in addition to ground attacks. Truly achieving the word multifunctional. The players' jaws dropped. Damn awesome. 666. Our mothership is so awesome it'll be a real face-saver to sail out in the future. Haha, I'm already envisioning the days of riding this warship to conquer the universe. Geez, such an incredible weapon system, and the captain operates it all by himself. I wonder if the ship is recruiting gunners. Hiss. If that's the case, if all the technology in this game could be replicated in reality, then. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was startled. Indeed. Before this, all the knowledge and technology learned in Stardust could be 100 replicated in reality, and those that couldn't be replicated were only due to material technology or experimental conditions not being met. There was no problem at all in theory. You must know the technology of this ship before us was only glimpsed by the players like viewing a leopard through a bamboo tube. If this ship could be replicated in reality, even if only half of it or even just a few of its technologies, it's easy to imagine how crazy the super military industrial giants on Blue Earth would go. Thinking of this, Lion directly spoke up. "Everyone. Regarding this matter, I think it's necessary to give you a warning. You haven't dealt with those military-industrial complexes, so you don't know their methods. If you think they are the kind of honest enterprises that exchange goods for money, then pigs could climb trees." Seeing that some were dismissive, Lion immediately intensified his tone. "Listen. I know everyone wants to make money in the game, but some money will get you into bigger trouble. You think one transaction will bring you riches and glory, but the money of the megacorporations is not so easy to take. There are so few people who can enter the game currently. Once you're exposed, do you think they'll let you off easily? They will trick you into signing a service contract, and there will definitely be 100 loopholes for them to exploit. If you don't sign, they will directly place you under house arrest, threatening your life and family, forcing you to work for them for the rest of your life." Many felt a chill in their hearts. They knew this was indeed something the megacorporations would do. But someone retorted, "Then why not just proactively join the megacorporation?" Lion chuckled. "But have you considered one question? Will the mysterious operator of Stardust ban your account because you joined a megacorporation?" That's right, once it involves leaking secrets, what would the game operator do? They didn't know that all these discussions word for word had fallen into Chu Hang's ears. A cold smile appeared on his face. "Megacorporations, huh? Once I'm done dealing with the Federation, the next thing I'll do is chop off your outstretched claws. Enough, I've said all I need to say. Stardust belongs to every player. Since we are fated to board the same ship, we are all friends. I don't think anyone would be willing to be a black sheep." The players buzzed with discussion. Unconsciously, the one-sided massacre on the battlefield also drew to a close. Under such intense bombardment, almost no enemies survived. Except for the boss. A figure rose shakily from the distant ruins. Oh my. This boss is still not dead. Tears in my eyes. I'd call him the most resilient villain. He could even be selected as one of the top 10 moving figures of the wasteland. I always feel that this guy has a deep resentment. After he dies, will he become an electronic ghost? Yikes. Don't scare me. At this moment Bu Si Lao Chao's condition was already extremely miserable. This time no one would replace his prosthetic limbs again. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be his end. Alright, shall we send him off together? Just then. Brothers, leave it to me. A figure suddenly leaped down from the warship above. Everyone looked and saw, oh ho, isn't this our comrade Cachexia, who just revived with full health? Taking a closer look, they noticed his change. Holy shit, what a cool sword. Where did it come from? Hiss. This sword looks familiar. Holy crap, isn't this the boss's sword? Some players who had boarded the Bu Si Niao recognized the weapon in Cachexia's hand and were greatly surprised. Exactly. Cachexia's face was full of pride. After I snatched it from the boss, I first spent battle merits to ask the captain to repair it and then paid a high price to buy the ownership rights. Now it's my weapon. Cachexia arrogantly activated the war blade. A faint hum came and the smoke on the battlefield was instantly dispersed by the blade. Holy shit. That's damn cool. Brother, name your price. How about transferring it to me? Go away, go away. This is my wife. I warn you, don't have any designs on my wife. Cachexia flipped the middle finger. How could I be missing when sending the boss off? Don't you know how familiar I am with this boss? Right. Cachexia waved at Bu Si Lao Chao. The already irrational boss, upon seeing Cachexia, immediately froze his murky bloodshot eyes. A second later he threw himself recklessly at Cachexia, continuously growling something like "I'll kill you." He would never forget this bastard even if he turned to ashes. The sound was heart-wrenching. The scene was as if Cachexia had cuckolded at him right in front of his eyes. It made people wonder what on earth Cachexia had done to the boss that was so outrageous. Ha ha ha, come on. Let me try the blade. Cachexia showed a sly smile and rushed forward with the new sword. After a while everyone realized that Cachexia had stealthily lured the boss away. Why are they fighting farther and farther away? Damn. This guy is trying to steal the boss. Fuck, he's not playing fair. Brothers, go get him. Fuck this bastard. In less than 3 minutes, Bu Si Lao Chao, once invincible in the wasteland, was thus played to death by a bunch of big men. As the crowd dispersed, he was still muttering things like "really can't take it." Utterly devastating. It made those who didn't know think they were a bunch of villains. The battle ended with a complete victory for the player faction. Thanks to Chu Hang's timely rescue, no player died. At most they were severely injured and needed to go back to the regeneration pods for a bath. Finding an open space, Chu Hang landed the warship. With the last rays of the setting sun, everyone finally got a complete look at their new ship. Holy shit, she's beautiful, the players commented. This was a sci-fi warship with a conventional naval appearance. It perfectly followed symmetrical aesthetic design. The bow was sharp, the midsection slender, the stern wide, and the whole ship resembled a thick sword. 6 sets of plasma engines capable of 360-degree rotation were symmetrically arranged on both sides of the hull, providing the warship with astonishing maneuverability. It was these 6 engines that had just allowed the ship to hover over the battlefield. Wow, I didn't look carefully earlier. Is that a ram? Everyone noticed that a section extended from the chin of the sharp bow, looking like the ram of an ancient ship, quite imposing. No. That's clearly an axial main gun connected to the keel. The caliber must be at least 300 millimeters. I still think it looks like a ram. Chu Hang, who was eavesdropping, smirked. Why couldn't it be both? The players from the research group did not join the debate but instead examined the hull structure back and forth, occasionally marveling in admiration. Good heavens, this ship must be about 300 meters long, almost as big as an aircraft carrier. How come I remember the captain saying this thing was built as a frigate? What frigate? It's clearly a Coast Guard ship. Do you see any obvious weapons on it? Hiss, now that you mention it. This ship's firepower was so fierce just now, but now it has all been stowed away, disguised as harmless, very much in the style of our rabbits. Exactly. Looking at it this way, the ship's advantage is that all engine compartments are independently arranged on both sides of the hull. This way it's convenient for maintenance and replacement, avoids causing a ship-wide disaster, and doesn't take up the spacious hold space. Based on my experience, the lowest deck of this ship can be completely arranged as a hangar. I think so too. Even if it's not a hangar, it must be a warehouse or a deployment module that meets our sortie needs. Chu Hang thought, well, but why not have both? On the other side. Cachexia, you just revived from the ship, right? What's it like on the ship? I was in a hurry to come down and steal the boss, so I didn't pay attention. What? Everyone together, fuck him. Hey, no. I did catch a few glimpses on the way. Kakexia quickly begged for mercy, thus temporarily avoiding the fate of being fucked in front of the girls. First, the decoration style, it's the same as our original wreck, low-key luxury with a sci-fi feel, but it seems more refined, just a feeling. Yeah, the production team has a sufficient budget, so naturally they added a little bit of detail. Everyone nodded in agreement. What else? Other than that, it's huge. The space on the ship is so much bigger than before. The corridors are at least 3 times wider, and it feels like Bu Si Lao Chao's size could move around inside without any problem. Crying to death, he still loves Bu Si Lao Chao so much. Get lost. As for the rest, I didn't notice much, just felt it was good and powerful. TCH, what use are you? Brothers, bring out the torture. The players became a mess. Until the last trace of sunlight faded, the entire warship suddenly became brightly lit. Various navigation lights, indicator lights, and effect lights interweaved, decorating the ship in a magnificent spectacle. Oh my, she's so beautiful. Chu Hang's voice rang out at that moment. Warriors. As the new ship set sail, we should have held a grand boarding ceremony. But the storm is coming, so the ceremony will be moved to the common lounge. Alright kids, come on up, let me show you our new home. Chu Hang paused, a look of pride on his face. Welcome aboard the Yuanfan Hao. The captain is awesome. Long live the captain. Let's go board the ship. Under the gaze of the crowd, the belly of the ship facing the crowd slowly opened, bright lights spilling out, illuminating the excited faces of everyone. Walking down a ramp, the crowd finally stepped onto the long-awaited warship. Wow. The texture is incredible. The first thing that caught their eyes was the decoration of the corridor inside the ship. The overall style was still the unique blend of opulence and technological sophistication characteristic of the Zhuxing Empire, allowing one to easily sense the artistic heritage and cultural accumulation of the Zhuxing people. This is an ancient empire. The players reached out to touch the cool walls, stomped hard on the solid floor, and uttered admiring sighs. Gee, I've never seen this kind of material before, feels pretty high-end. Indeed, the materials here are completely different from those we dug out of the shipwrecks. How to put it, it feels like metal, but the strange texture gives a wooden feel. Build a ship with wood. I must be crazy. At that moment, Chu Hang's voice came from the front of the corridor. That's not a wooden feel, it's life. Let me tell you a secret, this ship is alive. Alive. The players' jaws dropped in shock. Chu Hang smiled and nodded. That's right. Why not fire a shot at the wall and observe carefully? Seeing that Chu Hang didn't seem to be joking, the research team member, I Am Magnetic Pump, eagerly took off his rifle and pulled the trigger at the wall. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the corridor. The next moment, the jaws that everyone had just picked up fell to the floor again. They saw a deformed bullet embedded in the wall. The bullet was a 6mm armor-piercing round fired from an RX-18, but it had only penetrated 4 or 5mm into the wall and could go no further. Even more absurdly, the bullet was being slowly pushed out of the wall at a visible rate. After a dozen seconds, the clatter of the bullet hitting the floor snapped everyone back to reality. They looked again and saw that the spot where the bullet had struck was already completely restored. Holy crap, awesome. How did that happen? Could it be legendary memory metal? Absolutely not. I've been touching the wall this whole time and there's been no significant temperature change. Moreover, even the newest nickel-titanium alloy couldn't achieve such good bulletproof performance. Besides, who would be so wasteful as to use expensive memory alloy to build the entire hull? The research team members were baffled. Chu Hang just smiled and didn't explain because he didn't know how to explain either. This regenerative metal was a Zhuxing creation resulting from the fusion of the spark. It seemed that all the metal materials on the ship had been transformed by the spark during the fusion, gaining extremely high strength, toughness, electromagnetic safety, and regenerative properties. Otherwise, do you think Chu Hang prepared those 20 or 30 units of advanced materials for nothing? After discussing for a while, seeing Chu Hang turn and walk inside, everyone hurriedly followed, still chattering. This thing is really awesome, probably some kind of black tech. Ah, why think so much? Just say Zhuxing Heavy Industries is awesome and that's it. Soon the large group marched through the corridor and arrived at a fairly spacious hangar, brightly lit and magnificent, the only drawback being that it was a bit empty. Haha, I told you there must be a hangar in the belly of this ship. Alright, old one, who couldn't guess that? The main thing is to look at the specific data. At that moment, Chu Hang's loud voice rang out in time. This is Deck 1 of the Yuanfan, the hangar deck. The entire Deck 1 has an area of 2 standard football fields and a height of 10 meters, capable of accommodating up to 20 combat aircraft and 20 ground vehicles simultaneously. For rapid deployment, the sides of the belly, the bottom of the belly and the stern are all equipped with catapult rails and recovery arms capable of deploying 8 light vehicles and 3 heavy vehicles at the same time. As Chu Hang spoke, he pointed to the surrounding facilities. See those gates on both sides? Those are the launch channels for the fighters. When the fighter slides into the channel, the gate closes and the electromagnetic track will launch the aircraft at high speed from under the battleship's ribs. From the moment they entered, everyone had been curiously looking around. They had already noticed those conspicuous large gates with numbers printed on them. On the left side of the hangar were B1 to B2 and on the right side were B5 to B6. There was also one under their feet with a large A2 spray painted on it. On the ground near the deep end of the hangar was A1 and near the stern was A3. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up. So that's it. The entire floor of the hangar can be opened and combined with the mechanical arms on the ceiling. It allows quick deployment and recovery of heavy aircraft just like a dry dock. Come on, this is essentially a small spacecraft dock. In the atmosphere it relies on the floor for support. But what about a zero-gravity environment? Lying pointed to the conspicuous row of mechanical arms above. Do you think those lifting arms are just for moving cargo? Think about it, they can be fully loaded with fighters when necessary. The number would definitely exceed 20, probably double. Otherwise, why do you think the hangar was built so tall? I thought it was for storing Gundams. Hearing this, the players suddenly understood. You're right, I almost forgot. This is a starship capable of flying into space. We've been underestimating it. They've already designed everything. What I'm more concerned about is, can we buy private parking spots in the future? Holy crap. Now that you mention it, I'm already picturing my fighter with my number launching from the hangar. Wow, that would be so cool. No way, I'm going to start saving money now and get a fighter to play with. Bro, wake up, you just spent all your savings on a battle sword. Kakexio's smile instantly froze. Chu Hang found it amusing. They're really getting into it, already making their own plans. Private parking spots are for rent only, not for sale. As long as you hold the rank of lieutenant, you can get one along with a full set of ground crew robots. Chu Hang explained a bit. A lieutenant. That's so far away. Exactly, after all those battles I'm still halfway to lieutenant. The top players are almost lieutenants. I wonder what benefits they'll unlock. Chu Hang didn't keep them in suspense. With the rank of lieutenant you can learn basic fighter pilot skills from me. As for the rented parking spot, you can park private fighters' vehicles or even use it as a warehouse. Private fighter. How to buy? Me, I want to pre-order one. As soon as they heard private fighters, the players immediately ignored the rest of Chu Hang's words. He was a bit amused and exasperated. Also, with the rank of lieutenant you can directly order multiple models of fighters from me, the captain. But note that the materials for building the fighters need to be provided by the buyer. No problem. The players readily agreed. After all, gathering materials yourself and then paying NPCs to forge legendary equipment was a perfectly normal setting in games, wasn't it? This is perfectly reasonable. Oh, by the way. Chu Hang suddenly interrupted the group. Besides the launch corridors, there are numerous gun bays and equipment bays on both sides of the hangar. These areas all have clear no entry signs. Without authorization, entry is strictly prohibited. Other decks have similar compartments as well. You all need to be careful. The players felt a shiver of caution. I remember now, the electromagnetic cannons that were firing earlier all disappeared before we came in. Looks like they're stored in these gun bays. No wonder we're not allowed in. I thought it was just the usual game convention. Those cannons were just virtual models with no physical structure. How could that be? Think about it, they built a ship this huge, they're not going to skimp on a few cannons. It's just that they're afraid of us clumsy hands damaging the precision components. But the more you say it, the more I want to sneak a peek inside. Same here. Chu Hang had already anticipated the players' boundless curiosity, so he walked over to a restricted cabin door and used his captain's authority to open it. Come in and have a look, just this once. Holy shit. Long live the captain. The captain is such a good guy. Captain, I want to bury your children. Flying tackle, stop it, you're a guy. The whole group squeezed inside. A futuristic dark gray turret was quietly stored in the ceiling of the compartment. Damn, this cannon is so freaking cool. Exactly, the ones we saw before were like primitive pea shooters. Compared to this, both the design and the modeling detail are on a completely different level. The craziest thing is this thing gives me a feeling of being real. Holy crap, can it actually be built? Captain. Could you share the detailed specifications? The research team members all had burning eyes. Chu Hang smiled slightly. This is the standard shipboard cannon of the Empire. It can fire 1 kg class multi-type ammunition with a maximum rate of fire of 60 rounds per minute and a maximum muzzle energy of 100 million joules. It can handle a variety of battlefield needs, extremely versatile and highly reliable. Ooh, sounds really badass. Awesome. Sogoi. In fact, ordinary players had no real concept of these numbers, they just cheered blindly. Fortunately, there were knowledgeable people present. Lai Yin, as a weapons expert, immediately explained with fervor. You might not understand what 1 round per second means, in our industry we call that insane. Let me give you an example. The mature electromagnetic cannon systems on Blue Star can output a stable 50 million joules or so, just in terms of power. That's half of what we have here. And those are used as main cannons. You can only mount a few on a ship and they're huge, nothing like this compact size. Let alone this godly rate of fire, back home it would burn through anything. Lai Yin explained in simple terms for a long while. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Wow, now that you put it that way I get it. Indeed, these cannons look so exquisite, I'd even believe it if you said they were standard 155mm howitzers. Hee Captain, how many of these cannons do we have on the ship? Chu Hang thought for a moment and decided it wasn't confidential. A total of 16 groups, 8 on the belly and 8 on the back, all dual-mount turrets covering all firing arcs. The players were dumbfounded. Let me calculate, that's 32 cannons, all capable of serving as main cannons. Electromagnetic secondary cannons. Holy shit. Besides awesome, what else can I say? Is it really okay to have so many cannons on one ship? Well, it has a hangar, it's an aircraft carrier. It's only reasonable for a carrier to have some close-in defense guns, right? You really know your close-in defense guns? Chu Hang waved his hand and continued, these are nothing. Ha! These are nothing. Just these alone are enough to grind the real-world military into the dust. Does that mean there are main cannons on the ship? Seely Bang suddenly thought of something and looked at Chu Hang expectantly. Chu Hang nodded. Yes. Below the bow there is a high-power electromagnetic main cannon firing 10 kg class mass projectiles with a maximum muzzle energy of 1 gigajoule. Gigajoule. Any big-dicked guy want to explain? 1 gigajoule is 1 billion joules, meaning the main cannon's power is 10 times the maximum power of the secondary cannons. Holy crap. Could this one shot destroy the world? Is it stronger than a nuclear bomb? Not really. 1 ton of TNT releases about 4.2 gigajoules of energy, but the explosion spreads in all directions. The energy isn't as concentrated as an electromagnetic cannon's. The advantages of an electromagnetic cannon are precision, high speed, long range, and low cost. Of course, I'm talking about mature electromagnetic weapon systems. Like that Guangxiong electromagnetic cannon made by the third brother, fire once, repair for half a year and directly burn half a destroyer's worth of budget. That's a separate case. Still, it feels really powerful. After all, it's not easy to drop a 1-ton bomb on an enemy's head. Exactly, this is basically a super sniper rifle. The players were all chattering. Chu Hang waited for a moment, then clapped his hands. Alright, the tour ends here. Let's go directly to Deck 4, I'll assign you rooms and then we'll have a brief celebration ceremony. Room assignments. Yay. I'm sharing with Juju. In that case I'll have to share with the captain, hee. Chu Hang rolled his eyes and walked out. The crew quarters are all single rooms, you'll see when you get there. Everyone happily boarded the main elevator inside the ship, which was spacious enough to hold them all. As the elevator ascended, Chu Hang continued his introduction. Deck 2 is the cargo deck, Deck 3 is the engineering deck, Decks 4 and 5 are crew decks, Deck 6 is the living deck, Deck 7 is the operations deck, Deck 8 is the command deck, and Deck 9 is the communications deck. Wow, so many decks. The game developers really went all out, you can see the budget burning. Anyone up for an exploration later? None of them had ever been on such a large warship before. Its size on Blue Star would easily qualify as a small aircraft carrier, let alone that this giant vessel would be their new home. Soon they arrived at Deck 4. This is your dormitory area. You can unlock the door with your terminal. Inside, besides the cultivation pod, personal wardrobe and weapon locker, the rest of the space is free for you to configure, but you must not endanger ship safety. Tears of joy, the home system has finally been released. The players scattered eagerly searching for their own cabins. Holy shit, this crew cabin is amazing. It's a bit narrow, but we're on a ship and it's a single room. The conditions are already pretty good. Ha ha ha. Don't stop me, I'm going to build myself a blindingly golden doghouse. From now on I won't have to worry about where to put the junk I pick up, I'm going to nail a figure shelf on the wall. Come on, this isn't just a home system, it's a mobile respawn point. De2 suddenly reminded them. That's right. From now on we can just sail the ship directly to the Federation capital. Wouldn't that mean we can spawn troops right in the enemy's backyard? Holy shit, that's actually possible. In the dead of night. The wind is rather tumultuous tonight. Just take a piss and stop jabbering. Federal Advance Base 217 nestled in a sheltered mountain hollow had lookout posts and radar deployed on the surrounding peaks. 2 soldiers were on duty at Outpost 1. One was urinating while listening to the howling wind outside the window while the other was lazily watching the radar screen. Due to interference particles in the sandstorm, the radar display flickered and drifted, making its sensitivity quite poor, one of the reasons the guards were distracted. As for the other reason. Hey Jack, our fleet arrives at the base tomorrow. I heard quite a few nightingales are coming along. Let's have some fun then. If I could score a date with Judy, that would be perfect. I'd give up 10 years of life for it. Judy. Ha, don't even think about it. Everyone knows about her and Colonel Tom. She's definitely coming to deliver the goods this time. After all, once this mission ends, the Colonel will be promoted to Brigadier General. He'll be one of the youngest generals in the Federation, a future full of promise. True enough. Alright, I'll just pick someone who looks decent. Maybe we can even be fellow travelers. You're disgusting. Just then a glint of light flashed and vanished on the radar screen. Ha! What the hell? The other guard leaned in, nothing there. Probably just interference again. The first guard hesitated, then nodded. Maybe, but let's double check. These days bugs are always causing trouble. That's true. A few minutes later their faces turned grim. Something's wrong. There's definitely something out there. Did you check with the electro-optical telescope? Any findings? I think I saw the outline of a landship. What? His companion, stunned, immediately notified Colonel Tom without delay. Tom was just dreaming of promotion, wealth and passionate nights with beauties when the report sent a cold sweat down his spine. He had confirmed it was definitely an unknown large vehicle. If not for his capable subordinates, they would have been ambushed by an unknown force tonight, as such strong interference was extremely detrimental to the air defense system. 2 minutes later the entire federal base sprang to life. Blinding white searchlights shot into the sky, sweeping back and forth through the darkness, quickly locating the mysterious vessel. Report. Target is an old landship under 100 meters in length. Judging by the direction, it might be sand bandits from Sector 5. Sand bandits. Ha! We didn't go after them yet, they dare to show up. No mercy, take them out. Whatever they're here for, eliminate the threat to the base first. Understood. After his subordinate left, Tom's face grew solemn. Though Sector 5 was infested with bugs, it was also rich in war relics and weaponry, so there might be survivor factions. He hadn't expected this guess to come true tonight. Not only did the enemy exist, but they had also actively crept up on them. Oof. No matter who it is, nothing will stop the Federation's advance. Those who stand in my way shall die. Soon the federal defense systems roared to life. Shell after shell, missile after missile flew toward the mysterious vessel, shrouding it in a dense barrage of explosions. Nothing but a joke. Tom gloated, and his subordinate quickly flattered him. Brilliant, Colonel. The enemy probably didn't even spot our base. Like a rat stumbling into a trap, they'll never escape your grasp. Haha, they won't escape the Federation's grasp. While the Federals were celebrating, Squad 141 had already quietly infiltrated the base and been active for some time. Price's voice echoed on the comm channel. Have you marked everything? All enemy defensive installations, supply depots and any possible storage of tactical nukes. Don't worry, Captain. Those bastards are sneaky, they had plenty of tricks. While they were in chaos, we followed them and got all the intel. Good. Withdraw as planned and watch out for artillery fire. Understood. Squad 141 vanished like ghosts, leaving the Federals none the wiser that they had ever been there. Above the destroyed mysterious transport vessel, the Yuanfan was pitch black with only dim red combat lighting in the bridge. Chu Hang stood at the center with his hands behind his back. Captain, all targets have been confirmed. Deactivate the Mirage system. Execute the planned precision strike. He got it. Zhu Gongzhu's face broke into a smile as she eagerly opened the fire control safety. Tonight was the moment she had long awaited. Chu Hang had authorized her to man the shipboard electromagnetic cannon. Colonel, the target is completely silent. Confirmed destroyed. Excellent. At dawn, send out an external ops team. I want to know everything about the enemy. No problem, Colonel. You should go back and rest. Maybe before the main force arrives you'll have another achievement to your name. Haha, good. Then I'll... Beep. 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 Incoming artillery. Boom. Before Tom could react, his subordinate tackled him to the ground. The next moment every window in the command room shattered, sending shrapnel tearing through those still standing. Tom lay on the floor stunned. Who's attacking us? Ah. No idea, Colonel. We definitely didn't spot any other enemies. The target we found has also been. No. Tom was sharp, he instantly spotted the flaw. That target was a decoy. There were no tire tracks behind the transport. Even with the wind there should be some trace. Have you forgotten how deep our own transport's tracks are? Damn it, why didn't I realize it sooner? His subordinates suddenly understood. Damn it. This is a premeditated ambush. A provocation against the Federation. An undeclared war. Cowardly rats. He seemed to have forgotten that he had just done something similar. Colonel, what do we do? If this bombardment continues, we'll be wiped out. Tom's face twisted with ferocity. Launch the nuke. Track the direction of the incoming shells and carpet bomb with the nuke. Did you hear me? Yes. Yes. His subordinate hurriedly crouched under the console and tremblingly called the missile battery. However. Sir. Our men say the attack is coming from the sky. What? Tom was astonished. The sky. Then the enemy wasn't a transport, it was a spaceship. Could it be those people had arrived? How could they be here so fast? He had no time to dwell on doubts and urgently urged fire immediately. But the next second his subordinate's words made him collapse to the floor. Sir, the missile launchers have been destroyed. How many? All of them. Thud. Tom fainted. The next moment the command room collapsed, burying him. General, we have lost contact with the forward base. A massive sand-colored transport vessel was now sailing across the vast wilderness of Sector 4, accompanied by several smaller landships. Wherever they passed, the earth trembled. Billowing dust rose hundreds of meters into the sky, leaving behind a trail of colossal vehicle tracks on the ground, a truly magnificent sight. The bridge of the Federal Ground Fleet flagship St. Clara. Federal Major General James was leisurely reclining in the captain's chair, holding a cup of mocha coffee brought from the homeland. Its fragrant aroma made the other officers on the bridge salivate. They had been out for a long time. Only those of general rank and above were entitled to such pure homegrown coffee beans. When did this happen? It is presumed to have been last night. This morning Base 217 stopped responding to the fleet's calls, and even the passive transponder failed to react. Oh. Either the transponder and the communication tower both malfunctioned, or they were both destroyed. I refuse to believe that those two idiots Tom and Donald would dare betray the Federation. Hee. The speaker James had sharp blue eyes, golden hair, fair skin and a hooked nose, the epitome of the Federal elite. What should we do? His adjutant inquired cautiously. He was new. The previous adjutant, for being too talkative and insisting on reminding the love-struck general that Miss Judy was Colonel Tom's woman, had been reassigned to scrubbing toilets. Do I have to teach you? Send out our invincible Air Force to investigate. If there are enemies, eliminate them all. James smirked with a hint of mockery. If our Colonel Tom is unlucky enough to die in the crossfire, that would be perfect. The adjutant's heart tightened. He deliberately ignored the latter half, not daring to get involved in the conflicts between his superiors. Soon the deck of the St. Clara opened sideways and two Delta-winged fighters were launched via catapult. They quickly broke the sound barrier, heading toward Base 217. Arriving over the base. Oh God, how could this? Vulture 1 report. What's the situation at the front? The Federal pilot swallowed hard, struggling to keep his voice steady. Report. Forward Base 217 has been completely destroyed. Repeat, Base 217 has fallen. James, waiting for news, turned pale upon hearing this. Where the hell is my huge forward base? Damn it to hell. He felt he had miscalculated. It wasn't that he regretted failing to rescue Tom and the others, but rather that he regretted ever agreeing to carry out the mission alongside that useless Tom. And now this screw-up had dragged him down from the very start. James dropped his leisurely demeanor. Order, sound the alarm. The entire fleet is to enter immediate first-level combat readiness. Rush to reinforce Base 217 at full speed. Order, the 2nd Interceptor Squadron is to take off immediately. Search for traces of the attackers within a radius of Base 217. Order, the Bomber Wing is to begin preparations. Once enemy targets are located, move in to destroy them immediately. With these 3 consecutive orders, the entire fleet erupted into activity. Fighters roared into the sky, one after another, racing toward the border, tearing apart the tranquility that hung over the frontier. Half an hour later. This is Fox 1, no enemy sighted. This is Falcon 1, spotted a refugee convoy, no enemy sighted. This is Vulture 1, spotted a large group of arachnid beetles, but they shouldn't be the ones who attacked the base. The reports from the front were disappointing. Base 217's defenses were already quite comprehensive, even equipped with nuclear warheads. Even if it were a surprise attack, James absolutely refused to believe that such an astonishing exchange ratio could be achieved without a full fleet assault. If the enemy came from the ground, there should be some trace. If from the sky, then how did they evade the no-fly zone of the 10th star ring? All large airborne targets should have been struck by that sun. Falcon Squadron, go retrieve the fleeing refugees. I want to know what happened last night. Tell the medical team on the St. Clara that once they reach base 217 they are to go down with the Marines and rescue survivors. I need living witnesses to uncover the truth of last night. While the Federals were in chaos, the Yuanfan was quietly resting on a sand dune near the border. The entire hull was enveloped by a peculiar force field, like a mirage, completely vanishing from the sight of Federal fighters, leaving no trace. Even on radar screens it was the same. This was the core ability of the Spirit of the Spark evolution path, the Mirage system of the stealth corvette. Under Chu Hang's control, the Yuanfan could render itself invisible across multiple frequency bands or create a lifelike mirage within a 1-kilometer radius. During last night's operation, Tom had been bombarding a mirage for a long time. Haha, which wave is this? Third wave, I think. These Federals are frantically searching for the attackers, not knowing we're hiding right under their noses. Hahaha, this sneaking around feeling is damn exciting. That's all thanks to the captain's ability. That Mirage system is way too OP. Not only can it fool the Federals, but it even deceived the Heavenly Fire. Speaking of the Heavenly Fire, everyone felt a shudder of fear. Earlier last night, under Chu Hang's leadership, they had held a brief boarding ceremony, then partied in the common room. Chef Li showed off his skills. Even Zaya Oyugan and the others enthusiastically made a few dishes. Although most ended up being eaten by the captain, the celebration was about everyone having fun together. Finally, everyone started egging each other on, all presenting their best dishes, asking Chu Hang to be the food judge. Chu Hang took one look and immediately slipped away. No way. Players are all mischievous. Those dishes, like stargazing and 9-turn excrement, looked inedible, and one guy even pulled out a homemade mudsword, vowing to cook Chu Hang an authentic Indian feast. This was definitely revenge for him cooking cockroaches to feed the players earlier. Back on the bridge, Chu Hang figured it was still early, so he maneuvered the Yuanfan into the sky to scout the situation. He wanted to see if it was really as Donald had said, that the 10th star ring was sealed off by the still operating air defense system. But when the Yuanfan climbed above 1,000 meters, alarms suddenly wailed, terrifying the players who were still partying. Chu Hang was also startled. He quickly dived the ship to evade, narrowly missing a red beam of light. A high-energy beam. From the artificial sun. Chu Hang was stunned. He never imagined that the artificial sun built by the Empire had such an incredible function. This power could likely destroy even a cruiser in one shot. No wonder the Federals didn't dare to use spaceships and had to move supplies like potatoes, slowly and painfully. A thought suddenly struck Chu Hang. Could the Mirage system fool the defense system? Both were supposedly produced by the Starforgers. Which one would be more powerful? As it turned out, the Ember was still more formidable. After the Yuanfan activated its Mirage system, as long as it didn't leave the artificial atmosphere, it wouldn't trigger an attack from the Star Ring defense system. Unlike the Federation's fighters, which dared only to fly close to the ground. Go any higher and they'd definitely get hit. Afterwards, all the players rushed to the bridge. Once the alarm was lifted, they probed the boundaries of the defense system together with Chu Hang, which led to the nickname Heavenly Fire. As a result of all this commotion, everyone lost their enthusiasm for the party. Instead, they started looking around the bridge, only to be quickly shooed by Chu Hang to the combat deck to prepare for the operation in the latter half of the night. In the latter half of the night, the operation began. The goal was to destroy Federation Base 217 while seizing the supplies stockpiled there, preparing for the 5th District's long voyage. The difficulty was how to destroy the enemy with minimal cost without damaging the supplies in the warehouse. Hence the scene that had just occurred. General, we've arrived. The fleeing refugee fleet is also on its way back. James nodded slightly. Immediately search for and rescue survivors. And be on guard for any hidden enemies. They haven't shown up yet, which is suspicious. Roger, I'll alert the fleet to be on guard. The vast Federation colonization fleet surrounded the entire base. Among them, the largest vessel, the Shankala, was positioned at the center of the formation, right at the base's entrance. This allowed the medical teams to evacuate the wounded aboard and also facilitated the deployment of Marines for search operations. This area is secure. Doctor, go ahead, we've detected several life signals. Please. Okay. What a tragedy. The attackers deserve to die. Aboard the Shankala there was a lavish medical team. Dressed in pristine white exoskeletons and carrying stretchers, they rushed into the ruins of the base to begin rescuing survivors. Quick, there's one here. Two medics used their exoskeletons to easily lift a steel plate revealing a dying Federation soldier beneath. Quick! Scan his body first, watch out for crush syndrome. After a moment a subordinate's relieved voice came through. Sir, great news. The kid mostly has blunt trauma and a concussion, he won't die. The medical officer called Sir also let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that we can save him. These are fine lads who sacrificed themselves for the Federation cause. We must do our utmost to bring them home. The subordinates were inspired, gritting their teeth, determined to save more people. At that moment the wounded soldier unexpectedly woke from his deep coma. He glanced blankly at the medical staff around him, then suddenly coughed violently. Cough. Nurse. Cough. Am I going to die? The medical officer quickly stepped forward and pressed down on the soldier. Kid, you're fine. I won't let you die. I promise. Lie down and rest. But the soldier didn't appreciate it. No. You're just trying to comfort me. I know my condition. Cough, I'm really about to die. Before I go I have a dying wish. The medics around couldn't help but smile. This guy, the officer said, he's fine, how can he not believe it? The medical officer whose hand was being held was both amused and exasperated. He had to go along and comfort him. All right, what's your name? What dying wish? I'll help you fulfill it. Great. Everyone calls me Ashio. The soldier's voice sounded strange and his speech was slurred, but the medical officer attributed it to his injuries. Dr. Sister, I'm the only child in my family, 3 generations single son. Since birth I've never even held a girl's hand. If before I die a beautiful sister like you could kiss me, I'd die without regrets. Cough, cough, cough. After saying that he coughed violently. The medical officer looked at the wounded soldier with suspicion. This guy looked pitiful, but those coughs just now sounded quite vigorous. Besides, you didn't have any chest or abdominal injuries, why would you cough like that? The medical officer wanted to leave but found that the soldier's grip was shockingly strong. She was in a hurry to rescue other survivors and afraid of hurting him, so she had to lean down and peck him on the forehead. All right, just rest now. You'll be fine. The medical officer said and tried to leave, but the soldier still wouldn't let go. Doctor, one last thing. What now? The soldier, trembling, pulled a handful of air from his chest and said with sudden emotion, this is my party membership application and my party dues. Please submit them to the organization for me. In my next life I will continue to fight for our great cause. Damn idiot. The medical officer was furious. But this guy had a head injury, she couldn't stoop to his level. So she gave her subordinates a look. The subordinates immediately swarmed over, pinned the soldier to the stretcher and prepared to inject him with a sedative. No. You can't do this to me. I've been loyal to the Federation. I've bled for the Federation. I want to see the President. I want to see the President. With one injection the soldier finally quieted down. Everyone looked as if they were questioning life. Had they just rescued a fool? Ahem, don't discriminate against him. It's not his fault he's crazy. He might have brain damage or maybe PTSD. Sigh, this damn war. Men, take him to the medical bay on the Shankala. On the bridge of the Shankala. General, the search and rescue is almost done. We've rescued 30 wounded in total. There might still be survivors under the rubble, but the hope is slim. James nodded. Do what we can. Have the preliminary investigation results come out? Yes. The aide took out a data tablet. Preliminary investigation shows that all defensive installations at Base 217 were hit by precise enemy fire without exception. They were likely annihilated before the battle even began. James's eyes narrowed. Furthermore, the enemy spared the base's warehouses and labor quarters, which is why some natives managed to escape. At the same time, over 90 of the surviving warehouses have been emptied. The enemy's methods were skilled, clearly premeditated. They even had inside help. Upon hearing this, James finally revealed a murderous look. He didn't care whether Tom and the others lived or died. What he cared about were the exploration supplies. Without them his fleet would soon have to slink back in disgrace. Is there any survivor with minor injuries? Bring them to me for questioning. There is one. But he's got a head injury, his mind might be a bit confused. It's fine, bring him. After a while a wounded soldier with a bandaged head was brought before James. The man didn't salute him but instead stared at the rank insignia on his collar. General. Yes, it's me. Snap out of it. Tell me what happened last night. But then they heard the man muttering softly, "Ah, this is troublesome. Comparing a major general and a fighter jet, which one yields more merit?" What are you talking about? The wounded soldier's words left everyone utterly baffled. What general? What fighter jet? This man must have lost his mind right. However, the wounded soldier paid them no heed. Instead, he turned his head scanning the crowd. Finally, upon spotting the hand grenade strapped to the guard's belt, his eyes lit up. Instantly the wounded soldier lunged at the guard with astonishing speed, snatching the grenade from his belt before anyone could react. Stop. What are you doing? The crowd was horrified. The guard rushed forward to reclaim the grenade, but the wounded soldier had already pulled the pin and raised the grenade high. Nobody move. Everyone froze. Even James was stunned by the sudden turn of events. He shouted in disbelief. Soldier! Do you know what you're doing? I order you to restore the grenade's safety pin. Unexpectedly, the other man sneered. And not drinking chicken soup. Fine, then you won't leave alive either. What chicken soup? James stared at the wounded soldier, utterly bewildered. What the hell was this about chicken soup? Damn, this is insane. How did he end up with such a lunatic? James couldn't help but curse, "Are you out of your mind?" To his surprise, the other man was not angered but pleased, instantly retorting, "Do you have a cure?" James choked for a moment, then flew into a rage. Are you playing dumb? You're asking for death. Since everyone knows, I'll stop pretending. Unexpectedly, the other man directly admitted it, then slammed the bandage from his head onto the ground with force, declaring proudly, "I am the renowned Imperial Special Intelligence Bureau's U1 Double Agent Senior Operative, codename Pangolin. I blew up base 217. I stole the supplies. I'm going to die today, but none of you will live either. Long live the Emperor. Captain. My mission is complete." With that, he released the grenade's safety lever. No. Boom. The bridge was engulfed in flames. A group of high-ranking officers, including James, never understood what happened before being wiped out by a single small grenade. Inside the medical bay of the St. Carla, many wounded soldiers rescued from outside were lying there. One fellow with a piece of shrapnel stuck in his abdomen suddenly sat up from the bed, clutching his stomach and laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore." The moment he played dead, the surrounding wounded all stirred. Bleeding from their wounds, they rose from their beds one after another, pushing aside the nurses, and slapped the bedboards while laughing. "Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. That Kakexiu was such a goofball. Damn, that guy is a drama queen. Shit, what dumb luck. Why can't I run into a general? I want to say lines to you, can't you haven't learned the Federation language?" It turns out the entire room was filled with players disguised as Federation wounded. And the guy who just blew himself up in the bridge, who else could it be but Kakexiu? His explosion threw the entire Federation fleet into chaos. The highest-ranking officer on the St. Carla now was a major medical officer, but the problem was that this major didn't know how to command. Among the other ship captains there were 2 lieutenant commanders, but they weren't on the flagship. Upon hearing the reports from their subordinates, they were completely dumbfounded. What did you say? A human bomb. The general was blown up. Who can tell me why the enemy appeared inside the St. Carla's bridge? The other ship captains began to question reality. They hadn't even set sail yet, the base was blown up, supplies stolen, and now the commander was cooked. This expedition was doomed. They might as well go home and throw a party. While the Federation's command system was in turmoil, the players in the medical bay began to move. Hey, you can't go out. A young nurse frantically tried to stop the wounded soldier she was responsible for. She had to stop him, his intestines were still hanging out. But the wounded soldier just grinned at her, then unblinkingly stuffed his half-exposed intestines back and wrapped his clothes around it and ignored it. The young nurse's eyes widened in shock. Before she could react, he walked over and stole a kiss on her tender cheek. When she snapped out of her shock and chased after him, covering her flushed face, the wounded soldier had long disappeared. Inside the St. Carla's corridor, a group of people in patient gowns looking severely injured were sprinting at full speed, startling passers-by who scrambled out of the way. Finally they were stopped by a squad of soldiers. Hey! What's going on with you? How can you run around with injuries like that? No time to explain, brother. Where are the fighters ready to launch? Quick, we're running out of time. The squad leader was taken aback and answered instinctively, Hangar 2 has 8 Falcons, Hangar 3 has 2 fortresses, all prepped. The general said to be ready for the enemy's main force. Thanks, brother. Before he could finish, he was knocked to the ground by a punch from Price. The other players struck simultaneously, quickly taking down the unsuspecting Federation soldiers. Haha, this is damn exciting. The captain's idea was genius. The Federation never expected to bring a bunch of enemies on board, right? Enough chatter, grab their gear. Split up. 8 to Hangar 2 for those who can fly, the rest to Hangar 3. The others cover our takeoff. You got it. We'll turn this place upside down. 2 lives left means 0 worries. The players covering the operation were those who hadn't died in the Grey Rock Fortress battle, so they still had 2 lives. When they heard about this plan, they eagerly joined. They came specifically to cause havoc and had no intention of returning alive. After all, it wouldn't be a proper game without everyone dying at least once. Soon the 2 groups reached Hangar 2 and Hangar 3. Thanks to Kekexio's unexpected elimination of the command center, the Federation hadn't yet had time to pursue them. Upon arriving at the hangars and seeing the fighters already in launch position, the players were thrilled. These were treasures. Every one they stole was a gain. Split up. Those going to the pilot lounge grab their pilots to unlock the fighter systems. Those staying take the control tower to open the launch channel. Remember, speed is key. No problem. I brought the virus the captain provided. Let's give the Federation a little castor shock. Big Head laughed. Though he only had 1 life left, he came along. They needed his hacking support for the operation. Alright, good luck to everyone. See you on the Yuan fan. Haha, let's go. Hee, time to cause trouble. Who are you? In the flight control room of the SA. Kara, a group of wounded soldiers in patient uniforms, suddenly burst in, pointing their guns at the Federal crew members inside. This is a stick up. Speak properly. His companion kicked the mischievous Li Sanguang, who then put on a menacingly threatening posture. Launch all the fighters on the tarmac or I'll blow my top. Who the hell are you? You're stealing the planes. Li Sanguang wore an exaggerated expression of being misunderstood. Steal? We're clearly robbing. Stop talking nonsense. You want a bullet? If you die, I'll just find someone else to operate the same way. The man looked at the room full of burly men and finally yielded to the players' intimidation. Old Pooh, we're done here, opening the hangar door now. Good, we got the key, boarding now. Everything was going smoothly for the players, but at the Federal Provisional Command, 2 lieutenant commanders noticed something amiss. What's happening? I see the ST. Kara's hangar door opening. Did you give the launch order? No, I thought it was you. Damn it. Something's wrong. Guards head to the hangar immediately. Minutes later, dense gunfire erupted in the corridors of the SA. Kara. Commander. Enemy spotted in the hangar. Exchanging fire. Repeat, exchanging fire. Enemy firepower is extremely intense. We need reinforcements. The 2 lieutenant commanders' faces turned pale. In this chaotic moment, how had the enemy managed to slip onto the flagship? Hold your ground. I'll dispatch reinforcements immediately. Do not let the enemy escape or face court-martial. The other lieutenant commander added. You handle the intrusion. I'll set up anti-air defenses to prevent them from stealing the fighters. Roger. After a few more minutes, a large number of Federal soldiers with exoskeletons, even power armor, joined the fight. The players had no gear of their own and could only return fire with captured weapons. The Federal soldiers were about to breach the hangar. Old Pooh, why the hell haven't you taken off yet? If you don't go now, I won't be able to hold the line. Wait a bit. The bombers need to take off first, they're trickier. All right. They're out. We're going too. Get out of here quick. Li Sanguang and the others wore relieved smiles. But before I go, I can do you a little favor. As Price's words faded, Li Sanguang heard the roar of a Gatling cannon behind him. Blam! Price mercilessly poured armor-piercing high-explosive rounds from the fighter's cannon into the main corridor. Inside, a large number of Federal soldiers were advancing, instantly torn apart by the sudden barrage. Even power armor was riddled with holes, let alone the flimsy exoskeletons. Holy crap! Li Sanguang was startled, then overjoyed. Haha, nice shot. Thanks, Old Pooh. Perfect timing, let those bastards taste it. The brief strafing turned the entire corridor into a hellscape. Bullet holes and blood covered the walls, the floor was a river of blood, and everywhere echoed the screams of the wounded. When the cannon fire ceased, Li Sanguang peeked into the corridor, quickly withdrew his gaze and turned to his companions. Remember never to mess with those 141 guys, tisk too brutal. His companions nodded in deep agreement. A cascade of hot shell casings clattered to the ground. Price, hovering in the hangar, waggled his fighter's wings, then accelerated out through the open door. On the other side. What? The Marines took heavy losses. Wiped out by a single burst. You useless piece of shit. Report to the judge advocate immediately. The other lieutenant commander was also seething with rage. He gave the order directly. Our fighters have been stolen by the enemy. Open fire immediately and shoot them down. Repeat, shoot them all down. Soon missile silos opened one after another, revealing their anti-air missiles. But after a moment the missiles showed no sign of launching, infuriating the commander. Why aren't they launching? Do you want me to hang you on the missiles? No. The fleet's combat system has been hacked. IFF is locked and can't be modified. The sky is full of friendlies. The commander was stunned. You're kidding. What security level is our system? How could it be hacked? But it is hacked. What about the anti-air guns? Fire visually, hurry. The sky above the Federal fleet was filled with intense gunfire, but by the time they scrambled the players were already far away in their stolen planes. Haha, awesome. This is insane. First time flying a plane and it's a fighter. Woohoo, take off, haha. Who wants to race with me? Don't get cocky. The enemy still has fighters out there, they might intercept us. Pfft, if they dare we'll take them on. The fighters we stole are fully loaded. The players had stolen 8 Peregrine interceptors, the standard Delta Wing model with vertical takeoff and landing capability. Plus 2 Bastion bombers, essentially gunships capable of high-altitude bombing and low-altitude circling with belly guns to bombard ground targets. Price had waited so long to let these big beasts take off first. The players' piloting skills were learned from Chu Hang before the mission. Only those who could afford the piloting skill were eligible to be the protagonists of this operation, the rest were relegated to support roles. The 2 Bastions carried the most crew. Since the return trip didn't require bombing missions, they were piloted by 6 novice players. The 8 interceptors needed escorts, so they were manned by veterans of the 141 squad with real air combat experience. These interceptors weren't very advanced, not even starfighters. Clearly they were hastily produced by the Federation upon reaching the 10th star ring. So Price, Ghost and the others could handle them easily. After all, they had flown fighter jets on many special ops missions in real life. But after being injured they could no longer fly. Now the feeling of returning to the sky was exhilarating and they were itching for a showdown with the Federation. Radar detects enemy aircraft. Approaching from 3 directions, count 12. Don't engage. Our mission is to bring these fighters back safely. Engage afterburners. We're breaking through. At Price's command the 10 fighters formed a large arrow in the sky, the 2 Bastions in the center, interceptors on the flanks, all trailing brilliant flames as they surged toward the border. Incoming missiles. Countermeasures. Dozens of missiles crisscrossed the air, followed by a dense chain of explosions and black smoke from stricken fighters. Damn it, this piece of junk can't maneuver. Hang on. We're almost home. Sir, we have locked onto them. There is no escape. On the Shankala the 2 lieutenant commanders rushed over and anxiously awaited updates in the backup command room. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate he let out a long breath of relief. Excellent. Force them to make an emergency landing. If they refuse, shoot them down directly. Avenge our fallen compatriots. No problem. They have been fleeing the entire time and haven't dared to fire back. They must not understand how to operate our fighter jets, at best they can barely fly it. The 2 lieutenant commanders nodded. That explanation seemed quite reasonable. This group of enemies remained shrouded in mystery, but judging by the direction of the fighters' retreat toward the border of Zone 5, they arrived at the same conclusion as Tang nodded. These were likely sand bandits who had fled from Zone 5. Humph, mere sand bandits. They not only launched a surprise attack on a Federation base and assassinated a Federation general, but also had the audacity to steal Federation fighter jets. What incredible nerve. Sand bandits are nothing but sand bandits. They hide in dark underground shelters, sitting in a well, gazing at the sky, resting on their ancestors' legacy without any ambition. To this day they still cannot even operate a simple fighter jet. Truly pitiful. I just hope I get my hands on their stronghold. I'd send them a few nuclear bombs as a gift. While dropping nuclear bombs would certainly be satisfying, occupying their territory would serve us better. This way not only would we acquire a relic site, but we could also establish a foothold in Zone 5. We would not only recover from the destruction of Base 217 but actually gain the upper hand. Tisk, brilliant. A blessing in disguise. The 2 men were initially filled with righteous indignation, but soon their minds began racing with new schemes. The idea sounded promising. But if they had ever heard James's analysis of Chu Hang's group when he was still alive, they would not be so blindly optimistic. Just then, the voice on the comms channel suddenly turned frantic. What? No. Vulture 2. Respond immediately. Vulture 2. Static. What's happening? Respond. Pant. Pant. This is Falcon 1. We've walked into an ambush. Pant. The Vulture squad has been wiped out. But no enemy forces have been detected. Repeat. No. Hello. Falcon leader respond. A burst of static filled the channel. After calling for half a minute, the two lieutenant commanders began to panic, a creeping fear of the unknown gripping their hearts. Another half minute passed. Finally, movement on the channel resumed. Pant. Pant. This is Fox 4. Pant. Falcon leader has also been shot down. Everyone is dead. I am the only one who escaped. Pant. Pant. I'm being hunted by a demon. It's coming for me. No, no, no. I don't want to die. Hold on. I'm dispatching reinforcements right now. You must break contact immediately. Immediately. Mayday. Mayday. I've been hit. The fighter is spinning out of control. I must eject. Pant. I've bailed out, lock my coordinates. Come rescue me. Oh dear God, what is that? Ugh. The channel fell silent once more. No matter how hard the Shankala called, all 12 dispatched fighter jets failed to respond, and the green dots representing friendly forces on the radar had completely vanished within those 2 minutes. The two lieutenant commanders slumped into their chairs and tremblingly lit cigarettes. After a deep drag, they finally calmed down somewhat. We need to send reinforcements. Regardless of whether any survivors remain, we must get to the bottom of this. Negative. The Shankala only carries 36 interceptors in total, and only 16 remain now. 16 versus 12, is that really such a decisive advantage? They'd be annihilated just the same. We don't even know what we're fighting. How can we send pilots into the unknown? Then what do you suggest we do? Just sit here trembling in fear? In that case, why not just withdraw back to Zone 3? We cannot act recklessly either. Do you want to plunge the entire fleet into oblivion? The two argued back and forth without resolution. Just then 2 messages arrived in succession. What? Colonel Tom is still alive. You found Mr. Tang Nada in the refugee convoy. The two lieutenant commanders perked up instantly and exchanged a glance. In that moment they understood each other perfectly. Let those two masterminds take the blame for this mess. They would not carry this burden. Since someone else was willing to take the fall, they had no reason to issue any more drastic orders. They merely placed the fleet on high alert and remained vigilant against the mysterious enemy. 10 minutes later, Tom and Tang Nada arrived at the conference room aboard the Shankala almost simultaneously. Colonel. Thank goodness you're still alive. What happened last night? Upon seeing Tom enter, the two lieutenant commanders immediately saluted with visible emotion and eagerly pressed for details. Tom appeared to be in fair condition. He had fainted from anger and was subsequently buried beneath the collapsed command room. Fortunately, he was not directly struck by the debris, and that very misfortune had spared him from the mysterious enemy's purge. Yes, that group of mysterious enemies, after seizing Base 217, had driven the indigenous laborers out with artillery fire and then systematically executed all survivors in the ruins. Otherwise, the infiltrators could never have disguised themselves among them. Other wounded individuals would inevitably have exposed their deception. Moreover, after looting the supplies, the enemy had detonated EMP bombs throughout the base, destroying all surveillance systems. And precisely because of this, no one knew who that mysterious enemy was, not even Tom. Tom nodded to his two colleagues, then turned to the disheveled Tang Nada, who offered a bitter smile indicating he had no intelligence to offer either. Survival alone was achievement enough. Tom sighed, massaging his temples. His situation had plummeted straight into hell. Not only was he the primary person responsible for the destruction of the base, but he now also had to clean up the mess left by James's death. He felt as though his head would explode. He said helplessly, "Let's report the current situation to headquarters as it stands, and then we will temporarily withdraw from the border. This area could be struck again at any moment. That may be our only option." The other three also fell into despondent murmurs. By the way, when James was assassinated, weren't there survivors on the bridge? What did the assassin say? "I'll have someone brought in." Soon a surviving soldier was summoned. I was standing a bit farther away, but I remember the accent was strange. It didn't sound like any Federation dialect. That's all. I don't know exactly what the assassin said, but I heard the general call him insane, accusing him of playing dumb and the like. Oh. Wait. Before detonating the grenade, he shouted something loudly. Speak. All four leaned forward eagerly. Your Majesty, the Emperor, Excellency, the Captain. My mission is complete. That must have been what he said. Hearing this, all four fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that these are not sand bandits but agents of the Holy Silver Empire? Could the captain? Have they arrived early with a warship? Quick! Send this intelligence back to headquarters immediately. Priority dispatch. What none of them knew was that light years away from the 10th star ring an iron-gray interstellar fleet was warping in. Emblazoned upon the hull of that massive triangular warship was a flaming sword, the insignia of the Holy Silver Empire's Death Legion. Official website: Stardust closed beta server Delta 1.0 update announcement. Major update expansion, Sailing to the Starsea, now released. Synopsis: with the collective efforts of all players, the Empire mothership Yuanfan was reborn from the ashes and successfully sailed into the 5th sector, taking a solid step toward returning to the Milky Way. But the air defense system of the 10th star ring was still operational, its terrifying power threatening all spacecraft. To break through the blockade of the star ring, the Dragon returning to the Starsea, the Yuanfan had to sneak into the 5th sector and search for the legendary Zero Base. But would the Federation, the Zerg, the Remnants, the unknown enemies, and the mysterious void really allow the crew of the Yuanfan to have their way? If the Yuanfan successfully found the Zero Base, all players with an average daily online time of over 8 hours would receive the exclusive title Star Forger Pioneer and a 5 merit reward bonus. If the Zero Base fell under enemy control, the mothership was sunk, or the captain died, the game would be suspended for a limited time and all closed beta server data would be formatted. Update content 1. Added a large number of new NPC factions for players to experience. 2. Unlocked more exchange items, equipment, vehicles, skill books, venues, unlocked vehicle customization. 3. Richer wasteland ecology, including Zerg remnants and void disasters. 4. Released 400 closed beta slots in batches. 5. Fixed a few bugs. Current number of reservations. Time passed and a day later. At that moment, the Yuanfan had already entered the 5th sector and was resting in a canyon. Haha, I finally get to board the ship. A petite figure ran joyfully across the crew deck of the Yuanfan, the corridors filled with newly online novice players whose reactions were no better than that girl's. Whoa, I finally got the qualification. This warship is so cool. It's too beautiful. Everything here is just too beautiful. So there really are games like this. I've wasted half my life. Whoa, this ship is so tall. Praise the fool. Great Black and Yellow King, the luck-changing ritual you invented really works. It helped me secure this closed beta slot. Old Zhang. Where the hell did that bastard go? When are we going to dismantle that electromagnetic cannon you mentioned? Where's the captain? Everyone says the captain is even more handsome in person than in photos. I want to date the captain. Ah, that's 1 million credits. Why can't the closed beta slots be traded? My 1 million. Since Chu Hang had directly opened 400 slots this time. Even though he had carefully screened with more people, there would still be oddballs and those with ulterior motives. Even if not this time, there would definitely be in the future. Tap tap tap. At the other end of the corridor, Chu Hang, dressed in the Imperial officer's uniform, led 100 veteran players in Imperial Navy uniforms and walked toward the newcomers. The powerful aura instantly intimidated the newly arrived rookies. Even if there were reckless troublemakers among them, they fell silent under the threatening gazes of the veteran players. Now Chu Hang didn't even need to maintain order himself. The veteran players under his command would step forward to uphold his dignity and presence as captain. Chu Hang was very satisfied with this. It showed that his little players had accepted him and were genuinely on his side. Privates, welcome to the 10th star ring. Chu Hang's authoritative voice rang out, followed by the opening remarks he had said several times before. The newcomers listened patiently, their eyes full of eagerness to try. Chu Hang smiled slightly. Alright, the welcome ceremony ends here. The latest version of the crew manual has been sent to your personal terminals. You must comply. If you have any questions, you can ask your superiors. The mothership is currently resting and the nearby area is open for a limited time. You can experience the warmth of the 10th star ring for yourselves, hee. With that, Chu Hang turned and left, leaving behind a crowd of new and veteran players. The next moment, the newcomers swarmed the veterans and the corridor instantly buzzed with noise. Big shot, take me with you. I can endure a lot of hardship. Don't believe him, God. He can only eat a lot. Party with me, I'm a professional player. Has been pro, why are you here? I'm a streamer with millions of fans across the web. Teaming up with me will definitely make money. 30 to 70 split, how about it? 40 to 60. Even 50 to 50 is fine. In the corner, Chu Hang and the other three old buddies were leaning against the wall, arms crossed, pretending to be aloof, sizing up the newcomers. I feel this batch of newbies is no good. They're all noisy and impulsive, not like us steady folks. Hey, you're the least steady one, acting like a grown-up but always blowing yourself up with the enemy. That's not my fault. The idea was started by Lien. I learned it from him. Kikexia chuckled. Big Head spoke up, with so many new people, shouldn't our Aurora squad also recruit some fresh blood? Otherwise all the good hands will be taken by the three lights and the others. Not so fast. Captain Lien smiled and waved his hand. First, you need to understand one thing. Although the official Stardust says spots are randomly selected, in reality there must be assigned slots, or even all slots are assigned. The other three widened their eyes. How can you tell? We have 100 players, which is not a small number. Have you noticed anyone who always holds us back? The three thought for a moment and shook their heads. That's because every closed beta player has been carefully selected. Each has their own strengths. There's no place for someone who can't pull their weight. That's almost impossible in random sampling. The three understood. Alright, back to the topic. There are quite a few veterans among the newcomers. They'll definitely be absorbed by the 141 squad. We can't compete for them. There are also a few dozen female players this time. But based on past experience, they're likely the kind who have strong opinions. Expecting them to follow you and cheer you on is unlikely. You can ask them, but I bet they'll mostly go to Xiao Yugan and the others. Among the rest, although their abilities shouldn't be bad, I just listened to their chatter and felt they had too many little schemes. Too many schemes in a team and the team falls apart. Our Aurora squad takes the elite route. Rather than casting a wide net now, it's better to wait for interested people to contact us and then evaluate them. Gold shines wherever it is. Our squad has the best equipment, and that alone will attract people who come seeking us out. The other three's eyes lit up, fully agreeing with Lien's judgment. Chu Hang grinned. Since you say that, shouldn't we also show off our wealth? Otherwise the limelight will be stolen by Li Sanguan and the others. Of course. Let's drop the trump card. Chu Hang cleared his throat and announced, do any of you know how to fly a fighter jet? We need a few pilots. Chu Hang's shout immediately attracted the attention of a large group of newcomers. Damn, I kneel before the big shot. Didn't you say last time that warplanes had to be built with resources? How did you gather enough so quickly? Bro, you're so out of date. They snatched quite a few warplanes from the Federation yesterday, there's a video on the forum. That drama queen Kikexia almost made me die laughing. Ahem, are you calling me? Damn, the real deal alive. Keep it low, keep it low. Kikexia waved his hand smugly. The warplanes we're talking about aren't the mission props we grabbed yesterday, they're our own exclusive warplanes. Awesome, right? Damn. 666. Can I borrow one to fly, big shot? How will you pay if you crash it? Then can I at least touch it? Just a little rub. Get lost, stay away from my plane. Soon a lively crowd headed to the hangar deck and the corridor instantly emptied out. Li Sanguan and his team had no choice but to follow along. After all, the allure of warplanes was immense, and the Aurora squad was currently the only player faction with private warplanes. They simply couldn't compete. Wow, this ship is huge. And the furnishings are exquisite with a futuristic feel, truly a masterpiece. This game company is way too low-key. How come we never heard of such powerful technology before? I want to donate some money to support them. Along the way the newcomers unanimously voiced similar admiration. Hey, our mothership is 299 meters long and weighs over 50000 tons, a giant even among frigates. It could even be called a destroyer, but our captain doesn't want that. Why doesn't he want it? Haha, of course, for the style. Li Sanguan, who was following behind, finally chimed in. Think about it, if the Yuan fan is a frigate, she's the strongest frigate in the world. But if she's placed among destroyers, she wouldn't rank at all. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I see. Speaking of the captain, I remember he was a colonel before, but today he's already a brigadier general. Datu nodded and took over the conversation. That was a promotion after the version update. He must have obtained a new mothership and completed a stage mission. The NPC was rewarded by his superiors. That's the dynamic development system of Stardust. Our actions can nurture the NPCs. Awesome. Speaking of that, after the captain's promotion he organized a commendation ceremony. Not only did he praise us players, but he also issued a brand new set of dress uniforms to each of us along with exclusive medals. How about that? Sharp right. Xiao Hei said, puffing out his chest adorned with medals. The pristine white officer's dress uniform, though simpler than Chu Hang's general's uniform, shared the same cut. Paired with the players' tall and upright figures, it looked both handsome and spirited. The newcomers gazed at them with envy. Haha, no need to envy. We received this commendation for a series of battles at the end of this version. Once you're here, I believe the captain will issue a set to everyone who reaches the rank of second lieutenant. Is the second lieutenant rank easy to achieve? Well, if you kill a general, that should be enough. A big shot, what rank are you now? Me. I'm still a first lieutenant because the captain was in a dilemma. My achievement was enough for a promotion to captain, but it would affect game balance. So I took the initiative to ask him to convert the excess merit into energy credits and then used those credits to buy a private warplane. Damn, that's slick. Tell us, how much does a warplane cost? Not too expensive, just 2,000. How much? The crowd was stunned. Geez, I just checked the bounty missions, the rewards are all single digits. Damn, at this rate, when will we ever afford a warplane? Li Sanguang rolled his eyes. Don't listen to his nonsense. They bought the only 2 fortress bombers. A regular Falcon interceptor only costs 1,000 energy credits. 1,000. Still can't afford it. Oh, you're overthinking it. The warplanes aren't meant for you anyway. There are only a few and we old-timers haven't even bought ours yet. How could it be your turn, you greenhorns? The newcomers wailed even louder. Xiao Hei chuckled. So if you want to fly a warplane, you need to join a strong faction. That way you'll progress faster, huh? Big shot, how did you guys manage to save so much money? Mainly through large-scale bounty missions. You have to learn to predict the captain's needs. If you propose a suitable solution in advance and execute it well, the captain won't mind paying a high price. That's right, Lai Yin is an expert at this. Half of our squad's wealth came from his wheeling and dealing. Combined with our personal rewards, we were able to pool enough to buy a fortress. Kakexiu explained proudly. Damn, I've learned. Big shot, can you take us under your wing? We're very obedient and our skills are good. The crowd soon flooded into the hangar. Along the way, the newcomers began to volunteer themselves, eagerly trying to join the Aurora squad. Xiao Hei and the other 2 chatted with the newcomers while secretly giving Lai Yin a thumbs up. You've got away. They arrived at the hangar. Wow, so cool. Such a sci-fi design, even cooler than the ones in service in real life. The texture looks amazing, I want to sit in it. The newcomers excitedly rushed toward the warplanes in the hangar. 2 large and 8 small warplanes were neatly parked in a corner surrounded by a 1-meter-high fence. The newcomers had already forgotten Chu Hang's band. When the first person was sent flying by a high-voltage shock, everyone fell silent. The veteran players watched them with schadenfreude. Haha, lesson learned. These are precision military assets. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach, let alone touch. The captain is quite lenient, otherwise he wouldn't have let you newcomers into the hangar. After all, the minimum rank for a pilot is second lieutenant. What about ground crew? If I become ground crew, then I can touch them freely, right? Xiao Hei laughed. Good, that's the spirit. Look over there. Xiao Hei pointed to their private parking spot where a few trash can-like robots were standing by. See? These little guys are the ground crew. You're out of luck. Damn. Even in a game we're being replaced by robots. Alright, everyone, just be careful from now on. This sand-colored one belongs to our Aurora squad, feel free to take a look. It won't shock you. Damn. Big shot rocks. This is a fortress-class craft. We had our captain modify it to better suit our squad's mission requirements. Among the crowd, a large flat desert camouflaged craft was being poked and prodded by the newcomers. The 10 veteran players of Aurora squad generously offered explanations from the sidelines. Suddenly Kakexiu delivered a swift kick that sent a newcomer sprawling to the ground. Hey, I let you touch it, but I didn't let you break my airspeed tube. He, I just wanted to see if it's sturdy. The man laughed, got up from the ground without any anger and asked with a cheeky grin what kind of modifications have been made. Kakexiu rolled his eyes and ignored him. In the end, Ryan explained with interest, we removed its bomber function and converted it into a gunship and tactical transport aircraft. A wise decision. Can you explain in detail? His eyes lit up and he eagerly pressed on. Oh. Ryan's smile grew wider. Why do you say that? Other players think the original heavy bomber was more impressive. Haha, they don't know the value of $1 until they have to spend it. The man waved his hand, confidence shining in his eyes. Fighter jets, these big toys have never been affordable for individuals or small squads. Aerial bombs, missiles, precision-guided munitions, even tactical nuclear weapons. If provided officially, using them would be worry-free. But if you have to buy them yourself, heh. Ryan snapped his fingers excitedly. Exactly. That's the logic. The captain's ammunition also comes in different categories, such as various missiles and bombs which require crimson flame ore. This resource depletes with use aboard the ship and is difficult to replenish, making them quite expensive. Meanwhile, electromagnetic cannon shells are significantly cheaper since they don't demand high-grade raw materials. Furthermore, the bomber's battlefield role somewhat conflicts with the Yuan Fan. Long-range targets can be effectively neutralized using cost-effective ship-mounted main guns, eliminating the need to dispatch dedicated bombers. Therefore, we converted the bomb bay into a troop compartment capable of accommodating our entire squad. The Federation's original belly turret was also removed and replaced with a smaller, more precise Imperial-caliber electromagnetic cannon for ground support. The man's eyes grew increasingly bright as he listened, ultimately praising them. A perfect modification plan. By abandoning flashy redundant features and focusing on rapid deployment capability and ground support ability combined with an elite exoskeleton squad, I now understand why the Aurora squad can dominate over others. Ryan was quite pleased with the compliment. Haha, you flatter me. If that's the case, would you like to join us? We need professionals like you. The man also extended his hand with a smile. Then I'll gladly accept. Call me Chu Hang, I come from Institute 3826, hee. Ryan's face was instantly filled with shock. Institute 3820 CXS Senior. Damn, my apologies. I never expected someone of your caliber to join us. In reality, Ryan was still just a doctoral student in military industry specializing in ground weapons. Meanwhile, Research Facility 3826 had official backing and was a leading institution in aerospace weapons. It was filled with doctoral graduates by the dozen and academicians everywhere. Anyone they pulled out would far surpass Ryan's own credentials. To Ryan, the person before him was a major figure in the field. But after the initial excitement passed, Ryan began to feel puzzled again. Cough, Senior Chu Hang, it's not that I doubt you, but Institute 3826 has a very high confidentiality level, right? Who would just introduce themselves like that? Chu Hang laughed heartily and explained. First, I'm not a secret agent with 1,000 schemes, I prefer straightforwardness. Second, and most importantly, I was personally invited by the game's official team. They sent me some interesting blueprints that successfully drew me in. The fact that I came here isn't a secret in our institute, nor is it hidden from those who pay attention, so there's no harm in telling you. Young friend Ryan, doesn't this show how sincere I am? Ha ha. Ryan was somewhat at a loss, neither laughing nor crying. Good heavens, so he was an official representative. It was precisely because of the high confidentiality level of Facility 3826 that Senior Chu Hang dared to openly reveal his identity. Whatever he brought out from the game would directly go to Institute 3826, leaving outsiders with no opportunity to lay hands on it even if they coveted it. What use would it be to kill him in the game? Players can resurrect. But if they were deliberately targeted and hindered? Ryan began to understand. To acquire advanced technology from the game, they needed to remain at the forefront of players, and finding a powerful ally was the quickest way. The Aurora squad had an excellent reputation and possessed private fighter craft, making them naturally his top choice. This senior truly has good judgment. Ryan felt proud inside. However, what he didn't know was that Chu Hang's decision to join the Aurora squad stemmed entirely from Chu Hang's recommendation. Facility 3826 was a power carefully selected by Chu Hang, who would naturally provide support for future arrangements. Very well, welcome to the Aurora squad. Ryan stepped forward to shake Chu Hang's hand while whispering in his ear, if you can truly prove your identity, then on behalf of the Aurora squad I promise you that all the knowledge we acquire will be shared with you. Chu Hang also smiled. You're quite savvy, young man. Don't worry, I'll look out for you in the game and in reality too. My words still carry some weight, hee. Ryan couldn't help but chuckle. This senior was quite interesting, a fascinating person indeed. The two then delved into academic discussions, sharing the camaraderie of old friends reunited after years apart. Half an hour later, the novelty for the other players had finally worn off, so someone suggested taking a walk outside. After all, the captain had mentioned that the Yuan Fan would be resting here for some time, allowing them freedom of movement. Upon hearing the newcomers' words, the veteran players couldn't help but gaze at them with amused expressions. Damn, what's with those looks? So frustrating. This feeling of being kept in the dark. In the end, Price was the one who broke the ice and addressed the newcomers' confusion. The temperature outside currently reaches 200 degrees. Are you really going out for a sun bath? The newbies erupted in surprise. What did you say? No way. Are you kidding me? 200 degrees. Did you add an extra zero by mistake? Exactly what place on Earth would have such high temperatures? Even Venus's surface is only around 400 degrees. The newcomers were utterly stunned. They couldn't fathom why the outside temperature at their starting village would be so extreme. The game designers must have lost their minds if they expected anyone to level up under these conditions. Li Sanguang shrugged helplessly. If you think it's too hot, I think it's too cold. Just tell me whether you're playing or not. As expected, though the newbies complained loudly, their actions proved otherwise. If your game is fun, we'll definitely play it. Big Shot, tell us what this setting is all about. Yeah, is this the Flaming Mountain? What's with 200 degrees? Newbies were extremely curious. After all, they hadn't experienced such high temperatures. If not for the death penalty, they would have loved to go out for a spin to have something to talk about later. Let me explain. Datu began. You should know the general structure of the 10th star ring. In summary, this ring-shaped celestial body is divided into 6 segments, each with its own independent ecological simulation system. Take the 4th sector we just left. Its weather control system is down, so it's windy all day, and the temperature difference between day and night is huge. But even this harsh climate is nothing compared to the 5th sector. Datu paused, seeing everyone listening intently, then continued. The captain told us that the 5th sector was once a military zone of the Starforge Empire with large-scale base complexes. 500 years ago, the enemy's invasion fleet attempted to breach the star ring's defenses, but most were incinerated by the artificial sun above our heads. Having no choice, they risked everything to deploy large numbers of landing forces to the 5th sector, attempting to cooperate with the Zerg to capture Zero Base and shut down the star ring's defense system. They must have failed. After all, the sun didn't go out. A crisp voice sounded. Datu looked and saw a beautiful girl with long gray hair, very cute. Smart. What's your name? Hee, I'm Hui Feng. I'm determined to become the commander of this ship. What? You're a girl. Many players had seen this active person on the forums always talking about boarding the ship, never expecting to be a cute girl, since girls who like ships are rare. Then you'll have to win over the captain. If you become the captain's wife, you'll be the one in charge of this ship. Datu couldn't help teasing, then continued his explanation. Hui Feng is right. The enemy's landing didn't shut down the sun above, but it destroyed the environment of the 5th sector, nearly completely ruining the entire artificial atmosphere. Due to the star ring's diameter, the artificial sun is very close to the surface. Without the originally designed atmosphere for insulation, the surface temperature would spiral out of control, becoming what the 5th sector is now. Hearing this, Hui Feng quickly raised her hand. What's up? I want to ask, why is there still air in the 5th sector? Why can the Zerg live here? What do they eat? Datu scratched his head, thought for a moment, then replied. First, the artificial atmosphere probably isn't completely broken, it can still prevent air from escaping into space. Second, I'm not sure about the star ring structure, but I guess there should be a fairly massive water circulation system underground. The 1st and 2nd sectors of the star ring are ocean zones. If water is transported here, we can electrolyze it to produce oxygen, and underground should be able to develop a new ecosystem. Hui Feng's eyes lit up. Wow, awesome. This idea is cool. Other players also marveled after hearing it. So although the 5th sector looks like a desert everywhere, we're actually exploring an underground world. Sounds interesting. Underground treasure hunting is possible, but don't run into bugs, especially nests. To be honest, true. Underground is the bugs' home turf. With so few of us, we'd barely be a snack for them. So is this guess correct? Should we ask the captain? Xiao He waved his hand, rejecting the proposal. The captain is worried about other things, it's better not to disturb him unless it's important. What's the captain worried about? The outside temperature, of course. Hui Feng suddenly answered. Although the ship is a star frigate, heat dissipation has always been an important issue that cannot be ignored. Spacecraft in vacuum mainly rely on radiator panels and coolant to handle waste heat. Now normally we could use air as an excellent medium for heat dissipation, but unfortunately it's over 200 degrees outside, so it's better not to dissipate heat at all. This definitely affects long-term navigation, which is why we're hiding in this mountain waiting for nightfall. Xiao He smiled and applauded. Brilliant, almost a standard answer. If I didn't have skills, how could I be your first mate? Hui Feng raised her little face, smiling proudly. But I need to add one more thing. Besides heat dissipation, the captain is also worried about the route. Route. With so many landmarks here, can we get lost? Not getting lost, but on our necessary route there are many unknown areas suspected to have erupted with void disasters. This is a roadblock, we must solve them. The newcomers suddenly understood. Then someone asked curiously, I get the idea, but what is a void? Good question. Xiao He clapped his hands. I don't know either. Don't ask next time. Unable to go out, everyone had to stay in the ship, familiarizing themselves with the game's controls, combat, and following veteran players to learn the Starforge military gymnastics. The space on the Yuanfan hull was sufficient, so Chu Hang designed an entire crew deck for players to exercise and entertain themselves daily. After all, ship navigation is the norm. There are no town portal scrolls in the game, so players can't stray far from the mothership. Alright, here is the crew deck. Arriving at the place, Soap grinned and came before the newcomers. You should have all received the beginner quests on the way. Next, you need to follow me to learn the basics of this game. Trust me, you'll soon be crazy about the wonders here. As soon as he finished, Rindy, Tu Tang Shuang, Lumberjack, Brotherly, and others stood beside Soap. Soap pointed at them and continued. I know military training may be boring for you, so we have many elective courses interspersed. Ryan spoke first. During the beginner quests, I'm responsible for teaching you mechanical knowledge. Those interested in machinery can come learn from me. Then did Tu and the others. I'm a hacker teaching electronics. Those who want to switch to similar professions in the future can hang with me. I teach biology and medicine. I have many beautiful girls here. I teach engineering. If you like farming and building, come find me. I'm the captain's personal chef, principal of the new Yuanfan cooking school. I have nothing else but plenty of good food. I guarantee to fill your bellies. Oh, why do I have such a strong sense of déjà vu? No need to doubt, I feel it too. Isn't this just the instructors from various academies snatching up new students? Exactly, military literacy is mandatory and these miscellaneous skills are electives. Damn, it's genius. Players teaching players, which ghost of a planner came up with this? Not only does it let players indulge their love of teaching, but it also saves resources on making NPC instructors. I can only say brilliant. The production team really knows cost control. Chu Hang, flattery, flattery. Of course this idea was his. Since there were no suitable NPCs aboard the ship and the veteran players had no field missions for the time being, he had a sudden inspiration and issued a wave of bounty missions, letting the old birds guide the newbies through the beginner tasks. This way the restless veteran players earned money and the new players saved time on figuring things out. Since they were all players, there were no generation gaps, they could laugh and joke, fostering camaraderie and synergy and making it easier for teams to recruit. A win-win situation. Simply perfect, right? Wait, no. With all this military training, shooting, and various electives in a jumble, why isn't there a course for bridge crew members? Grey Wind suddenly jumped up. Oh, you mean the selection for ship operators? Sparkling Stars, who had been watching the fun, smiled at the cute little girl. That's an advanced course. You need to be at least a second lieutenant to buy the relevant skill books. After learning them, you must pass the corresponding exam and a personal interview with the captain. Only then can you be granted access to the bridge. So complicated. Grey Wind was dumbfounded. The veteran players around laughed as well. Yes, getting into the bridge is that tough. So far only Stars and Juju have passed the entire process. After all, it's the brain of the ship. They have the authority to temporarily control the entire vessel when the captain is absent. Think about it, if any random goofball could pilot the ship, what if they crashed it? Grey Wind nodded her little head, then looked up at Stars with admiration. Big sister is amazing. Then someone immediately dashed her hopes. I've seen those exam questions. I recognize the words, but when they're strung together I can't understand a thing. Even with a neural adjustment device there are still plenty of subjective questions that test on-the-spot reactions, wartime decisions, etc. It's completely not made for ordinary players. It feels more like selecting real warship crew members. Hell, even the selection for real Navy sailors probably isn't as strict. That's what I'm saying. Why bother playing a game so hard? Better to be a Marine and squat up with the brothers for some fun. Grey Wind says, take my advice, this is deep waters, you can't handle it. Better earn some money first. See, you can already buy private fighters now. Soon enough you'll be able to buy private ships. When you own a ship you can fly it however you want. Grey Wind was not discouraged at all. Thanks everyone, but my ambition won't change. I came to Stardust to learn a lot. I will definitely enter the bridge. Wait for my good news. Then go for it. We support you. If you succeed there'll be 3 flowers on the bridge. The captain's view will be too pleasing to the eye. Someone's sour, but I won't say who. Teased companions. Seeing Grey Wind's persistent, Stars said, in that case you can learn from Little Fish Dry. She's also very smart and has been preparing for the exam lately. I believe you two will become great friends. Woo-woo, big sister, you're so kind. Thank you. Alright, go find Little Fish Dry now. I hope this game changes your life. On the spacious bridge of the Yuanfan. At that moment only Chu Hang on the captain's chair and Princess Juju on duty were present. The alarms were on, so Juju secretly played games on her computer. Playing games within Stardust, that was a new perk discovered by everyone after boarding the ship. The most astonishing thing was that these highly polished games had never been released in reality, as if they were made by the Stardust production team itself, leaving everyone marveling. Chu Hang paid no attention to the slacking Juju. He was currently worrying about Base Zero. In his inherited memories there were clear coordinates for Base Zero but no related intelligence. He had to explore on his own. The Yuanfan sailed through Sector 5 for a while. Besides the high temperatures and the elusive swarms, the radiation was off the charts. Who knows how many nuclear bombs had exploded there. Signal interference sources were everywhere, making conventional communications and radar nearly useless. But for a star frigate these were manageable. The real threat was the voids. The memories of the voids came to him after he received the seed mission. Voids were somewhat like the Bermuda Triangle or spatial rifts. Most of the time they were a one-way trip. When the player roster expanded to 500, the recruitment mission 4 was completed. The reward upgraded the scanning protocol to LV. For increasing scan penetration to 30 meters and granting a medium blind box. Subsequently Chu Hang received 3 missions in a row. Mothership Mission 3: upgrade the mothership with a destroyer template and collect all core starship components. Reward Mothership Skill 1: unlock attribute enhancement B-level blueprint blind box 1. Mirage is a mothership skill, each one providing a qualitative leap in performance. Attribute enhancement is a passive boost to the mothership's capabilities such as strengthening cannon firepower or shield intensity. Conquest Mission 4: occupy Base Zero. Reward 10th Ring Control Key, all protocols LV. 1 medium equipment blind box 1. This reward was quite interesting. The control key to the 10th ring being rewarded as a seed prize made Chu Hang speculate. Could there be someone else behind this seed? Funeral Mission 1: Close 1 Void, conduct funeral rites for 10 compatriots. Reward Legacy Lightsaber B-grade Legacy Lightsaber Technique Intermediate Stardust 1. This reward was straightforward, likely the lightsaber combat skills of the Starforgers. But the mission objective left Chu Hang perplexed. Close a void. How? Conduct funeral rites for compatriots. How? The mission provided no details, only that it was related to the voids. Thus Chu Hang could not deliberately avoid the voids, he had to enter one to find out. Chu Hang made up his mind and glanced at his attribute panel. Chu Hang. Gene Sequence Seed, Captain level scales with crew level. Level LV. 13. Base attributes: Strength 23, Constitution 23, Agility 23. Advanced attributes: Spirit 23, Perception 23. Awakened attributes: Psionic 16. As the player's levels rose, his own attributes became increasingly monstrous. Not only did he gain 3 base attribute points and 2 advanced attribute points per level, but even the awakened attribute increased by 2 per level. With top-tier equipment I should be able to survive the perilous void rite. Chu Hang thought for a moment. Still not enough. Let's open the blind box first. Commence the draw. Wait. Chu Hang abruptly halted the drawing motion. After a moment of deliberation he suddenly rose and headed to the officer's lounge adjacent to the bridge, retrieving 4 loaves of dark bread from the refrigerator. Ensuring Juju wasn't watching, he stealthily slipped into the restroom. Locking the door, he placed the bread in the 4 corners of the room, then paced backward 4 steps, muttering under his breath. The fool that does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the yellow and black king who wields fortune. Having finished the incantation he fell silent. Commenced the draw. Luminous spheres representing prizes began to sweep past Chu Hang's eyes one by one. He did this on a whim, having heard from players that such a method worked, and thus decided to give it a casual try. It costs nothing, so why not believe a little? Yet the next moment his jaw dropped wide open. Holy crap! This actually works. A golden sphere of light halted directly before his eyes. It was the intermediate nanite armor he had been yearning for last time. The light faded. The mass of liquid materialized in Chu Hang's hands, then swiftly merged into his body, fusing with the original silver liquid. Wait. Chu Hang waited for a long while, but the original nanite armor was not separated. I understand the logic, but why did it devour my basic armor? I wanted to keep that to lure the players. Yet clearly no one responded to his complaint. After a few minutes the intermediate nanite armor had fully bound itself to Chu Hang. With a mere thought from his mind the surface of his body rippled like waves. In a matter of seconds a sci-fi imposing black-angled power armor materialized on Chu Hang. Chu Hang inspected himself in the restroom mirror. Tisk, damn, that's handsome. This power armor's design adhered to the consistent style of Zhuxing aesthetics, a black base adorned with luxurious golden patterns, sharp edges, not bulky, exuding a sense of sci-fi and power. A silver-white cape cascaded gracefully behind him, its inner lining patterned with a starry night sky like a military dress uniform, and on the back was a large golden national emblem. The basic Nanite armor turned into a cape. Chu Hang grabbed the cape and examined it. This is way too flashy, it's practically begging enemies to recognize me. With that he concealed the national emblem on the back. Now aside from its stunning appearance, the entire suit of armor bore no obvious weapons. But Chu Hang knew how terrifying this thing truly was. Nanite armor intermediate basic. Manufacturer Chu Hang Heavy Industries. Quality gold. Tech level A5. Energy level 4. Weapons micropulse cannon A3 dual palms high frequency vibration kit A3. Defense personal graviton projector A3 nano self-repair armor A3. Armor strength 120 RU. Repair speed 2 RUs. Shield capacity 100 SBD. Recharge speed 5 SBDS. This was Chu Hang's first gold quality equipment, and just from the stats one could see how formidable it was. First, its energy level was as high as 4. This meant that basic energy coins could no longer power it. Fortunately, Chu Hang had seized 10 intermediate energy coins from immortal Old Joe's treasury. These were hexagonal prism-shaped cubes, far more exquisite than the round basic energy coins, their surfaces covered in dizzyingly complex spirals. Basic energy coins, due to their bronze round appearance, were called copper coins. Intermediate energy coins with their silver square shape were called silver squares. Chu Hang pressed a silver square into the chest of his armor, and instantly the dark golden patterns across the entire suit lit up, creating a bit of light pollution, but then they automatically reverted to an inconspicuous dark gold. These patterns were used to drive gravitons capable of manipulating gravity within a radius of 5 meters. For example, anti-gravity flight, repelling incoming attacks or directly crushing an enemy to the ground. When used as a shield, it could fully recharge in just 20 seconds, far faster than the recharge speed of the Yuanfan's shield. As for weapons, the pulse cannon in the palms was an energy weapon that could fire single pulses or sustain a focused beam of energy. Its power was considerable, the only drawback being a range of only 200 meters. After all, it was designed as a personal defense weapon for Chu Hang officers. If the need for offense arose, the Chu Hang military was clearly equipped with more powerful energy rifles. Unfortunately, Chu Hang didn't have any. The high-frequency vibration kit had evolved from the original basic Nanite armor. Usually disguised as a cape, it could transform into any shape when needed, move autonomously, or be thrown by Chu Hang as a cold weapon. It would cut through enemies by vibrating at a high frequency. Especially when dealing with large targets, it could breach their defenses, enter their bodies, then transform into a nanite swarm to dismantle them from within. Given that Chu Hang didn't use firearms, this was essentially his only ranged weapon. After all, with his strength he could fling this thing over a kilometer without issue. Guaranteed to hit the mark every time. Chu Hang was immensely satisfied. He decided not to store it away from now on, using it as an incentive for the players, a testament that their captain was growing stronger. In other words, he just wanted to show off. When Chu Hang emerged from the restroom, Zhu was staring at him with a puzzled expression. "Captain, did you have a stomachache?" "Wow. You transformed in the bathroom." Zhu lunged at him, but Chu Hang easily dodged. "Mind your manners. This is my new armor. Stop making a fuss over everything. But it's really cool. And the texture is top-notch. Is there a female version? Can you get me one too? I can prepay my salary for the next year." Since being hired as bridge crew, they had been receiving a daily salary. The pay level would dynamically increase with game progress plus combat bonuses. Overall, among veteran players, she was quite the little rich girl. However, Chu Hang flatly refused her. "Not for sale, and you can't afford it anyway." "Ah. How could you? Alright, open the ship-wide broadcast. I need to speak." "Fine, it's open." The next second, Chu Hang's authoritative voice echoed throughout the ship. "Attention everyone. This is Chu Hang. The Yuanfan will set sail tonight for Region 026. A natural disaster known as the Void is erupting there. The cause of this disaster is currently unknown. But one thing is certain, it is extremely dangerous inside, and there is a high probability of getting lost." Chu Hang paused. "Therefore I require a 100-person exploration team to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance of this void. Participation is voluntary. Rewards will be generous and a limited title will be granted. After the initial exploration concludes, I will personally lead the expedition into the void to uncover its secrets and find a way to seal it. I will use the intelligence you bring back, so the thoroughness of your information is crucial to the mission's success. I look forward to you delivering a satisfactory report." Wow, a group expedition to a new area. We're getting a new map right after logging in. How exciting. Haha, even the veteran players haven't been to this new map. Resources are bound to skyrocket. If we're lucky, we can catch up to the leading pack after returning. The newcomers suddenly perked up, their greatest desire now being to catch up to the top players so they could boast about it later. Among the veteran players, the atmosphere was far more jovial. An abyss survey. Then we're basically the survey corps, aren't we? He. Oh, now you've got my attention. The battle for Wall Maria, let's fight. Dedicate your hearts. Brother, take a seat. Can newcomers join too? Won't we miss out on a slot? A timid rookie suddenly asked. Haha, of course you can. The abyss is so dangerous, we need some rookies to scout ahead, right? A veteran player immediately replied with a sly grin. Hey, do we newcomers have no rights? Exactly. Those are our dear juniors. We need extra payment. Get lost, I'm not friends with you anymore. Jokes aside, anyone could talk big, but when it came time to sign up, everyone hesitated. On second thought, this mission is pretty risky. Yeah. If we go in full gear and die in the abyss, we'll go bankrupt. Then don't go full gear. Hey, who knows what level the enemies are in there? Without gear, we'd be lambs to the slaughter. Immediately a newcomer chuckled. We don't have gear anyway, so we'll just run in with knives and pick up your leftovers, haha. Dream on. Cannon fodder, get to the front. I'm nervous even with full gear. Die once and I have to spectate for 2 days, I'd go crazy. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Just then Chu Hang appeared on the crew deck. Some players wanted to ask him, but he waved his hand and spoke directly. Given the high danger of this abyss survey, I'll unlock 2 new features that should help you. Everyone watched curiously as Chu Hang walked up to a wall, reached out and touched it. The next moment, the wall slid open, revealing a large device resembling a scanner. What's this? An MRI machine. No idea, let's wait and see. After a moment, the device was fully revealed. Chu Hang gestured and a player handed him a pistol from his waist. Chu Hang tossed the pistol into the scanner. Soon the large screen above displayed detailed data for the pistol. ZX61 Sand Viper. Type semi-automatic pistol. Quality green fine. Ammo 10mm hollow point. Magazine capacity 15 rounds. Penetration LV. 0. Firepower 30. Insurable yes. Condition 89 uninsured. Estimated value 2 copper coins. Whoa, equipment stats. Awesome. Finally we can see detailed stats, gotta give a thumbs up. I get it, but why does my pistol have 0 penetration? 0 penetration means you can't even break level 1 armor since these are flesh damage rounds. So what's this insurance thing? Is it a new feature? Facing the questions, Chu Hang began to explain. This is an equipment identification device. There are many of them on the ship. Just place your equipment inside and you'll get detailed stats for free, which will also be synced to your personal terminal. Whoa! Free identification. What a lifesaver. Kylie has left the chat. 666. Chu Hang smiled slightly and continued. After identification, you can use the device to do the following. 1. Recycling. You can sell unwanted equipment directly here instead of coming to the store. 2. Repair. Damaged equipment can be fixed here. It costs you at least 1 copper coin each time. Repairs will permanently reduce the maximum durability, but it's still cheaper than fixing it yourself. 3. Insurance. After scanning, any equipment that is insurable can be insured before each mission. The validity period can be calculated by mission count or by time. When equipment is normally damaged beyond repair, lost upon death, or accidentally lost, you'll receive compensation of 70 of the estimated value. Before Chu Hang could finish, both new and veteran players were ecstatic. Holy crap, insurance. It's actually an insurance feature. I'm going to go crazy. Perfect timing. Haha, say thank you to the captain. Awesome. Now I don't have to worry about losing gear. I'm going to charge into the crowd and go berserk. I'd advise you to take it easy. After all, insurance only pays 70 of the estimated value. If you lose some unique weapon, insurance won't give you the real thing. Just getting money is useless, you'll be crying then. Damn, that's true. Since there's insurance, does that mean we can? You know what I mean. That's not a good idea, you might end up on a blacklist. Don't bother. The player handbook just updated. Insurance fraud is strictly prohibited. Offenders will be banned immediately. Whoa, that's scary. I'm out. Chu Hang watched the players discuss heatedly, finding it amusing. Originally he had planned to provide official equipment and supplies for the players since they were risking their lives in the abyss for him and he didn't want them to lose everything. But on second thought, players have no restraint. It was obvious to him that they would waste resources recklessly without a care for frugality. That would be a heavy burden on the ship's limited resources. Therefore, why not let the players bear their own profits and losses and then introduce an insurance service to harvest some revenue? This way the players would have no worries. The 30 gap would prevent them from being reckless, and Chu Hang could earn a large amount of premiums, a triple win. How delightful. Cat, I'm quite the profiteer. Thinking this, Chu Hang announced, also the backup clone feature is now online. For the first time you can spend 500 merit points to purchase an additional cultivation chamber and gain an extra clone production queue. Of course, the biomass and energy required to produce clones will be at your own expense. Starting from the second cultivation chamber, the merit points required for each additional chamber will double. Each player can bind up to 5 chambers. Hearing this, everyone present erupted in excitement. The top players didn't hesitate for a moment and raised their hands shouting, "Holy crap, this is basically a buyback. Whatever it is, give me one now. I need it urgently. Damn, forget the budget, I'll take 2. I'm sure I'll make it back. It's not enough to get promoted to captain anyway. Hey, protest. We newcomers don't have merit points, this is discrimination against rookies. Go play elsewhere, earn your own merit points." Chu Hang smiled brightly. Because from this moment on the shackles that bound the fourth calamity had been unlocked by his own hands. 3 days later the Yuan fan successfully arrived at the 026 sector. This was an abandoned military base, and together with the adjacent base city ruins it was completely enveloped by a massive black eggshell. Nothing could be seen from the outside. This is it, the 026 Hollow. My god, it's enormous. The diameter must be over 100 kilometers. What could possibly be inside? Who knows? But isn't that exactly what makes it exciting? Hee hee, you really do understand me. The members of the Aurora team gathered together, gazing at the colossal hollow in the distance through the porthole, buzzing with anticipation. This time we're deploying everyone. We may have insurance, but don't mess this up, this is our chance to rise. We must seize it. As team leader Ryan reminded both the veterans and the newcomers. The investigation mission did not permit solo participation, only established teams could apply as a collective. This meant that only the original 3 teams held the right to apply. For newcomers to participate, they had to join one of those 3 teams in advance. In a way, this was Chu Hang giving them a hand, accelerating the formation of player teams. Otherwise, given the nature of those rookies, quite a few cocky troublemakers would have tried to form their own teams. But new teams weren't that easy to put together. The 3 mature teams now had been forged through countless battles. Newcomers banding together couldn't even guarantee battlefield command discipline. Entering the hollow would surely cause disaster. Therefore, the lineup for this operation was as follows. The Aurora Survey Team, 15 veteran players and 15 newcomers. The 141 Special Operations Team, 10 veterans and 10 newcomers. The Death Legion, 20 veterans and 30 newcomers. A total of 100 people. Once inside the hollow, they would split into 3 columns and conduct surveys from different directions, striving to uncover as much as possible about what lay within. At that moment, Chu Hang strode forward. All personnel be advised, due to instability along the hollow boundary, the Yuan fan cannot approach any closer. You will disembark in 3 minutes and proceed on foot into the hollow. Wishing you all the best. Haha, no problem. Leave it to us. Absolutely. This time we'll strip the hollow bare. Don't forget the limited reward. Captain, are there any rare species inside the hollow? How about I catch one as a pet to keep you company? Shut up. Can't you see the captain's face has gone dark? The ship has a strict prohibition against bringing back unknown organisms. The players were in high spirits, treating the mission almost like a picnic. Everyone was filled with fighting fervor. 3 minutes later, the Yuan fan reached the point closest to the hollow. It was a canyon seemingly carved entirely by high-energy beams slicing across the surface. The gravel beneath their feet had a glassy texture. This kind of attack was commonly referred to as glassing. The hatch at the Yuan fan's bottom slowly opened and the massive elevator cabin descended. As soon as the airlock opened, a fierce gale laden with terrifying heat instantly swept over every player inside. Holy shit. That's absolutely brutal. Oh my god, I feel like I'm about to dehydrate. I really regret not buying that ice silk lining. Come on, that's all in your head. It's nowhere near hot enough for that. The suit's coolant is more than sufficient. 100 people poured out of the elevator in a grand procession. Each of them wore a sealed protective suit, appearing somewhat cumbersome. Operating in an environment reaching 200 degrees, everyone had to don hazardous environment protective suits. Even without the extreme heat, once inside the unknown hollow, the suits would effectively protect the players from radiation or biohazard contamination. Let's move. Everyone keep an eye on your gear, there's no resupply if you lose it huh? Li Sanguang walking at the very front shouted out. It was evident that numerous four-legged transport robots accompanied the group. Each robot carried sealed containers on its back stocked with food, water, batteries, ammunition, and most importantly coolant. During the day in the scorching heat, these coolants would efficiently absorb thermal energy, maintaining normal equipment operation. When night fell, they could be used for heating to withstand the freezing temperatures of over -100 degrees. Damn it, the temperature here is like a desert amplified 100-fold. Nobody can survive day or night. That's exactly why we must reach the ruins as quickly as possible. According to the captain's analysis, there should be plenty of sheltered spaces within the ruins capable of withstanding extreme temperature disasters. What if we can't find any? Then you can squeeze in with the bugs. Their nests need to incubate larvae, so the temperature should be just right. You. Don't say that. Just thinking about those slimy nest tissues gives me goosebumps all over. The group chatted as they walked and soon reached the end of the valley. We're approaching the hollow boundary. Everyone follow the plan and start connecting the umbilical cords. Among all of them, Price was the most reliable and experienced. So during group operations he was the one giving orders. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone pulled 2 carbon nanotube cords from their waists, one connected to the person ahead, the other to the person behind. Each individual was firmly secured by 4 cords. The 100-plus person column quickly formed 10 circular arrays with the mechanical beasts carrying supplies positioned at the center of each ring. Alright, teams 1 and 2 follow me. Teams 3 and 5 follow Ryan. The remaining 5 teams follow Li Sanguang. Be careful near the border and test the transmission range. Try not to get separated. Copy that. Ugh, I'm getting a bit too excited. What should I do? Cut it off. Get lost. Just as they were speaking, Price at the very front suddenly vanished from sight. Moments later his entire group disappeared as well, as if drawn into a barrier by some invisible force. Captain. Captain. Can you hear me? Team 2's Captain Phantom immediately called out over the channel, but all communications fell silent. It appears that communication cannot penetrate the hollow's barrier. Once inside, everyone will have to fight on their own. Good luck. Don't worry, we're prepared. Very well. We're going in too. After saying so, Nikolai's Team 2 also vanished at the hollow boundary. Then came the remaining teams. As the last 2 teams were crossing, the hollow suddenly surged violently and both groups were torn apart in an instant. Some players died on the spot while others were sucked into the hollow's interior. The mechanical beasts at the center of the formation completely disintegrated, their twisted alloy parts scattered across the ground. Captain, the last 2 teams failed to pass through safely. I know. Chu Hang's expression darkened. He had already learned through the system that the sudden event had severed connections for 9 players. He spoke to Fanqing. Record this: the hollow boundary experiences irregular gravitational disturbances of sufficient intensity to tear apart primary alloys. Record sensor readings before and after each fluctuation, establish a predictive model and take precautions next time. Stay composed. This expedition has only just begun. Ha! Where is everyone? Kakexia looked at his lonely group of 10 people while the rest of the main force had vanished entirely. The good news was that the supplies at the center of the team hadn't been teleported away. Hell, looks like we'll have to move on our own. Xiao He was also in this squad. Lai Yin and D2 were in another team, nowhere to be seen. Notice any pattern. Entering the void teleports each individual as a separate unit. Since we were linked together, we were considered a single entity. If the Yuan fan is to enter, the entire ship should be teleported to one place, not scattered. That's good. After all, we only have one ship, unlike the Federation fleet. What about them? Linking boats with iron chains. Haha, makes sense. Is everyone all right? Fine. Doing great. This place isn't any different from the outside world, just an ordinary ruin. Holy crap. What's that? A rookie suddenly cried out in alarm. Everyone hurriedly looked, and in the shadow of a pile of ruins they saw a twisted, withered humanoid figure resembling a dead tree. Let's check it out. Get your weapons ready. A series of gun-cocking sounds echoed. Even the rookies in the squad held an RX-18, though without exoskeletons, since the squad had just purchased a fighter. Kakexia drew his high-frequency blade and cautiously approached the suspicious humanoid shape. Shwa! He swung directly and the blade effortlessly cleaved the target in 2. Under the vibration of the blade, the target disintegrated instantly, turning into a pile of ash. TCH, I thought it was a disguised zombie. Kakexia sheathed his blade and stepped back. The other players were also disappointed as that thing had looked quite like some biomonster. But just as everyone let their guard down, a dark figure suddenly sprang from the shadow only 2 steps away from Kakexia, raising a blade and slashing down at his head. Holy crap! Kakexia's perception was high. He lunged forward instantly. But he was still too slow. Barring a miracle, the enemy's blade would slice through his protective suit and he would be done for. Bang! At the critical moment, Chu Hang fired his shotgun, blasting the enemy away. He followed up with 2 more shots, killing the enemy outright. Thanks bro, or I'd have been out in the first round. Kakexia scrambled up from the ground looking a bit disheveled and curiously examined the corpse. So this thing ambushed me. How did you spot it? Exactly. Chu Hang kicked the monster on the ground. I'm a sniper after all, my perception is a few points higher than yours. The moment it broke its camouflage I noticed it. 666. The boss is incredible. The other players crowded around curiously examining the enemy. You know, this thing looks a lot like a zombie but with crystal clusters all over its body and its arms have mutated into 2 shiny crystal blades, kind of cool looking. But it's way more agile than a zombie. Only the 2 of you could react in time. For us newbies, an ambush like that would be instant death. Someone said with lingering fear. By the way, was it using a mimicry ability? Merging with the environment? Kakexia recalled and nodded affirmatively. I definitely checked that shadow earlier but I didn't see it. That means its mimicry is really tricky. Haha, mimicry, you're so despicable. Hey, puns will cost you. The atmosphere relaxed a bit. Back to the main point. We're still on the outskirts of the city. The deeper we go, the more of these mimic monsters we'll probably encounter. And the temperature here is too high. The monsters' body heat signals blend in with the environment, making them impossible to detect. No, we don't need to detect them. Let these lurkers reveal themselves instead. How? Hee hee, with so many living baits here, just use them to lure the monsters out. Ahem. I might have misunderstood, Captain. Let me confirm, what bait are you referring to? The team members glared at Chu Hang threateningly. Haha, I meant these adorable mechanical pack beasts. What did you think I meant, you? How heartbreaking, you're my dear and beloved juniors. The players all rolled their eyes. Using robots to lure them was indeed a good idea. In such high temperatures, the monsters' brains must have been cooked. Their faces were covered in crystal clusters and it was a mystery how they locked onto targets. But they must react to moving living things. Soon, a mechanical pack beast stripped of its supplies was released. It sped at full power, agilely weaving through the ruins. Sure enough, a string of mimic monsters soon followed behind. Nice. Time to work. Rat-tat-tat. After a burst of gunfire, over a dozen crystal monsters lay on the ground, their crystalline bodies shattered by bullets, soon falling still. Hey, come look at this. Kakexia, sharp-eyed, ran to a corpse and crouched down. Using the unactivated blade tip, he pushed aside the crystal fragments and found a purple rhombus-shaped crystal in the heart area. This is... Chu Hang put on 2 extra layers of protective gloves before picking up the purple crystal and examining it. Can't tell its function and I don't sense anything bad. Maybe we should take it back to the captain for a look. Sure, the more samples we collect the bigger the reward. As Chu Hang was about to put away the purple crystal, a rookie player suddenly raised his hand. Can I give it a try? Oh. How do you want to try? Hee hee, I've read a lot of zombie novels. I think this crystal must be key to the monster's evolution. So I want to see if I can absorb it. Everyone stared at the guy in disbelief. Is this kid so brave? He dares to put something unknown into his mouth. But Chu Hang laughed. Good, you've got spirit. These on the ground are all yours. Swallow one every half hour until something significant changes. Don't worry, I'll tell the captain about everything you've sacrificed for this expedition. The Empire will remember you. The player rolled his eyes. Cut it out. I just want to get stronger. If it actually works, I'll be the first to try it. Chu Hang nodded. True. This is a reward for the brave. Let's go find a shady spot so you can absorb these crystals. 10 minutes later. Damn, we're lost. There are teleportation air walls everywhere. Touch one and you're teleported. We can't even get close to the city center. No worries, just follow me. Kakexia suddenly patted his chest. You know the way. Everyone was astonished. No, but I'll throw my shoe to go this way. While Kakexia and his team were busy throwing shoes to confirm their direction of travel, the other groups of players also encountered various troubles. For example, Li Sangguang's group just before entering a certain fellow had said the temperature inside the nest was pleasant and then they were teleported directly into the heart of the nest. The others were instantly shocked. The next moment, holy crap. So many damn bugs. Ugh, this greasy lump of flesh is too disgusting. What lump? That's the queen bug. Scree. Suddenly the queen bug let out a sharp piercing screech causing Li Sangguang's face to change drastically. Not good, she's calling for guards. Damn arachnid beetles are charging in. Open fire. Open fire. Defensive formation. Where's the machine gun? Set it up on the main passage. Listen up, bugs out there. Your mother is in my hands. If you don't want her to be hurt, don't try anything reckless. Damn it, you have to speak bug language. Speaking bird language is useless. As soon as they landed, the players found themselves surrounded by pale white eggs with a plump white queen bug lying in the center, originally enjoying a meal and laying eggs. However, a group of strange men suddenly landed on its back, startling it so much that it clenched its sphincter and directly snapped its ovipositor. Quite tragic. It screeched madly for help, making everyone's ears ring. Li Sangguang unceremoniously gave it a kick and the creature immediately quieted down. Oh, who would have thought that the fierce arachnid beetles would have such a cowardly queen? Come on, she was in her boudoir, not even dressed, and was broken into by strange men. You'd be cowardly too. Get lost, get lost. Can't you speak properly? Rat-tat-tat. The intense gunfire was continuous, but the swarm seemed endless. Kill one wave and another would surge in. Soon the periphery of the birthing chamber was piled with bug corpses. Damn it, this won't work. We'll be worn down to death here. Breaking out would be even faster death. We don't even know the exit. With the narrow tunnels blocked at both ends, how can you run? Li Sangguang was also anxious. After all, he was one of the three major player leaders. If he died and returned right at the start, that would be too embarrassing. He would definitely be mocked by Lien and the others for a year. Finally, he steeled his resolve. He pulled out an ordinary pistol and shot the queen bug's pale tender rear. Scree. An unprecedentedly mournful cry echoed through the cave. Li Sangguang, though outwardly fierce but inwardly afraid, threatened directly, not caring if the queen understood. Order your bugs to retreat. Staring at the dark muzzle before her, a glint shimmered in the queen's row of black compound eyes. Then Li Sangguang heard a sweet and delicate voice in his mind. Master. Spare me. I'll be obedient. What the hell? Li Sangguang jolted, startled by the voice in his head. He then quickly realized and poked the queen beside him with his gun. Was that you talking? Li Sangguang was speechless. The queen bug could communicate telepathically, he could accept that setting. But why did she have such a personality? Well, regardless of what she was, at least the swarm's assault had subsided. Where is this? Naughty. This is my boudoir, speak properly. The other players had just ceased fire when they saw their captain hopping and fuming, gesticulating wildly as he cursed at the queen bug. Is the captain crazy? It's over, the captain has been single for so long that even a bug looks cute to him. Li Sangguang suddenly turned around and roared. Get lost, all of you. I heard you talking bad about me. His subordinates burst into laughter. Captain, are you communicating with the queen bug? What did she say? Seeing you so agitated, did she curse you and threaten to kill you? Well. Yeah, that's right. Li Sangguang would never admit that the queen bug had taken a fancy to him, wanting to absorb his essence to evolve the entire swarm. He had forgotten that the genes of their clone bodies were specially cultivated from the Starforge Empire's gene bank, possessing the potential for infinite evolution. From this perspective, this queen bug was indeed very discerning. Ahem, let's get down to business. I just asked. This is a nest located a kilometer underground. Nearby there is a water supply pipe that the bugs have dug into for drinking water. There is also a vast underground ecosystem nearby. This swarm hasn't been to the surface in 500 years. They usually eat mushrooms or occasionally devour outsiders teleported here. Good heavens, vegetarian bugs, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. Is the entire area a kilometer underground within the hollow range? That huge. Captain, ask what kinds of outsiders have been teleported here. These are crucial intel. Good kid, smart. Li Sangguang, suppressing his disgust, went to communicate with the queen again. Over 10 minutes later. I got it. There are 4 types. 1. Individuals from other bug swarms, crunchy and can optimize genes when eaten. 2. A humanoid monster covered in crystal clusters, bad taste so they don't eat it. 3. Humans. That's right, there are even human survivors here. It seems humans are the cockroaches that never die. As for the 4th. Li Sanguan's expression suddenly turned serious. According to her, that is the source of calamity, a monster that constantly emits black mist. Wow, sounds like a boss. Li Sanguan nodded. Yes, that monster is extremely powerful individually, but fortunately it doesn't gather in groups. It gets teleported here once every few decades, but each time it arrives it kills more than half of her swarm. Even now she still vividly remembers that terror. And she directly shared that fear with me. Hiss. Boss, you weren't scared shitless, were you? Your grandpa. I'm telling you serious stuff. Everyone be serious. Li Sanguan let out a sigh. I saw that monster, but I don't know how to describe it. It felt like a massive black mist, a mist of death. The mental pressure. To be blunt, it felt even stronger than our captain. You mean? Yes, that monster can also control psychic energy. Not only that black mist is also an unknown energy with the main property of dissolution, it can dissolve rock metal flesh. In short, it's terrifying. The other players were also stunned by Li Sanguan's description. This boss sounds really tough. Can the captain handle it? Maybe we should help him somehow. How do you want to help? Hee boss, you get along pretty well with this Queen Bug, right? Why not convince her to join us? Captain, we have news from the investigation team. On the bridge of the Yuanfan, Zhu, who had been dozing off, suddenly woke up and ran to Chu Hang with an excited expression. What's the information channel? Chu Hang looked at her amusedly. Zhu was instantly stumped. How could she explain the existence of the player forum to an NPC like Chu Hang? Haha, the big shots have exoskeletons, can't waste them. It's not too late to transform when the equipment breaks. Xiao Hei and the other veteran players were suddenly moved. You might not know, but among us, we have telepathy. No matter how far apart we are, we can send messages through the air. Chu Hang immediately put on a surprised expression. Oh. The Academy of Sciences has really researched many magical gene sequences. It seems that in the future on the battlefield I won't need to equip you with additional communication devices. No. Zhu waved her hands repeatedly, her anxious little appearance quite adorable. Our telepathy requires a preparation ritual. Right. We still can't transmit messages in real time, so we still need conventional communication methods. Chu Hang held back his laughter inside but showed a look of regret on the surface. That's a pity, but it's sufficient enough. Let's talk about the intelligence. Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. She silently praised her own cleverness. After this the captain wouldn't feel puzzled about the frontline intelligence appearing out of thin air anymore, right? Chu Hang thinking I'd appreciate more intelligence like this. As of the 3rd hour after the investigation began, 4 teams have reported in. Price's Team 1 and Uncle AI's Team 6 both encountered small groups of Zerg and are currently resting in a sheltered area. Xiao Hei's Team 4 encountered a crystalline creature believed to be transformed from humans, and they discovered what appears to be energy crystals within its body. They are currently attempting further research. Brother Sanguang's Team 5 had the worst luck. They landed directly deep within a Zerg nest and happened to capture a rear Zerg. They're relatively safe now. They say there's a black fog monster in the void that can use psychic powers. It's suspected to be a boss or elite monster. Chu Hang nodded slightly. Good work, continue collecting information. The players were all working hard and Zhu's summary of the intelligence was quite accurate, which really helped him a lot. Psychic powers. Could that black fog monster be related to the Fireseed's funeral mission? Inside the void, Xiao Hei and Kushishio's team finally made it into the city through sheer dumb luck, stumbling and guessing their way in. This is a sci-fi city with a strong starcasting style. In the city center stands a pyramid landmark that has collapsed more than half, looking very worth exploring at first glance. That was exactly Xiao Hei and his team's target. Right now they were resting in the basement of a building. Haha, we made it in. I told you dropping shoes would work. Damn it, you still have the face to say that. You led us around for a full 12 hours. If we hadn't gotten in we would have wet our pants. Xiao Hei said ruthlessly from the side. Relax, don't the protective suits have diapers? If they have diapers, why didn't you use them? Haha, my pipe is thick, the diapers can't handle it, get lost. On the other side, the player who suggested tasting the purple crystal had already started eating. The first one went down. The companions nearby were all watching him curiously. Azu, what does it taste like? How's the texture? Does it melt in your mouth? I didn't dare chew it, swallowed it directly. The player called Azu felt it for a moment. He didn't notice anything abnormal, possibly because abdominal pain was blocked. Damn, aren't you just like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit? Yeah, your food stream is too unprofessional. Then I'll try chewing the next one. Don't know if it'll explode with juice. After listening for a while, Xiao Hei couldn't stand it anymore. Wait, how did you turn this into a food review? This is serious scientific experimentation, okay? Even though it's human experimentation. Forget it, the effects are too slow. You can crunch 5 first to get things started. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hei, are you even human? Kushi Xiao was laughing hard. This Xiao Hei guy was clearly no angel himself, enjoying the drama. After 5 went down, Azu finally had a reaction. His body crystallized at a visible speed, but he looked much more handsome and pleasing than that monster from before. It was more like a layer of crystal plating on his body. The monster's crystal clusters were black while Azu's crystal plating was colorless, somewhat like diamonds. Wow, Azu, you've turned into a crystal person. Ha, this is too dazzling, the girls must love you. Azu also looked at his own body in amazement. I feel my body has become somewhat stiff, but my strength has increased quite a lot. And as soon as he finished speaking, Azu's body actually started to become phantom-like. Holy crap. You actually inherited the monster's mimicry ability. Awesome. Everyone was quite amazed, clicking their tongues in wonder as they examined him around. Continue, you're not completely transparent yet. This is already the maximum effect. That's it. Invisibility but not completely invisible. Tisk is the dosage not enough? I suggest increasing the dose. Bro, come on, take your medicine. With the help of a group of good brothers, Azu finally swallowed 5 more purple crystals. This time the crystal plating on his body doubled in thickness, and when he mimicked, he instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Without moving, he was completely invisible. Haha, it worked. Bro is awesome, you'll be our team's trump card from now on, leading everyone to kill wildly. Quick, tell us, how does it feel now? Azu felt for a while an obvious ecstasy appeared on his crystal-covered face. Agility decreased by 30 but strength increased by 100, and I feel I won't get tired, won't be hungry, and there are no physiological needs. Haha, you don't have those worldly desires anymore, right? Hey, don't touch me, I'll do it myself. However, Azu's resistance was futile and he was immediately pinned down by his brothers for a physical examination. Good heavens, this time you don't even have a weak spot. Haha, not only that, he seems to have become solar-powered and isn't afraid of extreme temperature disasters anymore. Very good, brother Azu, from now on you'll be our team scout, I have high hopes for you. Xiao Hei patted Azu's shoulder with satisfaction. Haha, no problem, I feel full of power now. As a newcomer, Azu really enjoyed this feeling of being valued by the big shots. He immediately patted his chest and promised, then quickly stripped off all his equipment. I'll give all my equipment to the brothers, I'll just take a gun. That's a good idea. If our supplies run low, I'll turn into a crystal person too. Yeah, thanks, bro. Everyone's relationship instantly became much closer. Let's go, let's head to that pyramid. Hurry up and keep pace. We cannot stop here. In the vast ruins, 2 teams of fully equipped players were fleeing for their lives. White smoke billowed from their exoskeletons while the distant shrieks of an insect swarm echoed behind them. Old Pooh, our luck is terrible. Why did we land right in the middle of these bug-infested creatures as soon as we entered? Those damn beasts have been chasing us down 8 streets. Rhyme complained as they sprinted. After hearing this, Price couldn't help but glare at his companion in exasperation. This is all because you lot couldn't keep your hands to yourselves. The landing points of both teams were remarkably close. Upon landing, they each encountered small groups of Arachi beetles, but thanks to their overwhelming combat prowess they cleared them out swiftly. Price had been cautious, preferring a low-profile withdrawal. But on Rhine's side, a player couldn't resist tossing a grenade into a bug burrow, which directly unleashed an entire nest. That was how they ended up in this situation. Hey, who would have guessed these bugs hold such grudges? On a sweltering day like this, wouldn't they rather stay home and sleep? Look, an underground entrance. Should we take shelter inside? There's no other choice. Our exoskeletons are already overheating and can't keep up with this pace. Both teams could be considered the best equipped among all players. If even they were struggling now, one could only imagine the monstrous scale of the insect swarm pursuing them. Soap, blow up the entrance after we go in. Understood. Both teams immediately entered the underground tunnel. After a series of explosions, the entrance behind them was completely sealed off. Alright, there's no turning back now. Soap joked with a smile, not intending to blame his companions. After all, even without that grenade, the swarm wouldn't have spared them. With so many living beings here, it was rare to encounter such a large group in a void. The insects would definitely seize this opportunity for a feast. Old Pooh, what should we do next? Price scanned the tunnel with his helmet sensors. Though he couldn't see through objects like Chu Hang could, his equipment featured night vision, thermal imaging, and motion detection. Move forward and find an open area to regroup and replace the coolant. No problem. Let my team take the lead. That way you'll have time to react if anything goes wrong. Price nodded in agreement. He understood this was Ryan's way of apologizing for his earlier recklessness. The team set off again. The tunnel sloped downward and was over 10 meters wide. A mechanical scout dog led the way ahead, its high-lumen floodlights cutting through the darkness. Behind them, 100 meters back in the shadows, the players moved in 2 columns along the walls, their heavy footsteps echoing through the passage. After descending roughly 2 kilometers, Ryan's low voice crackled through the calms. Large chamber ahead, looks like a warehouse. Wait, are those mechs? Bloody hell, we've hit the jackpot. Mechs. Let's check if they're Zaku or Strike Freedom units. Everyone's spirits lifted instantly. Whether players or veterans, none were strangers to mechs. Setting aside fictional mechs from fantasy, real-world ground combat mechs alone had seen over 10,000 units purchased by city defense forces worldwide, specifically deployed to handle complex urban environments. As for the wastelands, when air defense was robust, tank formations still reigned supreme on the ground. Ryan, proceed with caution. These mechs haven't been taken, there are likely enemies or traps nearby. Price remained the most composed. His warning sent a chill through everyone. Damn it, I almost forgot we're in a void. Ryan admitted he had been a bit too excited. Fortunately, Price had reminded him in time. The group quickly entered the armory. After careful inspection, Ryan indeed discovered something unusual. No enemies in sight, but I'm thinking. Ryan repeatedly compared the reconnaissance footage before saying helplessly, look at how the dust and debris are scattered. Those mechs seem to exist in another spatial zone. Although they appear merely a step away from us, once we cross the boundary we'll be randomly teleported by this damn void, could end up right back in a bug nest. Damn, it's true. Damn it, this random teleportation again. Oh, come on. Murmurs rippled through the group. That maddening sensation of seeing something within reach yet completely untouchable was driving them insane. Wait, there are traces here too. Suddenly Detoy's voice rang out. Everyone followed his gaze and saw Detoy standing before an ordinary-looking wall, studying it closely. Everyone look, there's a drag mark on the ground that leads right up to the wall and just disappears. Ha! It really is. And there are multiple traces, someone dragged heavy objects across here more than once. Holy shit. Could there be a hidden passage behind the wall? Excitement surged through the group. In previous games, hidden passages leading to secret rooms and treasure was practically a universal rule among players. It's not a hidden passage, but rather. Detoy picked up a stone and threw it at the wall. The moment it touched the surface, it vanished. Everyone instantly understood. The scene momentarily froze. Ryan and his 10 companions, fully armed with exoskeletons and Gauss rifles, faced an opponent piloting a mech. Though it was merely a 5-meter-tall light mech, it still instilled a deep sense of unease. Boss, what do we do? They come with ill intent. Let's fight them. I've got EMP grenades that can disable that big thing. Calm down. That would cripple our gear too. Ryan quickly stopped his trigger-happy companion. Seeing the survivors even more tense than themselves, an idea struck him. Don't shoot. I'll come over as a hostage. We can talk. Ryan laid his rifle on the ground and stepped forward slowly while silently issuing orders. Big head, try to hack that mech. FA ready the EMP grenade. No need to tell me, I started hacking the moment I saw it. Ryan grinned. Friend, you see, we mean no harm. We're merchants caught in a void disaster, chased by a swarm of insects and stumbled here by accident. Outsider. Liar. The outside world is already destroyed, kill him. Wait, what if it's recovered? This is our chance. The survivors, having not seen outsiders for a long time, were divided on how to deal with Ryan. Finally, the survivor inside the mech spoke. How will you prove you're from the outside? Hooked. Ryan chuckled and dropped an insulated crate of supplies onto the ground. Inside are fresh meat cans we eat ourselves. Hidden in this sunless underground, you've probably forgotten the taste of beef, right? Beef. The legendary beef recorded in books. Could the outside world really raise cattle now? Open it and taste. Well, of course. Let him test it for poison. Without a word, Ryan opened a can for himself and sat down casually at the feet of the mech, close enough that one stomp would turn him into paste. It was this very sincerity that softened the other side's attitude. They also opened a beef can. One survivor eagerly pinched a piece with his fingers and shoved it into his mouth. After 2 seconds, he silently picked up a second piece, then a third. Finally, his companion couldn't stand it and slapped him. Don't just eat, damn it. Is it real beef or not? Ha! How should I know? I've never eaten real beef. The first taster mumbled while chewing. Then why are you still eating? Because it's too delicious. I can't stop. Want a taste? He handed over the can with only a bit of broth left. The companion rolled his eyes and slapped it away, then opened one for himself. Ah, this. What is it, poisoned? No, it's just too good. I've never had such amazing meat. The rest tried it too and all wore expressions of shock. Truly a legendary ingredient. A delicacy of the world. The first taster rummaged through the crate and pulled out a vacuum-sealed bag of snacks. Since the food was looted from the Federation, the labels were all in galactic common. Juawei duck neck. What's this? Duck neck. Do you have rats here? Yes. We raise rats ourselves, they're delicious. Really? Haha, duck neck is like your rats. Just try it. The man eagerly took a bite and his eyes widened. Spicy. It's actually spicy. What? They can grow chili peppers. Let me try. Is this the legendary cumin flavor? Heavens, they even managed to recreate cumin. The survivors acted like children who had never seen the world, a mere bag of treats breaking down their defenses. Watching them dance with joy, Ryan flashed a triumphant smile. Good heavens! These remnants were even poorer than he had imagined. Of course their living conditions were poor, but considering the arsenal they possessed, they were fabulously wealthy. Remember, this was the armory of the Starforge Empire. These weapons would be out-of-print treasures outside with countless people clamoring for them. See? I didn't lie to you, did I? Ryan ignored the gluttons and looked up at the mech. The voice inside wavered with disbelief. I never thought you'd be telling the truth. What's the outside world like now? Can we survive? How is the Revenge Alliance? And the Sin Empire? A barrage of questions left Ryan speechless, his own inquiries stifled. He had to answer first. Sector 5 is still the same. We have vast modern farms in Sector 3. Everything you're eating is produced by us, and there are many more of us outside. Hearing that Ryan had companions outside, the survivor in the mech felt both joy and wariness, though Ryan couldn't see it. He hesitated before asking, forgive my ignorance. What is the Revenge Alliance? And the Sin Empire? He genuinely didn't know. It wasn't in Chu Hang's background briefing either. You don't know? The voice was first puzzled, then enlightened. I suppose it makes sense. 500 years have passed. Only we remnants clinging to life still remember that epical war. The man sighed and explained. The Revenge Alliance was the coalition of all cosmic civilizations united to fight the demons. Since you've never heard of it, it must be gone. As for the Sin Empire, that's what we call the Starforge Empire. The name was so evil that demon psychics could sense it, so our ancestors never spoke it aloud. Since you don't know that either, it means our mission succeeded. The Sin Empire paid the price and turned to dust. Ryan was stunned, speechless. His fellow players were equally dumbfounded. Holy crap, what a bombshell! Was the Starforge Empire like Voldemort, not to be named? The Starforge Empire was gone, but they, the Restorationists, stood right here. If these remnants found out, they'd be furious. Ryan secretly signaled his companions behind him to keep their cover. Then he adopted a calm, curious tone. Can you tell me the origin of the name, Sin Empire? The other paused, then replied in a heavy voice. Because the demon race slaughtered over 99 of the species in this galaxy. What? At these words, all players, including Rain, were left utterly stunned. What was this NPC even saying? Their Starsmith Empire had its ancestors actually slaughtered all living beings across the entire cosmos. Were they truly destroyed for a fault they deserved? Rain raised an eyebrow, sensing that the matter was far from simple. Based on his understanding of game narratives, any such premise would inevitably give way to a earth-shattering twist by the story's end. To draw conclusions now would only invite a face-slapping reversal later. Besides, their venerable and amiable captain hardly seemed like a descendant of demons. Perhaps the Starsmith Empire had been unfairly maligned, serving as a scapegoat for the true mastermind behind the scenes. And these survivors, without seeking the truth, had seized upon an excuse to wage vengeance against the Empire in the name of victims. The more Rain pondered, the more plausible this theory became, so he pressed on with a question. Well, you see, nearly all historical records outside have been lost, so I just wondered, could there have been a true puppet master behind it all, with the Starsmith Empire merely wronged? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The NPC's tone sharpened abruptly, and even those voraciously devouring food nearby turned to look. Please don't misunderstand. It was just a stray thought. If I've offended you, that's entirely my fault. Shall I bow to you first? Enough. The NPC's attitude softened slightly but delivered a cold warning. Do not utter such speculation again or we shall consider you our enemy. Understood. Understood. Rain readily agreed, though inwardly he remained unconvinced. These survivors likely believed themselves to be the righteous party all along and thus could brook no dissent. However, the moment this thought crossed his mind, the NPC let out a quiet remark. The younger generation knows nothing these days, they've even forgotten what lies beneath their feet, the 10th star ring. That ring was in fact the annihilation weapon forged by the sinful empire to destroy the world. Holy crap! The players were once again dumbfounded. They felt as though they had exhausted a year's worth of shock in a single day. What kind of situation was this? They had set out to seek treasure, then drifted into trade, and now unexpectedly they were uncovering a fragment of the world's true history. Rain composed himself and spoke. Could you tell me more about the 10th star ring? I find this era quite fascinating. When I eventually have children, I wish to pass down the story of the brave and fearless souls who once fought here. Whether they were the heroes or the starsmiths was another matter entirely. Rain's words greatly pleased the NPC. Perhaps because outsiders were so rare, these survivors eagerly chimed in one after another, beginning to recount that long-buried history. Of course it was told from their perspective. 500 years ago the vile demon clan constructed 10 colossal star rings across hidden corners throughout the galaxy. Though these rings appeared to be space colonies, they were in truth secret weapons. Once all 10 were activated, they would unleash the annihilation light, extinguishing all life across the galaxy. They designed it precisely as described and they carried it out. At the final moment before the annihilation light ignited, the Alliance rallied its remaining fleet and launched a desperate assault on the 10 star rings, but we failed. The annihilation light swept away everything. Only we who happened to be sheltered within the star rings barely survived. That is why we will never wrong the demon clan's legacy. Our ancestors witnessed the annihilation light with their own eyes. They saw the Alliance's final fleet turn to dust before it. We will never forget that day. Hearing this, even Rain began to waver. Could they actually be telling the truth? But I have a question. If you came to the 10th star ring to deactivate the annihilation light, then why are the bugs also here? Do they share the same purpose as your ancestors? The large-headed fellow suddenly interjected from behind. The survivor appeared caught off guard. Their ancestors might have known, but such inconsequential details were hardly worth passing down through generations. They had only recounted their own glorious deeds. Perhaps they also came to shut down the annihilation light. The NPC finally managed after some hesitation, but the large-headed fellow persisted. So you're saying the bug swarm and your ancestors fought side by side? Well, I don't know. Perhaps. Is it possible that the Starsmith's annihilation light was actually activated to eliminate the bugs? An eerie silence fell over the scene. After a moment, the NPC exploded. What absurd nonsense is that? Are you out of your mind? Let 99% of civilization perish alongside them just to wipe out some bugs. How dare they? All right. That's all in the past. Big Head apologized to the elders immediately. I am truly and deeply sorry. Big Head offered an apology devoid of any sincerity. He was thoroughly irritated, for he placed great trust in Chu Hang and resented other NPCs slandering the Starsmith Empire. Hey, everyone seems to have eaten their fill, yes. Shall we now discuss the trade? Rain eagerly rubbed his hands together. The NPC, though displeased, refrained from escalating matters for the sake of the fine cuisine. Speak. How do you propose we trade? Rain grinned and immediately laid out the plan he had prepared long ago. We need a guide. Our merchant caravan strayed into the void by mistake and we wish to leave. That's impossible. The NPC cut him off without ceremony. Once you enter the void, there is no exit. Otherwise, do you think we would have hidden within these depths for generations upon generations? Not only us, the bugs swarm the hollows and the dark ones cannot escape either. You should abandon that hope. Rain quietly committed these words to memory. Then let's try another approach, we trade information instead. Having lived here so long, you must know the surrounding terrain, teleportation nodes, monster lairs and resource points like the back of your hand, correct? We can exchange food for this intelligence. The individual seated within the mech fell silent for a moment. We can consider. But our intelligence was purchased with the lives of our comrades. I understand. Your comrades' sacrifices will surely prove worthwhile. On the bridge of the far horizon. Captain, we have contacts on radar. A crisp voice rang out beside Chu Hang's ear. It was Little Fish. She had recently passed her bridge certification and was now the third official player assigned to the bridge. Fanching handled piloting and navigation. Piggy managed firepower and shields, and Little Fish was responsible for radar communications and hangar control. Route the feed to the main screen. In the next instant a massive fleet materialized before their eyes. Is that the Santa Carla? Have the Federation folk finished dealing with their own troubles? They really are relentless pests. Piggy muttered under her breath. Chu Hang observed for a moment and quickly identified the issue. Direct the sensors toward the Federation fleet's upper atmosphere. Activate gravimetric detection. Little Fish complied immediately. Soon an enormous gravitational source appeared above the Federation fleet. What is that? An invisible mothership. The Federation means business this time. Xiao Yugen was somewhat surprised. A stealth mothership. Does the Federation really have such a trump card? Chu Hang chuckled softly. Of course the Federation is one of the three major powers in the Milky Way. Even if it's just an expeditionary fleet, even if they are suppressed by the star ring system, they must never be underestimated. Hearing this, Juju also interjected curiously. Captain, tell us about the major powers of the Milky Way. Chu Hang nodded in agreement. Juju immediately excitedly opened her recording, planning to post the first-hand intelligence on the forum later. Chu Hang found it amusing and began his narration. After the great catastrophe in the year 2201 of the star-forging calendar, which was the first year of the new era, a handful of survivors managed to endure. They struggled, rose, colonized, fought, annexed. Finally, in the year 2691 of the star-forging calendar, 3 interstellar regimes were born. It took 491 years after the war to establish interstellar regimes. That era must have been as chaotic as the Three Kingdoms. Juju exclaimed. It will get even more chaotic later. Chu Hang smiled and continued. The three major interstellar regimes are the Amyligia Federation, the Holy Galactic Empire, and the Wajiyula Collective. Oligarchy, autocracy. What is a collective? A hive mind. Fanching, being exceptionally intelligent, quickly guessed the nature of these regimes. You guessed correctly. Chu Hang acknowledged approvingly. The Federation we know is a loose alliance of hundreds of civilizations, predominantly human, integrating many alien races. On the surface it's a federal system, but behind the scenes it's actually manipulated by three major interstellar consortiums. Ah. Isn't that just like the real world? Juju muttered quietly. This girl talking about real world matters in front of an NPC. Chu Hang pretended not to hear and continued. The Holy Silver Empire is mainly composed of Vigil people and a large number of slaves. Centralized, autocratic, iron-blooded, but extremely powerful. The Vigil are born warriors, and the Federation people are no match for them, having lost more than they won in past conflicts. Wasn't the Federation swallowed by the Empire? Xiao Yugen was curious. No. Chu Hang shook his head. The Vigil have a small population, are racially supremacist and extremely xenophobic. They enslaved many cosmic races as underclass labor, thus incurring the resentment of the entire universe. Thus, whenever the Empire's tentacles extended outward, they immediately provoked strong resistance from the colonies. Of course, behind the scenes the Federation people were fanning the flames, but this undoubtedly greatly drained the Empire's military energy. In contrast, the Federation, thanks to its endless arms trade and the hefty protection fees it collected, had a much better economy than the Empire, and the two sides thus remained in a stalemate. The three women suddenly understood. It's 2733 now, are they still fighting each other? Chu Hang nodded. Of course. On the surface they remain non-interfering, but behind the scenes they strike more ruthlessly than anyone. In this expedition to the 10th star ring the Federation people have taken the lead, but the Empire could descend at any moment. The Federation must capture Zero Base before the Empire, otherwise things will get troublesome and it could easily escalate into a local war. Geez, we're sandwiched between these two behemoths. What awful luck. What about the Wajiyula? Didn't they get involved? Chu Hang shrugged. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with those bugs. They are the most mysterious, no one knows what they're thinking. Bugs. The three women almost exclaimed in unison, their wide eyes filled with surprise. Bugs have founded a nation in this day and age. And they can coexist peacefully with human civilization. Chu Hang laughed heartily. Although the Wajiyula look like bugs, they were all humans before. They just took a special path that is not understood by the world. It's hard to define their current identity. However, judging by the frequency of waging wars, the Wajiyula are clearly more peace-loving than both the Federation and the Empire. The curiosity on the three women's faces deepened. Captain, how did they become bugs? Tell us quickly. Chu Hang looked helplessly at the three pretty faces that had somehow gathered around. You have too many questions. Let's talk about it another day. We're curious. Hearing that Chu Hang was about to be a cliffhanger, the three immediately acted, surrounding him with clear division of labor. Chu Hang was sitting with his legs crossed. Juju ran over, squatted sideways beside his feet and deliberately pounded her fists heavily on his crossed leg, almost triggering his knee-jerk reflex. "Captain, let me massage your legs." Juju wore a mischievous grin on her face. The bridge crew uniform's hip-hugging skirt clearly outlined her perky buttocks, youthful and budding beneath the crisp white uniform. Zio Oyugan had somehow prepared hot tea. Her straight legs were sheathed in black stockings, her jet black hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, and her delicate feet in high-heeled leather boots pattered over as she trotted. With her fair slender fingers she presented the fragrant tea to Chu Hang. "Captain, please have some tea." Her pink nail polish added a touch of cuteness to her elegant demeanor. Her gentle smiling eyes and virtuous appearance were exactly to Chu Hang's taste. Just as his mind began to wander, he suddenly felt a touch on his back. Then curly hair with a faint fragrance brushed lightly against his neck and a pair of soft hands rested on his broad shoulders, kneading with moderate force. "Captain, is the pressure right? Should I go faster?" Fanqing's gentle mature voice sounded in Chu Hang's ear, and a warm breath with a sweet fragrance whispered at his ear, making his entire ear turn red and his body tingle. "Geez. What is this?" This kind of setup Captain Chu had never seen before. The combined teasing of three top-tier beauties left Chu Hang completely at a loss. He quickly mobilized his spiritual energy to cast a forced calm on himself, thus avoiding the embarrassment of losing his composure. "I have no such worldly desires." Chu Hang calmly took the fragrant tea from Zio Oyugan's hand, gently kicked Juju on the butt with the top of his foot, then leaned back comfortably into Fanqing's embrace, enjoying her massage. "You little minxes. Only 3 of you think you can take down this captain. Then I'll give you a chance. From now on I'll recruit only girls for the bridge. Let's see how many of you together can break through this captain's defenses." The fragrant tea in his hand was soon finished. Chu Hang handed the cup to Zio Oyugan for a refill, and she went off with a pattering sound. Juju, who had just landed on her bottom, was now standing aside holding her but and glaring angrily at Chu Hang, trying to kill him with her big eyes. Fanqing's hands were sore from kneading. The captain's body was all muscle, and kneading it felt like rubber. She was really asking for trouble. Chu Hang was in a great mood. Only then did he slowly speak. "Well, I suppose I can tell you. In this universe there are 3 paths to life evolution, each giving rise to distinctly different factions: purity, supremacy, and harmony." Chu Hang spoke, and the 3 women instantly became obedient, all listening with rapt attention. However, after finishing that one sentence, Chu Hang fell silent. "And then?" Chu Hang shrugged. "That's it. Nothing more. That's all. Ah, you wicked captain. I'll fight you," Juju said, lunging at Chu Hang, but Zio Oyugan quickly grabbed her. "Captain, please elaborate." Behind him, Fanqing's hand quietly drifted toward Chu Hang's neck. She really wanted to strangle the captain. Feeling the murderous intent, Chu Hang finally smiled faintly and squeezed out a few more words. "All right. Let me give a brief explanation. Purity means not altering one's own genes, making good use of tools, cultivating to unlock potential, and seeking spiritual awakening. The representative power is the Shangyin Empire. Supremacy advocates the fusion of humans and machines using advanced technology to transform the frail body, thus gaining greater power, even immortality. It is the mainstream ideology within the Federation. Harmony pursues coexistence with nature, optimizing or even altering one's own genes through genetic engineering to enhance adaptability, ultimately merging with nature. Need I mention the representative force?" The 3 women suddenly understood. "Wadjola." Chu Hang nodded, taking another sip of the fragrant tea Zio Oyugan had brought anew. The Wadjola were originally humans, but to survive they had to take a bold step forward. That is, learning from the insect swarms, abandoning inefficient self-awareness and frail human genes, adapting to the harsh natural environment instead of fighting against it. After transformation they gave birth to a powerful and efficient hive consciousness, gaining a formidable physique capable of traversing the cosmos. But compared to the brutal and cold-blooded true insect swarms, they seemed to retain a trace of human emotions, such as customs, architecture, starships. The 3 women were mesmerized. They were all romantic souls who loved exploration and fresh adventures. Hearing Chu Hang describe the cosmic factions, they wished they could set sail on the Yuanfan right now and encounter countless races in the galaxy. But Chu Hang's next words pulled them back to reality. "All right, don't think too much. Without dealing with the Federation's mothership we can't go anywhere." Only then did they remember the obstacle in the distance. "Captain, give the order." The 3 collected themselves and quickly returned to their posts. Chu Hang had already devised a plan, so he directly ordered launch 2 captured Falcons, and you first do this. The 71st Expedition Fleet to the 10th Star Ring flagship Holystone Interstellar Mothership Bridge. Major General Tom sat in the command chair, beside him Donald in a well-fitted suit. The two were drinking and chatting. Tom should have been dismissed for the fall of base 217. But Kaichu's shout of empire before self-destruction made the Federation naturally assume the culprit was the Shangyin Empire, shifting their mindset. If it was a bunch of natives who had beaten him, Tom deserved death. But if the opponent was the renowned Imperial Army, then Tom's guilt had a more flexible threshold. After all, it was an unspoken consensus that the Federation could not defeat the Empire. Tom, completely unaware, had been ambushed by cunning Imperial soldiers using advanced weapons. Considering that surviving was already a miracle. Thus the 71st Expedition Committee, after deliberation, decided to appoint Tom, the experienced and miraculously surviving young man, as the frontline commander, promoting him to Major General. Donald's loyalty and ability were also evident, so he was appointed as Tom's adjutant with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. In the eyes of the soldiers below, they seemed to have turned misfortune into fortune, riding high. But the truth was, "Old Tang, do you know our current situation?" Donald gulped a large mouthful of red wine. "Commanding the Holy Stone. How, that's as absurd as the Federation accusing me of assaulting an adult actress 30 years ago." Tom also gulped down a mouthful of wine. Since the last incident, he had become much more silent. Donald, fueled by alcohol, continued complaining. "Those fat pigs on the committee are so cunning. We have no background, we're the perfect scapegoats. If the expedition fails, we'll be sent to military court immediately. If we succeed, burp. Then they'll claim credit for wise leadership and good judgment, easily stealing our achievements." Tom sighed, knowing his old friend was right. But what good did knowing do? Since Major General James's death, news of the Empire's advance force had spread. Though unacknowledged, which Federation general truly wanted to face the Empire? It wasn't pessimism. The Empire had forged its reputation with blood and iron over the past decades, making the Federation army tremble before battle. Thus what was once a coveted prize became a hot potato. Originally the fleet had 2 lieutenant generals and 1 full general. But those old foxes all chose to play it safe, generously sending the flagship Holy Stone to the front to avoid criticism, while they themselves hid in the 3rd sector, keeping a fast interstellar destroyer ready to flee at any moment. Classic Federation. And so just days ago, a mere Colonel Tom now found himself master of the Holy Stone, commanding tens of thousands of Federation soldiers. Enough complaints are useless. The priority is to find Zero Base and complete the mission. The higher-ups will leave us at least some scraps. Donald snorted coldly. "Let's hope so." Just then an alarm suddenly sounded on the bridge. An adjutant rushed to Tom and reported, "General, 2 Falcon interceptors have been detected, confirmed to be the 2 stolen from the St. Cara." "What?" Tom shot up from his chair, his eyes blazing with vengeful fire. Those damn thieves dared to show up before him again. It was a slap in the face. If he let them escape again, he would instantly become a laughingstock on the Holy Stone, a worthless general in everyone's eyes. "Have they spotted us?" "Absolutely impossible. Their target must be the St. Cara battle group. They could never detect the cloaked Holy Stone." Tom nodded with satisfaction. "Track those 2 fighters. The external temperature is high, they can't fly far. The mothership must be hidden nearby." "General, they've launched missiles. Nuclear warheads. Intercept immediately." "Interception successful. They're fleeing. Direction. It seems to be the void. They've flown into it." They entered the void. Tom's brows furrowed tightly. "Burp, I think this is a trap. How blatantly obvious. They're clearly backed into a corner and trying to lure us into the void to trap us." Donald suddenly spoke. Tom nodded. "I know. But this is an opportunity. If we can capture those 2 pilots or even locate the wreckage of their fighter jets, we could pin down the enemy carrier's position. Then we finally seize the initiative instead of staying on the defensive." That's reasonable enough. I'm also quite interested in the resources within the void. It seems there's a Starforged base inside. The recovered prehistoric equipment should fetch a good price. There are also ether deposits. It's said the void is abundant in ether, an excellent source of coolant. The Holy Stone requires significant ether to sustain thermal regulation during prolonged stealth operations. With that, Donald no longer objected and waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, it's all in your hands then. I'm not disembarking anyway." Tom nodded and began making arrangements. Soon the St. Cara battle group beneath the Holy Stone roared to life and surged directly into the void. Chu Hang hadn't anticipated this. His plan was merely to fish, yet he ended up hauling in a great shark. Fine then, he'd slaughter that shark just the same. Zhu, use your telepathy to notify the members of the Void Survey team. Have them coordinate with my plan. Right away. Zhu stuck out her tongue. Whenever telepathy was mentioned, she blushed. After all, she had deceived Chu Hang into believing it, and he had actually taken it seriously. To be fair, the Federation members were truly fierce, they actually drove their landships straight into the void. This made Chu Hang suspect had the Federation obtained prior intelligence about the void. Captain, the Federation's ground fleet has moved inside. Only the Holy Stone remains outside. Shall we launch a surprise attack on it? A surprise attack? Shu, have you lost your sense of scale? Chu Hang shot her an exasperated look. That's an interstellar mothership, the keel exceeds 1 kilometer. Its shields alone could sustain a half-hour engagement. What are you thinking with this surprise attack nonsense? Then what's your plan? I'm gradually weakening the Federation's forces. By exploiting this environment to bleed them continuously, that massive vessel will eventually grow vulnerable. That's when we strike. Got it. So we're off the hook for now and all the exciting work goes to those guys over there. Shu was naturally referring to the players inside the void. At this moment Ryan had just concluded an intelligence transaction with the remnants. They then learned about the outside situation from companions who had logged off to browse forums. The Federation's here. That's troubling. Their dealings with the remnants were going smoothly. If the Federation interrupted, the entire transaction would collapse. Ryan pondered for a moment before forming a plan. Go find old Pooh and have him bring all the supplies from the team to trade with the remnants. Ha! Then what will we eat? We'll still be staying here for some time. Never mind, I'll figure something out. Securing intelligence is what matters most. Thus, half an hour later, to the remnants' surprise delight, Ryan brought another large batch of supplies for trade, including that fleet of mechs from the armory outside. It's worth noting that the Starforged mechs were not priced too dearly by the remnants. Though highly advanced, they could not be activated without a Starforger's key. But Ryan and his crew had no idea. He assumed they were being sold cheaply simply because the remnants had no use for them. When the players followed the transmission route provided by the remnants and finally reached the mechs after considerable difficulties, the locks on the cockpit doors left them dumbfounded. What is this? We don't know, the remnants never mentioned it. This doesn't seem like a conventional lock. I can even fit my arm inside the keyhole. The players eagerly caressed the mechs but simply couldn't activate them. They could only stare at the bizarre keyholes in frustration. On the other side of the wall from the players, the remnants huddled together watching the outsiders struggle with open schadenfreude. Haha, this is hilarious. How could they be so clueless? People from outside aren't much better after all, their technology doesn't even compare to ours. I bet if we kept quiet they'd never figure out the secret in their entire lives. The players noticed the remnants observing from nearby and called out urgently. Hey, do you know what's going on with this? Of course we know. But why should I tell you? Do you have more food for trade? The speaker's eyes gleamed with greed. The players were infuriated by this attitude, yet the remnants hid behind a teleportation barrier. Anyone who charged forward would be randomly teleported away. Damn those unreliable scoundrels, they were holding something back all along. They're deliberately coming to laugh at us. Ryan was equally furious. Players had always been the ones pulling tricks, never the ones being tricked. He immediately threatened. Listen up. You can keep your mouth shut, but that pumping station where we first met, that's your clean water source, right? That was an outright threat. The remnants indeed reacted sharply. Although they had been careful not to lead the players back to their actual camp, the exposure of facilities on the periphery was already deadly enough. A leader among the remnants snorted coldly. What if I told you? It's a genetic lock. Insert your arm. If your genes match, the mech door opens automatically. If incorrect, it would trigger high-voltage electricity and kill you on the spot. The remnant's eyes flickered with malice and schadenfreude, deliberately omitting the latter half. Ryan, however, was cautious and asked again. A genetic lock of the Starforged Empire, so only Starforgers' genes would be correct then. Seeing they hadn't fallen for the bait, the remnants collectively spat in displeasure. You're clever, I'll give you that. But the demon clan has been extinct for ages, you'll have to pry it open yourselves. Before he could finish, a crisp beeping sound echoed and a mech's canopy suddenly opened. Standing beside it was a player arm inserted into the keyhole. Impossible. The remnants opposite stared in disbelief at the opened mech. Suddenly someone screamed. Demons. Impossible. I understand now, they're descendants of the demons. They carry the blood of the demon clan. They've returned from hell. Run. Run quickly. Damn it. I never thought you devils were still alive, and you specifically came here to deceive us. Just wait, we won't let this go. After spouting threats, they all rushed into the portal without delay and vanished in an instant. The players were somewhat speechless. Having Starforged genes in their bodies was perfectly normal. They just hadn't expected the remnants to react so violently. From the looks in their eyes, the remnants truly wished to tear them apart limb from limb. This is getting complicated. Don't worry about them for now. Let's finish receiving this batch of mechas first. Price was quite open-minded. After all, most of the intelligence had already been obtained. The remnants' contingency measures were merely for self-preservation and posed little threat to them. Especially after leaving this area, the opponents were not necessarily more familiar with the environment than the players, since the hollows were constantly changing. A portal that was accessible yesterday might turn back into a wall today. Only a few portals were stable enough for the remnants to utilize. There were a total of 6 Starforge mechas perfectly split between the Aurora Squad and the 141 Squad, 3 each, a satisfactory arrangement for all. All mechas were preserved in impeccable condition. Even after centuries, upon installing fresh energy coins, they could still be activated as usual. Settling into the cockpit. The standard exoskeleton of the Starforge Empire seamlessly locked into the pilot seat. The mecha's data flowed through the exoskeleton into the helmet displayed on the HUD via the visor, extremely convenient. Hey, lucky we've piloted mechas before, otherwise this would be a real headache. Rain chuckled, recalling his glorious days piloting SCVs. He maneuvered the mecha to stand, flexing its limbs with a few agile swings, drawing cheers from the watching players. Damn, that's so freaking cool. Captain, when are you gonna get one for me too? I'm not asking for much, even 2 people sharing one would do. Check out what kind of badass weapons it's got. Rain scanned around and quickly discovered the pulse cannon on the left arm and the high-frequency blade on the right arm. The back missile bay was originally designed to hold 12 micromissiles, but the ammunition was clearly not stored in this warehouse, so they had to make do with the default loadout. What's this? Big Head's voice suddenly came through the channel. Rain, we hit the jackpot. This mecha is equipped with a micro-gravitational wave radar that can detect hollows ahead. Holy crap, really? Rain immediately shared the good news with everyone. 666. Now we don't have to worry about being randomly teleported while running. Since that's the case, let's quickly search nearby for any more hollows and directly raid the remnants' lair, saving us from their trouble. Haha, that's the spirit. In a game you have to finish them off completely, always remember to execute. Don't ask how I know, it's a long story full of tears. Exactly. If they dare call us demons, fine, then I'll play the part of a demon. Thus the remnants' doom arrived. Xiao Hei, is that our plane? Xiao Hei looked up and indeed saw a Falcon fighter trailing black smoke crash landing in a district. The paint job is the same, I can't tell if it's ours or the Federation's. Kakexia thought for a moment, then turned to a rookie. Bro, could you please go offline and check the forums for any intel, especially if any of our pilots have also entered the hollow? Sure. 10 minutes later. Confirmed, it's ours. He crash landed here to lure the Federation in. Their transport ship will also enter, arriving shortly. As he spoke, a loud rumble echoed from the distant district, followed by a cloud of dust that engulfed the entire area. The massive St. Kara materialized out of thin air in the city, crushing a large swath of decrepit buildings with a deafening roar. Holy crap! They're that bold, sending the entire mothership in. At that moment Kakexia was unaware of the existence of the sacred stone, assuming the St. Kara was the Federation's main base. The captain's idea is, since we're here, we'll leave them completely stranded here. Xiao Hei nodded. I get the logic, but how can we with so few people and so few guns bring down an entire land mothership? The other players also wore grim expressions. Hey, don't lose heart everyone. We're not fighting alone. We have allies. This is Platoon 1, Platoon 2, Platoon 3, do you copy? Crackle. Crackle. In the ruined, squads of fully armed Federation soldiers were exploring near the St. Kara. Their mission: first to locate the downed enemy fighter, second to neutralize any threats to the mothership, and third to find the legendary ether substance. Unfortunately, they suffered an early setback. Not long after disembarking, the 3 squads became separated. Damn hollows. He just saw our men being teleported away by a hollow. I couldn't even save him. Yeah. The commander was way too reckless, directly bringing the St. Kara in. Now it's stuck on the ruins. The engineering crew is probably cursing up a storm. Even if it hadn't come in, the St. Kara wouldn't be in much better shape. This ship was built only after arriving at the ring. I have a friend in engineering who says the cooling system has a major flaw. Without the ether in the hollows, it would be dead in the water outside anyway. Might as well bring it in and use it as a forward base. Makes sense. With the St. Kara here, I can sleep a little easier at night. Hey. Jack, you're awfully quiet today. Usually you're so talkative, aren't you? Suddenly, the platoon leader noticed an anomaly in the channel and began to check. To his shock he discovered that 2 men were missing. Has anyone seen Jack and John? Anyone seen them? They were just walking on the periphery a moment ago. How did they disappear all of a sudden? Could they have stumbled into another hollow? Go back and find them. Dead or alive. The Federation soldiers quickly retraced their steps only to soon find the 2 corpses. They hadn't been teleported, their necks had been snapped. Enemy. The platoon leader was startled. Whoosh. In an instant all the Federation soldiers dropped to the ground, crawling expertly toward various cover rifles clutched, scanning around. Yet they waited for a long time. And the enemy did not appear. They had no idea how their 2 comrades had been silently assassinated, so they dared not act rashly. Just then, one of the Federation soldiers felt something uncomfortable under his butt. He turned his head but saw nothing. When he turned back, a hoarse whisper suddenly sounded in his ear. "Friend, you're sitting on my foot." Ah. The soldier was startled, but before he could react, a pair of translucent hands gripped his neck and twisted with force. Crack! The soldier's neck turned 180 degrees and he went limp. I see him. It's a crystal man made of stone. Fire! Open fire! A hailstorm of bullets rained down. The crystallized player grabbed the dead soldier's body as a shield, then darted into the ruins and vanished. At the same moment, 2 other soldiers who were firing screamed in agony. 2 crystal blades pierced through their chests, even the armored plates proving ineffective. After killing, the killer disappeared once more from the Federation's sight. A wave of fear gripped their hearts. The crystals in the hollow had come to life. Hold it. Stay calm, do not scatter. Facing the panic among his men, Platoon Leader 1 forced himself to remain composed before barking out the command. Everyone fall in. The enemy must be few in number and they can only launch close-range surprise attacks. With so many of us, as long as we stay away from any place where the enemy might conceal themselves, they cannot touch us. The platoon leader is right. Do not give the enemy an opportunity to pick us off one by one. Hearing the orders from above, the 3 squad leaders began to calm their soldiers, regrouping them by squad and standing together in the open expanse of the roadway. Few were finally safe, right? But walking down the center of this road severely violates battlefield safety protocols. What if someone has set up a machine gun ahead? You don't understand. This is a hollow. Who on earth would come to this forsaken place besides us? Exactly. I'd rather take this risk than face those invisible monsters lurking in the shadows. Just as the Federation soldiers began to breathe a sigh of relief, they had no idea that several crystal-transformed players lying in wait around them simultaneously drew out pre-concealed grenades and assault rifles from their hiding spots. Ha ha ha! Fire in the hole! Several high-explosive grenades rolled toward the Federation soldiers' feet from different directions. Before they could react, a fierce explosion erupted in the center of the crowd and dense fragments instantly rained upon the Federation soldiers. Even with their bare 4 Malawian Quachas exoskeletons, they were blown backward. Armored plates and helmet visors shattered instantly and crimson blood seeped through their protective suits. Quick, get up! Organize a counterattack. Ah! It burns! My protective suit is torn. I'm burning alive. Damn it, the hydraulic line has leaked. I can't move. Help! I don't want to die. Squad leader, save me. The high-explosive grenades could only wound the exoskeleton soldiers. Several junior officers, disregarding their own injuries, struggled to calm their troops and organize a counterattack, but were quickly shot down by the sudden burst of gunfire. The surviving Federation soldiers watched in shock as several humanoid monsters covered in crystal raised their rifles and fired while advancing, never forgetting to toss remaining grenades toward them. What are those? Why are the monsters using guns? Cut the chatter. Fire. Fire now. However, the Federation's counterattack consisted of only a few scattered shots, the rest all clicking misfires and soldiers cursing. Damn it. Jammed. Who has spare parts? This piece of junk overheated and exploded. My capacitor burned out. Damn it, I can't take it off with gloves on. Forget those fire sticks. Use your sidearms. The Federation issued Striker 77 Malawian Quachas Gauss rifles under the dual trial of extreme temperatures, and grenade explosions had indeed suffered widespread malfunctions as expected. And it was a massive failure rate. Yet what terrified them further was that the enemy's weapons functioned perfectly, still smoothly spewing death upon them. This was the caliber of RX-18 forged by Casting Star Heavy Industries. The Federation's military-industrial enterprises were not lacking more advanced technology, but considering mass deployment and cost during bidding, they decisively chose a far more economical solution. Rather than increasing the cost of each rifle by 1 copper coin, it was better to spend millions of copper coins to bribe the senior officials in the procurement department. Fatten them up first, then siphon more budget from warship procurement later. After all, human lives were worthless. How often did the Federation army fight in extreme environments? Normally, didn't they just level everything with orbital bombardment? The Marines were only responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Using quality weapons would be a waste of resources. Why not spend that money on a few warships instead? It was precisely this philosophy at play that caused over 80 of the rifles in the Federation soldiers' hands to become useless firesticks at this moment, leaving them to watch helplessly as the enemy slaughtered them. Finally, not a single living Federation soldier remained on the battlefield. 5 rookie players relying solely on the mysterious crystals within the hollow and the reliable casting star weapons had slaughtered a well-trained Federation regular army. Ha, wiped out. Brothers, you fought brilliantly. Phew, this game is exactly as exciting as the forums claimed. It's all thanks to Azu. If you hadn't figured out how to use the mysterious crystals, we never could have won this. Haha, I just charged ahead. That's how we guys from Mang Village operate, just do it first and figure it out later. I feel like this game was made for me. Even if I charge to my death, it doesn't matter, hahaha. Makes sense. From now on we'll charge alongside you too. By the way, do you think Brother Hay and the others made it? I'm not sure. None of them crystallized, so when they encountered the Federation soldiers it was a straight-up firefight. But I believe in their capabilities. At that moment, Chu Hang and his 4 companions, the very ones being discussed, were crouching inside a large building. At the center of the square below lay a crashed fighter jet, one of the 2 that had taken off from the Yuan Fan. A group of Federation soldiers was surrounding it. Phew, even though we were teleported away mid-flight, we made it back in time. The 5 of them each had a rifle braced in front of them. Kushyoshio and the other 3 wielded GX-117 Class 3 Gauss rifles, while Xiaohei the sniper operated a GX-240 Class 12 needle electromagnetic sniper rifle. Crystal-transformed players lacked mobility. So they split into 2 groups. The heavily armored ones set up an ambush midway, while the more agile ones rushed to the crash site to snipe the Federation forces. I say, you guys are too unprofessional. Where have you ever seen a sniper team bunching up together like that? Isn't that just begging to get blown apart? Xiaohei complained, dissatisfied. But Kushyoshio just laughed and replied, "It can't be helped. Once we get separated in the hollow, it's basically impossible to regroup. That would only give the enemy a chance to pick us off one by one. Better to stay together." "Exactly, Captain. Let us guard your 6. The other team members chimed in with laughter. Xiaohei rolled his eyes. "Fine, anyway, electromagnetic communications don't travel far. As long as the enemy flagship doesn't know our location, we're safe." Kushyoshio patted Xiaohei on the shoulder. "Relax. When I came in, I specifically tested this building with my blade. Guess what? Incredibly tough. I'd bet a normal Class 3 Gauss rifle can't penetrate the walls. Only your sniper rifle can. Holy crap, that's basically steel plating." "Right. I wonder what kind of cement the casting star people used. It's still this solid after hundreds of years. You can imagine how uncomfortable it must be for the Federation flagship to be stuck in an urban area like this." "Aha, it's definitely stuck good and tight." As they spoke, the Federation soldiers in the square below began approaching the crashed fighter. Gunfire soon echoed from inside the cockpit, suggesting the pilot was still alive. "Let me see who's so reckless flying a plane like a missile." Xiaohei peered through the expensive optoelectronic targeting system mounted on his sniper and immediately burst out laughing. "My name is Magnetic Pump." Bang! A distinctive gunshot pierced the air over the ruined square. A Federation soldier in exoskeleton armor crumpled to the ground, a line of blood bursting from his chest, the mark of a mass round tearing through flesh at high velocity. The shot came from behind, so the Federation squad leader on the scene reacted instantly, diving into cover among the scattered debris on the square. "Sniper! Take cover!" Whoosh! The Federation soldiers scattered in an instant. Capturing the enemy pilot could wait, their own lives came first. The pilot wasn't going anywhere. Eliminating the sniper was the priority. "Anyone spot the enemy?" the platoon leader roared, his voice cutting through the static of the radio more effectively. "Sounds like it's coming from the building at 7 o'clock. A few officers stole a glance, only to see a sudden flash of gunfire from one of the floors. Before they could react, a lieutenant was shot through the head. Damn! The rest ducked back into cover in terror. They hadn't expected the enemy's marksmanship to be this precise. In this scorching heat, bullet trajectories shifted unpredictably. Yet the sniper still managed a headshot from over a kilometer away, a skill they had to acknowledge. high atop the building. Holy crap, headshot. Boss, that shot was dead on. I only hit the back and I aimed for the head. Xiao Hei grinned smugly. You have no idea how much I spent on this beauty. I debated for ages before coming here, even bought insurance, so of course it works like a charm. His companion turned to Kekexio beside him. Brother Hei's gun, how many meters? Kekexio grimaced. A full 100 silver coins. Holy crap, that expensive. Exactly. A fighter jet only costs 1,000 copper coins and his gun alone is worth a coin wing, such a waste. Xiao Hei took offense at that. He took down another enemy, then retorted indignantly. Hey! The guy who spent 120 on a knife has no right to look down on me. The others were stunned. Brother Shio, your blade cost that much. Kekexio waved dismissively. You'll see soon enough how deadly it is. Amid their banter, over a dozen Federation soldiers had already fallen to Xiao Hei's gun. Those who had poorly fidgeted too much tried to flee or attempted to take the player pilot hostage. All were taken out by Xiao Hei with a single shot. Even those behind cover couldn't withstand a round from Xiao Hei. He sent both the cover and the man flying together. Finally a flare shot into the sky. The enemy couldn't bear it anymore and called for reinforcements, which was exactly what Xiao Hei and his team wanted. This small force wasn't enough for them to kill. They aimed to wound the enemy and lure in more troops. Xiao Hei remembered to leave some wounded. If you kill them all, they won't come. Seeing that more than half the enemies below had fallen, Kekexio reminded him. Only then did Xiao Hei recall their objective. Headshots are addictive. Kekexio rolled his eyes. If you're that accurate, just shoot off their exoskeletons without tearing the protective suits. Otherwise in this heat they'll still die. Alright, I'll try. That's quite a challenge. 10 minutes later a second distress flare rose, indicating that the situation was dire and more reinforcements were needed. The reason the enemy couldn't endure Xiao Hei's teasing anymore. To disable their exoskeletons, he deliberately aimed off, letting bullets pass through cover and land near them. This body outline intimidation drove the enemy insane. It was even more terrifying than a direct headshot. The sniper upstairs was utterly ruthless, toying with them in such inhumane ways. After another half hour of waiting, just as the surviving soldiers on the square were about to give up in despair, the Federation's reinforcements finally arrived. The players peered down. Wow, they even brought mechs. Let me see. Doesn't look that impressive, kinda bulky. Probably a defense-oriented model given the urban environment and risk of ambush. Well said. Because I'm about to ambush them. Xiao Hei grinned, loading a steel spike made of intermediate-grade alloy into the chamber, then aimed at the lead mech. Bang. The spike, traveling at over 10 kilometers per second, slammed into the mech's cockpit. The cockpit hatch erupted in a blinding shower of sparks. A tunnel of superheated air appeared in the armor plate, thick smoke billowing from the hole. The massive machine ground to a halt dead. Holy crap, one shot and it's down. What did you expect? Xiao Hei proudly swapped a thermal magazine into his beloved rifle. The waste heat from firing was ejected along with the magazine, far more efficient than air cooling, and it worked in vacuum too. The Federation squad clearly panicked after that shot. They shouted and scrambled toward the buildings on either side, but the players weren't about to let them go. The other four stood at the windows like four machine guns, unleashing a torrent of fire below. A few seconds later Xiao Hei yelled, enough. Get away from the windows. The four obeyed, instantly diving away from their firing positions. The next second a hail of bullets raked the windows. If they had delayed even a second, they would have been wiped out. Phew, that was close. Can't help it, they have mechs. The remaining 3 mechs have locked onto us. Xiao Hei can't fire easily either. Then we wait for them to come in. Are the traps set? Of course. I've planted all the explosives the mechanical beast of burden brought. This building is sturdy enough, so I used a bit more charge. Should clear out the entire first floor of enemies in one go. Whoa, boss is awesome. 5 minutes later. Prepare to detonate. Kekexio announced, then drew his combat blade and crouched at the stairwell, landing 1 floor above the planted bombs. Soon over 100 Federation soldiers swept up the stairs. Now. Kekexio bellowed. Boom. The entire floor was engulfed in flames. After 2 seconds Kekexio charged down the stairs with his blade. The explosion site was thick with smoke, and many soldiers who hadn't been caught in the blast were tending to the wounded. Kekexio, imitating Chu Hang, burst out of the smoke. 1/1 kill enemies were sliced in 2 by the sharp high-frequency blade. They had no time to react. Soon the other 3 players arrived. They raised their guns to finish off survivors, but there were none left. Kekexio had already cut down every enemy on the floor. Damn, you didn't leave any for us. Yeah, share some battle merits. Hoarding everything might get you a bullet in the back. Kakexio laughed heartily. Fine, you can have one of the mechs. With that he leaped out the window. Chikashio descended from the sky. Before a mech waiting downstairs could react, Chikashio had already landed on its head. Without hesitation he raised his combat blade and plunged it fiercely into the cockpit below. Sparks flew from the armored cockpit hatch as the blade inexorably pierced inward. The Federation pilot inside was startled and hastily swung the mech's arm, trying to smash Chikashio away. Just then bang! Xiao Hei's sniper rifle fired. The steel needle directly pierced the raised mechanical arm and the heavy piece of iron crashed down heavily. Seizing the opportunity, Chikashio thrust his blade all the way through. A faint scream came from within and then the mech collapsed on the spot. Thanks, Xiao Hei. Cut the crap, finish up and come help me. Damn, this bastard is chasing me hard. It turned out that Xiao Hei, in order to find a new firing opportunity, had deliberately climbed over to the street from the other side of the building. Just now it was only because the angle was insufficient that he shot the mech's arm. If the angle had been right, he would have directly hit the cockpit and stolen Chikashio's kill. Now he was targeted by another mech. The enemy followed him into a layer of ruins. Chikashio quickly jumped off the disabled mech and chased after them. Meanwhile, the 4th Federation mech also spotted Chikashio and was about to open fire. But then several thermite grenades rolled to its feet from behind. The terrifying heat instantly melted the mech's leg structure, causing its heavy upper body to crash to the ground. Then 3 players appeared, easily jumped onto the mech's back and stuffed several more thermite grenades into the mech's gaps before quickly fleeing. The pilot of that mech, terrified, opened the cockpit hatch to escape. But the thermite grenades had already detonated first. The high temperature instantly melted the mech's reactor. A loud explosion rang out and in the end only a pair of twisted alloy legs remained of the entire mech. On the other side, Xiao Hei was fleeing for his life. The mech behind him kept firing, but Xiao Hei agilely dodged using obstacles. The Federation mechs were only equipped with rotary cannons, probably learning from the lesson of weapon malfunction. However, these shells, when hitting the walls, only left large craters and did not penetrate through. This gave Xiao Hei an opportunity. Suddenly Xiao Hei heard the voice of Ryan in the player channel. Yo, isn't this my bro Hei? Haven't seen you in a while, how come you're so pathetic? Ryan. Where are you? Right in front of you, get down. As soon as Xiao Hei dropped to the ground, a dazzling blue light flashed overhead and immediately the Federation mech that had been chasing him exploded violently. Xiao Hei turned to look. Holy crap, that shot had blasted a hole right through the enemy's belly. The power was unmatched. Holy shit, you brought the big guns. At that moment Chikashio also caught up and saw Ryan piloting a Starforge Heavy Industries mech bullying the weak. Drooling, he went up and started groping Ryan's mech. Shoo go touch Big Head's, it's creepy. Soon Big Head's mech also strode over. Behind it were 4 identical ones along with 2 other player teams. Haha, a victorious rendezvous. You arrived just in time. Xiao Hei got up from the ground, hugged Ryan and Big Head, who had climbed down from their mechs, and then shook hands with Price and the others. Hey, we were lucky. This mech has excellent radar, which helped us avoid many void zones on the way. Otherwise we'd be running into walls back at the base camp. Damn, you gotta admit this mech is really fucking cool. Why are there only a few? Big Head rolled his eyes. You think these were easy to get? We ran into a bunch of ungrateful snakes. We had to wipe out their nest before we could get the mechs out. Haha, I heard about that. Price suddenly interjected. Save the pleasantries for later. We've brought supplies and plenty of advanced weapons scavenged from the survivors' homes. Gear up, we're going to do something big. Hey, great. We haven't had enough fun yet. An hour later the void, like the outside world, fell into night. After losing the stellar radiation, the surface temperature plummeted rapidly. A layer of white frost quickly formed on the players' equipment, making a creaking sound when they moved. Good grief, the weather in this godforsaken place is terrifying. You can say that again. The first day is novel, but if it's always like this, I'd rather go back to scrubbing the deck on the ship. Alright, everyone ready? No problem. Alright, proceed according to the plan. Let's give the Federation folks a little player shock. Move out. That night on the bridge of the St. Carla. It had been meticulously repaired, showing no signs of the explosion. Lieutenant Colonel Wright sat in the captain's chair, his face worried. Still no news from the people we sent out. Captain, aside from a few soldiers who got lost and eventually found their way back, the rest of the main force, including the armored company we sent last, have been missing without a trace. I'm afraid they're doomed. Lieutenant Colonel Wright's face instantly darkened. Truly an ill start. But there is good news. Another enemy fighter has been found. Although the pilot detonated a grenade in the end, we should be able to extract flight data from the onboard computer. The subordinate, seeing his superior displeased, quickly offered some good news. Also, the sensor array on the mothership detected a large concentration of ether signals in the city center area. It could be a large cluster of ether crystals. As long as the mothership regains mobility, we can go and mine them. With the mothership's firepower support, what happened today will definitely not happen again. I hope so. Lieutenant Colonel Wright's expression finally improved a little. This void is truly no place for humans. Not only is the climate as harsh as the outside, but it's also full of traps and monsters. I heard other ships encountered swarms of insects. Damn it, why are there bugs everywhere? Alright, suspend tonight's operations. Everyone is exhausted. We'll resume tomorrow. Beep beep beep. Just then the alarm inside the ship suddenly blared. What's happening? Captain Elevator 4 has been breached. They're using the identification codes from our own mechs. Damn it, can't you learn your lesson? Do you want the enemy to steal another fighter? Quickly notify the guards to organize defense at Hangar 4. Yes, sir. The subordinate quickly left. Lieutenant Colonel Wright was left alone, unable to figure out how the enemy had suddenly appeared at Elevator 4. It wasn't a matter of disguise. The problem was that Elevator 4 wasn't in the ship's belly, it was on the damn ship's back. Could they fly? Of course Palazzi and his team couldn't fly, but they could teleport. It turned out that according to intelligence from the remnants, when a massive object entered the void, it would further destabilize the already precarious space within, creating even more temporary rifts. Palazzi had exploited this very principle. He organized the players to spend the first half of the night searching for these unstable portals near the Shankala. After sacrificing nearly 10 players, he finally found one, a portal that led directly above the Shankala. Palazzi's plan was nothing short of insane. But every sacrifice was worth it. Now almost all the surviving players in the void had gathered, except for Sangwang and his group, who were still underground keeping company with the Hive Queens. In total there were 20 players and 6 mechs. Every single one of them was equipped with exoskeletons and advanced firearms seized from the remnants. As the operation commenced, they all plunged into the unstable rifts and descended directly above the Shankala. Like celestial warriors descending from the heavens, they landed straight on the main deck of the Shankala. Upon touching down, the players divided their tasks with precision. 6 mechs rode the elevators directly into the hangar to engage the enemy's main force, drawing away the remaining troops on the ship, a classic feint. The remaining 20 players formed 5 elite squads, each infiltrating a critical sector of the enemy vessel. Kakexiu, for instance, led Datu and 2 others straight for the island structure, targeting the commander in the bridge. In his own words, that was where he had met his martyrdom. He knew every inch of that layout. Xiaohei and Laiyin meanwhile led their teams to the reactor room and engine bay, while Palazzi took his group to the ammunition depot and barracks. Thus, with a feint to the east and a strike to the west, they ignited multiple fronts simultaneously, leaving the Federation troops scrambling in panic, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. Datu, it's all on you. Outside the island structure, Kakexiu and Data stood before the hatch. Datu was engrossed in cracking the access control. Since they needed to seize the bridge, Data had come along, otherwise Kakexiu would have simply hacked his way in with his blade, issuing all these fancy tricks. Before long, fierce fighting erupted in the hangar below, the tremors so violent that even Datu and the others could feel them. Hey Datu, you done yet? Kakexiu was growing impatient. Almost, this is a military system, my first time hacking one without triggering the alarms. Wait, didn't you take down their air defense system last time? That was with the Zhuxing virus the captain gave me. I'm not that awesome on my own. Who knew there'd be a show like this in the void? So I didn't buy one from the captain. Awesome. What else could Kakexiu say? 2 more minutes passed and Data still wasn't done. Kakexiu shoved him aside. Watch closely, this is how you open a door. With that he swung his blade, cleaving straight through the lock. The hatch slid open. And as expected, the alarms blared. But since the entire ship was already blaring alarms, the breached hatch didn't stand out. Crude. Your work is far too crude. Data snorted coldly in annoyance, then raised his rifle and charged inside, opening fire on any crew members caught unaware. The murderous aura he exuded carried more than a hint of personal grievance. Kakexiu laughed heartily and charged in with the other 2 players. The Shankala housed over 2,000 personnel. Excluding the crew pilots, ground crew, engineering staff and so on, there were only 500 actual combat soldiers. A week earlier the players had already raised hell on the Shankala, killing nearly 200. Before they could replenish, another 100 had fallen outside during the day. Thus tonight no more than 200 combatants were available for defense. And all of them were concentrated in Hangar 4, leaving the bridge unguarded. So Kakexiu and his team encountered almost no resistance apart from a few terrified female crew members and a handful of male crew who foolishly reached for their guns until they reached the bridge door. Inside, the officers knew enemies had breached the ship. But the fierce battle downstairs made it impossible to summon reinforcements in time. They could only lock the door, draw their pistols and tremble behind the command console. Kakexiu bellowed, "Ichuan Shanji, I have returned." Surprised. Unexpected. Among the bridge crew were survivors from the previous attack, and upon hearing Kakexiu's voice their faces twisted with terror. Hadn't he blown himself up? Then who was this outside the door? A phantom from the void. No time to think, a shower of sparks erupted from the bridge hatch. No need to ask, it was that brute Kakexiu breaking in again. A few minutes later the heavy blast door was cut through. Gunfire erupted from inside, but there wasn't a single shadow at the entrance. Soon several stun grenades were tossed into the bridge. Those desk-bound officers and senior commanders long out of practice were all captured by Kakexiu and his team. With the bridge secured, Data rushed to the console with his little computer. 2 players guarded the door while Kakexiu, blade in hand, singled out the highest-ranking prisoner, Lieutenant Colonel Wright. "Say, will you drink this chicken soup or not?" "Damn. Chicken soup again. Last time the general refused and got blown to bits by a madman. Was this chicken soup thing never going to end?" Meanwhile, in Hangar 4. The spacious hangar was now littered with shattered mech parts, abandoned mechs, power armor and exoskeletons. The culprits were none other than the 6 Zhushing mechs now on a rampage. Damn. Why do the enemies have Zhushing weapons? Are they Imperial remnants from the void? What else? With that kind of firepower, those devils are back. Captain, let's retreat. If we don't pull back now, we'll all be wiped out. Boom. Before the words faded, the last Federation mech was blasted away by Nikolai's pulse cannon. The Federation's counterattacks, bullets, shells, rockets, all ricocheted off a faint blue ripple shimmering on the surface of the Zhushing mechs. Damn it. They've got shields on their mechs. Yeah, why don't ours have shields? Is the shield generator too big to fit? Bullshit. It's too expensive. I've seen private guards of megacorporations, their mechs all have shields. So those mechs are elite models. No, just standard Zhushing mechs. God, I'm so screwed. Because the Federation's Marines were second-class citizens, their mechs had never been equipped with shields. Seeing the standard equipment on the Zhushing mechs, they were instantly consumed by envy and hatred. The result was that their attacks were almost entirely ineffective. The battle had turned completely in the invaders' favor. Just as the defenders thought all was lost, the overhead speakers crackled with Lieutenant Colonel Wright's weary voice. "All Federation personnel, lay down your arms immediately. We surrender. Go to the mess hall for chicken soup. Captain, the survey team has just captured the Shankala." "What the hell?" Chu Hang nearly spat out his tea. He casually set down the cup and said with an impassive expression, Well done." Xiao Yugan blinked her eyes, her small lips slightly parted. "Just well done." Chu Hang glanced at her mischievous expression, then looked over at Zhu Zhu, who was hiding in the distance and snickering. He felt a bit speechless inside. These girls were getting more and more fond of teasing him. It must be Tang Xuang and Zhu Zhu stirring up trouble behind the scenes, they seemed too idle. "I trust their abilities," Chu Hang said calmly. "Having consumed so many Imperial resources, if they still can't achieve something, then they don't deserve to be the Empire's elite. As for you few, what phase of the Starship test have you passed?" The moment the test was mentioned, Xiao Yugan's fair face instantly fell. "We haven't passed the first phase yet." Chu Hang's tone immediately grew heavier. "Then why aren't you hurrying? Our Imperial soldiers are fighting on the front lines. I don't want the resources they risked their lives to cease to be wasted because of your mistakes." Xiao Yugan's cheeks flushed slightly at his words. She was the most thin-skinned among the girls, a typical refined lady. If not for Tang Xuang dragging her into this, she would never have become an internet-addicted girl. Xiao Yugan whispered in explanation. "But there are only 3 of us. And you, Captain, don't participate in the test. We're still short a commander." Xiao Yugan wasn't wrong. The Yuan Fan was highly automated, usually requiring only 4 people to maintain bridge operations. It included a commander, typically the captain or first officer, a flight control officer, also the helmsman currently held by Fanqing Diandian, a tactical officer, also the fire control and security officer currently held by Princess Zhu Zhu, and an operations management officer responsible for overseeing all ship subsystems and departments and coordinating their operation currently held by Xiao Yugan. As for the communication and navigation functions, most of the work was taken over by the Pyre system, so Xiao Yugan temporarily held those 2 positions as well. Juggling 3 roles, she was exceptionally capable, and her composed demeanor under pressure greatly satisfied Chu Hang. In reality, Xiao Yugan was a young lady from a wealthy family. Her upbringing, educational resources and personal abilities were all top-notch. Of course, a caged canary could sometimes be rebellious, which was why Tang Shuang had lured her into becoming an internet-addicted girl. But her family didn't object, which was quite unusual among the elite families. "Do you want to be the commander?" Chu Hang suddenly asked. Xiao Yugan was taken aback, then waved her hands repeatedly. "Better not. I think my abilities are better suited as an assistant, not a leader. My father understood that, which is why he never micromanaged me." I'm rambling. Thinking of her family, a blissful smile graced her exquisite face. Chu Hang was touched by Xiao Yugan's smile. While happy for her, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and melancholy. He also longed for a family. Should he really carry out that plan? Was he truly ready to take that step? Forget it, he'd wait a bit longer to see how things developed over there. Unaware of Chu Hang's thoughts, Xiao Yugan sincerely added, "Captain, I believe that a commander, besides resilience and experience, also needs boundless imagination and unyielding courage. Coincidentally, I know someone who, though inexperienced, I feel is a born commander. You're talking about Hui Feng, aren't you? You remember her. So what do you think? Doesn't she have great potential?" Xiao Yugan's eyes sparkled as she asked eagerly. Chu Hang's memory was quite good now. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the only gray-haired player. Recalling his brief encounter with Hui Feng, Chu Hang felt a stir of interest. That girl indeed had the potential to become a qualified captain. Though still far from matching his own prowess as Captain Chu, if given the opportunity and nurtured carefully, she might just surprise him, much like the players in the void. Chu Hang smiled faintly. "I think it's worth a try. I'll grant her temporary bridge access. You can take her along for the test. If she can pass the first phase within 3 days with a rating above A, I'll promote her to ensign and appoint her as the temporary first officer of this ship." "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you for giving her this chance." Overjoyed, Xiao Yugan gave Chu Hang a big hug, then with slightly flushed cheeks went to find Hui Feng. Hui Feng was the kind of person whose enthusiasm could infect her companions. In their brief time together, the girls had already become great friends. Hui Feng, Tang Shuang and Zhu Zhu, the three little ones, when together their lively aura multiplied, making them the ship's joybringers, naturally endearing to Chu Hang. But that was just a bonus. The main reason was that Chu Hang urgently needed a first officer. He would soon have to enter the void personally to complete a mission, leaving the Yuanfan outside. He needed someone to manage it in his absence, unable to wait for him to return for every issue. If Hui Feng could pass the test, that would be ideal. The bridge was filled with beautiful women, a pleasing sight. However, the test he set for the girls was no easy feat. It was the renowned virtual test used by the Cast Star Royal Fleet to select crew members. In the first phase, they had to command a single frigate to defeat 2 enemy ships of the same model. They had to thoroughly understand their own vessel, fully utilize the environment, and rely on a bit of luck and boundless imagination to have a chance of passing. If they could pass smoothly, this ability would be sufficient to command a battlecruiser in the Federation. It was worth noting that most ordinary Federation captains were merely mediocrities from academic backgrounds. They could manage a ship, accurately execute superior orders in fleet battles, and not desert, that was considered adequate. They were rarely required to independently defeat the enemy when outnumbered. In this regard, the Cast Star Royal Fleet had a completely different selection philosophy. The Cast Star Empire demanded that its captains under any circumstances think independently, fight tenaciously, and use every means to accomplish the mission. Chu Hang, who possessed only a single mothership, naturally held the players to the same standard. He believed that his girls would one day trounce the famous generals of the universe. Zhu Zhu, use your telepathy to relay the mission to Price and the others. Zhu Zhu rolled her eyes in a cute manner. Are we never going to let that telepathy joke go? Just say it. Tell them to finish the initial investigation within 3 days and make sure to confirm the location of the Black Mist creatures. The main force will depart in 4 days. Have them guard the Shankala well and prevent the Federation from destroying or recapturing it. Time swiftly passed to 3 days later. Throughout this period, an eerie silence reigned outside the void. Neither the Yuanfan nor the Shangshur made any further moves. The Shangshur awaited the return of its own fleet, while Chu Hang awaited intelligence and the arrival of his future first mate. Congratulations. Test completed. Current evaluation A. From the bridge came a pleasant chime, followed by the excited cheers of the girls. They rushed over to Chu Hang, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Chu Hang rose with a gratified expression, his gaze falling upon the gray-haired girl before him. Grey Wind Sergeant, by the authority of the Empire's wartime rank management system, I, as the Supreme Commander of the 7th Task Fleet, hereby promote you to the rank of Ensign and appoint you as the acting first mate of the Yuanfan. May you fully utilize your talents and bring victory to the Empire. Yes, Commodore. Grey Wind stood at attention and saluted, but the smile on her face was impossible to conceal. Finally she beamed a radiant smile at Chu Hang. Captain, I will not let you down. If the enemy wishes to sink the Yuanfan, they will have to step over my dead body. Chu Hang nodded with a hint of amusement in his heart. Determination is commendable, but a commander must always consider their own safety rather than charging headlong into battle with a reckless "I'll go down with the ship" attitude. Chu Hang paused mid-sentence, noticing the four girls staring at him with skepticism. Their expressions seemed to say, "Are you sure you're in a position to say that?" Well. He was indeed about to venture into the void himself, but that was mission critical. Normally he was quite cautious. Chu Hang waved a hand. You can't follow my example, I have sufficient means to protect myself. Alright, now I'll announce your first mission. The four girls dressed in crisp military uniforms sat up straight with an air of heroism and said in unison. Please give the order, Captain. Chu Hang nodded slightly and spoke gravely. I want you to keep a close watch on the Federation forces. After I lead the team into the void, you must not allow a single soldier of theirs to interfere with my operations. If necessary, you may deploy the mothership. But remember, do not engage in a direct confrontation. Use the Mirage system to outmaneuver them. In the early hours of that day, Chu Hang leading 200 fully armed players secretly infiltrated the void through the previously discovered canyon. Once inside, having prepared beforehand, they were not scattered again. Chu Hang immediately sensed something amiss. Deep within the void something seemed to be calling out to him, stirring his psychic energy with unease. A fragment of memory began to surface in his mind, instantly clarifying the origin of this call as well as a part of the Starforger's past and his own mission. The fallen ones, so that's how it is. A pang of sorrow gripped Chu Hang's heart. He understood whom he was to lay to rest. Everyone form a single file and follow me. Chu Hang barked the order and strode deeper into the void. The silhouette of his power armor seemed for some reason to carry a hint of desolation. Hey, is it just me or does the captain seem kind of emo since he came in? I noticed that too. I didn't believe it when they talked about it before, but this game really does simulate an aura. I feel myself getting depressed as well. Must be some triggered plotline. Why don't you go ask? I'd like to, but the captain's pressure clearly signals he doesn't want anyone near. Just now when I got close, my skin crawled. Damn, this game's NPCs are truly terrifying. In less than an hour, Chu Hang had led the 200 players to the Shankala. Here already? That fast? The players left on board questioned the newcomers. It wasn't a short distance from the void's edge. Hey, you have no idea how amazing the captain is. He guided us the whole way. Everywhere he passed, no void appeared. Exactly. He took us on several detours, but even though it seemed longer, we never got teleported once. I'm starting to think the captain was walking with a map. That impressive. Even with gravity wave radar, it's impossible to avoid every wrong turn, isn't it? Well, what can I say? The captain's awesome. Chu Hang listened to the chatter but offered no explanation. The precognitive ability of his psychic energy proved extremely useful in the void. Whenever a void lay ahead, his psychic energy would give him a warning, allowing him to change course. Moreover, Chu Hang discovered that the system's scanning function also worked well here. He didn't know the principle behind the system's scan, but it allowed him to see the invisible void fissures, and as long as he avoided them in advance, he would never be trapped. This came as a pleasant surprise to Chu Hang. With this, couldn't he lead the players to loot the entire void? No, he had to focus on the main task. Chu Hang immediately summoned Price. How's the Shankala? It's stuck on the outskirts of the city. Even if it breaks free, it can't reach the city center. The buildings are too dense, failing passage requirements. Is the target I'm looking for in the city center? Roughly confirmed. There's a pyramid-shaped landmark building in the center, the city hall. Based on our observations over the past few days, the black mist creatures are entrenched in the city hall, numbering over 10. Chu Hang nodded slightly. His mission was to lay to rest 10 of his kin. From the gradually resurfacing memories, he had learned that those black mist creatures were all mutated Starforgers known as the Fallen Ones. They had inherited tremendous psychic energy from their original hosts, surpassing even Chu Hang's own reserves. Are the Federation prisoners behaving? Very well. Lieutenant Kakexiu was quite skilled, he's kept them completely subdued. In the past 3 days they even helped us mine an ether ore deposit. Not bad. Chu Hang was inwardly surprised. Ether ore was a specialty of the void, a mineral rich in void energy. When combined with an organic entity, it would cause the host to ossify, the crystal men the players had encountered. When the ether concentration was high enough, they would coalesce into ether crystal clusters. Through complex refinement, these could become the finest coolant in the universe, an extremely precious strategic resource. Even rarer than war resources like creation crystals or high-energy gas. The dangerous environment of the void naturally protected the ether veins, keeping extraction costs high. Although the void disasters had been intensifying lately, the material remained scarce on the market. The small pile aboard the Shankala alone could probably buy a cruiser. Chu Hang was very satisfied. Inform everyone, tomorrow we depart for the city hall. All of you, including the prisoners. Price hesitated. Using the prisoners as cannon fodder. This. Chu Hang abruptly turned his head, his eyes filled with undisguised coldness. Listen. I will give them weapons. Whether they choose to be warriors or cannon fodder is up to them. Understood. Early the next morning, all remaining aircraft on the Shankala took off and conducted several carpet bombings between the ship and the municipal hall, clearing a safe corridor through the ruins. Then the massive exploration team set out toward the municipal hall. It included over 200 fully armed players and 300 rearmed able-bodied war prisoners. Each prisoner wore a bomb collar around his neck, a patent Chu Hang had borrowed from old Xiao. It was sensitive, cheap to produce, and Chu Hang could easily control their lives and deaths through the system. The prisoners on the Shankala were not limited to these. Last night, influenced by past memories, Chu Hang had been filled with a desire to destroy the Federation, the culprits behind the destruction of the Zhuxing Empire. But now he had calmed down a bit. So in the end he left the old weak and clerical staff behind, locking them on the Shankala. Hey, have you noticed? The captain has been terrifying since last night. There's a low-pressure zone within 10 meters that makes you afraid to get close. Tell me about it. I bet there's some secret deep in this void. TCH, you don't need to say it. Even a fool knows the key plot is coming. Hey, do you think it's related to the secret the survivors mentioned? Hiss, you mean the Zhuxing massacre? Shoo shoo shoo. Don't say it. If the captain suddenly goes berserk and turns into a boss, he'll come for you first. Don't talk nonsense. You might betray everyone, but I don't believe the captain would ever do that. At this point Tang Shuang interrupted. As the chief medical officer, she was also part of the second void expedition. On this point she had absolute trust in Chu Hang. She had seen enough scumbags to fill a truck, and when it came to judging people she could swear on her 36D chest that Chu Hang was not that kind of hypocritical villain. I just said maybe. Haha, I think you're overthinking it. The captain may be cunning, scheming and lazy, but there's no doubt he's been good to us, a reliable NPC. Even if we leave the novice village, I hope he doesn't die in the plot. Kakexiu also wandered over and shared his opinion. Yeah, I'm willing to give the captain a chance to prove himself. There must be some misunderstanding. Same here. 1. In the distance Chu Hang caught every word. He was moved, yet also found it both ridiculous and touching. Give me a chance to prove my innocence. I've raised you bastards with all my effort, and now I have to prove I'm a good person. You've watched too many villain plots. You need a lesson. I'm raising prices when we get back. Just as Chu Hang was teetering on the edge of a trust crisis, the Federation prisoners on the other side were panicking. Lieutenant Colonel Wright, do you think the Imperial Army is sending us to die? Right. I asked the female soldiers to find out. They admitted they're Imperial Army. You know what the Imperial Army is like. Even if we survive this, we'll be sent to the mines as slaves. Enough, stop thinking about that for now. Lieutenant Colonel Wright, the former captain of the Shankala, stood among the prisoners cradling a traditional Federation gunpowder rifle, trudging forward gloomily. Didn't their commander promise that if we pass the test we can join them? You guys always complain about the Federation Army's red tape and poor benefits, right? The Imperial soldiers have top-notch treatment and are quite popular with Imperial women. Though Wright was also anxious, he had to boost his men's morale. He too was part of the test. If he couldn't calm his men and complete the assigned task, he would be worthless and would definitely not escape a bullet. His men were intrigued. But we're not vaguer. The Empire is so xenophobic. Don't worry, if we join they'll use us as a model, treatment won't be bad. Just fight well later, don't try to freeload, and you'll enjoy life in the Empire. Alright, we'll fight hard. Colonel, we'll follow your orders. Wright nodded with satisfaction. Though he was lying, he truly believed it. The Imperial Army didn't value their combat ability or loyalty, so even if they survived they'd be used as propaganda tools and never see the battlefield again. But he could never have imagined that the Imperial Army he thought he knew didn't belong to the Shangyin Empire at all. The team marched through scorched ruins and rubble, the atmosphere heavy. Suddenly an insect chirp echoed over the ruins. Soon a large swarm of Alaki beetles appeared on the team's flank, likely stirred up by the earlier bombing. Right, take your men and hold them off. Chu Hang ordered coldly. Wright gritted his teeth and led the charge, and the ruins erupted in intense gunfire. "We keep moving." Chu Hang called to the players who were about to join the fight and strode toward the municipal hall without looking back, indifferent to the Federals' fate. The players had no choice but to follow. With the Federals drawing fire, Chu Hang's group approached the municipal hall swiftly. The few scattered enemies they encountered were quickly eliminated by elite players posing no threat to the main force. They reached the square outside the municipal hall without incident. A towering statue stood there. The Chu Hang figure was strikingly handsome, but its expression was frozen in a moment of sorrow and melancholy, with an endless fury hidden between its brows, gazing upward into the void. This statue is so strange. Aren't statues in front of city halls usually majestic, benevolent, or spirited? Yeah, I've never seen such a bitter statue before. What is it trying to express? Just then Chu Hang's voice rang out softly. Because it's not a statue, it's a giant divine soldier guarding the city hall. The expression on its face reflects the last pilot's state of mind. Ha! The players were stunned. Setting aside the fact that the Chu Hang people used their own image to build weapons, the craftsmanship alone made it impossible to tell it was a war machine. Its exterior was simply too plain. "Captain, since it's a weapon, can we salvage it?" asked Ryan excitedly. A Chu Hang giant divine soldier sounded incredibly powerful. But Chu Hang shook his head. Not yet. Without further explanation, he pointed at the black mist surging from the entrance of the municipal hall and drew his lightsaber. "Prepare for battle. Let us send these former compatriots to their eternal rest." What? The black mist monster is actually a starforging being. The crowd erupted in uproar. But before they could continue their discussion, the black mist monster at the city hall entrance had already charged out at speed, leaving a trail of black smoke. "Open fire." Chu Hang raised his left hand, and the blue beam from the pulse cannon instantly pierced through the black smoke. Yet this powerful strike actually missed. The black smoke surged toward Chu Hang with undiminished speed, as if he were its sole target. A pair of crimson eyes flickered faintly within the darkness. "Protect the captain." Mecha squad suppress with firepower. By then the players had snapped out of their shock. Shouting at the top of their lungs, they rushed to Chu Hang's side, unleashing a torrent of concentrated fire into the black mist, forcing the hidden monster to scurry in all directions. "It's working. Keep up the focus fire, I want to see what the hell it looks like." Just then the black mist monster let out a strange cry, and from the surrounding ruins a horde of skeletal figures surged forth, charging toward their position. "Aurora squad, hold the flank with me," Lai Im commanded loudly. They had brought numerous Federation mechas, and a dozen steel behemoths lined up in 2 rows. Their Vulcan cannons spewed searing tongues of fire, and a dense barrage of shells smashed the skeletal figures into showers of crystal shards. On the front line, the 141 squad also unleashed their full firepower. Continuous pulse beams shot into the black mist. The monster desperately manipulated its dark shroud to deflect the attacks, but the sheer number of pulse cannons was overwhelming. Many players wielded captured arc guns and plasma cannons. Energy weapons proved remarkably effective against the black mist. The monster's dark shroud visibly melted away under the energy assault. After merely 3 minutes, it finally revealed its true form. It was a humanoid creature entirely covered in purple-black crystals. Ugh! Suddenly players in the front ranks collapsed to their knees, clutching their heads, and the suppressing fire instantly thinned out. Damn, my latency just spiked to 1000. I can't even stand up. What kind of skill is this monster using? The players weren't feeling pain, but rather a groggy sensation of losing control over their bodies, as if their souls were being torn away. Keep firing. It's attacking your souls. Kill it before it rips your souls from your bodies. Roger. With Chu Hang's explanation, the players hesitated no longer and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Despite the black mist monster's exceptional agility, charging head-on into a mecha formation on a plaza was an utterly foolish move. 2 minutes later, after enduring countless energy blasts, the black mist monster finally fell before them. Chu Hang signaled a ceasefire. Then he strode to the fallen corpse, unhesitatingly plunged his lightsaber into the monster's chest, and after confirming its death, crouched down to place his palm upon it. Lai inside had also finished. When he brought his people over, they happened to witness Chu Hang crouching, stroking the monster's corpse. Everyone stared in curiosity. What's the captain up to? No idea, maybe he's holding some kind of farewell ceremony. He did say these monsters were once starforging beings. Ha! Look! Something's happening. Suddenly golden starlight began to emanate from where Chu Hang's palm touched the monster. Then the pitch-black corpse slowly disintegrated under the starlight, eventually merging into Chu Hang's body. The player's eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, that monster's corpse was so tough, how did it get disintegrated? Oh no, things are getting mystical. Hey, this scene feels strangely familiar. Doesn't it look exactly like the moment when a long-hidden villain finally succeeds about to transform into a big boss? Now that you mention it. Veteran players who had deep bonds with Chu Hang furrowed their brows in worry while the newcomers eagerly readied their weapons, quietly reloading. Data, heal me quick, I do not want to fight the captain. Kakexio nudged Datu. He had once privately learned saber techniques from Chu Hang, and even when Chu Hang used only the same physical abilities he was utterly outmatched, always getting thrashed. If Chu Hang suddenly transformed coupled with his mysterious armor and golden lightsaber, Kakexio would bet that everyone present would be doomed even with mechas. Fortunately, after standing for a while once all the starlight faded, Chu Hang showed no reaction. Instead he turned to face everyone and slowly began to speak. I have just bid farewell to a fellow being. Everyone's expression turned solemn. They knew this was a crucial plot point, so they listened with rapt attention. Just then Lieutenant Colonel Lai Te also arrived at the plaza with over 100 survivors. Seeing Chu Hang, who had just absorbed the black mist monster, they hesitated to approach. Chu Hang continued, the Starforging people were created by our ancestors. Since then they have always served as the administrators of the Zhu Xing galaxy, managing this grand sanctuary for the ancestors. The Starforging people were endowed with all the virtues of humanity. They selflessly and steadfastly protected mankind, guiding refugees from all corners of the universe from the primordial cosmos into the safe haven of the Zhu Xing galaxy. But not every race is as noble as the Starforging people. Once settled, the various great races shirked their responsibilities when it came to duty, schemed endlessly in the endless struggle for power, and even plotted a betrayal that sought to overthrow the rule of the Starforging Empire. As Chu Hang spoke, his voice carried a rare fury. The players had never seen their captain so enraged. And the object of Chu Hang's accusation, the surviving Federation people present, also erupted in commotion, all looking helplessly at Lieutenant Colonel Lai Te. Lai Te was now thoroughly confused. He didn't understand, weren't these people from the Shine Empire? Why were they suddenly dredging up old grudges against the Starforging Empire? What was going on? But as someone who prided himself on being on the side of justice, he couldn't help but defend himself a little. Sir. It's true that the Starforging people once controlled the Zhu Xing galaxy, but they turned on everyone after receiving the myriad races of the universe. At first they pretended to be benevolent and selfless. But when the races abandoned their home planets and endured countless hardships to reach the Zhu Xing galaxy, they were immediately herded to the front lines and used as cannon fodder. Whoa! So there was a hidden backstory. The players stood excitedly on the sidelines, relishing the debate. This gossip was simply too delicious. A few more conscientious players worried about Chu Hang's situation, but the majority, lacking any scruples, were purely enjoying the spectacle as if they wished they had a bag of sunflower seeds. Fight! Fight! Finally Chu Hang spoke again. Do you think that your ancestors left their home planets for no reason? Why did you leave? Lai Te was taken aback, then replied matter-of-factly, of course we were deceived by the Starforged people. It was they who tricked our race into the Starforged galaxy. Ha! The more perceptive players gaped, finding this excuse utterly absurd. Sure enough, Chu Hang's calm reply directly refuted the others' claim. In fact, only the earliest few races were invited by the Starforged people to migrate to the Starforged galaxy. The myriad races of the universe that followed came because they could no longer hold out, so they voluntarily approached the Starforged Empire and requested refuge in the Starforged galaxy. What? How is that possible? All the Federation members present were stunned. This was completely different from the history they had learned. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and directly questioned Chu Hang. You're lying. At our peak our race had ascended to a high-level civilization. How dare you say we couldn't hold out? Ridiculous. What enemy could force us to retreat and hide in the Starforged people's universe? Chu Hang replied coldly, the Void Evil God and its minions, the Zerg Swarm. Wow. The players instantly became excited. Holy shit. Even the Void Evil God shows up. This feels so epic all of a sudden. Geez, we've been fighting all this time and haven't even left the starter village. The main world seems terrifyingly huge. Zerg Swarm. It sounds totally different from the arachnid beetles, probably extremely fierce, the kind that can chase down high-level civilizations. The players buzzed with discussion while the Federation side was dead silent. It seemed they had heard of the Zerg Swarm's fearsome reputation, which made them uncertain. Could it be that their ancestors' homeworld was truly overrun by the Zerg Swarm and the survivors were forced to flee to the Starforged galaxy, where they were taken in by the Starforged people? After a long pause, Lai Te hesitated and spoke. Then let's not discuss the cause for now. Even if we came seeking refuge voluntarily, does that give the Starforged people the right to use us as cannon fodder? Especially when they pretend to be benevolent, claiming fairness, claiming to treat all races equally. Dare you say our race wasn't the one that sent the most troops? That's right. On this point we have historical records. The Federation's museum clearly documents that in one battle our race dispatched 30 of our entire fleet and only a handful returned. Yet thousands of races didn't even send a single ship. At this point the Federation people gained confidence. The players guessed that the other side must indeed have some evidence to support this history. Chu Hang nodded rarely. That is indeed true. See? This proves that the Starforged people's talk of fairness is all bullshit. They are a hypocritical race that doesn't keep their word. So your accusation that we are descendants of traitors is unfounded. Hearing this the players all turned to look at Chu Hang again. Could it be that their own faction really had a problem? The Starforged people were fair in the past, there's no doubt about that. Chu Hang said firmly. Your ancestors were a high-level civilization, so they had to send 30 of their fleet to fill the defense line. What's the problem? Those thousands of civilizations were only low-level civilizations, some didn't even have spaceships. What fleet could you expect them to send? Then where's the fairness? It's just letting a bunch of ants suck blood from us. Wow. The Federation people's temper flared up, they were starting to get arrogant. The players were even more amused. Oh. Then isn't your civilization just a bug sucking blood from the Starforged Empire? Chu Hang's words silenced the Federation people. Indeed they had lost 30 of their fleet, but what about the Starforged people who had been holding the front line all along? How many casualties had they suffered over thousands of years? On this point they had no standing to criticize the Starforged Empire. After all, the Starforged Empire was their savior. However, Chu Hang continued, directly revealing the bloody truth. The truth is that several high-level civilizations led by your ancestors were dissatisfied with this distribution. They dared not rebel against the Starforged Empire, so they secretly stirred up conflicts attempting to annex those low-level civilizations and seize benefits that were not rightfully theirs. So the Starforged Empire discovered this and decisively suppressed them, thus intensifying this hatred. However, your ancestors did not know that this hatred was exactly what the Void Evil God needed. Your ancestors preached this hatred among their people time and again. When the negative emotions became strong enough, it cultivated fertile soil for the Void Evil God's descent. Soon all the high-level civilizations were corrupted by the Void Evil God. With the help of the Evil God, they evaded the surveillance of the Starforged Empire and secretly plotted a shocking conspiracy attempting to destroy the Starforged Empire and all low-level civilizations and rule the Starforged galaxy themselves. Thus all the high-level civilizations betrayed the Starforged Empire in a critical battle. They launched a surprise attack and forcibly closed the wormhole connecting the Starforged galaxy, trapping a large number of Starforged main forces in the original universe. Then, according to plan, they ignited a massive rebellion across the entire Starforged galaxy. After listening to Chu Hang's account, everyone present was stunned. The truth was actually like this. After listening for a while, the players initially thought it was just a conflict of ideals, but in the end the side that claimed to be righteous turned out to be treacherous traitors. Lieutenant Colonel Lai Te couldn't believe his ears. Feeling that his worldview was about to collapse, he immediately retorted. You said it yourself, all the high-level civilizations betrayed the Starforged Empire. If the Starforged Empire had no issues, why would everyone betray them? The Federation members' spirits lifted. That's right. As expected of a lieutenant colonel, he easily found the crux of the problem. If the Starforged Empire wasn't flawed, why would it be so unpopular that no one helped them in the end? Hearing this, Chu Hang was so angry he laughed. The Starforged Empire's purpose was to receive more refugees from the original universe to take refuge in the Starforged galaxy. For this reason, the Starforged Empire needed to maintain a massive garrison at the wormhole to fight against the swarm. They also conscripted the fleets of many refugee civilizations to defend together. Over time, you high-level civilizations were no longer willing to suffer heavy casualties for the sake of other civilizations. After all, you were already safe, why care how many civilizations were still waiting to be saved on the other side of the wormhole? So the core conflict lies here. You wanted to close the wormhole, but the Starforged Empire would not allow it. But you seem to have forgotten, the Starforged galaxy belongs to the Starforged Empire. The reason you can still thrive is because of the Starforged Empire. The fleets that the Starforged Empire demanded from you never exceeded your limits. But your ancestors valued their own interests too much. A selfish race naturally would not stand with the selfless Starforged people. But what's wrong with being selfish? The Federation people were going mad, arguing loudly. In this universe with billions of races, everyone is selfish. Without selfishness there are no resources. Without selfishness you suffer humiliation. Without selfishness you cannot survive in the dark forest. The Zhusheng Empire occupies an entire universe's resources. They simply don't understand the hardships our ancestors endured. We achieved high civilization through immense effort. Why should we be dragged down by a swarm of ants? Those low-level civilizations only waste resources by living. Why not just use them as cannon fodder? The players watched the hysterical Federation people utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens, they're not even pretending anymore, are they? A classic case of the sin of arrogance. I'm not surprised at all. I can only say as expected of the arrogant Federation people. Protecting the weak, what a luxury that is in the interstellar age. Indeed, I think the Zhuxing people are too idealistic. From an efficiency standpoint, abandoning those backward civilizations is the wise choice. I hope you still think that way when you're the one being abandoned. The players were arguing among themselves. Meanwhile, Chu Hang sighed with extraordinary melancholy indeed. I also think the Zhuxing people created by our ancestors are too pure, too incompatible with this pitch-black universe. Suddenly Chu Hang smiled again. So the future Zhuxing people will no longer be white but a chaotic gray. The Federation people didn't understand what Chu Hang was saying, only the players caught his implied meaning. Was he referring to the unrestrained players? Or did it mean that all the Zhuxing NPCs had awakened and were no longer the naive sweet characters of before? At that moment Lieutenant Colonel Wright, as if grasping at a final straw, used all his strength to shout out a question. What about the slaughter? The Zhuxing people slaughtered the entire universe. No matter how you whitewash them, you can't cover up the blood debts on their hands. That is the blood of billions of innocent lives. Whoosh. The question finally circled back to this most critical accusation. All the players' hearts were in their throats. Were the Zhuxing people truly the murderers? Or were they falsely accused? Ryan and the others desperately hoped Chu Hang would deny it, but the truth was, does the billions of lives you mentioned include the Zerg? What? Lieutenant Colonel Wright was stunned. I speak on behalf of the Zhuxing Empire. Yes, our hands are stained with the blood debts of countless Zerg. But as for the half concerning humanity. Chu Hang raised his finger and pointed at Wright. Instantly Wright was so terrified by Chu Hang's killing intent that he stumbled back a few steps and collapsed to the ground. That debt must be counted on your heads and your ancestors' heads. Wright completely broke down. He sat on the ground crying and yelling, cursing like a shrew. Why? On what grounds? Chu Hang gave a cold snort. On the grounds that I am an officer of the Zhuxing Empire. On the grounds that your ancestors' actions shook the very foundation of the Zhuxing galaxy. On the grounds that your useless ancestors were ambitious but incompetent, causing trouble and failing to turn the tide. Our Zhuxing Empire activated the extermination light to eliminate the Zerg swarm that had nearly occupied the entire galaxy. As for your ancestors being incidentally eliminated, they deserved it. As for the innocent who were caught in the crossfire, they were killed by your ancestors' stupidity and greed. The ones who owe blood debts are your Federation and the Holy Silver Empire. You. Lieutenant Colonel Wright was already dumbfounded. He pointed at Chu Hang, unable to speak for a long time, whether from shame or from being terrified by Chu Hang's declared identity. Or perhaps both. Not only him but everyone present was awed by Chu Hang's aura. The Federation people lowered their heads in shame, deeply shaken in their perception of the history and values they had taken for granted. On the players' side, they felt a twinge of guilt for having misunderstood Chu Hang. But soon that guilt was replaced by excitement. I told you the captain was fine. You didn't believe me. Who didn't believe? From now on, whoever dares to doubt the captain again, I'll tear them apart. Hey, weren't you the one who talked the most back then? Tisk, so the truth of history is like this. Truly thought-provoking. Forget about all that. As long as our faction is on the righteous side, I'm having a blast. From now on, if anyone dares to slander me, I'll slap them right in the face, full of confidence. Ha. Exactly, that's the spirit. Chu Hang paid no attention to the dejected Federation people or the elated players. He walked alone toward the statue in the square. The players watched him curiously. Chu Hang walked to the base of the statue, raised his palm and aligned it with the statue's head from a distance. A psionic link was established. Moments later, the statue actually bent down and crouched, and a figure dropped out from its chest. Holy crap, where did that person come from? Looks like a pilot. Damn, it moved. Still alive after all this time. Amid the players' exclamations, the figure slowly crawled up, then under everyone's horrified gaze began to mutate rapidly. He let out a pained howl. Counters of violet-black crystal clusters emerged from under his skin or out of the void, gradually devouring his human skin. A brand new black mist monster was about to take shape. Just as everyone was about to draw their weapons and open fire, Chu Hang drew his sword and stepped forward. A fallen one. In life he was the mayor of this city, a selfless Zhuxing elder and a powerful psionic. But because the Zhuxing galaxy's defenses were breached, the power of the void evil god seeped in. Once a Zhuxing person ends their special hibernation, this distortion is triggered immediately. Saying this, Chu Hang raised his lightsaber to decapitate it. But the blade suddenly halted in midair. Chu Hang's hand holding the sword trembled slightly as if he was exerting force. It's psionics. This monster's telekinetic power is incredible. We should help. Wait, the captain can handle it himself. As he spoke, a cloud of dust kicked up around Chu Hang as if a force field had formed around him, then collided heavily with the fallen one's telekinetic field. It was the nano-suit manipulating the gravitational field. The fallen one had just taken shape under the suppression of the gravitational field. Chu Hang's blade slowly approached its violet-black crystal head. A few seconds later, the fallen one let out a psionic scream and Chu Hang cleaved its entire body in two with one stroke. Chu Hang slowly sheathed his sword. He crouched down with a melancholy air and began the same burial procedure as before. At the same time, he spoke. Psionics is a powerful ability but also a death warrant from the devil. The stronger the psionics, the closer the soul is to the void, and the easier it is to attract the claws of the void evil god, eventually turning into an inhuman being like the fallen one. Both the ancestors and the Zhuxing people have made countless attempts, but in the end the only path seems to be that of falling. Chu Hang dispersed the starlight of the burial, turned back and looked at the players. But now we have a new attempt. Perhaps this time our mission can finally reach the stars. Wow, it's getting intense. Damn, so we're actually this awesome. Haha, it's the Starforger's genes that make us players awesome. They were probably designed specifically to resist the void's erosion. Once we awaken our psionic energy, we won't have to care about that evil god anymore. Interesting. Do you think the captain is a new gene sequence or an old one? Of course new, otherwise he wouldn't be sent to lead us. Great, so we don't have to worry about the captain kicking the bucket halfway. Shit, shut that bastard up, he's jinxing us again. Big Head was dragged away by his companions. Seeing them messing around, Chu Hang's mood finally improved a bit. He glanced at his attribute panel. Chu Hang. Gene sequence Fireseed Captain. Class Undertaker. Level LV. 15. Basic attributes: Strength 25, Constitution 25, Agility 25. Advanced attributes: Spirit 25, Perception 25. Awakened attribute: Psionic Energy 22. Attribute bonus 2. Undertaker was the class he had automatically awakened after sending off the first fallen. He only needed to cover the corpse of a fallen with his psionic energy to complete the funeral, thereby harvesting some resources and permanently increasing his strength. The previous two fallen had each provided him with 1 point of psionic energy and 0.1 unit of stardust. This was Chu Hang's first time fusing with stardust. That feeling was even more exhilarating than a massage from Tang Shuang. He discovered that every unit of stardust could increase his overall attributes by 10. And this was because his attributes were already far stronger than an ordinary person's. If used by a player, their attributes might even double. Not only that, but this new class also had some other abilities. Undertaker LV. 1-210. Authority 1, inflict 10 attribute suppression on all fallen within 100 m range. Authority 2, completely purify the contamination of the fallen, absorb the psionic energy and stardust precipitated from the fallen. Authority 3, acquire partial memory inheritance from the fallen. It could be said that this class was specifically designed for burying one's kin. As long as Chu Hang continued to perform funerals, he would not only gain extremely high attribute bonuses but also extract a lot of exclusive information from his predecessors. This information could be some skills or some intelligence. For example, from the first fallen, Chu Hang inherited the Starforger's unique, refractive sword technique. This was the signature skill of the Starforger Temple Guard warriors, allowing instant charge and decapitation of enemies in confined spaces. When executed with a lightsaber, it was like a flash of refracted light. It was a divine technique specialized for boarding combat. And the second fallen, the mayor, had engraved in his memory a secret room. This secret room was deep inside the city hall. As for what was inside in the old mayor's memory, it was the most precious treasure in the world, worth guarding. This piqued Chu Hang's curiosity and he decided to investigate later. Alright, let's go in. Chu Hang said no more. Holding his lightsaber, he strode into the city hall. The players quickly followed. Captain, how should we deal with those Federation people? Lion, being quick-witted, approached Chu Hang and took the initiative to ask. He thought, wouldn't it be inappropriate to just leave these guys here? After all, they knew the secret that Chu Hang was a Starforger. Don't bother. Their trial is not over yet. Leaving without permission would only lead to death. Chu Hang did not explain further. The group soon stepped into the magnificent city hall. Although the place was already quite dilapidated, one could still vaguely discern the original Starforger architectural style. It was like a museum ravaged by war. Damn, this statue is freaking cool. I want to take it back. This painting is also beautiful and it hasn't faded after hundreds of years. It must be worth a lot. And this set of tables and chairs, I want to replace the ones in my room. The players marveled at the surrounding furnishings. If this were on Blue Star, they felt that everything here would be museum-worthy artworks. Mecha troops hold the hall. Do not scatter. Mobile infantry, stay close to me, we could encounter the fallen at any moment. Chu Hang barked in order. Only then did the players reluctantly return to Chu Hang's side. They knew well how terrifying the fallen were. Without Chu Hang holding the line, even the mechas might be cut down. Sure enough. Before they had gone far, a patch of black mist suddenly surged out of the corridor. The players following behind didn't need Chu Hang's reminder, they immediately opened fire. This time everyone had experience. They no longer sought to hit the fallen's true body directly, but instead focused on weakening the black mist as quickly as possible to create an opportunity for Chu Hang to kill it. A Fey fire a plasma cannon at the area where the black mist is gathering on the right. Boom! A bright blue ball of plasma roared through the air, exploding violently in the corridor. The terrifying heat and shockwave instantly dispersed half of the black mist. Ha ha ha, I hit it. Heavy damage on the target. A Fey, watch out. A Fey was so carried away that he didn't notice a wisp of black mist creeping up from under his feet. Ah! Thud! A Fey suddenly collapsed to the ground. He looked down and saw that his ankle had been eroded by the black mist. Black crystal clusters began to spread frantically up his leg, already reaching near his thigh. Fuck! What the hell is this? A Fey exclaimed. Bro, you're done for. Just wait to die. No, it's just an infection. I think amputation might still save me. Alright, I'll help you. The knife will be quick. The nearest Kakexiu immediately drew his knife and laughed. Your lower half is already all black. Looks like your little buddy can't be saved. Hey, are you trying to cut me in half? Just then Chu Hang suddenly came over and stopped the eager Kakexiu. He crouched down beside a Fey and placed his hand on a Fey's leg, just like performing a funeral. Tiny specks of starlight began to bloom. Whoa, the captain is personally giving you last rites. Ha ha ha, hilarious. Try to be a good person in your next life, huh? Eh? The captain's hand is big and warm. I feel great, my lower body has feeling again. A Fey had already given up hope, but unexpectedly the captain saved him. What the hell? The captain's purification actually reversed the infection. Damn, when did the captain multiclass into a paladin? Where's the hammer? Ha ha ha, I'm healed. Thanks, Captain. Captain is awesome. Within half a minute the infection on a Fey was completely removed and his legs returned to their pale color, but his protective suit was completely ruined. Remember this next time. Go find a spare protective suit and put it on. Yes, no problem. Chu Hang stood up and saw that the fallen on the other side had revealed its true body. He ordered a ceasefire, then raised his sword and charged forward. Chu Hang, let me solo the experience. Chu Hang's close quarters clash with the fallen lasted over 10 minutes. At first the players watched with amusement, cheering for him, but as it went on they grew numb. These two monsters. How is the captain's body so capable? He can keep up with the fallen, his movements nearly blurring. If it weren't for the cramped space they'd probably be fighting up in the sky. Exactly. I never knew the captain was such a skilled swordsman. And that golden lightsaber, so damn cool. Makes me want to switch to a melee class. Trash. Now you see the power of this profession. This is what it's all about, dancing on the blade's edge alone with a sword to take the enemy's head. So stylish it hurts. Kakexiu watched utterly mesmerized. Halfway through he couldn't resist and wanted to join the fray, but was dragged away by his companions. Bro, promise me you won't feed, okay? Do you think you're the captain? Listen, pay off your debt to the squad before you die. Hey. Don't underestimate me. Watch my thoughtless strike. On the other side Tang Shuang was watching Chu Hang's battle with rapt attention. His agile figure was a delight to behold, making her crescent-shaped eyes sparkle. A trace of drool slipped from her adorable lips as she murmured incessantly. Hoo, so cool. Slurp. Right, can't keep this to myself. I'll record it for Sister Yugan and the others to see. He. At this moment Chu Hang was in a state of extreme exhilaration. This feeling was unprecedented. It was like a long accumulation finally paying off. The gene sequence development he had built up was now fully unleashed, melting and integrating into his combat prowess. The fallen served as his whetstone. No previous enemy had achieved such an effect. Little did anyone know his nanite armor shield was perpetually on the verge of collapse. Only because the shield recharged quickly enough could Chu Hang keep experimenting, honing his skills amid perilous situations, trying out techniques he had learned before. Another 5 minutes passed. Out of tricks. The fallen before him was now battered and bruised. It let out a final psychic scream, then raised its crystalline blade and charged at Chu Hang. Farewell. This time Chu Hang did not evade or circle. Instead he met the attack head-on. With his left hand he manipulated the gravitational field, deflecting the incoming crystalline blade with full power, while his right hand's lightsaber sliced upward, precisely severing one of the fallen's arms. Then Chu Hang activated a special technique. His body suddenly accelerated, flashing like lightning behind the fallen, dodging the second strike while smoothly decapitating it with a horizontal slash. Thud. The massive body of the fallen crashed to the ground, the dust it raised making Chu Hang standing with his sword sheathed appear even more imposing. He had just used the refractive sword technique he had learned from the first fallen. As for the effect, the player's reaction said it all. Holy crap, he one-shot it. Wait, what just happened? Wasn't it a stalemate? How did it end so suddenly? Damn, what was that last flash? A blink. How did he chew behind the enemy? How many times can he chew? Alpha strike. Captain, I want to learn this. Captain, you're awesome. Chu Hang smiled faintly. He first bent down to bury the fallen, gaining 1 spiritual energy and 0.1 units of stardust, while also receiving another inheritance of knowledge regarding the refractive sword technique. This fallen had actually been the captain of the City Hall Guard, possessing unique insights into the refractive sword. After absorbing it, Chu Hang felt more adept. Maybe next time I can try flashing twice or even 3 times. Let's move on. Don't you need a moment to rest? Like some water? Tang Xuang trotted over holding a medic scanner and checked Chu Hang, thoroughly afraid he might have sustained internal injuries. Faced with the player's concern, Chu Hang's mood brightened instantly. He chuckled, pushed the scanner that was almost in his face away and said gently, "This won't work on me, my armor blocks detection. And I'm fine." Oh. Tang Xuang stuck out her tongue, giggled and put the scanner away. Someone then teased. "Hey Tang Xuang, check me too. I got hurt just now." "Ha. Where?" Tang Xuang raised the scanner and pointed it at him, puzzled. "There's nothing wrong." "There is. I feel like you've suddenly appeared in my heart." "You? That's too greasy." "Ha ha ha." The surrounding brothers burst into laughter. Tang Xuang rolled her eyes at him. "Go away. Old perverts can't be cured." Chu Hang couldn't help but smile. He led the team deeper into the city hall, soon encountering more fallen and hordes of remains. The city hall erupted in wave after wave of fierce firefights. The enemy numbers were abnormally high. The players' ammunition, energy and coolant were consumed at an alarming rate, but thankfully Chu Hang had stocked a large amount of supplies in his subspace before departure, ensuring the logistics never faltered. Moreover, only the players could remain so energetic. Any regular army would have collapsed under such extreme combat pressure and high-temperature environment. In the early stages, Chu Hang would personally engage the fallen to hone his swordsmanship. But later he silently switched from practicing swordplay to practicing marksmanship. When it came to the last one, he simply left it for the players to handle, calling it training their stress tolerance. Just as Chu Hang finished, an urgent distress call came from the main entrance of the city hall. Endless waves of remains and insect swarms had surged in from outside, overwhelming the Federation mecha's defensive line. Only 6 Starforge-class mechs were still holding on desperately. That was over a dozen mechs plus allied bomber support from outside, yet they could barely hold the gate. Clearly the difficulty of the city hall dungeon was hellish. Has the captain not come out yet? The main gate is about to fall. On the square before the city hall, the ground was strewn with corpses and craters littered with the wreckage of exploded mechs. The last 6 mechs covered each other, using pulse cannons to blast the surging insect swarms into paste. Their pale blue shields were barely visible, and the cockpits were filled with alarms of system overheating and energy depletion grating on the nerves. The captain and his team are almost at the rooftop. They can't come back now. But he said reinforcements would arrive soon. Reinforcements? All the aircraft on the St. Cara are gone. Where would reinforcements come from? I don't know. Whoa, the bugs are fighting each other. Ha! Under the dumbfounded gazes of the 6-player pilots, another swarm of insects suddenly burst out from outside the square, and without hesitation they launched a rear assault on the swarm ahead. Geez, truly strange things happen every year, but this year they're especially plentiful. These bugs show no mercy when killing their own kind. Oh, why does it feel so satisfying to watch? Haha, the Zerg are having a civil war. Could it be a dispute over spoils? The later group wants to hog all of us tender and juicy. Don't say that it's possible. But why do those later bugs fight so sneakily? Is it just me? No, I saw it too. They deliberately lure the enemy over, then gang up on them. Damn that wave of bugs even kites when they can't win. Feels like tactics we'd use. Hat, I know who it is. Same here, buddy. Did that guy become the king of bugs? Thanks to the intrusion of the second insect swarm, the assault on the main gate of the city hall was instantly neutralized. The idle players put down their pulse cannons, folded their arms, and watched the spectacle. Half an hour later, the bloody carnage finally ended. The second swarm was numerically smaller, but thanks to exquisite micromanipulation they defeated an enemy twice their size. The remaining bugs lined up in the square like a military parade. After a while, a group of figures appeared in the distance. Ha ha ha, buddies, did you miss me? Li Sanguan led his squad swaggering through the swarm. The bugs around them merely buried their heads in devouring the corpses on the ground, showing no reaction to the group. Oh, if it isn't our Captain Li. How's the butt-selling business going? Screw you. I sacrificed myself for the greater good, feeding myself to the tiger. Without me you'd have been doomed long ago. Come show your gratitude. Haha, awesome. You've earned your merit this time. Tell us quickly, how did you manage it? The gate-guarding players descended from their mechs and warmly embraced Li Sanguan and his team. Halan Suoan, following behind Li Sanguan, directly chimed in to expose him. Let me tell you, our captain truly went through a lot. He voluntarily surrendered himself to the Queen Insect in exchange for this surprise force. Bullshit. What surrender? It was conquest. Li Sanguan roared in anger, kicking Halan Suoan, who dodged with a laugh. Right, the queen bug took a fancy to Brother Guang, so he played along and took her down. That female bug is utterly infatuated with him. Whoa. The gate-guarding players all leaned back in awe, showing profound respect for Li Sanguan. You've worked hard, brother. We never knew you sacrificed so much for the greater good. I must recommend you to the captain for a commendation. Good brother, you've really suffered. It must have been hard to bite down on those bugs, right? Pfft, I can't take it anymore. I want to laugh so bad. Ha 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 ha. Go away, go away. I'm trying to build some emotion here. Be serious. Giggle giggle giggle. Li Sanguan covered his head in exasperation. He knew these shameless bastards would react this way. Well, let them. He was a man who valued the big picture. A little misunderstanding wouldn't hurt. On the other side, at the top of the pyramid-shaped city hall building. This was the mayor's office, also the control center of the entire city. The base city of the Zhuxing people was highly advanced. Not only was the entire city protected by a dome shield, but all major buildings could also be lowered underground to hide. However, due to the suddenness of the incident back then, the Zhuxing people had no time to retract the city before they fell victim to the evil god's malice. Later, the traitors' landing forces took advantage of the chaos, launching indiscriminate attacks at the critical moment when the city's defense system was engaged with the insect swarm, ultimately destroying this magnificent city. The ordinary Zhuxing residents inside were corrupted by the void energy in the rift, turning into hollow monsters. If their psychic power had been stronger, the place would have been overrun with corrupted ones. Chu Hang shuddered at the thought. Now he had successfully laid to rest 10 corrupted ones. Only closing the void rift remained to complete the mission. His current psychic power was 20 base plus 10 bonus, and he had fused 1 unit of stardust, granting a 10 boost to all attributes. Thus his psychic power reached 33, firmly placing him at the 3rd rank. The first rank of psychic power was emotional perception, the second was danger sensing, and the third was telekinetic manipulation. Now, like the corrupted ones, he could use telekinesis to manipulate objects around him. The force he could exert was roughly 3 tons, and it would increase as his psychic power grew. At the same time, he became increasingly aware that the core providing void energy to the entire rift was inside the control room before him. Should he close it? Chu Hang hesitated. Because once he closed the rift, the Federation people outside would receive the news. There were still many Federation landships scattered in the rift, and the Shankala had many Federation prisoners. If the Shangshur entered, everything would spiral out of control. Thinking this, Chu Hang entered the control room alone. As soon as he entered, he saw a massive crack in the air. Inside the crack was a 1-meter-tall void crystal, drawing void energy from the other side and supplying the rift on this end. If only I could take it away. Chu Hang's Undertaker authority had a purification ability. He pressed his palm against the void crystal to test it, and the purple crystal began to tremble, showing signs of cracking and breaking apart. Chu Hang quickly withdrew his hand. Better keep you around for a while longer. Then he locked the door and left the hall. He needed more time to strip the rift of its valuable parts. Captain the Mecha squad guarding the hall reports that they received support from the insect swarm led by Captain Li Sanguan and have now secured the square. Oh, Li Sanguan is quite capable. Chu Hang nodded slightly. Good. Then he pointed to the hall behind him. This is the source of the rift. No one is allowed inside. Other than that, you are free to explore this building. Transport the loot back to the Shankala first and then bring it all to the mothership. As soon as Chu Hang finished speaking, the players burst into cheers. Wow, have we cleared the level? Haha, that's right. Now comes the victory looting phase. Woohoo, time to loot the packs. Brothers, keep your eyes sharp. Don't bring back any junk, we'll tally the total value later. Captain, aren't you coming with us? Chu Hang shook his head. I have somewhere else to be. You're dismissed. With that, he strode toward the adjacent mayor's office. Tang Shuang's eyes darted and she trotted after him. Looting was nowhere near as important as raising the captain's favorability. The captain had just bid farewell to so many of his kind. He must be feeling downright. Now was the perfect time to win him over. Watching Tang Shuang follow Chu Hang was somewhat amused. Feeling down? Not at all. He was going to open a treasure chest. Chu Hang entered the mayoral office with a little follower. Once inside, he followed the obsession ingrained in the mayor's memory, successfully opened a hidden door on the wall and stepped through. Tang Shuang opened her mouth in surprise. She had been preparing words of comfort for Chu Hang throughout the journey, only to discover that he wasn't seeking solitude, he was after treasure. Deflated, she rolled her eyes and followed him inside. The secret chamber was not large. The most conspicuous objects within were a hibernation pod and a towering safe. Chu Hang walked to the pod and peered inside. His usually composed expression flickered with visible emotion. So beautiful. Tang Shuang murmured from behind. Chu Hang snapped back to reality, quickly suppressing his expression, and frowned at the sleeping beauty in the pod. She was a star-forged maiden, so breathtakingly beautiful she seemed unreal. Clad in a white dress, her hands clasped together, she lay peacefully asleep in the hibernation pod. Her jet-black hair cascaded naturally around her flawless sleeping face bore no imperfections, and her delicate features seemed carved by an artist. Her small snow-white feet rested gently together, exuding an air of innocence and tenderness. What happened to her? Tang Shuang finally tore her gaze away from the girl's beauty and asked. Tang Shuang herself was a stunning beauty with a youthful face and a voluptuous figure. Having spent much time with Xiao Yugan and the others, she prided herself on being familiar with the most exquisite faces in the world. But seeing this stranger today, she realized what true peerless beauty meant. Her confidence instantly wavered. Chu Hang noticed her inner turmoil and gently patted her head, teasingly saying, "An interesting soul is truly unique." Tang Shuang felt a wave of relief, then caught on. "Oh. So you're saying my looks can't compare to hers?" Though her words sounded reproachful, the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. So the captain was always gentle. After consoling Tang Shuang a little, Chu Hang focused all his attention on the sleeping beauty before him. She is the mayor's daughter. Because her spiritual energy was on the verge of sinking into the abyss, the mayor placed her in forced hibernation to prevent her from being eroded by void energy and turning into a skeletal monster. Tang Shuang's jaw dropped. So this is the mayor's treasure. Yes, the most precious treasure. For a father, what could be more precious than his daughter? Can she ever wake up? Chu Hang initiated a scan, examined the girl's condition, and finally said helplessly. She has been in a void environment for too long. On the surface she appears flawless, but her genes have been almost completely eroded by the void. My ability can purify the void erosion, but it will likely cause her genes to break apart. Even if she wakes, the slightest fluctuation of her spiritual energy upward would immediately turn her into a corrupted. So she can only sleep forever. Chu Hang thought for a long time. In reality, he was consulting the spark in his mind. Finally, he received a positive response from the spark. It could include the girl in the spark project, using Chu Hang's genetic sequence as a template to replace her damaged gene fragments. But the cost was that she would lose all her memories. Moreover, the reconstruction process would require 3 units of stardust. Everything else was manageable, but 3 units of stardust, what a steep price. Chu Hang hesitated. Saving something beautiful was human nature, and the old mayor was indeed worthy of respect. But spending such precious stardust to save a pretty face? Chu Hang wasn't that wasteful. Just then the spark suddenly prompted again. Extracting a portion of the host's gene fragments, the created gene original will be absolutely loyal to the host in terms of spiritual energy. It can resonate and amplify with the host, and after mating there is a chance to mutually enhance the gene development of both. What the heck? Chu Hang was stunned. This spark, did it do that on purpose? Chu Hang calculated. An absolutely loyal fighter, 20 points. A humanoid spiritual energy amplifier, add 20 points. A perfect wife for dual cultivation, add another 20. 30 points. A total of 70 points, barely passing. If there were any bonus points, he would immediately find a way to gather the resources. So Chu Hang turned his gaze to the safe in the room. What was inside? The answer: several military base access keys, a pile of outdated documents, 10 units of high-grade alloy ingots, a C-grade purple electromagnetic pistol, and a full 2 units of stardust. Got it. A perfect score. Thank you, father-in-law, for the gift. I'll take good care of your daughter. Even though she'll lose her memories, isn't that a blessing in disguise? Chu Hang still had 1 unit of stardust which had been fused into his old lightsaber. He extracted it, leaving Tang Xuan utterly dumbfounded. How could I have forgotten about you? Chu Hang found it amusing because Tang Xuan's reaction was exactly the same as Xiao Yugan's when she first saw stardust. All right, this is stardust. It can't be made into jewelry. You go out and wait for me a moment. With a few words, Chu Xuan sent Tang Xuan out. Just before leaving, Tang Xuan finally reacted and pouted. Hey. I'm the only medic on board. I can help. No thanks. The Spark doesn't need your help. Tang Xuan was pushed out of the secret room with a look of suspicion, as if asking, you're not going to do anything weird to that girl, are you? Chu Hang rolled his eyes internally. She was his wife, bought with 3 units of stardust, practically made of gold. A little look wouldn't hurt. Tang Xuan now outside crouched by the door and waited. Finally the door to the secret room opened from within. To her surprise, she saw a tall figure behind Chu Hang. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bulky protective suit, and through the suit's visor she could see a pair of curious big eyes. Such beautiful eyes. Just from the eyes, Tang Xuan could imagine the girl's stunning beauty. You saved her. Chu Hang nodded. Although he now had a little shadow, a kindred spirit, a prospective wife, and a top-level fighter, the cost of 3 units of stardust still made his heart ache. Oh well, consider it fulfilling the late mayor's last wish. Chu Hang took the little girl's hand and walked out of the secret room. Tang Xuan, let me introduce you. Her name is Qin Shueji, and from now on she's my adjutant. Pretty sister, please, take care of me. Qin Shueji stood on tiptoes, revealing her delicate face from the protective suit's visor, and flashed Tang Xuan a sweet smile. Ah, Shueji, you are too adorable. Forward sail bridge. Huifeng was curled up in the captain's chair, her long sleek gray hair cascading down beneath her brand new captain's cap. Due to her posture, her long hair draped down her crisp uniform all the way to her hips, while her snow-white legs were tucked into her arms, revealing blue and white panties beneath her short uniform skirt. Her petite frame made her appear as though she were squatting in the captain's chair. Xiao Yugan turned her head and happened to catch sight of this, bringing a hand to her forehead in exasperation. Huifeng, at least have some decency. Your panties are showing. Oh, it's fine. There's no one else here anyway. Huifeng cracked open a can of Captain's Bliss tea brewed from her own special recipe of dried fish and took a long gulp before answering with an unbothered smile. Juju chimed in with a laugh. Haha, just don't get into the habit of it. When the captain comes back, I bet he'd pick you up by one hand and haul you out of the bridge. Relax. If the captain were here, I'd be on my best behavior for sure. Huifeng set down her legs with exaggerated care, striking a dignified commander's pose. Her long beautiful legs were pressed together and tilted to one side, her fair skin gleaming under the bridge lights. How's that? Pretty stylish, right? The other 3 women watched her put on act and shook their heads with amusement. The girl just needed a good scolding from the captain to settle down. I wonder how things are going with the captain. The Federation folks move so slowly, it's boring, Fanqing remarked with a smile. If you're bored, why not continue with the Phase 2 test? Ah. That's not possible yet. My level is too low right now and my spiritual attributes simply isn't enough. Facing 3 opponents alone is really pushing it. The memory of this test still rankled Huifeng. Over the past 3 days she had barely passed the Phase 1 test through her remarkable learning ability and creative command style, combined with the 3 sisters' unwavering support. At that point she was only level 5, her advanced attributes still locked away her spiritual attribute a mere 1 or 2 points from her innate capacity. But by the time Phase 2 arrived, the enemy had grown far more formidable, an additional light carrier and 8 starfighters added to the mix, making the challenge significantly more daunting. She brimmed with ingenious strategies, yet without sufficient spiritual capacity she couldn't possibly process the torrent of battlefield data flowing around her. Even with Xiao Yugan and the others working tirelessly to assist her, she simply couldn't match their pace. She had become the weakest link in their 4-person team, a fact that frustrated her deeply and drove her to train relentlessly: gymnastics, marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, and reaction drills. The 3 women had generously provided her with training equipment and ammunition. Other players might have thought she was switching to the Marines. But she was simply eager to level up quickly. Little Huifeng, what level are you at now? Level 8. Almost level 9. Wow, that fast. 3 levels in 3 days, you're really pushing yourself. Do you max out your playtime every day? Huifeng curled back into her previous position and stretched widely. I don't have much going on in the real world anyway, and there's quite a lot to learn here. Oh, by the way. Huifeng, what do you do in the real world? Juju asked curiously. Zhao the young heiress of the Lin Corporation. Fanqing's an ace hover racer specializing in speed competitions. I'm a student at Guang University and also a game streamer. Tingshuang's an intern nurse, though she's skipped her shifts already. I asked around and found out we're all from Guang City. You must be too right. Huifeng had joined them last, so her background remained unknown within their close circle. I'm a wanderer. Huifeng rested her chin on her knees, wrestled with the decision for quite some time before finally revealing her origins. Ha! As expected, the three girls reacted with surprise at the word wanderer. Beyond Guang City lay vast irradiated wastelands. Wanderers were those who roamed these wastelands, living in tribal groups much like nomadic peoples scraping out a living between the great cities. Due to prolonged exposure to radiation, wanderers typically suffered from severe illnesses and had very short life expectancies. City dwellers harbored deep resentment toward wanderers, viewing them as scavengers who brought death and stole employment opportunities. Naturally, they would never consider befriending a wanderer. It was clear then that Huifeng had shouldered tremendous pressure in confessing her identity as a wanderer. Her new friends could easily turn away from her in an instant. Yet she had spoken anyway. Zhao and the others had been kind to her, so she resolved to be honest and hope for leniency. A few seconds of silence fell over the bridge. Juju suddenly rose and approached Huifeng, then pinched her soft, supple cheeks. Ouch! What are you doing? So our little Huifeng is a wanderer then? I'll have to give you a proper inspection. What if you've brought some strange lice aboard? That won't happen. This is a game. I do bathe in reality. Even if clean water is precious, I save some for washing myself. Huifeng blushed as she muttered her defense. Zhao couldn't help but smile and gently patted Huifeng's head. Juju's just teasing you. The bad reputation of wanderers was deliberately spread by the city's elite to suppress you. There are many skilled technicians among wanderers, and megacorporations exploit this to drive down wages. We're all survivors of the war. There's no need to feel inferior about our origins. Thank you, Sister Zhao. You're so kind. Juju offered her comforting words with a smile. Little Huifeng, put your heart at ease. Honesty matters more than background among us. Zhao comes from a good family. Fanqing is famous. They never look down on me as simple streamer, so they won't look down on you either. Is Sister Fanqing really that famous? Haha, of course she is. Let her tell you herself. Fanqing, who had been watching the exchange, smiled faintly. Your sister is the finest racer in all of Guang City. So many rich second-generation suitors wanted to court me, but none could even catch my taillights. But there's a skilled competitor among your wanderers named Sha Hu. We raced across the wasteland recently, and if her vehicle hadn't been inferior to mine, the outcome would have been uncertain. Wow, you actually beat Sister Sha Hu. Huifeng's mouth dropped open in astonishment. No wonder she seemed so downcast lately. It's because she lost the race. You know her. Fanqing's interest was immediately piqued. Of course. She's our tribe's top driver, though she rarely races against people. Instead, she competes against mutated beast packs in the wasteland. She can deliver packages between cities. It's really impressive. Fanqing's expression softened with understanding. No wonder. Her vehicle was quite heavy. She must have been carrying substantial weaponry. I'm glad she was in a good mood that day, otherwise I'd have been blown sky high. Huifeng set an excellent precedent. The women then opened up, freely expressing their thoughts, and their relationship grew increasingly harmonious. Just then the preset alarm suddenly blared. The four dispersed, instantly returning to their seats, while Huifeng regained her usual confidence and issued a decisive command. Report the situation. Detected a sharp rise in the Xingshur's signal. They are about to decloak. Oh. Finally couldn't hold back. As he spoke, the enemy's cloaking matrix flickered on the holographic screen at the center of the bridge, and then a massive dark silhouette instantly materialized amid the vast yellow sands, none other than the previously invisible Xingshur. It was a flat, colossal spaceship resembling a giant manta ray with numerous launch ports and flight decks on both its belly and back. A glance sufficed to identify it as a mothership. Covertly scan the Xingshur, build an intelligence dossier. Simultaneously place the entire ship on yellow alert. Let everyone get moving. Roger. Xiao Yugan immediately sounded the alarm and then activated the ship's internal broadcast to announce the battle situation. Meanwhile, Juju began acquiring enemy data through the tactical system. Scan complete. Within 3 minutes, the Xingshur's thermal signature increased by 8072 and is still rising. It seems they are dangerously venting waste heat, likely due to insufficient coolant. Transfer the scan data to the ship's computer. I want to know how much combat effectiveness the enemy's weapon systems can retain under overheating conditions. Understood. A dozen minutes later. The results are out. After database comparison, the target is identified as a Manta-class interstellar carrier equipped with 6 10 kg class mass drivers, 48 kinetic point defense emplacements and 256 multi-purpose missile silos. The ship is equipped with a complete war production line and can deploy 6 interstellar fighter squadrons. According to mainstream interstellar fighter organization, one squadron consists of 12 fighters. According to the design specifications of this class of mothership and the current external environment, the enemy requires a heat dissipation period of up to 3 hours. During this time, the output power of all kinetic weapon systems will drop by 30 and they cannot activate their shields. Missiles are not affected, but continuous launching will also extend the heat dissipation period. Hui Feng curled her lips in disdain. This mothership is so pathetic. Just to install a stealth system, the entire ship's systems suffer. Unlike our Mirage, now that's the power of Zhuxing technology. Chu Hang said, of course, what do you think? It was bought with stardust. Just then Zhu suddenly exclaimed anxiously. We have a situation. The Shangshi is deploying transport ships, apparently intending to reinforce the void. Reinforcements. Hui Feng was somewhat surprised. They can't even receive intelligence from inside the void, yet they dare to send troops in rashly. Aren't the federal forces inside already numerous enough? Not clear yet. Perhaps they are burning their bridges. The enemy has dispatched a large number of troop transports, already 2 squadrons. That should be all they have on board. Hui Feng's eyes lit up, a glint of cunning flashing in her bright eyes. They have quite the nerve. If we ambush this troop transport group, will they have nightmares? Will they dream of us being in their beds? Haha, it'll be the Yuanfan in their beds. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere on the Yuanfan, the mood in the Xingshir's bridge was extremely tense. General, do we really have to take such a risk? This is 90 of the mothership's transport ships. Tom crossed his arms, his expression grim. My mind is made up. The fleet that entered the void is equipped with gravitational wave radar. Finding a way out shouldn't be a problem. But they haven't made a move for 3 days, which means they've encountered a thorny issue and are held up. Sending reinforcements at this moment is perfectly timed. Rest assured, this time we will surely bring back victory and a large amount of ether. Tom spoke confidently. But he himself knew this was a high-stakes gamble. If they won, the fleet would gain the qualification to continue deeper into the 5th sector. If they lost, the exploration operation would be a complete failure and he would be held accountable for a series of failures, court-martialed, and could face life imprisonment or exile. He had no choice. The Xingshir's current situation was very bad. When it broke through the defense of the 10th star ring, it had actually sustained considerable damage. It had been undergoing repairs in the 3rd sector for some time. If not for the front's collapse, it would not have been dispatched here as a supply hub. Originally, it was planned to serve as a logistics base for the ground fleet and was never meant to go into battle. But the current situation no longer allowed that. Currently, the Xingshir's heat dissipation system was its fatal weakness. If they didn't seize this opportunity to obtain a large amount of ether, the subsequent exploration would be nothing but a pipe dream. General, all 24 Pelican transport aircraft have taken off. The reinforcements consist of 2 mechanized infantry companies and 1 armored company, enough to handle a small-scale battle. The Yihayan swarm inside the void are no match. The Federation had some intelligence on the void. Though not as detailed as what Ryan and his team had obtained from the remnants, they knew the basic information. However, what they didn't know was that gravitational wave radar could only detect ordinary small voids. To cross the void boundary and come out from inside, one had to use a disposable psychic beacon shaped like a radish. All the radishes of the exploration fleet were placed on the Shankala, which was why the other ships could not come out to report on their own. And Chu Hang's ability, the Mourner's authority, included a perception of void energy that could perfectly serve as this guide. In other words, Chu Hang was a reusable radish. The Federation's air fleet majestically headed toward the void. All the soldiers inside the transport aircraft were exoskeleton troopers with equipment at least as good as the Marines on the Shankala, making their combat power quite formidable. The Pelican transports in the rear were also carrying over a dozen mechs, which constituted the so-called armored company. If they were allowed in, it would indeed cause great trouble for Chu Hang and his team's relocation operation. So the Yuanfan appeared. Boom! The lead Pelican seemed to hit an invisible wall and exploded in a fireball. The second one following closely behind also failed to react and crashed into a fireball as well. The subsequent transports scattered in a panic. But 2 more, not having veered far enough, collided with the sides of the barrier. The impact briefly revealed the barrier's shape, and the Federal pilots only then realized that a massive pale blue force field had appeared on their path seemingly out of nowhere. An elegant steel giant materialized like a mirage. This is a force shield. My god. An invisible enemy ship. Attack. Attack immediately. Without needing orders, the Federal pilots immediately launched the missiles and rockets mounted on the Pelicans. Dense explosions erupted and were deflected by the transparent force field, unable to harm the Yuan fan in the slightest. Shield status. No problem, their shield breaking speed is slower than our regeneration. Good, open fire with all anti-air batteries. Let's say hello to our old friends. Alerts blared throughout the bridge of the Sacred Stone. The crew, who had been casually sipping coffee, watched in shock as their transport ships exploded into fireballs one by one, sending coffee cups shattering to the deck. Admiral. Sound red alert. Launch fighters charge main cannons, bring all weapons to bear and rescue the remaining transports. Tom let out an impotent roar of fury. Over these past 3 days they hadn't been idle. He had dispatched over a dozen reconnaissance flights circling the 026 sector repeatedly, but still found no trace of the enemy's flagship. The staff aboard the Sacred Stone thus drew a conclusion: the 2 captured Falcons hadn't taken off from the enemy flagship but had been hidden in nearby valleys all along. They waited for the Federation fleet to arrive, then deliberately revealed themselves to lure them into the hollow, buying time to stall the enemy. Meanwhile, the true Imperial flagship had likely already pushed deeper into the 5th zone. When Tom heard this conclusion, his first instinct was reluctance, but then he let out a long breath. Good that they're gone. With the Imperials gone, they could peacefully harvest resources from Hollow 026 without worrying about interference. That's precisely why the Federals, including Tom, had let their guard down, displaying the flagship to dissipate heat and dispatching transport squadrons outright. They knew transports should have fighter escorts. But launching fighters also required coolant, and with the Sacred Stone's supply so scarce, they naturally conserved wherever possible. What awaited them was the horrifying scene before their eyes. The enemy flagship hadn't left at all. It had silently positioned itself ahead of the transports, and its first volley had destroyed nearly 10 ships. With each plume of fire rising, Tom felt his heart bleed. Those were his capital for resurgence. Damn bastards. Tom cursed furiously in rage. Launch all ordnance. Fire everything we have, and once the transports clear the area, unleash nuclear strikes at maximum yield. Moments later, the Sacred Stone's back, still undergoing heat dissipation, opened massive missile silos, launching wave after wave of missiles that ignited midair and screamed toward the farsail. Just then an electric flash erupted from the farsail's bow, followed by a serpent of fire spanning the horizon. A 10-kilogram electromagnetic shell surged forward at speeds surpassing the missiles, striking the Sacred Stone first. Boom! A violent explosion ripped through the Sacred Stone's rear, shearing away massive sections of armor. Fierce flames consumed the breached hull, with thick smoke billowing skyward, while intense vibrations shook Tom and the bridge crew beneath their feet. Amid the shrill alarms piercing their ears, the crew began to panic. Sir, should we halt heat dissipation and raise shields first? Raise your ass. Tom snapped irritably. Their main cannons are only slightly superior to ours, but we have 6. I refuse to believe we'd lose a slugfest. But we'll sustain damage too. Are you that afraid of death? Should I execute you right now? Upon seeing Tom draw his pistol, his subordinate frantically waved his hands in protest. Tom couldn't afford to halt the cooling process at this moment. If cooling stopped, accumulated waste heat would have nowhere to go. Combined with the thermal output from main cannon fire and shield activation flooding into the system, it would surely cause the already fragile equipment to completely collapse. It was better to fight while dispersing heat simultaneously. The Sacred Stone was massive enough with sufficiently thick armor. The enemy's main cannons simply couldn't penetrate the primary belt. This battle would undoubtedly be theirs to win. Moreover, those overwhelming missile volleys had arrived. Sir, the enemy vessel is moving toward the rear of the hollow, likely attempting to use it as cover to evade our missiles. Switch to manual guidance. Have the missiles skirt around the hollow's edge using the shortest path. Don't give them time to react. Tom spoke with absolute confidence. His missiles differed from those on the St. Kala. They possessed greater resistance to environmental interference. As long as the Sacred Stone signal strength remained sufficient, the missiles could maintain guidance and adjust their trajectory mid-flight, preventing them from crashing directly into the hollow. Go to hell. Tom cursed viciously. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. 300 meters. Suddenly Tom's jaw dropped in shock. Those devastating missile volleys had inexplicably vanished right before impact, disappearing into thin air mere meters away. How is this possible? The Federation personnel couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Where had all those missiles gone? Even throwing rocks would make some noise. Meanwhile, Hui Feng was utterly delighted. She sat primly on the captain's chair, operating the console before her while explaining to her companions. The data model from our initial holo survey can predict when boundary disturbances will erupt. I deliberately maneuvered the flagship to the hollow's rear, positioning us near where such disturbances would occur. When those missiles foolishly passed overhead, they were all swept into the disturbance zone, probably reduced to rubble by now. Haha, as expected of you. Hui did great. Amazing. You thought of that too. The three marveled at Hui Feng's tactical brilliance. Hui Feng's mind was full of clever tricks, small details encountered before proved invaluable in combat. After evading the Federals' deadly counterattack, taking advantage of the enemy's reload time, the Farsail emerged from behind the hollow under Fan Xing's control and immediately fired upon them. Under Hui Feng's direction this time, Zhu Zhu targeted those exposed cooling panels, infuriating Tom. With heat dissipation already compromised and now major panel damage, it was truly disastrous. Fire the main cannons immediately, don't let them escape. Of the Sacred Stone's 6 main cannons, 3 had completed charging. Though matching the Farsail's caliber, neither power nor rate of fire could compare. 3 shots came in. Fan Xing skillfully evaded one, while the other 2 struck at shallow angles and were deflected by the force field shield, depleting roughly 30 SBD of shield integrity. Such minimal damage could be restored in just 6 seconds. Alright, we've made our point. The captain told us not to engage head-on, so let's retreat quickly. Hui Feng chuckled, ready to call it quits. But at that moment the bridge alarms suddenly blared. Zhu Zhu urgently reported. Massive energy concentration above us, the artificial sun is about to fire. Evasive maneuvers now. Hui Feng ordered Fan Xing to evade urgently before asking, do you know who they're targeting? Launched. It's aimed outward into space. Space. The others looked up in confusion, able to see only the brilliantly dazzling artificial sun. Meanwhile, aboard the Sacred Stone, Tom collapsed to the deck in despair. He knew the scene all too well. On the day the Sacred Stone arrived, the Star Ring had greeted them the same way. Was it the Federation coming? Clearly not. It's over. The Imperial fleet has arrived. The outer space of the 10th Star Ring. Flashes of white light erupted as a massive black fleet suddenly emerged from hyperspace corridors. At the forefront was an arrow-shaped dreadnought nearly 5 kilometers in length, surrounded by 8 dagger-shaped warships, each exceeding 1,500 meters. Escorting them were 24 heavy cruisers, 120 light cruisers, 4 fleet aircraft carriers, and over 1,000 auxiliary vessels. If Tom witnessed this scene, he would immediately recognize that this was a remarkably complete Imperial main fleet, and judging by the flaming sword blade insignia on the black coating, it was none other than the dreaded Death Legion. At this moment, aboard the bridge of the Pathfinder flagship of the 15th Fleet of the Death Legion within the Holy Galactic Empire, an Imperial officer standing nearly 2 meters tall stood with his hands behind his back before the viewport. His skin was pale, his ear tips slightly pointed, and his signature crimson eyes gazed forward. His medium-length gray hair was trimmed meticulously. The formal black military uniform bore the Death Legion emblem, and the rank insignia on his shoulders denoted an Imperial Vice Admiral. Lord Makan, it appears we have found our target. His adjutant behind him spoke with visible excitement. They had been searching the vast starless region for 2 years, and only when forced to consider a return did they intercept a hyperspace communication from the Federation destined for Farostan, allowing them to follow the trail and finally locate the long-coveted 10th Star Ring. Do not let your guard down. Let us first see how many forces our old friends have stationed here. Contrary to his stern and resolute appearance, Makan's voice was calm, elegant, and magnetic, bearing more resemblance to a vocalist than a ruthless general weighed down by blood debts. Understood. I have ordered the activation of the flagship-class sensor array. Results will be available shortly. Unlike the refined futuristic layouts of Federation vessels, Imperial ship interiors favored a more classical aesthetic. Rather than relying on elaborate holographic projections, Imperial personnel preferred optical nanoscreens embedded within equipment to facilitate human-machine interaction. They cherished the tactile sensation of physical controls. Fundamentally, this was due to their less advanced electronic technology compared to the Federation. Such designs reduced malfunction rates and enhanced operational reliability during combat. Consequently, Imperial vessels required at least 30% more operators than their Federation counterparts. My lord, within 1 light minute of the target, aside from several cloaked relay satellites, no enemy vessels have been detected. Good. Send personnel to capture those satellites for analysis. Understood. A smile touched the adjutant's lips. They knew full well those were Federation satellites, but so what? In this desolate corner of space, it was not merely a few satellites they would destroy, they would annihilate an entire Federation fleet if it dared appear. Other Imperial legions might weigh the consequences of such actions, but the Death Legion cared not. Their sole purpose was to bring death to those who defied the Empire. At that moment, Li Sangguang remained unaware that the title Death Legion had already been appropriated by Imperial forces. My lord, through reverse analysis we have confirmed the relay satellites belong to the Federation. The strongest signal originated from a Federation Manta-class aircraft carrier. It seems the Federation has only dispatched a small exploration fleet here, utterly insignificant. Makin offered no comment. Even if an entire Federation fleet stood before him, he would not flinch. His 15th fleet had once decisively defeated a Federation army group in direct combat. Though those army groups were often overstated, they still comprised 3 fully organized fleets. Thus what intrigued, or rather concerned, him most was the secret weapon left behind by the Zhuxing people. Deploy the 7th Division to land on the Star Ring. Inform them that upon landing all energy must be concentrated on their shields. Yes, sir. The adjutant hurried away, though secretly doubting the necessity. With merely a fragment of their forces was such caution truly warranted? Even if the general had only sent a detachment, they still possessed an Imperial Type II battleship. Sinking the enemy carrier would be but a few cannon shots away. Soon one of the 8 dagger-shaped warships broke formation, accompanied by over 100 escort vessels heading toward the 10th star ring. When the 7th detachment approached to within 1 light second of the star ring, the artificial sun at its center suddenly erupted with blinding red light. 7th detachment under attack. 3 cruisers sunk. The Walker battleship's shields severely damaged, executing emergency evasion. Oof. Makin snorted coldly. He had known the Zhuxing ruins would not surrender so easily. Throughout his life he had encountered numerous Zhuxing relics notorious for their resilience. Even after 500 years, a significant proportion of their defensive systems remained operational. Main battery fire, 50% power, suppressed the artificial star. The pointed prow of the Pathfinder split open, revealing a black aperture from which an equally ferocious beam of red light erupted, striking directly at the 10th star ring's artificial sun. Enemy firing again. Our main battery intercepted by their beam. 2 columns of light converged in the cold void, colliding with tremendous force as opposing energies rapidly depleted one another. The stray energy alone caused a nearby light cruiser to disintegrate in an explosion. Enemy output power continues rising. Increase our power as well. Maintain constant counter pressure while ordering the 7th Division to land quickly. Makin issued his orders calmly. The Walker battle group has successfully avoided the energy burst zone and is entering the star ring's atmosphere. Commander Nick requests guidance on which sector to land. Fool. Naturally, where the Federation forces are located. Makin was a renowned commander, but his subordinates were less capable. While their execution and loyalty were exemplary, they lacked independent judgment, growing sluggish and making poor decisions when awaiting orders. This trait both frustrated and endeared them to Makin. My lord, the 7th Division has successfully landed in Sector 5. We have intercepted the Federation mother ship. Good. Cease main battery fire and dispatch damage control teams. The opposing energies slowly dissipated. A careful comparison would reveal the artificial sun of the 10th star ring had dimmed slightly. As for the Pathfinder, while outwardly unremarkable, Makin knew their main battery had peaked at 127% output during the energy exchange, barely sufficient to hold the artificial star at bay. The cost was severe. Within mere seconds the flagship suffered widespread power interruption and the main battery deck overheated and caught fire. Unless they wished to suffer a catastrophic detonation, the main battery would be unusable until a comprehensive refit at dock. This gave Makin pause for regret. By his estimation, the Zhuxing star was operating in low consumption mode. Had he not provoked it with his main battery, the enemy would not have fired desperately in retaliation. However, a cautious approach would have cost the 7th Division over 80% of its forces. And now the 7th Fleet had lost nearly 30%. With this overwhelming advantage, none could stop him from claiming the star ring. None. Before the Empire's 7th Squad made landfall. On the bridge of the Yuan Fan. Hue, the energy output of the star ring defense system keeps increasing. Something feels wrong. Of course it's not right. Hui Feng squatted in the captain's seat with her fine brows tightly furrowed. Due to the violent interference caused by the artificial star's emission, the Yuan Fan was now completely unable to capture any imagery from the cosmos and thus had no idea whom the defense system was attacking. But one thing was certain, they were definitely not from the Zhuxing Empire. Thinking of this, Hui Feng suddenly sprang from her seat, pacing uneasily across the bridge. Hue, what's wrong? The 3 girls turned around and gazed at her, puzzled. Someone is coming who's very powerful. Otherwise the star ring wouldn't be going to such lengths. If the star ring wins, fine. But if it loses, we stand no chance against them either. But we still have the Mirage system. Don't be overconfident. Our captain never specified the system's upper limit, just as the Federation's proud stealth technology proved utterly inadequate against the Yuan Fan. In light of our inability to guarantee the Yuan Fan's safety, I believe an emergency evasive maneuver is necessary. The 3 girls instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Then how should we take evasive action? Hui Feng grinned and gestured toward the void outside the viewport. We hide inside there. The void. The three girls exclaimed in unison. Their captain had specifically ordered them to guard outside the void, yet now Hui Feng wanted to directly pilot the ship into it, both dereliction of duty and outright suicide. Hee, don't look at me like that. The fact that I'm hesitant is precisely why I'm consulting all of you. I think you just want us to share the blame when things go wrong, Juju retorted with a dramatic eye roll. Hee, it's all the same, sisters. Come on. The three girls exchanged glances and finally nodded in unison. Let's do it. We trust your judgment. All right. Fanqing, it's your turn, Juju. Activate the Mirage system immediately, don't let the Federation track our destination. Roger, get seated. Moments later the Yuanfan's surface rippled before vanishing from sight entirely. Meanwhile the Shangshur had long abandoned pursuit and was frantically attempting to reach the 3rd District's headquarters for intelligence and further instructions. Thus when the 7th Fleet's Imperial-class battleship descended over the 5th District, all Federation personnel fell into panic. God! It's the Imperial forces. It's the bloodiest Death Legion. We're finished. Surrender already. There's no way we can fight them. They have a battleship and we only have one carrier. The iconic dagger-shaped silhouette overhead sent their morale crumbling like plague across the Shingshur, even reaching Tom. He slumped in his command chair, utterly drained of spirit. Smack. Just then Donald beside him delivered a sharp slap. Coward. Pull yourself together. You're the only one who can get us out of this alive. Don't give up so easily, you damn fool. The sting of the blow and the shame finally brought Tom back to his senses. He let out a long weary sigh. Surrender. What other choice do we have? That's the Death Legion. Donald furious grabbed Tom by the collar and shook him violently, his eyes brimming with terror. Do you really think surrendering will save us? Those executioners will open fire without a second thought. As if to confirm Donald's fears, shrill alarms erupted throughout the bridge. Sir, enemy battleship turbolaser battery has locked onto us. What should we do, sir? Tom opened his mouth. Honestly, after everything he'd been through, he'd given up on living. He wanted to abandon ship, but his soldiers were innocent. Looking at the eager, trusting faces of his men and old friends, he finally relented. Since they were already in this position, he might as well try everything possible. He finally gave the order: shut down cooling systems. Redirect all power to engines and upper shields. Full speed into the void. There's our only chance of survival if we can reach it. Yes. Understood. His subordinates, seizing the last thread of hope, executed Tom's orders with unprecedented efficiency. The Shingshur engines, blazing at full capacity, fled toward the void like a creature desperately escaping death. Meanwhile, aboard the Manu's interstellar battleship descending through the atmosphere, Captain Nick observed the Shangshur with a sneer. "Have federal swine daring to covet His Majesty's treasure. By the will of Lord Makan, I hereby sentence you to death. Execute immediately." He turned to face the weapons officer and slashed his hand downward. "Portside turbolaser battery, target the federal mothership. Fire when ready. Incinerate them." "Aye, Captain." Soon the Imperial Type II battleship adjusted its position, aligning its portside toward the Shangshur below, with 4 quad-heavy turbolaser batteries tracking their target. In the next instant, shafts of green heavy ion bolts screamed toward the Shangshur. No. On the Shingshur, violent tremors and explosions echoed continuously, accompanied by anguished screams. It was akin to purgatory on Earth. The first barrage alone disabled all shield systems on the Shingshur, with multiple hull sections exploding and catching fire. Like a beast facing its end, it awkwardly dragged thick smoke as it fled toward the void. "We're done for. We won't make it in time. Mom, help. I want to go home. Lord, please protect me. If I survive this, I will remain celibate and devote my life to serving you." The Shangshur erupted in wailing and lamentation. Just then the artificial sun, recently dormant, suddenly flared once more. Immediately after, a much smaller beam of light descended from the heavens and struck the arrogant Imperial Type II battleship squarely. Boom! A violent explosion resounded through the air. Terrifying energy slammed into the Imperial warship's shields, splashing outward like water droplets, but at the cost of the shield intensity plummeting at an alarming rate. What the hell? Wasn't the Star Ring defense system suppressed by Lord General? Captain Nick's face underwent a dramatic shift. The shrill alarms driving him mad, he had no patience left to toy with the Federation forces. He shouted urgently. "Immediately cancel main cannon charging. Redirect all energy to deflectors and drop altitude. If the Federation hasn't struck us, let's descend to their level. All ships follow." History proved his decision brilliant. As soon as the Imperial fleet descended below 1000 meters, the terrifying attacks from above ceased instantly. The Star Ring's autonomous defense system, like a proud sentinel after beating any who dared challenge its authority, returned home to nap smugly. Seizing this opportunity, the Shangshur narrowly escaped disaster and, bearing a heavily damaged hull, retreated into the void. But barely had they entered when the Yuanfan spotted them. "Oh, you've taken shelter here too. Fuck. It's about fucking time." Inside the bridge of the Wanderer, Nick furiously smashed a cup beside him into shards. A trash bin-shaped robot vacuum soon rolled over to clean up the fragments on the floor, but before it could get far, the enraged Nick kicked it over as well. Still blaring inside the bridge was the shrill red alarm. Moments ago, as the fleet was about to descend below 1,000 meters, the deflector shield had completely overloaded. The energy beam from the Star Ring struck directly onto the hull, scorching the entire command tower, black melting and deforming large sections of the ship's plating, while countless sensors and turrets were destroyed. Though it lasted only a brief second, it dealt a severe blow to the Wanderer. What was once a towering, imposing command tower now resembled a precarious slum structure, offering no comfort to Nick's spirits. Frustrated and seeking an outlet, he needed to vent his anger on someone. His subordinates, well acquainted with their commander's volatile nature, had long since retreated to safety, daring not even to breathe. Where are the Federation troops? After searching the bridge, Nick decided to take out his frustration on them, but peering out the window, the ill-fated Federation mothership was nowhere to be seen. The enemy had already fled. "Sir, the Federation mothership took shelter inside that void." With no choice but to respond, his adjutant spoke up. Before he could finish, Nick strode forward, grabbed the man by his collar and roared in his face. "Then what are we waiting for? Order the fleet to surround the void. Then deploy ground forces. I want every one of those Federation scum executed." "Yes, sir." The adjutant rendered an imperial salute before hurrying off to execute the orders. Within the void, close enough to touch. On the bridge of the far sail. "I told you to guard the perimeter and you just dragged the door right to my desk. Does that make any sense?" Chu Hang slumped wearily in the captain's chair as four striking women stood before him. Though he was being reprimanded, his gaze kept drifting toward the prim young girl Qin Shueji, who waited quietly behind him. "Come now. What are you all staring at? Is my adjutant really that handsome?" The four women nodded eagerly. Chu Hang's skull darkened further and they shared awkward smiles before lowering their heads obediently. In truth, Chu Hang wasn't angry at all. Far from being displeased, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His chosen crew had acted decisively at the critical moment, making the soundest choice under the circumstances, evading capture by the Empire forces and successfully rejoining the main fleet. As for why he wore such a stern expression, it was simply because they had abandoned their posts. This was a matter of grave seriousness. If he allowed these girls to get away with this, they would find 1,000 justifications to twist his orders or defy them outright in the future. Such behavior simply couldn't be tolerated. His merit and her fault were separate matters, and she deserved a reprimand regardless. Otherwise, Hui Feng would grow insubordinate, and he knew exactly what she'd gotten up to in his chair while he was gone. The bridge surveillance linked directly to the system, so he could review the footage as soon as he returned. Though Lan Baiwan was undeniably adorable, squatting to command a warship that was beyond eccentric. "Enough. Since this is your first offense, I'll consider your achievements as offsetting this transgression. Don't let it happen again." In the end, Chu Hang delivered his judgment with measured firmness, and the matter passed amidst his crew's relieved cheers. "Captain, introduce us to this lovely girl." The four women, far from dejected, swiftly directed their attention to Qin Shueji, crowding around her with familiar touches that left the young girl flustered and seeking refuge in Chu Hang's gaze. A subtle smile played across Chu Hang's lips as he exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Shueji. The next moment, ow. Ah. Ouch. It hurts. The four women who had been bothering Qin Shueji were subdued in mere moments, their grimacing faces frozen in shock as they stared at the frail-looking girl before them. Was this girl something more than human? 3 of them had already reached level 15, their physical capabilities formidable, yet Qin Shueji had subdued them without apparent effort. Unbeknownst to them, since integrating Chu Hang's genetic material, Qin Shueji had gained the same ability to simultaneously advance her gene sequence development, a testament to their symbiotic evolution. Going forward, when players leveled up, so would Chu Hang, and Qin Shueji would level right alongside them, her growth rate matching his precisely. This was essential for her role as his premier enforcer. Chu Hang had entrusted her with his lightsaber and even the violet electromagnetic pistol he'd acquired from her father. With Chu Hang's nano-clothing system and the promise of an advanced lightsaber reward coming, these older weapons were no longer necessary for him. Enough. Shueji isn't familiar with you. Also maintain appropriate boundaries in the future. She's innocent and I won't have her picking up strange habits from you. The four women exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Zhu understood. Once we're close, we can get physical. Hui Feng understood. Shueji's well behaved, so I'll definitely teach her some useful skills, no harm in having more abilities. Chu Hang could tell by their expressions alone that they hadn't absorbed a word, yet he made no effort to repeat himself. Let's focus on what matters. The Empire forces are blockading us outside while the Federation refugees are flooding into the void. What are your thoughts on how we proceed? The three women turned in unison toward Hui Feng. She was always the one with the schemes. Hui Feng considered it carefully before speaking without hesitation. Our enemy's enemy is our ally. The Federation has no real choice now, they must join forces with us to survive. We hold all the leverage. If our aim is merely to stall the Empire, we could share some supply coordinates with the Federation and let them dig in while we extract the essence and withdraw. But thinking long-term, the Empire fleet will eventually become our obstacle anyway. Why not exploit the Federation while they still have strength, team up to strike at them once and create a three-way stalemate? That's the most advantageous position for us. Chu Hang gave a slight nod of approval. Very good. The girl demonstrated both intelligence and strategic foresight. Exactly. Our exploration of Void 026 is nearly complete. We've documented over 80% of the teleportation points with only the Federation survivors' locations remaining untouched. This void is our battlefield now. By allying with the Federation, we can deal a crippling blow to the Imperial forces here, preventing them from easily joining the contest for Base Zero. The challenge lies in drawing the Empire into our trap. Just then the player channel erupted with commotion. What the hell is that? A supersized pack beast. It's got an ugly kind of charm to it. Completely different from the Federation equipment we've seen before. Is this a new faction? Chu Hang glanced out the window upon receiving the report and found himself laughing. Well, the Empire forces are even less patient than I expected. They've walked right into our trap on their own. Since the Imperials have willingly entered the fray, it's all the easier. Chu Hang immediately ordered the Yuanfan to maneuver above the crashed Shengshur mothership and then established communications with them. Soon the screen displayed the haggard faces of Tom and Donald. How can it be you? When they saw Chu Hang, their eyes nearly popped out of the screen. Anyone could sense the shock radiating from the other two. Long time no see, gentlemen. Chu Hang leaned back nonchalantly in the captain's chair, calmly awaiting their questions. How are you still alive? You're not. Killed by the Huiyin clan you tacitly approved. Or buried alive by your own bombers. Chu Hang retorted with a cold smile, and the two exposed men immediately became awkward. Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Donald quickly tried to smooth things over. He knew Tom was in a foul mood, so he'd be the one to mediate lest a single word spark a quarrel. Since Chu Hang could appear here, no one was foolish enough not to understand. The annihilation of the Huiyin clan, the attack on Base 217, the assault on the Shenkala, the assault on the Xingshur, the slaughter of thousands of Imperial soldiers. All these crimes were likely the work of this mysterious man before them. This man was truly terrifying. Where did he get such formidable power, rivaling even the Death Legion? Is that ship yours? Tom suddenly asked, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chu Hang. I have many ships. Which one do you mean? Chu Hang didn't admit it. The one that can turn invisible. Chu Hang shrugged. There are many invisible ships. Isn't the one you're sitting on capable of that? Seeing Tom on the verge of exploding, Chu Hang immediately wiped the mockery from his face and said coldly, if you want to live, you must cooperate with me and set a trap for the Imperials. What? The two were utterly bewildered. Wasn't Chu Hang on the Imperial side? What did he mean by tricking the Empire? After a moment's thought, an expression of disbelief and joy dawned on their faces. You're not with the Imperial Army. And you didn't come to mock us? Donald asked suspiciously. This man had deceived them so badly. If not for their lack of strength this time, they would have already gone to fight the scapegoat Holy Silver Empire. Who exactly was Chu Hang, and what power did he wield that he could toy with so many people? Chu Hang snorted. Do you think I have that much free time? If I were Imperial Army, given the current state of your mothership, you'd already be dead. The other two were somewhat convinced. They certainly wanted to live. But recalling Chu Hang's past deeds, the thought of allying with this butcher stained with Federation blood made Tom feel as if he had eaten shit. Yet little did he know Chu Hang was feeling the same. How do you want to cooperate? It was Donald, the one with less scruples, who finally spoke for Tom. First, you must face a reality. I can leave at any time, but you cannot. You have to cling to my coattails if you want any chance to get back in the game. Donald nodded and gritted his teeth. We understand. Good. Since you know your place, prepare to lose half your men. Exchange your lives for those of the Imperials. What the fuck? Tom was about to curse, but Donald immediately stopped him, his own expression grim. If half of us die, can we survive? Chu Hang shook his head. At least half. It depends on your soldiers' fighting spirit and your commander's capability. If they're all useless, it wouldn't be surprising if everyone died. Tom clenched his teeth. This man was using them as bait and cannon fodder. The specific plan. Simple. The Federation ground forces have already learned the location of the Xingqi's crash site. They'll converge from all directions. Your task is to fight with all your might to defend the Xingqi. My people will launch an attack at the opportune moment to support you and eliminate the Empire's effective strength. Donald frowned. What about the Imperial warships? Ground forces are manageable, but we can't lose air superiority. Chu Hang waved his hand. Don't worry about air combat. My people will hold the sky, forcing them to attack only from the ground. The communication was soon cut off. Tom first let out a string of curses, then forced himself to calm down. He was just over 30, but in less than a month he felt he had aged 10 years, utterly exhausted. Old Tang, we can't let Chu Hang manipulate us. Even if this plan succeeds, we'll still be dead if we ever meet him again. I know. After this battle, can't we just retreat directly? Surviving in the cracks between the Empire and that mysterious force, we can hold our heads high. Donald lit a cigar and silently puffed. No. Since we know the real culprit is Chu Hang, I must avenge my people. So many of them were my friends. I have to get revenge for them. Tom insisted stubbornly. Donald took another deep drag. All right, tell me your plan. I must be crazy. Good brother. Here's what I think. First, turn the Xingqi into a stronghold and complete Chu Hang's defensive mission. At the same time, find a way to gather our people and secretly evacuate them. The Xingqi crashed next to the Starforge base. There's a chance we can find an intact ship there. If not, we'll go underground instead of stubbornly defending the Xingqi as Chu Hang wants. Donald was startled by this desperate plan. Abandon the Xingqi. How will you explain to higher-ups? Explain my ass. The ship they gave me was probably never meant to succeed. We must switch to a new warship. Best if we can salvage a Starforge vessel, but even stealing one from the Empire would be great. You sure think big. Meanwhile, on Chu Hang's side. Captain, we only have 1 Yuan fan and a dozen fighters. How do we compete for air superiority? Hui Feng asked. By relying on this city's defense system. After taking over the city hall, I checked the system status. As long as we send people with resources and parts to repair the damaged anti-air nodes, the air defense matrix can be partially restored enough to force the Imperials to stay grounded. Hui Feng nodded in agreement, then suddenly her eyes flickered. And the Federation? Use them once or more. Of course, more times to make it worthwhile. Chu Hang chuckled. Tom is a clever lad. Right now he's probably plotting a clever escape, taking his people to search for ships in the base ruins. But there are no ships for him there. However, the Imperial cruisers that have entered. Maybe we could spare one for them. Brothers, a new mission has arrived. Let me take a look. We're to restart the base city's air defense system and ambush the Imperial forces halfway. Whoa, that's legit. I'm about sick of farming ethereals. Yeah, but the payout is pretty good too, isn't it? An ethereal's crystal core goes for 1 coin apiece and hollows are dripping with them. You see that newly unlocked power armor in the shop. I've already got a leg saved up. There's also the Cast Star Heavy Industries C-rank mech. I've got an arm saved up too. The players were in high spirits. After 3 days of vigorous excavation guided by intelligence Chu Hang had obtained from the mayor's office, the players found quite a number of resource points that had not been plundered by the invaders back then. With the Yuan fan also entering the hollow, Chu Hang instructed the players to haul all the resources into storage. Upon final tally, Chu Hang's current resource reserves were rather substantial. Primary energy coins over 1 million units. Middle energy coins 131 units. Refined high-grade alloy ingots 40 units. Restored high-grade polymers 25 units. Middle resources over 10000. Primary resources over 1 million. Crystal or 40 cases. High-energy gas 168 barrels. C-rank equipment of green quality and above over 100 pieces. Cast Star Empire C-rank standard mech 12 units. Cast Star Empire damaged A-rank Colossus 1 unit. Cast Star Heavy Industries C-rank SCVs 20 units. These C-rank equipments were basically sourced from the Remnant's stronghold in the military base. Take the well-worn arc rifles, pulse rifles, portable plasma cannons. As well as the antique power armors passed down from generation to generation. Without the Remnant's maintenance, delicate components would hardly survive in the hollow's erosive environment. This was precisely the main reason why, although a great deal of raw materials were recovered, finished products were scarce. As for armor, the situation was rather grim. All B-rank and above mechs and ground vehicles were destroyed in the war, with only 12 aging models stored deep in the warehouse, luckily surviving, treasured by the players. As for aircraft, nothing was found at all. Star Heavy Industries typically only produced S-rank and above manned fighters, while anything below A-rank consisted entirely of drones with considerable combat intelligence. The battle 500 years ago was so ferocious that not a single drone could have survived. All were destroyed in combat. This was within Chu Hang's expectations. The mayor's Colossus, however, could be counted as a pleasant surprise. Its structure was exceedingly complex, powered entirely by a psychic matrix. The operator not only had to be a psychic but also reach at least level 5 to learn psychic control. As for its firepower, the Colossus, as its name suggested, was an extension of a psychic's body, a massively enlarged armor and psychic amplifier. Its twin eyes could fire high-energy beams, easily melting cruiser-class armor. Amplified by psychic energy, it could achieve anti-gravity levitation, deploy psychic shields, enter psychic stealth, unleash psychic lightning, and even perform short-range psychic warp jumps. The mayor's unit was only A rank. If it were S rank, and if the pilot were a level 7 psychic like those in the Star Empire's Imperial Guard, then a single Colossus would be enough to slaughter a battleship. A squad of Colossi would be sufficient to seize control of a massive dreadnought. In the past, the Star Empire's Colossi had always been both feared and eagerly emulated by every civilization. Unfortunately, even by the final apocalyptic catastrophe, they had never succeeded, let alone in the post-war Age of Ruins. But the Colossus was not without flaws. It relied heavily on the psychic matrix, whose energy supply came from void ether, making it susceptible to corruption by evil god energy. This was exactly the case with the one before them. They had to wait until Chu Hang's Undertaker class advanced further before they could purify this contamination. After the resources were stored, Chu Hang immediately distributed rewards with the system's assistance. All participating players received a base reward of 100 copper coins, with extra rewards up to 300 coppers depending on mission difficulty. For instance, Li Sangguang, who subdued the Arachi Queen, and Ryan and Price's team, who eliminated the remnants and captured their mechs and intelligence, both received 300 copper rewards and no less than 1000 battle merit points. Unfortunately, before they came, they had spent a large amount of battle merit purchasing additional cultivation pods, so they were still lieutenants with pockets cleaner than their backsides, and the 3200 battle merit points needed for promotion to captain seemed an eternity away. Seeing they had little motivation to advance, Chu Hang decisively rolled out a new batch of equipment. For example, the latest equipment the subspace could currently produce: D9 rank power armor, D9 rank exoskeletons, D9 rank electromagnetic weaponry, and D9 rank anti-gravity assault craft, Crotalus, D9 rank aerospace fighters, Shuofeng, D9 rank hacker kits, and more. Now that there were more players, the diversity of equipment demand also rose exponentially. Chu Hang selected numerous fine D-rank items from the level 4 library and listed them all in the shop. D1 through D6 could be purchased directly, while D7 through D9 required captain rank to unlock. Since there were too many categories, Chu Hang had no choice but to remove all sub-D grade merchandise and switch to selling production blueprints instead. Player workshops like Rhine Metals could now spend coins to claim space in the hangar, figure out machine tools on their own, or commission Chu Hang for manufacturing, then purchase product blueprints from him, harvest resources from the wilderness themselves, and finally produce mid to low-end products to sell to players. And Rhine and the others were doing exactly that. The Aurora Legion did the math. They now had nearly 100 players, and if they wanted to equip them all with D6 rank gear sets, buying from the shop would cost 3 times more than producing it themselves. No wonder players privately called Chu Hang a merchant shark. Arms dealing was indeed profit upon profit. So, Rhine and the others took it seriously, scheming about where to scavenge a few usable high-precision CNC machines. The hollow was littered with salvageable scraps. While the Yuanfan was docked, if they didn't quickly arm themselves, they would miss the opportunity entirely. Li Sangguang had the same plan. His Death Legion boasted over 200 players and was considerably larger, not to mention he had a queen to feed at home. Speaking of that queen, after Chu Hang personally reviewed and intimidated her, she had now become part of the Yuanfan, along with 20 worker drones housed and bred on the deck of Cargo Bay 2. Her daily work was cultivating the Zerg swarm. That was the deal she had struck with Chu Hang. The ship carried 500 gene samples with boundless potential. If this queen wasn't a glutton, she would be more than capable of evolving stronger warrior strains. She currently had no permission to reproduce the swarm on a large scale, nor would Chu Hang provide her with resources. Only when Chu Hang deemed her swarm no longer mere cannon fodder and found it genuinely useful on the battlefield would he grant her sufficient biomass and incubation facilities for rearing. Under the temptation of genetic essence, this queen behaved exceptionally well. But no one knew that she was more motivated by fear of Chu Hang's strength and craving for the essence. This human's genes were far too intoxicating. Just one taste, just one bite. Brigadier Court, the brigades are ready for deployment at any time. A sharp triangular warship hovered above the void. This was a Dominator-class heavy cruiser 520 meters in length equipped with over 100 blaster cannons and turbo-laser turrets capable of deploying 2 squadrons of TIE fighters and 1 squadron of TIE bombers. Accompanying them were 2 Acclamator-class assault ships each measuring 750 meters in length capable of carrying a full brigade of clone troopers. The terror of the Imperial fleet extended beyond their overwhelming armada and devastating firepower. The Imperial fleet maintained a substantial complement of stormtroopers at all times essential for boarding operations and the suppression of colonies. The dagger-shaped hulls and relentless waves of clone soldiers had become the Imperial military's most recognizable trademarks. Vice Admiral Machen's 15th Fleet carried 2,000,000 elite naval personnel and up to 1 million stormtroopers. In terms of offensive capability, the 15th Fleet possessed the power to annihilate an entire planet. For occupation and control, the 15th Fleet could subjugate a planetary colony, ensuring every inhabitant lived under the Empire's terror. Now 3 massive vessels had suddenly crowded into the small void surrounded by over a dozen Inquisitor-class frigates. This demonstrated Lieutenant Colonel Nick's determination to eliminate the Federation forces. Brigadier Court nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand casually. The Federation's mothership has already crashed. In my opinion, there's no need to deploy ground troops, my flagship alone could annihilate them. The first officer immediately concurred. Naturally. It all depends on whether you wish to capture some alive for your amusement. Court was a cruel Imperial officer who found pleasure in torturing captives, a pastime that resonated deeply within the rigidly hierarchical Imperial military. They required such outlets to relieve the pressure exerted by their superiors, an indulgence the Emperor of the Sacred Silver Empire tacitly permitted. Though unchecked violence could undermine military discipline, he trusted that his iron regulations and the tribunal would ensure this tendency produced only positive effects, such as bolstering morale and instilling genuine terror in their adversaries. Begin with artillery bombardment, then land and bring in all survivors alive. From the moment Court entered and assessed the situation, he felt no pressure. They had arrived in warships, and even if scattered by random teleportation, the fleet would quickly regroup. Void 026 was among the weakest of its kind. The 15th Fleet had once encountered void regions in space so treacherous that entire fleets could be destroyed within them, but was truly terrifying. What lay before him held no interest. Only the prospect of tormenting prisoners later gave him any anticipation. He wished they had captured more Federation female soldiers. As he harbored such thoughts, the general alarm suddenly sounded. The first officer glanced at it and smiled. Missile launch detected. The Federation is making a last desperate stand. Court waved his hand dismissively. His gesture meant handle it yourself, such trivial matters required no command from him. Whether intercepted by gunnery by shields made no difference. He only cared about results. The first officer nodded understandingly and ordered the operator to activate the point defense system as numerous turret emplacements on the cruiser's dorsal surface sprang to life. Open fire. In weapons preference, Imperials favored energy weapons while the Federation preferred kinetic and guided ordnance, each side leveraging its technological strengths. At that moment, countless laser batteries opened fire on incoming missiles, carving slender beams across the sky. These rays swept through the scattered missile swarm, and soon several fireballs erupted above the fleet. Why is the initial interception rate so low? The first officer frowned and asked the operator. Sir, the ambient temperature is excessively high. Atmospheric expansion is causing our laser beams to refract, resulting in less than ideal impact accuracy. Find a solution immediately. The operator was immediately at a loss. Pure beam weapons were inherently unsuitable for atmospheric use. If they had blaster cannons instead, those fired high-energy plasma cones possessing both kinetic and energy properties. But their projectile velocity and rate of fire were far too sluggish to match the Federation's agile high-speed missiles. After all, missile technology was among the Federation's greatest strengths. Sir, my suggestion is to use light blaster cannons coupled with tractor beams to intercept some missiles while relying on deflector shields to absorb the remainder. The first officer's expression darkened. Yet he knew there was truly no better option. Using the Empire's cumbersome shock missiles for interception would only increase the likelihood of failure. The Federation had gone all in this time, launching over 1,000 missiles. Do as you say. Don't disappoint the general. Yes. We guarantee full interception. Soon the Imperial fleet adjusted tactics, prioritizing tractor beam coordination to detonate large missiles that might carry nuclear warheads. The remaining small missiles rushing in like headless flies were absorbed entirely by the shields. Nearby frigates closed in to protect the 2 assault ships with their own weaponry. Boom! Thunderous explosions erupted in the sky like rolling thunder that never ceased. As heavy missiles were destroyed midair by blaster fire, the first officer's expression gradually relaxed. It seemed the enemy's counterattack would fizzle out. High-threat targets fully intercepted actively. now engaging passive defense. Soon hundreds of smaller missiles struck from all directions, impacting the Imperial fleet without obstruction each vessel hit. This made the first officer laugh. Where did these fools come from? Don't they know the principle of concentrating force at a single point? This scattering of fire is simply idiotic. Before he could finish, the operator's alarmed voice came through. Sir, half of the missiles launched by the enemy are ion missiles. Our shields are completely offline. What? The first officer was greatly surprised. The enemy had only one chance to counterattack. Rather than seizing this opportunity for a desperate last stand, what was the point of such elaborate tricks? Ion weapons were devastating against shields, but even with shields offline, what attack could the Federation possibly have that could damage the hull? He waved his hand dismissively. No matter. We're perfectly safe now. Prepare for bombardment and completely destroy them. But before he could finish, the bridge windows shattered. The entire bridge was engulfed in explosive flames. Before Brigadier Court could react, a precise 10-kilogram armor-piercing high-explosive round took his life. Haha, who fired that shot? A direct hit. Who else? It's our Juju. Juju is amazing. The players on the ground cheered in excitement. Needless to say, the one who just took the opportunity to headshot the bridge of the Imperial cruiser was naturally the 10 kilograms electromagnetic main cannon of the Yuan Fan. Although the penetrating power of this cannon was insufficient to breach the armor of the Imperial cruiser, it could still precisely snipe the bridge without issue. This was a flaw in the Imperial design philosophy. They preferred to expose the navigation bridge on the ship's island, and although they later specially installed an internal command bridge out of arrogance and confidence, this time Commodore Keat obviously did not go to the safer command bridge. Because of this, when the command system was lost, the entire fleet immediately fell into paralysis. At this moment, the mediocrity of the Imperial captains was clearly exposed. They deliberated for a long time but could not reach a consensus. Just then, the air defense system of Zhuxing Base City was restored. Although only 1/10 of its peak capacity was restored, the three powerful ground-based plasma cannons opened fire at full power. After a deafening roar, brilliant blue orbs carrying terrifying heat instantly struck the bellies of the three giant warships. Boom! Bloody hell, that's too damn loud. What did you say? I can't hear you. I said I'm your father. Okay, dear grandson. While the players were joking around, the three warships overhead, trailing thick black smoke, all plummeted toward the ground. Those strikes were simply too devastating. This level of Starforge cannon was typically used to counter battleships. One shot was enough to heavily damage vessels less than a kilometer in length. Well done. Haha, awesome. Blow those Imperial dogs to hell. What a relief. Look, the Imperial warships are falling. Haha, the remaining Imperial frigates are panicking. They're starting to descend. Cheers erupted from the Federation side as well. Although the low-ranking soldiers didn't know who had blown up the Imperials, as long as the Imperials were suffering, they were happy. However, Tom was not among them. Chu Hang, truly worthy of you, you deserve to die. He gritted his teeth and stared at the burning Imperial warships, his face revealing deep wariness, even fear. This Chu Hang was too terrifying and too mysterious. He could even repair the Zhuxing people's anti-aircraft turrets. What couldn't he do? Maybe he could even give birth. Tom muttered to himself with a hint of malicious amusement. But since Chu Hang had fulfilled his promise and successfully destroyed the Empire's air superiority, the next plan had to proceed. The Empire's three large ships had only crashed without secondary explosions. With this level of damage, at least half the crew could survive. Altogether, there would be at least 20,000 troops plus a considerable number of armored vehicles. And what about their side? The situation with Chu Hang's group was unclear, but it seemed they only had a small elite force. He himself still had about 1,000 Marines, and with mobilization he could arm another 1,000 or so non-combat personnel. 2,000 against 20,000, a full tenfold disparity. Tom was quite pessimistic about this. To survive, he had to quickly execute his escape plan. But thanks to Chu Hang, the enemy's frigates had all landed. If the plan went smoothly, he might even be able to steal an Imperial frigate and fly away. Aboard the Empire's Dictator-class cruiser, the interior was now in chaos because the captain and first officer had been wiped out on the navigation bridge. Now the person in charge was an Imperial Assault Corps colonel. He had the authority to mobilize the clone legions on the other two landing ships to join the battle. But the prerequisite was to first deal with the mess on the ship. Now the three ships had crash-landed in the city at different angles. The hangars were in utter chaos with vehicles and supply crates scattered everywhere. Soldiers! Soldiers! The Assault Corps colonel shouted loudly, finally attracting the attention of those below. Damage control, prioritize containing the fire in the hangar. Ensure the safety of the ammunition depot. Ground crew immediately clear main gate 1 and after opening it go salvage my armored vehicles, especially the walkers, understand. Assault units immediately find your equipment and assemble at main gate 1. We're going to settle scores with the Federation. Yes sir. Colonel. His thinking was still clear. He didn't understand air combat, so he acted according to his strengths, directly destroying the enemy from the ground. It must be said that the Imperial military's lower ranks worked very efficiently. Anyone daring to slack off had long been executed by the military police on the spot. So in about 2 hours the gate to the outside world burst open. Imperial Assault Corps charge. At this moment the colonel had already boarded an AT-AT heavy walker. This was a bionic-designed four-legged heavy ground vehicle that could traverse all terrain, though it was relatively slow. But the advantage was that there was no need to worry about magnetic interference causing the anti-gravity engine to fail. Because this metal lump didn't have an anti-gravity system at all. It was hard to imagine that the invincible Imperials were still using such seemingly primitive armored units. Thump. Thump. The walker's massive claws stomped across the hangar deck, marching out with heavy steps. Behind it were 2 more AT-ATs along with numerous AT-ST light bipedal walkers and a large number of hovering speeder bikes following. Further back were the Assault Corps' armored personnel carriers and more clone troopers in white armor already lined up in formation. The orderly military appearance showed no trace of their previous panic. The spectacle was as if they were just setting out valiantly. The crash landing positions of the 3 warships were more than 10 kilometers apart. The colonel needed to rendezvous with the main force since his cruiser had the fewest assault troops. Can you contact the other 2 groups? No interference and the crater is severe. The communication range is estimated to be less than 1 kilometer. Then fire signal flares. Have them converge on my position. He did not yet know that 2 small heads had suddenly popped up from the ruins in the distance. These 2 sneaky figures quietly took down the launchers from their backs and loaded them with a tactical nuclear warhead glowing red. He didn't expect this, did you? We've got you. That big robot is definitely worth a lot of battle merits. Juzi, give him a shot. Already ready. The player called Juzi handed over a launcher with a loaded warhead. The Federation people are really bastards using nuclear warheads like this, not afraid of damaging the environment. This kind of small tactical nuke, the Shankala has a whole warehouse of them. One sells for just 100 copper coins. Don't miss. Don't worry. The other player grinned and pulled the trigger, aiming at the Imperial forces. The rocket loaded with a tactical nuclear warhead howled toward the Imperial forces.